Chapter 1. The Erasure Technique of the All-King in the year 774 of the Ether Chronicle, the 7th Universe. Earth Satan's City, Satan Bang Bang. Bang, bang. A group of robbers, armed with firearms, unleashed a torrential barrage upon the bank security personnel in the blink of an eye. The guards were reduced to a state resembling a beehive. Hey, hurry up and hand over the money. Faster. Do you want to die? If you keep stalling, I will kill you. That guy over there is your example. Move it, do you hear me? The robbers shouted at the bank employees, who were paralyzed with fear, trembling as they hastily stuffed money into bags and handed them over to the assailants. Boss, we got all the money. One of the robbers exclaimed. Good. Let's get out of here, the leader cackled. We'll return for more once we've spent this. Rat-a-tat-tat. Having said that, the leader unleashed a hail of gunfire into the surroundings in the next moment. He charged out, engaging in a fierce gunfight with the police outside. The robbers' firepower was overwhelming. The police were forced to cower behind their vehicles, afraid to show their faces. Ha ha ha. You fools. The leader of the robbers laughed maniacally, intensifying his gunfire. Rat-a-tat-tat. However, amidst the chaos, the leaders suddenly sensed a decline in their firepower. Fire. Keep firing. Exhaust all the bullets, the leader commanded his subordinates with a booming voice. Yet, the henchmen were left in bewilderment, staring at their empty hands. Where are our guns? What a joke. What are you doing? The leader scolded, turning to glare at his men. Upon doing so, he felt a sharp pang in his head. You fools, why have you lost the guns that are more precious than your own lives? He roared. The henchmen wore expressions of utter confusion. We don't even know where the guns went. They simply vanished in a most miraculous manner. Look at me. As a robber, as long as I am alive, so too must my gun be, the leader declared, raising his firearm. High swish. In the next instant, the weapon in the leader's hands vanished without a trace, right before everyone's eyes. It disappeared in a most extraordinary fashion. The leader stood frozen for 3 seconds, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Huh? Where's my gun? The one that is more important than my very life. Suddenly gone. Boss, your gun is missing. One of the henchmen exclaimed in shock. The leader, bewildered, scratched his head, but then he abruptly reacted, slapping the hapless subordinate to the ground. Your gun is the one that's missing. What kind of talk is that? It seems as though I've truly lost my firearms yet. I possess one crucial weapon that must not be discarded, boss. What should we do if our guns mysteriously disappear? The underlings exclaimed in panic. What else can we do? We must flee at once. The leader commanded with authority. With a roar, the car roared to life, and the bandits hastily sped away into the distance. However, scarcely had they escaped when a youth radiating a golden aura suddenly emerged, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon the criminals. The bandits were swiftly subdued by this shimmering golden-haired boy. After dispatching the ruffians, he made a hasty retreat. The police were left dumbfounded, their faces etched with confusion. What on earth had transpired? From a distance, Tian watched the unfolding scene with unwavering focus, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Tian had traversed into another realm. He found himself in the world of Dragon Ball, transformed into an ordinary earthling. Amidst a universe where even the slightest gesture could obliterate stars, Tian felt a profound sense of insignificance. During this time, he had witnessed terrifying events such as the Saiyan invasion of Earth and the Cell Games. Fortunately, in recent years, Tian had unexpectedly awakened a system. Upon discovering the name and description of this system, he was immediately filled with exhilaration. The system bore the name Erasure Technique. According to its description, the Erasure Technique is categorized into 7 levels: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, starry, and king. At the bronze level, one's strength could reach 100 times that of Frieza, capable of erasing organs from a person or animal, objects, or even a corner of a building. The system indicated that to advance, Tian must erase 1,000 items from individuals, such as clothing or body parts, and a corner of 10,000 buildings. Silver level Erasure Technique. Physical strength could attain 1,000 times that of Frieza, enabling the erasure of a person or an entire building. Gold level Erasure Technique. Physical strength equates to 10,000 times that of Frieza, allowing one to erase a multitude of people or an entire city with a mere gesture. And, upon completing designated tasks, the ability to restore what was erased would be granted. In other words, upon reaching the gold level, items previously erased could be restored. Platinum level Erasure Technique. Physical strength is 10 times that of Beerus, endowed with the ability to create, effortlessly erasing a planet. Diamond level Erasure Technique. Physical strength is 100 times that of Beerus, capable of erasing an entire star system with a wave of the hand, mastering instantaneous movement and erasing gods of destruction. Starry level Erasure Technique. Physical strength is 10 times that of angels, capable of erasing an entire universe with a wave of the hand, and erasing angels as well. Just moments ago, Tian waved his hand, effortlessly erasing the firearms of those bandits, of course. Tian also thoroughly wiped clean the other gun on their person. If I do not seize this opportunity to accrue experience, I would be remiss to myself at this moment. The robbers had already been subdued by the police. Boss, why do I feel like my gun has vanished too? One of the younger members inquired. What? Me too. Another brother revealed, his face a mask of terror. Boss, what about you? Yet another member asked their leader. Humph. How could my gun possibly be missing? What are you all talking about? The leader of the robbers retorted, his voice sharp, even extending a delicate finger. Boss, your voice has become rather effeminate. The younger members chorused in unison. Several police officers exchanged glances, rendered speechless. You lot. A bunch of effeminate fools robbing a bank. And you managed to leave us in this state. The officers advanced and delivered a few harsh kicks to the robbers. What a disgrace, we allowed a group of effeminate fools to best us like this. Shortly thereafter, the police huddled together. Murmuring quietly to their astonishment, they discovered that the robbers' weapons had completely vanished. Or had their arms gone? Chapter 2. They must have been erased. Hand over your weapons. A police officer shouted the robbers. The robbers felt their morale shatter. Not only were we unarmed, but our sole weapon had also disappeared. Should we stand or sit to relieve ourselves? The mere thought of this consequence caused the robbers to weep in despair. We do not wish to relieve ourselves while seated. Meanwhile, Tian was secretly reveling from a distance. Why choose to be a robber of all things? In the midst of it all, they have lost even their guns. Tian was intent on swiftly leveling up to the silver rank of Erasure. Thus he held no reservations towards these bank robbers. This was nothing less than a bounty of experience points at present. Tian was merely at the bronze level, the most rudimentary form of Erasure. His physical strength was only 100 times that of Frieza. How much is 100 times Frieza? Tian could affirm that the Frieza referred to here is the one with a battle power of 12 million. Not the golden Frieza. If it were golden Frieza, that would indeed be exhilarating, with a physical strength 100 times greater than Frieza. It implies that Tian's battle power hovers around 10 billion. In this era, 7 years post the Cell games, what does 10 billion even signify? Perhaps Gohan's battle power has already reached 100 billion by now. Wait, that calculation seems flawed. This refers to Frieza's physical strength, 100 times physical strength. It does not equate to battle power. For Tian does not engage in combat. Tian, apart from Erasure, possesses no other abilities. He has attempted to harness energy waves, yet all his endeavors have culminated in failure. In fact, Tian is currently incapable of performing even the art of flight, known as the dance of the skies. Nevertheless, he feels indifferent. Why should he concern himself with learning energy waves when he has mastered the art of Erasure? Once he perfects this ability, he intends to confront the Omni-King directly, curious to see whether the Omni-King can erase him or vice versa. As for the formidable combat prowess of figures like Gohan, Tian harbors no apprehensions. No matter how high their battle power, can they withstand his Erasure technique? However, to be prudent, Tian recognizes the necessity of hastening his ascension. Once he attains the silver level, his physical strength will soar to 1,000 times that of Frieza. Time indeed flies swiftly. Gohan has already grown into adulthood. Is he here to attend school in Satan City? Tian inhaled deeply, having already identified his objective prior to this outing. He plans to attend Orange Star High School, intent on erasing certain superfluous elements, such as useless textbooks. He will first ascertain whether he can level up. If so, he intends to transform the school significantly. Simultaneously, he aims to intercept Videl, allowing Gohan to remain single. Hey, who did this? It doesn't seem like something the police would do. A melodious voice resonated behind Tian, akin to a lark song. He was also captivated by a fragrant aura that emanated from the girl, drawing him. And turning around, he realized it was none other than Videl. How fortuitous. As he had just been contemplating her moments ago, the girl standing behind him was indeed Videl. At just 16, Videl had fully developed, her hair styled in 2 braids cascading over her shoulders. Tian scrutinized her from head to toe. Indeed, she was far more enchanting than depicted in comic books, and on television, the allure of reality surpassed all. Videl gazed at the subdued robbers in the distance, her expression one of confusion. Who did this? Do you know? She inquired again. It was the Golden Warrior, Tian replied with a smile. The Golden Warrior? Him again. Videl furrowed her brow. I came all this way for him. That Golden Warrior truly meddles too much. Indeed. Tian chuckled heartily. By the way, may I ask where their guns went? Videl pressed. Well, that delves into the realm of the mystical. They were likely erased. Tian pondered thoughtfully. Videl cast a deep glance at Tian. How could this possibly relate to metaphysics? What do you mean by erased? I cannot comprehend your words. Simply put, erasure is a transition from existence to non-existence. Tian elucidated Humph. Do you think this is a fantasy novel? Videl scoffed, turning to leave. I refuse to listen to your nonsensical ramblings. You have thrust this into the realm of metaphysics, Miss Videl. I too witnessed. It was undoubtedly the Golden Warrior, a middle-aged man, remarked upon noticing Videl hastily approaching her. His speed was astounding, and his strength formidable, effortlessly overtaking the fleeing robbers and dispatching them with punches and kicks. I am already aware of the Golden Warrior. What I wish to inquire about is the whereabouts of the guns wielded by the robbers, Videl asked, perplexed. Asked Tian, he might possess the knowledge. The middle-aged man replied with a wry smile. My name is Tian, I am aware. Tian interjected, pointing at himself bitterly. Middle-aged man. Audience. It truly has been erased. It is indeed that remarkable. Do not doubt it. Tian explained with a smile. Bitterly was unwilling to engage further. Do you still wish to propagate your metaphysical theories? By the way, returning to the previous topic, the middle-aged man suddenly recalled, addressing Bitterly, the Golden Warrior bore your school emblem. As he spoke, he gestured toward the emblem hanging from Bitterly's waist. Bitterly was taken aback. Is that Golden Warrior a student from our school? Could there be such individuals at our institution? What a coincidence. I'm also a student of Orange Star High School. Tian remarked bitterly. Bitterly cast another deep glance at Tian. Why is it that you seem to be everywhere? Deciding to ignore Tian entirely, Bitterly thought, there is nothing to discuss with a classmate who dabbles in metaphysics. Yet, returning to the matter at hand, how did the guns held by the robbers vanish? That fellow named Tian claims they were erased. Is it an illusion? Or are these robbers merely playing tricks? However, given the scene's condition, those were indeed genuine firearms. Did you not see how the bank's walls were riddled with holes? I truly cannot fathom it. Bitterly chose to remain silent, striding directly toward Orange Star High School. Tian leisurely followed behind her. Is it you? The classmate who engages in metaphysics? Bitterly exclaimed, turning to face Tian. Chapter 3. Classmate's son Yukon. Yes, indeed, it is I. Tian nodded. I'm also a student of Orange Star High School. Bitterly politely acknowledged. I do not believe we have met before. This is my first day of enrollment. Tian replied. Orange Star High School. Upon returning to her classroom, Bitterly seated herself at her desk and turned to observe the golden-haired youth, Sharp, beside her. Sharp possessed a cascade of golden locks. Hey, Sharp, could you possibly be the enigmatic Golden Warrior? Bitterly inquired. I wish I could say so. But alas, I spent this morning studying at the club, leaving me no time for such endeavors, Sharp replied, shaking his head. Bitterly, I heard that the firearms of the robbers mysteriously vanished on sight. Is that true? A nearby classmate, Eliza, asked with curiosity. It is indeed true. Bitterly nodded. I cannot fathom how it occurred. Their weapons simply disappeared. Bitterly, it's not merely the guns in their possession that have vanished. It is said that a significant firearm has also inexplicably gone missing, Eliza whispered, her cheeks flushed as she leaned closer to Bitterly. Bitterly found herself at a loss. They still possessed a crucial firearm, but what was it? Bitterly inquired curiously. Bitterly, must you be so direct? Elisha's face flushed a deeper shade. What is the matter with your face? Bitterly asked, somewhat bewildered. The robber's gun has vanished. Why would your face turn red? Oh, it's nothing. Elisha wiped her brow. You are utterly unromantic. Bitterly, don't you understand even this? Let us discuss the Golden Warrior instead. The disappearance of those guns seems rather mystical. Elisha promptly shifted the subject, asserting that at least the Golden Warrior was a tangible existence. You are correct. There have indeed been reports on today's headlines regarding the mysterious disappearance of numerous items from Apartment 8, interjected the bespectacled gentleman seated in front. Many items have mysteriously vanished. Where could they have gone? Bitterly pondered aloud. Ask the heavens. Perhaps they know, Elisha replied. Bitterly's mind suddenly conjured the visage of Tian. I would inquire of anyone but you. What has disappeared? Please send me that news article from today's headlines so I can take a look, Bitterly requested, pulling out her phone and addressing the gentleman. All right, he replied, promptly locating the article and forwarding it to Bitterly. Upon perusing the news, Bitterly found the comments to be far more intriguing than the article itself. I too have experienced a mysterious disappearance. How strange. I searched everywhere and could not find it. What vanished from upstairs? After waking from my slumber, the blanket that had covered me was gone. Moreover, I have a habit of sleeping in the nude. Just to clarify, I am a girl. Wow, a girl? We have caught a girl. Please, tell us. Did someone break into your home? No, the door was locked from the inside, and I was alone. I can assure you, no one entered. Could your blanket have rolled under the bed? I searched every corner of my home, even checked the surveillance footage. Of course, I do not have a habit of sleepwalking. The blanket simply vanished. Where do you think it could have gone? The comments below speculated wildly about the blanket's whereabouts. Some even suspected the girl was joking. I am not joking with you. Do you think I am so bored as to make such a jest? This matter is too bizarre, merely losing a blanket. Yet the police will not file a report. I suppose I must search for it myself. Videl cast another glance at the comments left by others, which varied in nature. Some were trivial, while others were quite bizarre, with certain individuals even reporting missing body parts, such as limbs. Videl found herself unable to discern any rational explanation. The more she observed, the more it seemed to border on the mystical. It truly validated what that classmate, Tian, had remarked. How could such extraordinary occurrences transpire? Videl, perhaps you ought to refrain from perusing these news articles, after all. Experts suggest that these individuals are merely experiencing fatigue-induced hallucinations, the bespectacled man elucidated. Take, for instance, the girl who vanished along with her blanket. Investigations revealed that she had longed for a boyfriend and was oblivious to her actions that night. Videl cleared her throat. Your words leave me at a loss. Furthermore, experts have speculated that the phenomenon of lost items may be due to the emergence of black holes in the universe. There seems to be an expert for every theory. The bespectacled gentleman continued. I too have heard of the mysterious disappearance of objects. Indeed, it remains an enigma to this day. Let us discuss the Golden Warrior. He added with a smile. I must admit, I am far more intrigued by the Golden Warrior. Suddenly, Eliza inquired, is the Golden Warrior stronger than your father, Videl? Do not speak foolishly, Eliza, the bespectacled gentleman chuckled. Videl's father is none other than Mr. Satan, the world champion who once saved the earth. How could anyone surpass him in strength? Yes, I was merely asking. Please do not take it to heart, Eliza giggled. Just then, the homeroom teacher entered the room. Clearing her throat, the classroom fell silent immediately. Outside, Tian and Sun Wukong stood together. Hello, I am Sun Wukong. I look forward to your guidance. Sun Wukong extended his hand to Tian, wearing a friendly expression. Yes, I look forward to it as well. My name is Tian. Tian nodded and shook Sun Wukong's hand. From today onwards, we will have 2 new classmates, the homeroom teacher announced, beckoning to Tian and Sun Wukong outside. Please come in, Wukong. Thank you, Sun Wukong said shyly, scratching his head as he stepped into the classroom, with Tian following leisurely behind. Hello everyone. I am Sun Wukong. I look forward to your guidance. Sun Wukong introduced himself. Chapter 4. I am Tian. Please take care of me. I am Tian. He said with a slight smile. Oh, both of them are quite handsome, especially the one named Tian. He is absolutely my type. Eliza's eyes sparkled. Sun Wukong is also quite dashing. I want both of them. Videl was taken aback. Isn't that Tian? He really has joined our class? Well, if he has come, then so be it. These 2 new classmates seem to be the bookish type, Sharpu observed with a smile. That seems likely. I have a penchant for that sort, Eliza giggled. You too, please find a seat. The homeroom teacher instructed Tian and Sun Wukong. Hey, over here. Eliza waved her hand towards Tian. Tian and Sun Wukong made their way over to Eliza, with Tian leading and Sun Wukong following. Tian approached and sat directly beside Eliza, while Sun Wukong took a seat beside the bespectacled gentleman. The 2 sat in succession. Thank you. Tian expressed his gratitude to Eliza. I am Eliza, pleased to make your acquaintance, she introduced herself, gesturing towards the individual seated beside her. This is Videl. You will surely be astonished. Her father is none other than the world champion, Mr. Satan. Yet, what astonishment could Tian possibly feel? Do you possess an understanding of this world? However, Tian displayed little astonishment, while Sun Wukong, seated in front, was utterly taken aback. What, Mr. Satan? Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise as he turned to gaze at Videl. Videl remained silent. Look, Sun Wukong seems quite startled, Eliza remarked with a smile. Tian appears remarkably composed. He must have been aware of Videl's true identity all along. Wouldn't you agree, Videl? It is indeed a pleasure to see you once more. Tian greeted with a smile. Videl responded, Huh? Have you 2 met before? Eliza, momentarily taken aback, replied. Tian was also present at the scene of the bank robber's apprehension this morning. Wasn't it said that the Golden Warrior had appeared as well? Eliza pondered, perplexed. What? The Golden Warrior? Sun Wukong inquired curiously. What is that? I can't shake the feeling that this Golden Warrior is somehow connected to me. Sun Wukong, you have just arrived here, haven't you? Eliza asked. Indeed, Sun Wukong nodded. It is quite normal for you to be unaware. Allow me to enlighten you, Eliza explained. In the past 10 days, that valiant warrior has made 3 appearances. He is a remarkably strong young man, distinguished by his upside-down golden hair, and at times, he radiates a golden light. Hence, we affectionately refer to him as the Golden Warrior. He is quite renowned in our vicinity. Sun Wukong remarked. It appears they are indeed speaking of me, having been here twice to finalize my enrollment, coupled with this morning's incident. Videl cast a thoughtful glance at Sun Wukong's back. Though she looked at him askew, she could catch a glimpse of his expression. Videl felt a twinge of doubt. I too have inquired of witnesses to the events, and they described the Golden Warrior as wearing our school's emblem. Dressed in a white shirt and brown trousers, rather unremarkably attired, quite similar to your outfit, Videl stated to Sun Wukong. Really? Eliza mused, scrutinizing Sun Wukong with intrigue. I cannot help but be astonished. Sun Wukong chose to remain silent, feigning ignorance. Thankfully, Tian had occupied that position. Had I been seated with them, I surely would have revealed my true identity. Thank you, Tian. Sun Wukong breathed deeply with gratitude. Despite your insistence to leave, I remained seated before you, unable to hear a word. Over there, kindly maintain some silence. The teacher directed toward that area. It was at this moment that Videl and her companions subdued their chatter. Perhaps it is prudent to observe before passing judgment. Do you truly believe that fellow possesses the qualities of a warrior? Sharp chuckled softly, adding, moreover, he does not even have golden hair. Indeed, he appears rather frail. It seems he has traversed much distance from the school to our class, and look, he is already sweating, Eliza remarked with a smile. You ought to take some supplements for vitality and recuperate, Tian chimed in. What's this nonsense? Sun Wukong interjected. I am the mightiest man on earth. Nay, across the entire universe, I am the supreme being. Who dares to call me frail? Of course, in Sun Wukong's current perspective, the entire universe solely referred to the 7th universe, as he remained oblivious to the existence of others. My sister is a remarkable doctor. She could assist in your physical wellness. Sun Wukong, if you so desire. I could escort you to her after school, Eliza proposed. Are you addressing me? Sun Wukong replied with an awkward smile. You are the only one here sweating profusely, Eliza pointed out. Sun Wukong found himself at a loss for words. Is my sweating an indication of weakness? Is this how you converse? By the way, Sun Wukong, do you reside at home or rent an apartment? Eliza inquired with curiosity. I come to school daily from home. Sun Wukong responded. Never mind. Eliza shook her head, turning her attention to Tian, blushing as she asked, and what about you, Tian? Sun Wukong interjected, so, after all this time, your true intent was to inquire about Tian? You may simply inquire directly with him. Why do you need to ask me one more question? Sun Wukong sighed in exasperation. I reside in apartment 8 over there, Tian replied. Apartment 8? I've heard of that place. It's already made headlines on today's news. Eliza exclaimed, astonished. They say that strange things often vanish from that building, but who knows if it's true or not? Tian scratched his head, pondering. It seems I can't just take advantage of a place like this. What the heck? It made the news, and I was completely unaware. I should choose another location next time. The most outrageous part is that there was a girl in a single apartment who was sound asleep when her blanket mysteriously disappeared. Eliza added. Tian nodded thoughtfully. By the way, was she wearing clothes while she slept? He inquired. Is that really the key point? Eliza wiped the sweat from her brow. It is the key point, Tian insisted. Ahem, according to her own account, she enjoys sleeping in the nude, Eliza replied. What a pity. Do you have her address? Is she beautiful? Tian asked with a hint of anticipation. Chapter 5. The Vanishing Baseball. Eliza held her forehead. Left speechless at that moment. She rolled her eyes at Tian. Enough already, Tian. You really take things too far. Ahem, and what about you, Wukong? Where do you live? Eliza quickly shifted the topic, concerned that continuing the conversation with Tian might lead to complications. You always manage to extinguish the conversation. At my home, Sun Wukong is filled with excitement. Did you not just state that it was insignificant? You now know the question I have for you. My home is in District 439 of the East, a small village. District 439 of the East. Eliza exclaimed, suddenly standing up from her seat, exclaiming loudly. Are you joking? Gohan, that place is over 1,000 kilometers away. Is this ever going to end? Can we be a bit quieter? The homeroom teacher could hardly bear it. Realizing her outburst, Eliza hastily sat down and quietly asked Gohan in front of her, how did you get here? Even by jet. It would take several hours. Well, yes, it indeed takes quite a bit of time. It's really exhausting. Haha, Gohan replied awkwardly, nearly revealing too much. What a blunder. Thus, the mathematics class concluded amid the clamor, with the teacher leaving the classroom in a foul mood. The next lesson was physical education. Today's PE class will be a baseball match, just like last time, the PE teacher announced. Hey, do you two know anything about baseball? Sharp inquired of Tian and Gohan. I don't know, Tian shook his head. If it were basketball, I'd understand, but I'm not interested in baseball. I only know about bases and home runs. Sharp remarked, and you, Eliza? Eliza replied, you speak so confidently about baseball, yet you claim ignorance. I sense there's more to your words. What about you, Gohan? Eliza turned to him once more. Well, I haven't played, but I understand the rules. Gohan scratched his head. That's great. As long as you know the rules, Sharp smiled. You and I are on the same team. You'll be in right field. Understood? Videl turned to Gohan, emphasizing, right field. Gohan nodded and ran to the right. Meanwhile, Tian sat with a few cheerleaders. The cheerleaders, noticing Tian's handsome features, surrounded him with warm inquiries. Eliza and Videl exchanged glances, both looking exasperated. He.S. clearly pretending not to know baseball. Eliza remarked to Videl, I believe he just wants to join the cheerleaders, Videl huffed. However, Gohan felt a surge of anxiety. I need to perform poorly, he thought. Remembering his mother and Bulma auntie's warnings that if his identity were discovered, it would cause a commotion. If that occurred, he wouldn't be able to attend school properly. In this world, it's exceedingly challenging to lead an ordinary life. Meanwhile, Sharp was preparing to pitch. With Videl as the batter. Sharp, I want to let you hit. With a playful smile, Videl forcefully struck the baseball towards Sharp. Sharp, keenly observing the incoming ball, swung his bat with precision. Whoosh. The baseball hurtled towards the spot where Tian stood, seemingly oblivious, engaged in light-hearted banter with a cheerleader. Alas! The ball veered off course. Sharp exclaimed, alarmed. It was too late for Videl to intervene. Tian had already noticed the ball soaring in his direction. And with an air of calm, he merely waved his hand. In the next instant, the baseball vanished without a trace. At the very moment of its disappearance, Sun Wukong rushed in from a distance, appearing directly in front of Tian, poised to catch the incoming ball. Yet, there was nothing to catch. Sun Wukong stood bewildered. Where did the ball go? How could it have disappeared? I distinctly saw it flying this way. Everyone was taken aback. Where's the ball? Sharp's eyes widened in disbelief. It's gone? Videl's expression mirrored his astonishment. I also witnessed the ball seemingly vanish into thin air, replied Eliza. What on earth just happened? The gym teacher approached, inquiring about the commotion. Teacher, the baseball has vanished. Sharp reported. What? Vanished? The gym teacher appeared perplexed. How could it simply disappear? It vanished right before our eyes, mysteriously. Sharp replied. Stop joking. How could that be? Did someone hide the ball? The teacher admonished, urging them to produce it, emphasizing that a baseball isn't worth much. Now, did you hide the ball? Tian addressed a nearby attractive cheerleader, glancing at her chest. Am I that small? The cheerleader retorted. Tian, you are utterly shameless. And besides, you've hidden too. Tian continued, prompting the cheerleaders to roll their eyes in unison. The teacher discreetly wiped his brow in exasperation. Could we refrain from such antics? Is that even a baseball? It seems rather ill-fitting. I must have erred, my apologies. Tian hastily apologized. Never mind. Let us just bring out a new ball. The gym teacher conceded, realizing it was futile to cling to the lost baseball. After all, a single baseball held little value, and such items could occasionally be damaged. Soon, a new baseball was retrieved. Sun Wukong displayed a perplexed expression. What just transpired? Even I couldn't fathom how the ball vanished. It should not be said that even I could not discern the whereabouts of the ball. It feels as though it has vanished into thin air. Hold on. Earlier in class, Eliza mentioned that in the apartment number 8, where Tian resides, peculiar items have inexplicably disappeared. Moreover, this incident even made the news. I should check my phone to uncover what truly transpired. But where's the ball? Where could it have gone? Sun Wukong scratched his head, increasingly perplexed. How very strange. Of course, Sun Wukong did not suspect Tian, for there was not the slightest trace of energy emanating from him. Even if there were, it would be divine power. And it is entirely reasonable that Sun Wukong could not sense its presence. Tian, on the other hand, squinted his eyes, gazing in the direction of Sharpu. Is this little rascal doing this on purpose? Did you intentionally hit the ball to me? Chapter 6. Watch out. Tian scrutinized the scene and noticed Sharp wearing an expression of apology. It appeared that Sharp did not deliberately send the ball his way. It was merely an unfortunate slip. Since it was not intentional, I shall refrain from erasing your components. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to transform you into a true weakling. Currently, Tian had a considerable distance to traverse before achieving the silver tier erasure. One cannot simply erase anything that crosses their path. Patience is key. There is no rush for such matters. Perhaps tonight, I could erase the door of that girl who sleeps naked and take a leisurely stroll inside, admiring the scenery of her abode. Having arrived in the Dragon Ball world with great effort, it would be a disservice to my original intentions not to engage with a few lovely ladies and discuss our dreams. Moreover, my timing seems somewhat off. Bulma has already been taken. I might as well pursue Videl instead. The baseball game resumed. Pitch again, Videl, Sharp announced. I won't let you hit me, no matter what. Videl replied. Bring it on, Sharp challenged. In an instant, Videl swung her arm, sending the baseball hurtling toward Sharp. Bang! Sharp expertly aimed and struck the ball, sending it soaring into the sky. Damn it! Videl exclaimed. With a graceful leap, Son Gohan soared to a height of 8 meters, effortlessly catching the flying baseball. The classmates present, with the exception of Tian, were left astonished. Unbeknownst to Son Gohan, he floated high above, pondering how to send the ball flying. The runner on third base began to sprint. If the ball were thrown to third base, he could be tagged out. Son Gohan muttered to himself and gently tossed the ball downward. The student at third base, are you human? Bang! The student at third base was struck by a baseball that fell from the sky, sending him out of bounds and beyond the field. Sun Wukong, too, descended leisurely from above. Ha ha, out of bounds, a change of scene. Sun Wukong chuckled. However, after his laughter subsided, he was suddenly taken aback. Oh no. Did I just go too far? This could be troublesome. You are truly remarkable. You just leaped to a height of 8 meters. The physical education teacher sensed that too many bizarre occurrences had transpired that day. First, the baseball mysteriously vanished. Then, this new student effortlessly soared to a height of 8 meters. Additionally, there was another student, seemingly new as well, who immediately rushed over to the cheerleaders to join the commotion. Do you think the teacher doesn't exist? Sun Wukong responded nervously. Just by chance? The classmates suddenly realized. However, how could this merely be described as luck? Some students expressed their skepticism. Nonetheless, the baseball game continued. Tian sat amidst the cheerleaders, relishing the youthful aura of the girls, feeling elated. The next batter was Sun Wukong, who swiftly advanced with the baseball bat in hand. Videl displayed a contemplative expression. This classmate, Sun Wukong, appeared to be quite remarkable. What might happen when he strikes the ball? Speculated a student. I'm not sure, but he seems quite formidable. Another student remarked. Are you batting from the left? The physical education teacher inquired, noticing that Sun Wukong had reversed the bat. Is that not allowed? Sun Wukong asked. Taken aback. It's fine, but your grip is inverted, the teacher explained. Inverted? Sun Wukong was momentarily at a loss. Do as you wish, the teacher replied, unsure of what else to say. At this point, Shappa was also ready to pitch. The first ball mysteriously vanished earlier. The second ball was caught by this kid. I must hit the next one with all my strength. You would best steer clear of me, lest you find yourself in grave peril. Sun Wukong harbored a twinge of anxiety within his heart. Should this continue, I fear I shall attract even more attention. It would be wise for me to exercise caution and refrain from striking the ball. If I were to exert even the slightest force, the ball might very well shatter upon impact, vanishing into thin air. Should that occur, I could very well be blamed for the mysterious disappearance of an object. Perhaps I shall inquire about such peculiar vanishings with Uncle Piccolo later. For now, I must focus on getting through today's lesson unscathed. Whoosh! Sharp delivered a powerful pitch. The baseball hurtled directly towards Sun Wukong's face at an astonishing speed. To Sun Wukong, however, it seemed as slow as a turtle's crawl. For Tian, the speed was hardly noteworthy, considering his physical prowess was equivalent to 100 times that of Frieza. Although Tian could not emit energy waves, it did not hinder his keen observational skills and agile speed. Oh no! Quick, take cover! Videl shouted in alarm. Bang! The baseball struck Sun Wukong squarely in the face, leaving Sharp utterly astonished. You foolish individual, why do you not step aside? Do you wish to be struck down by me? With a thud, the baseball rolled off Sun Wukong's face and landed on the ground. The physical education teacher nearby was utterly astonished. Is he truly enduring this with his head? Shouldn't that ball be considered a dead ball? Sun Wukong turned to inquire of the teacher. Yes, Yes. The teacher wiped the sweat from his brow and nodded helplessly. Elated. Sun Wukong picked up the ball and ran off. How splendid. I can advance to base without needing to hit the ball, and it remains inconspicuous. I am truly clever. Sharp was utterly dumbfounded. How is it that this fellow is unharmed? Is his head made of iron? Biddy also sensed that something was amiss. This classmate named Sun Wukong is becoming increasingly peculiar. Thus, the day's lessons came to an end. After school, Tian and Sun Wukong made their way to the storage room. The high school here is equipped with lockers for storing textbooks. Wukong, which extracurricular activity have you decided to join? Sharp inquired as he approached Sun Wukong. Oh, I haven't made a decision yet, Sun Wukong replied, shaking his head. How about joining the boxing club? Sharp suggested. You are stronger than I imagined and would surely become an outstanding competitor. Ah. I prefer not to engage in any extracurricular activities for the time being, Sun Wukong quickly responded, glancing at Tian beside him. No, let Tian participate. Tian? Perhaps it's best to reconsider, Sharp mused, exasperated. This Tian fellow is nothing but a fickle heartthrob. Having already enamored himself with a female classmate on his very first day at school. Are you still participating in the boxing club? I find Tian to be rather insincere. By the way, Gohan's home is quite far, so he doesn't have time for extracurricular activities. Just then, Eliza approached. Coming to Gohan's rescue. Indeed, Gohan nodded. Gohan, shall we head back together? Would you mind giving me a ride? Eliza smiled. Chapter 7. Gohan's journey to the temple on Earth. I'm sorry, but my vehicle can only accommodate one person, Gohan politely declined. Why not consider moving to Satan City? Sharp suggested. Tian, I happen to live near apartment 8. How about giving me a lift? Eliza inquired once more of Tian. How can you ask that, Eliza? Tian rolled his eyes. Gohan has already turned you down. Do you really think I would agree? Eliza's expression shifted slightly. Your speech is rather too direct, isn't it? I shall take my leave now. You may continue your conversation. Sun Wukong swiftly made his exit. Humph, classmate Tian. Eliza pouted, her face displaying displeasure. Classmate Tian truly lacks consideration for others. Yet, Tian remained oblivious. After departing from the school, Sun Wukong hastened his pace. Videl quietly trailed behind him, perplexed. How peculiar. Why doesn't classmate Wukong take a car or a plane, considering he resides so far away? Sun Wukong had long been aware of Videl's presence. He quickly turned the corner of a building and soared into the sky, instantly appearing atop the rooftop. Videl rushed to catch up, only to find Sun Wukong had vanished, her expression one of shock. Sun Wukong let out a slight sigh of relief as he departed the city on his Nimbus. The hustle and bustle of urban life is truly exhausting, he mused. The Golden Warrior must exert effort to remain undetected and to ensure his mysterious disappearances go unnoticed. What could this possibly entail? Sun Wukong muttered to himself, retrieving his phone to search for news regarding the inexplicable disappearances at apartment 8. He was taken aback upon discovering that not only had items inexplicably vanished from apartment 8, but numerous peculiar disappearances had also occurred throughout Satan City. What could be the cause of this? How could so many items simply vanish? This is no mere prank. If only one person's belongings had mysteriously disappeared, one might assume they misplaced them. However, the simultaneous vanishing of so many items raises questions. I should consult Uncle Piccolo. Even if he is unaware, Dandy is bound to know. After all, he is the god of Earth. Whoosh. Sun Wukong soared on his Nimbus towards the direction of the temple. Videl, having lost sight of Sun Wukong, felt a moment of confusion. Soon after, her gaze landed upon the figure of Tian in the distance. Is that Tian? Videl was momentarily taken aback. I sense that classmate Tian is also quite suspicious. The baseball mysteriously vanished just as it was about to reach him. What could be the explanation? Does this incident have any connection to classmate Tian? Moreover, he coincidentally resides at apartment 8, where the news reported numerous mysterious disappearances. Is there truly a connection between this matter and Tian? He previously mentioned that it seemed as though items were being erased. Erased? A transition from existence to non-existence? Since school has already dismissed, I shall follow him for the time being. Videl stealthily trailed behind Tian. I had already lost sight of Sun Wukong. I certainly could not afford to lose track of Tian as well. At the very least, I know where you reside. Finding Sun Wukong's home could be accomplished with a visit to the Academic Affairs Office, but that seems unnecessary. I will first observe my classmate Tian. Videl quietly shadowed Tian, who strode confidently ahead. Tian had long sensed Videl's presence behind him. Although he lacked combat skills, his physical prowess was undeniable. Any disturbances in the surroundings were perceptible to him. Videl, what are you following me for? He inquired. Did I not make it clear? I know precisely how those things vanished. At first, you were skeptical. Now, you are beginning to doubt me? Well, if you wish to follow, then so be it. You'd better come home with me. Then I'll casually remove your clothes. I can even gain some experience points. Not only can I earn experience, but I can also admire your. Tian wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Tian walked ahead at a leisurely pace, careful not to lose by D. If it weren't for the sake of being classmates, I'd have already stripped you bare. As he strolled along, Tian suddenly noticed a small house with a red light glowing inside, where a woman of the night was beckoning to him. Tian smacked his lips. It's been so long since I've seen a place like this. Who would have thought I'd encounter it in the Dragon Ball world? Overwhelmed with excitement, Tian couldn't help but wave back at the woman. Then, in one smooth motion, he stripped away all her undergarments. Plop! Through the glass window by the door. Tian watched as the woman's chest suddenly sagged downward. The sight was truly spectacular. You seem to have lost control. The woman suddenly appeared momentarily dazed. What is happening? Where have my clothes gone? Why is it only the inner garments that are missing while the outer ones remain intact? Is there a haunting at play? Upon noticing Tian gazing into the red-lit room, Li was rendered speechless. This fickle-hearted scoundrel, she muttered to herself. What are you gazing at? You have just begun your journey in high school. Are you truly only interested in such women? Yet, what left Videl even more speechless was what transpired next. Tian unexpectedly strode directly towards the direction of that house. Surely, you do not intend to enter, do you? If you dare to enter, I shall hold you in contempt. Furthermore, I will endeavor to prevent you. I cannot allow you to become such a person. Tian strode to the entrance of the house. With a resounding bang, the door swung open. Come in and play, the woman beckoned. Having cast aside any concern for her own attire, the adage that the customer is always right was not lost on her, especially when faced with a handsome young man. Engaging in a bit of fun posed no risk. What shall we play? Tian inquired with curiosity. Dear child, I will introduce you to the most meaningful experiences of life, the woman replied with a playful grin. The most meaningful experiences of life, Tian pondered. Indeed, indeed. Play as you wish, come quickly, do not be shy, the woman urged, waving her hand. The most meaningful experience in my life is to gain admission to university. Can you assist me with that, sister? Tian stated earnestly. The woman, holding her forehead in disbelief, displayed a look of utter exasperation. Whose child is this? At your age, do you not yet comprehend what the most meaningful pursuits in life truly are? Are you truly asserting that your purpose is to prepare for university? I am at a loss for words. Chapter 8. Bick. Perhaps it was the handiwork of an artificial being. Go away. Amuse yourself elsewhere. The woman suddenly felt as though she were squandering her time. You summoned me here, yet now you tell me to entertain myself. Dear sister, you are insufferable. Tian remarked. Bang. The woman abruptly shut the door. I have nothing further to say to you. I shall never again seek the company of a high school student. Tian scratched his head. Could you allow me to finish my thoughts? First, I will gain admission to university, and then I shall seek your company. If that pleases you. Why have you closed the door? Biddy stood nearby, quietly eavesdropping. Upon hearing Tian's words, Biddy was momentarily taken aback. Was the most significant achievement in Tian's life merely gaining admission to university? She had not anticipated that Tian was such a diligent student. Had she misjudged him all along? Indeed, she must have misunderstood him. Her thoughts had been too narrow. Biddy found herself engulfed in self-reproach. Tian continued on his path, while Biddy stealthily followed behind him. At the temple, Sun Wufan encountered Piccolo and the Supreme Kai Dandy. Wufan, it has been quite a while, Dandy greeted warmly. Piccolo also patted Sun Wufan on the shoulder, his expression radiating affection. Uncle Piccolo, Dandy, Sun Wufan smiled. What brings you here, Wufan? Did you not say you would be attending Satan High School recently? Piccolo inquired. Uncle Piccolo, today is my first day of registration, Sun Wufan nodded. I came right after school to see you both. What a good child, Piccolo replied with a smile. Is there anything fun happening at school? Do share with us. Dandy said with a gentle smile. I did discover something rather peculiar. Sun Wufan's demeanor grew serious as he quickly retrieved his phone, opened the news app, and showed the relevant articles to Dandy and Piccolo. Oh, something mysterious has vanished? Piccolo was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it is quite strange. I had not been aware of this matter. Dandy gently shook his head. It seems even Uncle Piccolo is unaware. Sun Wufan remarked, looking up at Piccolo. I do not know. I have not followed this issue either, Piccolo responded. What do you think it could be, Uncle Piccolo and Dandy? How can things just vanish without a trace? Sun Wufan queried, puzzled. Perhaps it is mere sensationalism. Things do not simply disappear without reason. They must have a destination. Piccolo reasoned. Indeed, I also believe they would not just vanish. Could it be possible that someone transferred these items at an extraordinary speed? Dandy speculated. But who would do such a thing? Sun Wufan asked. What would be their purpose? Perhaps it is a prank, Piccolo pondered. That doesn't add up, Uncle Piccolo. Sun Wufan shook his head. During gym class today, a baseball flew towards one of my classmates. I was about to help catch it, but the baseball suddenly vanished, mysteriously disappearing before my eyes. What? Even you could not see how it disappeared? Piccolo was taken aback. Yes, I did not see how it vanished. It felt as if it had simply ceased to exist. Sun Wufan nodded. Perhaps it had been a long time since he last trained, leading to a significant decline in his focus and reflexes. Piccolo pondered for a moment before expressing his thoughts. How could Uncle Piccolo be so? Even if I do not train, I still possess formidable strength. Sun Wufan chuckled. It's akin to this, Piccolo remarked, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. With a mere flicker, he reappeared behind Sun Wufan. In a flash, Piccolo swiftly removed Sun Wufan's backpack and placed it into the hands of Mr. Bobo. After completing this feat, Piccolo returned to his original position. Hey, Uncle Piccolo, what are you doing? Sun Wufan exclaimed in astonishment. Take a closer look. Do you notice something missing? Piccolo inquired with a smile. Missing something? Sun Wufan paused, checking his belongings. Upon inspection, he realized his backpack was gone. Where's my backpack? He gasped. His eyes quickly fell upon Mr. Bobo, who was holding the backpack. When did my backpack end up in Mr. Bobo's hands? Sun Wufan asked, utterly bewildered. I just took your backpack and handed it to Mr. Bobo, Piccolo replied. See, I told you, your reflexes have diminished so much that even I surpass you now. Haha. Yes, Sun Wufan said, scratching his head sheepishly. However, Wufan, as long as you commit to training earnestly, you will undoubtedly reach the peak of your former strength. Piccolo encouraged. Well, Uncle Piccolo, the world is peaceful now. I don't see a necessity to train anymore. Sun Wufan smiled, adding, I prefer studying. My greatest aspiration is to become a great scientist. Forget it. I know you won't heed my words regardless, Piccolo sighed. So, Uncle Piccolo implies that there are those even stronger than me at our school? Sun Wufan contemplated, further adding, is it possible that someone could rival your strength, Uncle Piccolo? But who could it be? Dandy queried, puzzled. There are only a few on Earth stronger than the current Wufan, besides Uncle Piccolo, perhaps Vegeta as well? Other than that, it should be unlikely. Don't forget about the androids, Piccolo mused. Androids? Sun Wufan was taken aback. Androids 17 and 18 have also been revived. Krillin used the Dragon Balls to bring back everyone who was killed by Cell, including androids 17 and 18, Piccolo speculated. Indeed. And these two androids do not emit any energy, so it is entirely normal that you cannot sense their presence, Wufan. Dandy remarked, however. Haven't number 17 and number 18 turned over a new leaf? It seems illogical for them to engage in such behavior at our school. Son Gohan appeared somewhat perplexed. While it's true that number 17 and his companions are not inherently malevolent, they certainly do not embody the essence of goodness either, Piccolo assessed. Perhaps they are merely indulging in some mischief, though these are merely my conjectures. Chapter 9. Gohan, have you found a girlfriend? Well, I shall be vigilant about the people around me, Son Gohan nodded, his mind racing through memories like a film reel, quickly scanning for individuals present during physical education class. It appears that number 17 and number 18 were not among them. How curious. I will keep an eye on your surroundings as well, Piccolo stated. I shall do the same, Dandy added. Thank you both. It is getting late. I must be on my way. Before I leave, I will seek out Bulma. Son Gohan declared. This is your backpack. Mr. Bobo stepped forward to hand the bag to Son Gohan. Thank you. Son Gohan expressed his gratitude and secured the backpack. Be more cautious next time. Do not misplace your backpack again. Mr. Bobo smiled. Son Gohan fell into a brief silence. Well then, Uncle Piccolo, Dandy. I shall take my leave. With that, Son Gohan ascended into the air. What business do you have with Bulma? Piccolo casually inquired. I wish to ask Bulma to help me conceal my identity. While attending school, the inexplicable disappearances of items are already troubling, but my identity poses an even greater dilemma. Son Gohan scratched his head. I shall refrain from elaborating for now, Uncle Piccolo. We can discuss this later. With that, Son Gohan transformed into a streak of light and swiftly flew towards the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation. Upon Son Gohan's departure, Piccolo and Dandy exchanged glances. Dandy, what is your perspective on the matter of the mysterious disappearances? Piccolo inquired. There has never been a precedent for such occurrences. We should keep a closer watch on Satan City, Dandy suggested. Agreed, Piccolo nodded. Could this be the handiwork of androids number 17 and 18? Dandy speculated. Let us observe further, Piccolo replied. Did you not mention that number 17 and number 18 were working in some wildlife sanctuary? Indeed, logically speaking, they would not be so idle. Dandy shook his head, feeling somewhat bewildered. I share your sentiment, Piccolo acknowledged. Then why did Uncle Piccolo suggest that number 17 and number 18 might be involved? Dandy inquired curiously. Humph, there is no substantial reason. Someone must take the fall. Lest Gohan's studies be disrupted, Piccolo remarked nonchalantly. You make a compelling point, Uncle Piccolo, Dandy replied. I intend to personally visit Satan City. Piccolo, please be cautious. We must not encounter a creature that we cannot confront, Dandy expressed with a hint of concern. If such a monster were to exist, it would certainly add a dash of excitement to our peaceful existence, Piccolo remarked with a gentle smile, gracefully leaping down from the temple and swiftly soaring towards Satan City. At the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, Bulma, a cigarette perched between her fingers, gazed at Gohan thoughtfully. Oh, you wish to conceal your true identity and desire a completely different transformation? Yes. Is there a viable solution? Gohan inquired with anticipation. Of course. I'm a genius after all, Bulma replied with a slight smile. We can pre-transform the outfit into particles, akin to the Capsule Corporation's technology, allowing you to don it whenever necessary. Really? Then I am in your debt, Bulma. Gohan exclaimed excitedly. It is quite the heroic spirit of yours to not idly watch villains escape, Bulma chuckled. Very well, I shall assist you. It should take approximately 2 hours. I sincerely apologize for the trouble. Gohan expressed his gratitude, retrieving his phone and settling onto the sofa in quiet anticipation. Wait a moment, this is not like you, Gohan. When did you learn to use a phone? Are you playing games? Bulma inquired, perplexed. Oh no, I'm just checking the news, Gohan replied, refocusing on the news regarding apartment 8 near Satan City. Bulma approached to take a glance. News from apartment 8 in Satan City? She noted, momentarily taken aback. It's already made the headlines? How intriguing. This news used to require a search to uncover, and yet it has quickly drawn official attention. Gohan remarked, astonished. Is there something amiss? Gohan, do you know something? Bulma probed. I consulted with Piccolo and Dandy about this matter. They suggested it might be the work of androids 17 and 18, who swiftly relocated items, Gohan explained, scratching his head. If it indeed was them, I couldn't sense their presence due to their lack of energy. Androids 17 and 18, you say? Bulma was taken aback. Yes, it must be either 17 or 18. Gohan affirmed with a nod. Well, this is not my forte. I shall focus on creating your transformation outfit instead. Bulma took a puff of her cigarette and headed towards the laboratory. By the way, Bulma, where is Trunks? Gohan asked, setting aside the news for now. As there seem to be no immediate leads, I'll find him to play. Trunks is likely in the gravity training chamber undergoing rigorous training with Vegeta, Bulma replied. Uncle Vegeta? Gohan was momentarily surprised. Yes, Trunks has reached the age for formal training and Vegeta is teaching him the art of combat. Bulma smiled, remarking that Vegeta wished to train Trunks to be even stronger than Gohan. Haha, that is quite a formidable challenge, Gohan chuckled in response. Bulma then busied herself with the matter of the transformation attire, while Gohan meandered around Bulma's home. Hey Gohan, have you started high school yet? Dr. Briefs happened to pass by and greeted Gohan. Hello. Today marks the beginning of the school year. Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. Have you found yourself a girlfriend? Dr. Briefs inquired with a smile. Not yet. Today is just the first day, and I hardly know anyone, Gohan replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. Come on, Gohan. I heard Krillin is still single. It's quite unfortunate. Dr. Briefs sighed, taking a sip of coffee. Haha, perhaps that's due to Uncle Krillin's lack of a nose. Gohan laughed. Your reasoning seems sound, Dr. Briefs mused, nodding thoughtfully, acknowledging that Krillin's looks might require him to seek alternatives in other areas. Indeed, Gohan chuckled heartily. Chapter 10, Dilly, would you like to come over to my house? Dr. Briefs encouraged. Good luck finding a girlfriend soon. He patted Gohan's arm and hummed a tune as he departed. Gohan pondered, is having a girlfriend truly that important? Should I seek one at school? Perhaps I should refrain. My purpose at school is to learn. I aspire to become an exceptional scientist. If I pursue a relationship now, my focus may shift solely to romance. I must dedicate myself to my studies. I aim to gain admission to the finest university. That is my life's ambition. As Gohan continued his journey, he wondered about the location of the gravity training room. The place was so vast that he often felt dizzy navigating it. Just then, he spotted Trunks bursting out of a room. Big brother Gohan, when did you arrive? Trunks, clad in training attire with a towel draped around his neck, was noticeably sweaty. I just got here. I heard you were training with your father, Gohan smiled. Yes, Trunks nodded. At that moment, Vegeta approached from a distance. Ah, hello. I hope I'm not interrupting you, Gohan promptly greeted. Your physique seems to have become sluggish. Even during times of peace, do not neglect your training. Vegeta remarked as he passed by Gohan, continuing on his way. Yes, Gohan nodded. Big brother Gohan, what shall we play? Trunks asked. Have you seen the news, Uncle Vegeta? Son Gohan did not respond to Trunks, instead addressing Vegeta's silhouette with a remark. Vegeta gradually came to a halt. Would I stoop to watch such trivialities? He retorted without turning around. Recently, mysterious disappearances had been occurring near Apartment 8 in Satan City. Son Gohan elaborated, Uncle Vegeta, do you have any insight into this matter? Do not inquire about such things with me. You should consult Piccolo, Vegeta replied before leisurely departing. Something has vanished. What concern is it of mine? Does it impact me in any way? Son Gohan had merely posed the question casually, not expecting any substantial answers. Perhaps, as Uncle Piccolo and Dante suggested, it could indeed be the work of androids 17 or 18, for they alone seemed devoid of any aura. Satan City, near Apartment 8, derived its name from the fact that this building is conveniently situated close to Route 8. After traversing into this world, Tian lost his parents at the tender age of 5. Fortunately, possessing the experiences of his past life, he learned to wash and cook for himself, thereby becoming self-sufficient. His parents left him with this solitary apartment, which he has since called home. Had he not recently awakened the Erasure Technique, Tian might have continued to lead an unremarkable existence in the Dragon Ball universe, lacking any extraordinary talent, merely an ordinary earthling. What do you intend to wield against the impending events of the future? Even Tian contemplated constructing a robust underground refuge, pondering if it might allow him to evade the relentless pursuit of the demon Majin Buu. However, after careful consideration, Tian resolved to abandon this notion. Realizing that during the era of Majin Buu, the Earth had been obliterated, surviving in such dire circumstances would be nothing short of miraculous. The only feasible means of survival would be to perish once, thereafter resurrecting through the dragon. Fortunately, Tian had awakened the art of erasure, thus altering his destiny from that moment forth. As Tian concluded his studies for the day, he nonchalantly erased several inconsequential textbooks, thereby augmenting his own experience points. At this juncture, Tian stood at the entrance of his apartment, poised to return home. Meanwhile, Videl stealthily trailed behind him, concealing herself in a corner. Upon Tian entering the building, Videl swiftly followed suit. However, upon her entrance, she discovered Tian had vanished without a trace. Momentarily taken aback, she immediately cast her gaze towards the two elevators, one stationed at the 10th floor, the other at the 18th. Tian had only just entered. It was implausible that he could have ascended so quickly to either floor. Could it be that he had opted for the stairs? Indeed, that must be it. I shall pursue him. With this thought, Videl dashed into the stairwell, ascending rapidly. Yet, just as she reached the halfway point, she unexpectedly encountered Tian. Videl? What brings you here? Tian inquired with a cheerful smile. At that moment, Videl found herself at a loss for words. I see. Your family must be quite affluent. Do you own a residence here? Tian remarked with a smile. Yes, indeed, Videl fervently nodded. You are truly remarkable, Tian. I had yet to devise a reason for my presence. You have even conjured up reasons for me. Which floor do you reside on? Tian inquired. Which floor? That's a rather intricate question, Videl replied. I suddenly cannot recall the exact floor our home is situated on, so I am currently searching floor by floor. The elevator is rather slow, hence, I have decided to take the stairs. Videl chuckled softly. I see. Tian nodded. What brings you here, classmate Tian? Videl promptly shifted the topic. I live on the 11th floor, Tian responded. The 11th floor? Let me think about which floor my home is on. Videl mused, lifting her head and resting her chin on her hand. No need to ponder, since fate has brought us together on the staircase. Would you care to visit my home? Tian suggested. Just to sit? Dilly contemplated. Yes, indeed, Tian affirmed. I should display subtitles, as that would enhance your understanding. After all, the pronunciation of speak and write is identical. It is quite normal if you cannot discern the difference. Sounds good, Dilly did not object. Having encountered Tian, it would indeed be remiss not to visit his home. Did you bring your homework? Let's return home and complete it together, Tian proposed. I did. My backpack is right behind me, Dilly nodded. Yes, let's do our homework together. This provides me with an opportunity to investigate the reasons behind the recent disappearances. Collaborating with you on homework is, indeed, a splendid idea. By working together multiple times, I might uncover the specific reasons. I generally prefer taking the stairs. After all, the 11th floor isn't exceedingly high, so I seldom use the elevator. Tian remarked with a smile. Occasionally taking the stairs is quite beneficial. It's a good form of exercise, akin to climbing a mountain, Dilly acknowledged. I absolutely adore climbing mountains, Tian enthusiastically nodded. I prefer to ascend this particular mountain of yours. Reaching the summit and conquering the world. Just the thought of it fills me with excitement. Dilly. You take pleasure in mountaineering. Why do you gaze at me? Am I a mountain? The two individuals ascend the stairs. By the way, Videl, on which floor did you say that girl who enjoys sleeping in the nude resides? Tian inquired with curiosity. Videl responded, Are you being serious, Tian? Do you have such an affinity for the girl who sleeps in the nude? Chapter 11. Is the one residing downstairs for me on the 18th? Who knows? Videl let out a hum. Don't you wish to investigate how their belongings have mysteriously vanished? Tian inquired with a smile. Your words carry a hint of truth. I shall consult my police acquaintance. Videl nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the validity in Tian's statement. Since you are eager to investigate, I too shall partake. Let us join forces openly in this endeavor. Do you wish to investigate as well? Videl casually asked, while dialing the police. No, I am merely interested in the girl who sleeps in the nude, Tian asserted with conviction. Videl fell silent, holding her phone for what felt like an eternity without uttering a word. Hello, Miss Videl. At that moment, her call was connected. Ah, hello, officer. Videl suddenly regained her focus. How may I assist you? The police inquired. I would like to inquire about the disappearance of a girl's blanket from apartment 8. Videl responded. Miss Videl, the matter of the mysterious disappearance has already been delegated to the relevant authorities, the police replied. Could you please provide me with her specific address? Videl asked. I am currently at apartment 8 and wish to take a look. Certainly, please hold for a moment. The police, showing consideration for Videl, swiftly located the girl's residence through their computer. It is in room 1002. Videl exclaimed. 1002? Tian was taken aback, as it seemed to be directly beneath my apartment. Beneath your apartment? Videl wiped her brow. Indeed, Tian nodded. No wonder her blanket disappeared. Perhaps I accidentally brushed it away while I was asleep. Thankfully, I did not erase the floor. Had I done so, I might have tumbled directly into her bed. What a thought. No. Tonight I shall erase the floor of my apartment, but only after assessing her appearance. If she is unappealing, I shall leave my floor intact. The two soon arrived at the 10th floor, with Tian merely accompanying Videl on this whimsical quest. You wish to investigate how things vanish? Haven't I already conveyed this to you? These items have been obliterated, a transformation from existence to non-existence. I might as well admit that I am the one responsible. Of course, even if I were to erase something right before your eyes, you would uncover nothing. For me, it is as effortless as a mere wave of the hand. The two soon halted at the entrance of room 1002. Videl took a deep breath and approached to knock on the door. Creak. The door swung open, revealing a youthful girl with golden short hair. Upon seeing her, Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this not room 18? Does she reside beneath my very home? How was I unaware of this? When did she move in? Wasn't she supposed to be living with Clint? Could it be that they had a quarrel, prompting her relocation? It is not entirely implausible. Who are you? Room 18 inquired, glancing at Videl and then at Tian, her expression frosty. Ah, hello. I am Videl. Here to assist the police in the investigation regarding the mysterious disappearance of certain items, Videl hastily explained. You? Assisting the police in an investigation? Room 18 frowned. Aren't you still high school students? Indeed, we are high school students, yet I frequently aid the police in matters within my capabilities, Videl replied. Please, come in. After a brief silence, room 18 invited Tian and Videl into her abode. May I inquire your name? Videl asked, delivering a discreet kick to Tian as she spoke. Have you never encountered a beauty? Look at the way you present yourself. Upon encountering this woman, I felt as though your very soul had vanished. Tian suddenly came to his senses. The beauty of number 18 was truly captivating. Today is indeed a day worthy of celebration. Number 18 and Videl are in the same room. The mere thought of it stirs excitement within me. I wish to remove the garments of both of you. Quick, close the door, close the door. Let not others gaze upon this scene. With a gentle flick of his foot, Tian shut the door. I am Lazili. Number 18 introduced herself, inviting them to take a seat. Tian felt a surge of exhilaration within. Indeed, she was number 18, whose true name was Lazili. It seemed that number 17 was named Lapisai. Well then, let number 17 be disregarded. He no longer holds significance. Lazili, allow me to introduce myself. I am Tian, residing in 1102, he proclaimed, revealing that he lived just above them. Oh. Number 18 glanced back at Tian, offering no further comment. Videl remarked, is this how you behave upon meeting a beautiful woman? Yet, one cannot deny that this blonde beauty is indeed striking. It is no wonder you appeared so entranced. Lazili, when did you move in? I had no idea a stunning blonde resided beneath us. Tian inquired curiously. I have lived here for quite some time. I seldom use the stairs or the elevator. Number 18 replied, her expression unchanging. I typically exit through the window. It is quite normal that you cannot see me. Miss Laziri, I have heard that your blanket mysteriously vanished while you were asleep. Would you care to share the details of that incident? Biddy inquired. Did I not make it abundantly clear in the comments on the news? It simply disappeared without any warning, replied number 18. How peculiar, Biddy muttered. I have also heard that numerous items have been mysteriously disappearing from our apartment 8 recently. Tian pretended to be a wolf with a large tail. I hope I can uncover who is responsible, otherwise, I shall not show them any mercy. Number 18 snorted. Laziri, do you live alone? Tian asked. Naturally. Who else would be there? Number 18 replied with a blank expression. What about your family and children? Tian pressed on. Children? On what grounds do you assume I have children? Do you believe I am of an advanced age? Number 18's expression turned icy. Biddy also shot a fierce glare at Tian. Do you engage in conversation? Tian inquired, observing that the young girl appeared to be in her early 20s. How could one assume she has a child? Is your child's name Marin? Marin? I am uncertain about what you are referring to, number 18 remarked with a furrowed brow. In chapter 12, the attire of number 18 was dismissed. Ah, it appears I have made an error, Tian chuckled heartily. Is it possible that number 18 is not with Krillin? There seem to be discrepancies in the history I am acquainted with, which is rather commonplace, I suppose. After all, my sudden presence in this Dragon Ball universe may have subtly altered its timeline. Could it be that number 18 remains single due to my existence? How delightful. I wonder if Bulma has allowed the pig to get close to her. The likelihood of Bulma being single seems exceedingly low. Calculating the years. Bulma must be in her 40s by now, correct? Never mind that. Let Bulma continue her affair with the pig. I am content with number 18 and Videl. In the future, I intend to summon a few angels for amusement. I wonder if I can remove the angels' garments. I must strive to achieve that. My sincerest apologies for my earlier indiscretions, Tian quickly expressed. Miss Lazuli, may I wander about your room? Videl requested. Feel free, number 18 replied nonchalantly. Though the likelihood of you uncovering the reason behind any missing items is rather slim. Even I am perplexed by the disappearance of the blanket. You are merely an ordinary girl. Can you be found? Nonetheless, it is fortuitous. Since this girl is acquainted with individuals from the police, seeking her assistance is certainly viable. How utterly perplexing it is. Who would engage in such a mischievous act as to pilfer the blankets from my abode? It is entirely uncharacteristic of Sun Wukong and his companions. Hasn't Sun Wukong perished? Could it be Vegeta? However, it is unlikely that Vegeta would partake in such trivial antics. Might it be Krillin, who harbors feelings for me? That too seems improbable. If it were indeed that little bald fellow, I should have sensed any disturbances in my room. Aside from those few, I truly cannot fathom who else would dare to steal my blankets. I sincerely hope you do not cross my path. You not only pilfered my blanket, but you also glimpsed the forbidden realms. Videl meandered through the residence of the 18th, pondering the elusive reasons behind it. Videl, how are things progressing? Any new revelations? Tian inquired with a hint of anticipation. Not particularly. After all, this matter has lingered for 2 days now, Videl replied, shaking her head. The scene has been compromised, and there are no signs of anyone having entered our home, the 18th remarked with a hint of detachment. Perhaps a small thief managed to enter through the window, Videl mused, contemplating the possibility, despite the fact that this was the 10th floor. Perhaps, the 18th conceded, disinterested in engaging in further debate with Videl. Perhaps it is indeed possible, you remarked, leafing through the conversation. You pondered whether there might exist individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities capable of erasing anything. Tian had deliberately interjected this thought. On the 18th, both she and Videl turned their gazes towards Tian. Subsequently, the two enchanting young ladies ceased their engagement with him, particularly Videl, who rolled her eyes in response to Tian. Are you once again speaking of metaphysics in my presence? This time, you claim that someone possesses a peculiar skill? The more you articulate it, the more ludicrous it seems. Naturally, on the 18th, one would not believe the words spoken by Tian, for such matters are utterly unprecedented. If you were to say that someone swiftly snatched the blanket from my body, I might just entertain the notion for a fleeting moment. He possesses extraordinary skills, effortlessly erasing my blanket. I can hardly believe it. In that moment, on the 18th, as Biddy and I doubted Tian's words, he casually clasped his hands behind his back and gently beckoned with a finger. Suddenly, the outer garments of both Biddy and myself vanished into thin air. Tian savored the sight of us adorned in our bikinis. It was truly breathtaking. The abrupt disappearance of our clothing stripped away any sense of mystery. Nevertheless, the allure of being partially concealed still sparked the imagination. To complement our bikini-clad appearance, Tian, in a spontaneous gesture, discarded his own outerwear. That was a set of clothes I had invested quite a sum in. Just like that, they vanished. It seems I must attain a golden level of Erasure Technique to restore what has been lost. Today, for the sake of the two of you, I have paid a considerable price. That outfit was earned through my hard labor. Can you imagine? A being who claims to be the future sovereign of all, reduced to toiling for a living on Earth. I should have known better and returned home to change into a more modest outfit. Nevertheless, it matters not. Perhaps I shall seize the opportunity to borrow some money from Dilly. After all, your family is quite affluent, isn't it? In the future, I shall be the most magnificent deity in the entire universe. Lend me some money, and in return, I shall gift you an entire universe. Am I not generous? Well then, let this delightful decision stand. Nowadays, the garments adorning both Biddy Lee and number 18 have mysteriously vanished. They have simply disappeared without a trace. Tian surveyed them one by one. Biddy Lee's attire was quite adorable, consisting of snug clothing adorned with a bear pattern. In contrast, no. 18 exuded the elegance of a mature woman, particularly in her fitted purple ensemble that sparked the imagination. Tian, on the other hand, dressed rather casually, donning only a pair of loose shorts. The three of them exchanged glances, yet it was Tian who fixated on the two stunning beauties. Seizing this opportunity, he indulged in a few more lingering looks. Perhaps next time, I shall erase all of your garments, but let us do it gradually. One cannot devour an entire feast at once, for that would be rather unpalatable. I simply adore the thrill of mystery. Ha ha ha. Tian chuckled to himself. Isn't this amusing? You were tasked with investigating a mysterious disappearance, and now, it seems, your clothes have vanished as well, have they not? Hurry up and check. Videl instantly regained her composure and hastily shielded her body with her hands. Tian rolled his eyes. It would be best if you refrained from obstructing. I have already savored all that is worthy of appreciation. What can you shield yourself from now? Moreover, if I wish to see, can I not behold it? Not only can I perceive it, but I can also perceive it with greater clarity. Number 18 exhibited a much calmer demeanor, swiftly seizing a distant bed sheet and enveloping it around herself. After that, there was nothing more. Number 18 showed no intention of assisting Videl in finding clothing. Videl, do not solely concern yourself with wrapping yourself in bed linens. What about me? Unlike Lee, who was still in a state of shock, I hurried to the bathroom and shut the door. What has transpired? Why have our outer garments vanished? Tian appeared as if he were a wolf with its tail hanging out. Put your clothes on first, remarked number 18 with a huff. Do you have any men's clothing? Tian inquired. No, but I have a dress. Would you like to wear it? Number 18 replied. Tian then pondered. What if the clothes disappear again? No need for that. I shall return home to retrieve an outfit, he stated, leisurely humming a tune as he opened the door. Number 18. How dare you hum a tune? It appears that the ones at a disadvantage are myself and that young lady. You truly have not suffered any loss at all. Tian swiftly ascended the stairs to find a suitable outfit. Subsequently, he descended to knock on the door. Please wait. Your classmate is changing, remarked number 18 from within the room. I have seen all that I needed to see. She need not concern herself with such trivialities. Tian asserted confidently. Number 18 and Biddy Lee exchanged a quick glance. Biddy Lee promptly changed into a set of clothing belonging to number 18. Fortunate that their body proportions were quite similar. Once adorned, Biddy Lee's expression shifted dramatically. She then approached and opened the door. Biddy Lee harbored no suspicions towards Tian, as she perceived him to be quite innocent, having lost his own attire, leaving him clad only in a pair of large shorts. The three of them donned their outfits with a sense of unease, as the earlier scene felt surreal, akin to a dream. Tian sighed. What did you just say? Number 18 inquired, a hint of annoyance in her tone. You seem to be taking advantage while feigning innocence. What on earth has transpired? Why have our garments suddenly vanished? Tian inquired again, appearing remarkably unfazed. This situation is indeed peculiar. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. Videl furrowed her brow. Now do you believe it? Number 18 sighed. Even I failed to discern what had occurred. This time, my clothing has mysteriously disappeared. Previously, while I was asleep, my blanket vanished. I thought perhaps I had been careless then. But what is the explanation this time? There is no one else in the house. Why have my clothes simply vanished without a trace? Who could be orchestrating this prank? It is utterly outrageous. Do you have any idea how much that outfit cost me? Tian exclaimed with indignation. I purchased that clothing with a month's worth of hard-earned wages, and it has vanished in such a mysterious manner. Can you not see how infuriating this is? Observing Tian's face contorted with rage, Number 18 and Videl could hardly fathom that the instigator of this affair was, in fact, him. I sincerely hope I catch him. Tian gritted his teeth, declaring that he would demand compensation. Number 18 and Videl exchanged glances. Is this merely a matter of money? The pressing question remains, how did the clothing disappear? Why did it suddenly vanish without reason? Moreover, 3 outfits disappeared all at once, right before our eyes. Should we contact the police regarding this matter? Tian asked, wondering if it would be rather embarrassing to admit. Number 18 fell silent, and Videl was equally at a loss for words. Your statement is not without merit. Should this matter be officially recorded, it would indeed be difficult to articulate. If only I and Lazuli were present in the room, it would be of little consequence. However, the presence of Tian complicates the situation. Furthermore, Tian's garments have also vanished. By the way, do you think if we linger here a while longer, our own attire might also disappear? Tian scratched his head and inquired. 18. Videl, be quiet. Videl retorted with irritation. Do you still wish for our garments to vanish? Did you not have enough of a glimpse just now? I have already revealed my body to you. Am I to marry you in the future? My father says that if a girl has been seen by a boy, she must marry him. Wait a moment. Miss Lazuli has also been seen by classmate Tian. Does this mean Miss Lazuli must marry Tian as well? Are we to share a husband? Videl's thoughts momentarily wandered. If our clothes were to disappear again, I would undoubtedly seek the reason behind it. Number 18 huffed softly. Tian waved his hand gently, and then the outer garment of number 18 vanished into thin air. This time, Tian merely erased the outer garment from number 18. He did not erase the garments of Videl or himself. After all, number 18 had provoked me. Number 18 asked, have you found the reason? Tian eagerly inquired. Turn around. Videl glared. Fine, Tian replied, leisurely turning his body away. Turning away is fine. After all, I have seen what I needed to see. Besides, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, considering that number 18 lives just downstairs from me. Should I not simply erase this floor and transform the apartment into a duplex? Why not pursue some renovations? It would save me from tearing down walls. With just a wave of my hand, the wall could vanish. That seems feasible. For a moment, Tian also found himself lost in thought. If the king were to learn that Tian possessed the ability to erase things for the purpose of renovations, he would likely weep inconsolably. You are the most magnificent deity in the entire universe. Do you intend to become a contractor? Number 18 swiftly surveyed the surroundings, attempting to discern who had made her clothing vanish. How could she possibly find it? It seemed highly improbable. With a hint of suspicion, she cast a glance at Tian. Could this young man be the culprit? It seemed unlikely. Even if he were responsible, how could he have accomplished such a feat? Was he capable of making her garments disappear right before her eyes? Surely, he was not a magician. He appeared more like a frivolous rogue. Number 18 promptly donned a brand new outfit and emerged with a stern expression. Ahem, you certainly have an abundance of clothing, Tian remarked. Is the quantity of clothing truly the crux of the matter? Number 18 retorted. Tian secretly reveled in the thought of seizing the opportunity to erase all her clothes, ensuring she could not step outside. Even her bed sheets would not be spared. Have you two made any progress in investigating the mysterious disappearance of items? Number 18 inquired, her demeanor icy. It seems someone had mentioned earlier that if more clothing were to vanish, the reason would inevitably be uncovered. Tian scratched his head. Number 18 fell silent. You should speak less, Videl admonished, exasperated. Your approach might stifle the conversation. I sincerely apologize, Miss Seeley. I will thoroughly investigate this matter, Videl remarked, feeling both amused and bemused. Take care. No need to see me off, said number 18 with a huff. Immediately, Videl took Tian's hand and left the room. Bang. Number 18 slammed the door shut. So, Videl, have you uncovered the reason behind this? Tian inquired. I have no idea, completely at a loss, Videl replied, shaking her head. Perhaps what you refer to as metaphysics might hold some truth. It is possible that someone has erased it. Chapter 14. Badass, is someone speaking of you? You have finally acquiesced to my perspective, Tian said with a smile. Videl silently regarded Tian. Let me piece this together. During the daylight heist at the bank, you were present. Then, the gun in the robber's hand vanished. During physical education class, you were also there, and the baseball disappeared. After school, at Miss Seeley's residence, you were still around, and our clothing went missing. Connecting this to your notorious flirtatious nature, I can't shake the feeling that you were quite suspicious. Videl scrutinized Tian from head to toe. Why are you looking at me like that? I am fully dressed, Tian retorted. What does that have to do with the clothing? Videl responded. Let's south visit my place, Tian suggested. Since you're already here, a floor more or less doesn't matter. Videl, feeling somewhat reticent, replied. Is this merely a matter of a floor? Well, since I'm here, visiting your home could work. I just might uncover some clues. Very well, I shall not impose, Tian said with a smile. Tian led Videl upstairs and opened the door to his home. Upon entering, it became evident that Tian's abode was immaculate, as he had meticulously wiped away any dust that had settled on the table. It was as if he were honing his skills. Tian even contemplated taking up some cleaning work for a bit of pocket money. With just a flick of my wrist, the house transforms into a pristine sanctuary. Even if it doesn't, a few more flicks will suffice. In fact, even the useless clutter around the house has been cleared away. Tian didn't even keep a trash can at home. Why would I need one? With a mere wave of my hand, the rubbish vanishes, and I gain experience points in the process. After all, trash is still part of the inventory. Upon arriving at Tian's residence, Videl was utterly astonished. Is this truly a boy's home? It's astonishingly clean. I have heard online that boys' homes are often quite disordered, even to the extent that Dilly-Rebo would find the floor impeccably clean and gleaming. Upon entering Tian's residence, Dilly-Rebo was hesitant to move, fearful that she might inadvertently leave footprints on the pristine floor. I should change my shoes, she suggested. There's no need to change. It's perfectly fine, Tian reassured her, inviting her to make herself comfortable. Please feel free to take a seat, he corrected himself. What do you mean by make yourself comfortable? I sense there is more to your words, Dilly-Rebo remarked. Reluctantly, she decided to remove her shoes, unable to bear the thought of soiling the immaculate surface. I hope my feet don't smell, Tian casually inquired. Dilly-Rebo's face flushed crimson at that moment, and she contemplated leaving. Is this how you converse with a girl? She thought. Please, sit down. Make yourself at home, Tian insisted once more. Dilly-Rebo found herself at a loss for words. You always manage to articulate your thoughts so perfectly. I find myself at a loss for words. Dilly reluctantly settled onto the sofa. Would you like something to drink? Tian inquired. Just some plain water will suffice, Dilly replied, expressing her gratitude. Plain water? Does water refer to milk in this context? Tian scratched his head. Puzzled. Are you asking if I want your milk? I mean boiled water. Dilly retorted with irritation. I see, Tian nodded thoughtfully. And by the way, if you drink milk, then just say you want milk. What do you mean by your milk? Dilly exclaimed, flustered. While you're in my home. Aren't you drinking my milk? Tian pondered aloud. Dilly felt her eloquence faltering. Tian poured her a glass of boiled water. With a huff. Dilly accepted the cup. She glanced at the transparent glass, noting how impeccably clean it was in Tian's home. Not a single mark marred its surface. It was surprising to discover that he was such a fastidious person. Tian, do you live here alone? Dilly asked. Yes, Tian affirmed with a nod. You could move in and live with me. It gets rather lonely by myself. Dilly responded. I knew you wouldn't say anything nice. Why would I want to come to your home? Don't you live with your parents? She attempted to divert the conversation. My parents passed away from illness when I was 5, Tian replied. I'm sorry, Videl quickly apologized. It's all right. I have managed on my own all these years, Tian smiled. You said your parents, when you were 5, Videl suddenly realized. Yes. Tian confirmed with a nod. Did you live in an orphanage? Videl asked with a hint of sympathy. Of course, I lived independently. I can take care of myself, Tian smiled. After my parents' passing, I have resided in this apartment. Videl was taken aback. You were able to take care of yourself at just 5 years old? You are truly remarkable. When I was merely 5 years old, I was still playing with dolls. Since we have some leisure time, shall we collaborate on our assignments? Suggested Tian. Certainly, replied Videl. Nodding as she set her backpack down and retrieved her textbooks. Tian and Videl settled down together, embarking on the delightful task of completing their homework. Let us first nurture our bond through this endeavor. There is no need to rush. The technique of erasure must be upgraded, and so too must our relationship evolve. As long as I manage to elevate my erasure technique to the silver level before the arrival of Majin Buu, I shall be satisfied. A silver level erasure allows one's physical strength to reach a staggering 1,000 times that of Frieza, equating to an astronomical combat power of 10 billion. While it may not rival Majin Buu, should you dare provoke me, I shall erase you from existence, for the silver level technique holds the power to obliterate a person, albeit not a deity. The divinity referenced here, Tian surmised, likely pertains to the supreme Kai and those of greater power, excluding the deities of Earth. Tonight, I shall erase all of Android 18's clothing to gain some experience. After all, why should you reside beneath my abode without so much as a greeting? I was beginning to think you had been ravaged by that porcine creature, Krillin. Thankfully, that is not the case. As Tian diligently worked on his assignments, a sense of elation filled his heart. My life is on the verge of transformation. As the future greatest deity of the universe, is it unreasonable to desire multiple wives? Not at all. Once I master creation, I shall bestow a new guise upon Bardos. In the 6th universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, Achu, Bardos suddenly sneezed. The god of destruction, Kampa, paused momentarily. Bardos, is someone speaking of you? Kampa inquired. Chapter 15, Erasing Automobiles. Perhaps so, Bardos responded nonchalantly. You should investigate whether, during your last act of destruction on a certain planet, that elusive individual was murmuring your name from a hidden corner, Kampa suggested. Should he be using your photograph for some unscrupulous purposes? TSK. Bardos replied, What do you mean? Bardos shuddered slightly, feeling somewhat uneasy. This matter necessitated a thorough investigation. If what Lord Kampa claimed were true, it would indeed be quite distressing. Bardos promptly retrieved her staff and conducted a brief search in Universe 6. Let us see who has been whispering about you. I shall go and deal with them immediately, Kampa exclaimed as he rolled up his sleeves. However, Bardos found nothing of interest. The individual she located was indulging in a sumptuous feast, seemingly harboring no ill intentions. No, Bardos shook her head. It's not him. Are we overthinking this? Kampa pondered. Indeed, it must be that Lord Kampa has overthought this. Such jesting should not occur again. Bardos rolled her eyes. By the way, that fellow Beerus is still asleep, right? Kampa inquired. Yes, he is still slumbering, Bardos affirmed with a nod. While he is asleep. Shall we continue our quest for the Dragon Balls? Kampa grinned widely. There should still be 3 Dragon Balls remaining in our universe. We must covertly acquire them while he is in slumber. Certainly, Lord Kampa, Bardos replied. Whoosh, whoosh. The two transformed into streaks of light in different colors, swiftly vanishing into the starry expanse, heading toward Universe 7. Universe 7. Earth, Capsule Corporation Headquarters. 2 hours later, Bulma had successfully crafted transformation attire for Gohan. Gohan donned the transformation watch on his wrist. Is it as simple as pressing this red button? Gohan inquired. Yes, Bulma nodded. That's wonderful. Mom, please make another one for me. Trunks eagerly gazed at Gohan. Clap. Gohan pressed the red button on the watch. Whoosh. A suit of red and green clothing instantly enveloped Gohan. At the same time, a helmet appeared atop his head. Gohan examined himself in the mirror. Oh, I look quite formidable. He nodded with satisfaction. Ha ha ha, this is splendid. Indeed, Bulma smiled. Mom, why is Gohan's helmet green? Trunks asked curiously. Green is the color of environmental consciousness, Bulma explained. We must be mindful of the environment. Absolutely, Aunt Bulma is correct, Gohan nodded. Perhaps I shall forego it. Trunks wiped his forehead. Is green truly merely an environmentally friendly color? Yet wearing it on one's head seems to convey a different message. Besides, Gohan does not have a girlfriend, does he? A green hat does not signify anything. What do you mean, Aunt Bulma? Son Gohan is not particularly well-versed in these matters. It's quite all right, as long as you find it appealing, Bulma remarked with a smile. It looks quite formidable. I truly like it, Son Gohan replied with satisfaction. Pressing the blue button above. In an instant, his transformation attire vanished, reverting to his original outfit. Aunt Bulma, Trunks, I must take my leave, Son Gohan announced. Bulma and Trunks accompanied him to the door. Kintown, Son Gohan called out loudly. The flying Nimbus soared towards him from a distance. With a gentle leap, Son Gohan landed upon the Nimbus. Do come and play again sometime, Trunks waved goodbye to Son Gohan. Thank you, farewell, Son Gohan waved back. Whoosh. The Nimbus ascended into the sky, swiftly heading towards the direction of the West City. Since Satan City lies between Bulma's home and the West City, Son Gohan would need to pass through Satan City on his way back. Nimbus, let us return home. It is getting late. Full speed ahead. Son Gohan instructed the Nimbus. Whoosh. The Nimbus accelerated. Hee. With this transformation, no one will doubt me anymore. Son Gohan mused to himself, then suddenly recalled, Flying past Satan City after my transformation will ensure I remain unrecognized, and I can reach home swiftly. Although I feel a tad guilty towards the Nimbus, I can fly faster on my own. With that thought, Son Gohan stood up. Nimbus, shall we have a race? He suggested with a smile. Snap. As he spoke, Son Gohan pressed the red button on his watch. Instantly, a layer of green attire enveloped him. Whoosh. Son Gohan soared into the sky. The Nimbus and Son Gohan flew side by side, but in the blink of an eye, Son Gohan left the Nimbus far behind. Nimbus, I will keep accelerating. You won't be able to catch me, Son Gohan waved to the Nimbus. Before long, he had completely outpaced it. Soon, Son Gohan found himself hovering over Satan City. In an apartment on the 8th floor, the deafening roar of a sports car's engine pierced the tranquility of Tian's home. Tian furrowed his brow. You have interrupted my studies. Who possesses such a lack of decorum? Why is that car making such a raucous noise? Tian sighed in resignation, recognizing that there are always individuals devoid of manners. Silently, he approached the window and waved gently at the sports car. Just wait. I will have my revenge on you for making such a commotion. Videl immediately stepped forward, yet they were on the 10th floor. She peered out, only to find the sports car indistinguishable in the distance. Shaking her head, she decided against saying anything further. On the road outside, Sun Wukong swiftly spotted a speeding sports car. A vehicle is exceeding the speed limit, he exclaimed. Descending from the sky, he declared, I must transform. The next moment, Sun Wukong plummeted towards the ground. As he landed, his eyes widened in shock and disbelief. The sports car had vanished. Only two figures remained suspended in the air. Utterly bewildered and terrified. Where's our car? The younger one inquired. Who should I ask? The elder lamented. We are going to fall to our demise. Chapter 16 Sun Wukong shouted, Number 17, Number 18, reveal yourselves. Observing their speed had reached 180, the younger one wept, I only hope our flight lasts longer, allowing us to perish with dignity. The elder replied, in truth, no one can escape this world alive. The younger one added, indeed. The elder fell silent. Hey, there is someone ahead. The younger one exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he spotted Sun Wukong in the distance. Crash into him. We need a scapegoat. The elder growled. As if we could steer this thing. The younger one sobbed. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong dashed forward and caught the two unfortunate souls. They felt as though their very souls had departed, drenched in cold sweat, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. What just happened? Where is our car? Are you both all right? Sun Wukong inquired. Who are you? Did you steal our car? The elder suddenly realized, glaring at him. Steal your car? Do not jest. Sun Wukong replied, perplexed. Though I am equally baffled by your vehicle's sudden disappearance, such an event is indeed extraordinary. The elder and the younger exchanged silent glances for a moment. You too. You cannot drive at such excessive speeds. It is exceedingly perilous. We nearly encountered a traffic accident. Son Gohan reprimanded, you must ensure to drive cautiously in Satan City from now on. Kid, are you joking? Our car is gone. How can we drive at all? The elder brother retorted. Well, you do have a point, Son Gohan said, scratching his helmet. What exactly happened? How did the car vanish so suddenly? Was it really the 17th or 18th that did this? Must I transform into a Super Saiyan to track their whereabouts? It seems plausible. After all, without transforming, I am no match for those two androids. However, Transforming is not the priority right now. I must first educate these two properly. I mean to say, even if we had a car, we shouldn't drive at such reckless speeds. Son Gohan admonished. Who exactly are you, you freak? The elder brother scowled. Brother. He.S. even wearing a green hat. Haha, his girlfriend must be cheating on him. The younger brother laughed heartily. I do not have a girlfriend. Son Gohan shouted. Then muttered, you just asked who I am? Well, Son Gohan began to ponder deeply. What should I be called? You can't be thinking of this now. Can you? The elder brother said sternly. I am the masked warrior of justice, Saiyan masked hero. Son Gohan raised his right hand gently while placing his left hand on his waist, striking what he believed to be a heroic pose. Saiyan masked hero? The elder brother was taken aback. Ha ha ha, this guy is such a bumpkin. The younger brother laughed. Brother, not only is he wearing a green hat, but his outfit is also so outdated, and that name is just pathetic. That is true. I've never seen such a ridiculous turtle before, the elder brother insulted. Son Gohan trembled with rage. Boom. Son Gohan stomped his foot on the ground, creating a large crater in the asphalt. The cracks spread around the pit, resembling a dried-up riverbed. I spent a great deal of effort coming up with that name. Son Gohan exclaimed. What a beautiful name, truly delightful, the elder brother quickly interjected. Apologies, the younger brother hurriedly apologized. We assure you that even if we do have a car in the future, we will never speed again. The elder brother wrote a guarantee. Yes, my brother and I will absolutely not exceed the speed limit. The younger brother echoed. You may leave now. Son Gohan nodded with satisfaction. The elder brother and younger brother hurriedly fled, finding a secluded alley where they embraced each other and wept. Brother, we rented that car for a hefty price, the younger brother sobbed. The elder brother felt a pang of sorrow. Just like that, the sports car had mysteriously vanished. Who would believe it if they told? As he gazed at the retreating figures of his elder brother and younger sibling, Son Gohan fell into a deep contemplation. I witnessed a vehicle vanish before my very eyes, yet the two individuals within remained unharmed, continuing their steady motion. Could this truly be the work of androids 17 and 18? I suppose I should investigate further. With a sudden determination, Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, soaring into the air and hovering aloft. Hey, 17, 18, I've spotted you. Come out at once. He bellowed. In apartment 8, room 1002. Android 18 evidently heard his voice and approached the window to peer into the distance. She caught sight of a peculiar figure adorned with a green helmet, radiating a golden glow. A Super Saiyan? Android 18 paused momentarily, pondering the identity of this individual. With Goku having perished in the Cell games, the physique suggested it was none other than his son, Son Gohan. Vegeta would certainly not don such attire. Ah, it is merely that young rascal, Son Gohan. Never mind. I would rather not provoke him. After all, he has the power to defeat even Cell. I shall simply pretend I did not hear him. What brings you to seek my company? You may shout with all your might right there. Had you known of my residence here, you would have come directly to my abode. You were unaware, which is why you were shouting so loudly. I cannot comprehend your intentions. Number 18 quietly glanced over. The room was shrouded in darkness. At this twilight hour, it would indeed be strange for Sun Wukong to see inside from outside. Number 17, number 18. Must you engage in such mischief here? The recent mysterious disappearances surely have something to do with you. Sun Wukong exclaimed. A torrent of frustration surged through number 18. What do the mysterious vanishings have to do with me? My own blanket has inexplicably disappeared as well. Who am I to seek justice from? Number 18 clenched her fist, initially considering confronting him. However, after a moment of reflection, she ultimately abandoned that notion. Why should I engage with him when I cannot possibly win? After all, I am not responsible for this. I am just as perplexed about the disappearances as he is. Should there be a next time, I shall not let you escape unscathed. Sun Wukong threatened. Anger flickered in number 18's eyes. You scoundrel, Sun Wukong. You expect me and number 17 to take the blame for the vanished items? What leads you to believe that it was either myself or Subject 17 who orchestrated this? Let us contemplate this matter thoroughly. I have come to a realization. Neither Subject 17 nor I exhibit any discernible fluctuations in our auras. Thus, these individuals are incapable of sensing our presence. So, you surmise that it was indeed Subject 17 and I who were responsible? Can you not think for yourselves? Number 18 shook her head and chose to ignore Gohan. Chapter 17. Have you discerned who it is? Just then, a figure flickered beside Gohan, and someone appeared nearby. Mr. Piccolo? Gohan looked at him with delight. Gohan, what is this attire you are sporting? Piccolo said with a wry smile. What do you mean, Uncle Piccolo? Do you not find my outfit quite stylish? Gohan chuckled heartily. Piccolo fell silent. When did you arrive, Uncle Piccolo? Gohan inquired once more. I arrived here before you, Piccolo pondered. So, you witnessed that car vanished suddenly as well? Gohan asked. Indeed, Piccolo nodded. Did you see who was responsible? Gohan pressed eagerly. Piccolo shook his head. It wasn't Android 17 or 18, was it? Gohan continued. No. It should not be them. The speed of this individual was so swift that even I could not discern it. Piccolo replied gravely. It seems rather inappropriate to lay the blame on 17 or 18 now. If this continues, Gohan will be left utterly bewildered. You are shouting on the street, calling out for numbers 17 and 18. Do you truly believe they will emerge? If they were inclined to show themselves, they would have done so by now. The question remains, what has become of the car? Where has it vanished to? Sun Wukong inquired, perplexed. I do not know. It feels as though it has simply dissipated into thin air, Piccolo replied. How could it have vanished without a trace? Is it possible that a dreadful monster has reappeared on Earth? Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. Perhaps, Piccolo nodded, and moreover, this individual emits no energy fluctuations whatsoever. Even through sensing, his presence cannot be detected. Could it be that someone from Trunks' future has manifested as another android? Sun Wukong speculated. It is not beyond the realm of possibility, Piccolo pondered, yet I harbor a foreboding sense of dread. Wukong, you must exercise caution. I understand. Sun Wukong's expression turned grave. In apartment 8, Videl stood at the window, gazing into the distance. Tian, do you see those two suspended in midair? Videl exclaimed, astonished, addressing Tian. Indeed, Tian nodded, remaining unfazed. You appear utterly unperturbed, Videl remarked. What is there to be surprised about? It's merely flying in the sky, Tian replied. You speak as if you could fly as well, Videl retorted, at a loss for words. Is it not simply flying in the sky? Can you fly? No. Tian shook his head. How could you say that so matter-of-factly? Yet, I am willing to learn, Tian smiled. Learn from whom? Videl inquired. I am also contemplating what kind of teacher would be most suitable, Tian replied. Do you see that person's attire? Doesn't it resemble the individual from the Cell games? Videl questioned, gazing at the shadowy figure of Piccolo in the distance. Indeed, it bears a striking resemblance. Your eyesight is quite impressive, Tian nodded. I possess too. Zero vision, Videl declared proudly, peering into the distance, and although the details were somewhat unclear, the figure did evoke memories of the Cell games. Have you never heard of the Demon King Piccolo? Tian asked. Demon King Piccolo? What is that? Videl responded, taken aback. What a pitiable fellow. He was once a formidable figure in his time. Tian lamented, reflecting on how swiftly he had been forgotten. Who is that? Videl inquired, puzzled. Do your own research. Do not expect me to enlighten you on every matter, Tian retorted. Videl replied. It would have been better if you had said nothing at all. In the skies above, let us depart from this place and deliberate further, Piccolo suggested. All right, Uncle Piccolo. I should also return home, Sun Wukong nodded. Whoosh. The two swiftly left the scene, while Piccolo returned to the Earth's temple. As he was departing, Piccolo cautioned Sun Wukong to exercise utmost caution and never let his guard down. Our adversary lurks in the shadows, and we remain in the light, completely unaware of their true strength. Moreover, what if they possess the ability to make a person inexplicably disappear? What? Make someone vanish without a trace? Sun Wukong gasped. It is not beyond the realm of possibility, Piccolo mused, contemplating that perhaps the vanished individuals were merely pawns used by this monster to gain experience. What are you suggesting? Uncle Piccolo? Do you think this is merely a game? Sun Wukong wiped his brow in disbelief. In any case, exercise caution, Piccolo advised. Until we ascertain the true identity of our foe, we must tread lightly. I understand, Uncle Piccolo, Sun Wukong responded, his expression serious. Sun Wukong realized he too must proceed with caution. The car vanished right before my very eyes, and even Uncle Piccolo was present. Neither of us witnessed what transpired. How did the car disappear? Where could it have gone? Uncle Piccolo, should we search for that sports car? Perhaps finding the vanished vehicle will yield some clues. Sun Wukong suggested after a moment of contemplation. You make a valid point. I shall investigate at the temple and enlist Dandy's assistance, Piccolo nodded. I appreciate your help. Uncle Piccolo and Dandy, Sun Wukong replied. Return home safely, Wukong. Bic gently patted Sun Wukong on the back. All right, Sun Wukong nodded. The two then bid farewell. In apartment 8, Videl completed her homework at Tian's residence and also expressed her intention to take her leave. Tian refrained from engaging in any inappropriate behavior towards Videl, nor did he remove her clothing. Such matters require patience and a gradual approach. After Videli's departure, he planned to indulge in some leisure activities. Videl, oblivious to any peculiarities in Tian's demeanor, noticed only that he occasionally spoke in a rather irksome manner. Well then, Tian, I shall head home, Videl said, shouldering her backpack as she prepared to leave. Allow me to accompany you, Tian offered. There's no need. I rather hope to encounter a robbery, Videl replied with a smile, imagining the despair of any potential assailant. Whether or not you face a robbery is your concern. But as a gentleman, one should always escort a lady he admires home, Tian asserted with conviction. Videl was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Tian was confessing his feelings to her? They had only known each other for a day. Have you developed feelings for me? That cannot be correct. Do you not like that blonde girl downstairs? Videl inquired, her face flushed. Indeed, I have a fondness for many girls. Tian replied with a nod. Videl's complexion shifted from red to purple, and she became indignant. Tian, you are insufferable, she exclaimed. There are many who share that sentiment. You must take a number. Tian chuckled. Humph. Videl huffed, storming out of the room with deliberate strides. Chapter 18. Accompanying Videl home. Tian leisurely pursued her. It was merely a jest. Is it truly worth such ire? He consoled. Humph, Videl retorted. For the sake of our shared study sessions, at least smile, Tian suggested. I do not wish to smile. It is beyond me. Videl rolled her eyes. Regardless, I am determined to escort you home, Tian grinned. Humph, with that silly grin of yours, Videl pouted. Despite her apparent displeasure, a warmth blossomed within her at the thought of being accompanied home by a boy. It was, in her view, quite a novel experience. As they walked further, Videl's anger began to dissipate. She recognized that Tian was simply jesting. Upon reflection, she realized there was little to be truly upset about. Side by side, they ambled along, with Tian frequently observing the surrounding architecture. Whenever he spotted something unappealing, he would casually wave his hand, as if erasing it from existence. Videl remained oblivious to his antics. This is my first time in this area, Tian remarked. Originally, this was the outskirts of Satan City, Videl elucidated. It became more prosperous after the city government relocated nearby. Just look at that prison. Prison? Tian was taken aback. Prisons are typically situated in less populated areas. Videl pointed to a large building in the distance. That is the prison. Tian's eyes lit up. Are there still criminals inside? Not many, currently. It mainly houses temporary offenders. Serious criminals have been relocated to far-off places, Videl explained. Temporary offenders? Tian's enthusiasm waned. For instance, some human traffickers. The government has yet to implement any policies. Many support the death penalty, yet for some reason, it remains unexecuted, Videl continued. It could be that there is concern that imposing the death penalty might drive traffickers to desperate measures. However, it's a contradictory argument. If human trafficking were punishable by death, it might actually reduce such crimes. Are there quite a number of traffickers imprisoned there? Tian pressed. Yes, but it remains uncertain how to deal with them, she replied. Videl nodded, acknowledging the presence of human traffickers and corrupt officials. Tian felt a surge of excitement. When I return later, I shall erase all of you. Although, with my current capabilities, I cannot completely obliterate a person, I can certainly diminish a part of you. This is undoubtedly a means to accumulate experience points. As Tian accompanied Videl forward, he remained industrious, effortlessly eliminating various bothersome elements along the way. For instance, when he encountered a dog owner who neglected to leash their pet, Tian simply erased the only part of the owner that resembled a leash. Similarly, when he witnessed littering or public urination, he promptly disposed of their tools of mischief. These were largely trivial matters. Yet they did not hinder Tian from amassing experience points. Whenever he found something displeasing, he would impose a form of punishment. Good habits must be cultivated from a young age. One should not wait until a vital part is lost and then lament the injustice of the situation. By then, it would be too late. I have arrived, Tian. Videl gestured toward a magnificent edifice in the distance. Good night, she added. Tian nodded in response. To be cautious on your way. I have heard that the nights have been rather unsettling lately, Videl warned. Fear not, with my towering stature and striking appearance. Who would dare to trouble me? Tian replied with a smile. Videl shrugged. Say what you will. A boy should be able to return home without issue. Until tomorrow, she waved goodbye. Yes, until tomorrow, Tian nodded. After bidding farewell to Bidili, Tian stealthily circled the prison. Unfortunately, he could see nothing within. However, despite the lack of visual clarity, this did not impede him. Closing his eyes, he could distinctly sense the location of every individual inside. Though he could not detect their breaths, he could still perceive their forms. How might one articulate this sensation? It was akin to the divine consciousness found within the realms of immortal fantasy. Indeed, it was divine consciousness. Through this extraordinary ability, one could sense all beings and objects within a radius of 100 meters. Tian, lacking in politeness, nonchalantly waved his hand, erasing certain components from the bodies of those human traffickers. Whether they would survive henceforth hinged solely upon their fortune. For the moment, they were devoid of any sensation of pain. The true entertainment would arise once the remnants of their dismemberment began to register. Having concluded this act, Tian sauntered away with an air of confidence. Upon returning home, he felt an insatiable urge for further amusement and extended his awareness to the residence of Subject 18. At this hour, she had succumbed to slumber. With another casual wave of his hand, he obliterated every article of clothing within her abode, leaving even the sheets bereft. Subject 18 was an artificial being, and given the current temperate season, she was impervious to the perils of cold or fever. Even in the depths of winter, her robust constitution would render her immune to illness. This evening had proven to be remarkably fruitful for Tian. Judging by the pace of his erasure tonight, he anticipated that within a span of approximately 10 days, he would ascend to the silver tier of the obliteration technique. His heart swelled with satisfaction. Furthermore, to avoid drawing the attention of Bidili, he had predominantly targeted objects situated beyond 100 meters during his return. Feel free to investigate as much as you wish. Even if it leads back to me, it is of no consequence. The night passed in silence. The following morning, at Baozi Mountain, in the residence of Son Gohan, the door creaked open. Son Gohan emerged, announcing, "Mother, Goten, I am off to school." His mother, Chi-Chi, and younger brother, Son Goten, came out to see him off. "Be careful of the plains," Chi-Chi cautioned. "I understand," Son Gohan nodded, promptly pressing the red button on his watch. With a whoosh, a vibrant ensemble of red and green instantly adorned Son Gohan. "Gohan, while the outfit is acceptable, the color of that helmet is rather disconcerting," Chi-Chi remarked with a frown. "I must have a word with Bulma about why she provided you with a green helmet." Chapter 19, The New Attire of Number 18 Mother. "It's nothing to be concerned about. I don't have a girlfriend, so wearing a green helmet doesn't signify anything," Son Gohan replied with a smile. The previous night, he had taken the liberty to research the significance of the green helmet, especially since several others were also sporting the same hue. This inquiry had eased his mind. He discovered that a green hat symbolized a girlfriend's infidelity. "I have no girlfriend, therefore wearing a green helmet is inconsequential. Besides, I believe the color complements my outfit nicely." Despite his reassurances, Chi-Chi countered, "You will undoubtedly have a girlfriend in the future. And wearing such a helmet now is rather unfortunate." She added with irritation, "Bulma, was this intentional? Why did you give our Gohan a helmet of such a color?" "I think my brother looks quite dashing," Son Goten chimed in, eliciting a grin from Son Gohan. "Exactly," Son Gohan agreed, "but I must take my leave now." With that, he soared into the air. "Goten, from today onward, you can use my flying nimbus," he waved at Son Goten as he departed. Son Goten nodded vigorously. In a flash of golden light, Son Gohan sped towards Satan City, arriving at school in approximately 20 minutes. He landed on the rooftop, promptly pressing the blue button on his watch. In an instant, his attire reverted to its original form. "How wonderful. I can afford to sleep in a little now," Son Gohan mused, descending from the rooftop. "If I could transform into a Super Saiyan, I could reach school in under 10 minutes. What a delightful way to enjoy a lie-in." Son Gohan made his way to the storage room. "Good morning," he greeted. Sun Wukong caught sight of the bespectacled man who was in the midst of changing his books. "Ah, you arrived rather early," he remarked. The bespectacled man, slightly taken aback, turned to Sun Wukong and, with a smile, said, "Do you know? A significant event occurred last night, though it has nothing to do with the Golden Warrior." "Oh," Sun Wukong replied, feigning calmness with a smile. "Do tell." "You must be referring to me," he remarked. "I heard that last night in the prison, there was a cacophony of wails. The inmates were utterly tormented." The bespectacled man shivered. "Prison? Inmates?" Sun Wukong was taken aback. "Indeed, did you know? It is rumored that a certain part of their bodies has mysteriously vanished." "What? It has vanished again?" Sun Wukong's expression turned grave. "This time, is it a human body part? Just as Uncle Piccolo suggested, has the phenomenon of disappearance evolved? Previously, It was objects that vanished. Now it seems to be parts of human bodies. Who could be behind this? Sun Wukong fell into deep contemplation. You appear quite astonished as well, the bespectacled man chuckled. But fret not. It appears that those from whom the parts have disappeared are not virtuous individuals. Not virtuous? Sun Wukong was taken aback. Indeed, what good could come from a prison? All the missing parts belong to criminals. Some have lost a leg. Others have had their intestines vanish, and some have even lost their kidneys. There's a whole variety of disappearances. The bespectacled man lamented. It is said that there is a truly heinous human trafficker among them, who has abducted numerous children. If his posterior were to vanish, he would likely suffocate in agony. Fortunately, no virtuous individual has lost anything, Sun Wukong remarked. The bespectacled man smiled. So we have little to worry about, right? Indeed. Haha, Sun Wukong nodded. By the way, there is one more thing, the bespectacled man continued, though this matter seems rather trivial compared to the previous one. What is it? Sun Wukong inquired. It is rumored that a new ally of justice has emerged in Satan City, the bespectacled man explained. This time, it must be referring to me, right? Sun Wukong interjected. Even though my attire may be humble, I am quite formidable. I believe they call me the Masked Scion. The bespectacled man scratched his head. Well, this person is no longer of significance. Sun Wukong felt a pang of disappointment. So, I am no longer important? No, it is the Scion masked hero. He corrected with a serious tone. Though I may be deemed unimportant, you cannot misname me. Huh? How did you know? The bespectacled man was slightly taken aback. Oh, I heard it from eyewitnesses, Sun Wukong replied. Sun Wukong was taken aback, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped exposure. Today, Tian and Videl arrived at school together and entered the classroom side by side. Videl was aware of the events that transpired last night. Yet the reasons behind them remained elusive. She had undertaken her own investigation but found herself at a standstill. Naturally, Videl harbored some suspicions toward Tian, increasingly perceiving him as enigmatic. The previous evening, when the topic of prisons arose, it was astonishing that, on that very night, the inmates' possessions mysteriously vanished. This was utterly bewildering. However, if Tian were indeed responsible, how could he have accomplished such a feat? Was he a sorcerer? As they attended school today, it was imperative to keenly observe Tian. In that day's philosophy class, the teacher was lecturing at the podium while Sun Wukong diligently took notes. In contrast, Tian was incessantly dozing off, fatigued from the previous night's endeavors. He had erased an extensive amount of material, inadvertently working until 2 o'clock a.m., and had also wiped clean all the garments belonging to number 18's household. Number 18 must be in a frenzy at home now. One can only imagine. You find yourself without clothing, and I wonder how you shall venture outside. Apartment 8. Number 18 awoke rather late. Upon awakening, Number 18 was astonished to discover that the blanket covering them had vanished once again. This time, not only had the blanket disappeared, but the bed sheets had also mysteriously gone missing. Number 18 trembled with indignation. Who could be so mischievous? When will this end? Furiously, Number 18 made their way to the dressing room. Pulling open the wardrobe, Number 18 stood bewildered before it. Where are my clothes? How could they all be gone? Number 18 was taken aback, left in silence for quite some time. A thorough search for garments ensued. Not a single piece of clothing remained in the house. Even a single bed sheet had been left behind. Number 18 covered their face, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Surely, one cannot remain indoors indefinitely. In the past, Number 18 had also ventured outside, albeit by flying through the window. What should I do? I cannot run about the streets unclothed. Oh, but there is a middle school student living above me. I believe his name is Tian. If all else fails, I shall borrow a piece of clothing from him. Just for the time being. At this hour, he should be at school. Very well. Number 18 tidied their hair, raising a finger delicately. A flicker of light igniting at the tip. Chapter 20. The Birth of a Mysterious Hero. Whoosh. Number 18 directed their finger towards the living room, releasing a streak of light that swiftly struck the ceiling. They endeavored to maintain control over their powers. One slip could result in the entire floor collapsing, rendering the house uninhabitable. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The light at Number 18's fingertip acted like a welding torch, forcibly creating a hole in the ceiling. Bang! A section of reinforced concrete fell from above, and Number 18 deftly caught it. Immediately afterward, Number 18 soared into the air, directly appearing in Tian's living room. Initially, Number 18 intended to fly through the window to reach Tian's abode. However, upon further contemplation, they realized it was daytime. If someone were to capture the scene of them unadorned, it would be quite embarrassing. Thus, taking the shortcut seemed the wisest course of action. You reside above our home. I must apologize for that. Upon arriving at Tian's residence on the 18th, I was struck by the impeccable cleanliness of his abode, unable to suppress my admiration. This young lad certainly possesses a penchant for tidiness, I remarked with a smile as I made my way to the bedroom. As the dwelling spanned 2 levels, the layout mirrored that of my own. Upon entering Tian's bedroom, I opened the wardrobe and selected a suitable piece of male attire, which I promptly donned. Following that, I sought out some transparent adhesive tape from the house to reattach a fallen section of reinforced concrete. That should suffice, I chuckled, asserting that it was merely a case of the floorboard coming loose. Believe it or not, I have secured it with tape. At Orange Star High School, in the classroom where Tian was situated, his mobile phone suddenly vibrated. He retrieved the device and glanced at the screen, where a notification appeared. It was an alert from the home security camera, indicating that there was movement detected. Tian paused momentarily, astonished. Had a thief actually intruded into his home? How audacious of this petty criminal to venture into my residence. Do you believe I could erase the components that constitute you? It seems I have exceeded the limits. Currently, Tian can only eliminate objects within a radius of 100 meters. Beyond that distance, his abilities prove ineffective. However, 100 meters is still quite a considerable span. Yet, the school lies approximately 1,600 meters away from apartment number 8. You little thief, just wait for me. First, let me ascertain who it is. Tian opened his phone to inspect the camera feed. Almost immediately, he spotted a stunning woman in his home, devoid of any clothing. This enchanting figure was strutting around with unabashed confidence. Upon closer inspection, Tian realized it was none other than number 18. Goodness, what brings you to my home? Shortly thereafter, Tian observed number 18 entering the bedroom. Hastily, Tian switched the camera to the bedroom. In the next moment, he witnessed number 18 retrieving a garment from the wardrobe and putting it on. Tian, you audaciously don my garments. Very well. I have erased all traces of your attire. After much contemplation, you devised a certain method. However, how did you arrive at my abode? I distinctly recall closing the door behind me when I departed, ensuring that both the door and the windows were securely shut. Furthermore, there were no alerts indicating a breach, suggesting that you did not enter through the front door. Surely, you did not come crashing through the window? Tian adjusted the angle of the camera once more. He inspected the windows of his home. They were perfectly intact. This was indeed puzzling. How did you manage to enter number 18? Tian decided not to dwell on it any longer. He would find out upon returning home. It was merely a matter of lending a set of clothes to number 18. Henceforth, you shall repay me with your body. Just then, the watch worn by Videl emitted a sudden beep. She promptly answered the call. Yes, this is Videl, she responded. A robbery has occurred in the neighboring Landos Road town, and 2 robbers are fleeing along Highway 81 towards the mountains. A voice relayed the information. Without a moment's hesitation, Videl sprang from her seat and dashed out of the classroom. As she exited, she turned to her teacher and said, I'll be stepping out for a moment. Thank you. Be careful, her teacher replied. Sun Wufan was momentarily taken aback. He immediately turned to his bespectacled classmate. What is happening? He inquired, puzzled. Videl's primary interest lies in maintaining world peace. After all, her father is Mr. Satan, the bespectacled boy smiled. Because of her remarkable abilities, the police often seek her assistance. Really? Sun Wufan was astonished. Do not underestimate Videl. That girl is immensely powerful. Her strength rivals even that of Mr. Satan. Sharpo chimed in from the back. Indeed, that is correct. Eliza nodded in agreement. Sun Wufan's expression shifted slightly. To have strength comparable to Mr. Satan isn't that quite perilous? Mysterious hero, masked Superman, golden warrior, and Videl, Sharpo smiled. It's surprising to find 4 champions of justice in this small town. Mysterious hero? Who is that? Sun Wufan blinked in confusion. It refers to the incident where certain items mysteriously vanished, Eliza explained. Though we do not understand how it was accomplished, we refer to the individual behind it as the mysterious hero. Mysterious hero? What a jest. You don't even know if they are human or monster. Sun Wufan chuckled wryly. Regardless of whether they are human or monster, at the very least, what disappears are things deemed unnecessary, the bespectacled boy remarked. I've heard that many useless textbooks from our school vanished overnight. If this is indeed a human action, could this person not be considered a hero, even if they're a monster? Sun Wufan found himself at a loss for words. What do you know? Should a terrifying monster emerge, one that even I cannot contend with. The Earth could very well face utter catastrophe. Sun Wukong shook his head, choosing to remain silent. A mysterious hero? That name sounds rather appealing. Tian nodded with satisfaction, albeit slightly awkwardly. Hiki, this mysterious hero you speak of seems rather akin to yourself. Eliza remarked with a smile. Indeed, that is precisely who I am, Tian replied. Do not jest in such a manner. Be wary lest the components of your being vanish as well, Eliza chuckled. Then I shall remain silent, Tian laughed heartily. Yet, Sun Wukong felt a twinge of anxiety within. For the moment, he set aside thoughts of the mysterious hero. I sense greater danger than that posed by Dilly. I must prioritize rescuing Dilly. However, to venture out immediately would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Chapter 21 Sun Wukong. Tian, why are you joining the fray? After a brief pause, Sun Wukong sensed the moment was ripe and suddenly rose. Ah, teacher, I sincerely apologize. May I be excused to use the restroom? Sun Wukong hurriedly inquired. Teacher, go ahead. The instructor nodded. Teacher, I shall accompany him. Tian raised his hand. The teacher cast a glance at Tian. Do you all still form a team when heading to the restroom? Sun Wufan glanced back at Tian. I am going to rescue Biddy. Why are you following along? Never mind, perhaps you truly need to relieve yourself. Sun Wufan hurriedly dashed outside. Sun Wufan, are you running so fast because you've soiled your pants? Tian remarked leisurely from behind. Laughter erupted among the classmates. Sun Wufan's face instantly flushed crimson. Tian, you have gone too far, he retorted, reluctantly slowing his pace. Tian quickly caught up. Sun Wufan's expression darkened. Upon exiting the classroom, Sun Wufan swiftly ascended the stairs. Wufan, the restroom is over there. Why are you running towards the rooftop? Tian called out. Why is this guy so meddlesome? I am going to rescue Biddy. Sun Wufan exclaimed. Why do you concern yourself with my going to the rooftop? That is indeed classmate Tian. You may go to the restroom. I shall ascend to the upper floor, Sun Wufan remarked. Surely, you do not intend to sneak into the ladies' restroom, do you? Tian inquired. Sun Wufan fell silent. On what grounds do you assume I would venture into the ladies' restroom? We are all men here. It is merely a matter of using the facilities. Yet you insist on separation. Tian sighed. Classmate Tian, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Sun Wukong said, disregarding Tian as he swiftly ascended the stairs. Shortly thereafter, Sun Wukong emerged onto the rooftop. He cast a glance over his shoulder, relieved to find that Tian had not followed him. The surroundings were devoid of any presence. Transform. Sun Wukong promptly pressed the red button on his watch, morphing into the Scion-masked hero. Whoosh! Sun Wukong soared into the sky. However, after a brief ascent, he came to an abrupt halt midair. Where on earth is Route 81? Sun Wukong scratched his head, realizing he had no choice but to sense Videli's aura. He found a concealed spot and extended his senses in search of Videli's presence. Meanwhile, Tian descended the stairs rapidly, dashing towards the location of Route 81. Tian's speed was astonishing. He was well aware of where Route 81 lay, having grown up in this city and familiarized himself with its layout. With remarkable swiftness, Tian made his way towards Route 81. I must keep a close watch on Bideli. I have intercepted her. I cannot allow Sun Wukong to reclaim her. On Route 81, a hovering sports car sped along, pursued relentlessly by two police cars blaring their sirens. Inside the car were two robbers, one of whom had already aimed a rocket launcher. Boom! The rocket launched towards the police vehicles, resulting in a thunderous explosion that sent the two police cars tumbling across the ground. Ha ha ha! What imbeciles! The henchman cackled. In the midst of his laughter, he suddenly felt a void beneath his feet. The lead robber, equally bewildered, glanced around and then looked down. Where is my car? Why has it vanished? Boss, where's the car? The henchman was left dumbfounded. I heard that a racing car disappeared last night, the henchman remarked. Enough with the chatter. We are about to crash. The boss was on the verge of tears. Their speed was not very swift, and after a short distance, they plummeted to the ground, rolling rapidly upon impact. The two robbers tumbled across the ground, unaware of how many times they rolled. Bideli had already landed her helicopter in the distance, awaiting the robbers' arrival. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed the scene of the robbers' vehicle vanishing into thin air. It has disappeared again. Something else has vanished once again. This time right before my eyes. Two robbers were rolling rapidly on the ground for approximately 20 seconds. Ultimately, they came to a halt beside Bideli. Both of them rendered unconscious. Bideli remarked, "It seems my efforts were in vain." Who could be responsible for this? Is it that enigmatic hero once more? Yet, who exactly is this mysterious figure? It is truly perplexing. Videl proceeded to handcuff the two robbers. High in the sky, the astonishment in Son Gohan's eyes was beyond description. He too witnessed the vehicle mysteriously disappear. It occurred last night and repeated itself today. Just moments ago, Son Gohan finally sensed Videl's presence. Though she had not engaged in battle, there was a slight fluctuation of energy that he managed to detect. Upon sensing her aura, Son Gohan rushed over and witnessed the scene of the car's disappearance. It vanished yet again, right beneath my very nose, without any warning. Son Gohan felt an overwhelming sense of the bizarre. Who could it be? What kind of creature is responsible for this? Where could the vanished car have gone? This certainly does not resemble the work of either number 17 or number 18. This time, I observed intently, and it was during daylight. If it truly were number 17 or number 18, I should have been able to catch a glimpse of them. After a moment of hesitation, Son Gohan descended from the sky, landing beside Videl. She paused for a moment, surprised, and gazed at Son Gohan and the green helmet atop his head. The color of your helmet is rather unique. Who are you? Videl inquired. I'm the valiant warrior of justice who will never allow any villain to escape. Sun Wukong exclaimed, striking various poses. He then placed his hands on his forehead. Saiyan Masked Hero. Sun Wukong proclaimed loudly. Quite impressive. I practiced for 2 hours last night just to perfect this pose. Although that mysterious fellow named the mysterious hero is indeed enigmatic, it does not hinder my self-introduction. I might as well inquire of Videl to see if she knows anything about the mysterious hero. What kind of pose is that? Videl wiped her brow. Do you know about the mysterious hero? Sun Wukong asked. No, do you? Videl countered. Chapter 22. The disappearance of the Saiyan Masked Hero's garb, I don't know either. Sun Wukong shook his head. Various mysterious occurrences have vanished, reportedly caused by this mysterious hero. I thought you might know. Videl remarked. Since you are unaware, I shall take my leave. Sun Wukong said, preparing to soar into the sky. What? He's flying? Videl exclaimed in astonishment. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. Last night, although Videl saw Piccolo and Sun Wukong hovering in the air at Tian's home, they were quite distant, and she could not see them clearly. Today, witnessing Sun Wukong ascend into the sky was a sight that left her utterly speechless. This isn't some trick, Videl murmured. Well then, Videl, farewell. Sun Wukong waved to her below and was about to take off. Wait a moment. Videl, feeling a sudden impulse, called out to him. Sun Wukong paused, glancing down at her. Please come down. I have something to ask you. Videl said. Sun Wukong hesitated briefly, but then descended from the air. Must you truly keep your identity a secret? Videl inquired. Ah, yes, Sun Wukong nodded. Just then, as soon as he finished speaking, his Saiyan Masked Hero attire vanished without a trace. Videl's eyes widened in astonishment. It truly is Wukong, she exclaimed. Huh? 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 Sun Wukong was dumbfounded. Where's my helmet? Huh, the helmet is gone. Not only is the helmet missing, but my Saiyan Masked Hero attire has also vanished. Did that mysterious hero take my clothes? This fellow has gone too far. Son Gohan immediately became vigilant, momentarily disregarding whether his identity had been exposed. Videl, please hold your tongue for now, he said in a low voice, swiftly ascending into the sky to survey his surroundings. However, he found nothing amiss. Unbeknownst to him, lurking behind the rocks was Tian, secretly reveling in the situation. Son Gohan was oblivious to Tian's presence as he emitted no discernible energy. Frowning slightly, Son Gohan descended gracefully, appearing beside Videl. Why, you're Gohan, right? Videl inquired. Yes, Son Gohan replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. Why are you dressed like this? Videl asked. Perplexed. I merely wish to live a normal life. If anyone were to discover my true capabilities, it could complicate my future, Son Gohan responded. Aren't you the mysterious hero? Videl pressed. How could that possibly be me? Son Gohan exclaimed, amused. Would I intentionally make my own clothes vanish? Videl fell silent, suddenly reminded of the incident from the previous night when her own clothes had mysteriously disappeared. Not only that, but the girl named Lazili had experienced a similar fate. And Tian, he had only been left with a pair of shorts. Today, at least Gohan had only lost the outfit of a Saiyan Masked Hero. Otherwise, the situation might have become quite awkward. What about the Golden Warrior? Videl asked again. That is also not me. Son Gohan shook his head. Who could this mysterious hero possibly be? Videl pondered, resting her chin in thought. I will find a way to uncover his identity. Son Gohan declared, determination in his eyes. Under my very nose, someone has made my clothes disappear. I will not let him go unpunished. You speak as if you have a plan, Videl sighed. What should I do? How can I locate this creature? After school today, I must consult Uncle Piccolo. Wait, the dragon, he suddenly exclaimed. Isn't there a dragon that knows everything? Indeed. I can simply ask the dragon who is responsible for this disappearance. I am truly brilliant. There is no need to wait until school is over. I can skip class now to find Aunt Bulma. Oh, I just remembered something very important I need to do. Videl, could you help me request a leave of absence? Son Gohan asked. What do you need to do? Videl replied, taken aback. I must find a way to track down this mysterious hero. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, feeling the weight of the situation. This individual had now dared to encroach upon his territory. Previously, it was tolerable when you made the robbers and speeders vanish. But now you have made my clothing disappear as well. Who knows what further transgressions you may commit? This matter requires prompt attention. I must swiftly devise a means to locate this person and uncover the reasons behind these occurrences. Are they of human origin or attributable to some other cause? Slowly, Sun Wukong ascended into the sky. Hey, could you teach me that flying technique? Videl inquired. Flying technique? Sun Wukong hesitated. We can discuss that later. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and rapidly departed the scene. Videl was left astonished. This individual flew at an astonishing speed. She gazed upward, lost in thought. The mysterious disappearance of objects was utterly perplexing. Could it possibly be the doing of Tian? However, Tian was not present at the scene. The distance to the school was considerable, at least over 10 kilometers. Could Tian exert influence from such a distance to make both vehicles and clothing vanish? Never mind. I shall return to the school first. Videl called the police and then boarded a helicopter, swiftly heading towards the school. At the same time, the moment she stepped onto the aircraft, Tian also took off running, quickly making his way back to the school. From a distance, he observed that there was little interaction between Videl and Sun Wukong, so he chose to remain concealed. It seemed that the sudden erasure of Sun Wukong's clothing had indeed startled him. Moreover, what was Sun Wukong up to? His flight path did not appear to be directed towards the school. No matter. Tian promptly returned to the classroom, stealthily slipping in through the back door to take his seat beside Eliza. When did you return? Eliza inquired. I've been back for a while. How did you not notice? Tian smiled. Who were you trying to fool? I just noticed that I was alone beside me, Eliza retorted. Your eyesight must be poor, Tian chuckled. You're the one with poor eyesight, Eliza exclaimed, clearly vexed. You have an uncanny ability to steer conversations into awkward silence. Chapter 23. Vegeta, it must be the work of a sorcerer. About 10 minutes later, Videl returned to the classroom. She took a seat beside Eliza. Videl, are you all right? Eliza asked with concern. Fortunately, that mysterious hero has emerged once again, Videl remarked. Did you see that mysterious hero? Eliza asked in astonishment. What was he like? Was he handsome? The two robbers mysteriously vanished without a trace. Videl chuckled bitterly, stating that she hardly exerted any effort to capture them. Truly. The mysterious hero is indeed enigmatic, Eliza remarked with a smile. Videl nodded and glanced towards Gohan's seat. It seems Gohan had an unfortunate incident and rushed to the restroom shortly after your departure. He has yet to return, Eliza continued with a playful grin. Is that so? Videl feigned ignorance, as she was not one to indulge in gossip. Since Gohan wished to keep his identity concealed, Videl would certainly refrain from revealing it. By the way, did Yaishin accompany Gohan to the restroom? I hope he has tea fallen into the toilet, Eliza turned to inquire. Perhaps he went home to wash his pants. Yaishin replied nonchalantly. Videl immediately turned to Yaishin in surprise. You went out too? With Gohan? Could it be that the mysterious hero is Yaishin? When did Yaishin return? Videl whispered to Eliza. Videl, I heard that. Yaishin interjected from across the room. Why do you care when I came back? Are you developing feelings for me? What nonsense are you talking about? I'm merely suspicious of you. Yaishin returned 10 minutes ago, Eliza stated honestly. Videl, your concern for Yaishin is quite telling. You must really like him, Sharp chuckled from the side, finding it amusing. It's a rare sight, the iron tree blooming. Videl wiped her brow. Who are you calling an iron tree? Yaishin, you should be cautious, if you end up with this girl. You might find yourself with no authority at home, assuming you can outmatch her. Sharp laughed. How could I bear to strike my own girlfriend? Yaishin smiled softly. Alas, the conversation has strayed further and further off course. How did you come to discuss romantic partners? Never mind. This is not the time for tales of the mysterious hero. We shall interrogate Tian after school. the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Corporation. Oh, have the Saiyan-masked superhero's garments suddenly vanished from your person? Bulma remarked, gazing at Gohan with surprise. Does this imply that the mysterious disappearance case at Apartment 8 is escalating? Presently, some refer to that individual as the mysterious hero, yet we remain oblivious as to whether this is a human-induced phenomenon or something entirely different. Gohan scratched his head, visibly troubled. What could be the cause? Is it truly the work of a person? Bulma pondered. If it were indeed a human doing, and even you, Gohan, are unaware of the culprit, that is rather peculiar. I, too, find it strange, Gohan nodded. Prior to my arrival, I inquired with Uncle Piccolo, and he too had no inkling of the perpetrator's identity. What about Dandy? Isn't he the god of Earth? Even he is in the dark? Bulma questioned. Indeed, Dandy is also unaware. Gohan shook his head. So, you seek my assistance in crafting another set of Saiyan-masked superhero attire? Bulma inquired. I wish to summon the Eternal Dragon using the Dragon Balls and ask if he knows who is responsible, Gohan proposed. The Eternal Dragon, Bulma mused, nodding thoughtfully. If it is the Eternal Dragon, surely he will unveil the truth. Additionally, Aunt Bulma, please assist me in creating another outfit. Gohan added. Very well. I shall provide you with the Dragon Radar and craft another costume for you, Bulma replied. While they were conversing, Vegeta passed by the doorway. Ah, Uncle Vegeta. I apologize for the disturbance, Gohan greeted awkwardly. Vegeta ignored Gohan entirely, not even casting a glance in his direction. Vegeta, Bulma called out, halting him in his tracks. Vegeta. Gohan's school in Satan City often experiences inexplicable disappearances. Do you have any insight into the cause? Bulma inquired, considering Vegeta's extensive experience in the universe. How do they vanish? Vegeta asked, directing his gaze at Gohan. Initially, Vegeta was reluctant to engage in this matter. However, since Bulma had raised it, he felt compelled to inquire further. They simply disappear in an instant, Gohan responded. Disappear in an instant? Is it a trick of super speed? Vegeta scoffed. No, Uncle Vegeta, Gohan shook his head. At first, I thought the same, but it is certainly not that simple. As he spoke, Sun Wukong detailed the peculiar disappearance of his clothing, even recounting how the two vehicles vanished. Much to Vegeta's curiosity, Vegeta fell silent, incredulous. Is it possible you don't know either? Bulma wiped her brow. I am a warrior, not a magician, Vegeta replied, his expression darkening. Such phenomena should be the work of sorcerers, as if the items were teleported. Sorcerers? Sun Wukong pondered. Indeed, that must be it. Vegeta affirmed with conviction. Are there sorcerers on Earth? Bulma inquired. I am not certain. It's my first encounter with such bizarre occurrences, Sun Wukong admitted, scratching his head. You must be vigilant of your surroundings, Vegeta advised. If a sorcerer is attempting to transfer your belongings, they likely remain nearby. You should focus and sense the aura around you. It must be present. But I flew high into the sky today to survey the area. Aside from my classmate, Videl, and two unconscious robbers, there should be no one else within a kilometer, Sun Wukong stated solemnly. Perhaps the sorcerer has concealed their presence through magic. It is only natural that you cannot sense them, Vegeta replied. Is that so? Sun Wukong responded, somewhat skeptical. Chapter 24. Sun Wukong's unfortunate day. Having discerned the identity of the individual, uncovering their whereabouts would not pose a significant challenge. A mere inquiry into possible magic enthusiasts in Satan City would suffice. Vegeta scoffed. Why resort to the Dragon Balls for such trivial matters? It's merely a case of items vanishing. I thought it was something far more critical. Sun Wukong remarked. It's not merely your belongings that have disappeared. Aside from my clothing, many individuals have also lost various belongings, he added, scratching his head. It's hardly a remarkable reason. It's simply the sorcerer's magic at work. Vegeta replied, unfazed. Can they even transfer bodily organs? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Only the organs of ordinary individuals can be transferred, for warriors like us. It should be impossible, Vegeta explained. That's a relief, Sun Wukong sighed. I was startled, fearing even our organs were at risk of being transferred. That is impossible. Unless one possesses low battle power like your friend, Krillin, Vegeta stated confidently. Individuals with exceptionally high battle power, like us, will certainly be safe. Sun Wukong quipped. Poor Uncle Krillin is caught in the crossfire. Your body has become sluggish due to the prolonged absence of training, Vegeta chuckled lightly. You might find yourself in a predicament as well. Sun Wukong felt a pang of regret at that moment. I might fall into the same trap, he mused. However, as long as you diligently train, I believe the issue is manageable, Vegeta added. It seems I must indeed commit to my training. Sun Wukong nodded gravely. Are you still going to seek the Dragon Balls? Bulma inquired. No, I think I'll first investigate the matter of the sorcerers at school, Sun Wukong replied, scratching his head. Very well, I shall craft a new outfit for you. However, it will take another 2 hours, Bulma said. Please come back for it after school, Bulma added. After deliberating, Sun Wukong resolved to return to class. Skipping school was not the right course of action. All right then, Bulma nodded. After all, your aspiration is to become a distinguished scientist. Haha, indeed, Sun Wukong responded, before soaring out of the window. Apologies for the disturbance. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and swiftly flew into the distance. After Sun Wukong's departure, Bulma silently turned her gaze towards Vegeta. Vegeta, was it truly the work of a sorcerer? Bulma asked. Absolutely, who else could it be? Vegeta huffed. Are there sorcerers on Earth? Bulma queried with curiosity. Do not inquire about such matters with me. How many years have I even lived on Earth? Vegeta retorted dismissively. Before returning to school, Sun Wukong made a brief visit to the temple. Wukong, have you gleaned anything from your visit to Bulma's house? Piccolo inquired. Indeed, Uncle Piccolo. Sun Wukong nodded. Uncle Vegeta mentioned it could be the work of a sorcerer, who might have utilized magic to transfer the items. Transfer them to where? Piccolo asked. Ah, I didn't inquire about that. Sun Wukong scratched his head. What Vegeta suggested does hold merit, Piccolo pondered. A sorcerer could indeed relocate items. Perhaps they have been moved to another city. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Dandy, accompany me in investigating where the missing items have gone. Piccolo instructed Dandy. Sure thing. Uncle Piccolo, Dandy responded. As long as it is on Earth, we will certainly find it. Moreover, both cars have license plates, which are registered globally, Piccolo contemplated. Yes, as long as we locate the license plates, it should not be difficult to track down the 2 vanished vehicles, Sun Wukong affirmed, only to suddenly recall something, feeling disheartened. Unless, of course, those 2 cars have transformed into capsules through the universal capsule technology, in which case it would be quite challenging to find them. Piccolo, you are absolutely right, Dandy remarked. Let us hope these 2 vehicles do not transform into capsules. It is time to commence our prayers, Piccolo sighed. Dandy then addressed Mr. Bobo and son Gohan. Piccolo, your artistic style has taken a turn. Following this exchange, son Gohan bid farewell to Piccolo and Dandy and hurried back to school. Upon his return, he faced a stern reprimand from his teacher, who was in a fit of rage over the missing textbooks. Despite the atmosphere of discontent, son Gohan dared to skip class. I have reiterated countless times that middle school is strict. High school is even more so, and only in university does it become lenient, the teacher admonished son Gohan. Though you are merely a freshman in high school, you ought to comprehend the significance of your studies. I am truly sorry, teacher, son Gohan mumbled. His head bowed in apology. Very well, you may go, the teacher relented, noting son Gohan's sincere contrition. With a heavy heart, son Gohan returned to the classroom. What a stroke of bad luck today. Gohan, did you manage to clean your pants? A classmate inquired with a chuckle. Gohan echoed the laughter of his peers. With a glum expression, he promptly settled into his seat. Hey, you didn't actually soil your pants, did you? The bespectacled boy asked, pinching his nose. Gohan, what does it mean when you cover your nose? Just then, Sun Wukong suddenly recalled something and swiftly turned to look at Videl behind him. Videl, did you not help me request a leave? Sun Wukong inquired softly. I'm terribly sorry, I forgot. Videl replied with a hint of regret. Sun Wukong fell silent. He then cast a somewhat exasperated glance at Tian behind him. It's all your fault for saying I soiled my pants. By the way, Wukong, I need to speak with you after school, so don't rush home, Videl stated. Huh, about what? Sun Wukong was taken aback. You'll find out after school. Videl smiled faintly. Tian observed Videl, then glanced at Sun Wukong. What could she want with him? I should keep an eye on this. Otherwise, if Sun Wukong manages to intercept Videl, it could become quite troublesome. Tian, you should join us as well. Videl turned to him again. Me? Tian scratched his head. Yes, I also have something to discuss with you, Videl nodded. All right, then we shall talk after school. Tian did not object. Chapter 25. I must go home to catch a thief. After school, Videl led Tian and Sun Wukong out of the campus. Tian, could you please wait over there for a moment? I'm going to your house to do my homework shortly, Videl remarked. Going to my house to do homework? Tian was taken aback. Is that unwelcome? Videl winked at him. Well, it's welcome, but it would be better if we went later, Tian pondered, resting his chin on his hand. What do you mean by later? Videli's expression darkened. What do you mean by that? I want to go home first to catch a thief. Tian replied. A thief? Who has broken into your house? Videl asked. Who indeed? The surveillance in my house captured it quite clearly. Tian nodded. My home's surveillance has reached 16K resolution, so the details are impeccably clear. I apologize for the interruption, but may I inquire as to the reason for your summons? My dear classmate, I am rather anxious to return home. At this moment, Sun Wukong could no longer restrain himself and seized the opportunity to interject. Are you still chatting endlessly? Dear Gohan, I cordially invite you to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament to be held in a month. Videl directly addressed Son Gohan before Tian. Huh? The World Martial Arts Tournament? Son Gohan exclaimed, narrowing his eyes at Videl. Tian is still present. You know. Please, do not expose my identity. Student Gohan, you need not be concerned. Student Tian is not one to indulge in gossip, replied Videl. Gohan, feeling somewhat speechless, thought to himself, is he truly not a gossip? Can he really claim that I had an unfortunate incident? Was there anyone more inquisitive than him? Very well, Videl pondered, then turned to Tian. Could you please step aside for a moment? Is the reason for your request that student Gohan is the Saiyan masked hero? Tian remarked with a smile. Gohan interjected. Videl. You have gone too far. Did we not agree to keep this a secret? Gohan was on the verge of tears. His identity was laid bare. Even Tian now knew it. Am I not just someone else? I am Videl's boyfriend, he added. Tian chuckled. Oh, come now. I have yet to acknowledge that I am your girlfriend. Videl scolded shyly. Not to worry, I have already accepted the role of your boyfriend. Your acknowledgement is of little consequence, Tian confidently stated. Videl found herself at a loss for words. You have completely bewildered me. What does it mean if I do not acknowledge it? Am I truly your girlfriend? No, wait. I am genuinely confused. Regarding student Gohan's identity, I have not disclosed anything. She quickly clarified. I did not inform Tian about your identity. Even if he is my boyfriend, I am not one to indulge in gossip, she reiterated. A brief silence ensued. Tian, how did you come to know my identity? Gohan inquired curiously. It's quite simple. You effortlessly leaped to a height of 8 meters and, under the pretense of needing the restroom, discreetly slipped out during class. Who else could be the Saiyan masked hero if not you? Tian grinned. Gohan was taken aback. Is it truly enough to deduce my identity based solely on those two occurrences? Tian is remarkably astute. An idea sparked in Gohan's mind. Why not seize this opportunity to inquire about the existence of wizards? He thought to himself. Do either of you know if there are any wizards in Satan City? He asked eagerly. Let us not discuss wizards for now, Videl interrupted, returning to the recent martial arts tournament. Let us instead focus on the World Martial Arts Tournament. Gohan responded, we have already strayed far from the topic at hand. You actually managed to respond, murmured Sun Wukong during the World Martial Arts Tournament. You must be aware that the championship, which determines the victor of martial arts, is set to be held once again. Videl smiled. My father was the champion of the last tournament, and the previous champion was a mysterious man named Sun Wukong, whom I have never encountered. Moreover, it has been nearly 20 years since that last tournament. Upon hearing Videl mention her father's name, Sun Wukong felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Sun is a rather rare surname, Tian interjected. He shares the same surname as you, Wukong. It is highly likely that the individual known as Sun Wukong is indeed your father. I share your thoughts, Videl nodded in agreement. Sun Wukong found himself at a loss for words. Why are these two so astute? I find myself devoid of secrets before them. What do you say, Wukong? Let us participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament together, Videl proposed. The offspring of two champions competing would surely make for an intriguing spectacle. I would prefer not to participate, Sun Wukong said, wiping the sweat from his brow. I have no interest in the World Martial Arts Tournament. If you choose not to partake, I shall inform all our classmates that Sun Wukong is the masked hero of the Saiyans, Videl teased. I shall even print flyers to distribute, highlighting your identity, added Tian. How can you two be so outrageous? This is too much, Sun Wukong exclaimed, nearly in tears. If I were to compete under the guise of the Saiyan masked hero, I would go unrecognized. Videl smiled, yet Sun Wukong remained indecisive. Do you really want me to participate in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament? No matter how I conceal my abilities, I can effortlessly defeat all opponents. Fine. If this is your request, I shall join. Am I not allowed to participate? I understand now. I will take part. Son Gohan nodded helplessly. Then it is settled. Videl exclaimed with excitement. Everyone else is simply too weak. I truly hope for a worthy adversary. Son Gohan scratched his head, enveloped in silence. Now, can you enlighten me about the sorcerers? He inquired. What do you need a sorcerer for? Videl asked. I suspect that mysterious hero might be a sorcerer, Son Gohan speculated. Videl immediately turned her gaze to Tian. Is Tian a sorcerer? Tian replied. Has the little girl begun to doubt me? Am I that obvious? Why do you look at me as if I possess magical powers? Tian shook his head. Chapter 26. I wish to learn flight. Son Gohan also cast a deep glance at Tian. Certainly, it cannot be classmate Tian. He does not appear to be a sorcerer at all. I swear to the heavens, I am not a sorcerer. If I were a sorcerer, may all sorcerers perish. Tian declared. Videl, you are not a magician, nor do you need to cast such a curse. Does that student, Videl, know of the existence of magicians? Gohan inquired. I have only seen them on television, Videl replied with a wry smile. Gohan was at a loss for words. What do you think about those vanished items, Gohan? Videl asked. I suspect that a magician might have used their magic to transfer those things to another location. Gohan expressed his thoughts. To where could they have been transferred? Videl queried. They could possibly have been moved to another city, Gohan suggested. I can understand if that magician moved the car, as it is indeed usable, Videl responded. But tell me, why would he transfer the textbooks and papers from our school? Is he intending to help us complete those papers? Tian interjected. If I truly were that magician, I would be in tears. You think I am aiding you by erasing your papers? Gohan was rendered speechless. Moreover, what does it mean that he transferred the body parts of those criminals? Videl asked. Surely he does not intend to consume them? Tian remarked on the side. Ugh. Videl nearly retched. Gohan also felt quite nauseated. Tian, could you refrain from such jokes? Videl glared. Perhaps this magician's actions are merely a form of punishment. Rather than for personal use, Gohan speculated, as using such items would easily attract attention. Your reasoning seems somewhat valid, Videl nodded thoughtfully. Very well. I shall pay closer attention to matters regarding magicians. I entrust this to you, Videl. Gohan expressed his gratitude. You are welcome, Videl replied. By the way, I wish to learn to fly. When you have the time, you must teach me. It is rather unfair that you can soar through the skies alone. We shall discuss that later. Gohan wiped his brow. Thus, the decision was made amicably. Videl smiled. Gohan remarked, I did not agree. Well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Gohan said, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, and swiftly ascended into the sky. Gohan disappeared from sight in an instant. Gohan flies quite swiftly, Videl marveled. Indeed, Tian admitted with a tinge of envy. I can only erase. I still do not know how to fly. Not only can I not fly, but I also cannot emit waves. I must find a way to learn these skills. Emitting waves can wait. But not being able to perform the instant transmission technique is truly unsatisfactory. It is high time I sought someone to teach me the technique. How about asking Android 18? On the 18th, she will be able to fly. However, after being injected with genetically modified serum to become an artificial human, she will indeed take to the skies. I wonder if she comprehends the principles of flight. Perhaps I should inquire. Classmate Tian, shall we go to your home to complete our assignments? Videl suggested. In truth, besides studying, we could engage in other pursuits. Tian smiled and replied, Are you implying that we should catch that thief who visited your home together? Videl suddenly understood. Tian teased, Classmate Videl, you seem a bit lacking in romantic insight. Is that truly what I meant? Do I require your assistance to apprehend a thief? I prefer to handle that myself. I have a penchant for female thieves. Classmate Tian. Allow me to see that surveillance footage. I can have the police identify her through facial recognition, Videl proposed. Do you genuinely wish to see it? Tian hesitated, as the footage was rather eye-catching. Eye-catching? Videl was taken aback. Very well, I'll show you. It is indeed quite captivating. Tian grinned and retrieved his phone. Videl wore a puzzled expression. Quite captivating? Could it be that the intruder is a female thief? Driven by curiosity, Videl leaned closer to Tian. Peering at his phone screen, Tian accessed the surveillance records, revealing a young woman, unclothed, wandering about in Tian's home. The clarity of the surveillance footage was astonishingly vivid. Look, even when enlarged, it's crystal clear, Tian remarked, intentionally zooming in. No need for close-ups. Videl's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Do you intentionally magnify it for a closer look? Is there anyone as shameless as you? Shouldn't such surveillance footage be promptly deleted? Did you not deliberately save it? Oh, is that not Miss Lazuli from downstairs? At this moment, Videl also recognized number 18. Indeed, it is her. Tian nodded. What is she doing in your room during the day? Videl found it somewhat perplexing. The reason it was mentioned as daytime was due to the time displayed on the surveillance footage. At that moment, Tian was engaged in class. It seems rather peculiar. She is searching for my clothes to wear. Tian switched the surveillance view to the bedroom. Videl then noticed lazily rummaging through Tian's wardrobe, donning a set of men's attire. Videl remarked, "What do you expect me to say when a beautiful girl insists on wearing my clothes?" Tian sighed. Does she perhaps have some unspoken troubles? Videl pondered, then rebutted, "It is only deemed bizarre when a boy wears a girl's clothing. A girl wearing a boy's clothing does not count. What kind of logic is that? Are you preparing to champion women's rights?" Tian inquired. "What women's rights? What does that mean?" Videl was baffled. "Never mind, it's not important." Tian shook his head, indicating he did not wish to elaborate. "Let us return home and see how she got there. Doesn't your home have surveillance at the door?" Videl asked. "There is no need to dwell on that. Let us hurry home," Tian replied. 20 minutes later, Tian brought Videl back to his residence. Upon arriving home, Tian noticed a considerable amount of dust had accumulated. This should not be the case. The greenery in Satan City is quite commendable. Even with the windows open for a day, the amount of dust entering the house is usually minimal. Now, however, there was a significant layer of dust, particularly in the living room. Tian inspected the area. Why are there traces of transparent tape here? Videl approached the spot where a floorboard had fallen and pointed it out to Tian. He stepped closer and saw the floorboard affixed with transparent tape, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Did you cut a hole in our floor and then seal it with transparent tape? You are truly remarkable." The 18th. "Hello? Why not use some strong adhesive like 502? Can this material really bond securely?" Chapter 27. Being seated by Videl felt as though a hole had been cut into the floor. Videl stepped forward and gently tapped her foot. With a crack, the transparent adhesive loosened, and the floorboard plummeted downwards. Videl found herself with one leg dangling precariously, nearly following suit. Tian swiftly stepped forward and caught Videl. "You are truly quite mischievous. You actually stepped down with your foot." Bang! The fallen floorboard crashed heavily into the living room of House 18. "Hello, is anyone there?" Tian leaned over the gap, loudly calling out to House 18. Room 1002. House 18 had stepped out to purchase some convenient snacks and was now reclining on the bed, watching television. It was not a good time for House 18 to buy clothes either. What if the clothes she bought disappeared again? Better to observe for a while. House 18 was munching on snacks while watching TV when bang! A tremendous noise erupted in the living room. The floorboard had fallen from above. House 18 quickly got up and ran toward the living room. "Oh, I forgot to buy strong adhesive to secure the floorboard. It seems the transparent glue won't hold." Just as House 18 arrived in the living room, she spotted Tian leaning over from upstairs, shouting if anyone was there. "House 18, am I not a person?" She huffed. "You're home," Tian called out. "Yes," House 18 nodded. "Then I'll come down," Tian said, jumping directly from the upper floor. With a thud, Tian landed firmly on the ground. "Wait, I'm coming down too," Videl declared, also leaping from the upper level. Thud. Videl miscalculated her landing, ending up straddling Tian's neck. She nearly sat on his face. Tian, Videl, House 18, the young girl is quite bold. Just yesterday, she maintained a certain distance from her classmate, and now their relationship has taken such an extraordinary turn. This position is truly unprecedented. Ahem, Videl. So you enjoy this position, huh? Tian chuckled. "Quickly let me down." Videl's face turned as red as an apple. "Oh no, I didn't find a proper landing spot. How embarrassing." Tian, holding Videl by her slim waist, took a deep breath before gently setting her down. "Videl, what does it mean to take a deep breath?" Her complexion was even more flushed than that of Videl. Videl herself felt utterly embarrassed. Suddenly, I remembered that I had something of great importance to attend to, so I must take my leave for today. With her head bowed and face crimson, Videl turned and fled. Given the circumstances, it was best to make a swift exit. Otherwise, the three of us would find ourselves in an awkward predicament. Videl opened the door, ready to depart immediately. "Did you come to my house today just to ride on my face?" Tian inquired. Silence. Videl retorted before storming out. "I didn't say a word." Tian scratched his head in confusion. "I feel there are implications in your words." "I am utterly bewildered." Videl hastily ran away. In fact, at the very moment she left, she still heard Tian's final remark. "I didn't say a word." Videl felt her entire body flush, as if she were a shrimp on the verge of ripeness. What manner of speech is this? when I requested your silence. It was not in the manner you perceived. Thankfully, I am not clad in a skirt today. Otherwise, the implications could have been rather unsettling. Oh, why did the thought of wearing a skirt even cross my mind? Biddy, you seem to be acting rather peculiarly. With a firm slap to her own forehead, Biddy hastily descended the stairs, eager to escape the situation. As for the matter of the enigmatic hero, I shall investigate it thoroughly another day. Once Biddy departed, only Tian and number 18 remained in the room. What is the matter with Biddy? She appears quite bashful, Tian pondered aloud. Number 18 shot a dark look in Tian's direction. Can you truly be unaware? Are you merely pretending to be innocent before me, a mere high school student? On the 18th, with arms crossed, stood silently observing, not uttering a word. Miss Shaw, would you care to explain the matter regarding the floor of our residence? Tian inquired, directing his gaze towards the 18th. As you can see, the floor simply fell down, replied the 18th, maintaining an air of calm. Fell down on its own? Wasn't it you who cut it? Tian retorted. Such matters should be addressed to the developer. I am merely a victim. The 18th asserted confidently. It must have been during your school hours that this portion of the floor collapsed and struck my home, shattering our vase. I comprehend your reasoning. Yet the floor appears as though it has been cut, Tian pointed out. Cut? The 18th chuckled. Do you suspect that I did it? Who else could it be? Tian countered. Do you truly believe I possess the capability to sever a floorboard, and with such precision? The 18th smiled slightly. I certainly do not have any tools at home. How dare you, a mere middle school student, challenge me? I could make you weep. Do you believe that? Your words carry a semblance of truth. Tian nodded, seemingly convinced that he had indeed fallen victim to his own folly. Do you now believe? Number 18 remarked with a smile. Then what of the attire you wear? Tian inquired. My attire? Is it not mine? Number 18 retorted. Though a hint of helplessness lingered in her heart, it was indeed a miscalculation. She had been so preoccupied with acquiring snacks that she had neglected to procure a suitable outfit for herself. Even a single set would have sufficed. Alas, her finances had dwindled recently. How lamentable. Earning money proves to be an arduous task. I am nearly devoid of funds for clothing. I cannot fathom which detestable individual has pilfered my garments. If I ever catch you, I shall ensure you are rendered incapable of self-sufficiency. It is utterly infuriating. Not even a bedsheet was left for me. Those were my clothes, declared Tian. But now, they adorn my form, hence they are mine, number 18 countered. Very well. Tian wiped away his tears. Number 18 was elated, her face radiating with pride. You, a mere high school student, dare to debate with me. Have my words brought you to tears? Very well, the garments in my wardrobe remain unwashed, all having been worn close to the skin. Tian scratched his head and remarked, I had intended to offer you a fresh set, but since you insist that those are your clothes, let it be. Number 18's complexion shifted slightly. I said this outfit had a certain odor. The masculine scent is rather pronounced. So these are unwashed garments. Do you truly hang unwashed clothes in your wardrobe? Number 18 inquired, exasperated. Chapter 28. Number 18 was once again incensed. Yes, I change outfits daily, and after a week, I place them all in the washing machine together, Tian explained. Number 18 chose silence. In fact, she contemplated removing the clothes she wore immediately. Yet, after careful consideration, she thought, I've worn this ensemble for an entire day. Taking it off now would serve little purpose. Besides, what would I wear instead? Nevertheless, she countered. What about your clothes? Tian feigned ignorance. At that moment, number 18 felt a pang in her heart. Surely, you haven't lost all your clothes? Tian asked. Be silent. Number 18 huffed. I haven't spoken, Tian replied, feeling somewhat wronged. Your classmate isn't present. Number 18 retorted angrily. Enough, enough. I originally came down to inform you that the resolution of our home surveillance cameras has now reached 16K, Tian mused. Since you're not wearing clothes from our household, I shall pretend I said nothing. Number 18 was momentarily stunned, her expression shifting dramatically. They have surveillance cameras? How dreadful. I failed to notice such details. Does this mean my unadorned appearance at their home was captured on camera? A clarity of 16K? What does that even imply? Surely, every fine hair on my body would be discernible. Number 18's face darkened. Hand it over. She extended her hand. Rest assured, it has already been deleted. Tian reassured her. I scrutinized it multiple times before confirming it was you. How many times have you watched it? Your face has turned crimson from the pressure. Initially, I didn't pay attention to the face and truly failed to recognize it. Tian Dao. The mindset of 18 was utterly shattered at that moment. After viewing it several times, are you merely fixated on the face? Where else could you possibly be looking? Are you certain that you have deleted it? 18 remained skeptical. My girlfriend is far more competent than Li in this regard. Tian sighed, lamenting the unfortunate circumstance. Had he known, he would have made a backup. If you dare to create a backup, I shall not be so courteous. 18 retorted angrily. I merely came to inform you. Should you find your clothing insufficient? I have some available, Tian offered. Humph. 18's chest heaved with frustration. This little brat truly infuriates me. Are you here to discuss matters pertaining to surveillance? Just wait. Tomorrow, I shall obliterate all the surveillance cameras at your residence. Thus, my unsightly image will vanish alongside them, won't it? Even if you don't delete it. It's of no consequence. I shall take my leave now. Tian waved his hand, casting his gaze upon the hole in the ceiling. You don't intend to leap up there, do you? Asked number 18. Our apartment isn't excessively high. It should be feasible to jump up there. Tian nodded in agreement. Then do as you wish, number 18 replied calmly. By the way, Tian added as he was departing. Don't expect me to return home tomorrow and find you tampering with my family's surveillance system. That would be futile. Akin to merely deleting a shortcut for a game on a computer. What are you talking about? I don't comprehend your meaning, number 18 responded, slightly taken aback. What shortcut? The storage for that surveillance feeds is in the cloud, and only I possess the access rights. Even if you were to destroy my family's cameras, I could still retrieve the records from the cloud, Tian remarked. Number 18 fell silent. How unfortunate. I must devise a strategy to ascertain whether this rascal has indeed deleted the surveillance footage. Perhaps I could don the guise of a masked figure to frighten him? Unfortunately, all we have are towels. No black cloth or other garments. No. My masquerade as a dark-clad, masked individual is solely for the purpose of prompting him to erase the footage? Indeed, I could easily disguise myself as a man and demand some appealing videos under the pretense of a robbery. This plan seems quite promising. Should he dare to present my video, I shall break his legs. Perhaps I should postpone this for a couple of days. Executing it today would be too conspicuous. With a soft thud, Tian leaped effortlessly into his living room. Number 18 was momentarily astonished. This fellow possesses remarkable jumping prowess. How could he ascend so effortlessly? He does not seem like an ordinary individual. Could he be a warrior acquainted with Sun Wukong and the others? Never mind, it matters not. As long as he is not a Saiyan or Piccolo, I can certainly prevail. Upon returning home, Tian contemplated deeply and ultimately decided against erasing the clothing on number 18. That is my attire, and it has yet to be washed after being worn. You must now carry my scent, correct? Waha. Tian's grin stretched from ear to ear. That night, filled with glee, Tian ventured out once more to eliminate numerous unnecessary items, thereby enhancing his experience points. At this rate, in approximately 9 days, I may very well ascend to the rank of silver-level eraser. Silver-level eraser. The physical strength has reached 1,000 times that of Frieza, implying that one's battle power would soar to an astounding 100 billion. The silver-grade erasure ability can finally obliterate either an individual or an entire building. When referring to the erasure of a person, it likely denotes the annihilation of everyone. Regardless of one's might, a mere flick of the wrist would render one invisible. Save for the divine. True deities remain untouchable, yet this is hardly a concern. The awakening of that fellow, Beerus, is still a distant prospect. What can the Kaishin do? Although I may not be able to erase you, I can certainly leave you battered and bruised, provided you dare provoke me. At the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Corporation, Bulma addressed Gohan. The transformation suit isn't ready yet. Please bear with me a moment longer. I was delayed this afternoon, my apologies. It's quite all right. Gohan replied with a smile, casually inquiring, how much longer until it's completed? Only the helmet remains, Bulma responded. Your mother mentioned that the green helmet wouldn't suit you, so I decided to change the color. That's not a concern. Let's set the helmet aside for now, Gohan replied, a hint of distress in his voice. What troubles you? Bulma asked. I may participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, Gohan confessed. What? You intend to compete in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Bulma exclaimed, slightly taken aback. Why? I have a classmate who is the daughter of Mr. Satan, Gohan explained. Mr. Satan? Isn't he the one who hindered us during our battle with Cell? Bulma pondered, recalling that Satan City was named after him, astonished to learn that Satan's daughter was Gohan's classmate. Chapter 29. The Voice from Heaven. She is genuinely a kind-hearted girl, possessing a sense of justice akin to mine, and she would never let a villain escape easily, Gohan continued. However, She has uncovered my true identity because that mysterious hero inadvertently swapped my clothing, revealing me in front of Videl. Well, that is indeed unfortunate, Bulma acknowledged sympathetically. She warned me that if I did not participate in the tournament with her, she would expose my identity to our classmates. Gohan admitted, visibly troubled. Have you located the so-called mysterious hero? Bulma inquired. I'm still searching. Videl will assist as well, Gohan replied. Videl is indeed Satan's daughter, correct? Bulma asked. Yes. Gohan nodded. This wizard truly is a source of frustration, Bulma lamented. If we cannot find him, we may have to consult the Dragon Balls for guidance. I fear I lack the time to seek the Dragon Balls, especially with my recent coursework being rather demanding. Son Gohan remarked. It is evident that Vegeta would not indulge in such a tedious task as searching for the Dragon Balls. Bulma shook her head. It's all right. I will continue to keep an eye on the sorceress matters. Son Gohan continued, moreover, Aunt Bulma. You cannot wear a helmet or protective gear when participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament, so it is fortunate you did not make one. Let us see if there is something that can serve as a substitute for the helmet. Bulma produced an orange scarf and draped it over Son Gohan's head. This should still allow you to be recognized, right? Son Gohan examined his reflection in the mirror. Now put on these sunglasses, Bulma suggested. Son Gohan accepted the sunglasses and donned them. Now I am unrecognizable, he said with satisfaction, nodding in agreement. Not too shabby, right? Bulma smiled. Go back and inform Chi-Chi that this time I did not prepare a green hat for you. Son Gohan chuckled, and Bulma, you jest. I don't even have a girlfriend. Wearing a green hat wouldn't matter. He laughed heartily, seemingly indifferent. What if you do in the future? What if your girlfriend is taken away, and Chi-Chi blames me? Bulma responded. That won't happen. Son Gohan shook his head, just then noticing Trunks passing by. He waved at Trunks. So, Trunks, what do you think of my outfit? Do I look cool? I don't know, Trunks replied with an expressionless face. If you participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, no matter how you conceal your strength, you would easily defeat your opponents, which is rather dull. Bulma laughed. Indeed. I think so too, but Videl insists that I join. Son Gohan expressed his frustration. If it comes to it, I suppose I can feign defeat against her. In that case, if you are participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament, I shall participate as well, Vegeta declared, approaching with a confident smile. Son Gohan paused, lifting his sunglasses to gaze intently at Vegeta. Our power levels used to differ greatly, but what about now? Vegeta smiled, while you bask in peace. I continuously hone my skills. How can you say that? You hardly work, spending your days training, Bulma interjected with a huff. Are all Saiyans like you and Goku who dislike work? Vegeta retorted, your family is already the wealthiest in the world. Do you require my efforts to earn money? Bulma boldly countered, even if we are the world's richest, there are still others striving to catch up to us. If our family were to lose the title of the wealthiest, it would be quite embarrassing. Vegeta fell silent. As long as there is enough money to spend. Why must we compete for first place? It is akin to your warrior race, forever comparing who is superior. Bulma and Vegeta, your words seem to carry a certain weight. I shall refrain from countering you. How splendid. Father is going to battle with Gohan. Trunks is equally exhilarated. I wish to participate as well. Just then, another voice suddenly echoed within the room. Gohan paused momentarily. Vegeta appeared somewhat taken aback. Bulma looked up at the sky, her expression tinged with excitement. However, Trunks wore a puzzled look. Who is speaking? Is it father? Gohan's eyes brimmed with tears. It is indeed his father's voice. Kakarot? Vegeta suddenly came to a realization. Father. Is that you? Gohan asked eagerly. It is I. It has been quite some time. Greetings to all. Goku's voice resonated once more. Father, how is your health? Gohan inquired joyfully. Goku replied, cough, I am but a dead man now. Gohan responded, I should not have asked that. Can you truly participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Gohan hastily shifted the topic. I requested Old Lady Crystal for a day's time, hence I chose that day. Goku explained. Aren't you and Vegeta also participating? I want to join too. This is wonderful, truly splendid. Gohan exclaimed, raising his hands in excitement. Trunks looked on in confusion. Who is that person? Is he your father? I await your return, Kakarot. Vegeta smiled. Warning, you must be prepared. I am not as I once was. I am the same, Vegeta, Goku chuckled. Then let us meet at the World Martial Arts Tournament. With that, Goku concluded the call. How splendid, Gohan. Shouldn't you hasten to share this marvelous news with Mother, Goten, and Krillin? Bulma suggested. Indeed. Gohan felt a surge of excitement and joy. This will certainly be a lively affair. Vegeta huffed dismissively. By the way, Uncle Vegeta, You should wear something special to avoid being recognized. Gohan proposed. I shall not wear anything. I fear not exposure. Vegeta retorted. I must take my leave now. Gohan waved. What of the sorcerer? Vegeta asked. Difficult to find. But I shall keep an eye out, Gohan replied, as he flew out through the window. Farewell, Gohan. Trunks waved. Goodbye. Gohan nodded and soared into the sky. Chapter 30. Perhaps the sorcerer will also participate in the tournament. Gohan first arrived at the small island where Master Roshi resided. Krillin was still living with Master Roshi. Goku is coming to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? How wonderful. Krillin was filled with excitement. Uncle Krillin, why have you grown your hair? Gohan was taken aback. What are you talking about, Gohan? Krillin rolled his eyes. I always had hair. I've just shaved it off before. Why the sudden decision to grow it out? I still think you look better bald, Uncle Krillin, Gohan remarked as he scrutinized Krillin. What do you know? Krillin huffed, sighing deeply. I'm growing my hair to attract a girlfriend. I still don't have one. Uncle Krillin, there's no need to rush. I don't have a girlfriend either, Gohan consoled him. Is this how you comfort someone? Krillin retorted. How old are you? And how old am I? By the way, I recall that Uncle Krillin has a fondness for Android 18. Suddenly, Gohan thought of her. Previously, he had speculated that the mysterious disappearance might be linked to Android 17 or 18. Now, it was the perfect opportunity to inquire about Android 18's whereabouts. Perhaps this matter is connected to the androids. Let bygones be bygones, Krillin remarked with exasperation. Does Uncle Krillin know where Android 18 resides? Gohan asked. I don't know. Nor do I wish to know, Krillin shook his head. My current aspirations are modest. I simply seek a girlfriend who is somewhat attractive. Gohan, isn't that a rather modest request? Remarked the turtle hermit as he stood nearby. Son Gohan remained silent. Master Roshi, at your age, what do you need a girlfriend for? Krillin retorted with annoyance. Tomorrow, you shall continue delivering milk. The turtle hermit huffed, his beard bristling. You little rascal. How dare you defy me? Krillin silently wiped the sweat from his brow. Tell me, what have you been up to all these years? The turtle hermit exclaimed. Do you even have a job? Have you been living off your parents all this time? Krillin, filled with shame, lowered his head under the turtle hermit's reprimand. All right. I won't dwell on you any longer, the turtle hermit grumbled. Speaking of which, it has indeed been a long time since I last saw Goku. I wish to participate in the martial arts tournament, but if Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta are competing, I have no chance of winning, Krillin lamented. You should participate. The top 5 positions all come with cash prizes, son Gohan suggested. How much are the prizes? The turtle hermit's eyes sparkled with interest. The champion receives 10 million. The runner-up 5 million. The third place 3 million. Fourth place 2 million. And fifth place 1 million, son Gohan detailed. Krillin, you should join. I will too. The turtle hermit eagerly encouraged. Master Roshi, your time has passed. It would be better for you not to join the fray, Krillin replied. Have you forgotten who taught you all your martial arts? The turtle hermit retorted sharply. Well, Krillin chuckled awkwardly. Are you really going to participate, Master Roshi? Son Gohan inquired. I was merely jesting. This is a competition for the youth. I shall refrain from joining, the turtle hermit declared, shaking his head. Gohan, you mustn't tell Piccolo about this, Krillin warned, for it would diminish my chances of placing in the top 5. That simply won't do, Son Gohan shook his head. I won't tell anyone, but I must inform Uncle Piccolo, he added. But on another note, why are you dressed so bizarrely? Krillin asked curiously. What do you mean? Uncle Krillin, is my outfit not quite stylish? Son Gohan posed with his hands on his hips. It's no wonder Uncle Krillin struggles to find a girlfriend. It seems his taste has deteriorated. Krillin felt a pang in his heart. What are you saying, you little brat? Don't use my lack of a girlfriend as a cautionary tale. With that, Son Gohan waved goodbye and swiftly departed from the Turtle Hermit's island. Soon after, Son Gohan arrived at the Earth Temple. Uncle Piccolo, have you found the missing car? He asked. Not yet, Piccolo replied, shaking his head. I will keep a close eye on this matter. If it was indeed the work of a sorcerer. Very well, Son Gohan nodded. Did you come to see me just for this issue? Piccolo inquired once more. No, there is something of great significance, Gohan replied. Dad is returning for the World Martial Arts Tournament. But can only stay for a day? Uncle Piccolo, you will participate in the tournament as well, won't you? Oh, is that so? Old Son is coming back. Piccolo's face brightened. And he nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall partake. Dandy, what about you? Will you join us? Gohan asked Dandy. I think I shall abstain. I am not a combat-oriented Namekian, Dandy replied. Shaking his head. Then, Uncle Piccolo, I will take my leave for now, Gohan stated. If I am to compete in the tournament, I must dedicate time to rigorous training. Otherwise, I fear I will lack the opportunity to seek that sorcerer. Perhaps that sorcerer may also participate in the tournament. Piccolo casually remarked, if he enters the tournament. We shall certainly find him. Gohan nodded in agreement, yet noted, as it stands, the individual referred to as the mysterious hero has not committed any malevolent acts. His actions seem primarily aimed at upholding justice. Nonetheless, we must remain vigilant. Piccolo pondered for a moment. I have a nagging sense of foreboding. Indeed, we must exercise caution, Gohan replied solemnly. Nodding his head, you should return home, Gohan. It is getting late, Piccolo advised. Understood, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan waved farewell and departed from the Earth's sacred temple, soaring towards his home. During his flight, Gohan fell into deep contemplation. I must take a leave of absence. Otherwise, being eliminated in the first round would be rather embarrassing. After all, I was once the strongest in the world. No, to call myself the strongest in the universe would not be an exaggeration. But will my mother agree? That evening, during dinner, what? Goku is returning to Earth to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Chi-Chi exclaimed, a mix of surprise and excitement flooding her. Why did you wait until now to tell me such an important matter? Gohan quickly resumed eating. This is wonderful, Goten. You will have a day to reunite with your father. Chi-Chi affectionately tousled Goten's hair, who looked bewildered. This is terrible. I am the only one growing older. Chi-Chi lamented. Goku won't age in the afterlife. Will he? I have to visit a beauty salon. It has been how many years since I last went? 7 years? Time seems to fly by so swiftly. Chapter 31. Videl's Invitation Mother. I too wish to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. May I? Gohan cautiously inquired. The champion receives a prize of 10 million zeni. And the runner-up 5 million. 10 million zeni. Chi-Chi gasped, her eyes sparkling with the allure of wealth. She immediately acquiesced. Gohan, you must participate. You and Goku could win 15 million zeni. The outcome is not guaranteed yet, Gohan replied, feeling slightly embarrassed. No. You and your father must have at least one contender for the championship. Chi-Chi asserted. However, this means I will need to temporarily suspend my studies for specialized training, Sun Wukong hesitantly replied. No worries, focus on your training. You can catch up on your studies later, Chi-Chi reassured him. Sun Wukong felt a slight sense of relief. Is it truly so simple for Mother to agree? This is indeed a blessing from the heavens. Chi-Chi clasped her hands in prayer, lamenting that her father left behind only a meager inheritance. And she was struggling to make ends meet. That evening, Sun Wukong suggested to Sun Wutian, from tomorrow onward, train alongside your brother. All right, Sun Wutian readily accepted the proposal. The following day, Yi Tian intentionally awaited Biddy Li at the intersection, eager to accompany her to school. Before long, he spotted Biddy Li approaching with her backpack. Over here. Biddy Li. Yi Tian waved enthusiastically. Biddy Li initially intended to evade Yi Tian, but since he had already called out to her, she felt it would be impolite to ignore him. With a blush on her cheeks, she approached him. The moment she laid eyes on Yi Tian, memories of the previous day at his home with Lizzie flooded her mind. Moreover, she recalled the poignant moment when she had been perched on Yi Tian's face. It was truly moving, especially when he took a deep breath just before setting her down. As you inhaled, a refreshing chill enveloped me. Biddy Li, blushing, stepped forward. Good morning. Yi Tian greeted. Ah, good morning, Yi Tian, Biddy Li responded shyly, unable to meet his gaze. Shall we walk to school together? Yi Tian proposed. Biddy Li replied. The two strolled side by side. Did you sleep well last night? Yi Tian inquired. Biddy Li confessed, not at all. I had the strangest dreams, involving some indescribable activities with you. The recollection of her dream deepened her flush, and her heart raced. You know, I dreamed about you last night, Yi Tian remarked. Biddy Li lifted her gaze towards him, pointing to her nose. Yes, I dreamed of you, he confirmed. What was I doing in your dream? Biddy Li gently asked. The scene was rather peculiar, so please don't be upset, Yi Tian cautioned. You didn't dream of anything inappropriate, did you? Biddy Li huffed. I assure you. There was nothing untoward about it, Yi Tian promised. That's good to hear. Go ahead, I won't be angry, Biddy Li sighed in relief. As long as it's not that kind of dream, you can say whatever you like. Well, I dreamt you were slaughtering a pig, Yi Tian admitted. Biddy Li exclaimed. Why is your dream so bizarre? Do I resemble a pig slaughterer? She shot him an annoyed glance. And then, Biddy Li noticed Yi Tian had fallen silent, prompting her to ask, what happened next? The pig actually managed to escape, Yi Tian continued. The pig ran away? Videl was taken aback, pondering. Perhaps it sensed its fate and desperately tried to flee. Indeed, Tian nodded vigorously. That pig was remarkably swift, and you pursued it relentlessly. Videl retorted, well, if it ran away, it simply means it was meant to live. She pouted slightly. After all, it was just a dream. Given your family's status, losing a pig isn't a significant loss, Tian replied. Did I manage to catch that pig? Videl asked. You chased it for quite a while and finally cornered it in a dead end, Tian recounted. And then? Did I end up slaughtering it? Videl queried. You were just about to do so when the pig suddenly knelt down, Tian said. It knelt down to beg for mercy? Videl chuckled. This dream of yours is rather amusing. After kneeling, the pig even spoke, Tian added. What did it say? Videl asked, intrigued. It recited a line of poetry. Tian replied. What poetry? Videl's curiosity intensified. We are of the same root. Why must we harm each other so hastily? Tian narrated softly. You are the true pig. You are the true pig. Videl retorted angrily. You are quite adorable, Videl, Tian smiled. And your angry expression is simply delightful. Humph. Videl huffed. Tian and Videl exchanged laughter and banter, and gradually, Videl began to let go of the events from the previous night. However, for some inexplicable reason, every time Videl observed Tian inhale, she felt an odd sensation. Am I enchanted? Upon arriving at school and entering the classroom, a new day commenced. The class bell rang. Alicia tapped the bespectacled boy seated in front of her. What about Gohan? Is he off to the restroom again? She inquired with a smile. The bespectacled boy replied, no. As I passed by the administration office, I overheard the homeroom teacher mention that Gohan seems to have taken a long leave. A leave? Alicia was taken aback. Videl also glanced towards Gohan's seat upon hearing this. What could Gohan be doing on leave? Perhaps preparing for the World Martial Arts Tournament? Should I also take a leave to train my body? Otherwise, would it be somewhat embarrassing if I were to lose to Gohan? She resolved to ask the teacher later. Tian was aware of Gohan's whereabouts but chose not to reveal it. After the first class, Videl approached the teacher to inquire about Gohan. Indeed, Gohan had taken an extended leave, 1 month. Videl calculated the time. Precisely 1 month later was the World Martial Arts Tournament. Is Gohan planning to train diligently at home? Videl then sought out Tian. Tian, are you busy? She asked. Me? Tian was momentarily taken aback, unsure of why Videl posed such a question. You were present yesterday when I spoke to Gohan about the World Martial Arts Tournament. He has taken a month off, presumably to train for the upcoming event, Videl explained to Tian. Chapter 32. Steady, steady, it's not a big deal. You make a valid point. I share your thoughts, Tian nodded. You must have noticed that Gohan can fly, while I cannot, Videl sighed. So, you wish to learn to fly alongside Gohan? Tian inquired. Yes, Videl nodded, then looked up at Tian and said, I would like you to accompany me. Very well, it has been decided then. I, too, wish to learn how to soar through the skies, Tian replied. Videl, are you really so willing to comply? I thought you wouldn't accompany me, Videl remarked. Well then, shall we go ask the teacher for leave? Tian nodded in agreement. Videl wiped the sweat from her brow. Could you refrain from making such jokes? Videl's expression darkened. It's nothing, really. It's not important anymore, Tian replied with a smile. Soon, Tian and Videl arrived at the homeroom teacher's office. Teacher, Videl and I would like to request leave to spend some time together, Videl stammered, her face instantly flushing crimson. The teacher was taken aback, caught in a moment of stunned silence. Since when have you and Tian become so close? After a brief pause, the teacher cleared her throat. You are both already over 16, and while I, as your teacher, should not interfere in your personal matters, you are still young and must prioritize safety. After all, an unintended pregnancy can have severe implications for your health, especially for young women, the teacher earnestly advised. Videl was on the verge of tears, while Tian suppressed a chuckle beside her. How have you managed to lead me astray? Videl exclaimed. Teacher, that is not my intention. I am preparing for the prestigious martial arts tournament in a month, and I have taken a leave of absence to train rigorously. No need for explanations, I understand. I have been in your shoes, the teacher replied with a smile. Teacher, it is not as you think. Videl felt increasingly at a loss for words. Both of you are requesting a month off? The teacher suddenly realized, inquiring. Yes, more or less, Videl nodded. This isn't merely an outing. It seems you're off on a honeymoon, is it not? The teacher was left speechless. Have you two tied the knot? Teacher, we are genuinely preparing for battle. Videl said, nearly in tears. Preparing for battle? Indeed, that is correct. The teacher nodded. Does Mr. Satan know of this? Let us keep this from my father. Videl replied, torn between laughter and tears. I understand. Young people these days prefer to obtain a marriage certificate in secrecy, wishing to surprise their parents, am I right? The teacher mused. It's all right. In this day and age, it hardly matters. Videl, holding her forehead, chose silence. This is only making matters worse. The teacher graciously granted the leave. However, he soon contacted Mr. Satan and subtly informed him of the situation regarding Videl and Tian. As a teacher, it was his duty to inform the parents when such matters arose. Although they were already in high school, they had yet to fully enter society. Once outside, Videl asked, Tian, why don't you explain? You remained utterly silent. Is my explanation of any use? Tian shrugged, remarking, haven't you already explained? The more one elaborates, the darker the situation becomes. Your statement carries a semblance of reason. Videl nodded thoughtfully. In any case, we are both innocent. Are we not? Are we truly innocent? Tian gazed at Videl with a smile. Videl suddenly recalled the scene of sitting atop Tian's face. Coincidentally, Tian took a deep breath, feeling a chill envelop him. This sensation. It was alluring yet difficult to articulate. What nonsense are you spouting? Videl huffed, follow me. With that, she took the lead towards the rooftop. Are we really setting off already? Tian was taken aback. What else could we do? I have a feeling our teacher will definitely inform my father. If my father finds out, he will undoubtedly storm the school and then you will be in trouble. Videl scoffed. Why is it I who will be in trouble? Don't you think your father will be the one in peril? Tian retorted emphatically. Videl? What do you mean? Do you imply you could overpower my father? Enough of this banter. Videl ceased further dialogue, swiftly pulling Tian towards the rooftop. Upon reaching the rooftop, Videl casually retrieved her universal capsule helicopter and tossed it into the air. Bang! The capsule transformed into a jet helicopter. Hurry aboard. Videl grasped Tian's hand as they boarded the helicopter. Whoosh! The helicopter ascended into the sky, rapidly heading towards Baozi Mountain. Just as Videl and Tian departed, Mr. Satan stormed into the school. What? They've already left? Are they heading to a hotel? Mr. Satan, both astonished and furious, gritted his teeth and declared, which rascal dares to abduct my daughter? I shall not let him off easily. During their journey, Videl piloted the helicopter through the skies while Tian sat comfortably in the co-pilot's seat, crossing his legs. Tian, what are your thoughts on the mysterious disappearance of those items? Videl smiled charmingly, casting a flirtatious glance at Tian. Tian replied, is this the moment you employ your charms? All to uncover the mastermind behind it? Haven T, I already informed you. Why do you still make me repeat myself? Someone must have erased those things, Tian remarked with a smile. Classmate Wu Fan suggests that a wizard has relocated those items, Videl pondered. His assertion seemed to hold some merit. Tian nodded in agreement. Videl continued, let us refrain from discussing what has vanished, if it is gone. Then so be it. Tian scoffed, let us converse about matters of greater significance. What qualifies as more significant? Videl inquired. For instance, when will you don a dress? Tian asked. Why would I wear a dress? Videl was taken aback. When you do. Leap from my home to Los Angeles, Tian suggested. Ah, Videl exclaimed, as if someone had stepped on her tail. The helicopter was also maneuvering in the air. Steady now, it's not a big deal, Tian remarked. Chapter 33, Videl, do you enjoy playing basketball? Videl's face flushed a deep crimson. Is this how one engages in conversation? You wish for me to don a dress and partake once more. You might as well say that I don't even wear a skirt, she exclaimed. Oh dear, why am I thinking in such a manner again? What has been occupying your thoughts lately, Videl? A profound sense of guilt enveloped her. I no longer wish to converse with you, she huffed. It's all right, Tian replied. Typically, when a girl falls silent, it means something unspoken lingers, if you catch my drift. What do you mean? Videl asked, puzzled. Look down there, Videl. There's a grove of banana trees. Would you care for some? Tian gestured towards a thicket below. Videl gazed down, equally bewildered. Where are the banana trees? She wondered. Unable to spot any. Do you enjoy eating bananas? Tian inquired. Yes, Videl nodded. MHM, Tian responded enthusiastically, nodding along. Videl? What exactly do you mean? I mentioned my fondness for bananas, yet you nod so eagerly. After all, Videl is merely a naive girl, unaware of such intricate matters. Recently, I have been captivated by a basketball program spoken of by someone. It is quite intriguing, Tian remarked. Basketball? Videl was momentarily taken aback. The transition of topics is remarkably swift. I wonder how many brain cells I would need to keep pace with your rhythm? How does one play basketball? Videl inquired. Her curiosity piqued. After all, the journey from here to Bowsy Mountain would take several hours. One individual remarked that some people enjoy kissing the basketball hoop while playing, which I personally find quite delightful. Though it is imperative that the hoop belongs to me exclusively, one must not randomly kiss hoops at public courts, Tian elucidated. Videl appeared increasingly perplexed. Do all boys who play basketball enjoy kissing the hoop? She asked. Yes, Tian nodded vigorously. Why haven't I witnessed this? Videl scratched her head in confusion. Such actions are typically reserved for private moments. One cannot engage in such antics in front of others, Tian smiled. But the hoop is so high. How can one kiss it? Videl could not comprehend. There are ways, Tian assured her. A moment of silence ensued. Tian, are you skilled at basketball? Videl inquired. I play quite well, Tian affirmed with a serious nod. Videl scrutinized Tian. Why does your nod seem somewhat peculiar? Do you also enjoy kissing the hoop? She probed further. Indeed, Tian replied. Next time, let me witness you kiss the hoop, Videl smiled. Certainly. You should be able to see it from this angle, Tian remarked. Angle? See? Videl was bewildered. I don't understand what you're saying. You will understand in due time, Tian chuckled. What else did that person say? Videl asked again. It's time for some knowledge. He said that the hoop turns black over time, and this has nothing to do with the number of baskets made, Tian explained. Can hoops really turn black? Videl asked with curiosity. Yes, indeed, Tian nodded. So, Tian, can you dunk? Videl inquired. I do enjoy layups, but I prefer dunking even more. The sensation is simply exhilarating, Tian stated. Videl pondered. Why do I feel that your description of playing basketball seems slightly off? Yet, I cannot articulate why. At Bowsy Mountain, deep within the forest, son Gohan brought his brother Goten to this area. First, let us transform into Super Saiyans, son Gohan declared. As a golden aura enveloped him, his hair standing tall, he had become a Super Saiyan and offered a slight smile to Goten. Goten, shall we begin? Absolutely. Goten raised his hand in agreement. Son Gohan gathered a large handful of stones and piled them together. It has been quite some time since I last trained. My body has become somewhat stiff. I must first work on regaining my agility. As son Gohan spoke, he drew a line on the ground with his foot and instructed son Goten, Goten, stand here and throw the stone at your brother. Understood. Goten replied, stepping forward to pick up a stone. All right, let's do this. Gohan stood approximately 3 meters away from Goten. Hey, brother, is it really okay to be this close? Goten hesitated. Ha, it can actually be even closer. This distance is just about right, Gohan asserted with confidence. Really? Won't you get hurt? Goten inquired. Not at all. Just throw it with all your might, Gohan smiled encouragingly. Okay, I'm throwing it, Goten announced. Bring it on. Gohan prepared himself. 1, 2, 3. Upon reaching 3, Goten immediately hurled the stone. The rock soared swiftly towards Gohan's face. Gohan was momentarily stunned by the speed, summoning every ounce of strength. He barely managed to evade the stone's trajectory. Boom. The stone struck the mountain behind Gohan, causing rocks to tumble down and echo with a thunderous sound. Gohan was utterly astonished. Wow, that was amazing, brother. Goten chuckled. Turning to his younger brother, Gohan was taken aback by Goten's unexpected strength. I'll throw again, Goten exclaimed, gathering a large pile of stones, ready to continue. Wait, Goten, take a break. Gohan waved his hand and promptly drew another line on the ground with a stick. Goten paused, a bit confused. Let's start from here, Gohan said. Hee. Goten no longer hesitated, grasping a stone and began to throw it at Gohan once more. At this distance, evading Goten's stone became significantly easier for Gohan, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan, while Goten remained in his normal state. As time passed, Gohan's initially stiff body began to loosen up. All right, I'm used to it now. We can move a bit closer, Gohan said, stepping nearer to Goten and dodging his stone attacks. Brother, can I be like you? Goten paused his stone throwing and pointed to himself. Oh, like me? Gohan was momentarily puzzled. I mean, the Super Saiyan form, Goten clarified. Ha, of course you can, but it may still be a bit challenging for you, Gohan replied. Son Gohan chuckled, acknowledging that one must endure rigorous training to successfully transform into a Super Saiyan. Back when Uncle Vegeta achieved his own transformation, he exerted considerable effort. I too, Have spent countless hours in the room of spirit and time training alongside my father, and it was no small feat to attain the Super Saiyan form. Chapter 34, Bardock. Who is it that keeps mentioning my name? With a resounding crack, Son Goten erupted in a golden blaze, his hair standing erect as he transformed directly into a Super Saiyan. Son Gohan found himself utterly speechless. Goten, when did you master the Super Saiyan transformation? He exclaimed in astonishment. Oh, I can't recall when I learned it. Son Goten scratched his head, seemingly unfazed. This is truly unbelievable, Son Gohan reflected, overwhelmed with emotion. His brother and their late father had to struggle immensely to achieve the Super Saiyan state, as did Uncle Vegeta, right? Son Goten pondered, scratching his head again. Is this transformation really that difficult? It seems Trunks and I can easily attain it. Would you like to spar with your brother? Son Gohan inquired. Do you know what sparring is? Yes, Mom taught me while you were at school, Son Goten replied. Does Mom know you can transform into a Super Saiyan? Son Gohan asked. She does, but she said I act like a naughty child and forbids me from transforming again, Son Goten explained. Haha, that's because Mom dislikes Super Saiyans. Son Gohan laughed, though his expression soon turned serious. All right, Goten, let us engage in combat. Son Goten nodded and charged towards Son Gohan. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in an intense battle amidst the mountainous terrain. Son Gohan primarily adopted a defensive stance. As the fight progressed, he noticed his younger brother's attacks growing increasingly potent, to the point that they began to hurt. Whoosh! Son Gohan shot upward into the sky. That's not fair, brother. Son Goten shouted from below. How can you fly? What? Can you not fly? Haven't you become a Super Saiyan? Son Gohan questioned, perplexed. I can't fly yet. Son Goten admitted. Son Gohan responded, you've transformed into a Super Saiyan, yet you cannot fly. What is this predicament? Just then, Son Gohan heard the distant sound of an aircraft. Turning his head, he spotted Videl's jet. Upon closer inspection, he noticed another figure on the plane. Isn't that Yajirobe? He exclaimed. Tian also arrived, presumably accompanying Videl. I recalled that Videl had requested me to teach her the art of aerial dancing. It would be advantageous, as it would allow her to learn alongside with Tian, thus simplifying matters. Tian, look, this is Bowsy Mountain. Videl exclaimed to Tian. This is the first time I've ventured so far, Tian remarked with a sense of wonder. Really? Have you never left Satan City before? Videl inquired, somewhat taken aback. No, the farthest I've gone is about 1,000 kilometers from Satan City, Tian replied. Hee, today I'll take you out to broaden your horizons, Videl giggled. Just ahead is the home of my classmate, Wu Fan. You wish to learn flying techniques? Tian pondered. Yes, but I'm uncertain how long it will take me to master it, Videl said. With your talent, it should pose no challenge, Tian smiled encouragingly. Is that so? You also believe my talent is exceptional, don't you? Videl softly inquired. In truth, I would prefer to play basketball. I think girls should learn the skills of the game. Why must one solely practice martial arts? Tian sighed. Basketball, huh? I shall seize the opportunity to give it a try, Videl nodded. What about playing street ball? Tian suggested. Noting that the uninhabited jungle below would provide an ideal setting for basketball, where even a kiss with the hoop would go unnoticed, Videl responded. I can't shake the feeling that there is a deeper meaning to your words. In truth, I also have a fondness for blue hoops. Although the color may seem odd, it's worth a try, Tian mused. A blue hoop? Videl paused slightly. I've never seen a blue hoop. Aren't most hoops red? Indeed, Tian affirmed. You possess an impressive understanding of basketball. Is there something particularly special about the blue hoop? Videl inquired curiously. I am not entirely certain what is so special, but it does present a challenge. Perhaps scoring in the blue hoop is more difficult, mused Tian. Resting his chin on his hand, his thoughts drifting to the image of Bados. Is scoring in the blue hoop more challenging? Is it because it is smaller? Videl asked. I cannot say whether it is small or not, but I believe that scoring in the blue hoop carries greater risk. One misstep could lead to peril. Replied Tian. Can playing basketball truly lead to peril? Videl shook his head. In the 6th universe, on the planet Xiangpa. Achoo. Bados sneezed once more. Bados. What seems to be the matter? Why do you keep sneezing? Xiangpa inquired with curiosity. I am unsure, Bados replied, shaking her head. I have an unsettling feeling that someone is speaking of me. Who could be so audacious? We must investigate and confront them, declared Xiangpa, rolling up his sleeves in preparation. Bados, wielding her staff, meticulously searched for the individual who coveted her presence, as she too was feeling rather unwell. Earlier, I sensed this person merely wished to befriend me. Why do I now feel their intentions are becoming increasingly inappropriate? Who could they possibly be? Such is the marvel of angels. Even across an entire universe, Bados could sense someone coveting her, and their audacity seems to grow. After a thorough search, Bados found no trace of the individual. No luck? Xiangpa expressed his disappointment. No, Bados replied, it is possible I am overthinking this. Such a possibility cannot be ruled out. Mused Xiangpa very well, Bados said, shaking her head, perhaps I am indeed overreacting. In the 7th universe, on Earth, at Baozi Mountain, Son Gohan descended from the sky, appearing before Son Wutian. Wutian, my brother's classmates will be arriving shortly. Do not let them see your remarkable abilities. Son Gohan cautioned, particularly in your Super Saiyan form, which must remain concealed. Will they think I am a bad child? Son Wutian asked earnestly. Indeed, Son Gohan nodded. Let us return home for now. Very well, Son Wutian agreed. Whoosh, whoosh. The two swiftly navigated through the forest. Wutian's combat prowess is astonishing. Even my brother was taken aback, Son Gohan reflected. Never would he have anticipated Wutian's exceptional strength. If you train diligently, you too could participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Chapter 35, Learning the Art of Flight. Really? Son Wutian's face lit up with anticipation, and he added, but Trunks is even stronger than I am. We often engage in combat games together. Do you also partake in such games? Son Wukong paused momentarily. If this continues, I shall be surpassed by these youngsters. I must diligently train. At Son Wukong's residence, a jet helicopter descended gracefully outside. Videl and Tian alighted simultaneously. This must be Wukong's home. It is quite remote, remarked Videl, but the surroundings are rather pleasant. Indeed, Tian nodded. You are not suggesting we play basketball here, are you? Videl inquired. How could we possibly play basketball here? The setting is entirely unsuitable, Tian retorted hastily. Videl approached and knocked on the door. It opened, revealing Chi-Chi, who stepped out and spotted Tian and Videl at the threshold. May I assist you? Chi-Chi asked. Hello, Auntie. We are classmates of Wukong. I am Videl, and this is Tian. We have come to see Wukong, Videl explained. You are here to see Wukong? No suspicion here. He has gone to train in the mountains. Please, come inside, Chi-Chi offered. Thank you, Auntie, but we will wait outside, Tian replied. Would you like something to eat? Chi-Chi inquired politely. No need to trouble yourself, Auntie, Videl responded. As they conversed, Son Wukong and Son Wutian returned from outside, greeting them from a distance. Hello, Tian and Videl. I didn't expect you to find your way here, Son Wukong waved. We received your address from school. I heard you took an extended leave, Videl replied. Indeed, the World Martial Arts Tournament is to be held in a month, and I wish to train diligently during this time. It would be embarrassing to lose in the first round, Son Wukong admitted candidly. Then you must strive hard. You cannot afford to lose to me, Videl smiled. Tian quickly pulled Videl behind him. Videl, can we tone down the confidence? Who gave you the audacity to believe you can defeat Son Wukong? Even I, with physical strength 100-fold that of Frieza, would struggle to match him in a fair fight. However, should I unleash my full power, I could certainly overwhelm him. What are you doing? Videl whispered. Videl, you are the strongest. With me by your side, I shall always support you, Tian said with a serious expression. Indeed, Videl is my girlfriend. If I do not cherish her, who will? If, at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, Videl were to confront Gohan in battle, I would not mind if Gohan were to suffer a resounding defeat. I still wish to play basketball with Videl. Henceforth, I must cultivate your enjoyment of the sport. What does a fine young lady need with martial arts? By the way, Gohan, you promised to teach me the art of flight, did you not? Videl interjected. Oh, of course, no problem, Gohan nodded in agreement. Gohan, are you two also participating in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament? Chi-Chi inquired. That classmate Yaishin probably want to participate, right? Gohan glanced over at Yaishin. Participating is not out of the question, Yaishin replied with a slight smile. Oh, you are considering participating, Yaishin? Videl was taken aback. I'll think it over, Yaishin chuckled. It had not made a definitive decision. After all, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament lasts only a brief period. Soon after, they would seek the wizard Babidi, who is the true magician. Let Babidi bear the blame for this debacle. Let me ponder. The venue of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament is sure to be teeming with people. If I casually erase some things, my experience will undoubtedly soar. Even if I no longer practice erasure, I believe that upon arriving at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, I could achieve remarkable results with minimal effort. Thus, I must attend the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Even if it is solely for Videl, I shall go. Gohan mused. I never expected that even Yaishin would participate in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Do you truly believe that just anyone can participate? Never mind, I shall refrain from meddling. Speaking too much might prove detrimental. Mother, I had promised my classmate Biddy Lee that I would teach her the art of flight, as she had informed me about the legendary martial arts tournament. Sun Wukong explained to his mother. Very well, then. Do practice diligently, and we shall have lunch at home. Chi-Chi greeted them amicably. Thank you, Andy. Tian responded politely. Thank you, Biddy Lee echoed. So, Tian, will you also be joining in the study of the art of flight? Sun Wukong inquired, referring to the technique of levitation. It would be beneficial to acquire a skill. Tian nodded in agreement. Sun Wukong remarked, it seems that the art of flight is something anyone can master. Yet, Tian, I have long sensed that your energy is remarkably feeble. I cannot even perceive the slightest trace of your presence. You possess no energy within you. How could you possibly learn the technique of flight? I shall refrain from discouraging you further. I hope you possess the self-awareness to recognize this matter. When the time comes, I may address it delicately, and perhaps you will choose to abandon the endeavor. Besides, you are merely accompanying Videl. Let us proceed that way. It just so happens that my brother Goten wishes to learn the same technique. With a gentle pat on his brother's shoulder, Gohan greeted, hello. Yaishin nodded in acknowledgement. Greetings. Big brother, Goten responded politely. Subsequently, Gohan led Yaishin and the others into a distant forest, where he began to impart the knowledge of flight. In essence, flight is simply a technique of energy control, and grasping it is not particularly challenging. However, achieving high-speed flight proves to be rather difficult, Gohan explained. Control energy? What is energy? Videl inquired, perplexed. Energy is the concealed force within your being, Gohan elucidated. Concealed force? I'm even more confused, Videl replied. Just like this, Goten exclaimed, extending his hand towards a stone. With a swift motion, a wave of energy erupted from his palm. Boom. The energy wave struck the stone, shattering it into countless fragments. Yes, this is energy, Gohan confirmed with a nod. What? Videl exclaimed in astonishment. Yaishin remained silent, for he possessed no energy within him. This extraordinary force eluded Yaishin, and he felt a twinge of envy. Is this not the epitome of longing for what one cannot attain? I have already mastered the art of erasure. What more could I desire? If I cannot accomplish it, why should I shatter that stone? Would it not be far easier to simply wave my hand and make the stone disappear? What do you call this energy? Gohan inquired. It seems like a trick. Videl replied with a wry smile. We have not employed any tricks. This is no mere illusion, Gohan responded with a smile. Yaishin, do you find Gohan trustworthy? He hasn't planted a bomb to deceive us, has he? Videl whispered to Yaishin. No, just focus on learning, Yaishin reassured her. Ahem, I heard that. Gohan remarked as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Gohan, you aren't a magician, are you? Videl asked skeptically. If you truly possess that ability, you could easily obliterate a car, could you not? That's different, Gohan replied, wiping his brow once more. We can destroy the car, but we cannot guarantee the safety of those within it. This is neither an illusion nor sorcery. What do you call this? I have never witnessed such a magical power before. It feels to me as if the magic you just unleashed is akin to the spells cast by wizards in video games, remarked Videl. Sun Wukong found himself at a loss for words. It seemed impossible to explain this phenomenon. Videl, please try to remain calm, Tian urged. What you are experiencing is chi, the very essence that Wukong mentioned. All right then. Enlighten me on how one can soar through the skies, Videl inquired. Her demeanor slightly softened as she glanced at Tian. Sun Wukong let out a sigh of relief, grateful for Tian's presence. Without him, communication between himself and Videl would have been quite challenging. Her temper was rather fierce. One couldn't help but wonder who would eventually win her affections. I understand now. She must have asked Tian to accompany her here. Could it be that they have already entered into a romantic relationship? How quickly things seem to be developing. Wukong, I apologize for interrupting. Please continue, Videl encouraged. It seems you are unaware of what chi truly is, and that presents quite the conundrum. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Is it true that without chi, one cannot fly? Videl asked hastily. Fear not, for everyone possesses chi. It is simply a matter of learning to control it, Sun Wukong replied with a smile. Take Tian for instance. I cannot sense any chi emanating from him, which likely indicates he has never practiced or engaged in physical activities. Yi Tian enjoys playing basketball. That is a form of exercise, is it not? Videl defended him. Yi Tian interjected, perhaps we should refrain from discussing basketball in front of others. Is that so? Then a bit of practice might awaken your chi. Sun Wukong nodded, noting that Videl indeed had a fair amount of chi within her, albeit unmastered. Do I truly possess a significant amount of chi? Videl asked, her surprise evident. Wukong, may I teach you the art of flight later? Sun Wukong proposed to his brother. But first, I shall instruct Yi Tian and Videl on how to harness and utilize their chi. Very well, brother, Sun Wukong's sibling obediently nodded before running off to play. Firstly, both of you must find tranquility within yourselves to truly sense the presence of chi, Sun Wukong instructed. Videl silently endeavored while Yi Tian also engaged in the practice. Logically, I should possess chi, considering my physical strength is 100 times that of Frieza. My battle power stands at an astonishing 10 billion. But where is my chi? Wait a moment. Could it be that I possess no chi at all? For chi is an energy cultivated by humans. Is it possible that the power within me is divine energy instead? In the present moment, both Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan are unable to perceive the existence of divine power. Divine power. I wonder if I can sense such a wondrous force. Let me give it a try. Yi Tian followed Sun Gohan's instructions, attempting to attune to the divine energy within him, whether it be divine power or ki. The first step is to learn to sense it. Indeed, you must clear your mind to perceive the presence of ki, Sun Gohan advised. It seems that Yi Tian's mind has become entirely unclouded. He is certainly ahead of you. By Dili, who had kept her eyes tightly shut, slightly opened them and turned to glance at Yi Tian. In that fleeting moment, she felt an inexplicable sensation. Why at this instant? Does it seem as though Yi Tian has vanished? This peculiar feeling was not limited to Bai Dili. Even Sun Gohan was taken aback. What a joke. I can't even sense Yi Tian's presence anymore? Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. To Sun Gohan, it appeared as though Yi Tian, sitting there, could not be sensed at all through mere perception, unless one could see him in person. Previously, although Sun Gohan could not detect Yi Tian's ki, he was still able to sense his existence. After all, Yi Tian needed to breathe. And there was always some slight movement about him, perhaps a twitch of the arm or a shake of the leg. A person exists. Yet now, to Sun Gohan, it felt as if Yi Tian had completely vanished. There was not a whisper of sound from him. Even if Yi Tian were scratching his head, no noise would reach their ears. What is happening here? Truly strange. Yi Tian was there, eyes closed, quietly absorbing the divine power within. Strangely enough, following Sun Gohan's method. After clearing his mind, Yi Tian indeed sensed a remarkably unique energy within him. This peculiar energy must be divine power, he mused. Though Yi Tian could now sense the existence of divine power, he was uncertain how to control it. No need to rush, he thought. I will take my time. Gradually, Yi Tian opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. It was then that Sun Gohan sensed Yi Tian's presence again. Yi Tian, you are truly remarkable, Sun Gohan exclaimed. Just moments ago, I could not perceive your existence at all. What do you mean? Yi Tian inquired. It felt as though you had simply vanished into thin air. Sun Gohan pondered. I felt the same. Your every movement was utterly soundless. Bai Dili nodded, her gaze still lingering on Yi Tian, though now she appeared more at ease. Chapter 37. Comprehending Divine Power. I am the scholar of the divine. Just now, as I cleared my mind, I found myself feeling as though I had become one with nature. Yi Tian smiled gently. Nature? To be one with it? Sun Wukong scratched his head in contemplation. To put it simply, I am the heavens. I am the earth. Yi Tian elucidated, leaning closer to Videli's ear. I am you, and you are me. You exist within me, and I within you. Videli responded, I understand that. But could you refrain from saying such things in front of others? It's quite embarrassing, you know? She shyly lowered her head. You are the heavens, you are the earth? Sun Wukong displayed a pensive expression. However, he soon shook his head vigorously, suddenly coming to a realization. Wait a moment, this doesn't seem right. Aren't I the one supposed to be teaching them the art of flight? Why has Yi Tian turned into the teacher instead? He chuckled heartily. Yi Tian's perspective is indeed unique. With a shift in tone, Sun Wukong inquired, but Yi Tian, are you able to sense your own energy? I can, Yi Tian nodded, though I am uncertain if it is indeed energy. It appears to be a rather unique force. Can you control it now? Sun Wukong was taken aback once more. Has Yi Tian truly sensed the existence of energy so quickly? Videl was equally astonished. I have yet to sense the presence of energy myself. Is your talent truly superior to mine? It is beyond my control. Perhaps I should familiarize myself further. Tian pondered. It is getting late. Shall we partake in lunch before resuming our training this afternoon? Sun Wukong glanced at the time and proposed. Very well. I appreciate your kindness, Wukong. Tian nodded. It is no trouble at all, Sun Wukong replied with a friendly smile. Thank you, Videl chimed in promptly. Wukong. We shall return home for our meal now, he called out. All right, brother. Sun Wutian swiftly approached. On their way back, Sun Wukong and Sun Wutian walked ahead, while Tian and Videl trailed behind. Tian, have you truly sensed the unique energy within you? Videl inquired. Indeed, my talent is rather commendable, I must say. Tian smiled. I had thought my talent was superior, yet I have not perceived the presence of energy at all. Videl felt genuinely happy for Tian. Keep it up. I am confident you will succeed. Tian encouraged. In truth, I wish for you, Tian, to grow stronger swiftly, Videl whispered. Why is that? Would it make playing basketball more convenient? Tian was taken aback. Videl, why did you bring up basketball again? I meant to say. Let us just forget it and discuss it later. I'm not quite sure how to explain it to Videl. Tian nodded. Sun Wukong and Sun Wutian were walking ahead. Are that big brother and big sister in love? Sun Wutian asked curiously. Wutian, how do you know everything? Sun Wukong glanced back at his brother, a hint of surprise on his face. I saw it on TV, Sun Wutian replied with a cheeky grin. I'm not sure if they are dating, but I think Videl seems to have a fondness for Tian, Sun Wukong speculated. Does big brother not have a girl he likes? Sun Wutian inquired. Not yet. Right now, he is focused on his studies, Sun Wukong blushed as he spoke. After the World Martial Arts Tournament, I still need to return and concentrate on my studies. Before long, the group arrived at Sun Wukong's home. His mother, Chi-Chi, had prepared a meal and graciously invited Tian and Videl to dine with them. During the meal, Chi-Chi smiled and said, You two came out of school together. But it's not just to study with Wukong, is it? What do you mean? Tian asked, slightly taken aback. Your relationship seems quite special, Chi-Chi smiled. As a mother, I can see it. Tian nodded vigorously. Andy, you're quite perceptive. It's not what you think, Videl said, feeling a bit shy. It's nothing. It's perfectly fine for young people to be in love, Chi-Chi said, as long as it doesn't interfere with your studies. It doesn't interfere. Tian replied. Tian, how are your grades? Chi-Chi asked. Before I transferred, I was first in my grade, Tian replied. What? First in your grade? Chi-Chi exclaimed. Turning to Sun Wukong, Wukong, make sure to learn from Tian and humbly ask him about any questions you have. Understood? Understood. I will diligently seek help from Tian, Sun Wukong responded, then praised. I didn't expect Tian to be so remarkable, being first in his grade. By the way, Tian, which school did you attend before? Haven't you always lived in Satan City? Videl asked curiously. I was at National First High School. Tian replied. National First High School? Videl exclaimed in astonishment. Just as the name suggests, it is the top school in the nation. It is a gathering place for outstanding students, and the talents there are truly exceptional. I've heard of First High, Sun Wukong lamented. It's a pity I couldn't get in. I couldn't get into that school either. It's extremely difficult even if one pays, Videl sighed, then asked. But why did you come to Orange Star High School? It's closer to home. Tian Dao, Sun Wukong, by Dilly. Did you truly abandon the finest high school merely because it was closer to home? Tian wore a smile. How could you not know the reason I forsook First High School for Qingxing High? It was for you, by Dilly. No wonder the teachers regard you with such admiration. I had thought you were simply handsome in a Navi manner. By Dilly reflected deeply. She had found it strange before. When I mistakenly told the teacher that I was spending the night with Tian, the teacher did not admonish him at all. It turns out he was a transfer student from First High School. Indeed, teachers hold high achievers in great esteem. Remarkable. My mother has heard of First High School. And I never imagined you were one of its top students, Chi-Chi exclaimed in astonishment. Oh, it's nothing. Academics are merely a facet of life. Tian replied with a smile. I don't wish to burden myself excessively. I understand the concept of endless learning. Yet remaining at the pinnacle feels devoid of significant purpose. Sun Wukong, by Dilly, Tian, can we refrain from being so ostentatious? You have consistently held the top position. How are we to learn? Each examination offers a maximum score of merely 120 points. Yet were there questions worth 200 points, I believe I could achieve a perfect score. Tian continued, speaking of the scholarly trials. Chapter 38, The Scholar's Aerial Challenge. Neither Sun Wukong nor Biddy wished to speak further. This is indeed a genuine academic prodigy. Sun Wukong felt a small sense of relief within, grateful that he far surpassed Tian in martial arts. This provided some balance to his heart. As a scion, perhaps I am more suited for battle. After finishing their lunch, the afternoon training commenced in earnest. Biddy continued to sense her own energy. After approximately an hour had passed, she exclaimed, "Yes, this is it. This is energy." Sun Wukong nodded in admiration, remarking on Biddy Lee's rapid grasp of the techniques, a testament to her martial training. "Really? That is wonderful. Does this mean I can fly?" Biddy Lee inquired excitedly. "Not quite yet. You must learn to utilize your energy fluidly," Sun Wukong replied with a wry smile. "What about you, Tian? Did he not claim to have sensed a special energy?" Biddy Lee asked again. "Is it the same as mine? I'm not sure what is happening. I cannot sense Tian's energy. This is the first time I've encountered such a peculiar phenomenon," Sun Wukong said, shaking his head in confusion. "You can't sense it? So, you can sense my energy?" Biddy Lee questioned. "Yes, I can sense it," Sun Wukong confirmed, "but I cannot perceive Tian's energy." "Tian, what is going on?" Biddy Lee turned to him. "Perhaps my energy is of a higher grade," Tian chuckled. Sun Wukong remarked. "Is there truly a distinction between high and low energy? What are you thinking?" He found it difficult to counter Tian's assertion. "Since you claim your energy is superior, let it be so. It is entirely plausible that a scholar's energy is indeed unique. Now, let me teach you how to utilize your energy to levitate," Sun Wukong instructed. "All right," Tian nodded. "It's quite simple. You must control your energy at the soles of your feet. Through this special energy, you can achieve levitation," Sun Wukong elucidated. "I will give it a try," Biddy Lee affirmed, looking slightly apprehensive as she asked Tian, "Did you understand?" "I comprehend. You go ahead and try first," Tian encouraged her with a nod. "By the way, Tian, you mentioned this morning that you couldn't control your energy yet. How is it now?" Biddy Lee inquired. "I can essentially control it now," Tian replied. "Is that so? Then let us strive together to fly as soon as possible," Biddy Lee encouraged him. "Let us do our best." Tian smiled faintly. Biddy took a deep breath, attempting to control her energy and direct it to her feet. Gradually, her body began to lift off the ground, hovering softly a few centimeters above the surface. "Success! She's floating. She can go higher," Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly. "Please be quiet. I cannot concentrate," Biddy replied. Suddenly, she plummeted back to the ground, exhaling sharply. "You truly are remarkable. You learned to hover in just one day," Sun Wukong remarked with a grin. "Tian, you must also strive harder." Tian nodded, saying little more. "Come on, Tian. As a genius, you cannot let me surpass you." Biddy playfully winked at him. "All right, I shall give it a try." Tian smiled gently, channeling his energy into his feet. With a sudden burst, his feet lifted off the ground, suspending him in midair. Biddy and Sun Wukong were taken aback. When did he learn this? It seems so effortless for him. Truly, he is a genius, Sun Wukong pondered. Is his aptitude for martial arts significantly faster than that of an ordinary person? Not too shabby, Tian gradually descended. Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned. Something feels amiss. Tian just flew. Why can't I sense his energy? That shouldn't be possible. He must be using energy to hover. Yet, even witnessing it firsthand, I still cannot perceive his presence. How strange. Success. Brother, look quickly. At that moment, Sun Wutian soared through the air, excitedly calling out to Sun Wukong below. Biddy felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. It's one thing to be surpassed by Tian, and I'm genuinely happy for him. This way, my father will regard him more favorably. However, when did Wukong's brother learn to fly, and at such speed? Wutian has already mastered the control of energy. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. What you two have achieved is quite impressive. You're just a step away from soaring freely like him. Well, it is getting late. Let us reconvene tomorrow, Biddy suggested. Huh? Sun Wukong's expression slightly shifted as he forced a smile. Haven't you both nearly mastered it? From now on, you must practice independently. Am I not welcome to explore the mysteries of energy? Videl smiled. However, Sun Wukong displayed a visage of concern. No need, Videl. Let's learn on our own from here on out. We wouldn't want to trouble Wukong any further, suggested Tian. Are you serious? Videl exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. She quickly pulled Tian aside and whispered, we should follow him and learn as much as we can. That way, we can master flying in the sky more swiftly. In truth, the remaining steps were quite simple. By concentrating one's energy in the feet, akin to the propulsion of a jet, flight could be achieved. Tian chuckled. Isn't that the essence of it, Wukong? Indeed, Wukong affirmed with a nod of approval. One could also channel energy throughout the entire body, thus enabling swifter flight. It would be best if you ceased your attempts to seek me out. I still have much to cultivate, and time is of the essence. Should I continue to squander my moments on your company, I may forfeit the chance to secure victory at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Tian, do you truly intend to return to your own training? Asked by Videl in a hushed tone. Let us retreat to our own practices. Son Gohan has his own matters to attend to. We cannot constantly cling to him, Tian suggested. Very well, Videl nodded. Then let us compete and see who can soar through the skies the fastest. Indeed, and afterwards, we shall engage in an intense basketball match high above, Tian responded, also lowering his voice. Playing basketball in the sky? I can't believe you even thought of that. Videl mused without further contemplation. How romantic it would be to kiss the hoop amidst the clouds. Tian sighed wistfully. Chapter 39. Videl. On what grounds do you believe your father could best me? What are you contemplating? You're drooling, Videl remarked, wiping her sweat. Allow me to wipe that off, Tian said, brushing away his drool on her. You truly baffle me. Do you not possess clothing? Videl exclaimed in exasperation. Your attire is quite fragrant, Tian retorted confidently. Son Gohan, could you two refrain from displaying your affection so openly? I implore you. Well then. As the evening draws near, my classmate Tian and I shall take our leave, Videl remarked. All right, Son Wukong exhaled with a hint of relief, discreetly giving Tian a thumbs up. You are truly straightforward, Tian. Had it not been for you, Videl would have undoubtedly troubled me for several more days. I still need to focus on my training. I aspire to achieve remarkable results at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Tian and Videl boarded the jet. My apologies for the disturbance, Son Wukong. Farewell, Videl gently initiated the aircraft's ascent. Apologies for the intrusion, Tian waved goodbye to Son Wukong. Farewell. Son Wukong smiled as he bid them farewell. Goodbye, big brother and big sister. Son Wutian waved his hands enthusiastically. Whoosh. The jet soared into the sky, swiftly heading towards Satan City as dusk gradually enveloped the surroundings. Shall we visit my home tonight? Tian proposed. Your home? Videl's cheeks flushed crimson. What could we possibly do at your house so late? At my place, I can teach you how to play basketball, and we can practice flying, Tian replied. No. My father insists that girls must return home by 9 p.m. Videl shook her head, glancing at the time. It was already 6 p.m. It would take us over 3 hours to fly back. Then, it seems that will not be possible, Tian said, a tinge of disappointment evident in his voice. This evening, I shall seek out Android 18. I'm coming for a basketball match, 18. Are you accustomed to wearing my clothes? If not, I can provide you with another outfit. What are you contemplating? Your eyes darting about so conspicuously suggest that you are not thinking of anything virtuous. The memory of that day when you were perched upon my face lingers in my thoughts, sighed Tian. Oh, do not dwell on that. Vegeta exclaimed playfully. Why are you not wearing a dress? Tian inquired. Oh, must you utter such things? It is quite distracting. Vegeta gasped. The jet helicopter above teetered precariously, ascending and descending as if on a roller coaster. Tian and Vegeta arrived in Satan City around 9 in the evening. Well then, I shall take my leave, Vegeta said as she escorted Tian to the entrance of apartment 8. Allow me to accompany you, Tian smiled. Perhaps it is best not to. If my father were to see you, he might very well take a swing at you, Vegeta replied with a hint of concern. On what grounds do you believe your father could best me? Tian retorted. What grounds? Vegeta responded. Simply that my father is a world champion in martial arts. Simply that he has saved the entire world. How boastful you are, Tian. You must train diligently to surpass my father soon, Vegeta urged gently. Indeed, Tian nodded. I have long since surpassed him. Your father is simply not a match for me. My father cares for me deeply. He once told me that any boy I date must be stronger than he is. However, where could I possibly find such a boy? After all, my father is a world champion. Therefore, Tian, I hope that through your own efforts, you can strive to one day surpass my father. Then can we, without reservation, take a room together? Tian inquired. Videl, you have once again led me astray. Very well, there is no need for further contemplation. I shall bestow this gift upon you, and no one shall impede my resolve. Tian declared with unwavering determination, even if it were the end of the world. I shall ensure that you reach your desired destination. Upon hearing Tian's earnest words, Videl felt a flutter of emotion surge within her. Your words resonate deeply. evoking a sense of profound emotion. You truly are kind to me, Tian, said by Dilly, her cheeks flushed. Let us proceed. Tian gently grasped by Dilly's delicate hand. A wave of electricity coursed through her, causing her to tremble slightly. In her entire life, this was the first instance by Dilly had experienced such intimate contact with a boy. Hand in hand, Tian led by Dilly towards her home. Her hand, soft and gentle, could be described as almost fragile. Although by Dilly had some martial training, she still possessed the inherent qualities of a girl, perhaps due to her nervousness. A light sheen of perspiration adorned her palm. By Dilly allowed Tian to guide her forward, her face growing increasingly flushed, her heart racing with excitement. In truth, she rather enjoyed this sensation. Beneath the night sky, their silhouettes intertwined, leaving behind the shadows of two souls leaning on one another. As they walked, Tian spotted a familiar figure approaching. Was that not number 18? Are you parading about the streets clad in my attire? Do you think it is appropriate? Tian restrained the impulse to remove the clothing of number 18. It would be improper to do so in this public setting. If it were to be discarded, it should be in a secluded place. How embarrassing it would be if others were to witness it. I wish to keep it for myself. As they crossed paths, number 18 cheerfully remarked, "Oh, we're holding hands. Our relationship is developing quite quickly." Compared to Dilly, she was still rather innocent. Upon hearing number 18's words, she hastily withdrew her hand from Tian's grasp, lowering her head in silence. "Lazili, return my clothing," Tian insisted. "Who says it's yours? If it's draped on my body, then it belongs to me," number 18 retorted confidently. "I did not mean that. I simply meant that my outfit is somewhat soiled. You may come to my home to change into a fresh set," Tian replied. "Humph." Number 18 scoffed, disregarding Tian as she turned to walk away. "Wait a moment," Tian called after her. She paused and inquired, "Is there something you need? In just a month, the World Martial Arts Tournament will take place. Are you planning to participate?" Tian asked. "The World Martial Arts Tournament?" Number 18 blinked in surprise. "What is that?" Tian was taken aback for a moment, but soon understood it was natural for number 18 to be unaware. After all, she had not been with Krillin, thus lacking knowledge of the event. The World Martial Arts Tournament is a contest among the greatest martial artists, Tian explained, and the first prize is said to be 10 million. 10 million? Number 18's interest was piqued. The second prize is 5 million, Tian added. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. The third prize is around 3 million, if I recall correctly. He continued. "All right, I will participate," number 18 readily agreed. This was indeed a lucrative opportunity, especially since she had been troubled by a lack of funds. "Thank you, handsome." She expressed her gratitude. "You have provided me with invaluable information. If I achieve outstanding results at the World Martial Arts Tournament, I might let you wear my clothing." "Clothing that you have worn?" Tian inquired. "Tian," number 18 retorted. "Do you think it is appropriate to say such things in front of me while conversing with this blonde beauty? Wearing it would be somewhat bizarre. But I could keep it as a memento," Tian responded, "if it weren't for the fact that I wore your clothing." And with that, number 18 chose silence and turned away. "With a single kick, I could send you hurtling into the vastness of space. Yet, I shall not hold it against you." By Dilly, filled with indignation, shot a furious glare at Tian. "What?" Tian feigned indifference, as if nothing were amiss. "Do you harbor feelings for Miss Lazili?" By Dilly inquired, biting her lip. "Indeed, I do have feelings," Tian admitted with a nod. "I shall ignore you." By Dilly exclaimed, her chest heaving with anger. "Do you harbor feelings for her, yet still remain with me? I am truly at a loss regarding your thoughts. Allow me to escort you home," Tian declared. "No need for that," Videl retorted, hastening her pace ahead. Unfazed, Tian followed closely behind. Matters concerning a girlfriend require prior communication with Videl. "I would want to invite my angelic sister home only to find you sulking in the corner. Such a scenario would be rather discordant. Furthermore, considering that the 18th resides just downstairs, our fates seem intertwined. How could I possibly let her slip away? It would be a tremendous waste, wouldn't it?" Nevertheless, Tian's affections for Videl are genuine. Although Tian may be perceived as a flirtatious rogue, it does not imply that his feelings lack sincerity. He strives to treat each girl he admires with heartfelt regard. Soon enough, Tian arrived at Videl's doorstep. "Tian, you profess your affection for Miss Lazili. Why then are you still with me?" Videl inquired, glancing back. "Because I also hold affection for you," Tian replied. "Videl, I found myself utterly speechless. My greatest aspiration is to take multiple wives and live a life devoid of shame and restraint alongside them," Tian expressed. Biddy covered her face and wept. How can you speak so audaciously about such debauchery? I am truly at a loss for words, even more so than Deely. Deely, I implore you to reflect upon this matter seriously when you return home. I am earnest in my intentions. Tian stated solemnly. In the future, I shall engage with several girlfriends, perhaps even of various kinds, but I assure you it shall not exceed 5. I promise I will not surpass that number. Deely wiped the sweat from her brow. You speak of 5 as if it were a noble endeavor? After all, weekends are meant for rest. If I were to play basketball every day, I wonder if my stamina could keep up, Tian mused. Are you gathering us together to play basketball? Deely inquired. Yes, indeed, Tian replied, nodding vigorously. It appears I have finally discerned the true meaning behind your words about playing basketball, Deely said, her expression darkening. So, this is what you meant by playing basketball? I have been utterly bewildered by your clever ruse. You truly embody the essence of a scholarly genius. How is it that you possess such profound knowledge in this realm? You have finally grasped it. Tian sighed, feeling somewhat embarrassed to continue. So, what does the blue frame signify? Deely suddenly recalled something and hastily inquired. Well, such matters can only be comprehended through personal insight. Tian replied with a smile. I can't shake the feeling that what you're alluding to is not something positive, Deely remarked, biting her lip. What do you liken to a basketball hoop? In the blue frame too. I increasingly sense that your words are amiss. Throughout our journey, you've spoken so much about basketball. Moreover, you wish to find a secluded spot to play street ball and even kiss the hoop in the sky. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. I feel as if I've been led astray. As she pondered this, a sudden voice called out, Videl, run quickly. My father is coming. Videli's expression shifted slightly as she hurriedly addressed Tian. Why should I run just because your father is here? Tian shook his head defiantly. I want to flee. Be careful. My father will be furious with you. He is very angry that you've taken his precious daughter away. Videl huffed. The issue is, we haven't even done anything. Tian lamented. Videl then asked, have you had a girlfriend before me? Biting her lip. I swear, I absolutely have not. Tian declared earnestly. In truth, he had never had a girlfriend. Since traversing into this world, he had been diligently leading a simple and honest life, with neither a system nor a cheat, and lacking any noble lineage. Tian often described his existence as merely waiting for death. He had narrowly escaped the Saiyan invasion of Earth and the incident with cell-absorbing humanity. Life was not easy. Tian had little time to engage in trivial pursuits, thus dedicating more hours to his studies. As for dating, he had contemplated it, but his age remained a barrier. After all, he was merely 16, the same age as Videl and son Gohan. Moreover, he was broke. How could one pursue a girlfriend without money? I understand now. You should hurry and leave. My father will be here any moment, Videl urged. What do you think your father's expression would be if I asked him for an autograph right now? Tian smiled. Chapter 41. Mr. Satan is terrified quickly. If you don't leave now, it will truly be too late. Videl, flustered, pushed Tian to depart. Yet, Tian seized the opportunity to embrace Videl. Why should I leave? What is there to fear? This is the perfect moment to tease Mr. Satan. Satan rushed in swiftly and immediately spotted his daughter in the arms of a strange boy. Enraged, he trembled all over. You must be the boy named Tian. Let go of my daughter. Satan bellowed, his face dark with fury. You wouldn't leave when I told you to, so what now? Videl whispered. It's fine. Nothing will happen. Tian smiled confidently, casting his gaze upon Mr. Satan beneath the night sky. Indeed, this fellow was impressively tall, embodying a stature that was both formidable and grand. One could only wonder to whom Deely was akin. It was rare for Mr. Satan to have such an adorable daughter. As Mr. Satan stood there, Tian felt that his height must have reached at least 2 meters, and he exuded an aura of authority. Of course, this imposing presence was directed at others. As for Tian, he possessed divine power within him. The fact that Tian refrained from utilizing his divine strength was already a considerable show of respect towards Mr. Satan. Dad, it's not as you think. Today, my classmate Tian and I are not engaged in any inappropriate activities, Videl explained, stepping forward. Videl, you should return home, Mr. Satan commanded. I won't go back, Videl retorted, biting her lip. Mr. Satan was taken aback. Videl, you were never like this before. Are you now disregarding your father's words? He exclaimed, astonished at her defiance. You cannot bully your father, Videl declared. Videl, please go home. Allow me to converse with your uncle for a moment, Tian said with a smile. Videl was at a loss for words. What time is it? Are you still joking? Do you comprehend the nature of your actions? My father would not hesitate to take your life. Fear not, I shall remain unscathed. Yu Tian Dao. Well, seeing Yu Tian exude such confidence brings warmth to my heart. It appears that Yu Tian holds a fondness for me. For my sake, he dares to meet my father's gaze. My father is, after all, a world champion. If you provoke my father, you may very well find yourself struck down in a single blow. Speak respectfully, my father does not appreciate jesting, whispered Videl to Yi Tian. Understood, Yi Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Father, I harbor feelings for him. However, I assure you, we are both entirely innocent at this moment. Videl reiterated to Satan. It is certainly not as you may presume. Satan cast a discerning glance at his daughter. As someone who has traversed similar paths, he could discern that his daughter appeared not to have engaged in any indiscreet conduct with the young man. Thus, the weight upon Satan's heart was lifted. It seems this boy is not as unsavory as I initially imagined. Videl soon took her leave, leaving only Yu Tian and Mr. Satan at the doorway. Young man, I must commend your audacity, Satan remarked with a smile. You were once a top student at the National First High School, were you not? Indeed, Yi Tian nodded. With your accomplishments, your future prospects appear promising. Under normal circumstances, entrusting my daughter to a man of your caliber would pose no issue at all, Satan observed. Yu Tian refrained from responding, knowing that Satan had more to convey. However, our family is quite different. We are a lineage of martial arts. I, Satan, began practicing at the tender age of 3, vanquished a tiger at 7, triumphed over all challengers by 10, eradicated Sharu at 40, and became the world champion in combat arts by 43. With grandiosity, Satan boasted. Yu Tian interjected, I believe I possess a considerable talent for boasting myself. Yet, here stands my future father-in-law, proclaiming his feats without so much as a blink. Are you truly a family of martial arts? Does your father and grandfather also practice martial arts? Yi Tian did not wish to put Mr. Satan in a difficult position. After all, he would eventually become his father-in-law. Compared to Di Li, he had been training in martial arts since childhood and was the champion of the youth category in the last World Martial Arts Championship. Mr. Satan continued, and moreover, Di Li frequently assisted the police in solving various major cases, which I believe you are well aware of. I am aware of that. Yi Tian nodded. Therefore, our family's future son-in-law must possess formidable strength, rather than being a frail scholar like you, Mr. Satan remarked. I understand. Yu Tian nodded repeatedly. Mr. Satan, this lad. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. I find myself at a loss regarding everything you have stated. You appear to be rather easy to converse with. However, this is to be expected, given the imposing demeanor of Mr. Satan. Pray tell, how much would it take for you to part ways with my daughter? Mr. Satan gazed at Yu Tian. Yu Tian? This is an absurd, blood-pumping narrative. Let us not transform it into a tale of a domineering CEO. Yu Tian was momentarily taken aback and hastily corrected himself. Mr. Satan displayed a look of utter bewilderment. What are you talking about? Since Uncle mentioned you hail from a lineage of martial artists, can you perform this move? Yu Tian grinned, lightly gesturing towards a stone lion placed at the entrance. Whoosh! The stone lion vanished in an instant. Mr. Satan's eyes widened in disbelief. Where had the stone lion gone? Was this some kind of joke? Mr. Satan rubbed his eyes vigorously. It had truly disappeared. It appeared that this young man had caused the stone lion to vanish. Had he not seen it clearly? Yi Tian chuckled. Pay close attention this time. With that, he pointed at another stone lion. Mr. Satan fixed his gaze upon it intently. Eradicate. Yu Tian softly intoned, waving his hand at the stone lion. Whoosh. Before Mr. Satan's watchful eyes, the stone lion vanished just like that. Mr. Satan's face drained of color in an instant, his legs trembling. As the soul of the city, renowned even on a global scale, it was utterly implausible for Mr. Satan to be unaware of the recent mysterious disappearances. Even if he wished to remain uninformed, those around him would undoubtedly enlighten him. After all, the mysterious disappearances were far too enigmatic. Moreover, that elusive hero had yet to reveal himself. Whispers circulated that a figure dubbed the mysterious hero was behind it all, performing acts of benevolence. However, the teachers at the school regarded this mysterious hero with disdain. Countless papers, painstakingly prepared by the teachers, had all been rendered void by this enigmatic figure. It is one thing to misplace the exam papers, but to also lose the computer we use for the examination is rather excessive. This situation is akin to lending you a USB drive, only for you to transfer all my files without permission. At the very least, you should leave us the computer. Mr. Satan is not foolish. He quickly deduced the true identity of Tian. You are that enigmatic hero? Satan stammered. I am not yet prepared to reveal my identity. Tian replied with a subtle smile. Ah, yes, Satan nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. Chapter 42, The Greatest Deity in the Universe? In addition to making the lion vanish, I could also cause the components on your body to disappear, Tian remarked with a grin. Uncle, would you care to try? No, absolutely not. Satan exclaimed in terror, hastily waving his hands. So, regarding my relationship with your daughter, Tian inquired, when do you plan to get married? Satan chuckled heartily, adopting a different demeanor as he asked. Tian, your transformation has occurred with astonishing rapidity. Rest assured, I am not a man who abandons his commitments. I shall treat Dilly with utmost respect. I, Tian, assure you that once my prowess reaches a certain pinnacle, I will enable my uncle to act freely on this planet, truly without restraint. Satan momentarily appeared taken aback, but soon his face radiated anticipation. The future achievements of this young man are undoubtedly boundless. With a mere gesture, one stone lion vanished into thin air. With another wave, another stone lion also disappeared. What tremendous power could this be? Might you impart this technique to me? Mr. Satan implored, gazing at Tian with eager eyes. You need not entertain such thoughts. It is beyond your grasp, Tian replied, shaking his head. This is a technique only comprehensible to the greatest deity of the universe. What? The greatest deity of the universe? Satan mused, pondering the lofty benchmark set before him. You have reached the pinnacle of divinity, a being of unparalleled greatness in the universe. How could a mere mortal like me engage in conversation with you? Thus, it follows that my offspring, like those of Dilly, shall also be descendants of the divine. Tian declared. Satan fell silent. Please refrain from involving my daughter in every matter, though you possess remarkable qualities. I can't shake the feeling that I have nurtured a prized cabbage only for swine to trample upon it. To visit my humble abode someday. Satan promptly extended a courteous invitation. It is rather late today, Tian replied, shaking his head, perhaps another time. That sounds agreeable, Satan responded. Should you possess any unnecessary items, feel free to bring them forth, and I shall discreetly erase them upon my next visit. Tian smiled, adding, indeed, there are certain things that do not please my eye, and I shall readily eliminate them as well. Satan, it would be best if you did not come. If you were to arrive, our household would certainly face calamity. Wouldn't it be the case that many belongings would mysteriously vanish? Departing, Tian spoke and turned to leave. The hero, with a forced smile, bowed and said, You may simply call my name. Without glancing back, Tian replied, Indeed. Satan hastily acknowledged. Soon, Tian vanished into the darkness. Satan, observing the direction of Tian's departure, gradually straightened his bent posture. With hands on his hips, Satan gazed resolutely ahead. That wretched boy. I hope I do not cross paths with you again. Satan muttered defiantly. Subsequently, he returned home with a heavy heart. Father, you haven't done anything to Tian, have you? Videl inquired with evident concern. Satan replied, The fact that Tian did not harm me is, in itself, a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Are you still concerned about Tian? Surely not. It appears that Dilly is unaware of Tian's true identity. Dilly, do you know who that young man is? Just as Satan was about to reveal Tian's true identity to Dilly, the words of Tian unexpectedly resurfaced in Satan's mind. I do not wish to unveil my identity just yet. Overcome with hesitation, Satan refrained from continuing. Father, what did you just say? Dilly asked, momentarily taken aback. Who is Tian? Who could he possibly be? Oh, he is the top student from the National First High School, reportedly ranking first in his grade before transferring. Satan quickly amended his statement. Dilly was left speechless. He is a scholarly genius, she remarked. Yes, indeed, a prodigy. Quite impressive, Satan said, extending his thumb in approval and nodding appreciatively. Father's implication was that Dilly was now unable to decipher her father's intentions. Father approves of you dating him, Satan stated. Dilly's expression turned one of confusion once more. Father actually consented? This is not like him at all. Dilly, you are already 16 years old. A young lady in your own right. Your father trusts your judgment, Satan replied. Just what did Tian say to my father? Has my father truly accepted our relationship? I can't shake off this odd feeling. However, you must be vigilant and take precautions, especially as a young lady. It is imperative to safeguard your well-being. Although Satan acquiesced to his daughter's companionship with Dilly, he felt compelled to offer this advice. After all, once a young girl is easily won over by a boy, He may not cherish her as he ought to. Father, I assure you, my relationship with him is entirely innocent, Videl said, her cheeks flushing slightly. Satan, understanding the complexities of life, remarked, I merely wish to protect you from being taken advantage of. Does he dare to bully me? He cannot possibly overpower me. Videl chuckled, her confidence shining through. Satan fell silent, contemplating the formidable powers he possessed, capabilities that could render one's very existence into oblivion with a mere wave of his hand. Such a terrifying ability. How do you intend to confront him? Tian swiftly returned to apartment 8. At a convenience store near the entrance, he spotted number 18 indulging in instant noodles. Tian strode in and seated himself beside her. How did you end up eating instant noodles? Tian inquired with a smile. Why don't you treat me to something delicious? Number 18 huffed. Sure, just tell me what you desire. Tian readily replied. I crave hot pot, number 18 stated. All right. You can choose the place. Tian nodded. So accommodating. Are you seeking something from me? Number 18 was taken aback. Not at all. I simply wish to share a meal with you. That's all. Tian smiled. That hot pot restaurant over there is said to be quite good. Number 18 pointed to a nearby establishment. Let's go. Tian did not object. He could still afford a hot pot meal, though his remaining funds were genuinely limited. He needed to devise a strategy to earn some money. The question was, what could he do with his abilities to make a profit? Should he resort to robbing a bank? How utterly absurd. I am destined to be the greatest deity in the universe. It would be embarrassing to resort to bank robbery. Alas, my erasure level is too low. If I could attain a golden level erasure, I would possess the ability to create. I could simply conjure some money for myself. But that is not the case at present. Even indulging in hot pot feels a bit precarious. Nevertheless, while Tian's funds were scant, he could still afford to treat number 18 to a hot pot meal. Perhaps he could consider doing some renovations tomorrow? Maybe break down some walls? He would think about it later. Number 18 abandoned her instant noodles and accompanied Tian into the hot pot restaurant across the street. Chapter 43, Number 18. I have a treasured collection of films. Hey, where's your little girlfriend? Number 18 asked. She went home, Tian replied. You just went out on a date with me right after she returned. Aren't you worried she might find out? Number 18 chuckled. Not at all, Tian grinned. The hot pot arrived swiftly, and Tian, feeling hungry, joined number 18 in relishing a sumptuous feast. Lazuli, do you know any quick ways to make money? Tian inquired. Why do you even need to ask? The quickest way is to rob a bank, number 18 replied without looking back. If bank robbery were legal, of course. Tian remarked, I too am in need of funds. It seems neither of us is well off. Number 18 laughed. Indeed, after this hot pot. The days ahead may be quite challenging for me. Tian lamented. And you still let me order freely? Number 18 was surprised. When treating a beautiful lady to a meal, one cannot be stingy. Even if I must subsist on dirt in the days to come, I will ensure you dine well. Tian scoffed, feeling a flicker of emotion. What will you do after dinner? Inquired number 18. You? Is that permissible? Replied Tian. What are you talking about? I'm asking you what you plan to do after dinner, number 18 responded, seemingly puzzled, as her thoughts had not ventured in that direction. Never mind, Tian said. I'll take you to earn some money. It's up to you to muster the courage. Number 18 smiled enchantingly. Earn money? How? She asked. In an underground boxing arena, Tian disclosed. If you can secure the championship, there will be a substantial reward, albeit not as grand as the World Martial Arts Tournament. Is this how you make your living? Tian inquired, suddenly enlightened. What other choice do I have? One must earn a living, number 18 laughed. So, are you in or not? I suppose I could take a look, Tian replied. But on a side note, I noticed your little girlfriend seems quite affluent. Why not ask her for some financial assistance? Number 18 queried again. Do I strike you as someone who depends on others? Tian scoffed. This made number 18 chuckle. Surprised by his resolve. After their meal, number 18 took Tian shopping for a few outfits, transforming their appearance. Subsequently, they ventured into the underground boxing arena. That evening, the sounds of wailing echoed from within. How could anyone rival number 18? Her control over her strength was commendable. She refrained from delivering fatal blows. Nonetheless, many were left howling in pain. Tian also participated in a couple of rounds and found it exhilarating. He suddenly realized that bullying others could be quite thrilling. Emerging from the underground arena, Tian and number 18 had amassed a considerable sum, ensuring their living expenses for at least the next couple of months. Kid, you're impressive. I didn't expect you to have such skills, number 18 remarked, glancing at Tian in surprise. It was nothing. Tian grinned. Do you know Sun Wukong and his friends? Number 18 asked, her demeanor unchanging. From his fighting style, it was evident that he was no ordinary person, which prompted her inquiry. Moreover, she had witnessed Tian leap from her home to his, making her suspect there was more to him than met the eye. Their encounter today confirmed her suspicions. Yes, Sun Wukong is my classmate. Do you know him? Tian feigned nonchalance. Classmate? Number 18 was momentarily taken aback. Are you saying Sun Wukong studies at this school? Indeed, he is in my class, Tian nodded. Just a classmate, is it? On the 18th. The inquiry arose. Have you had much interaction with him? Not really. I have only known Gohan for 3 days, Tian replied. Only 3 days? Then from whom did you acquire such remarkable skills? The 18th wondered. I possess innate strength. Do you believe it? Tian chuckled. Will you participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament a month from now? The 18th inquired once more. I am contemplating it. I have not yet made a decision. Tian responded. Is son Gohan also participating? The 18th posed this question with a hint of concern. If son Gohan were to enter the tournament, that rascal Vegeta might also decide to join. And then there was that fellow named Piccolo. His strength should not differ much from that of Android 17. I might not stand a chance against Piccolo, and certainly not against son Gohan or Vegeta. By this reckoning, it seems I could only secure 4th place if I enter. Tian nodded in acknowledgement, sharing the truth. What is the prize for 4th place? The 18th asked. I believe it is around 2 million, Tian replied. 2 million? That hardly piques my interest, the 18th remarked. I might as well engage in a few underground fights. The prize for 4th place in the World Martial Arts Tournament is merely 2 million. She hesitated about whether to participate in the tournament. Meanwhile, on his way home, Tian remained industrious, continuing to eliminate unnecessary distractions, though the 18th remained oblivious to this. It was already midnight when Tian glanced at the time. The 18th had not responded. Shall we have a movie night? Tian proposed. A movie night? For what purpose? The 18th was taken aback. To watch films at my house. I have several captivating ones in my collection, Tian explained. Besides, my television is quite large. Have you not been to my home before? What kind of films do you have? The 18th inquired. They are all action movies. I am certain you will enjoy them. Tian assured her. It would be nice to watch, especially since I cannot sleep tonight. The 18th conceded with a nod, not opposing the idea. Subsequently, Tian escorted the 18th back to his residence. Shall we take a shower first? Tian suggested. I have no ulterior motives. After all, we have engaged in numerous rough fights and are rather dirty. Wouldn't you agree? Tian remarked. You are correct, the 18th replied. But I have no clothes to change into. That mysterious hero had better not cross my path. I forgot to buy clothes earlier. I suppose I shall do so tomorrow. Just wear mine. It's not as if you have never worn them before. Tian chuckled. I will find something for you, she responded. Tian then went to his bedroom to retrieve an outfit. Is this yet another one you have worn? On the 18th, I took a glance at chapter 44. Taking number 18 home to watch a movie. Indeed, it was something I had worn, but I had already laundered it. Tian admitted. You are aware of my family situation. There are no new clothes in my household. Number 18 pondered this as well. This fellow was not affluent. Clothes are meant to be worn. It is improbable that one would have unworn garments lying about at home. For those from wealthy families, having new clothes that remain untouched is quite normal. As long as they are washed, it suffices. All right, I shall go home for a shower, number 18 declared, stepping forward to lift the previously severed floorboard and leaping down directly. Tian remarked, I thought you were going to bathe at my place. What a pity. I shall forego my shower. With that, Tian waved his hands over his body, instantly rendering himself spotless. Even his clothing was cleaned with a mere flick of his wrist. Should I perhaps open a laundry? It seems we engage in numerous activities. Yet the earnings come too slowly. I ought to focus on accumulating experience and swiftly upgrade to the golden level of Erasure. Once I can generate wealth, I shall no longer worry about making ends meet. It is rather ironic that I, the future greatest deity of the universe, find myself troubled by the mundane concerns of survival. Tian changed into another set of clothes, and number 18 soon finished as well. With a sudden leap from her home, number 18 tossed her previously worn garments to Tian. Please wash these for me, she instructed. Tian took hold of number 18's clothes and brought them to his nose for a sniff. What are you doing? Number 18's expression darkened. How foolish of me to have given you my clothes. I hope you do not intend to engage in any inappropriate actions with them. Alas, it is a shame they got dirty during our sparring. Tian shook his head and set the clothes aside, thinking he could easily cleanse them later. Aren't you eager to watch a movie? Show me that cherished film you have kept for years. Number 18 urged Tian. Indeed, he responded, nodding vigorously as he turned on the television and located a folder labeled down within the storage space. Hey, number 18 was taken aback. It is filled with action films, quite entertaining. Tian replied. Indeed, she concurred. On the 18th, without much thought, Tian selected an action film and pressed play. The movie featured a female superhero, soaring swiftly through the skies until she spotted a villain on the ground. With remarkable agility, she subdued the evildoer and proceeded to perform numerous acts of heroism. After completing her noble deeds, the superhero returned home. Not too bad, Tian inquired. Quite satisfactory, replied 18, nodding. Yet, there is something peculiar about this film. Upon arriving home, the superhero suddenly sensed an unsettling presence. It appeared her powers were being restrained. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a stone materializing in her room. What purpose does that stone serve? 18 mused. It seems to be inhibiting her abilities. That is a piece of kryptonite, originating from their planet. Once it enters the vicinity of a superhero, their extraordinary powers dissipate, rendering them merely human, Tian elucidated. Such an odd premise, 18 sighed, taken aback by this unexpected vulnerability. Indeed, quite bizarre. Perhaps the author intended to deliberately diminish the superhero's strength, Tian remarked. Suddenly, the door to the superhero's abode was forcefully kicked open. A masked brute appeared at the threshold, advancing to seize the superhero by the neck. Despite her desperate struggles, she was powerless to escape. With a swift motion, the masked assailant tore away a piece of her attire and forcefully pushed her onto the bed. 18 could hardly bear to witness what unfolded next. Is this truly the action film you mentioned? She questioned, her expression darkening. This is strange. The narrative is all wrong. Tian feigned indifference. It was never like this before. The superhero would have kicked that stone away and dealt a severe blow to the masked figure. Not what you are witnessing now. Just as he spoke, the television echoed with the superhero's cries, a sound both tantalizing and haunting in the stillness of the night. Quickly, turn it off, 18 urged, unable to endure any longer. I'll watch a little longer, Tian replied. 18 was left utterly speechless, having lost patience. Android 18 leapt gracefully from the previous hole, returning to her abode. As she departed, she delivered a sharp blow to the television, which shattered with a resounding crash. Come back. You owe me a television, exclaimed Tian in anger. Huh, dream on, retorted Android 18. Do you think I won't tell your girlfriend that you made me watch such a film? Even if you inform her, you still have to accompany me with the television. Tian countered. Android 18 chose not to respond further and turned to retreat to her bedroom for slumber. If you refuse to keep me company, I shall demand repayment with your body, Tian declared loudly. Only if you can defeat me will I comply with your whims. Android 18 chuckled. You want me to repay you with my body? Do you believe you could defeat me? Do not assume that just because you can conquer those underground fighters, you can triumph over me. I am exceptionally formidable. Tian was momentarily taken aback. What the heck? Is that true? As long as I can defeat you, then. Tian was nearly drooling, his saliva dripping onto the floor of House 18. I shall defeat you right now. Wait a moment. It is not suitable to fight here. I fear the entire building may collapse. Let us wait a bit longer. Once I have dealt with Videl, I shall return to engage in a proper contest with you. There will be plenty of time in the future. Tian casually wiped the television screen. It was already broken. There was no hope of repair. Better to dispose of it. Fortunately, he had earned a substantial sum from underground fights last night. More than enough to purchase a new television. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Videl sought out Tian. Tian, shall we practice flying together today? She proposed. Sure, no problem. Tian nodded in agreement. Huh, where's your television? Videl suddenly noticed the absence of the television in the living room. It exploded last night, Tian replied. Exploded? Did it go off suddenly? Videl asked with concern. Sort of, Tian nodded. What did you do with the exploded television? Videl inquired further. I had it disposed of. What use would it serve to keep it? Tian chuckled. Shifting the topic away from the television to consider a more suitable location for flight practice, as the space at home was far too limited. Chapter 45, Sun Wukong. I have a feeling that Brother Tian is extraordinary. Shall we head to the mountains? Videl suggested. That works, Tian agreed without objection. The two set off shortly thereafter. On the way, Videl asked curiously, Tian, what did you discuss with my father last night? He seems not to oppose our relationship. Oh, I didn't say much. Perhaps your father perceives me as a prodigy, believing I will achieve great things in the future, hence his approval. Tian replied with a smile. It feels like there is more to it than meets the eye, Videl pondered. It's no longer important, Tian chuckled lightly. How can it not be important? The two eventually entered the mountainous region and commenced their attempts to practice flying. In truth, Tian had already mastered the art of flight. His primary focus was merely to accompany Videl in her practice. At the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Corporation, in the gravity training chamber, Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan and was energetically striking at the air. Trunks was also in the chamber, laboriously making his way through the intense environment, sweat cascading down his body. Trunks, it's best not to push yourself too hard. You should leave this place, Vegeta advised. The 150 times gravity is simply too challenging for you. Last night, Gohan called to inform me that he intended to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Trunks chimed in, expressing his desire to join as well. As if it were a grand festival, Vegeta chuckled. This indeed seems arduous. Perhaps it's time to transform into a Super Saiyan, Trunks muttered. Enduring 150 times the normal gravity is exceedingly challenging. What? Vegeta paused in surprise. Suddenly, Trunks radiated a golden light, his hair standing upright as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta was taken aback. Trunks executed a light leap, ascending to a considerable height. Following that, he dashed around the gravity training room at an astonishing speed. How exhilarating! Trunks was overjoyed. Vegeta remained silent, feeling a twinge of heartache. What nonsense is this? When did this boy become a Super Saiyan? Is it truly so effortless to attain this transformation? I endured countless hardships before I finally achieved it. Ha ha ha. Trunks was still performing flips, reveling in his newfound prowess. Trunks. Vegeta called out to him. Trunks turned to face his father. Can Gohan's brother also become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta inquired. Yes, Trunks nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it seems there is an abundance of Super Saiyans now. Is it the case that everyone can transform? Vegeta pondered. Wait a moment. Something feels amiss. Let me reflect on this. When I was with Bulma, I had already transformed into a Super Saiyan. I recall that was when I had just mastered the transformation. Not long after, I was with Bulma, and then this boy was born. Kakarot also had Gohan's brother after he became a Super Saiyan. So, it follows that their ease in transforming is due to the fact that Kakarot and I were both Super Saiyans when they were conceived. It seems to make sense. With this realization, Vegeta felt considerably relieved. Come at me, Vegeta instructed Trunks. Huh? Trunks was taken aback and quickly responded, no matter what. I could never be a match for you, father. You are simply too strong. Attack me. If you can land a hit on my face, I shall take you to the amusement park, Vegeta declared. Really? Father, Trunks exclaimed with excitement. Here I come. Give it your all in your assault. Vegeta prepared himself for the challenge. Hey! Trunks launched a swift assault, catching Vegeta off guard. The speed of this young warrior's punches was astonishing, and his strength felt formidable. Vegeta barely managed to evade Trunks' blows. Ha ha ha. Trunks unleashed another rapid series of punches, forcing Vegeta into a desperate retreat. I strike, I strike, I strike. Trunks' fist descended upon Vegeta like a relentless downpour. Vegeta found himself at a disadvantage, struggling to withstand the onslaught. Whose insufferable offspring is this? How infuriating. Bang. Trunks landed a punch that grazed Vegeta's face, igniting his fury. Bang. In a flash, Vegeta retaliated, delivering a punch that struck Trunks squarely on the nose. I am sorry, but I cannot assist with that. How dare you strike me? With a resounding thud, Trunks' head met the ground, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Vegeta exclaimed, This is outrageous. It seems this is indeed my own son. Perhaps I was a tad too forceful. That hurts so much. Trunks gritted his teeth as he rose from the ground, wincing in pain. Father is quite cunning, retaliating like that. Do not be overly concerned. I never claimed I would refrain from counterattacking, Vegeta replied. How could you? Trunks protested, feeling quite aggrieved. No tears allowed. I shall take you to the amusement park. Vegeta snorted and inquired. So tell me, who is more formidable, Gohan's younger brother or you? I am slightly stronger. Goten is younger than I, and he cannot even fly yet. Upon hearing the prospect of visiting the amusement park, Trunks' frown transformed into a smile. Vegeta fell into silence once more. These two little ones are truly impressive. At Bowsy Mountain, Gohan and Goten were engaged in a friendly spar. Both had transformed into Super Saiyans. With a flurry of strikes, they battled from the ground into the sky, continuously shifting their forms. After a while, Gohan intercepted Goten's punch and declared, "All right, Goten, that will be enough for today. We've made sufficient progress." "Okay," Goten replied. They descended from the sky, landing heavily on the ground, both panting heavily from their exertion. "Brother, are that big brother and big sister not coming today?" Goten asked. "It's probably for the best if they don't come. If they do, we won't have time to train," Gohan responded with a smile. After all, they needed to master rapid flight, which would take considerable time. "I think that big brother named Yaishin seems quite remarkable," Goten remarked, scratching his head. "Oh? What makes you think so?" Gohan asked, taken aback. "I'm not sure. It just feels that way," Goten smiled. "Perhaps you were overthinking it," Gohan laughed heartily. "Indeed. Yaishin's energy was rather peculiar. Even I cannot sense any energy within him." Chapter 46. Videli's declaration to the other 4 ships. "Does that big brother Yaishin truly possess such advanced energy?" Goten inquired. "I cannot say for certain. Perhaps he does." Gohan chuckled. "But it matters not. Brother can transform into a Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan, and he will undoubtedly achieve remarkable results at the World Martial Arts Tournament. But if you transform into a Super Saiyan at the tournament, wouldn't that expose your identity?" Goten questioned. "You have a point. Then let us agree that no one transforms into a Super Saiyan during the competition." Son Gohan pondered for a moment. "All right, I have no objections, brother." Son Goten obediently nodded, saying, "I will also speak to Trunks." In the suburbs of Satan City, in an uninhabited mountainous area, Videl exclaimed, "Look, Tian. I can already hover at such a height." At that moment, Videl was approximately 2 meters above the ground. "After returning last night, you practiced again, didn't you?" Tian asked with a smile. "Yes," Videl nodded. "Very good," Tian praised repeatedly. "What about you, Tian?" Videl inquired. "Me?" Tian sighed in resignation. "Why do you want to compare yourself to me? Then who should I compare myself to?" Videl playfully blinked. "All right, then I shall show you," Tian replied, unleashing his divine power as he gradually lifted off the ground. Soon, he soared to a height of 10 meters. Videl's mouth fell open in awe, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise. "Are you joking? The scholar is also so talented in martial arts?" She marveled. "Videl, the way your mouth was just agape was quite charming," Tian said as he descended to a height similar to hers, smiling. "Really?" Videl's face flushed once more. "I will see if there are any bananas nearby," Tian remarked. "Videl, why do you always want me to eat bananas?" Whoosh. After Tian finished speaking, he immediately took flight. "You can fly freely now?" Videl exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed," Tian replied with a smile, then muttered, "This area should have banana trees. The environment is suitable for their growth." Videl responded, "Aren't we supposed to practice flying? Why the fixation on bananas?" "I am not hungry." But Tian had already soared into the sky. After circling around, he returned without having found any bananas. "Did you find any bananas?" Videl inquired. "No," Tian said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "I am not hungry. I had breakfast this morning." "Are you hungry, Tian? I will buy you bananas later." Tian coughed and said, suddenly, "I crave abalone." "Abalone? All right, I will get that for you tonight," Videl replied. "Really?" Tian smacked his lips. "Isn't it just abalone? I'll buy it for you." Videl shrugged. "It's not that expensive." Tian nodded vigorously, adding, "Actually, we don't even need to buy it. We can eat what is already prepared." "Eat what is already prepared?" Videl scratched her head. "Let us discuss this later." Tian felt a tinge of anticipation. Videl remarked, "I feel like you were trying to trick me again. By the way, what was that basket you mentioned yesterday? I still haven't figured it out." Returning to the topic, Videl asked, "Did you practice flying at home last night?" "No. I stayed home with Lazili to watch a movie," Tian replied candidly. "You mean you watched a movie with the girl downstairs?" Videl asked, slightly annoyed. "Yes. The film was quite thrilling. There was an explosion on the television," Tian responded. "Tian, what are you thinking?" Videl huffed. "Are you seriously trying to have it both ways? Why stop at 2? Tian replied, "Didn't I say? At least 5. You always speak of mischief with such eloquence. Should I consider departing from you?" Videl truly wishes she could turn and leave. Yet, inexplicably, she feels an undeniable attachment to Tian. What is it about him that captivates me? Is it merely his handsome visage? It seems not. There are many handsome individuals out there. Unbeknownst to me, I have been gradually drawn to you. Tian, have you truly never courted another girl before? Videl asked softly. "No, I can assure you of that. I stated this just last night," Tian affirmed with a nod, swearing to the heavens. I care not. Your first must be with me. This is my declaration to the other 4 suitors. Videl huffed, addressing Tian with indignation. Tian replied, deal, nodding vigorously. Is there truly such a splendid arrangement? It appears Videl is not entirely unreasonable after all. Finally, I have managed to convince you. Thus, over the course of 20 days. The date of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament drew ever closer. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Trunks, Son Goten, Piccolo, and Krillin labored diligently in their training. Sun Wukong was honing his skills in another realm. Videl, too, was tirelessly refining her abilities. Only 2 individuals refrained from training, Tian and Mr. Satan. Tian found no need for training, as he could now fully harness his divine power. However, his divine strength had not increased. It seemed to correlate with the level of his Erasure Technique. Presumably, a higher level of the technique would yield greater strength, and mere training would not suffice for enhancement. Tian was not in a hurry. Of course, during these days, he was diligently working to eliminate unnecessary elements, thereby augmenting his Erasure experience. After this period of persistent elimination, Tian was but a step away from upgrading to the silver-level Erasure Technique. I believe that by the time of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, a mere flick of his hand could facilitate the upgrade. Meanwhile, the legends surrounding the mysterious hero grew ever more intriguing. Relevant authorities were tirelessly seeking this enigmatic figure. It would be a wonder to find him. Even the gods of Earth could not locate him, let alone these mere mortals. Notably, upon returning home after the flying trial with Videl, Tian discovered that Android 18 was absent. Since that day, he had not encountered her again. Chapter 47. The King Kai and Baphomet descend upon Earth. Tian felt a sense of perplexity. Where has 18 gone? Does she also engage in training? Do androids require training? Indeed, artificial beings can indeed become stronger through rigorous training. Have you not witnessed the remarkable performance of Android 17 during the Tournament of Power? By the time of Dragon Ball Super, 17's prowess had already surpassed that of Goku's Super Saiyan 3, and he could even rival Goku's Super Saiyan Blue form. Furthermore, it was 17 who remained as the last contender standing on the arena. Tian surmised that Android 18 must have sought a secluded place to train. Where else could she possibly be? After all, the prize for 4th place holds little allure for her. Yet, it remains uncertain how much stronger she can become. It is likely not by a significant margin. In a desolate suburb, within a sparsely populated village, a large spaceship stealthily descended upon the area. The villagers were utterly astonished, rendered speechless by fear. Is this a spaceship? Have extraterrestrials come to our land? With a creak, the spaceship's hatch opened, revealing several aliens within. These extraterrestrial beings effortlessly annihilated all the inhabitants of the village. Lord Babidi, we have eradicated everyone in the vicinity, reported a subordinate to the sorcerer Babidi. Well done. Babidi acknowledged with a nod of satisfaction, turning to his companion, Dabra. As far as I am aware, that Kaioshin fellow has been closely monitoring the seal of Majin Buu. So we must swiftly find a hiding place for the spaceship and then discreetly seek out the seal of Majin Buu. That plan is feasible, Lord Babidi. Dabra replied with a slight smile. However, where shall we conceal such a large spaceship, my lord? Inquired the subordinate Pui. Let us hide it underground. Babidi suggested with a smile. Truly, Lord Babidi, that is an excellent location, Pui responded. Subsequently, the subordinates worked through the night, digging a pit to conceal the massive spaceship beneath the earth. Once the spacecraft was securely hidden, Babidi quickly located the seal of Majin Buu, as recorded in his father's diary. Is this Majin Buu? Babidi exclaimed in excitement. Dabra also gazed at the seal of Majin Buu, a smile gracing his face. Let us take the seal back to the spaceship. I wish to study how to unravel this seal, Babidi expressed with anticipation. Immediately, Dabra stepped forward, cradling the seal, and quietly ascended into the sky. Before long, Babidi and his companions returned with the seal of Majin Buu to their spaceship. Once again consulting his father's diary, Babidi discovered the method to break the seal of Majin Buu. Is it necessary to infuse it with pure energy? Babidi pondered, glancing at his subordinates. Their energy is insufficient. Where shall we procure pure energy? Lord Baphomet, I have heard that soon there will be a martial arts tournament on this planet called the world's greatest, Videl. Shall we attend this grand event to see if we can uncover pure energy? Let us proceed with this plan. Baphomet nodded. However, before we do, it would be prudent to capture 2 individuals for a more detailed understanding of this tournament. I shall fetch them at once, Pui replied with a grin. The gravity on this planet is so minimal, it feels exhilarating to fly here. Baphomet, the gravity on your planet must be 10 times that of this one, correct? Bafity remarked with a smile. No wonder you feel that way. Indeed, Lord Bafity, I will take action immediately, Pui affirmed. That evening, Pui returned with two individuals who had previously participated in the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Bafity exerted his magical control over them. Until we gather sufficient pure energy, let us maintain a low profile, Bafity said with a smile. The Supreme Kai may appear at any moment. Rest assured, Lord Bafity. The Supreme Kai is of no consequence before me, Dabra asserted with confidence. While that may be true, he is still the Supreme Kai. The most powerful deity in this universe, Bafity sighed. It is better to exercise caution. Once my Majin Buu is liberated from his seal, the entire universe will be under my command. In the Supreme Kai realm, the Supreme Kai's expression grew grave, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. Supreme Kai. What has transpired? His attendant, Jebit, inquired. The seal on Majin Buu has suddenly vanished, the Supreme Kai replied solemnly. What? The seal is gone? Who could be responsible? Jebit exclaimed in disbelief. Jebit, we must act swiftly. Let us head to Earth. The Supreme Kai commanded. Yes, Supreme Kai, Jebit responded. With a swift invocation of instant transmission, the Supreme Kai and Jebit appeared on Earth, landing where Majin Buu's seal had once been. Indeed, the seal is missing, Jebit stated gravely. From the traces left behind, it appears someone has removed it, and their footprints remain, the Supreme Kai indicated to the ground. These footprints do not resemble those of Earthlings, Jebit observed. They bear a striking resemblance to those of extraterrestrials, the Supreme Kai noted. Have aliens come to Earth? Jebit questioned. There is a significant possibility that it is the sorcerer Bafity. The Supreme Kai gritted his teeth. He is the son of Bibidi. Bibidi has a son? Jebit frowned. There is no one else. He must be eager to awaken Majin Buu at the earliest opportunity. The Supreme Kai felt that one head seemed to possess the weight of two. If that were indeed the case, the entire universe would be at risk. Jebit was also visibly shaken, his complexion pale. We must urgently locate the sorcerer Babidi to prevent him from resurrecting the demon Buu, the Supreme Kai declared through clenched teeth. The two embarked on a search across Earth. Several hours passed, and suddenly, the Supreme Kai paused, turning his gaze toward the direction of Satan City. Jebit was momentarily taken aback. What lies in the direction of the Supreme Kai? He inquired, astonished. It is divine energy, the Supreme Kai replied with certainty. How could there be someone on this planet with divine power? Jebit murmured in confusion. I am equally perplexed, the Supreme Kai admitted. It may be the deity of this planet. After all, many celestial bodies give rise to their own gods. The Supreme Kai's reasoning holds merit, Jebit nodded. Though he then posed a curious question. But Supreme Kai, just now, it felt as though his divine energy was exceedingly pure. Chapter 48, Supreme Kai, Discovery of Divine Energy. I share that sentiment, the Supreme Kai responded, yet we cannot afford to dwell on it. We must continue our pursuit of Babidi. Indeed, you are correct, Supreme Kai? Jebit replied. They ascended into the sky once more, searching for Babidi's whereabouts. Their perseverance bore fruit, as they uncovered clues indicating that Babidi's two minions were to participate in the Tournament of Power. The Tournament of Power? Jebit exclaimed, taken aback. This presents a splendid opportunity. Jebit, the Supreme Kai smiled. Let us disguise ourselves as contestants in this planet's Tournament of Power and discreetly follow those two energy-absorbing minions of Babidi. We should be able to pinpoint Babidi's precise location. Very well, Supreme Kai, Jebit responded, chuckling, but if we partake in such a tournament, we should easily secure the championship. Jebit, our aim is not to claim the title. Our primary objective is to swiftly find Babidi and eliminate him to prevent the awakening of the demon Buu. The Supreme Kai spoke with grave seriousness, for if Buu were to awaken, it would spell disaster for the entire universe. Satan City, Apartment 8. Just moments ago, Tian was levitating in his home, striving to master his divine powers. Suddenly, he sensed the presence of someone observing him from afar. Instantly, Tian released his perception to gauge the other's aura. Through this perception, he discerned two peculiar energies. These energies bore a faint resemblance to his own. Yet they felt murky to him. If Tian's divine power purity were rated at 100, one of these energies would be approximately 70 in clarity, while the other was even lower, possibly around 60. Who could these two be? Tian pondered. Could they possibly be the Kaishin and Jebit? It seemed plausible. The similarity in our energies is striking. This energy we refer to as divine power. My divine power belongs to the realm of the Omni-King, thus achieving an unparalleled purity. The Kaishin's divine power hovers around 70, while his attendance is at 60. By extrapolating from these figures, what might be the divine power of a god of destruction? Is it 80 or 90? And what about the angels? Could it be above 95? Ultimately, such details are inconsequential. I perceive their divine powers as rather feeble. Upon reflection, this is to be expected. After all, my strength has far surpassed that of the Kaioshin. Just a mere flicker of my divine power was enough for the Kaioshin to sense. However, he could never fathom that my divine power vastly eclipsed his own. Indeed, the Kaioshin naively believed that Yi Tian's divine power was weak, as he had merely released a fraction of it for the sake of honing his will. Little did he know that Yi Tian's power had already surpassed his own, for in the Kaioshin's perception, he was the greatest deity in the entire universe. Furthermore, the current Kaioshin was oblivious to the existence of other universes. Had he known, his perspective would surely have shifted. As days passed, the date of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament drew ever closer. One morning, the sun finally rose, casting its warm glow. Videl arrived early to seek out Yi Tian. "Shall we fly to the venue today?" she proposed. Certainly, Yi Tian nodded in agreement without hesitation. Flying to the venue is quite feasible. We might as well engage in an exhilarating game of basketball in the sky. Yi Tian smiled, adding, "I have yet to kiss the rim." "What precisely do you mean by the blue frame?" "You confound me greatly. Our relationship has essentially been established, so why do you speak so ambiguously?" "What do you mean by the blue frame, Yi Tian?" Videl inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. "Such matters can only be understood intuitively, not articulated, once expressed." "The mystery dissipates," Yi Tian replied. "The absence of mystery is disconcerting," Videl remarked, increasingly sensing the complexity of what you refer to as this blue frame. "Enough of this. Let us hasten our departure," Videl urged. "Are you prepared?" "I am almost ready," Yi Tian nodded, swiftly shedding his clothing. Videl, "Hey, do you think it's appropriate to undress in front of me?" She wiped her brow. "Aren't we supposed to be going out?" "You're taking off your clothes instead of putting them on." Videl sighed helplessly. "I'm merely changing into another outfit," Yi Tian explained, rummaging through the wardrobe until he found a new garment. "Well, you could at least inform me. I ought to be considerate," Videl replied. "Who are we to each other?" Yi Tian chuckled, suggesting it was unnecessary to be so mindful. Videl chose to remain silent. "Although I am technically your girlfriend, our relationship has not yet reached that level of familiarity, has it?" Yi Tian quickly changed his attire. "By the way, have you made a decision? Do you wish to participate in the competition?" Videl asked. "Let us participate. After all, it's merely for fun," Yi Tian pondered, glancing at the clock. "There is still time. Shall we engage in a more meaningful competition first?" "A more meaningful competition?" Videl was taken aback. "Where shall we play?" "What kind of competition?" "Why, right there." Yi Tian indicated towards the nearby resting area. "Videl, I knew you would say something like that. But why do I feel compelled to guide you in that direction?" "You lie down. I shall help you relax first," Yi Tian said gently. "Yi Tian, do you see what time it is? It would take a jet 2 hours to reach the island of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. We must hurry," Videl said, her face flushed, speaking softly. "No need for formality. Please sit down first," Yi Tian said, taking Videl's hand and leading her to the edge of the bed. Videl's heart raced. "Yi Tian, what are you planning?" she asked, her cheeks reddening. Yi Tian uttered only a single word. "Videl, please, continue with your discourse." "What does it mean if you only say a single word?" Yi Tian gently grasped Videli's wrists, marking a day of significance. First, he would attend to Videl, and thereafter, he would casually erase something at the venue of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, allowing him to ascend to the silver-level Erasure Technique. Indeed, it was a splendid day. Chapter 49. Intimate Moments with Videl. Videl blushed, half-heartedly resisting. But wait, today was the opening day of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. What were Yi Tian and I to do? 20 seconds later. Who cares about the Grand Martial Arts Tournament? Let us engage in something meaningful instead. Videl's thoughts shifted rapidly. During this period, she and Yi Tian had spent every moment together, and it was only natural that their relationship had reached this point. In truth, they merely needed a catalyst, specifically, an opportunity for Yi Tian to take the initiative. Yi Tian had refrained from being proactive as he focused on mastering the Erasure Technique. Until he achieved silver level, he felt a lingering sense of insecurity. Now that he was on the verge of reaching silver level, he wanted to remain with Videl. Just as Yi Tian was about to make his move, a faint sound suddenly echoed in the room. He paused. Who could it be visiting my home? Quickly attuning his senses, he soon detected the presence of an unexpected visitor. It was number 18. The one who had vanished for nearly half a month had returned. "If you wish to return, then do so. What is your purpose for coming to my home?" Did you not see that I was preparing to engage in something more meaningful? How about we join forces? Tian, with no need for pleasantries, waved his hand dismissively, effortlessly removing the attire of number 18. Over the past fortnight, number 18 had ventured into a wildlife sanctuary, residing temporarily near number 17, while also honing her skills. She informed number 17 about the upcoming Grand Martial Arts Tournament. I cannot leave. These creatures depend on human care. Number 17 smiled and replied, you should go. I trust that with your prowess, securing the championship will be no arduous task, provided that Sun Wukong and his companions do not enter the fray. The second prize is also a substantial 5 million, added number 18. I am well compensated here. Finances are not my concern, number 17 retorted. Yet you were utterly unyielding when I sought a loan last time. Number 18 rolled her eyes. That was not a loan. I was offering you money. I have lent you before. When do you intend to repay me? Number 17 scoffed. Even though we share a sibling bond, you cannot always disregard your brother's finances. You're so stingy, number 18 responded, her expression frosty. Though my salary is generous, it does not imply that my resources are infinite, number 17 sighed. Do you presume I am the wealthiest individual in the world? Forget it. Number 18 understood that she could not rely on her brother. You ought to seek employment as well. You must comprehend the futility of idleness. Number 17 advised. You cannot persist in engaging in underground fights forever. I relish it, no? 18 replied nonchalantly. After spending some more time at number 17's residence, she found herself utterly bored. It would be far more amusing to return and tease that charming young man. That young man possesses a certain intrigue. After bidding farewell to number 17, no. 18 flew back to her own home. Upon her return, she realized that her attire was in dire need of a change. Looking down, she exclaimed, why am I still clad in Tian's clothes? It suddenly dawned on her that she had forgotten to purchase any new garments. There were no clothes available for her to change into at home. That insufferable, mysterious hero. Where have you taken my clothes? It seems I have no choice but to retrieve them from Tian's home. At this hour, he should be off to school, I presume? Even if he is not attending classes, there is no harm in fetching a garment from his residence. Those little rascals have been dragging me to watch films of questionable nature. May I request a piece of clothing from you without objection? On the 18th, I simply leapt from my own abode to Tian's. It is noteworthy that since that day, Tian has not bothered to mend the hole. In fact, he has even absent-mindedly erased the floorboard covering that gaping void. How convenient. All that remains is the installation of a staircase. If one could find the time to construct a staircase, this house would transform into a duplex. On the 18th, I softly descended into Tian's living room, and shortly thereafter, I made my way towards his bedroom. However, just as I approached Tian's sanctuary, an unexpected chill enveloped me. Peering down, I realized my attire was missing. Where have my clothes vanished? Is this the doing of that enigmatic hero again? The situation became even more absurd as I entered the bedroom to discover Tian inappropriately engaging with his female classmate, who appeared equally enamored and tender. I felt an unsettling sensation and exclaimed, Tian, hold on a moment. Just then, I caught a glimpse of someone in my peripheral vision. What is amiss? Tian found my presence to be rather bothersome. When will you return? You don't come back when I miss you. Yet here you are now that I wish for your absence. It appears as if someone has intruded upon our home. Videl gently extricated herself from Tian's embrace. Rising to her feet, her gaze fell upon the figure of number 18 entering through the door. The two women exchanged glances. Why are you not dressed in Tian's house? Videl inquired, hands on her hips. No. 18 was about to respond in kind, but suddenly recalled her lack of attire, leaving her speechless. Without uttering a word, no. 18 passed by Videl and adeptly opened the wardrobe, retrieving a set of Tian's clothing to don. You may continue, number 18 stated before turning to leave. Join us, Zili, Tian beckoned. Just as number 18 stepped outside, Tian's invitation nearly caused her to stumble. Can such matters truly be a shared experience? She thought, hastening her pace. Moments later, number 18 leapt back into her own home, inhaling deeply. The earlier scene had been rather awkward. Fortunately, I managed to diffuse the tension with my composure. No, the awkwardness belonged to them, not me. Yet, I too felt a twinge of embarrassment due to my lack of clothing. That enigmatic hero better not allow me to find you. Should I discover your identity, you shall face the consequences. Wait, let me ponder this further. Let me consider. Could that mysterious hero be Tian? Why do I find him somewhat suspicious? Isn't he supposed to attend the Grand Martial Arts Tournament soon? Even if he does not attend, His little girlfriend will surely be present. I shall observe him discreetly. Perhaps I may uncover some clues. Thus, I have made a delightful decision. In Yi Tian's bedroom, Videl, do not hit the pause button. Continue, Yi Tian urged. Videl retorted, do you think this is a film? Can we truly carry on? The lovely atmosphere has been shattered by that woman downstairs. Did you not realize, Yi Tian, that you had spoken to her about your first time with me? Tears welled in her eyes. Chapter 50. Target. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament. I am innocent. I truly have not been with her. Her attire must have been the doing of that mysterious hero, Yi Tian explained. Mysterious hero? Do not blame everything on him. Videl scoffed. It is rather amusing that even the police, when faced with unsolvable cases, attribute everything to this enigmatic figure, neglecting their duty to pursue justice. This is an inevitable situation. After all, who can resist the allure of such mystery? To this day, no one knows his true identity. Yi Tian feigned nonchalance. Speaking of mysterious heroes, numerous enigmatic disappearances have transpired recently. Who could it be? Videl softly inquired, always making things vanish. In due time, we shall know. Yi Tian replied with a smile. It's akin to searching for something, when you desperately seek an item yet cannot find it, only for it to reappear unexpectedly on a day when you cease your search. Many occurrences are indeed so wondrous. You are right, Videl nodded thoughtfully. Many things are truly remarkable, Yi Tian affirmed. You mentioned this earlier, Videl remarked. Allow me to reiterate, Yi Tian said, scrutinizing Videl from head to toe. It's as if when I gaze upon you, you present yourself as a sumptuous feast, one I yearn to savor carefully, not wishing to overlook any detail. Videl understood this sentiment well. Your expression is rather blunt. Videl feels herself flushing all over. Could you perhaps refrain from being so straightforward? There is still time. We have merely accomplished 1% of our tasks. Yi Tian Dao. 1%. Videl was taken aback, glancing at the time before snapping back to reality. At this pace, we won't be able to go anywhere this morning. What significance is there in attending the Grand Martial Arts Tournament? Yi Tian Dao, moreover, as a woman, isn't it inappropriate to engage in such violence? No, I am determined to go. Videl has now dismissed her earlier feelings. The physiological structures of men and women differ. It is all about the sensation. The subtle feeling Videl experienced was disrupted by number 18. Thus, she now perceives the Grand Martial Arts Tournament as even more crucial. In truth, it is largely due to the earlier scene with number 18 at Yi Tian's residence. To assert that Videl was unaffected by it would be quite implausible. You have boldly ventured into Yi Tian's abode without any attire, casting a shadow of doubt upon the nature of your relationship. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament occurs but once a year, and I, Videl, am reluctant to let this opportunity slip away. Well then, let us proceed. Yi Tian does not press the matter further. As I suggested, let us soar through the skies. Videl proposed. Certainly, that poses no issue, Yi Tian assented. In the next moment, both Yi Tian and Videl leapt from the window, ascending into the azure sky, gliding gracefully. Android 18 discreetly followed suit, taken aback by the revelation that Yi Tian's girlfriend could also traverse the heavens. Indeed, since Yi Tian is a classmate of Son Gohan, it follows that this girl, Videl, is likewise his peer. I am eager to witness your prowess. At the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, I shall have the pleasure of engaging with you both, while simultaneously discerning whether Yi Tian is indeed the enigmatic hero. In another expanse of sky, a large jet helicopter glided through the air, populated by numerous individuals. Were Yi Tian present, he would instantly recognize each face. These are all familiar visages to him. Among the passengers are Vegeta, Son Gohan, and others. Except for Tian and Kaiatsu, nearly all of the surviving Z fighters are in attendance. Piccolo chose not to accompany them, opting instead to fly directly to the site of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Bulma herself piloted the aircraft toward the island where the tournament is to be held. Will Goku truly arrive? Bulma inquired with a hint of anticipation. Father will definitely come, Son Gohan affirmed. How delightful. It has been such a long time since I last saw Goku, Master Roshi chimed in cheerfully. Leaning closer, Chi-Chi asked, are you participating in the tournament, Launch? Launch shook her head. No, I shall not partake. I do not wish to embarrass myself. A hearty laugh erupted from Ox-King. It has been ages since I have witnessed such a scene. Son Goten perched by the window, gazing at the scenery outside, while Trunks followed suit. The entire family radiated warmth and joy. Uncle Krillin, your father may not recognize your appearance anymore, Son Gohan remarked with a smile. Ha ha, he certainly will not. Krillin responded with laughter. Krillin, what is the status of your situation? Launch suddenly inquired. What situation? Krillin replied, taken aback. The matter of your girlfriend, Launch clarified. At that moment, Krillin felt a pang of discomfort. Surely, you jest, Krillin? Do you truly remain without a girlfriend? Launch gazed at him in astonishment. Can we not engage in a proper conversation? Krillin wiped the sweat from his brow. Whether or not I have a girlfriend is none of your concern. By the way, aren't you nearly 40 this year? Luping lamented how swiftly time passes, recalling that when he first met you, you seemed to be merely 13 years of age. Krillin, reluctant to engage in conversation, remained silent. What about you, Uncle Luping? Do you have a girlfriend? Son Wukong casually inquired. Perhaps it is best not to press him on that matter, Bulma sighed from the sidelines. Aunt Bulma, why do you say that? Son Wukong asked, intrigued. Never mind. It's not suitable for your young ears. You needn't delve too deeply into such matters yet, Bulma replied. Krillin, after the World Martial Arts Tournament, I shall take you out. I know a splendid place with many delightful girls, Luping whispered conspiratorially to Krillin. You mean a nightlife venue, right? Krillin wiped his brow. Oh, you are already aware of it? Luping felt a twinge of embarrassment. You rascal, am I not your master? The turtle hermit grumbled. If there is such a fun place, why not take your master along? Ah, next time I will definitely bring Master Rashi with us. Luping chuckled heartily. Now that is more like it. The turtle hermit nodded approvingly. Bulma, holding her forehead, chose to remain silent. You have all deviated from the rhythm. By the way, Uncle Vegeta, Goten, and Trunks, let us refrain from transforming into Super Saiyans during the Tournament of Power, shall we? Gohan suggested. Why not? Vegeta replied, taken aback. When you battled against Cell, your transformations into Super Saiyans were captured on film, Bulma elucidated. Should you change during the competition, it is likely they would recognize you. Chapter 51, The Return of Goku. Indeed, if that were the case, the television station personnel would undoubtedly cause us trouble, Gohan nodded. Humph. I could easily dispatch those annoying fellows with a single punch. Vegeta scoffed. That seems rather unwise, Gohan scratched his head. It's quite all right. As long as you all refrain from becoming Super Saiyans, the competition will remain fair. My advantages will remain unchanged, Vegeta chuckled nonchalantly. Trunks added. Goten and I are fine with that as well. Splendid. Thank you, everyone. Let us all adhere to the rules. Gohan expressed his gratitude. By the way, Gohan, what about that mysterious hero you mentioned? Have there been any new discoveries recently? Bulma inquired. Mysterious hero? Gohan shook his head. I took a month's leave to train at home and have not visited Satan City in quite some time, so I know little about the mysterious hero. I see. Bulma nodded. Has that mysterious hero been up to any enigmatic deeds? Surely, there haven't been more items disappearing from Satan City? Gohan questioned. I have been keeping an occasional eye on the news, Bulma replied. Recently, there have indeed been several items mysteriously vanishing from Satan City. Once again, which mysterious hero is responsible for this? Gohan pondered. Who is this individual? Could he truly be a magician? What mysterious hero? What items have vanished? Krillin asked curiously. Uncle Krillin, are you not aware? In my school in Satan City, items often disappear mysteriously, though most of them are things that should not be there. The citizens have concocted a tale of a mysterious hero, claiming that this hero is responsible for the disappearances. Gohan briefly explained the situation. Upon hearing this, Krillin and the others were visibly astonished. Uncle Vegeta suggested it might be the work of a magician, who uses magic to relocate these items. Gohan clarified. All that is well and good, but why has he relocated your school's exam papers? Krillin inquired. Does he intend to complete all the papers himself? Gohan was left speechless. Even more absurdly, recently, many individuals who have lost items have been blaming the mysterious hero for their misfortune. Bulma chuckled. Is that so? Son Wukong was taken aback. Have you seen this news? A woman was caught in an affair by her husband, Bulma remarked with a smile. She claimed that her clothes, as well as her mistress's attire, were mysteriously made to disappear by a heroic figure. Should such matters be attributed to this enigmatic hero? Krillin chuckled heartily. The most absurd part is that her husband actually believed her. Bulma was thoroughly amused. Krillin then pondered, so this mysterious hero has the ability to make things vanish? Luping, with a thoughtful expression, turned to Krillin and inquired, Krillin, could it be that your nose was also made to disappear by this hero? You shut up. Krillin retorted angrily. On the island where the World Martial Arts Tournament was held, after 2 hours of flight, Tian and Videl appeared in the sky above. It's only a little past 9 in the morning, and already there are so many people here. Everyone has arrived quite early. Videl observed as she gazed downward. Indeed, Tian agreed. My father is also here. Videl glanced down and spotted her father. Let us find a place to land, but it would be best to avoid the densely populated areas. We might cause quite a stir. Let us go, Tian replied, leading Videl to descend at a distance. Shortly after they landed, Sun Wukong and the others arrived by plane at the scene. Upon reaching the island, Krillin and Liu Ping were surprised to see the massive turnout for the World Martial Arts Tournament. It was certainly livelier than before. Just then, cheers erupted from a distance. Many people rushed towards the source of the commotion. Mr. Satan has arrived. Someone shouted excitedly as they ran. Haha, it's Mr. Satan, the great hero who saved the Earth. Krillin laughed. He is quite popular, Bulma remarked with a smile. That's only natural, even the city bears his name. At that moment, Satan appeared among the crowd, raising his fist triumphantly, his face beaming with joy. To all my supporters around the world, thank you for your patience, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Mr. Satan, Mr. Satan, Mr. Satan. The audience chanted in unison. A prearranged beautiful reporter stepped forward for an interview. Welcome, Mr. Satan. What do you believe are your chances of victory this time? She inquired, holding the microphone to his lips. Haha, I am 12 times certain of winning this competition, Satan declared confidently. That guy has changed at all, Liu Ping chuckled. Brother, over there is Uncle Piccolo. Son Goten turned to Gohan and noticed the green-skinned Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, have you seen my father? Gohan inquired, stepping forward. Not yet, Piccolo replied, casting a glance at Gohan. Tell me, Gohan, you're not truly intending to make your entrance dressed like this, are you? Indeed, Gohan nodded. If only you could change the color of that headscarf to green. It would complement my skin tone quite well, Piccolo muttered. What are you talking about, Piccolo? Are you aware of what a green headscarf signifies? Chi-Chi approached with a frown. Glaring at Piccolo. Is there a special meaning? Piccolo, somewhat perplexed, inquired. Of course. A green hat symbolizes that one's girlfriend has been stolen. Chi-Chi huffed. It seems your kind doesn't recognize the concept of gender, does it? But does Gohan have a girlfriend? Piccolo asked, though he does not at present. It does not preclude the possibility for the future, Chi-Chi replied. Understood. Piccolo wiped his brow. Where's Goku? Could he have already gone to the contestants' lounge? Chi-Chi scanned the surroundings, her expression fraught with anxiety. Just then, with a resounding thud, Son Goku descended from the sky, landing before the group. Hello, everyone. Goku greeted cheerfully. Old son. Piccolo momentarily froze, then turned around excitedly to face Goku's arrival. Father, Gohan exclaimed urgently. Krillin was so overwhelmed he could hardly speak. Everyone has changed quite a bit, but you all seem healthy, Goku smiled. Wah. Krillin fought back tears. Father. Gohan's eyes brimmed with tears, which rolled down his cheeks. Wetting his sunglasses. Goku. Chi-Chi murmured, her eyes glistening with hopeful tears. Piccolo beamed, welcoming him back. Master Roshi was emotionally stirred. Goku and Bulma shed tears as well. Meanwhile, the Ox King laughed heartily, seemingly unfazed. Lepin and Poir were equally exhilarated. Goku and Oolong were filled with anticipation. Yet Son Goten appeared utterly perplexed. Who is this person? Is he my father? He looks quite similar to me. Vegeta observed silently from the side, contemplating the extent to which Kakarot's strength could be enhanced. Trunks, too, was completely unacquainted with Goku. Father. Son Gohan was the first to rush forward, embracing his father. Following closely were Krillin, Oolong, and Chi-Chi, who also wrapped their arms around Sun Wukong. Bulma wished to join in the embrace, but as she took a few steps forward, a sudden realization struck her. I am now married, and my child has grown so much. It would be inappropriate to display such intimacy with Wukong, otherwise. The one with the green headband would undoubtedly be Vegeta. After a moment of heartfelt contact, everyone's emotions gradually settled. Remember, only 24 hours. Granny Crystal advised Sun Wukong while perched upon her crystal ball. Thank you, Granny Crystal. Sun Wukong nodded in acknowledgement. I will return for you in 24 hours. She declared before departing in her crystal sphere. The group exchanged a few more pleasantries. He bears such a resemblance to me. He must be my child. Sun Wukong remarked, pointing at Son Goten. Goten, feeling a bit intimidated, hid behind his mother Chi-Chi, clutching her skirt tightly. Goten, this is your father. Chi-Chi smiled reassuringly. We should hurry and register. The deadline is fast approaching, Piccolo suggested. Sun Wukong and the others stepped forward to register. Scion masked hero? Sun Wukong exclaimed, puzzled. Gohan wants to attend school and is worried about his identity being revealed, so he is entering the competition under this guise, Piccolo explained. I see. Sun Wukong understood. What? Junior group? Trunks gasped, turning to son Goten. Goten, those under 15 cannot compete with adults. Huh? Son Goten appeared somewhat disappointed. Is there really such a regulation? Bulma shook her head. We won't participate in the junior group. We want to compete with the adults. Trunks insisted. No, that is against the rules of the competition. The staff member replied. But I'm already 18. I just look short. Trunks protested. The staff member retorted. Little brat. Who are you trying to fool? Meanwhile, Krillin chuckled to himself, relieved that those two were entering the junior group. Otherwise, he would have had a significant chance of being eliminated in the first round. After completing their registrations, the group continued on their way. Upon reaching a crossroads, Sun Wukong and the others waved goodbye to their families. Everyone, do your best. Bulma called out with a wave. Ahead lay a long corridor, at the end of which was the venue for the martial arts tournament preliminaries. Sun Wukong and the others stepped forward with determination. Krillin, weren't you bald? You still have hair? Sun Wukong inquired curiously. I used to shave my head. I've always had hair, Krillin replied. At the back, Trunks and Son Goten whispered to each other. Your deceased father looks just like you, Trunks remarked wistfully. Indeed. Goten agreed. Sun Wutian nodded. Is he truly formidable? Trunks inquired, observing that he did not appear particularly strong, believing instead that his father was far more powerful. My brother once said that my father's strength is unparalleled in the universe, Sun Wutian replied. Your brother was merely jesting, Trunks retorted skeptically. Ahead, a beautiful reporter and a photographer awaited to interview the contestants participating in the competition. Vegeta walked at the forefront, and the reporter approached him for an interview. May I ask where you are from? Are you all together? She inquired, beaming at him. Vegeta, however, disregarded her completely, passing by without uttering a single word. Piccolo followed closely behind. The reporter mused, have I truly lost my charm? Even Mr. Satan finds me captivating. Yet these two seem to overlook my presence entirely. She squinted. Pondering, they appear familiar. She glanced closely, whispering to the photographer, does that ring a bell? Indeed, your observation strikes a chord. The photographer nodded in agreement. At that moment, Sun Wukong and his companions approached. The reporter quickly stepped forward, thrusting the microphone towards Sun Wukong's mouth. May I ask where you are from? She questioned eagerly. Where am I from? I hail from another world, Sun Wukong declared, pointing towards the sky. The reporter's expression turned one of confusion. Hee. You are quite humorous. That adornment on your head is rather peculiar, she laughed, attempting to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Are you referring to this halo? It is no mere ornament. It is a mark I bear from my demise, Sun Wukong candidly replied. What nonsense are you spouting? I cannot comprehend anything you say. Vic cast a glance towards Sun Wukong. Old son, you are such a hindrance. How will you ensure your son's education with such actions? Perhaps I should simply destroy their instruments. Just as Bick was about to unleash his special abilities to obliterate the camera in a mere instant, the device in the photographer's hands vanished without a trace. Vic's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly became alert, searching for the instigator of this incident. Yet, where could he possibly look? Tian was already 100 meters away, nonchalantly erasing some unnecessary elements. His experience points were steadily increasing. Congratulations on completing the bronze-level Erasure Technique. Congratulations on successfully advancing to the silver-level Erasure Technique. Silver-level Erasure Technique possesses physical strength 1,000 times that of Frieza during his Namekian period, capable of erasing any human or deity of a star system, excluding the Kaioshin. Destroyers, angels, grand priests, and Zeno. This encompasses, but is not limited to, living beings, entire buildings, demon races, and other species. Chapter 53, Silver-level Erasure Technique. Erasing 1,000 individuals or 10,000 buildings allows one to advance to the gold-level Erasure Technique. Tian was momentarily taken aback. After upgrading to the silver-level Erasure Technique, he hadn't anticipated the system would also enhance itself. The prompt provided this time was considerably more detailed. Indeed, it was 1,000 times that of Frieza during the Namekian saga, equating to a combat power of 120 billion, if calculated purely on that basis. Tian assessed his bodily strength. The sudden increase was somewhat overwhelming, having grown by tenfold. He felt a bit unaccustomed to this newfound power. I am hesitant to even approach Videl. I must be cautious not to accidentally deflate her. That would leave me without a girlfriend. Videl, for the next hour. Please do not come near me, Tian cautioned. Why do you say that? Videl asked, taken aback. No particular reason. I have been researching a rather unique skill. And inadvertently, I upgraded. Tian sighed. My strength has increased by about tenfold. What? Tenfold? Videl exclaimed. It's not important, Tian chuckled. He was now somewhat eager to experiment. Having upgraded to the silver level Erasure Technique, should he not test it on someone? However, he couldn't allow anyone to recover. Who would be suitable? He wondered if there was a prison on this island. Tian was not the type to act recklessly. If he were that kind of person, erasing 1,000 individuals would have swiftly completed his upgrade. Yet for him, there was no necessity. Was rapid advancement truly enjoyable? After all, there remains a considerable amount of time until Beerus awakens. As long as I can complete the Platinum Erasure Technique before his resurgence, all will be well. The Platinum Erasure Technique grants a physical strength tenfold that of Beerus, along with the ability to create. Therefore, if I attain the Platinum Erasure Technique, I could, relying solely on my own prowess, leave Beerus in utter disarray, provided he provokes me. If he does not incite my wrath, all matters can be amicably resolved. Should you dare to provoke me, I shall erase that which should not exist upon you. Furthermore, the Platinum level Erasure Technique cannot obliterate the God of Destruction. However, this is of little consequence. Moreover, we are still quite distant from achieving the Platinum level Erasure Technique. There is no need for haste. I shall first seek someone to experiment with. I will be away for a moment, Tian said to Videl. Where are you going? Videl inquired. I shall return shortly, just wait for me here, Tian replied before swiftly taking flight. Videl remarked, so mysterious. What on earth is going on? Are you secretly dating other women? Videl pondered for a moment, but ultimately decided against following Tian. He swiftly soared to a remote location. Help! Someone is being robbed. Upon arrival, Tian heard a girl's desperate cry. He rushed forward and saw two burly men assaulting a seemingly attractive young woman. Not only had they snatched her bag, but they were also attempting to strip her of her clothing. The girl's face was etched with despair as she cried for help. Release that girl! Tian shouted at the two ruffians. They turned to regard him, one sneering. What a wet behind the ears brat. This is none of your business. Scram. One of the thugs waved a knife menacingly. Kid. This isn't a place for you to play the hero. If you don't leave, we'll kill you. The other pulled out a dagger. Please don't abandon me. Help. The girl's voice was filled with hopelessness, as she feared the boy who approached looked weak. With a swift motion, Tian waved his hand. Suddenly, one thug's arm vanished, along with the knife he wielded. The man stood in shock, sensing the strange absence of a limb. The other thug, realizing something was amiss, glanced at his companion. Where's your arm? My arm? What's wrong? His friend exclaimed in horror. Your arm is gone. Are you joking? The thug looked down at his missing arm, and despair washed over him. Where's my arm? My right hand, the one I used for shooting, has disappeared. How will I enjoy myself now? I mispronounced the spell earlier. Tian scratched his head. Let us try that again. This time, I'll erase you entirely. So brace yourself. With a bright smile, he waved his hand again, erasing the armless thug from existence. What a thrill! The remaining thugs stood frozen in terror. Are you the mysterious hero of Satan City? Only Mr. Satan knows my true identity, Tian sighed. The thug's face turned pale. You should vanish too. As Tian prepared to wave his hand once more, the thug shouted, No, I'll fight you. He lunged at Tian with his dagger. Tian gently waved his hand, effortlessly erasing the adversary from existence. In this narrow alley, only Tian and a rather attractive young woman remained. The girl was now engulfed in waves of fear. The enigmatic hero had just declared that, aside from Mr. Satan, no one knew his true identity, implying that no one had ever laid eyes upon him. Yet here she was, face to face with him. Would he make her vanish as well? Please, don't let me disappear. I will do anything you ask, she pleaded, her desperation palpable. Anything at all? Tian inquired. The girl nodded fervently. Is your mouth tight? He asked, scrutinizing her. Tight, exceptionally tight. I swear I won't utter a word, she assured him. I have a penchant for girls with tight lips, Tian replied. A mischievous grin spreading across his face. What do you mean? The girl stammered, instinctively recoiling. With a chuckle, Tian ascended into the sky, swiftly departing the scene. The girl remained in a daze, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. However, once she confirmed that Tian had left, her anxieties began to dissipate. Tian roamed through several secluded corners, discreetly eliminating some nefarious individuals. Naturally, he also took the liberty of erasing those he found displeasing. After a leisurely circuit, he landed in an unoccupied area. Lazili, you've been following me. What is your intent? He called skyward, addressing an unseen presence. Chapter 54. Sun Wukong, the mysterious sorcerer? Number 18 was taken aback. How did he discover me? I possess no energy signature. Even Gohan and Vegeta shouldn't be able to sense my presence. Is he trying to deceive me? Number 18 remained hidden. Are you not coming out? Tian chuckled. I can see you up there among the clouds. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Number 18. In the next instant, she swiftly descended from the sky. How did you find me? She asked, astonished. I sensed your presence, Tian replied with a smile. Impossible. I emit no energy. Number 18 retorted, incredulous. You carry the scent of my perfume, Tian remarked playfully. Number 18 was left speechless. Ah, I recall now. I am wearing his clothes. Are you a dog? She wiped the sweat from her brow. Why are you following me? Aren't you participating in the tournament? Tian inquired. Who said I was following you? I was merely soaring through the sky for a bit, nothing more, Number 18 denied. What have you observed? Tian asked with a playful smile. What have I seen? Number 18 was taken aback. I thought you had seen everything, Tian remarked. Humph. I have no idea what you're talking about, Number 18 huffed. If you haven't seen it, then so be it, Tian shrugged nonchalantly. Whether you see it or not is inconsequential. It's not a significant matter. My strength has now reached a level where I can traverse this planet with ease. What is there for me to fear? I never intended to conceal my identity. It's merely that you have not noticed. Would you like to take a look? As Tian spoke, he suddenly felt an itch in his trousers and scratched at it. No, no, no. Number 18's expression darkened as she hurriedly responded. Tian? If you don't want to look, then so be it. Why speak so decisively? I intend to show you my Erasure Technique. Did you think I would reveal something else? How does your tone of speech resemble that of the adjacent Dragon Ball, that year? Vegeta had his hands tucked into Bulma's pockets. The pre-selection corridor. Both the photographer and the beautiful reporter were left in a state of bewilderment. Where is the camera? Why has it vanished? Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor turning exceptionally alert. What on earth has transpired? Piccolo. Goku sensed that something was amiss as well. Uncle Piccolo is that enigmatic sorcerer. He has reappeared, Gohan stated solemnly. Indeed, that must be the case. Piccolo nodded in affirmation. What sorcerer of mystery? Goku queried. Momentarily taken aback. Is he the mysterious hero of Satan City? The beautiful reporter suddenly regained her senses. I have heard of him. The photographer exclaimed in shock, hastily adding. But we haven't done anything wrong. We were merely conducting a simple interview. Why has our camera disappeared? We must leave this place at once. It is too eerie. The beautiful reporter's face turned pale with fear. The two of them quickly made their escape. Vegeta, too, surveyed his surroundings. Has that sorcerer manifested? I cannot sense his presence at all. What on earth are you all talking about? Goku inquired impatiently. In simple terms, Dad, in my school city, a sorcerer known as the mysterious hero has emerged. Gohan elucidated. In our city, various things mysteriously vanish, such as cars in motion, unnecessary papers from our school, as well as body parts of those who commit wrongdoing, and even illegal structures. Almost everything that is deemed undesirable disappears without a trace. Is it the sorcerer known as the mysterious hero who is responsible? Goku expressed a hint of surprise. Uncle Vegeta mentioned that this mysterious hero is indeed a sorcerer. Gohan turned to Vegeta. Uncle Vegeta, you see it now, do you not? I am not exaggerating. Just a moment ago, that camera vanished mysteriously. Isn't it peculiar? Vegeta remained silent, primarily because he had not discerned how the items had vanished, nor could he locate the individual responsible. I must pay close attention. It must surely be the work of a sorcerer. Vegeta scoffed. It was only natural that we could not find him if he was concealing his energy. What could it mean that he redirected the camera? Gohan felt somewhat perplexed. Perhaps he intends to declare war on us. Vegeta smiled faintly. Yet the fact that this individual dared not show his face indicated that his magic merely caused objects or parts of ordinary people to disappear, posing no threat to us. This brings me some relief, Gohan sighed softly. Do sorcerers truly exist? Goku, intrigued, pondered further. Goku, do you think everything will be all right? Krillin inquired with a hint of concern. It seemed too bizarre. Previously, he had only heard Gohan mention this matter, but witnessing it firsthand was utterly astonishing. Goku scratched his head, equally baffled. Should I inquire with King Kai? Perhaps he knows something about this. Goten, did you see anything? Trunks asked. I was not looking in that direction, so I did not see anything, Goten replied, shaking his head. I didn't see anything either, Trunks responded. Father and the others mentioned that something mysterious had vanished, seemingly the work of that enigmatic sorcerer. A sorcerer? How fascinating. Goten grinned. I too wish to learn magic. Goten is such a child. Do you not comprehend the gravity of this situation? Trunks sighed, sounding like a little adult. Goten shook his head. Well, let us proceed. Piccolo stated solemnly. For now, there appears to be no one around, and I trust he will eventually reveal himself. He likely dares not appear. He must be aware of our strength, Vegeta asserted confidently. So, does that mean there is no cause for alarm? Krillin still harbored some worry. There should be no issue. Krillin, I will take the opportunity to consult King Kai. Goku mused. After all, King Kai is the greatest deity in this universe, is he not? That is true. There is nothing King Kai does not know. Piccolo nodded in agreement. Why not contact him now? Krillin asked. I just attempted to reach him. But King Kai mentioned he was indisposed, Goku replied. Piccolo, Krillin, then let us inquire later. Piccolo suggested. Chapter 55, the preliminary rounds commenced. The group continued onward. As they advanced, Piccolo vigilantly surveyed their surroundings for any suspicious sorcerers. How could there possibly be any, aside from the few of them? No one else exists in this vicinity. Even if there were, they would merely be ordinary staff members. In fact, Bick was fixated on one particular employee, scrutinizing him intensely to determine if he appeared suspicious. The poor staff member was on the verge of tears from Bick's relentless gaze. What expression is that? Why have you turned pale upon seeing me? Am I truly so unappealing? Contestants requiring a change of attire, please proceed to the changing room. Time is of the essence. So I urge everyone to hasten. The staff member called out to Sun Wukong and his companions. The individuals needing a wardrobe change were Vegeta, Trunks, and Krillin, who all entered the room together. With our participation, I genuinely feel pity for the other competitors, Krillin lamented, as our adversaries consist solely of our group. Uncle Krillin. Let us not forget about that magician. The camera vanished right before our eyes, and this sorcerer seems rather extraordinary, Trunks reminded. Krillin, reluctant to engage in conversation, thought, I had painstakingly chosen to forget this matter, and now you, little brat, bring it up? I wish to compete alongside the adults, Trunks stated. Haha. You will gradually grow up, Krillin chuckled. Once I mature, I shall find several girlfriends, and perhaps I will send one to Uncle Krillin. How about that? Trunks remarked, leaving Krillin feeling somewhat wounded. Once they had changed into their new outfits, Sun Wukong and his companions entered the venue for the preliminary tournament. The venue was quite spacious, seemingly capable of accommodating several thousand spectators. Upon their arrival, a middle-aged man displayed an expression of sheer excitement. It's you all, he exclaimed enthusiastically. Krillin, taken aback, immediately recognized the man. Hello. Sun Wukong waved in greeting. This middle-aged man was none other than the referee of the World Martial Arts Tournament. He had officiated during Sun Wukong's first participation in the tournament, and for several consecutive editions, he had continued to serve as both referee and commentator. He had witnessed Sun Wukong's journey from being a runner-up in 2 consecutive tournaments to ultimately becoming the champion. This little fellow has grown up. Even his adornments have changed, now sporting a halo. Truly, he is becoming increasingly successful, the middle-aged man remarked with a hearty laugh. Today is indeed a memorable day. I can hardly believe it. I never expected to meet you all again. I have missed you dearly, and I have been anticipating your return. As he spoke, the middle-aged man excitedly approached and shook Sun Wukong's hand. The one who defeated Cell was not Mr. Satan, but rather you all, wasn't he it? I had known it all along, he whispered with a smile. Sun Wukong grinned in acknowledgement, while Krillin stood by, smiling as well. To be honest, the World Martial Arts Tournament has become rather dull without your participation. The level of competition has diminished significantly. The middle-aged man sighed and inquired, You all came together, didn't you? Indeed, nodded Sun Wukong. Your future is truly boundless, exclaimed the middle-aged man, turning to Piccolo and adding, Please refrain from destroying the competition venue as you did last time. Stop the rambling, Piccolo retorted with a snort. It seems that the tale of the Demon King Piccolo has gradually faded from the public's memory, Krillin whispered to Piccolo. Enough with the chatter, Piccolo's expression darkened. I have long noticed your halo. What an intriguing adornment. It gives you an almost angelic appearance, the middle-aged man remarked, gazing at the golden halo above Sun Wukong's head. In truth, I perished during my battle with Cell and have returned from another realm today as an exception to participate in the tournament, Sun Wukong candidly revealed. The middle-aged man was taken aback, swiftly retreating a couple of steps to distance himself from Sun Wukong. Are you a ghost? Perhaps I should keep my distance from you. No offense, though it seems rather unbelievable. Anything can happen to you, middle-aged man, he chuckled. It doesn't matter even if I were to die. Just then, the loudspeaker crackled to life. Attention all participants. The preliminary round of the world's greatest martial arts tournament is about to commence, excluding the youth division. A total of 194 contestants will take part in this event, of which only May 16th proceed to the preliminaries. However, the reigning world champion, Mr. Satan, has been granted a special exemption from the preliminaries and will enter as a seeded contestant. Thus, we must select the remaining 15 participants. Laughter erupted. You will undoubtedly qualify for the finals. We shall meet on the arena shortly. The referee waved goodbye to Sun Wukong and the others. To ensure fairness, the tournament has decided to employ a strength testing machine for the preliminaries, the staff explained. The top 15 contestants with the highest strength values will advance. What exactly is a strength testing machine? Krillin inquired with curiosity. It is our distinct honor to invite the world champion, Mr. Satan, to demonstrate. The announcer continued. He will strike the strength testing machine with his fist. Let us see what his strength value is. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Satan. With that, Satan burst forth from the room, raising his fist triumphantly. Who in this world can defeat me? He proclaimed, exuding boundless confidence. The other contestants applauded enthusiastically. There are plenty of people here who could defeat you. Krillin sighed. Numerous reporters immediately began snapping pictures of Satan. Silently, Piccolo cloaked the equipment with his energy. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, every electronic device in the vicinity exploded. Satan stood frozen in shock. What just happened? Uncle Piccolo? Son Gohan also looked startled and quickly noticed Piccolo. I have disabled the phones and cameras brought by the audience. Even if your clothing were to accidentally fall off, it would go unseen, so you can compete without worry. Piccolo assured. You gave me quite a scare, Uncle Piccolo. I thought that mysterious sorcerer had returned, Son Gohan chuckled. But truly, thank you, Uncle Piccolo. He expressed his gratitude. At that moment, Son Gohan suddenly remembered something. I should check if Videl has arrived at the venue. Chapter 56. The King Kai is the greatest god. Son Gohan waved to Sun Wukong and ran off to find Videl. It was easy for him to spot Yaishin and Videl amidst the crowd. Yaishin, you are participating in the tournament as well? Son Gohan exclaimed, a hint of surprise in his voice. Yes, just looking to have some fun, Yaishin replied. Tian nodded. Initially, he had no intention of participating in the competition. However, upon reflection, he deemed it more appropriate to join. After all, participating would allow him to be with Videl. If he chose not to compete, he would have to wait in the audience. Although Tian could break the rules to stay, it seemed unnecessary. After all, it was all in good fun. Thus, after bidding farewell to number 18, he sought out Videl and entered the preliminaries together. Good day, Son Gohan, Videl greeted with a smile. Are you confident in defeating me? Son Gohan replied, ahem. Videl, please do not be so impolite. Tian interjected, Son Gohan is quite formidable. Is he? I fail to see that, Videl remarked, slightly taken aback. Rest assured, with me around, I believe the two of you shall not compete against each other, Tian said with a smile. Videl exclaimed. Son Gohan was momentarily stunned. With you here, we won't be matched against one another? Is that true? What are your capabilities? By the way, how proficient have you both become in your aerial techniques? Inquired Son Gohan with genuine concern. My classmate Yaishin and I flew here from Satan City. Videl replied with a smile. Flew here? That is truly impressive. Son Gohan praised wholeheartedly, as the distance from Satan City is quite considerable, spanning several thousand kilometers, I believe. Indeed, Videl responded with a confident smile. In the distance, Mr. Satan took a deep breath and clenched his fists tightly. Hey, Mr. Satan struck the strength testing machine with a punch. The machine trembled slightly. Beep beep. In the next moment, a number appeared on the strength testing machine. 137. The announcer declared loudly. The score has been revealed. A remarkable 137 points. The competitors in the preliminary rounds were astonished, showering Mr. Satan with praise. Farewell, everyone. Do your best. Mr. Satan waved his fist, saying, I am eagerly awaiting competitors who can truly challenge me. After finishing his words, he exited the venue. All participants, please collect your number tags and queue in front of the strength testing machine for your tests. The announcer boomed through the loudspeaker. A long line of contestants formed as they took turns striking the strength testing machine for their evaluations. Participants of the youth category, please gather over here. Another staff member shouted through a megaphone. Son Goten and Trunks walked over, their expressions gloomy. Cheer up, little ones. Krillin encouraged with a smile. Did Tian and Kaiatsu not come? Son Goku casually asked as he turned around. Oh, they said they moved to a distant place, and we seldom keep in touch. Krillin replied. Ah, Son Goku nodded. Goku, has the King Kai finished his business? Krillin inquired. I almost forgot to ask you. Son Goku scratched his head. I will contact King Kai now and see if he knows about the mysterious sorcerer. As he spoke, Son Goku established a telepathic connection with King Kai immediately. You little rascal, what do you want? Are you not tired of bothering me? King Kai's voice came through, sounding rather irritable. Why are you in such a foul mood? King Kai? Son Goku was taken aback. You were in the restroom just now, and now? Fool. I was taking a nap. You disturbed my slumber. King Kai retorted. All right then, I will talk to you later, Son Goku replied. Enough, enough. Hurry up and tell me what is so urgent. You seem quite anxious, King Kai huffed. You only have 24 hours in that world. Why do you keep bothering me when you have nothing else to do? I finally had some peace and quiet after you left, and yet you persist in troubling me. Haha. Son Goku laughed heartily. Now, please tell me what the matter is. The King of Worlds yawned and inquired. Son Wukong recounted the matter of the mysterious sorcerer in detail. The King of Worlds wore a contemplative expression. I'm uncertain. He admitted. I believe you must be aware of this matter, for you are the greatest deity in this universe, are you not? Son Wukong chuckled. Are you a fool? Do not dare to speak such nonsense. I am not the greatest deity in this universe. The King of Worlds exclaimed, startled. There are many formidable gods above me. For instance, the great King of Worlds holds a higher divine rank than I do. Moreover, above the King of Worlds is the King of Kings. You must not utter such things recklessly. The King of Kings? Son Wukong was taken aback. Let us not discuss this further. It would be beyond your comprehension. The King of Worlds replied. Regarding the sorcerer capable of teleporting objects, as Vegeta mentioned, such individuals do indeed exist in the universe. In any case, you must exercise caution. I trust in your abilities to resolve this crisis. Furthermore, that individual has not specifically targeted you, so there is little for you to worry about. Scratching his head, Son Wukong said, I am going to sleep now. Do not disturb me again, or I shall become angry. With that, the King of Worlds promptly ended the call. Son Wukong, what did the King of Worlds say? Krillin asked eagerly. It is quite perplexing. The King of Worlds did not say much, merely trivial matters, Son Wukong replied. Shaking his head. Is that so? The king is not the greatest deity in the universe? Surely he must know something. Krillin lamented. Piccolo remained silent beside them. Krillin, do not speak so lightly. The King of Worlds stated he is not the greatest deity. There are greater ones above him, such as the great King of Worlds. And also a being known as the King of Kings, Son Wukong explained to Krillin. What? The King of Kings? I have indeed heard of that being. They are said to be even more powerful than the great King of Worlds. Piccolo exclaimed in surprise. Piccolo, you know of this? Son Wukong asked, astonished. I have heard of it. I initially thought it was merely a legend, but it seems the King of Kings truly exists, Piccolo replied. Then it follows that the King of Kings is the greatest deity in the universe, right? Krillin concluded. That appears to be the case, Piccolo nodded. Chapter 57. The power testing machine. What will we do about the mysterious sorcerer? Shall we ignore it? Krillin voiced his concerns, feeling somewhat anxious. He was, after all, the weakest among them, leaving him with little sense of security. What if I lose an arm or a leg? How will I ever find a girlfriend then? It is already incredibly difficult to find one without a nose. If I were to lose even more parts. Krillin shuddered, drenched in cold sweat. Krillin, are you all right? With great concern, Son Wukong inquired. It's nothing, Krillin chuckled. Humph, there is no need to frighten yourself, Vegeta scoffed. If that mysterious sorcerer were truly powerful, he would have revealed himself by now. His strength is likely comparable to that of your bald head, perhaps even inferior. As long as he is weaker than me, I'm fine with it. Krillin scratched his head. Contestant number 6, 97 points. Contestant number 75, 61 points. Truly remarkable. What astonishing scores. Contestant number 76, 112 points. Contestant No. 77 also performed well, scoring 92 points. The commentator was announcing the scores. How dull. Vegeta grumbled, his teeth clenched in irritation. Had I known this martial arts tournament would be like this, I would never have participated. Next up, contestant number 84. Oh, what a lovely young lady. I would very much like to spar with her. It would be quite enjoyable. Observing her in male attire, he thought, is she engaging in roleplay? Two competitors leered at Android 18. She stepped forward and delivered a gentle punch. Beep. The power testing machine displayed a number, 688. What? 688 points. The commentator was immediately taken aback. his expression one of disbelief. The two leering competitors turned pale with fright. My apologies, it must be a malfunction. Please hold on momentarily. The commentator hastily stated, 688 points. Who possesses such prowess? Krillin exclaimed, astonished, as he stood on tiptoe to gaze into the distance. It's Android 18. Piccolo had already identified her. Androids. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Are they still alive? There was a wish to resurrect those whom Cell had killed. So number 17 was brought back. Number 18 was never dead, Piccolo elucidated. I see. So they haven't committed any wrongdoings, right? Sun Wukong smiled. They are entirely different from the androids from Future Trunks' timeline. Indeed, since their creation, apart from eliminating Dr. Gero, they have not harmed a single innocent soul, Piccolo nodded. I've heard number 17 is working in a wildlife sanctuary, a very respectable occupation. As for number 18, she lacks a steady job and often engages in underground fighting to earn some money. They're good people, Sun Wukong remarked with a smile. Previously, I suspected that either number 17 or number 18 had moved things away at high speed, Piccolo pondered. But now it seems they are not responsible. Absolutely not. The camera vanished right before our eyes. If someone had moved it at high speed, we would have seen it, Sun Wukong mused. It felt as if it simply disappeared into thin air, rather than being relocated. Disappeared into thin air? Piccolo was taken aback. I cannot quite articulate it. It feels like a process of a substance transitioning from existence to non-existence, though I am uncertain if my understanding is accurate, he said. Sun Wukong replied. I do not know. Piccolo was utterly at a loss, yet your words have indeed sparked a new line of thought. However, Krillin was entirely oblivious to this conversation, for his gaze was fixed upon Android 18. To his surprise, she looked quite striking even in masculine attire. Please cast a glance in my direction. You do not gaze upon me, yet how do you ascertain my affection for you? Number 18 also attended the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, while Piccolo confirmed that number 17 was absent. Even if he came, it would be of no consequence. Vegeta scoffed. However, Vegeta, if one does not transform into a Super Saiyan, winning this competition may prove exceedingly challenging, Piccolo remarked with a smile. I care not for such regulations. Vegeta retorted dismissively. Why is transforming into a Super Saiyan prohibited? Goku inquired. It is due to Gohan. He still has to attend school. During the Cell Games, your Super Saiyan forms were captured on camera, Piccolo elucidated. Ah, I see. Goku nodded in comprehension. The power testing machine has returned to normal. Please give it another try. The announcer chuckled, addressing number 18. I exerted too much force just now. I shall be gentler this time, she replied. With a swift jab, she struck the machine. 203 points. The announcer's eyes widened in astonishment. Would you like to try again? Number 18 smiled. No need. Next. The announcer shook his head. As others took their turns at the power testing machine, it soon came to Goku and his companions. Number 105, 210 points. Number 106, 198 points. Number 107, 208 points. The announcer was utterly flabbergasted. The power testing machine appeared irreparably damaged and preparations for a new one commenced. Yes, the staff acknowledged. Unable to contain himself, Vegeta delivered a gentle punch. Boom. The machine was utterly obliterated. Onlookers gasped in disbelief, their expressions shifting dramatically. The power testing machine was sent sprawling far away, reduced to mere rubble. Most present were left in sheer astonishment. Who was that person? Meanwhile, at a distance, Tian and Videl were queuing, with Videl at the front, Tian in the middle, and Gohan at the rear. Upon witnessing Vegeta shatter the power testing machine, Gohan felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. Videl was equally astonished. What manner of individual possesses such immense strength, with so many formidable figures appearing? One contestant behind Gohan, frightened, quickly turned to flee. By the way, Tian, Videl, you traveled all the way from Satan City. That must have taken quite a while? Gohan hastily sought to engage in conversation. Tian, that individual was incredibly powerful. Videl disregarded Sun Wukong's presence and turned to Tian, exclaiming in disbelief that he had shattered the power testing machine with a single punch. Indeed, it was astonishing. Tian nodded in agreement. It was hard to fathom that those few individuals had scored around 200 points. Initially, my father had achieved a score of 139, which was already the highest record. Videl was utterly astonished. Even Lotzi had surpassed 200 points. Moreover, the earliest score was an astounding 688. When had Lotzi become so formidable? Chapter 58. I want to travel the universe. Perhaps she had always been this powerful? Tian smiled and remarked. Sun Wukong interjected awkwardly, feeling out of place. By the way, who is this Lotzi Li you all are talking about? And who else has scored over 200? Wait a moment. I think I just saw Android 18. Is the Lotzi Li you mentioned actually Android 18? What a joke. Is Miss Lotzi Li truly that powerful? Videl felt a pang of insecurity. All along, she had perceived herself as slightly inferior to Lotzi Li in terms of beauty and figure. Their looks might be comparable, albeit in different styles. However, she considered herself to be among the attractive types. As for her physique, Videl humbly acknowledged she could not measure up to Lotzi Li, especially since she was only 16 and had not fully matured. Her only advantage was her strength, which perhaps was why Tian favored her more. Did Tian prefer stronger girls? Yet, upon realizing Lotzi Li's strength, Videl felt somewhat intimidated. She might not even be able to contend with her. Thankfully, Tian was unaware of Videl's thoughts. Who said Tian was attracted to stronger girls? He was drawn to a multitude of beautiful women, with strength being irrelevant. Sometimes, women tend to impose their own notions onto men. Tian, did you know this all along? Videl inquired. Kind of, Tian nodded. I previously participated in an underground fighting arena with her to earn some money. An underground fighting arena? Does such a place really exist? Videl was taken aback. Yes, it's quite clandestine. Lotzi Li took me there, Tian replied. What is underground fighting? Sun Wukong was unfamiliar with this concept. In simple terms, it's a small martial arts tournament aimed at profit, with rules far more brutal than here. Killing opponents isn't even deemed a foul, Tian smiled. It's a place where money flows swiftly. Such places exist? Sun Wukong marveled. Tian, if you're short on cash, just let me know. My family isn't lacking in funds. I can help you out. Videl offered. What are you saying? Do you think I'm the type to rely on others? Tian rolled his eyes and said with a hint of annoyance, I can't have you relying solely on your family's wealth, even if they are quite affluent. I intend to earn money for you to spend. Understood, Videl replied obediently, nodding her head. Tian, what are your plans after graduation? Sun Wukong inquired earnestly. How about I recommend you to the Universal Capsule Corporation? With your excellent academic performance, you'll surely excel there. No, thank you. I aspire to travel the universe. Tian replied with a smile. Sun Wukong, your aspirations are truly remarkable. You actually intend to traverse the cosmos. The farthest place I have ventured to is none other than Namek. What means do you possess to traverse the cosmos? Never mind. I shall refrain from dampening his spirits. Videl, let us embark on a journey through the universe together, Tian gently urged, grasping Videl's hand. Videl nodded in agreement, offering no dissent. Contestants yet to participate in the preliminary rounds, please hold on for a moment, the announcer broadcasted. We are promptly preparing a new power testing machine. Hey Vegeta, our Child S competition in the junior category is about to commence. Shall we go and witness it? Goku suggested. It would be better to observe than to remain in this dreary place, Vegeta acquiesced. Goku and the others proceeded towards the exit. The contestants present were transfixed. Their gazes fixed upon the four figures of Goku and his companions. These four individuals exuded an intimidating aura. The earlier golden-haired beauty was equally formidable. Yet, it seemed they were not affiliated with one another. They have arrived. Videl exclaimed. Who could they possibly be? Gohan inquired. Are these two your friends? Goku approached Gohan with a friendly wave. Ah, yes, Gohan quickly affirmed. Hee, is this girl your girlfriend? She is quite lovely, Krillin remarked with a mischievous grin. Uncle Krillin. That is not the case. Please do not jest. She is Tian's classmate. Gohan hurriedly clarified. Ha ha ha. It's perfectly fine, Gohan. Before marriage, one can still pursue. Krillin chuckled. Gohan retorted, Uncle Krillin, that is rather inappropriate, don't you think? Tian's expression darkened, suppressing the urge to confront Krillin. I shall let it slide this time. After all, I have taken both of your wives. I will be magnanimous and spare you the trouble. You might as well indulge in your idle chatter, but let this be the end of it. Should you dare to spout any more nonsense, I shall not hesitate to be rather unkind. Fortunately, Krillin chose not to pursue the topic further. Little did Krillin know that he had narrowly escaped losing a kidney. The youth competition between Trunks and Goten is about to commence. Let us go and observe it. You should also hurry through the preliminaries, Son Goku said to Son Gohan. Very well, Son Gohan nodded. After Son Goku finished speaking, he departed. Videl widened her eyes in astonishment as she watched Son Goku and the others gradually recede into the distance. Why has the preliminary round not yet begun? Son Gohan scratched his head, feigning nonchalance. Do you know them? Gohan? Videl inquired. Oh, yes, son Gohan realized he could no longer deny it and nodded. The one in the gold and yellow attire is my father. Is that so? However, the halo adorning your father's head is rather peculiar, Videl remarked. That is not merely an adornment. My father has passed away, which is why he bears a golden aura upon his head, son Gohan replied candidly. What? He is dead? Is he a ghost? Videl exclaimed in disbelief. You have left me utterly perplexed. How can one refer to it as a ghost? Nevertheless, it is of little consequence, remarked Videl, shaking her head. Son Gohan found himself at a loss for words, ensnared in a fleeting silence. Videl, you are increasingly resembling Tian, son Gohan observed, particularly in your manner of speaking. Is that so? Videl replied with a playful smile. It is likely due to the frequent companionship between couples, resulting in a certain physical and emotional amalgamation. Hence the numerous similarities. There is nothing astonishing about it, Tian interjected. Videl responded with a gentle smile, while son Gohan scratched his head, offering a dry chuckle. There is no need for you to flaunt your affection here. It seems I must hasten to find myself a girlfriend as well. Chapter 59. The Youth Tournament commences. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament, a spectacle long awaited, is about to begin. The middle-aged referee, holding a microphone, announces with a booming voice. Ladies and gentlemen, the competition for champions aged 15 and below will commence shortly. The champion of the youth category will receive a grand prize of 10 million. The runner-up will also be awarded 5 million. Furthermore, a spectacular event will unfold, where the champion will engage in a martial arts duel with our special guest. This esteemed guest is none other than our hero, Mr. Satan. The audience erupts in excitement, chanting Mr. Satan's name. Immediately, Mr. Satan strides confidently from the competitor's room, raising his arms triumphantly in a victorious pose. He then begins to sprint towards the arena, which is merely 3 steps away. With a light leap, Mr. Satan ascends the platform. However, he loses his balance and lands abruptly, his head meeting the ground with a thud, dazed and nearly crying out in pain. He garners worried expressions from the onlookers. Mr. Satan, are you all right? The referee inquires with concern. Suddenly, Mr. Satan realizes something is amiss, stands up straight, and proclaims, "Ha ha ha, just a little joke." He laughs heartily, despite the prominent bump on the back of his head. The audience once again erupts in cheers. In the youth competitors' lounge, Trunks asks, "What do you plan to buy with your prize money?" Goten replies with a smile, "I want to buy snacks and toys." "What about you, Trunks? You're such a child, what should I get?" Trunks responds, slightly exasperated, "You are already the richest person in the world. Is there anything else you desire?" Goten chuckles. Meanwhile, the 2 brothers engage in conversation. "What kind of opponent do you have?" The younger brother inquires. "Lucky me. It's that little shorty over there." The older brother, with golden locks cascading down, replies with a grin. "How coincidental. My opponent is the child beside him." The younger brother laughs heartily. "Shall we go tease them?" The older brother suggests. "Absolutely. They will surely cry in fright." The younger brother responds with glee. The 2 approach Trunks and Goten, playfully asking, "Have you packed your diapers, you little tyke?" With a cheerful smile, the elder brother gazed at Trunks. "Get lost, you fool. Your hairstyle is utterly ridiculous." Trunks chuckled in response. "What did you say?" The elder brother's face flushed with anger, but he soon regained his composure. "You are merely being obstinate. Soon, I shall beat you half to death." "Is that so?" Trunks smiled once more. "Well, I wish you the best of luck." On the arena outside, the referee was conducting an interview with Mr. Satan. This was all part of the program arranged by the organizing committee. "Mr. Satan, how do you feel about your condition today?" The referee inquired, holding the microphone up to Satan's lips. For the other competitors, "This is unfortunate news. I am brimming with enthusiasm today." Mr. Satan replied with a grin. "The tournament has arranged for the champion of the youth division to face you. What are your thoughts on that?" The referee asked. "I am terrified. Truly, I am fearful. I hope he shows me mercy when the time comes." Mr. Satan laughed heartily, prompting the audience to join in a chorus of laughter. "Mr. Satan is quite the humorist. Let us express our gratitude once more for the world champion, Mr. Satan," the referee announced. Now, the competition of the youth division in the World Martial Arts Tournament officially begins. In the stands, Son Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Krillin stood at a higher vantage point, gazing down below. "The martial arts tournament has become extravagantly lavish," Son Goku remarked. "The arena is even more spacious than before." Krillin added, "Humph, they've arranged some tedious and monotonous programs," Piccolo scoffed. Vegeta remained silent, as he had never participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament before. To Vegeta, such a tournament seemed utterly foolish. Was Kakarot truly raised in an environment like this? Yet, upon contemplating that Kakarot had grown stronger than himself, a pang of bitterness struck him. That rascal Kakarot, who thrived in this place, had surpassed me. I have fought across the universe since my youth. One cannot deny that his talent is indeed extraordinary. A scion whose battle power was merely 2 at birth has managed to reach such heights. However, I should be stronger than him now, shouldn't I? It is hard to say. We shall see when the time comes. And then there is that mysterious sorcerer. Though I claim he is insignificant, I cannot shake this ominous premonition. As is well known, there are no preliminary rounds for the youth division. This tournament boasts 35 self-proclaimed prodigies competing in the youth category. The referee explained, detailing that the rules for the youth division mirror those of the adult division: surrender, forfeit, or being knocked out of the ring, as well as remaining down for more than 10 seconds on the arena, all constitute a failure. Ladies and gentlemen, the competition is about to commence, and the first match is officially underway, featuring the youthful contenders from the 12-year-old category. Tian and Videl are currently in line, awaiting their turn at the power testing machine. Next is the 9th match, pitting the 8-year-old Trunks against the 15-year-old Erasure. Upon witnessing the stark age disparity between the competitors, the referee couldn't help but chuckle. This was no trivial gap. The difference between an 8-year-old and a 15-year-old is indeed substantial. An 8-year-old is merely in the 3rd grade, still sprouting, while a 15-year-old is on the cusp of graduating middle school. In a physical confrontation, the 15-year-old could easily contend with adults, making this match akin to a high school student bullying a primary school child. As Erasure and Trunks made their way to the ring, Erasure remarked with a smirk, "I bet you regret this now, you inexperienced little brat." Trunks responded with a light smile, "You certainly have a knack for prattling on. You really know how to irritate me. I shall teach you a lesson you won't soon forget." Erasure chuckled. "Enough with the chatter. Can you keep your mouth shut?" Trunks retorted with a huff. From the audience, a plump middle-aged woman called out, "Erasure, your mother is here." It was regrettable that Erasure couldn't showcase his true prowess against such a diminutive opponent. The woman fumbled with her camera, murmuring to herself, "Even so, I must capture this moment. Why is the camera malfunctioning? Not even my phone is responding. What on earth is happening?" Her inability to photograph Erasure's impressive presence was disheartening. Bulma and her companions stood beside the rotund woman, feeling a wave of nausea. "Trunks, quickly take down that foolish guy," Bulma shouted at Trunks. Chapter 60. The power testing machine has been erased. How dull. The plump woman scoffed. "You are the one who is dull." Bulma stuck out her tongue in response. "Let the match begin," the referee declared. "Heh, come here, you little rascal. Watch how I deal with you." Erasure's face was alight with mirth. "You insufferable pest. I will leave you speechless." Trunks huffed. With a swift motion, Trunks executed a dazzling sweep kick, sending Erasure crashing to the ground. Thud. Trunks then delivered a powerful kick, propelling Erasure to great heights. With that, Trunks turned and walked away. "You have not met your demise at my hands. I have indeed shown you mercy." With a resounding thud, Erasure plummeted from the sky, his head striking the ground, rendering him incapacitated. The portly woman stood in stunned silence, while Trunks scoffed, reflecting on his own childishness for becoming irate over such trifles. Victory belongs to Trunks, the referee declared loudly. "Alas, there remains a lull before Goten and Trunks engage in their battle," sighed Krillin. The youth's competition continued, with Goten effortlessly eliminating Erasure's sibling. The middle-aged, overweight woman could no longer contain her fury, trembling with rage. At that very moment, Bulma was playfully making faces nearby, inciting the woman's ire further. Unable to endure any longer, the woman lunged at Bulma, her claws outstretched. With a swift motion, Chi-Chi delivered a punch that knocked her opponent unconscious, restoring an air of tranquility. Chi-Chi shook her fist triumphantly, while Bulma smiled in delight. "Gohan, your brother possesses remarkable skills," remarked Videl, astounded that he had bested a 14-year-old adversary. Gohan nodded in agreement. "You appear quite composed," Videl observed. "I'm not as calm as I seem," Gohan replied, scratching his head. "Oh well, it matters not," Videl said, shaking her head. "Yay, what are your plans once the competition concludes?" Gohan responded, "Why did you stop asking?" Tian proposed, "How about getting married and having a few children?" "Are you planning to marry right after the competition?" Videl inquired, astonished. "Isn't it too early for marriage?" Videl shook her head, bemused. "A few more years of schooling would be beneficial." Tian pondered, however. "I have a premonition that after the conclusion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, a global catastrophe will ensue." A global catastrophe? What does that mean? Videl asked. Taken aback. Just wait and see, Tian replied. Videl fell silent. Can't you give me a hint? Must I guess? The new power testing machine had finally been installed, and the contestants continued to step forward for their assessments. However, the formidable punch from Vegeta, coupled with the high scores from Sun Wukong and others, discouraged many competitors from attempting. Why stay if one is only to be turned into a meatball? Thus, the number of participants dwindled. After several contenders tested their strength, it was finally Videl and Tian's turn. Go for it, Videl, Sun Wukong encouraged her. Tian remained silent, relieved that he had come to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Otherwise, he felt that Sun Wukong might vie for his girlfriend. He had already intercepted Videl and could not allow her to be taken back. Videl shook her fist and stepped up, concentrating fiercely before delivering a punch to the power testing machine. Bang! The machine trembled slightly, displaying a score, 186 points. The staff adjusted their glasses, astonished. Miss Videl has surpassed Mr. Satan? Videl stared at the score in disbelief. How did it suddenly become so high? Have I truly surpassed my father? Perhaps my father's true strength was concealed. How could I possibly exceed him? Videl chuckled. Indeed, the staff member exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Mr. Satan must have hidden his true power. Otherwise, if he scored 400 or 500 points or shattered the testing machine, who would dare to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? This event has certainly been profitable for us, thanks to the resources provided by Mr. Satan. Thank you. Miss Videl, the staff member quickly expressed his gratitude. Tian remained silent beside them. Videl, how deeply do you admire your father to defend him so? Sun Wukong silently wiped his sweat, choosing not to speak. Next, the staff member announced. Tian stepped forward and delivered a gentle punch. Bang! The power testing machine flickered momentarily, the screen displaying a score identical to Videl's, 186. The staff member adjusted his glasses and glanced at the screen. Is this contraption malfunctioning again? Why has the score changed? He mumbled. My score is the same as Videl's, hence it remains unchanged, Tian explained. What? How can this be? Are you suggesting that your strength is equivalent to Videl's? The staff member was incredulous. You may interpret it that way, Tian replied. Please try again, the staff insisted. Tian retorted, try again? Why would I do that? With a casual flick of his hand, he effortlessly erased the power testing machine from existence. You failed to show me respect. It is quite merciful that I did not erase you as well. Once more, the staff member demanded. Just as he uttered these words, he turned to find the power testing machine had vanished. Huh, where did the machine go? The staff member stared blankly. It appears to have mysteriously disappeared. A colleague chimed in. What do you mean? Mysteriously vanished? What has transpired? The staff member was left dumbfounded. Upon witnessing the machine's sudden disappearance, Sun Wukong's expression changed dramatically. He immediately scanned the surroundings for any suspicious individuals, as if one could find them so easily. The true instigator is right beside you, after all. Indeed, the mysterious hero, Videl exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. The mysterious hero? The one from Satan City? The staff member suddenly snapped back to reality. It must be so, Videl nodded. By the way, my classmate Tian scored the same as me, so it should count. Please make a note of it and prepare a new power testing machine. Chapter 61. Sun Wukong, the mysterious magician has appeared again. The staff member readily nodded in agreement. So, this is your classmate? Very well. If you wish for him to pass, then let him pass. After all, his performance in the arena is of no concern to me. The staff recorded Tian's impressive score of 186. Well then, Wukong, we shall meet again at the venue. Videl waved at Sun Wukong. Ah, all right, Sun Wukong nodded. Let us go, Tian, Videl said. With some time remaining before the competition, let us find a room to rest for a while, Tian suggested quietly. Videl replied. Oh, please don't be so direct. Her cheeks flushing. Tian proposed, how about we play basketball, Videl? That is too subtle, she exclaimed. Videl found herself at a loss for words. If she was subtle, you rejected it. If she was straightforward, you still turned it down. What exactly do you desire? Tian remarked with exasperation. Do you wish to watch the youth competition? It was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Videl chuckled mischievously. Oh, very well. If you wish to watch, I shall accompany you, she conceded. Tian did not oppose her. There would be ample opportunities to play basketball with Videl in the future. Moreover, given her status as a minor, it was inappropriate to engage in basketball with her, as young girls are susceptible to injuries, which can be challenging to heal. Thus, Tian was merely indulging in some verbal banter. If he truly desired to play basketball, why not seek out number 18 instead? Videl nodded and led Tian to the stands. The youth competition was still underway. Sun Wukong and Trunks, showcasing their formidable prowess, had eliminated their adversaries. The duo had finally advanced to the finals. Ladies and gentlemen, the finals of the youth competition are about to commence. Will Trunks or Sun Wukong emerge victorious? The referee announced loudly as he took the stage. Both competitors, Sun Wukong and Trunks, decisively defeated their opponents and secured their place in the finals. It is said that they are also very good friends. As the referee spoke, Videl had already led Tian to the audience. Not bad. Gohan's younger brother has made it to the finals, Videl mused. Indeed, Tian nodded. The little fellow is quite remarkable. With diligent training, I believe it would not be too much trouble for my father to take him on as a disciple. Videl murmured. Tian replied, Videl, let us not be overly confident, shall we? Without any external advantages. I hardly believe I could defeat a member of the Sun family. Their energy is simply too overwhelming. Engaging them in a direct confrontation would undoubtedly lead to defeat. You actually wish for your father to take Sun Wukong as his disciple. You have only encountered me. Otherwise, would Gohan truly develop an affection for your foolishness? I recall you being rather astute. Tian pondered deeply. In truth, Videl is not foolish. The primary reason is her ignorance of the immense power one can wield, capable of annihilating worlds and even entire solar systems. It is akin to Gohan and his companions not realizing that a mere gesture could erase a planet, as they have neither witnessed nor experienced such phenomena, leading them to challenge the unknown with their own naivety. Gohan, however, remained at the preliminary competition venue, awaiting his turn for the new power testing device. He felt utterly perplexed. Just as my turn was approaching, the power testing machine has vanished. The enigmatic wizard has reappeared. I must hasten to inform Uncle Piccolo. Without delay, Gohan attempted to communicate with Piccolo through telepathy. Gohan? What is transpiring? Piccolo inquired. Has that mysterious wizard reemerged? You were already aware, Uncle Piccolo? Gohan was taken aback. I merely surmised, replied Piccolo. Indeed, he has appeared. The new power testing device was finally brought over, only to be used on a handful of participants before it vanished right before my eyes, whisked away by that wizard. Gohan felt a wave of frustration, particularly as his turn was imminent and the power testing device was nowhere to be found. Do not fret just yet. Carefully observe your surroundings and see if there are any suspicious individuals, Piccolo advised. I understand, Uncle Piccolo, Gohan nodded. Suspicious individuals, suspicious individuals. Who could possibly be deemed suspicious? Gohan scrutinized each competitor, finding them all to be rather questionable. Piccolo, has that mysterious wizard appeared once more? Goku asked. Indeed, he has materialized near Gohan, and he is responsible for making the new power testing machine disappear. Piccolo wiped the sweat from his brow. What could this strange fellow possibly want? Goku pondered, somewhat perplexed. Humph. He merely seeks to challenge us in a probing manner, Vegeta scoffed. That coward has yet to reveal himself, resorting only to making things vanish around us. There is nothing to fear. Vegeta's assertion was met with Piccolo's agreement as he nodded. We shall proceed cautiously. Goku responded, nonetheless, I have a foreboding feeling. Huh? Goku. You sense something ominous? Krillin expressed his trepidation. Let nothing peculiar occur. I still do not have a girlfriend. Tian, look over there. Videl suddenly pointed in a certain direction. Tian glanced toward the indicated spot. Is that not Gohan's father? Videl remarked. Indeed, Tian affirmed. They appear to be quite formidable, Videl mused. Indeed, came Tian's reply. Tian responded, stating that, at present, they could indeed be considered among the top 10 figures in this universe. Videl displayed a puzzled expression. Tian, why have you suddenly concocted a cosmic ranking? You've left me quite bewildered. The top 10 in the universe? She inquired. Indeed, it should be so. Among humanity, Tian affirmed. Do you even comprehend the vastness of a universe? Videl asked. Videl, please refrain from posing such rhetorical questions, Tian chuckled. Have you forgotten that I am a scholar of unparalleled repute? I have attained the highest scores across all subjects. I recall that when Gohan enrolled, he also achieved perfect scores, but his were on standard examinations, whereas mine were on premium assessments. Videl chose to remain silent thereafter. You did not mention it. And I nearly forgot your brilliance. Never mind, let us watch the match. With a sigh, Videl expressed her thoughts. On the arena, Sun Wukong and Trunks stood facing each other, performing a bow as a gesture of respect, a customary practice before a contest. In the early days, Sun Wukong trained under Master Roshi, and such formalities were not yet established during competitions. It was only after Sun Wukong encountered his deceased grandfather that he learned this tradition of bowing prior to a match. Since then, regardless of the competition, Sun Wukong has always paid his respects first. Chapter 62. The disappearance of Trunks' energy wave. The World Martial Arts Tournament for the Youth Division is now commencing. The referee announced. Sun Wutian and Trunks immediately readied themselves for battle. Wutian, I shall show no mercy, Trunks declared with a grin. Indeed, neither shall I, Sun Wutian nodded in agreement. In the VIP box, Mr. Satan lounged on the sofa, leg crossed, smoking a cigarette and sipping a drink. What is this? Two exceptionally skilled youngsters? Mr. Satan inquired of the staff member beside him. Would you care to take a look, sir? This could prove to be quite an interesting match, the staff suggested. Perhaps a glance would be better than remaining in this dull place, Mr. Satan sighed. Didn't I mention I wanted you to find me a girl last time? Where is she? The staff member wiped his brow. I didn't mention that. You committee really lacks efficiency. I assure you. I will not participate in the next tournament, Mr. Satan remarked with a scowl. You can't even manage to find me a girl. I shall demand a complete overhaul of the committee's management. With that, Mr. Satan strode out, glancing towards the arena. Are those two the contestants? He asked. Yes, indeed. The staff member confirmed. Mr. Satan scrutinized Sun Wutian again, finding him somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Hey, on the arena. Sun Wutian and Trunks finally engaged in an intense clash. In an instant, their arms collided, each vying for supremacy, neither yielding an inch. Bang, bang, bang. Subsequently, they launched fierce attacks at one another, their speeds increasingly swift. After several exchanges, both Sun Wutian and Trunks leaped back momentarily, with a light push against the ground. They charged at each other once more. Ascending into the sky, they unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Bang! Trunks delivered a powerful punch to Goten's face. However, Goten did not yield. He retaliated with a swift counterpunch. The battle continued as Goten pressed forward with a flurry of strikes. Yet, in an instant, Trunks vanished from sight. He reappeared behind Goten, launching a fierce elbow strike. Swiftly, Goten too disappeared, only to materialize at Trunks' side, delivering a swift kick. Trunks hastily raised his arm to block Goten's attack. The air was filled with the sound of their blows colliding, echoing with a series of dull thuds as the two young warriors engaged in a fierce aerial duel. The audience was left in stunned silence, captivated by the spectacle, only the sounds of their combat punctuating the stillness. After an intense exchange, Goten and Trunks descended, landing gracefully upon the arena floor, both wearing broad smiles. The fiery essence of their Saiyan heritage surged through them, igniting their spirits. Mr. Satan stood frozen in awe, bewildered by the extraordinary display. Who were these children? A sense of foreboding washed over him. Videl, equally astonished, widened her eyes in disbelief. What was happening? How could these two children possess such astonishing speed? A growing sense of unease enveloped her. Had she overlooked something significant? A tense silence lingered for a full 10 seconds before the crowd erupted into thunderous applause. The spectators were electrified, cheering and exclaiming their admiration. Incredible. Truly remarkable. It was almost unfathomable. Had they not seemed to hover in midair moments ago? How could they achieve such feats? Surely, this was not some mere trickery. The audience buzzed with speculation. Did you hear? All the cameras and phones vanished? What a pity. Others wondered if it was the work of that mysterious sorcerer from Satan's city. Such audacity. Why make all the cameras and phones disappear? They didn't disappear, they malfunctioned. Came the reply. It mattered little now. What was crucial was that they could not capture such an exhilarating display of combat. A travesty indeed. The man let out a long, reverberating howl towards the heavens. A passing bird, in a moment of mischief, released its droppings, which fell directly into his mouth. At that moment, the referee was equally filled with excitement. That little fellow must be the offspring of Sun Wukong. They remain as formidable as ever, just as they were in days of yore. This is the match I have longed to witness, eagerly anticipating their appearance. The World Martial Arts Tournament could certainly use a fresh infusion of talent. The previous contests had been exceedingly dull. Tian chose to remain silent, merely savoring the spectacle. Tian, you possess remarkable abilities, having made such significant progress in such a short span of time. It is truly commendable, Trunks remarked with a smile. Hee. My brother has taught me numerous techniques, Sun Wutian giggled in response. Allow me to demonstrate this move. Let us see if you can handle it, Trunks declared. gently sweeping his hands backward, conjuring two spheres of golden light. Is Trunks planning to unleash a Kamehameha from that position? Krillin exclaimed, alarmed. That would hit the audience. Rest assured, I sense no significant issue, Sun Wukong replied with a smile. Huh. Krillin was taken aback. Do not underestimate them. Sun Wukong chuckled softly. Hey. With a vigorous flourish of his hands, Trunks merged the two golden orbs and propelled them forward. Sun Wutian nimbly leaped to evade the approaching energy wave. The Kamehameha shot forth like a rocket, hurtling towards the audience, causing their faces to turn pale with fear, just as it seemed the energy wave would strike the spectators. Tian, feeling a surge of impatience, waved his hand lightly. Instantly, Trunks' Kamehameha vanished from sight, disappearing under the gaze of all present. Where did my Kamehameha go? Trunks questioned, bewildered, while the referee mirrored his confusion. Sun Wutian scratched his head, astonished as he looked at Trunks. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Krillin all grew increasingly vigilant. Is this never-ending? That mysterious sorcerer is at it again before our very eyes. Vegeta seethed, his teeth clenched and his body trembling with rage. It was no longer a mere subtle act. It had escalated into a blatant provocation. To challenge us in front of a national audience. And to make Trunks' energy wave disappear. Vegeta scanned the surroundings, desperately seeking the elusive sorcerer. Sun Wukong was also on high alert. It's unlikely we'll find him. After all, Tian emits no energy signature. That scoundrel. Piccolo gritted his teeth. He can even redirect Trunks' Kamehameha. Chapter 63. King Kai. Could it be that Babidi has come to the scene? I sincerely hope I do not encounter him. Vegeta snorted, still lurking in the shadows. Reluctant to reveal himself. Piccolo, can Dandy see him? Goku inquired, turning to Piccolo. No, Piccolo shook his head. If he could see, he would have already identified him. Indeed. Goku replied, feeling overwhelmed. Is he truly a sorcerer? On the arena, Trunks found himself at a loss for words. Did my energy wave just vanish mysteriously? Suddenly, Goten descended from the sky, landing beside Trunks. How did you execute that move, Trunks? I simply cannot replicate it, he scratched his head. I can't make my energy wave disappear like that. What are you talking about, Goten? Trunks exclaimed. It wasn't I who made the energy wave vanish. It was that enigmatic sorcerer. Another mysterious sorcerer? How astonishing. Can he even make our energy waves disappear? Goten asked in amazement. Who knows? Trunks replied, shaking his head. The audience was left bewildered, unaware that it was the mysterious sorcerer who had caused the energy waves to vanish. They assumed that the golden flame had simply dissipated on its own. Mr. Satan was utterly astonished as well. This seems familiar somehow. This is bad news, he thought. Where's Videl? He quickly inquired of the staff nearby. She should be here, the staff member responded. Please help me find her. I have something of great importance to discuss. Of course, I'll arrange for someone to search for her immediately, the staff member nodded. Videl is likely with her boyfriend, Yashin. Please summon him as well. Satan urged. Hurry, we must bring them before the youth tournament concludes. I'll do my best, the staff member replied before hastily departing. In the stands, Yashin looked over at Videl. Did you see that strange phenomenon just now? Videl asked. It seemed somewhat similar to what Gohan's brother Goten unleashed. But how did it suddenly vanish? Generally, when something mysterious disappears, people would speculate. Yashin chuckled, leaving his thought unfinished. Are you suggesting it was the work of a mysterious hero? Videl asked, momentarily taken aback. Well, that's what everyone seems to believe, Yashin smiled. A mysterious hero at the World Martial Arts Tournament? Videl pondered. Perhaps, Yashin nodded. Does that mean it could be one of the competitors? Videl questioned. That possibility cannot be ruled out, Yashin replied, grinning. Videl scrutinized Yashin from head to toe. Why are you looking at me like that? Yashin laughed. It seems inappropriate for us to play basketball here, doesn't it? On another section of the viewing platform, the Kaioshin and Jebit also took note of the recent occurrence. Did you witness that, Lord Kaioshin? Jebit inquired. Indeed, I observed the sudden disappearance of the energy wave released by Vegeta's son, the Kaioshin pondered. Yes. It vanished abruptly, a mysterious disappearance, Jebit nodded. Could it be that the sorcerer Babidi has made an appearance? He speculated. It seems unlikely that he is responsible. The Kaioshin shook his head. If not him, then who could it be? Surely, he must have used magic to divert the energy wave, Jebit conjectured. Diverted by magic. You say? The Kaioshin murmured, then added softly, logically speaking, it shouldn't be so. Why would he do such a thing? Lord Kaioshin. Could it be that he intends to transfer the energy wave released by that little rascal into the seal of Majin Buu? Jebit hypothesized. suggesting that this could hasten Majin Buu's awakening. Upon hearing Jebet's words, the Kaishin's expression turned grave. If that is indeed the case, it would spell disaster. Jebet seemed to have a valid point. This means that Babidi must be present at the venue. The Kaishin stated in a low voice. Shall we split up the search? Jebet proposed. Do not alarm the snake. Once you locate him, inform me immediately. The Kaishin instructed. That fellow's magic is more formidable than we imagined. Perhaps even surpassing that of his father Babidi. Understood. I shall exercise caution, Jebet nodded. The Kaishin and Jebet began to scour the venue for Babidi's presence, both naively believing that the recent disappearance of the energy wave was a result of Babidi's intervention. Meanwhile, Goten and Trunks exchanged glances. Should we continue the competition? Goten asked. No more energy waves, Goten. Trunks insisted. I sense that mysterious sorcerer is targeting our energy waves. You're right, Trunks, Goten replied obediently. Since we cannot use long-range attacks, let us engage in close combat, Trunks declared, swiftly grasping Goten's clothing and throwing him upwards. Goten found himself airborne, momentarily suspended as he searched for Trunks. Huh? Where did he go? Goten mumbled. Haha, I'm right here. Trunks suddenly appeared behind Goten, wrapping his arms around his shoulders. Goten was taken aback, struggling desperately in midair. What say you, Goten? Surrender quickly, Trunks urged. Yet Goten showed no intention of yielding. Surrender? Even if you resist, it will be futile. You cannot escape my grasp. Trunks seemed poised for victory, a smile gracing Vegeta's face. Goku, is this truly the time to discuss the match? Piccolo interjected. Humph, what do you wish to say? About that mysterious sorcerer? Can you even locate him? Vegeta retorted. Piccolo fell silent. You were once the guardian of this planet, weren't you? Surely you possess vast knowledge. If even you are at a loss, how can we possibly find him? Vegeta scoffed. Piccolo felt a pang of hurt at that moment. Moreover, that individual has been lurking in the shadows, relishing our distress, Vegeta remarked with disdain. His words carried a semblance of truth. Patience was essential. Krillin nodded earnestly. Above the arena, with a sudden burst of golden light, Goten transformed into a Super Saiyan, breaking free from Trunks' grasp with a casual wave of his arm. Chapter 64. Satan's Plea. Whoosh. Goten swiftly descended from the air, with Trunks in hot pursuit. You sly trickster, Goten. Did we not agree to refrain from transforming into Super Saiyans? Trunks exclaimed, irritation evident in his tone. Goten quickly regained his composure, apologizing profusely for his unintentional transformation. Videl's eyes widened as she observed Goten on the stage. Did he just transform into a golden-haired warrior? Is he one of those golden fighters? Could Gohan also possess such power? Can Goten truly become a Super Saiyan? Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Piccolo affirmed. Kakarot, how could you feign ignorance? Vegeta chided. No one ever informed me, Goku replied, scratching his head. Mr. Satan, pale-faced from shock, realized the truth. It seems this boy must be that fellow's son. I had sensed something amiss about him earlier. Has Yashin arrived yet? Hurry, come to my aid. Have you located Videl's boyfriend? Mr. Satan urgently inquired of the nearby staff. Mr. Satan seeks Miss Videl's boyfriend. The staff member finally understood. Less chatter, move swiftly. Mr. Satan commanded. We are already searching, the staff member replied. After a brief while, Videl appeared with Yashin. Dad, were you looking for me? Didalai inquired. Initially, she had no intention of bringing Yi Tian along. However, the staff repeatedly emphasized that Mr. Satan specifically sought Yi Tian. Didalai felt a twinge of concern, fearing that her father might put Yi Tian in a difficult position. Yet, Yi Tian appeared unconcerned, expressing his desire to accompany her and observe the situation. With no other option, Didalai reluctantly brought Yi Tian along. Yi Tian, my esteemed son-in-law. At last, you have arrived. Satan exclaimed with exuberance, eagerly grasping Yi Tian's arms. What is the matter? Yi Tian asked. Let us converse within, Satan replied, glancing at the arena. This matter requires urgency. Otherwise, my fate may be dire. Very well, Yi Tian acquiesced. Didalai, please wait outside for a moment. I have some matters to discuss with Yi Tian, Satan instructed. Then led Yi Tian away. Didalai remained in a daze for quite some time, pondering the peculiar sense that her father seemed to be seeking Yi Tian's assistance. Upon entering the room, Satan suddenly knelt before Yi Tian. No, that won't do. Yi Tian quickly intervened to assist him. With a thud, Satan still knelt. Ah. My apologies. I miscalculated a step. Please rise, Yi Tian urged. Nevertheless, it matters not. I am destined to be the greatest deity in the universe. So your bowing holds no significance, Satan replied. However, there is no need for such gestures in the future. as you will soon be my father-in-law, Tian remarked. You have observed how formidable those two youngsters in the arena are, Satan said hastily. Quickly, devise a strategy for me, as the champion of the youth division is to spar with me shortly. Is that the reason you sought me? Tian inquired, now comprehending the situation. Indeed. I shall speak frankly, Satan admitted with a wry smile. The individuals who defeated Cell were actually part of their group. It was not I who triumphed. I regret having spoken so casually, leading to the current predicament. You are my future father-in-law. I can certainly assist you in becoming a hero on this planet. Tian responded with a smile. Ah, is that truly the case? Satan exclaimed in astonishment and delight. As for your match with the youth champion, you need only compete. I shall take care of the rest, Tian assured him, grinning. You may present yourself however you wish. Satan straightened his posture, laughing heartily. Yet, after a moment, he suddenly realized something. Can you truly defeat them? He asked, a hint of doubt in his voice. What do you think? Tian replied with a smile. I believe it is absolutely feasible. Satan responded confidently. Then what is there to worry about? Tian chuckled, giving Satan a reassuring pat on the shoulder. I understand. Satan nodded with excitement. Upon exiting the room, all of Satan's worries had dissipated. Videl pondered. What could Father and Tian possibly be discussing inside? How peculiar. Meanwhile, on the arena, the match between Son Goten and Trunks continued. Goten, I've made my decision. I shall relinquish my left hand to you. With only my right hand, I can defeat you, Trunks declared with a grin. You're lying. You can't possibly win using just one hand. Son Goten replied skeptically. I assure you, I can absolutely triumph. Confidence radiated from Trunks' face. Come at me then. Son Goten braced himself, certain that it was impossible for Trunks to prevail with one hand. Very well, I shall commence my assault, Trunks proclaimed, launching his attack. Bang, bang, bang. The two young fighters engaged in a fierce exchange once more. After a few seconds of combat, Son Goten delivered a swift kick, landing squarely on Trunks' face. Trunks yelped in pain. Bang. Son Goten quickened his pace, landing another punch on Trunks' other cheek. Trunks found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Fighting with only one hand proved to be quite the challenge. He staggered backward, nearly losing his balance. In a flash, Trunks leapt into the air, unleashing a ki blast. Watch out for that ki blast, Trunks. It might attract the attention of that mysterious sorcerer, Son Goten warned. Upon uttering these words, Son Goten soared into the sky. Hovering above, Trunks, initially contemplating a ranged attack, quickly abandoned the thought upon hearing Son Goten's caution. From his elevated position, Son Goten looked down upon Trunks, who was gazing upward, perplexed about Son Goten's intended assault. Airborne assault, Son Goten shouted, diving swiftly from the sky. Trunks immediately prepared to counter. As Son Goten approached rapidly, Trunks deftly sidestepped to the side. Let the ground take the brunt, Trunks exclaimed. Ah! Son Goten cried out, forcefully sweeping his arms toward the ground. Upon making contact, he continued his pursuit toward Trunks. Chapter 65, Trunks' Super Saiyan form disappears. Trunks' expression shifted dramatically. In this critical moment, Trunks swiftly transformed into a Super Saiyan. He leaped high into the air and deftly hurled a ki blast at Son Goten. Son Wukong was momentarily stunned. By the time he regained his composure, the energy blast had already struck him squarely in the back. Unfortunately, he misstepped and found himself staggering upon the steps of the audience. A look of alarm washed over his face. However, the one who was even more astonished was Trunks. He suddenly realized that his Super Saiyan transformation had inexplicably vanished. What is happening? Where is my Super Saiyan form? I have not reverted back. In an instant, it felt as though my transformation had simply dissipated. In the distance, Tian's lips curled into a subtle smile, forming a delicate arc. Just moments ago, he had attempted to erase Trunks' Super Saiyan state, and to his astonishment, he had succeeded. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could effortlessly obliterate Trunks' transformation. Tian had never attempted this before, primarily due to a lack of opportunity. He felt a surge of joy within. This Erasure technique was truly remarkable. It could even eliminate a Super Saiyan transformation? Could I possibly erase the energy within them as well? I must find someone to test this theory. Outside the ring, the referee boomed, Trunks wins, declaring him the champion of the youth division. Trunks gritted his teeth, and once more, a golden light radiated from him. With a crackle, he transformed back into a Super Saiyan. Trunks gasped in disbelief. I thought I would never be able to become a Super Saiyan again. With a thud, Son Wukong descended from afar, appearing at the edge of the stage, pouting as he gazed at Trunks. Trunks, you are so despicable, Son Wukong exclaimed. You transformed into a Super Saiyan just now, and after reverting to your normal state, you transformed again to show off in front of me. Trunks retorted. That is not my intention. I immediately returned to my normal state. Not only that, but you also used your left hand. You cheated. You cheated. Sun Wukong huffed. I apologize, but I truly do not know what happened. My Super Saiyan state just vanished unexpectedly, Trunks quickly replied. I did not cause my Super Saiyan form to disappear. I was just as surprised. I thought I would never be able to transform again. You are lying. How could a Super Saiyan state simply vanish? Sun Wukong remained unconvinced. Do you truly regard me as a child? Can a Super Saiyan simply vanish? Let us discuss this matter later, Trunks remarked, adding that his left hand had not struck you directly, urging you not to weep like a little boy. Goten's face was etched with displeasure. How about this? You may choose a few items from my toys as compensation, Trunks suggested with a smile. Is that true? You must keep your word. Goten's frown transformed into a smile. In the stands, Goten exclaimed, Can little Trunks also transform into a Super Saiyan? Goku mused aloud. Haha, what a pity, Kakarot. It seems my son's lineage is superior, Vegeta chimed in, patting Goku on the shoulder. Goku turned to glance at Vegeta, who then suggested that Trunks should compete against Gohan. Trunks is already 8 years old, isn't he? Gohan achieved the transformation beyond Super Saiyan at the age of 9. I wonder if, after another year, young Trunks will reach Gohan's level, Piccolo interjected. Get lost. You Namekian should not meddle in Saiyan affairs. Vegeta retorted, feeling somewhat hurt as he rolled his eyes. Damn it. I almost forgot that Kakarot has 2 sons. Trunks cannot compare to Gohan. That fellow is a true genius. Goku, did you notice anything earlier? Piccolo asked solemnly. Piccolo. Did you also observe? Goku nodded. Trunks' Super Saiyan form mysteriously vanished. It seems he did not revert of his own accord, Piccolo responded. Are you suggesting that mysterious sorcerer had a hand in this? Vegeta, who had also noticed, frowned. What do you mean? Are you saying that this mysterious sorcerer can even nullify a Super Saiyan's transformation? Krillin felt a wave of dread wash over him. If that is indeed the case, it is utterly terrifying. Goku's expression grew increasingly grave. The ominous premonition intensified, and Piccolo sighed. He can only engage in petty schemes from the shadows, Vegeta scoffed, stating that if he truly possessed such abilities, he should confront them in direct combat. Is that blue-haired fellow, Yaishin, also part of Gohan's circle? Biddy Lee inquired. Indeed. Yaishin confirmed with a nod. I just saw him transform into golden hair, Biddy Lee remarked. I noticed that earlier, Yaishin replied. So, the Golden Warrior is Gohan, isn't he? Biddy Lee whispered. Indeed, it must be him. Tian nodded. I have long sensed something amiss. After all, Gohan possesses the identity of the Golden Warrior, remarked Biddy Lee, pondering aloud whether he was present during the battle against Cell back in the day. He should have been, replied Tian. And what of the mysterious hero? Is it also him? Biddy Lee inquired once more. That essence does not seem to belong to him. Tian smiled. Could the mysterious hero be you? Biddy Lee gazed at Tian, asking with utmost seriousness. Why do you think it is me? Tian chuckled. Just a random guess, Biddy Lee mused. What if I were to claim it is indeed me? Would you believe it? Tian grinned. You lack an air of mystery. It doesn't seem like you. Biddy Lee shook her head. I have already declared it is I, Tian insisted. Do you claim I lack an air of mystery? The most enigmatic aspects of me have yet to be unveiled, which likely informs your opinion. Ladies and gentlemen, following an intense competition, an exceptionally entertaining program is about to commence, announced the referee with a smile. Satan fixed his gaze intently on the nearby Tian. My survival hinges upon you. Tian responded with a subtle smile. Taking a deep breath, Satan thought, I must take a gamble. I hope Tian can conjure a miracle here. Chapter 66, Erasing Trunks' Energy. Satan. 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 The audience fervently chanted his name, the atmosphere electrifying. No matter how formidable the opponent, he is ultimately just a child. Chuckled a staff member. Surely, Satan isn't contemplating a serious confrontation with him? I must indeed be quite earnest, Satan replied candidly. You possess a delightful sense of humor. The staff member remarked, glancing at Tian, who stood beside Biddy Lee. Is this young man truly Biddy Lee's boyfriend? How rare it is for Satan to acquiesce to his daughter's relationship. Do you require a moment's respite? The referee inquired of Trunks in the ring. No need. Trunks shook his head. Then, please welcome Mr. Satan to the stage, the referee declared. Satan inhaled deeply and stepped onto the platform, exuding calmness as he took his position. Which little one dares to challenge the world champion, Mr. Satan? He asked with a smile, pointing at Trunks. Is it you, little one? Prepare yourself mentally. Despite his words, anxiety gripped Satan's heart. Will my future son-in-law be of assistance? Can he nullify this little one's power? If he fails, I shall be in dire straits. Trunks observed quietly. Is this man truly the world champion? He seems unremarkable. Could he possibly be stronger than my father? Go, Trunks. Sun Wukong cheered from below the platform. Satan shot a glare at Sun Wukong. What are you cheering for, you little brat? My only hope now rests with my son-in-law. Son-in-law, son-in-law. I pray you help me through this trial. In the stands, the new power testing device had finally arrived. Sun Wufan rushed over. You finally made it, Piccolo smiled. Your timing could not be worse, Wufan. The youth competition has already concluded, Krillin chuckled. Sun Wufan scratched his head. Shall we head back? Krillin suggested. Indeed. Sun Wukong did not voice any objections. There was little left to behold. It is believed that Trunks will soon eliminate Mr. Satan. Vegeta, arms crossed, turned and walked away. In the arena, Mr. Satan removed his cape with a flourish, tossing it behind him. He then carefully unfastened the championship belt and handed it to the referee standing nearby. Subsequently, he wrapped a ribbon around his waist, tightening it securely. Taking a deep breath, Mr. Satan unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks into the air. After this display, he gasped for breath, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Recently, he had been contemplating socializing with girls, feeling somewhat drained. Mr. Satan! Mr. Satan! Mr. Satan! The audience erupted in cheers, calling out his name. Mr. Satan raised his arms high, striking a pose of victory. Trunks paused momentarily. What had just transpired? He sensed that Mr. Satan seemed far from formidable. Was he intentionally feigning weakness during his attack? After all, this man was a world champion. Nevertheless, Trunks quickly regained his composure and performed some stretching exercises. Mr. Satan was taken aback. However, considering the support from his son-in-law, he gritted his teeth and bore it. Hoping for a miracle. Let us go. Mr. Satan readied himself for battle. Both contenders were now prepared, and the match was about to commence. The referee announced, Let us go, little brat. Panic surged within Mr. Satan as he waved his hand at Trunks. I want to hold back. In an explosive display of energy, Trunks surged towards Mr. Satan. With a swift motion, Tian lightly waved his hand toward Trunks, erasing the energy emanating from him. Huh? Just as Trunks reached Mr. Satan, he felt as though his energy had vanished. Oh no. Mr. Satan, gritting his teeth, delivered a punch that struck Trunks squarely in the face. A howl escaped Trunks as he was propelled backward, landing outside the ring, thus eliminated from the competition. What? Mr. Satan was astonished by the sudden turn of events. I actually knocked that little brat out? Ouch. Trunks fell to the ground, feeling utterly defeated. Where's my energy? His expression shifted dramatically as he hastily summoned his energy. Boom. A formidable aura surged from Trunks once more. My energy is still there. What just happened? Why did it vanish so suddenly? How peculiar. Outside the ring. Outside the ring. Truly, Mr. Satan is remarkable. Indeed, our champion Mr. Satan has demonstrated his prowess by effortlessly eliminating the young champion Trunks with a single move. The referee proclaimed loudly into the microphone. Mr. Satan took a deep breath and immediately turned his gaze towards Yashin. Yashin responded with a warm smile, which filled Mr. Satan with joy. My son-in-law is truly remarkable. He has enabled me to achieve victory in this competition. Ha ha ha, the young lad is indeed impressive. I thought you were quite formidable. I must apologize for my earlier intensity, Trunks. Mr. Satan chuckled heartily, offering a somewhat contrite remark to Trunks. Trunks was utterly dumbfounded. Nearby, Son Goten stared wide-eyed, bewildered by Mr. Satan's display. In the stands, Sun Wukong and others, who were about to depart, also witnessed this bizarre scene unfold. Did you notice? Trunks' energy vanished in an instant. Piccolo exclaimed. Was it the work of that mysterious magician again? Gohan spoke gravely. Gohan, you missed it earlier. That enigmatic magician even nullified Trunks' Super Saiyan transformation, Piccolo added. He can even negate the Super Saiyan transformation? Gohan was astonished. This mysterious magician is far more powerful than we had anticipated. We have underestimated his capabilities. Sun Wukong's expression grew increasingly serious. That despicable magician. Why is he targeting Trunks alone? Vegeta seethed with rage, contemplating transforming into a Super Saiyan to obliterate the place. This is intolerable. He only knows how to bully Trunks. Doesn't he? He even dares to pick on my son. You had better not let me find you. Where on earth is this person? Vegeta gritted his teeth. Could it be that Satan? Krillin inquired. Chapter 67. King Kai, are you Son Goku? The likelihood seems slim, Piccolo shook his head. If that individual named Satan truly possessed such capabilities, he would not have exhibited such an aptitude during the Cell Games. Piccolo's assertion held merit. It likely was not Satan. Son Goku nodded, pondering. Perhaps this Mr. Satan is unaware of the whereabouts of the mysterious sorcerer and merely fortuitously managed to defeat Trunks. Trunks isn't injured, is he? Krillin asked. Not at all, Piccolo replied. Although Trunks' energy vanished in an instant, it was merely the energy he had unleashed. He still possesses energy within him. Moreover, Satan's attack was far too feeble to inflict any harm on Trunks. Do you think this mysterious sorcerer can eliminate the energy within us? Krillin asked, a hint of fear in his voice. The energy within us, if fully unleashed, could obliterate the entire solar system. If he possessed such power, he would have already been strutting around Earth, rather than engaging in petty antics, Vegeta scoffed. Vegeta was correct. Son Goku nodded in agreement. Nevertheless, let's remain cautious and devise a way to locate this mysterious sorcerer. Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others nodded in unison, their expressions grave. At this moment, Goten appeared beside Trunks. Trunks, is this uncle truly that formidable? Goten asked, astonished. I cannot say how formidable he is, but my energy suddenly vanished just now, Trunks replied, shaking his head in disbelief. What does it mean that your energy vanished? Goten inquired, puzzled. It simply disappeared. Trunks responded solemnly. Do you recall when I transformed into a Super Saiyan? My Super Saiyan state vanished abruptly. How could this happen? Was it truly the work of that mysterious sorcerer? Goten scratched his head in confusion. I don't know, Trunks said, his expression one of bewilderment. Satan stood at the center of the arena, raising his right hand high. Indeed. My son-in-law is truly remarkable. The audience erupted in cheers, calling out Satan's name. As the crowd's cheers echoed, Mr. Satan stepped down from the platform. Upon seeing Tian, he could hardly contain his urge to embrace him tightly. You are truly my savior. How could I possibly survive without you? Mr. Satan's gaze towards Tian turned ambiguous. Tian, when will you marry Videl? Satan could not help but ask. Previously, such a question had been posed in jest, but this time it was sincere. Videl? Father, what are you saying? Videl was utterly bewildered. How do you pose such a question? Uncle, we are still pursuing our studies. Tian replied with a smile. What studies? There will be no need for school in the future. Hurry up and drop out to get married and have a child. Satan laughed heartily. I am eagerly anticipating the day I can hold my grandchild. Videl was rendered utterly speechless. Are you my biological father? Why do you think that way? We are only 16. Marriage is not appropriate at this age, and we are below the legal age for marriage, Tian remarked. Satan scratched his head, seemingly in agreement. I suppose we are indeed underage. Well, you all should hasten to grow up, he said, giving Tian a pat on the shoulder before humming a tune and departing. Tian, what kind of enchantment have you cast on my father? Videl inquired, tilting her head at him. What do you mean by that? Tian wiped the sweat from his brow, insisting, I can only cast spells on you. What purpose would it serve to enchant your father? I hold no interest in him whatsoever. Videl replied, can we refrain from being so blunt? Before the commencement of the adult group competition at the World Martial Arts Championship, the announcer declared through the microphone, let us take a 30-minute break. The highly anticipated adult group match will officially begin at 1:40 p.m. Let us go grab something to eat, Tian, Videl suggested. All right, Tian nodded. What do you want to eat? Videl asked. You, Tian, she teased. Videl continued. Sun Wukong and the others are also heading outside. Is this the intermission? Sun Wukong inquired. Let us first have lunch, Krillin proposed. Forget about that magician for now. He might be having a meal too. Sounds good, Sun Wukong nodded. The group began to walk toward the dining area. Apologies, but only those who have passed the preliminary rounds are allowed entry. A staff member stopped Sun Wukong and the others. The results of the preliminaries have been announced, right? I believe we all passed, Krillin replied. Please hold on a moment and provide your names, the staff member requested as he pulled out a list of contestants. One by one, Sun Wukong and his companions stated their names. The staff member was slightly astonished. All 5 of you have indeed passed the preliminaries. Please proceed that way. The drawing ceremony will take place at 1:30 p.m., he explained, pointing ahead. Sun Wukong and the others continued their way forward. Soon, they arrived at the restaurant and indulged in a feast. Piccolo abstained from eating, as Namekians only required water. Is it all right for you to gorge like this? Krillin remarked. Do dead people even get hungry? In the underworld, it doesn't matter whether one eats or not, but the food in the mortal realm is simply too delectable. Sun Wukong exclaimed, feasting heartily. Vegeta was also gnawing on a pork leg, while Son Gohan enjoyed his meal with delight. The food here is truly delicious, Sun Wukong marveled. What is it about Saiyan stomachs that makes them so insatiable? Krillin pondered. After finishing their meal, Sun Wukong and the others made their way outside. That was great. I'm finally full. Sun Wukong patted his belly and glanced at the time. The drawing was about to commence. Just then, he and his companions were momentarily taken aback by the emergence of two unfamiliar figures before them. One was tall, the other short, both possessing white hair. The shorter one hovered approximately 20 centimeters above the ground, boasting pale blue skin, while the taller figure appeared somewhat aged, with red skin. Their expressions bore a hint of indifference. Sun Wukong was momentarily dazed, and Piccolo seemed equally perplexed. Vegeta furrowed his brow. Could these individuals be the sorcerers? Krillin dared not utter a word. Greetings, everyone, the Supreme Kai said with a smile, turning to Sun Wukong. Are you indeed Sun Wukong? How do you know me? Sun Wukong asked, surprised. I have heard tales of your exploits and have long wished to spar with you. The Supreme Kai replied with a grin. I also successfully passed the preliminaries. How wonderful it would be if we could form a team. Of course, I do not harbor the confidence to defeat you. But I am eager to discover the extent of your power. Let us shake hands. As he spoke, the Supreme Kai extended his hand. Chapter 68. Are they sorcerers? Sun Wukong was taken aback for a moment, but promptly grasped the Supreme Kai's hand. The instant their hands met, he distinctly sensed an extraordinary energy emanating from the other. Could it be that they were indeed sorcerers? The energy felt remarkably pure. Why was his energy level so elevated? The Supreme Kai, still smiling, remarked, as expected. You possess an extraordinary presence. Oh, Sun Wukong replied, momentarily stunned. Farewell, the Supreme Kai said, withdrawing his hand and turning to leave. Sun Wukong was utterly bewildered. Who is he? He pondered aloud. Piccolo, observing the retreating figure of the Supreme Kai, inquired, Do you think he is the mysterious sorcerer we spoke of? I cannot say. Sun Wukong shook his head. He possesses a rather unique energy within him. In what way is it unique? Piccolo questioned. His energy is remarkably pure, Sun Wukong responded. Remarkably pure? Piccolo echoed, taken aback. We shall see whether he is a sorcerer during the competition. Vegeta scoffed, finally unable to contain his impatience, and began to speak up. Vegeta, your words sound rather peculiar, Krillin remarked. Is one of them truly a sorcerer? Perhaps. Piccolo nodded. It seems as if Vegeta's impatience is getting the better of him. Piccolo, do not say that. It feels as if you are making a jest, Krillin replied. What jest? I cannot drive, Piccolo retorted. Piccolo replied, pondering that the Namekians likely lacked driving skills. Krillin nodded in agreement, bewildered by the nonsensical chatter. Piccolo felt confused and swiftly redirected the conversation. Yet he was certain of one thing. They were not Earthlings. Indeed, exclaimed Sun Wukong, why would extraterrestrials appear here? Moreover, neither Dandy nor I sensed their presence. Sweat beaded on Piccolo's brow. Logically, if a spaceship were to land on Earth, he and Dandy should have been able to sense it. You and Dandy can't possibly keep constant watch over Earth, Sun Wukong remarked. Do not blame yourself, Piccolo. Let us move quickly. The draw is about to begin, suggested Krillin. As long as the magician shows himself, it would be less daunting than lurking mysteriously in the shadows. Little Bald's insight struck a chord. Vegeta smiled. Having discerned their precise location, thus feeling less apprehensive. Could one of them truly be the enigmatic magician? Piccolo furrowed his brow, still harboring doubts. Regardless of the truth, the answer would soon be unveiled. Vegeta scoffed, convinced they were undoubtedly connected to the magician. Let us hasten, Krillin urged. I hope to be grouped with that magician. I wish to make him question his very existence, Vegeta declared, clenching his fists. At that moment, he could hardly concern himself with competing against Sun Wukong. That odious, mysterious magician was utterly shameless, preying on the innocent Trunks, who happens to be my son. You may deceive him once, and that should suffice. You have deceived me consecutively on 2 occasions. Can I, Vegeta, tolerate this? Son Goku and his companions have arrived at the venue for the preliminary rounds. Prior to their arrival, Tian and Biddy had already made their way here. The referee has also prepared the drawing box, awaiting the arrival of Son Goku and his party. Ladies and gentlemen, all contestants are present. We shall soon proceed to draw lots to determine the matchups, the referee announced, calling forth the contestants to come forward and draw lots. Oh God, I beseech you, may I not face one of my own in the first round? Krillin clasped his hands together in silent prayer, hoping to avoid being matched against that enigmatic sorcerer. Are you referring to Dandy as your deity? Piccolo remarked, gazing at Krillin. Krillin retorted, Piccolo, you are utterly shameless. Could you not allow me a moment to pray in peace? Sun Wukong surveyed the multitude of competitors present. He turned his gaze towards the Kaioshin and Jebbet, perceiving that, aside from these two individuals, the other participants appeared rather ordinary. The Kaioshin and Jebbet likewise scanned the surroundings. Searching for Babidi. Lord Kaioshin, Babidi has once again employed magic to nullify Trunks' Super Saiyan state and has eliminated his energy. I trust you have noticed this? Jebbet remarked. I have indeed seen it. I cannot believe he has attained such a level of sorcery. The Kaioshin clenched his fists, anxiety swelling within him. If this energy were to infiltrate the seal of Majin Buu, it would spell catastrophe. Indeed, it is quite troublesome, Jebbet nodded in agreement. So, those two individuals adorned with letters on their foreheads were sent by Babidi to ensnare us? That is a distinct possibility, the Kaioshin affirmed. The two individuals to whom the Kaioshin and Jebbet referred were none other than Yamcha and Spopovich, now under Babidi's control. Both stood bald-headed, their muscles grotesquely inflated, exhibiting expressions of ferocity. Inscribed upon their foreheads was the emblem of a certain fast food establishment. Now, let us proceed in order to announce the names, the referee declared. Contestant Tian. Here I come. Tian stepped forward and retrieved a number from the box. Contestant Tian is number 14, the referee announced. A staff member recorded Tian's name on a large placard. Next, contestant Jebbet, the referee continued. Jebbet advanced, drawing number 7. Krillin drew number 1, while Gohan, donning the guise of the Saiyan superhero, drew number 8, placing him in direct opposition to Jebbet. Gohan, do not underestimate him. He is not as simple as he appears. Sun Wukong cautioned. I understand, Gohan nodded. If he truly is that enigmatic sorcerer, I shall ensure he receives a proper lesson. Sun Wukong chose not to elaborate further. Contestant number 18, is this your name? The referee inquired. The name is of little consequence, number 18 replied coolly. You are called 18? What a peculiar name. Tian remarked, leaning closer and speaking in hushed tones. Humph. Number 18 scoffed, dismissing Tian's curiosity. Will anything remarkable transpire today? Tian asked, intrigued. I simply prefer not to disclose my true name, especially since Sun Wukong and the others are participating in this competition. There is no need for them to know my real identity, number 18 responded. Is number 18 visiting relatives today? Tian whispered. Could you not keep your mouth shut? Number 18's expression darkened. Is this a monthly occurrence for you? Tian inquired. Do not even start. Number 18's expression darkened. Just speaking casually. No need to get worked up, Tian replied with a playful smile. If you continue to spout such nonsense, I shall not hold back. Number 18 retorted with a cold huff. I am not one to be easily intimidated. Tian asserted. Do you still dare to threaten me? You have provoked my ire. And in a moment of impulsive fervor, I would strip you of your garments before the crowd. Yet, I must admit, a part of me hesitates. Such a beautiful girl. And I desire to be the sole beholder of your allure. It would be unfortunate for others to gaze upon you, as you yourself have remarked. Number 18 let out a soft huff. Indeed, I did say that, Tian acknowledged with a nod. Are you certain you do not harbor any regrets? Number 18 inquired. What regrets could I possibly have? Do not presume that I cannot hold my own against you. I simply choose not to engage in conflict. Yet, as Tian eloquently expressed his thoughts, number 18 seized his chin and silenced him with a kiss. The words that followed remained unspoken. So, this is what you meant when you said I was being impolite. Why didn't you speak up sooner? I wouldn't mind if you were a bit more blunt with me. If such a delightful occurrence were to repeat itself, I would welcome it without hesitation. Tian silently reveled in the moment, even extending his tongue slightly. The 18th was taken aback, hurriedly retracting her mouth. How shameless. To even stick out your tongue, she exclaimed. By the way, where is that little girl named Videl? Where are you? Did you not notice the interactions between my boyfriend and me? 18 hesitated for a moment. Is he searching for my little girlfriend, Videl? Tian inquired with a smile. Where is she? She was just here, 18 asked. She went to the restroom, Tian replied. So she didn't witness the two of us just now, 18 lamented. I did it on purpose. As it turns out, this fellow's girlfriend is absent. Isn't he taking advantage of the situation? Should we wait for her return and do this again? Tian suggested. In the distance, Klin seethed with resentment. Gohan, this guy's your classmate, isn't he? When did he become involved with 18? Klin demanded. I'm not sure. Gohan shook his head. If he were just with 18, that would be one thing, but he seems to have a decent rapport with your classmates as well. Is he attempting to play both sides? Clint exclaimed angrily. Uncle Clint, perhaps we should refrain from meddling. Gohan scratched his head. Clint was speechless. Why? Why should 18, whom I admire, be flirting with this little brat? At that moment, the referee continued to call names. The Supreme Kai stepped forward and drew number 3. Sin? I've never heard of that name. Goku mused, then turned to Piccolo. What about you, Piccolo? I haven't heard of him either. Piccolo shook his head. Goku then glanced at Vegeta. The universe is vast, with countless names. Who knows who he is? Vegeta scoffed. The next contestant, Subich. The referee announced. Goten and Trunks, disguised as masked participants, quickly dashed forward. Trunks had already reached into the number box, ready to draw a number. You are the masked participant, right? The staff member was taken aback. Huh. Trunks was at a loss for words. Fool. It's me. I am Subich. Subich stepped forward, his face darkened. Trunks and Goten hurriedly moved aside. What an embarrassment. I knew we'd make fools of ourselves, Trunks remarked. That person Trunks mentioned is indeed us, Goten added. How infuriating. That perverse fellow should have answered sooner. Trunks gritted his teeth. Next contestant, Juair. The referee continued. Contestant Juair was quite handsome. In terms of attractiveness, if Juair scored a 90, then Tian would undoubtedly be a perfect 100. Juair drew number 16. Contestant Goku. The referee continued. Goku stepped forward and drew number 11. Next contestant, Miss Biddy Lee. The referee announced. My girlfriend has stepped out for a moment. I will draw on her behalf. Tian stepped forward and spoke. All right. The referee nodded in acknowledgement. Tian assisted D. Lee in drawing a number, which turned out to be 5. Clint felt a wave of dissatisfaction wash over him. Indeed, that girl was his girlfriend. Clint gritted his teeth and remarked, while my girlfriend is away. I can't believe I'm left with number 18. Uncle Clint was still entangled in this matter. Son Wufan chuckled. What do you think? Clint huffed. Wufan. Aren't those two your classmates? You should inform that female classmate of your male classmate's reprehensible behavior. That wouldn't be appropriate. I prefer not to meddle in others' affairs. Son Wufan replied, scratching his head. Clint chose to remain silent. Panda, contestant number 2. The referee announced. Upon hearing this news, Clint's spirits lifted instantly. He turned to face contestant number 2, a robust and towering figure, considerably taller than Clint. Are you Clint? Panda boasted arrogantly as he stood before him. Indeed, I am. Clint replied, feeling considerably better despite his earlier mood. Even a waste like you shall not escape my wrath, Panda declared, pointing at Clint. I intend to teach you a lesson. Is that so? Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Clint sighed. I eagerly await the commencement of the match. What did you say? Panda paused momentarily. You might be courting death. Perhaps you should prepare your last words. Vegeta, the referee continued. Vegeta stepped forward to draw a number. Landing on 12. Sun Wukong was taken aback. I'm facing Vegeta in the opening match? What? Wukong and Vegeta are meeting in the preliminaries? Clint exclaimed in astonishment. Sun Wufan was equally surprised. Vegeta scoffed. It seems that what one least desires often comes to pass. I had hoped to team up with that enigmatic sorcerer. Yet I drew Kakarot instead. Very well, let us measure our strengths against one another. I have awaited this day. Majin Buu, the referee called, addressing Bick. Bick drew number 4 and glanced at the match list, recognizing it was the individual suspected of being the mysterious sorcerer. It's him. Could he truly be that enigmatic sorcerer? Bick, exercise caution. That fellow is no trifling opponent, Sun Wukong warned. I understand. I will seek to uncover his identity, Bick replied. Very well, Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Next is Mr. Satan. Due to pressing matters, he is currently unable to attend, so I shall draw on his behalf. The referee declared, pulling out a number, which was 10. Chapter 70, The Tragic Clint. Number 18 glanced at the number drawn. Shocked to discover that she would face none other than the world champion, Mr. Satan. Previously, I had always regarded this Mr. Satan as a mere figure of empty renown. However, upon our first encounter today, I discovered that he possesses a strength beyond my expectations. He was able to send Trunks flying with a single punch, which truly astonished me. At that moment, Videl appeared. Tian, how are things? She inquired. I drew number 5 for the third match, Tian replied. Videl nodded as she glanced at the matchup chart. My opponent is named Spubich. It seems he was eliminated in the preliminaries during the last competition. Good luck. Tian encouraged. I will do my best, Videl responded. Just then, number 18 approached with a smile and asked, Videl, did you just go to the restroom? Yes, indeed. Videl nodded. Number 18, however, wore a cheerful expression as she gazed at Tian. Were you not quite arrogant just now? Do you believe I could reveal what transpired moments ago? Videl asked. Yes, replied 18 with a playful smile before swiftly departing. A look of confusion washed over Videl's face. She then glanced at Tian, followed by a look at 18's retreating figure. Are you two concealing something from me? Videl inquired. It's nothing of great significance. She merely stole a quick kiss while you were away, Tian responded nonchalantly, having taken just a few steps forward. 18 nearly stumbled to the ground upon hearing Tian's words. Are you serious? It is astonishing that you would actually articulate such a matter. You truly are something else. I comprehend. Videl nodded. I endured it. The silver lining is that Tian is now able to voluntarily confess these matters. If there comes a day when Tian fails even to mention these things, it would signify that I hold no significance in his heart. Tian indeed speaks and acts on his words. He promised to find several girlfriends, and he has faithfully fulfilled that promise. When it comes to shamelessness, you are unequivocally serious. Videl is currently trying not to appear too angry, for Tian had previously made such statements. The young lady, number 18, paused for a moment. Did she say she understood? Yet, there was no further reaction. What has become of today's youth? Very well. The order of the competition has been decided. The referee declared, the match is about to commence. I shall lead everyone to the lounge for a brief respite. I trust everyone is well aware of the competition rules. Due to time constraints, the match duration is set at 30 minutes, should no victor emerge within this time frame. The referee will render a judgment. Now there is a time limit as well, Clin lamented. Ha ha ha, it will only take me 10 seconds to defeat you, Panda chuckled. Pointing at Clin. Understood, Clin sighed. The World Martial Arts Tournament, the arena. The referee stepped to the edge of the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. The referee announced into the microphone, the World Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin. The 16 contestants who excelled in the preliminaries will compete in the following order. A staff member brought forth a large sign for the audience to see. The spectators in the distance may not be able to view it. So allow me to read it aloud, the referee said. The first match will feature Clin against Panda, and the second match will pit Xin against. The referee continued to announce each pairing. Wukong has unexpectedly encountered Vegeta, Leping remarked. Indeed, Master Roshi nodded. That concludes the list of competitors, the referee stated. Which contestant will rise to the top? Let us immediately proceed to the first match, featuring Panda against Clin. Clin and Panda made their way from the preliminary room towards the arena. Hee, you are quite unfortunate to face me, Panda said to Clin, brimming with enthusiasm and a rather audacious grin. But fear not. With proper treatment, you may only end up a vegetable. Clin remained silent. In his youth, Clin had achieved remarkable success at the World Martial Arts Tournament, the referee introduced. After many years apart, he is once again participating in this year's tournament. His opponent, Panda, is notorious for his ferocity. He faced defeat in the semi-finals of the previous tournament when he unfortunately fell out of the ring, and today he returns with a vengeance, seeking the championship. Upon finishing his words, Clin and Panda stepped onto the arena. There is a significant disparity in stature between Clin and his opponent, the referee remarked. Uncertain whether the contestant Clin could turn the tide. Little one, I shall make you aware that the Grand Martial Arts Tournament is no mere game. This arena is not suited for you, Panda chuckled, addressing Clin. With a resigned sigh, Clin reflected on the ever-present ignorance in the world. To deal with such individuals, expending considerable energy was unnecessary. Contestants, please prepare for the match. We shall commence shortly, the referee announced. Hee. As the words echoed, Panda executed a series of backflips. With a light leap, he landed opposite Clin. You see, despite my imposing stature, I am as nimble as a swallow, Panda proclaimed with a smile. The purpose of this display is to convey that you cannot escape. Understood, I will not flee, Clin sighed again. Hee. Perhaps I should let you witness my endurance. Strike me with all your might, Panda said cheerfully, inviting Clin to attack without hesitation. Very well, I shall be unreserved, Clin replied, swiftly throwing a punch that landed squarely on Panda's abdomen. However, Clin tragically discovered that the minuscule amount of energy he had just unleashed mysteriously vanished. His expression shifted dramatically. Where's my energy? Why has it disappeared? Could it be that the mysterious sorcerer has begun to target me again? The scant energy Clin had released had already been completely obliterated by Tian. This little bald fellow had just been grimacing in front of Sun Wukong, expressing his indignation. Was it truly wrong to have merely shared a moment with Android 18? What does it mean when you bare your teeth at me? Do you think I cannot handle you? The fact that I have not removed a certain part of you on the spot is already a demonstration of my mercy. Although Krillin lacks energy enhancement, his physical prowess is not without merit, having trained diligently for a long time. Gritting his teeth, Krillin launched a counterattack. Whoosh! With a mere wave of his hand, Tian obliterated the energy of Krillin's strike. When Krillin threw a punch, devoid of energy augmentation, his strength was nullified, rendering him as feeble as an ordinary person. Is this truly your attack, you little runt? Panda chuckled heartily. Chapter 71. The Kaioshin. I, too, seek the sorcerer. Krillin was taken aback, hastily retreating. As he withdrew, energy once again surged from him. Tian had shown considerable restraint, having only erased the energy he released, along with the force and momentum behind his attack, without completely nullifying his energy. Had Tian chosen to erase all of his energy, Krillin would have been reduced to an ordinary person, forced to start his training anew. Well, perhaps a tad stronger than an average individual. Considering his body had been honed through relentless effort, it remains to be seen how Krillin will perform henceforth. If that little brat dares to bare his teeth at me again, I shall erase all of your energy. I have warned you, I am as light as a feather. You cannot escape. Panda laughed heartily, swiftly pursuing. Just as Krillin prepared to leap into the air, whoosh, Tian waved his hand once more, directly obliterating the energy within him. What? Krillin gasped in shock. At that moment, Panda had caught up and seized Krillin's arm. This is bad. Krillin's expression darkened, feeling utterly incapable of releasing his energy. No, even if he could, it mysteriously vanished almost instantly. Something is amiss with Krillin, Sun Wukong remarked gravely. It is the doing of that mysterious sorcerer. Baika gritted his teeth. The aura emanating from Krillin promptly dissipated. Sun Wukong's expression grew increasingly serious. The force of his attack had vanished. This sorcerer is indeed formidable, Baika thought, feeling a swell of indignation. Meanwhile, the Kaioshin and Jebet also recognized the situation. This fellow named Bafity is exceedingly arrogant, daring to unleash magic in our presence, Jebet scoffed. The Kaioshin surveyed the surroundings, searching for Bafity's figure. But where could Bafity be? He was simply not present. I sense Bafity is not here, the Kaioshin declared solemnly. What? Can he now cast magic from a distance? Jebet exclaimed. It is not impossible. The Kaioshin nodded. If that is indeed the case, then his magic is extraordinarily powerful. His father was immensely powerful, yet this was a whole different level. Trouble loomed ahead. Cold sweat trickled down Jebet's forehead. As they conversed, they noticed Sun Wukong striding towards them with a grim expression, scrutinizing the Kaioshin and Jebet from head to toe. Is there something amiss? Inquired Kaioshin. That sorcerer. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, his anger stemming from the fact that Krillin was currently being pinned to the ground by that rotund figure. Krillin was utterly defenseless, as even a slight release of energy would lead to his complete annihilation. The strength he had just could not be summoned. Krillin felt utterly despondent. Sun Wukong's expression darkened. You are aware of it? Kaioshin was taken aback. You truly are a sorcerer. Sun Wukong too was startled, immediately heightening his vigilance. What? I am not a sorcerer. How could you think I am? Kaioshin shook his head, bemused and exasperated. Are you not a sorcerer? Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, gesturing towards Krillin on the arena floor. Then how did Krillin's energy vanish? Indeed, it was the work of a sorcerer, but it was not us, replied Kaioshin. So you also recognize it was a sorcerer's doing? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. We have come precisely because of the sorcerer. Jebet interjected, you need not worry. We are not the sorcerers you speak of. Believe it or not. Well, I find it difficult to believe you are them. Sun Wukong nodded. But who are you truly? Can you enlighten me? We shall discuss our identities later. Since you two are in search of the sorcerer, let us join forces and strive to find him sooner, Kaioshin responded to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong pondered. They are also searching for the sorcerer? This is increasingly perplexing. Bang! After a brief struggle, Panda kicked Krillin off the stage, sending him tumbling out. Krillin has been eliminated. Panda emerges victorious. The referee announced loudly. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong disregarded further inquiries to Kaioshin and Jebet and hastily flew to Krillin's side. The referee wore a puzzled expression. I recall Krillin being quite formidable in his youth. How has he become so weak as an adult? To be defeated so easily? Krillin, are you all right? Sun Wukong quickly helped him up. I'm fine, you brat. Krillin grumbled as he rose. You can still stand? You're tougher than I expected, Panda remarked. Slightly taken aback, Krillin dismissed Panda's comment. If it weren't for that mysterious sorcerer causing my energy to dissipate, do you think I would struggle against you? Krillin, are you hurt? Sun Wukong inquired with genuine concern. I'm fine, Wukong, Krillin replied, shaking his head. It's just that my energy and strength have dissipated, but my physical resilience remains intact. Such an attack is insufficient to injure me. That's a relief, Sun Wukong nodded slightly. Humph, the toughest guy around. Pander scoffed, striding down from the arena with arrogance. Sun Wukong, meanwhile, guided Krillin back to the competitor's lounge. How did it go, old son? Piccolo asked. What did he say? He mentioned that they are not sorcerers and are also in search of sorcerers, Sun Wukong responded. What? They too are seeking sorcerers? Piccolo was taken aback. Humph. Do you actually believe them, Kakarot? Vegeta interjected with a scoff. I sense they are not speaking falsely, Sun Wukong nodded. Let us proceed to the second match. Featuring contestant Xian against contestant Majin. The referee announced boldly, microphone in hand. It's my turn. I shall seize this opportunity to unveil his true identity. Piccolo pondered. It will be evident whether he is a sorcerer. Piccolo, do exercise caution. Krillin's energy has vanished. Sun Wukong cautioned. His combat style resembles that of an ordinary human, albeit with a sturdier physique. Beyond that, he possesses no remarkable abilities. Indeed, I can't even unleash a Kamehameha wave. Krillin nodded in agreement. I understand. I will be vigilant, Piccolo replied solemnly. Vegeta's gaze shifted towards the distant Kaioshin. I must closely observe this match. Is this fellow truly a sorcerer? He has the audacity to deny it. Is he also in search of sorcerers? Chapter 72. Kaioshin, how do you know about the sorcerers? Kaioshin and Piccolo proceeded towards the arena. Contestant Xian, participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament for the first time, faced off against contestant Majin, who had previously secured a commendable second place in the tournament, leaving a lasting impression. The referee nearly slipped in referring to Majin as the Demon King Piccolo. However, he refrained from such gossip. Please refrain from wreaking havoc on the arena as you did last time. The referee admonished Piccolo once more. Wreaking havoc? I'm not in the mood for that at present, Piccolo retorted. Hey, have you noticed? Isn't one of those who caused trouble for Mr. Satan during the Cell Games? An audience member recognized Piccolo. Indeed, I've seen him on television before. Another audience member nodded in agreement. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Son Gohan, Krillin, and the others fixated their attention on the Kaioshin in the arena. The second match is about to commence. The referee declared. Piccolo and the Kaioshin stood facing each other. I sought you out earlier, and you claimed you were not a sorcerer. Beck addressed the Supreme Kai, affirming, Indeed, I have no reason to deceive you. The Supreme Kai nodded. I have just informed Goku that both Jebit and I are in search of the sorcerer. But I shall provide you with further details on this matter later. Can you reveal your true identity to me? Beck inquired. The God of Earth, at this juncture. Are you still unaware of my true identity? The Supreme Kai chuckled. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated Beck's mind, causing his expression to shift dramatically. I forfeit, Beck declared decisively. Upon hearing Beck's voice, Gohan momentarily froze in disbelief. Uncle Beck has forfeited? After uttering these words, Beck turned and descended from the arena. Forfeit? Are you truly relinquishing this match? The referee was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Beck affirmed with a nod. The Supreme Kai wore a smile, finally grasping the situation. Well, if he wishes to know my identity, so be it. I also require their assistance. However, how did Goku and the others become aware of the sorcerer Babidi? Had they sensed his presence? Why was I unable to detect his whereabouts? Majin has forfeited, and Sin emerges victorious without contest. The referee announced. The audience fell into a state of speechless astonishment. What is the point of not fighting? What's wrong, Piccolo? Son Goku inquired, pondering if he truly was that enigmatic sorcerer. No, absolutely not. They are certainly not the mysterious wizard, Piccolo asserted. Really? What makes you so certain? Son Goku scratched his head. Let us not dwell on that for now. I will verify his identity shortly, Piccolo replied. Then let us proceed to the next match. The referee announced. In the third match, we have contestant Videl facing off against contestant Spopovich. Videl, Videl, Videl. The audience fervently chanted her name. What just happened? Videl whispered to Tian. That green-faced individual actually forfeited. It doesn't matter anymore. It's your turn now, so give it your all, Tian encouraged. Patting her shoulder, Videl nodded gently and stepped onto the stage. As everyone knows, Videl is the daughter of Mr. Satan. Having assisted the police multiple times in apprehending criminals, she is a girl with an immense sense of justice. 7 years ago, as a young girl, She had already clinched the championship in the junior category at the World Martial Arts Tournament, a remarkable achievement. The referee presented their profiles, noting that Spopovich, her opponent, had been eliminated in the first round of the previous tournament but was now re-emerging with a new image to challenge again. Spopovich also stepped out from the preliminary area, walking towards the stage alongside Videl. The Supreme Kai approached, instantly recognizing Spopovich. That symbol on his forehead is too conspicuous, he mused. There are only two such individuals at the World Martial Arts Tournament. It's no surprise. They are here to divert our attention. A clever feint. While we remain focused on the tournament, Babidi is secretly siphoning energy. I will find you, Babidi. The Supreme Kai disregarded Spopovich and strode purposefully downwards. At this moment, Videl and Spopovich had already appeared on the stage. In the audience, Videl, you can do it. Eliza cheered. Videl will undoubtedly defeat that guy effortlessly. Sharp remarked with a smile. Indeed, the bespectacled man nodded. Unbeknownst to son Gohan, their classmates had also come to witness the tournament. The match begins. The referee proclaimed loudly. Videl prepared for battle, while Tian glanced towards the stage. If left unchecked, Videl would suffer significant injuries in this match. However, remedying the situation was simple. He just needed to restore Spopovich to his normal self. Let us see if I can dispel the magic that Babidi has cast upon him. With that, he readied himself. Tian gently waved his hand towards Spopovich. In the preliminary room, the Supreme Kai had returned from outside, passing directly by Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta remained silent as the Supreme Kai continued inward. Piccolo stood at the innermost position, having waited there for some time. Perhaps I was mistaken. Could you be Piccolo? The Supreme Kai smiled. Are you truly the great Supreme Kai? Piccolo asked nervously, having once been the god of Earth. If this individual were indeed the great Supreme Kai, he would be of a much higher divine status than Piccolo. This was the reason Piccolo chose not to fight. Although he felt he could potentially hold his own in battle, he deemed it rather impolite to engage a being of such elevated divinity. No, I am not. The Supreme Kai replied with a slight smile. Then, may I inquire who you are? Piccolo was taken aback. This individual was not the great Supreme Kai after all. Who could he be? This is the Supreme Kai, Jebbit interjected lightly. Piccolo's pupils dilated, and his expression shifted dramatically as he felt an overwhelming shock. The Supreme Kai? I had always assumed he was the great Supreme Kai. I never imagined he held a rank even higher than that of the great Supreme Kai. It is said that the Supreme Kai is the greatest deity in this universe. How remarkable. I must ask, how did you come to know of the sorcerer? The Supreme Kai inquired with a smile. Chapter 73. Bafidi. Has that individual lost control? This matter should be traced back to a month ago, Piccolo replied. Gohan over there is Sun Wukong's son. I have heard of him. He is a fairly formidable young man. The Supreme Kai nodded. Was it he who discovered the sorcerer? After the Supreme Kai spoke, he exchanged a glance with Jebbit. A month ago? Could it be that Bafidi had already arrived on Earth a month prior? Their expressions grew increasingly grave. Piccolo immediately informed the Supreme Kai about the mysterious disappearance of certain items. At first, I suspected that someone had swiftly relocated the items. Piccolo explained. Since Gohan has devoted little time to training after defeating Cell, focusing instead on his academic studies, it is quite plausible that someone could have moved the items before him without his noticing. That must have been the work of the sorcerer. Utilizing magic to transfer those items, the Supreme Kai mused, then turned to Jebbit. What is your perspective? I too believe it was the sorcerer, Jebbit concurred. Jebbit nodded in acknowledgement. Is there anything else? The King Kai inquired. Just as Piccolo was about to elaborate, Son Goku approached from a distance. Piccolo, are you all here? Goku asked. Old son, what has transpired? Piccolo responded, momentarily taken aback. You should go see for yourselves. It seems that the magician has reappeared, Goku remarked. Strangely enough, that fellow named Spopovich seems to have undergone a complete transformation. Instantly, the King Kai and Jebbit dashed towards the arena. The King Kai gazed at Spopovich on the stage, noting the absence of his muscular physique. What perplexed him further was the absence of the symbol on Spopovich's forehead. Spopovich looked around, bewildered. He then turned his gaze towards the opposing Videl. Isn't this the World Martial Arts Tournament? How did I end up here? Spopovich scratched his head. I recognize you. You are Mr. Satan's daughter, Videl. Enough chatter, do we fight or not? Let us commence. Videl declared. A match? Spopovich was taken aback. I did intend to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, but it feels as if I have awakened from an exceedingly long dream, one wherein I encountered several extraterrestrials. It seems I was under their control, compelled to take part in this tournament. How peculiar. As Spubich surveyed his surroundings once more, he suddenly noticed Yamcha standing against the wall. Memories of moments spent with Yamcha flooded his mind. This guy? I know him. He appears to be my accomplice. What task did the aliens assign us here? Spubich found himself devoid of the spirit to continue competing. I forfeit, he declared hastily, then leaped off the stage. The referee was momentarily stunned, while Videli's eyes widened in confusion. Why has he forfeited? Outside the ring, the contestant Spubich has voluntarily forfeited. Granting victory to contestant Videl in the third match, the referee announced with a hint of resignation. Another match concluded with a voluntary forfeit. How can we continue like this? Is this how the World Martial Arts Tournament operates? Such a peculiar individual. Videl chose not to say more and returned to the preliminary resting area. Congratulations on your victory. Let us embrace passionately to celebrate, Tian said as he approached Videl, offering her a warm hug. But I didn't even fight. There's nothing to celebrate. Videl replied. Son Gohan chuckled lightly from the side but said nothing further. Meanwhile, the King Kai and Jebet remained in a state of daze, struggling to comprehend the situation for quite some time. What on earth is happening? The Kaioshin and Jebet discerned that the contestant named Spubich seemed to have regained his faculties, returning to a state of normalcy, no longer under the dominion of the sorcerer Babidi. From the perspective of the Kaioshin, it appeared that Babidi had relinquished his control over him. Yet, one must ponder why Babidi would choose to abandon such control. There was an increasing sense that Babidi's intentions were shrouded in enigma. Indeed, we remain unaware of his true motives, Jebet remarked with a wry smile. His schemes are executed with remarkable finesse. Regardless of his current endeavors, his primary objective is to unravel the seal placed upon Majin Buu. The Kaioshin mused, reflecting that all of Babidi's seemingly extraneous actions were merely laying the groundwork for the liberation of Majin Buu. You speak wisely, my lord, Jebet nodded in agreement. You heard what Piccolo mentioned earlier, did you not? The Kaioshin continued, his expression darkening. Babidi descended upon Earth a month ago and commenced his machinations at that time. It is no wonder we have been trailing in his wake. Has he truly spent all this time without awakening Majin Buu? Jebet pondered aloud. That is to be expected. Locating the seal of Majin Buu requires considerable time, and finding Gohan and Vegeta is no small feat either, the Kaioshin speculated. After all, Gohan and Vegeta typically conceal their energies when not engaged in battle, making it exceedingly difficult to sense their presence through energy fluctuations. Then, my lord Kaioshin, why would Babidi eliminate his control over Spubich? Jebet inquired, somewhat perplexed. I have no knowledge, the Kaioshin admitted, equally baffled. In a distant mountainous region, within a spacecraft buried deep within the earth, the sorcerer Babidi was engaged in casual conversation with the demon king Dabra. How are Yamcha and Spubich faring? The World Martial Arts Tournament should have commenced by now. I wonder how much energy those two will manage to gather? Babidi mused with a smile. Given the level of this planet, gathering even a mere fraction of energy would be quite an achievement, Dabra chuckled. Indeed, you are correct, Babidi nodded. How frustrating. It seems I must seek energy from other planets. Earth is truly a primitive world. If Lord Babidi finds this planet unsatisfactory, it would be prudent to destroy it upon departure, Dabra suggested with a smile. That sounds agreeable, Babidi responded with a grin, striding towards the crystal ball and reciting an incantation. With a snap, an invisible spell swiftly enveloped the crystal ball. Images began to manifest within it, revealing Yamcha. Spubich was absent, but no, he was in fact beside Yamcha, appearing somewhat peculiar. Babidi rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Chapter 74, Kaioshin, focus on the essentials. Strange, muttered Bafidi. What is it, Lord Bafidi? Dabra inquired. Come and take a look. It seems that Subich is not quite right. Bafidi indicated towards the crystal ball showcasing Subich. Dabra leaned in for a closer inspection. The symbol on his forehead has vanished. Dabra exclaimed, taken aback. This implies that he appears to have broken free from my control. Bafidi mused. It is the first time I have encountered such a peculiar phenomenon. How could someone I control simply escape? Bafidi then glanced at Dabra, the esteemed king of the demon realm. He remains under my influence, yet this mere earthling has managed to break away. Moreover, I openly declared my control over him in your presence, and yet there were no repercussions. Let us attempt to regain control once more, Dabra suggested. Very well, this time. I shall observe him closely, Bafidi nodded in agreement. At the martial arts tournament site, once Subich descended, he gazed up at Amu, who was perched upon the wall. Come down. Are you not afraid of falling from such heights? Subich called out to Amu. AMU glanced down at Sabich and, after a brief silence, leaped down from the wall. What is the matter? AMU asked. Are we being controlled by extraterrestrials? Are they here to disrupt the Grand Martial Arts Tournament? I recall there was a task involved, and upon its completion, that alien promised to make me the mayor of Shidu, Sabich explained. Indeed, AMU nodded, scrutinizing Sabich from head to toe. Yet, something feels amiss with you. I cannot quite grasp what is wrong. It feels as if I have been trapped in a long dream. Sabich scratched his head in confusion. As they conversed, Sabich suddenly let out a series of bizarre cries. What is wrong? AMU asked. In the next moment, the M symbol reappeared on Sabich's forehead. Once again, Sabich fell under Baffity's control. After regaining control, Sabich looked around in bewilderment. What has transpired? What is happening? Sabich queried. Was I not to compete against Videl? When did I fall? AMU replied. Do you not remember anything at all? AMU shook his head. This is peculiar, Sabich said, his face clouded with confusion. The Supreme Kai, Jebit, also noticed Sabich's transformation. He has been controlled once more. The Supreme Kai nodded. Could it be that this individual named Sabich managed to break free from Baffity's grasp on his own? How could this occur? He should merely be an ordinary person, Jebit pondered, somewhat perplexed. Can an ordinary individual truly extricate themselves from Baffity's control so effortlessly? Perhaps there is a conflict in his blood or thoughts that disrupts Baffity's influence. The Supreme Kai speculated that perhaps his thoughts had become pure at that moment. That can only be the explanation. Jebit nodded in agreement. Regardless, the primary mission of Babidi is to gather energy to free Majin Buu from his seal. The Supreme Kai asserted, we should not concern ourselves with his devious schemes. As long as we focus on the main point, we will be safe. But what is the main point of our presence here? Jebit replied with a wry smile. I still have not grasped the main point. It was said that we should locate the sorcerer Babidi through those two individuals. Yet, we have searched extensively without success. Moreover, there is a strong possibility that Babidi is right here, casting spells right under our noses, and we remain oblivious to his presence. This fellow is indeed formidable. The next match will be between you and Gohan, the Supreme Kai announced. Yes, Jebit nodded. You should transform him into a Super Saiyan, the Supreme Kai continued. This time I will keenly observe the surroundings. Additionally, I will leave a mystical mark on Gohan. If Babidi attempts to transfer Gohan's energy through magic again, I will immediately sense the direction of that energy. This approach is quite promising, Jebit responded excitedly. It will surely lead us to Babidi's precise location. Indeed. The Supreme Kai smiled. However, should we not first inform Goku and the others? We must prevent them from acting rashly, Jebit suggested. You are right. I will go and notify them while you focus on your match, the Supreme Kai nodded. At that moment, the audience began to express their dissatisfaction. 2 consecutive matches had ended in forfeiture. We came here with tickets to watch the event. 2 matches without any combat is unacceptable. Let us proceed with the 4th match. The referee, somewhat helpless, announced loudly. Hopefully, the 4th match will not encounter any issues. The 4th match will feature Jebit against the Saiyan masked hero, the referee declared. Gohan and Jebit stepped toward the arena together. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai discreetly imbued Gohan with a trace of divine power. Go for it, Gohan. Tian smiled gently. You can do it, Gohan. Videl waved her hand encouragingly. I will do my best, Gohan replied as he turned back. In the audience, the Saiyan masked hero? Eliza was taken aback. He is the righteous warrior who appeared in Satan City, Shap pondered. The bespectacled man peered through his binoculars at Gohan on the stage. Notably, Gohan still had his headband wrapped around his head, making it difficult for the man to recognize him at first. He felt an uncanny sense of familiarity, as if he had seen this person somewhere before. The bespectacled man muttered a few words, although he had concealed his eyes and hair. His nose and mouth appeared somewhat familiar. Let me take a look, said Sharp, as he accepted the binoculars and gazed in the direction of Son Gohan, chuckling. That fellow is wrapped up so tightly, it would be remarkable if anyone could recognize him. Allow me to see as well, Elisa interjected. Sharp handed the binoculars to her. He bears a striking resemblance to Gohan, Elisa observed after scrutinizing the figure closely. What? Gohan? The bespectacled man was taken aback. Don't jest. How could that be Son Gohan? Char shook his head. You boys lack the meticulousness in your observations. Consider his physique, as well as his nose, mouth, and chin. Do they not resemble Gohan? Elisa insisted. The more I look, the more convinced I am that he is Gohan. But why would he disguise himself as a Saiyan masked hero to participate in the competition? The bespectacled man inquired, perplexed. Perhaps he is merely borrowing the name of the Saiyan masked hero, Elisa speculated. Does he still need to conceal his identity? Sharp questioned, bewildered. Because he might be shy, Elisa replied with a smile. But can he really manage it? Sharp expressed his skepticism regarding Son Gohan. Regardless, let us cheer for him. Elisa suggested. Shall we wait a bit longer? If he isn't Gohan, we might find ourselves in an awkward situation, the bespectacled man proposed. That works, Elisa agreed. As the trio initially intended to cheer for Gohan, but ultimately decided it prudent to wait, considering there might be others with similar features. At that moment, Son Gohan and Jebbet had already stepped onto the arena. All right, the fourth match is about to commence, the referee announced. Son Gohan immediately prepared for combat. While Jebbet stood unmoved opposite him, his expression devoid of emotion. This opponent seems formidable, Son Gohan thought. Uncle Piccolo mentioned they are not magicians. Yet they appear to know about them. Do you also possess knowledge of magicians? Son Gohan inquired. Indeed, Jebbet nodded. We came to Earth specifically regarding the matter of magicians. Is that so? Many things have inexplicably vanished. You have come to investigate, haven't you? Son Gohan asked. Precisely, Jebbet replied coolly. We require your assistance concerning the magicians. Me? Son Gohan was taken aback. You must transform into a Super Saiyan immediately. Jebbet instructed. If your Super Saiyan state suddenly dissipates, we will certainly trace the energy to its whereabouts. You actually know about Super Saiyans? Son Gohan furrowed his brow. Only by transforming into a Super Saiyan and allowing that sorcerer to siphon away your Super Saiyan energy can we pursue this avenue to locate him. Jebbet elaborated further. Can that sorcerer truly negate my Super Saiyan form? Son Gohan was taken aback. Previously, during the match between your brother and Trunks, that sorcerer caused Trunks' Super Saiyan state to vanish. Jebbet explained, as you were not present at the time, you remain unaware. I have since learned of it. Son Gohan nodded gravely. In the distance, Tian was secretly amused. Son Gohan has not provoked me, so why would I erase his Super Saiyan state? Am I so idle? Furthermore, must I truly allow that fellow, Bafity, to take the blame for me? If so, let it be. It is indeed an honor for you to bear my burden. However, should Gohan transform into a Super Saiyan, it is likely that he would be struck in the kidneys by Spopovich's energy absorption rod. What are they discussing? Krillin inquired. It seems they want to turn Gohan into a Super Saiyan, Goku pondered. Gohan. Piccolo called out to him, gently nodding his head. Uncle Piccolo? Gohan was taken aback. Piccolo. What is happening? Goku turned to inquire. To put it simply, we aim to pinpoint the sorcerer's exact location through this method, Piccolo explained. Is that feasible? Goku shook his head. I apologize, but we must ensure Gohan transforms into a Super Saiyan. The Supreme Kai approached, his expression grave. I believe none of you here possess the sorcerer. So I shall reveal this. I have imbued Gohan with a divine power that can trace the trajectory of his Super Saiyan state. If that sorcerer truly siphons his Super Saiyan energy, I will certainly be able to locate him precisely. Tian listened quietly from the side. I shall observe in silence. Please commence your performance. Tian and the others were also in search of the mysterious hero, Videl noted. Tian nodded. Videl cast a deep glance at Tian but chose not to speak further. Why should I heed the words of a stranger? Even if we seek that sorcerer, we shall do so on our own accord, without your guidance, Vegeta scoffed. However, should you reveal your true identity, I might consider cooperating. This is the Supreme Kai, Piccolo declared, turning to Vegeta. Vegeta was momentarily stunned, his expression shifting dramatically. Goku's eyes widened in astonishment. I have heard the Supreme Kai mention that you are indeed the Supreme Kai. Goku exclaimed in disbelief. Cold sweat broke out on Krillin's brow. The Supreme Kai has descended upon Earth. It is said he is the greatest deity in this universe. What purpose does he have for coming to Earth? Now that my identity has been disclosed, I hope you will cooperate fully to expedite the discovery of the sorcerer, the Supreme Kai stated solemnly. Goku and the others immediately heightened their focus. On the arena, Gohan stood opposite Jebbet. Neither had yet engaged in combat, much to the audience's growing impatience. After 2 consecutive matches concluded without a fight, why were they still not battling in this 4th match? Well, I, too, wish to locate that sorcerer promptly. Sun Wukong's expression was grave as he nodded. After all, many things had mysteriously vanished, though most of them were of little significance. Jebbet remained silent. Did you just suggest that I transform into a Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong inquired. Indeed, Jebbet affirmed with a nod. I am eager to test this. If I were to become a Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan, would he still possess the ability to nullify my transformation? Sun Wukong chuckled softly. What did you just say? A Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan? Jebet was momentarily taken aback. Ah. Sun Wukong's body radiated a golden light, his hair standing on end. The headband atop his head was suddenly dislodged. Crackling blue lightning swiftly entwined around him. He had achieved Super Saiyan 2, though at this juncture. It could not yet be termed as such, for Super Saiyan 3 had yet to manifest. In this regard, he could only be referred to as a Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's transformation, Jebet was astounded. What an immense energy! How could an ordinary human possess such formidable power? His energy intensity has surpassed even that of Lord Kaioshin. In the distance, AMU and Subich were equally astonished, while the audience was left utterly speechless. Indeed, Wukong is truly the Golden Warrior, Videl remarked to Yi Tian. Yi Tian nodded in agreement. Chapter 76, Sun Wukong. Do not move. Are they attempting to locate the mysterious hero through this method? Videl queried. Yes, Yi Tian nodded again. But everything the mysterious hero does is benevolent. Videl responded. If they truly locate the mysterious hero, they wouldn't intend to do anything extreme, would they? Well, we shall see. Perhaps there will be some gossip. Watching the drama unfold while indulging in gossip is what makes it entertaining, Yi Tian replied with a smile. After a brief moment of shock, AMU promptly retrieved his energy detector. Look, what astonishing energy! AMU exclaimed to Subich. This is fantastic. Subich nodded excitedly. All right, let us seize that energy together. AMU produced an energy absorption device. Subich, hold him firmly. Understood. Subich responded. That is the Golden Warrior. Alicia gasped. Isn't that Wukong? His headband has fallen. Sharpa was utterly astonished. I never imagined. Wukong is indeed the Golden Warrior. The bespectacled man wiped his brow, while the audience remained in a state of shock. Similar beings had also appeared during Mr. Satan's battle with Cell. Indeed, it is strikingly similar, with golden light emanating from their bodies. Who on earth are they? The audience buzzed with speculation. This is an unfathomable display of superhuman energy. I wonder if Babidi can siphon this energy away, the Kaioshin murmured. Babidi? Is that the name of the sorcerer? Son Goku inquired. Indeed. The Kaioshin nodded, urging everyone to remain silent. For I must concentrate on sensing the energy that has been transferred, if it can truly be transferred. That brat's power when he defeated Cell was far from his peak. Vegeta scoffed, lamenting how the peaceful era had dulled his sharpness. Can we refrain from speaking? I find it difficult to focus. The Kaioshin cast a glance at Vegeta, who fell silent. At that moment, Yamcha and Spopovich stealthily approached Son Gohan. Look, those two are on the move. Krillin exclaimed. I said to be quiet. The Kaioshin growled. They are merely here to provide cover, as they too are under Babidi's command. Ignore them. Son Goku nodded, opting not to elaborate further. Now I must concentrate and discern how Babidi is transferring the energy into what location, the Kaioshin declared solemnly. The Kaioshin speaks more than any of us, Son Goku muttered. The Kaioshin, ahem, could you refrain from chatting during such a critical moment? Yi Tian interjected. Son Goku and the others immediately turned their attention to Yi Tian, subsequently ignoring him. On the arena, Yamcha and Spopovich had quietly appeared behind Son Gohan. Sensing something amiss, Son Gohan swiftly turned around to face the two. What do you intend to do? Son Gohan demanded. Do not move. Jebet communicated telepathically. They are merely sorcerers here to provide cover. Let's not alert the enemy. Son Gohan hesitated momentarily. You have commanded me to remain still, and so I shall. I am curious to see how these two individuals intend to handle me. Son Gohan stood motionless, reluctant to provoke a reaction. He was eager to locate the elusive sorcerer, who initially displayed benevolence but had since descended into chaos. It would be prudent to find him swiftly and perhaps guide him back to a righteous path, potentially transforming him into a good person. With these thoughts in mind, Son Gohan assumed a combat stance yet remained immobile. Suddenly, Spubich dashed forward and enveloped Son Gohan in a tight embrace, anchoring him in place. A sense of foreboding washed over Son Gohan, prompting an instinctual desire to shake off his captor. Were he to summon the will to move, he could easily extricate himself. Do not move. Wait and observe their intentions, whispered Jebet to Son Gohan. After a moment's hesitation, Son Gohan resolved to remain vigilant. However, this decision would soon prove unwise. With a swift motion, AMU plunged an energy-absorbing device into Son Gohan's side. A sharp cry escaped him as pain coursed through his body, and he felt the energy within him dissipating rapidly. What do they intend to do? Piccolo inquired, his voice low and grave. Do not engage. Let us first ascertain their motives, King Kai advised, furrowing his brow. Gohan's vitality is waning swiftly, Piccolo remarked. Fear not. Gebet will heal him and restore his strength, King Kai assured, instilling a measure of confidence. I shall seek Master Karen to see if there are any Senzu beans remaining. With that, Son Goku activated instant transmission and vanished. In an instant, he reappeared atop Corin Tower. Master Karen, it has been quite some time, Son Goku greeted, waving. Ah, Yachirobe, you are here as well? He added. Where else would I be? Yachirobe huffed. Master Karen, you are aware of the situation below regarding the mysterious sorcerer? Son Goku inquired. I have heard whispers. Yet his identity remains a mystery, Master Karen acknowledged with a nod. This individual is indeed enigmatic. Even King Kai finds him formidable. It seems we have encountered a worthy adversary, Son Goku remarked with a smile. Here, I have only 3 Senzu beans left. I have not planted many lately. Master Karen stated, handing the beans to Son Goku. Thank you, Son Goku replied. I shall return now. With a swift motion, he activated instant transmission and soon reappeared at the arena. Excellent. The energy has been fully absorbed, Mu declared with delight. Spubik released Sun Wukong, who lay languidly on the ground, the golden aura that once enveloped him having long since faded. Ha ha, I never expected it to be so effortless. Spubik chuckled. We must depart at once, Yama suggested. Swiftly, the two ascended into the sky, vanishing from sight in an instant. Do you think Wukong is dead? Videl inquired. A tremor of fear in her voice. He will be fine. We can bring him back, Yishin reassured her. By the way, have you noticed that Wukong's father has disappeared only to reappear suddenly? Videl asked in astonishment. That is called instant transmission. A technique that allows one to travel to any desired location in the blink of an eye, Yishin explained. Instant transmission? Can I learn it? Videl queried. As long as you wish to learn, it should not be a problem, Yishin pondered. It is a fundamental skill of the Adretarians. Fundamental skill? Adretarians? What are they? Aliens? Videl asked. You could say that, Yishin nodded. You possess an impressive amount of knowledge, Videl remarked, awed. It's nothing really, Yishin smiled modestly. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong lay on the arena floor, utterly spent, his energy completely drained, and a stab wound on his side. Fortunately, the Scion Constitution prevented him from succumbing immediately. I will give Wukong a Senzu bean, Sun Wukong declared. No need, Jibba can restore Wukong instantly. King Kai interjected, shaking his head. What shall we do now? Sun Wukong asked in confusion. Wasn't it said that we needed to transfer Wukong's Super Saiyan energy? What did those two do to him? This truly was a perplexing matter. One that exceeded King Kai's imagination. It was evident that those two had absorbed Wukong's energy with their apparatus, planning to deliver it to the sorcerer Babidi. What does Babidi intend to do with this energy? Krillin inquired. I will explain in detail shortly, King Kai replied solemnly. Let me gather my thoughts. This situation grows increasingly bizarre. In the next moment, King Kai appeared swiftly beside Gebet. Gebet, what is your perspective on this matter? King Kai asked. Lord King Kai, I believe you are correct. These details are insignificant. Babidi's primary goal is to awaken the Demon Buu, Gebet surmised. I suspect that his previous actions were merely a ruse, such as causing Trunks' Super Saiyan state to dissipate and draining Krillin's energy, all to absorb Wukong's true power. Thus, we have indeed fallen into their trap. The expression on the face of the Supreme Kai shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that the sorcerer Babidi would execute such a cunning scheme. It turned out that everything was merely an illusion. The ultimate outcome was that these two individuals administered a needle to Gohan, siphoning a substantial amount of his energy. It appears that all prior conjectures were in vain. The notion of energy transfer was nothing but our speculation. Babidi's true objective was to absorb Gohan's energy through this method. Therefore, if we follow those two individuals, we should be able to locate Babidi's precise whereabouts, shouldn't we? The Supreme Kai's eyes sparkled with realization. I share the same thought. Gebet affirmed with a nod. But wait, wouldn't this make him more conspicuous? The Supreme Kai pondered, somewhat perplexed. I too find it puzzling, Gebet admitted, equally bewildered. I believe he has gathered a formidable group of subordinates, convinced that they can confront us head-on, the Supreme Kai speculated. That possibility cannot be dismissed, Gebet nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Gohan lay on the ground, dazed and detached, listening to the conversation between the Supreme Kai and Gebet. Come to my aid, I implore you. I believe there is still hope for my recovery. Where is my father? Did you not go to the immortal Master Karen to procure a magical bean? I feel as though I am on the brink of collapse. I possess no strength whatsoever. I lack even the energy to speak. I shall immediately track their whereabouts. The Lord of the Kai exclaimed, gritting his teeth, and let Sun Wukong accompany me as well. Yes, Lord Kai, Jebbit nodded. I will attend to Son Gohan's recovery and see if he is willing to join us. You have my gratitude. The Kai said as he swiftly returned to Sun Wukong's side. I must follow those two to seek the sorcerer Babidi. If possible, please come along. Your assistance will be invaluable. With a whoosh, the Kai ascended into the air and soared into the distance. What should we do, Wukong? Krillin was utterly at a loss. I want to see what the true sorcerer looks like. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Then I shall join as well, even though I am not particularly eager to go. Krillin remarked. Are you joking, Kakarot? What of our battle? Vegeta scoffed, casting a glance at Sun Wukong. This is not the time for combat, is it? Sun Wukong replied. Vegeta, have you forgotten that the sorcerer has drained Trunks of his energy not once, but twice? Vegeta replied with a grunt. You have successfully persuaded me. I may consider eliminating that sorcerer first before we engage in our duel. Upon reflection, Vegeta realized the merit of this plan. That detestable sorcerer has repeatedly targeted Trunks. Let me show him the consequences of his actions. Let us depart, Piccolo declared, taking to the skies immediately. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong quickly appeared beside Jebbit and Son Gohan. Gohan, you should consume a magical bean, Sun Wukong suggested, preparing to offer one to Gohan. There is no need for such a thing. I can heal him immediately, Jebbit interjected. Preventing the action. Whom do you look down upon? My therapeutic skills are truly remarkable. When will he regain his strength after consuming these beans? Well, I trust you. Sun Wukong replied with a nod. Rest assured, as soon as Gohan recovers, I will promptly follow suit. I believe Gohan will accompany me as well, Jebbit stated. Sun Wukong gently nodded, choosing not to say more, and transformed into a streak of light, swiftly pursuing the direction of the Kaioshin. Dad, I want to eat, Gohan murmured. Though he lacked the strength to voice it. Why not simply allow me to consume the celestial beans? Vegeta swiftly pursued. That sorcerer had better hope I do not find you. I shall make you pay dearly. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. Why has everyone left? Videl inquired, somewhat perplexed. They must be searching for the sorcerer, replied Tian. Searching for the sorcerer? Videl gazed intently at Tian. Why do you look at me like that? Tian responded with a smile. Tian, are you truly not that enigmatic sorcerer? Videl whispered. I am no sorcerer, I am a deity. The supreme god of the entire universe, Tian replied with a subtle smile. You are not a sorcerer, nor are you pretending to be one, are you? It startled me. I thought that mysterious sorcerer might be you. Videl let out a faint sigh of relief. I must reiterate, I am truly not a sorcerer. Tian chuckled softly. Indeed, I understand, Videl nodded. What shall we do next? Shall we remain here to continue the competition? Or shall we venture forth to witness what this sorcerer is truly like? Chapter 78. Why does the sorcerer wish to eliminate the school's papers? Let us go see the sorcerer, Tian suggested. I shall follow your lead. Videl acquiesced without objection. On the arena, Jabiter had placed his hand upon Sun Wukong's back. Hey! Jabiter's healing energy rapidly enveloped Sun Wukong. At that moment, Sun Wukong felt his body swiftly rejuvenating. Jabiter, in turn, sensed the immense energy within Sun Wukong. This young man's energy is remarkably profound, and his potential is exceedingly vast. I never imagined humanity could possess such formidable energy. If we could fully harness his power, it would be a game-changer. Jabiter was left in awe, deeply astonished. From a distance atop the high wall, Sun Wutian and Trunks, disguised as masked individuals, stood there in a daze. Wutian, your brother seems to be in a precarious situation, Trunks remarked, and our father has flown off, leaving us unaware of his whereabouts. I cannot say, Sun Wutian shook his head. Is brother all right? That peculiar red-faced fellow is currently treating him, Trunks replied. He is fine now, Sun Wukong, Jabiter reassured. Sun Wukong promptly rose from the ground, assessing his body and indeed found himself unscathed, his energy fully restored. At that moment, Tian approached with Videl. Wukong, are you all right? Tian inquired. Ah, I am well now. Thank you. Sun Wukong nodded in gratitude. Come with me. I shall inform you about the sorcerer, Jabiter said to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. Cough, cough. You told me to remain still, only for those two to strike me? Sun Wukong chuckled wryly. Jabiter was momentarily rendered speechless. I did not intend for that. Honestly, I was unaware they would act in such a manner. Jabiter expressed with a hint of regret. Will you be seeking out that sorcerer next? Sun Wukong asked. Father and the others have already set off, correct? Indeed, Jabiter nodded. I shall depart now. You should follow closely behind. Very well. I shall go as well, Sun Wukong replied. Whoosh. Jebbet spoke no more, having already ascended into the sky. Sun Wukong was just about to set forth when I suggested to Videl that we accompany him. Tian remarked, and in that moment, Sun Wukong found himself at a loss for words. A brief silence ensued. You two should reconsider. That sorcerer is far more formidable than I had anticipated. Sun Wukong's expression grew serious. Do not worry, we shall be safe, Tian reassured with a smile. Just be cautious. If danger arises, leave immediately, Sun Wukong urged. You are my classmates, and I wish for no harm to come to you. Indeed, Tian nodded. Let us embark. Sun Wukong smiled faintly. With a whoosh, Tian, Videl, and Sun Wukong soared into the heavens. Soon, they caught up to Jebbet. Hello, could you now elaborate on the sorcerer? How did you come to know of him? Sun Wukong inquired of Jebbet. This tale is rather lengthy, Jebbet sighed in resignation. The sorcerer's magical prowess has far exceeded the estimations of both myself and Lord Kaioshin. Indeed. He possesses the ability to make certain things mysteriously vanish. Sun Wukong nodded in understanding. Tian listened quietly, refraining from interjecting, while Videl silently absorbed the information. I hope it is not Tian, she thought. Tian had stated that he was not a sorcerer, and she believed he would not deceive her. The sorcerer is merely a secondary concern. Jebbet continued, though his magic is formidable, I believe he can be dealt with once located. What do you mean by secondary concern? Sun Wukong asked, bewildered. In ancient times, when humanity first learned to walk, a malevolent sorcerer named Bibidi emerged from the depths of the cosmos, Jebbet solemnly recounted. One day, this evil sorcerer created a terrifying creature known as Majin Buu. Sun Wukong interjected, Majin Buu lacks any emotion or reason, existing solely for destruction and slaughter. Jebbet continued. He was a monster born to spread terror, and within a few short years, countless planets became Death Stars. Such power. Sun Wukong marveled. At that time, there were 5 Kaioshin, each possessing immense combat prowess, easily capable of defeating cosmic tyrants like Frieza. Yet, tragically, 4 of the Kaioshin fell to Majin Buu. Jebbet lamented. What? Sun Wukong gasped in shock. Majin Buu is that formidable? The might of Majin Buu left even the sorcerer Bibidi at a loss, prompting him to seal the creature within an egg during a moment of respite. Jebbet continued, explaining that Bibidi had transported the sealed demon Majin Buu to their next destination, the Earth they inhabited. Seizing this opportunity, before the seal on Majin Buu could be broken, the Supreme Kai managed to eliminate Bibidi. Son Gohan's expression grew increasingly grave. Meanwhile, Videl appeared somewhat perturbed, inching closer to Tian for comfort. Tian extended his hand toward Videl, who grasped it. Feeling a wave of relief wash over her, the seal on Majin Buu remained undisturbed. Jebbet elucidated that the Supreme Kai believed it was crucial to avoid provoking the seal, as severe agitation could potentially lead to its rupture. However, we have recently uncovered another horrifying revelation. I understand now. That sorcerer named Bibidi is resurrected? Son Gohan deduced. Jebbet replied, clearing his throat. Not exactly a resurrection. Rather, Bibidi has a son. His name is Bafidi, and he inherits the same malevolent heart as his father. Videl interjected, perplexed. What does his intention to eliminate our school's papers signify? Jebbet found himself at a loss for words. I am unsure. Perhaps it is related to practicing magic, he speculated. Son Gohan pondered. Could the recently vanished items be tools he employs for honing his magical abilities? Realization dawned on him. Had he already attained the capacity to nullify Super Saiyan forms with his advancing magical prowess? That is indeed a possibility, Jebbet nodded. Tian, your analytical skills are truly commendable. However, it seems he cannot eliminate the Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan, can he? Gohan pondered. Chapter 79. With a gentle wave of his hand, the unwanted vanished. Perhaps that is why those two absorbed your energy, Jebbet mused, agreeing with Gohan's assessment, and added. To awaken Majin Buu from his seal, an immense purity of energy is essential. We are currently tracking those two to locate the wizard Babidi, correct? Gohan speculated. Indeed. That is precisely the case, Jebbet replied. Lord Kaioshin and I suddenly discovered that Majin Buu's seal had vanished, which alerted us to the predicament. Let us hope we can swiftly locate the wizard Babidi. However, why did this wizard Babidi perform numerous good deeds while in Satan City? Gohan found himself perplexed. He indeed had done many commendable acts. For instance, he made speeding cars vanish, leaving only the drivers behind. Furthermore, he assisted the police in apprehending bank robbers. Perhaps his initial intention was to remain inconspicuous. Have you all been deceived by his facade, believing him to be virtuous, thus neglecting a thorough investigation? Jebet chuckled. Indeed. That is true. Gohan nodded. Initially, I intended to find the wizard through the dragon, but I abandoned that notion due to the martial arts tournament. The dragon? Jebet was taken aback. Tian silently regarded Gohan. This fellow intends to find me through the dragon? Had you gathered the Dragon Balls sooner? You would have likely discovered my identity swiftly. Yet, I never intended to conceal my identity. It is you who insist on associating me with the wizard. Ahem. Have you considered? Tian could no longer restrain himself and interjected. The mysterious hero who made things vanish is not the same as the wizard Babidi. Gohan turned to look in Tian's direction. Jebet also regarded Tian thoughtfully. Tian, are you suggesting they are not the same individual? Gohan inquired. Precisely. Tian affirmed. The likelihood is slim. Jebet shook his head. In this universe, aside from Babidi and Majin Buu, there should be no one else possessing such magical abilities. Is it possible that someone possesses the power of erasure? Tian proposed. The power of erasure? Jebet was taken aback. For instance, with a gentle wave of his hand. The unwanted simply disappears. Tian remarked. I have provided you with such a significant hint. If you remain unaware, do not blame me for not informing you. With a mere flick of the wrist, could the unwanted simply vanish? Sun Wukong paused, momentarily taken aback. Jebet too was lost in thought for a considerable time. Subsequently, both Sun Wukong and Jebet shook their heads in unison. Such a thing is inconceivable, Jebet declared with certainty. I too find the likelihood quite minimal. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. I wonder, could there exist an omnipotent deity within this universe? A being capable of effortlessly erasing the entirety of existence with a simple gesture. Tian interjected once more. Sun Wukong silently wiped away the sweat, while Jebet fell into contemplative silence. Your imagination is truly remarkable. It is worth noting that during this period, neither Jebet nor the Kaioshin were aware of the existence of the Omni-King. Not only were they oblivious to the Omni-King, but even the presence of the god of destruction, Beerus, was unknown to them. The primary reason for this ignorance lies in the fact that the Grand Kaioshin met his demise rather early. Tian understood that the Grand Kaioshin had expended a considerable amount of divine power during his battle against Moro, ultimately managing to seal him away. Moro remained sealed for an astonishing 10 million years. Following that, the Grand Kaioshin's divine energy never returned to its peak. By the time Majin Buu made his appearance, the Grand Kaioshin was already too weakened to engage in battle. In that confrontation, he was devoured by Majin Buu, who consequently transformed into a somewhat more obedient figure. The disappearance of the Grand Kaioshin led to a significant rupture in the legacy of the Kaioshin. He had not even had the opportunity to inform the Kaioshin about the gods of destruction and angels, let alone the Omni-King and the Grand Minister. Therefore, what Tian is expressing now seems utterly nonsensical to Jebet. Does such a divine being truly exist? The Kaioshin is regarded as the supreme deity of this universe, the one with the highest divine rank. The North Kaioshin, who accompanies Sun Wukong, is aware of Beerus, especially since his planet was reduced to such a minuscule size by Beerus himself. However, the North Kaioshin would not casually divulge information about Beerus to Sun Wukong. Moreover, Beerus is currently in slumber. What purpose would it serve to discuss such inconsequential matters? Additionally, the North Kaioshin harbors a profound fear of Beerus. Speaking about someone who instills such terror in one's heart to others is utterly pointless. Furthermore, the North Kaioshin is acutely aware that if Sun Wukong were to learn of Beerus's existence, he might feel compelled to challenge him. Should that occur, he would find himself ruthlessly subdued by Lord Beerus. The North Kaioshin chooses silence on this matter. Furthermore, there is little interaction between the North Kaioshin and the Kaioshin. Thus, the Kaioshin of Universe 7 has become somewhat isolated and uninformed. Of course, neither the Kaioshin nor Jebet is aware of the existence of other universes, as their primary focus has been the sealing of Majin Buu. The battle between several Kaioshin and Majin Buu left a profound psychological scar on the young Kaioshin's mind. That creature was terrifying. Even the supreme deity was no match for him. The Kaioshin would often dread in his dreams the possibility of Majin Buu one day breaking free from his seal. Little did he expect that the sorcerer Babidi had a son. To be candid, the Grand Kaioshin is indeed the greatest deity of this universe, the supreme beings. As Jebet asserts, my father has said the same. Sun Wukong nodded. Tian remarked, I have laid my words bare before you. If you choose not to believe me, there is little I can do. He pondered the possibility that there might exist deities even more exalted than the Kaioshin. Tian decided to offer another hint regarding Jebet. That is unlikely, Jebet replied. wiping the sweat from his brow. I can assure you that the Kaioshin is the greatest deity in this universe, he emphasized. Very well. I shall remain silent. You may continue, Tian chuckled softly. By the way, given that Majin Buu is so formidable, why was he not vanquished when the opportunity arose to eliminate Babiti's father? Sun Wukong redirected the conversation. That was a matter of necessity, Jebit responded gravely. If Majin Buu's seal were to be disturbed, it could potentially be undone. At that time, we felt secure. As the location of Majin Buu's seal was nearly inaccessible to humans who had only just learned to walk. Chapter 80. Unable to sense Tian's divine power, Tian fell silent. I have articulated my points so clearly, yet you still managed to deflect the conversation. You are truly amusing. We cannot keep pace with them. Let us enhance our speed. Jebit suggested. I can no longer accelerate. My eyes are too heavy to keep open. Videl lamented. Tian and Videl, you should return. The situation is more perilous than we anticipated, Sun Wukong advised, having initially believed it was merely that sorcerer playing pranks. Only to discover the emergence of another Majin Buu. Tian, what is your perspective? Videl sought Tian's counsel. I will carry you while you simply close your eyes. Tian replied. Are you certain you wish to accompany us? It is truly dangerous over there, Sun Wukong remarked with a wry smile. No worries. I am unafraid of danger, Tian smiled confidently. Let us agree, should we encounter peril, you two must depart at once, Sun Wukong cautioned. Furthermore, we shall accelerate. As long as you can keep up, feel free to follow. Jebit said with a gentle smile. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Indeed, we shall soon increase our speed. Can you keep up with our pace? Gohan is indeed a golden warrior. Bulma smiled and remarked. Your identity is cleverly concealed. I apologize, Gohan said quickly. I'm truly sorry for having kept this from you all, but for now, let's focus on resolving the issue with Majin Buu. You were present during the Cell Games 7 years ago, weren't you? Bulma inquired once more. That child back then was indeed Gohan, correct? Yes, Gohan nodded in affirmation. However, this is not the time for such discussions. We must hasten our efforts, Jebit urged. Indeed, Gohan responded. You might want to reconsider what I just said, Tian sighed. Gohan, Jebit, what is there left to contemplate? The greatest deity in this universe is none other than Lord Kaioshin. What do you want me to consider? The one who should be considered is you. Let us proceed. Jebit no longer wished to engage with Tian. I must take my leave now. Tian and Videl, we need to hasten in order to catch up with my father, said Sun Wukong, waving at Tian and Videl. Go ahead. Best of luck, Tian replied. Sun Wukong smiled faintly, his expression gradually turning serious. However, I shall be right behind you, Tian added. Whoosh. Jebit, unwilling to endure Tian's idle chatter any longer, transformed into a streak of light and swiftly darted ahead. Isn't the greatest deity in the universe Lord Kaioshin? I truly admire your imagination, Sun Wukong remarked, a hint of embarrassment evident as he waved at Tian before hastily pursuing Jebit. The two soon vanished before Tian, becoming mere golden specks of light. What remarkable speed! Videl exclaimed, astonished, her complexion paling. Indeed, quite swift, Tian nodded. We may not be able to catch up, Videl stated. Come, I will carry you, Tian offered. Videl, blushing, gently nodded in agreement. Without delay, she climbed onto Tian's back. However, as soon as this action was initiated, an image of herself perched upon Tian's face flashed through Videl's mind. At that moment, Tian inhaled sharply. That sensation even now, it lingers in her thoughts. Videl's face grew even rosier. Fortunate that Tian could not see her from behind. I shall accelerate now. Hold on tightly, Tian instructed. Videl obediently replied. Whoosh. Tian gradually picked up speed. He emitted no glow, simply soaring swiftly into the distance. Videl's eyes were tightly shut. She buried her chin into Tian's neck. Ahead, Sun Wukong and Jebit were rapidly pursuing Sun Wukong and the others. Sun Wukong, was that classmate named Tian? Jebit inquired curiously. Yes, Sun Wukong nodded. Quite peculiar, Jebit mused. That classmate Tian is indeed a bit odd. It feels as though he rarely adheres to conventional norms. Sun Wukong chuckled. No, that is not what I meant, Jebit shook his head. Not that? What do you mean then? Sun Wukong asked, somewhat perplexed, before seemingly realizing something. Is it that you find his remarks about the gods a bit strange? Please do not hold it against him. He may have merely been speaking offhandedly. What I mean to say is, do you not find it strange that he lacks any fluctuations of energy? Jebit furrowed his brow. It does seem to be the case. Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, suddenly realized and snapped back to attention. He had been preoccupied with discussing the wizard and the villain Majin Buu, neglecting this particular detail. Previously, his classmate Tian had mentioned that the energy he possessed was rather unique. Gohan responded, "Indeed." Jebet fell silent. Earlier, both the Supreme Kai and I sensed an extraordinarily peculiar divine power. It must be exceptionally pure divine energy. Yet, why has that divine power completely vanished now? Notably, after Tian advanced to the silver-level Erasure Technique, his own divine power surged remarkably. Currently, even the Supreme Kai could not perceive Tian's divine energy, for it had undergone a natural purification process. One could even assert that Tian's divine power had nearly reached the level of an angel. Thus, it was quite natural that the Supreme Kai could not sense Tian's divine energy, and by extension, Jebet could not either. Forget it, we shall discuss this later. Jebet thought, his mind preoccupied and indifferent to Tian's affairs. Moreover, this individual named Tian was a classmate of Gohan's, and he did not seem to be a malevolent person, albeit a bit peculiar. You don't suspect that classmate Tian is a wizard, do you? Gohan asked with a smile. Jebet replied, "Why would I suspect that? Ha ha ha. I did entertain that thought once, but dismissed it as unlikely." Gohan chuckled heartily. "I can assure you, that is utterly impossible." Jebet shook his head. "You are quite certain, aren't you?" Gohan smiled. "Well, this isn't the time for idle chatter. We are about to catch up with the Supreme Kai and the others." Just then, as they conversed, whoosh, Tian rapidly caught up to Gohan and Jebet. "Oh, isn't that classmate Gohan and the red-faced fellow?" Tian waved at them. Gohan was taken aback. Jebet retorted, "Who are you calling a red-faced fellow?" Chapter 81, Supreme Kai. "Have you heard of Moro?" Jebet displayed a look of astonishment. Gohan's classmate was surprisingly swift. Both Gohan and Jebet were quite taken aback. "Our speed is no slouch." Yet he still managed to catch up, Gohan remarked. "Classmate Tian, your flying speed is impressive," he inquired. "It's all right," Tian replied with a smile. "Truly remarkable," Gohan exclaimed. "I sense that if you dedicate yourself to training, you could become an exceptional warrior." "I have no desire to be a warrior," Tian retorted. "My greatest aspiration is to marry several wives and spend my days playfully indulging with them." Tian Dao. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong silently wiped away his sweat. Tian, have you forgotten that Videl is still by your side? Sun Wukong winked at Tian, implying that Videl was indeed still with him. "Even if you were a flirt, you should not express it so openly in front of your girlfriend." "It's all right. Even Biddy is aware of it," Tian remarked with a smile. Sun Wukong was rendered speechless. Biddy opened her small mouth and bit down hard on Tian's neck. He endured it. After all, what was this minor injury? "Dare you to bite my neck? When the time comes, I shall return the favor in a secluded place. My father and the Supreme Kai are ahead. We have finally caught up." Gohan hastily diverted the topic, gesturing towards Goku and the others in the distance. Jebet refrained from further comment, sensing that Gohan's classmate appeared even more remarkable than he had anticipated. Their speed of flight was indeed impressive, though it seemed to be merely that speed. Furthermore, their energy was so unique that I could not even perceive it. Goku and the others sensed Gohan's presence and waved back at him. However, Goku quickly noticed Tian, realizing that he exuded no detectable energy. Notably, while the Supreme Kai is a deity, Goku could still sense his energy to a certain extent. After all, the divine power of the Supreme Kai is not truly omnipotent. Goku had previously traveled to the Supreme Kai's realm via instant transmission, where at that time, only the Supreme Kai, the Grand Supreme Kai, and Jebet were present. That incident transpired in the GT world, though it is of little consequence now. The GT world is merely a derivative of the Dragon Ball universe. It can be inferred that the Supreme Kai possesses a blend of divine power and energy. In contrast, the power of the God of Destruction and the angels is more pure, akin to genuine divine strength. Goku and his companions are unable to sense true divine power. He was merely curious about Tian's lack of energy and thought little more of it. After all, the primary concern was to swiftly locate the wizard Babidi and prevent him from awakening the monstrous Buu. The Supreme Kai's focus was entirely on Buu. They began their descent, and the Supreme Kai's expression grew grave. In the next moment, under the Supreme Kai's guidance, they landed upon a hillside, gazing intently ahead. "We have investigated this area before," Jebet stated solemnly. "Be cautious. Do not expose yourselves," Piccolo warned, casting a penetrating glance at Tian before swiftly appearing beside Gohan. "Gohan, aren't those two your classmates? Why have they come along?" Piccolo inquired quietly. They insisted on following me. No matter what I said, Gohan scratched his head. Let them be, Piccolo replied. In the distance, Babidi minion Pui had emerged from a peculiar chamber to greet Yamcha and Spopovich. Is that the wizard Babidi? Goku asked. No, it is not. The Supreme Kai shook his head. If the wizard were indeed here, could he have nullified Trunks' Super Saiyan state from such a distance? Sun Wukong inquired again. Still uncertain whether Babidi was present, the king of the other world pondered. However, I believe he must be here. He cannot have ventured elsewhere. As for remotely dispelling Trunks' Super Saiyan state, it might be feasible if the magic is sufficiently potent. The ground nearby appeared quite peculiar, as if it had been excavated. Piccolo remarked, I understand now. They must have concealed the spaceship underground. Jebbit gritted his teeth. No wonder we have been unable to locate it. The king of the other world stated gravely, Babidi must be aware of our presence on Earth, otherwise, he would not have hidden the spaceship. Did he not arrive just a month ago? Son Gohan asked, and made many things mysteriously vanish. He is doing this to enhance his own magic. Vegeta interjected. Both Tian and Videl remained silent. Before they utilized Gohan's energy to awaken Majin Buu, we should launch our assault, Piccolo proposed. No problem. The king of the other world nodded. I suspect Babidi will awaken Majin Buu outside. Awakening him inside the spaceship could potentially damage it. Let us observe the situation before we strike. Someone is coming out, Piccolo exclaimed. In the distance, from a room resembling an elevator, Babidi and Dabra emerged. Upon seeing Dabra, the king of the other world's expression darkened significantly. It's Dabra. His voice trembled slightly. I cannot believe it is Dabra. Babidi has actually made him his subordinate. Jebbit exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, his magic is exponentially more powerful than that of his father. Even such a formidable being has become his follower. The king of the other world stated solemnly. Dabra? Which one is he? The tall one, right? Sun Wukong asked curiously. Yes, that's him. The king of the other world confirmed. Is he truly that formidable? Sun Wukong inquired. Indeed, he is the king of the dark realm. The king of the other world replied, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. In the human realm, one of you might be the strongest. But in the demon realm, Dabra undeniably reigns supreme. The king of the dark realm? Krillin expressed trepidation. Does such a realm truly exist? He seems to be a most fearsome adversary. Isn't Majin Buu from the dark realm? Tian could no longer contain himself and asked. The king of the other world responded, I have no words to counter that. It should be said that apart from Majin Buu, the most powerful entity in the dark realm is indeed the king of the dark realm. The king of the other world cast a glance at Tian. Your question is rather perplexing. And what of Maro? He is also from the demon realm, is he not? Tian inquired. The king of the worlds replied. Chapter 82. I have heard that the most magnificent deity in the universe is the Grand Zeno. Who is Maro? I have never heard of him. The king of the worlds shook his head. Very well then, Tian said, choosing not to elaborate further. The king of the worlds remarked, you were speaking halfway through. If you wish to end it here, then let it be. I have no time for idle chatter with you. Please refrain from continuing, Tian. That esteemed individual is the king of the worlds, the greatest deity in this universe, Sun Wukong whispered. But I have heard that the most exalted deity in the universe is Grand Zeno. Tian scratched his head in confusion. Who told you that? Sun Wukong asked. Both amused and exasperated. I came across it in a comic book, Tian replied candidly. Indeed, I did see it in a comic book. All the characters here are from the realm of comics. I assure you, there is no doubt in my assertion. Sun Wukong has chosen silence. Tian, this is not the moment for a discourse on comics. Tian, cease your remarks. Even Videl feels that your statements are ill-suited for this occasion. Let us defer any inquiries until later. Have you not noticed that the sorcerers have emerged? Such ignorance. Jebbite could no longer endure it and shot a fierce glare at Tian. Now is not the time for such discussions, sighed the Supreme Kai with resignation. So, that diminutive figure must be the sorcerer Babidi? Sun Wukong hastily redirected the conversation. Indeed, it is he, nodded the Supreme Kai. Is he the one responsible for the inexplicable disappearance of those items? Sun Wukong ground his teeth in frustration. Vegeta had already extended his hand, aiming at the distant sorcerer Babidi. Witness my energy blast that shall obliterate him. Vegeta snorted. How dare that little wretch bully Trunks? Does he truly believe my son is so easily intimidated? In Dragon Ball, that year, I remained the protagonist of this tale. Vegeta, what are you doing? Piccolo promptly intervened to restrain Vegeta, urging him to refrain from alarming the enemy and to observe their actions first. Vegeta, calm yourself. If that location harbors the seal of Majin Buu, your impulsive attack could unleash him directly. The Supreme Kai hastily counseled. TCH. Vegeta slowly retracted his raised hand. What is there to behold? Shouldn't we simply eliminate him? Thus, the items that vanished over the past month are attributed to his machinations? Piccolo spoke solemnly. In truth, his power is insignificant, yet his mastery of formidable magic renders him a force to be reckoned with, declared the Supreme Kai. I did not anticipate that Dabra would become one of his subordinates. His magic can not only transport objects, but also exert control over individuals, Piccolo stated gravely. If that is indeed the case, it poses a dire threat. Sun Wukong was profoundly astonished. No, he likely manipulates the darkness and desires within others to exert his influence. Analyze Jebite. This is precisely why Dabra is the most suitable choice. Jebite's assertion holds merit. This is the terrifying magic of Babidi, acknowledged the Supreme Kai, as Yamcha, Spopovich, and others have fallen under its sway. Thus, only those of us devoid of malevolent intentions can oppose him. As for your assertion regarding the transportation of objects, I surmise it is merely a facet of his magical training. Perhaps the previous transfers were attempts to refine his craft and enhance his magic, speculated Jebite. Those untainted by wicked thoughts cannot be controlled by him, interjected Tian. Precisely. Jebite nodded thoughtfully. I harbor malevolent thoughts. Do you think you will have the power to control me? Tian inquired. Tian, what dark thoughts trouble your mind? Sun Wukong approached with curiosity. Videl also gazed at Tian with intrigue. Isn't it a wicked notion to desire multiple wives? Tian pondered aloud. Jebite, uninterested, chose to disregard Tian further. Is that what you call a wicked thought? That hardly qualifies. That does not count at all. Sun Wukong vigorously shook his head. What kind of sinister thought is this? That's a relief. You startled me. Tian sighed with relief and, in a moment of whimsy, pondered, if I were truly under his control, would he assist me in fulfilling this wish? Sun Wukong covered his face, unwilling to engage in conversation any longer. The King Kai and Jebite also chose to disregard him. Meanwhile, Videl quickly pulled Tian aside. Tian, can we refrain from such embarrassment? Must you declare to the entire world your intent to take multiple wives? Is one sufficient for you? I am truly in awe. I never expected Dabra to be present here, which explains his audacity. The Supreme Kai sighed. Previously assuming he would utilize magic to transfer energy from afar, but now he brazenly transports it back, evidently due to Dabra's presence. Do you believe our defeat is inevitable? Vegeta scoffed. The Supreme Kai remained silent. If Majin Buu awakens, does that spell doom for this universe? Vegeta smirked, harboring no intention of succumbing to such a foe. Krillin, you should return. The situation is even more perilous than anticipated, Goku advised him. Can I really go back? Ha. That would be splendid. It seems my strength is of little use here. Krillin exhaled a sigh of relief. You two should also return. It is quite dangerous here. Goku addressed Yaten and Videl. We shall not retreat. We will not be a hindrance. You continue your business while we observe from the sidelines, Yaten replied. Yaten and Videl, it is genuinely perilous. Please hurry back, Gohan urged. It's all right, Yaten smiled. Do take care, if a battle ensues. I may lack the energy to look after you, Gohan warned solemnly, should the adversary prove formidable. Very well, we shall be cautious, Yaten nodded. Krillin shook his head, sighing. This lad is indeed fearless, a true greenhorn. Even I, the strongest earthling, am filled with trepidation. Yet you wish to stay here willingly, embracing death. You chose to remain. Yet you also brought your girlfriend along. This fellow is not only fickle, but also exceedingly arrogant. It is indeed surprising that he has managed to survive until now. In the distance, Barfidi received the energy device absorbed by AMU and Sububic. Subsequently, Barfidi regarded Sububic with a sly smile. Sububic swallowed hard, fear glimmering in his eyes. Sububic, I must inquire how you managed to escape my control? Barfidi asked. Me? Escape? What do you mean, Lord Barfidi? Sububic stammered, bewildered. I am referring to the moment at the so-called Grand Martial Arts Tournament, when you seemingly broke free from my grasp. Were you unaware? Barfidi chuckled. Chapter 83. Vegeta strikes Barfidi. I remember now, though I cannot comprehend what transpired. It felt as if my mind was suddenly clouded. As though I were trapped in a dream, Sububic explained with a rueful smile, scratching his head. Did anyone do anything to you? Barfidi inquired once more. Sububic shook his head in confusion. Since you have nothing to disclose, you hold no value for me, Barfidi sneered. Sububic appeared momentarily dazed. while AMU's face paled slightly beside him. I shall witness how you free yourself from my control, Barfiti declared, suddenly glaring at Sububic. An overwhelming magic swiftly enveloped Sububic. His body began to swell rapidly, resembling a balloon growing larger by the moment. Sububic emitted cries of anguish as his form distorted grotesquely. What is this? Even in such a state, you remain under my control? Barfiti remarked with a light laugh. Or is it that my control has been interrupted by you? With a resounding thud, Sububic erupted into a cloud of crimson mist, exploding violently. AMU stood by, his face drained of color. It seems I was overly concerned, Barfiti mused. He cannot escape my control. The sound of that explosion was quite pleasing. Dabra chuckled softly. Indeed, Barfiti replied with a grin, then turned to AMU, who trembled uncontrollably. And you? Do you comprehend how he escaped my control? Barfiti inquired with a smile. AMU fervently shook his head. I do not know. Then you too are of no further use, Barfiti remarked coldly. Ah! AMU screamed in terror, leaping into the air and desperately fleeing into the distance. Pui, eliminate that wretch. Barfiti commanded his subordinate Pui. Yes, Pui responded, extending his hand to aim at the fleeing AMU. Whoosh! A ki blast was swiftly launched. Boom! The Qigong struck the swiftly fleeing Yam, reducing him to a mist of blood. Indeed, splendidly executed. Buffety chuckled softly. Clin, who was poised to depart, revealed a visage of sheer horror upon witnessing such a scene. These individuals are even willing to slay their own comrades. Gohan remarked solemnly. Tian, must we truly remain here? Videl inquired, a hint of trepidation evident in her voice. If you are fearful, I shall escort you back, Tian replied. I wish to stay. I am eager to witness the sorcerer's magical prowess, Videl declared, tightly clenching her fists. Dabra, Buffety called out to Dabra. Present. As I suspected. Yam and his companions have attracted several immensely powerful beings, including the Kaioshin who murdered my father long ago, Buffety stated with a grin. It appears they intend to conceal themselves. A smile graced Dabra's face as he continued. There are a total of 9 entities, aside from the Kaioshin and Jebet. 3 possess exceptionally vast energy. Indeed, acquiring the energy of those 3 would suffice, Buffety nodded. With their energy, I believe Majin Buu could awaken swiftly. Thus, you shall lure those 3 into the spaceship to absorb their energy. That is the most prudent course of action. The Kaioshin may not allow us to succeed. He will surely warn them against entering the spaceship, Dabra mused. Eliminate the other trifling beings, then return to the spaceship immediately. I trust they will be incensed and pursue us swiftly, Buffety suggested with a smile. That is a sound plan, Dabra agreed. By the way, do not slay the Kaioshin just yet. I wish to deal with him at my leisure. A cold glint flickered in Buffety's eyes. Yes, Lord Buffety. I shall leave the Kaioshin for your enjoyment, Dabra grunted. In the distance, look. It seems Buffety is about to enter. Piccolo furrowed his brow and remarked. Humph. Does he think he can flee? I shall not allow his escape. Vegeta snorted coldly. You continuously allow Trunks to suffer humiliation. Let me show you how to deal with this. As Vegeta spoke, he was poised to launch an immediate attack. Vegeta, hold on a moment. The Supreme Kai hastily implored. Humph. I have no patience for waiting. Vegeta replied with a chilling smile. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta vanished from sight. At that very moment, Babidi was preparing to enter the elevator chamber, which was none other than his spaceship. What about me, Lord Babidi? Pui inquired. One of Dabra is sufficient. You shall remain here to guard the first level, Babidi responded with a grin. Understood. Pui exclaimed excitedly. Now, let us commence. Dabra grinned widely. Whoosh. In the next instant, Dabra surged toward the direction of Goku and his companions. Soon, Dabra and Vegeta crossed paths. Dabra and Vegeta exchanged a fleeting glance, however. Both were moving in opposite directions and momentarily lost in thought, lacking any intention to engage. In a heartbeat, Vegeta appeared by Babidi's side. Bang! With a flourish, Vegeta delivered a powerful kick, sending Babidi crashing to the ground, rolling several times. Once Babidi came to a halt, he felt as if every bone in his body had shattered. Babidi held in agony. Outrageous! Pui exclaimed. Astonished and furious, how dare the scoundrel reduce Lord Babidi to such a pitiful state before my very eyes? I shall not spare you. Pui charged toward Vegeta, delivering a fierce punch to the back of his head. Clap. Vegeta effortlessly raised his hand, catching Pui's fist with his palm. Boom. Vegeta retaliated with a swift kick aimed at Pui's groin. Woo. Pui soared into the sky like a soccer ball, shrinking into a mere black dot. Vegeta, with his index and middle fingers aligned, pointed toward Pui in the heavens. Boom. Pui erupted into a cloud of crimson mist, utterly lifeless. Immediately, Vegeta materialized next to Babidi, yanking him off the ground and delivering 2 resounding slaps to his face. Aren't you skilled in magic? Transfer my magic away, will you? Or perhaps, redirect my slaps onto someone else's visage, Vegeta scoffed. Babidi was left bewildered, utterly confused. Who the hell is this person? What have I done to provoke you? Chapter 84. A kick to Dabra's face. The event transpired with astonishing rapidity. Just as Vegeta executed a series of movements, Dabra commenced his own offensive. In an instant, Dabra materialized before Jebet, extending his massive hand toward the latter's head. Jebet's eyes widened in terror, his expression a mask of fear. A smile crept across Dabra's face. Boom. The energy from Dabra's hand erupted, obliterating Jebet's head along with his body into a mere cloud of fragments. The resounding blast coincided almost perfectly with the explosion of Pui. Momentarily stunned, Dabra swiftly turned to look behind him. To his astonishment, he beheld Vegeta seizing Babidi, delivering sharp slaps across his face. Dabra muttered to himself, "This was a miscalculation. This fool has dared to attack Lord Babidi." Jebet, the Supreme Kai exclaimed in shock. Damn it. Goku's expression shifted dramatically as he prepared to retaliate. Babidi's face turned pale with fear. If I had not witnessed this with my own eyes, I would find it hard to believe. This man has just annihilated the crimson-faced Jebet. It is utterly terrifying. Do not fear. I am here, Tian reassured, spitting disdainfully from his lofty perch. Dabra aimed at Tian, Videl, Krillin, and Piccolo. Let me deal with these pests first. I have yet to devise a plan to rescue Lord Babidi. Be careful. Do not let his saliva touch you, the Supreme Kai warned. Slap. Slap. Unfortunately, Krillin and Piccolo fell victim to Dabra's attack. Yet, Tian merely waved his hand gently, effortlessly erasing the spittle that had been directed at them. I beg your pardon. You are exceedingly repulsive. How dare you disgust me? Bang. Tian could no longer contain his fury and delivered a powerful kick. With a flourish, he executed a flying kick that landed squarely on Beerus' face, leaving a shoe print upon his visage. The onlookers were left in utter shock. Suddenly, Krillin and Piccolo's forms swiftly transformed into stone statues. This is bad. The Supreme Kai's expression shifted dramatically. Before Sun Wukong could fully grasp the significance of Tian's strike on Dabra, he was confronted with the shocking sight of Krillin and Piccolo petrified. In a rush, Sun Wukong sprinted toward Krillin's direction. Krillin, Piccolo, what has happened to you? He inquired. Do not touch them. The Supreme Kai shouted urgently, warning that their bodies had been petrified, and any damage inflicted would render them irreparable. That despicable fiend. Son Gohan seethed with anger. Gohan, continue. Tian commanded, delivering another kick that sent Dabra plummeting from the sky. Son Gohan was momentarily taken aback. Is this fellow not the Demon King? Was he not formidable? Why do I see him being overpowered by my classmate? Bang. Son Gohan also landed a kick on Dabra, who was sent flying and crashed to the ground, rolling across the earth. After a brief moment, Dabra ascended into the air once more. You little brat. I will remember you. Dabra glared fiercely at Tian before swiftly heading towards Vegeta and Babidi. Dabra had no time to deal with Tian. The immediate priority was to rescue Babidi, for he feared that if things continued this way, Babidi would be slain by that fiend. Once destroyed, they cannot be restored. Sun Wukong was still preoccupied with Krillin and Piccolo's fate, looking to the Supreme Kai. So, you mean there is still a possibility of restoration? The only solution is to eliminate Dabra. The Supreme Kai wiped the sweat from his brow. What? Is that truly the solution? It was that simple? Sun Wukong exhaled with relief, a confident smile gracing his face. However, the Supreme Kai cast a deep gaze at Tian in the distance. This young man is quite formidable. He managed to land a kick on Dabura's face so easily. Wait a moment. There is another crucial matter. Did Dabra not spit at this individual named Tian and his girlfriend? Did they evade it? They are quite swift. Even the gods of Earth could not dodge it. Furthermore, Jebet had also fallen at Dabura's hand. Let me gather my thoughts. What exactly is happening? Your classmate is truly remarkable. Son Goku remarked with a smile directed towards Gohan. I have also noticed that his talent is exceptionally extraordinary. It appears he has only been training for about a month. Gohan scratched his head in contemplation. Only a month of training? That is truly impressive. Son Goku praised enthusiastically. Tian, have you indeed only trained for a month? Gohan inquired with curiosity. Roughly that, Tian replied with a smile. Meanwhile, in the distance, Vegeta continued to slap Babidi across the face. A sorcerer, is it? Quite impressive. Indeed, Vegeta said coldly while delivering another slap. I do not mind you siphoning off others' energy, but when you drain my son's energy and eliminate his Super Saiyan state, it infuriates me. Babidi appeared utterly bewildered. What are you saying? I don't understand, Barfidi, bruised and battered, inquired. Do those two deceased individuals have any relation to your son? Are you cursing my child? Vegeta, his nostrils flaring in fury, struck Barfidi with a punch, causing several of his teeth to shatter. Release Lord Barfidi. Dabra bellowed, rushing forward. At that moment, Dabra had already dashed towards them. Here you go. Vegeta flung the battered Barfidi towards Dabra. Simultaneously, he aligned his index and middle fingers, aiming them at Barfidi's form, ready to obliterate him. With a resounding boom, an invisible wave of energy surged forth, enveloping Barfidi rapidly. However, Dabra's speed outmatched it. In an instant, Dabra materialized beside Barfidi, deftly shielding him from Vegeta's energy assault. The next moment, the force unleashed by Vegeta collided with Dabra, causing him to shudder slightly, yet he remained unfazed, even managing a derisive smile towards Vegeta. Is this your attack? How utterly disappointing. Dabra scoffed. Having uttered these words, he swiftly ascended with Barfidi towards the spacecraft. Do not let them escape. Vegeta pursued them relentlessly. Pa. Dabra glanced back, spitting towards Vegeta. Be careful not to let his spit touch you. You will be turned to stone. The Supreme Kai warned loudly. Vegeta hastily evaded, narrowly dodging the hazardous projectile, yet he dared not close the distance again. Chapter 85. Barfidi's desperate escape. With a resounding clap, Dabra had already ushered Barfidi into the spacecraft. Let us follow them, father. Gohan urged eagerly. We must awaken Uncle Krillin and Uncle Piccolo, no matter what. Of course, let us go. Goku nodded in agreement. Wait. Do not fall into the enemy's trap. The Supreme Kai cautioned. If you enter the spacecraft, you will be ensnared. With Dabra's prowess, he could easily engage us outside. Why retreat into the ship? Is your vision impaired? Vegeta scoffed. My eyesight is exceptionally keen. I can see great distances, the Supreme Kai retorted, momentarily taken aback. I meant to say, do you have eyes just to relieve yourself? Vegeta coldly remarked. Vegeta, how can you speak in such a manner? The Supreme Kai responded. What do you mean? Why did they flee? If they hadn't, that sorcerer would have been vanquished by me just now. Vegeta scoffed, expressing his disappointment in the sorcerer, whose prowess turned out to be rather unimpressive in my presence. Regardless, we should remain cautious, the Supreme Kai warned solemnly. Dabra is far from the simple adversary you imagine. Humph, do not jest. Even this earthling managed to deliver a kick to Dabra's face, indicating that the Demon King is merely a figurehead, Vegeta retorted, gesturing nonchalantly towards Tian. Tian, that kick you executed was remarkable, remarked Dilly, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Who would have thought Tian possessed such formidable skills? That decisive kick was truly impressive. This is precisely the concern, the Supreme Kai stated gravely. Dabra deliberately feigned weakness to lure you into the spaceship. Setting that aside, we must rescue Piccolo and Krillin. Upon uttering this, Son Goku ascended swiftly towards the spaceship. Son Goku, the Supreme Kai exclaimed. I too detest languid weights, Vegeta chuckled lightly. Ascending in pursuit of Son Goku. Tian, what are your plans? Son Gohan inquired. Naturally, we shall follow to observe the spectacle, Tian replied with a grin. That kick was exhilarating. Son Gohan fell into a brief silence. I too believe the Supreme Kai is correct. Dabra intentionally showcased his diminished strength. Allowing you to land that kick, Son Gohan murmured, recognizing that he aimed to entice us into the spaceship. Let us proceed. What power could he possibly wield? Tian responded with indifference. Ahem, what I mean is, Tian and Dilly, perhaps you should return for now? Son Gohan suggested. As the imminent battle may prove more complex than anticipated. Do not mind me. Go about your business as if I do not exist, Tian smiled. Very well. I shall take my leave. Do exercise caution, Son Gohan replied, swiftly heading towards the spaceship. Tian, what about us? Are we truly going to follow? Dilly asked. Do you wish to see what unfolds? Tian inquired with a smile. I want to go, but I feel a bit apprehensive, Dilly admitted, torn between her desire and fear. Fear not, for I am here. You need not be afraid. I shall protect you, Tian assured with a smile. Indeed. Dilly felt warmth in her heart. Moreover, once this matter is resolved, I intend to engage in a proper basketball match with you, Tian gently proposed. Could you refrain from mentioning such things during this perilous time? Dilly interjected. Dilly wiped her sweat, remarking that the basketball hoop is said to darken with the passage of time. Thus, before it loses its luster, one should seize the opportunity to play thousands of games. Tian pondered thoughtfully. What exactly do you mean by the hoop? I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss with you. Dilly huffed in response. Some things can only be understood through intuition, not words, Tian replied with a smile. Dilly fell silent. I was quite moved at first. But now that you mention it, I feel a bit flushed, she said. Meanwhile, the King of Worlds silently observed Tian and Dilly, pondering the courage of these two earthlings. To your astonishment, you have come here to engage in romance. Are you not aware of the nature of this place? I shall not concern myself with your affairs any longer. A nagging feeling tells me that Sun Wukong and his companions may encounter some trouble. I must hasten to follow them. Whoosh. The King of Worlds swiftly soared toward the direction of the spaceship. Let us follow, Tian suggested to Videl. Very well. Videl replied, her earlier trepidation seemingly alleviated by Tian's jest, which had dispelled much of her fear. Tian, accompanied by Videl, quickly pursued and entered the spaceship. Within the spaceship, on the lowest level, Vegeta was howling in pain. His minions rushed to attend to his wounds. Curse that spiky-haired fiend! I shall not let him escape unscathed. Vegeta gritted his teeth, seething with rage. My lord Vegeta, they have already entered the spaceship, Dabra reported. I too shall not forgive that earthling. He dared to kick me while my guard was down. Dabra rubbed his bruised face, even taking a moment to glance in a mirror, only to tragically discover a shoe print emblazoned across his visage. What manner of individual is this? Dabra clenched his fists. And where is Pui? Vegeta inquired. Was he not tasked with guarding the first level? It seems that spiky-haired fiend has eliminated him, Dabra replied. Those scoundrels. I shall give them a proper reckoning. Vegeta fumed with fury. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Son Gohan had already entered the first level of the spaceship. Shortly thereafter, Tian, Videl, and the King of Worlds descended from above. So the King of Worlds and Gohan's classmates have also arrived? Sun Wukong greeted. You are all being utterly reckless. The King of Worlds admonished. Once we enter this spaceship, our chances of escape diminish greatly, unless we defeat Vegeta and Dabra. Sun Wukong glanced upward, noting that the gate above had been sealed. If it comes to that, we could always destroy this spaceship. Can we not find our way out? Vegeta chuckled lightly. No, you must not do that. The King of Worlds warned gravely. Excessive provocation could awaken Majin Buu immediately. Although he may not possess sufficient energy, his power is enough to annihilate us in an instant and destroy this planet. Is that so? Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Do not forget, once the planet is destroyed, can all of you survive in the vacuum of space? The King of Worlds posed. Vegeta's expression shifted, and Sun Wukong's demeanor grew serious. Son Gohan remained silent. Could they truly possess the capability to obliterate the Earth? Videl softly inquired of Tian. Yes, Tian nodded, his mind preoccupied with the same question. If Earth were to be annihilated, could I survive in the vast cosmos? Theoretically, it should not pose a significant challenge. As I possess the erasure ability inherited from the Omni-King, I should find an opportunity to venture into space and explore. However, there is no need for haste at the moment. Naturally, I could not allow him to destroy Earth. That would indeed be a troublesome predicament. Sun Wukong spoke gravely. The original Majin Buu would never confront you directly. He would effortlessly obliterate planets. The Supreme Kai elaborated, though the current Majin Buu is somewhat improved. Is there really a distinction between the original Majin Buu and the current one? Sun Wukong asked, taken aback. Let us discuss this matter later, the Supreme Kai suggested, wishing to refrain from excessive explanation. Meanwhile, on the side of Babidi, the fool Pui had already met his demise, so let the beast Goku guard the first layer. Babidi commanded. Goku, are you really assigning him to guard the first layer from the beginning? Dabra asked, surprised as he looked at Babidi. Of course. I intend for them to pay a heavy price. Babidi gritted his teeth. Perhaps he bit down a bit too forcefully, inadvertently aggravating his wound, causing him to cry out in pain. I will not spare them, especially that spiky-haired fellow. Babidi harbored a deep-seated hatred for Vegeta. You are truly lacking in martial ethics. You launch an attack on me right from the outset. When have I ever targeted your son? If Yego were to guard the first layer, those adversaries would be swiftly defeated, leaving me with no further amusement. Dabra felt a twinge of disappointment. I had hoped to thoroughly deal with that individual who had kicked me. Just leave him to you, suggested Barfidi. Thank you, Lord Barfidi. Dabra replied with a nod of joy, instructing his subordinates, "Quickly, let Yego guard the first layer." Yes, the subordinates quickly arranged it. "First, let's channel the energy absorbed by AMU and the others into Majin Buu," Barfiti said as he approached the sealed location of Majin Buu with the energy absorption device. With a swift motion, Barfiti inserted the energy absorber into Majin Buu's seal, infusing it with energy. In an instant, the energy gauge nearly reached the 6-point mark. Barfiti's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished. "What? Is there really so much energy from just one collection?" he exclaimed, having gathered nearly half of the energy. However, just after his exclamation, a sharp pain shot through him. The sudden movement aggravated his wound, and he grimaced in agony. "Damn it. I need to find a healer immediately to mend my injuries." Barfiti clenched his fists, recalling, "Oh, I remember now. Majin Buu is a healer. He can restore me swiftly." "Is it possible to gather such a vast amount of energy all at once?" Dabra inquired, astonished. "Did AMU and Spubich absorb energy from hundreds of individuals?" Barfiti asked. "I'm not sure. I haven't heard anything about it." Dabra shook his head. "Humph. To gather such immense energy in such a short span. Had I known, I wouldn't have eliminated them," Barfiti lamented. "It's all right. Yego has made his entrance, hasn't he? As long as we collect the energy from those three, it should suffice." Dabra replied with a smile. "If all goes well, Majin Buu will awaken shortly. Perhaps Yego has already dealt with them." Barfiti laughed heartily. "Let us go up and take a look." The two ascended to the upper layer. Barfiti gazed into the crystal ball. "What is this? They haven't begun fighting yet?" Upon seeing the scene within the crystal ball, Barfiti was rendered speechless. Meanwhile, on the first layer of the spaceship, the beast Yego emerged from his chamber. Yego possessed long, sickle-like arms resembling a mantis. "Ah, a monster has appeared." Sun Wukong lamented, "That fellow looks utterly repulsive." He whispered to Tian. Gage emitted a peculiar cry and addressed Tian and the others. "Lord Bafity is currently at the lowest level. You must defeat me to descend further." "Vegeta," Sun Wukong called out. "What is it?" Vegeta huffed. "Previously, you eliminated one of Bafity's subordinates. This one should be mine and Gohan's, correct?" Sun Wukong proposed. "Fine. Do as you wish," Vegeta grunted. "Gohan, shall you go first, or shall I?" Sun Wukong inquired. "Father, you go first," Gohan replied. "Very well. Then I shall take him on," Sun Wukong declared, cracking his knuckles. "Are you planning to fight alone?" the Supreme Kai asked with concern. "Indeed," Sun Wukong nodded. "Do not underestimate him. Bafity has summoned a formidable group of warriors as his subordinates," the Supreme Kai warned. "Fear not," Sun Wukong smiled slightly, turning to Gage. "Come. I shall be your opponent." "Very well. I shall devour you." Gage huffed, adding, "Let me inform you that if you sustain any injuries, your energy will transfer to this room, and then through this room, it will be channeled into the seal of Majin Buu. Therefore, as long as you remain unscathed, your energy will not be absorbed, correct?" Sun Wukong queried. "Indeed, that is precisely the case," Gage affirmed. "It seems that the sorcerer Bafity has been transferring some items away for practice, hasn't he?" Gohan interjected. Coincidentally, Bafity overheard Gohan's words and immediately displayed a look of bewilderment. "What do you mean? I cannot comprehend. What has been taken away? What have I transferred?" "Enough of this idle chatter. Let us eliminate them," commanded Bafity. Suddenly, it dawned on me that this individual resembled a creature from the demon realm. The face of the Supreme Kai shifted through various expressions. Goku turned to glance at the Supreme Kai. "Hey!" The demon swiftly launched an attack, throwing a punch at Goku. Reacting with remarkable speed, Goku leaped into the air. Whoosh! The demon's massive hand, resembling a sickle, swept down, narrowly missing Goku's chest. Goku felt a chill against his chest, his face etched with astonishment. Chapter 87. Where has my magic gone? Goku glanced down at the torn fabric on his chest. That was a close call. "Oh, although that fellow is quite large. His speed is impressive," Gohan remarked. "Shall we attack together?" proposed the Supreme Kai. "No, it's fine. My father can certainly defeat him alone," Gohan replied with a smile. The Supreme Kai fell silent. "How are you so confident?" whispered Videl. "Yi Tian, Wufan's father is quite impressive. His reflexes are remarkably swift." Yi Tian responded with a smile. "Indeed, he was once a formidable figure in this universe. His future accomplishments are bound to be immeasurable." "Do you hold such a high opinion of his father?" Videl asked. Momentarily taken aback. "I have heard of him before." Yi Tian chuckled. "He is the one who defeated the Demon King Piccolo. It seems you all have forgotten about that." "You mentioned the Demon King Piccolo before, but I don't recall anything about it," Videl replied, a hint of confusion in her voice. It no longer matters, Tian said with a smile. Hee. The beast Yego let out sinister chuckles, extending its scythe-like claws. Sun Wukong remarked, he has grown fearful. Let us deepen his terror and vanquish him in one fell swoop. Babidi muttered to himself before commanding Yego, excellent work, as expected of you. Eliminate the other 5, sparing only the Kaishin. Absorb the energy of those 3, and let us not allow the 2 useless ones to linger. I must awaken Majin Buu post-haste. Tian. He referred to us as useless, Videl said, wiping her brow. Indeed, he meant the 2 of us, Tian replied, his expression turning icy. Are you still not finished? Just wait and see how I will deal with you. I shall make you question your very existence. In order to swiftly conclude this battle, I will transform this chamber into your most cherished realm, the Dark Star. Laughed Babidi heartily. Haha. Even without engaging in combat on the Dark Star, I can effortlessly secure victory, replied Dabra with a grin. Though that may hold true, battling within the confines of the ship could provoke severe tremors. Awakening Majin Buu with only half of his energy, I would prefer him to awaken at his full strength, Babidi elucidated. Understood, Dabra nodded. Come now, Barbara, Babidi exclaimed, commencing the incantation of his magic. With a flick of his wrist, Tian effortlessly erased the magic that Babidi had unleashed. Babidi was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Has my magic failed? He rubbed his head in confusion. What is it, Lord Babidi? Dabra also sensed that something was amiss. I cannot fathom what occurred. It seems my magic has malfunctioned, Babidi frowned. How could this be? Dabra pondered, perplexed. Once more, Babidi gritted his teeth and recited the spell again. With a swift motion, Tian nullified Babidi's magic yet again. What on earth is happening? Babidi gazed at his hands, fear etched across his face. Why is this happening? Why has my magic failed? Inside the spaceship, Yego had heard Babidi declare his intent to send him to the Dark Star. He remained patient within the spacecraft. However, after a considerable wait, Yego realized he was still aboard the spaceship, not transported to the Dark Star. A look of confusion crossed his face. Lord Babidi, why are you dawdling? Let us commence battle, urged Sun Wukong, addressing the beast Yego. I'm ready, Yego declared, prepared for combat. Once more, Babidi gritted his teeth and recited the incantation anew. This time, Tian refrained from nullifying Babidi's magic. Only by allowing his magic to fluctuate could Babidi experience the tragedy of life. In an instant, all present were transported to an exceedingly dark planet. Videl gasped in surprise and hurriedly sought refuge in Tian's embrace. It worked. It finally worked, Babidi exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. I thought I would lose the ability to cast magic. I cannot believe it succeeded. Yet, why did my magic fail earlier? How very strange. Everything is obscured. Videl said nervously. Do not rely on your eyes. Instead, attune your heart to sense the movements around you. Tian explained, akin to the present moment. Although I perceive nothing, I am acutely aware of everyone's precise location. How do you accomplish this? Videl inquired, taken aback. It is through sensing. If you attune your heart to it, you can perceive their presence, Tian elucidated. Videl then attempted to close her eyes and sense her surroundings. It would indeed be remarkable to succeed. I shall teach you later, Tian said, tightly embracing Videl. Meanwhile, Yego displayed a fierce intent. Directing his gaze towards the foremost figure, Sun Wukong. First, we must eliminate this troublesome fellow. With a swift motion, Yego brandished his elongated scythe towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong evaded the attack with a slight sidestep. In response, he delivered a powerful kick to Yi's nose. Stunned, Yego felt a sharp pang in his nose. Tears streaming down his face. You have underestimated us. Even in this pitch darkness, we are fully aware of your movements, Sun Wukong remarked with a smile. Your actions disturb the air. Yego was momentarily taken aback. Is there such a possibility? He pondered. Moreover, I have my own means to perceive you. As he spoke, a radiant golden light enveloped him, transforming him into a Super Saiyan. The brilliance instantly illuminated the shadowy expanse. Yego stood in utter astonishment. This individual seemed to emit far more than mere light. I see it. How wonderful! Videl exclaimed with delight. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's transformation, Babidi and Dabra widened their eyes in disbelief. What is this fellow planning? Babidi gasped. The atmosphere had shifted entirely. It was not merely illumination. Dabra sneered. Quickly, fetch me an energy detector, one that can measure to the maximum scale. Babidi commanded a subordinate. The subordinate promptly returned with the device. Babidi assessed Sun Wukong's energy readings. What? 3,000 degrees. He stuttered in shock. Is it possible for a human from Earth to possess 3,000 degrees of energy? 3,000 degrees? Such a human should not exist. Dabra echoed his astonishment. Is the detector malfunctioning? If he truly possesses 3,000 degrees, Yiga would stand no chance against him. Babidi hastily inspected the device, discovering no faults. His complexion darkening. Yiga's energy was merely 800 degrees at its peak. Chapter 88. Sun Wukong versus the Beast Yiga. How do you find it now? You should comprehend that darkness holds no power over us, Sun Wukong said with a grin directed at Yiga. Hee. I understand now, Yiga replied, a grin spreading across his face. Remarkably, you show no fear at all. Sun Wukong was taken aback, and Yiga suddenly opened his mouth wide. Whoosh. A powerful suction force swiftly acted upon Sun Wukong. Snap. The golden radiance enveloping Sun Wukong vanished in an instant. Zoom. The golden light transformed into a luminous orb, which momentarily entered Yiga's mouth. Gulp. Yiga swallowed the orb and let out a satisfied burp. Sun Wukong, astonished, gazed at his restored form, momentarily at a loss for words. The surroundings plunged into darkness once again, rendering everything invisible. Videl was utterly astonished. It was Kakarot's Super Saiyan returning to his ordinary state. Vegeta remarked nearby. I recall now. The beast Yiga can consume light energy, and after Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, his energy became the most delectable nourishment. The Kaioshin suddenly comprehended the situation. Why must such matters only be discussed in hindsight? Vegeta huffed, casting a disdainful glance at the Kaioshin. That foolish Kaioshin. Tian observed silently, offering no commentary. If Tian were to handle these minions, it would be a trivial task. However, it was unnecessary. Tian sensed that the upgrade required either 1,000 individuals or 10,000 buildings. But hadn't he eradicated fewer entities during his bronze level? Tian suddenly felt that his obliteration upgrades were somehow linked to time, as if they would automatically ascend after a certain duration. Yet, that was a concern for another time. For now, Tian felt that his level was more than sufficient. Indeed, the flavor he had just experienced was extraordinarily sumptuous. It was the first time he had tasted such delectable light energy. Yiga patted his belly. Eating energy? Sun Wukong was taken aback. Father, do not transform into a Super Saiyan again. This fellow seems capable of consuming light energy. Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, shouted a warning. Hee. Yiga chuckled mischievously, affirming his desire for another delightful feast, stating that your light energy is undoubtedly a first-rate delicacy. Very well. Then I shall allow you to feast to your heart's content. Sun Wukong replied with a slight smile. What did you just say? Are you an idiot? Yiga felt an unexpected surge of happiness. What exactly does Kakarot intend to do? Vegeta furrowed his brow. Father, let me join the battle as well. The two of us can defeat him without transforming. Gohan proposed. No need. I will handle him alone. You need not intervene, Sun Wukong declared, unleashing golden light once more as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. His body radiated golden brilliance again. Videl whispered, this is called the Super Saiyan transformation. Tian explained. What does that mean? Videl gazed up at Tian. To put it simply, Gohan's father is not of earthly origin. Rather, he hails from the extraterrestrial race of Saiyans, Tian replied. Oh, does that mean Gohan is not an earthling either? Videl inquired, astonished. No. Gohan is indeed a human, yet he is also something more, Tian began to explain. Videl exclaimed, what does that mean? I cannot comprehend your words. Gohan's father is an alien, but his mother is a human. We have met his mother, haven't we? Tian responded. Oh, so Gohan is a hybrid? Videl suddenly understood. No wonder you say he is an alien yet not an alien. Tian chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. How do you know all this so well? Videl looked at Tian with curiosity. By reading extensively within the pages of books like Treasures and Arenas of Knowledge. Tian replied with a smile. Videl remarked, you can relate everything to basketball. Ha ha ha, your ignorance brings me joy. I could indulge in another meal. Edge opened his mouth wide at that moment. Was he truly so foolish? Why persist in battling alone? The Supreme Kai was utterly exasperated. This was no game. Silence. Let him act on his own. He has his own plans. Vegeta reprimanded from the side, asserting that he was no fool. The Supreme Kai, you display a complete lack of reverence towards the divine. I am, after all, the most illustrious deity of this universe. In that moment, Yego unleashed a tremendous force, swiftly absorbing the golden radiance emanating from Sun Wukong. In an instant, the golden glow surrounding Sun Wukong began to fade once more. What a fool Yego is! Consuming so much energy is utterly wasteful. Bafity gritted his teeth, feeling increasingly irked, without inflicting harm upon that fellow named Sun Wukong. His energy could not be absorbed by the fiend, Majin Buu. Suddenly, a slight smile crept upon Sun Wukong's lips, his countenance radiating joy. Boom! An even more formidable energy erupted from his being. Yego's expression shifted rapidly, realizing that the situation was amiss. However, by the time Yego comprehended the gravity of the situation, it was too late. Thunderous explosions ensued. Yego's form disintegrated into a cloud of blood mist, utterly obliterated. Vegeta fell silent. So, this is how it is. That cockroach fellow has transcended the Super Saiyan state, reaching the level once attained by Gohan. Ah, the gateway has opened. We can proceed to the next level. Sun Wukong shouted. The Kaishin stood utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that Sun Wukong would grow to such formidable strength. Father is truly remarkable. The energy he exhibited while vanquishing that monster was overwhelming, Gohan marveled. With that, Sun Wukong, Gohan, and Vegeta descended from the entrance of the portal, with the Kaishin following closely behind. Let us descend as well, Tian urged, grasping Videli's hand. Indeed, Videl nodded gently. Soon, they arrived at the second level of the spaceship. Bafity stood in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. What just transpired? Yego exploded. Why did he explode? Bafity was utterly perplexed. Yego was too foolish. He must have fallen into the enemy's trap, Dabra analyzed, recognizing that the energy he had absorbed had surpassed his limits. No. Something was amiss. Bafity shook his head. Yego had swollen at the last moment, revealing that they were indeed not ordinary adversaries. I understand now. Allow me to alleviate Lord Bafity's concerns. Dabra pondered. I shall personally guard the second level. In an instant, I will inflict harm upon them and seize their energy, awakening Majin Buu. Moreover, I shall teach that insolent brat who just kicked me a lesson. Chapter 89. Dabra takes the stage. Dabra, you must give it your all. If you fail, everything will be lost. Bafity expressed his worries. Are you confident? Confident? I am the king of the demon realm. There is not a single human in this universe who requires me to exert my full strength in battle. Dabra exuded boundless confidence. Gohan, it is your turn to battle now. Son Goku addressed Gohan. Have you been diligently training these years? Gohan sheepishly touched his nose, as the peaceful days had led him to neglect his training. Our strength has far surpassed his, Vegeta scoffed. Heh, Gohan scratched his head. Yet, given his potential, the outcome remained uncertain if he committed to rigorous training, Vegeta analyzed. The Kaishin was utterly astounded. Were these three not exerting their full power? In a moment of crisis, would they unleash an unfathomable strength like Son Goku had just demonstrated? It was hard to believe that I, the Kaishin, would be so flustered by mere humans. Suddenly, the door of the spaceship's elevator opened with a click, and Dabra emerged. Dabra, the Kaishin exclaimed. Gohan's expression also turned gravely serious. You are quite remarkable, Dabra remarked with a smile. To defeat the beasts and compel me to make a personal appearance is indeed a miracle for you. I must commend you heartily. However, everything ends here, for I shall be your adversary. Humph, the Demon King is merely a name without substance, Vegeta sneered. I clearly witnessed you being kicked by that earthling. That was an accident, Dabra retorted loudly. Humph, it matters not. You must be the strongest subordinate of that sorcerer, and it seems he is growing restless, Vegeta coldly remarked. Enough chatter. Allow me to dispose of you all, Dabra declared, casting a resentful glance at Tian. That little brat's kick had been rather fierce. No. I demand a one-on-one battle, Gohan proclaimed loudly. What did you say? Anger flushed Dabra's face. A mere child dares to challenge me to a duel? Has the name of Dabra lost its significance in the human realm? You underestimate me greatly. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament has left the audience utterly bewildered. What is happening? Why have those contestants vanished into thin air? As everyone can see, several competitors have inexplicably departed, leaving the referees in disbelief, a phenomenon that is indeed unprecedented. The staff is currently deliberating on the subsequent matches, and we kindly ask the audience to bear with us for a moment longer. It has been over an hour. Their qualifications should be revoked. Yet, only 4 contestants remain. A few staff members huddled together, murmuring quietly. Humph, those who have gone missing must be terrified of me, Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan remarked with a touch of pride. In other words, your presence here is quite commendable. He surveyed the 3 competitors before him. One was a masked fighter. Another was Ju, and the last was a strikingly beautiful girl. Mr. Satan was well aware of the abilities of the masked fighter and Ju, and he presumed the lovely girl was not particularly formidable either. It seems my son-in-law has taken away all the powerful contenders, which brings me a sense of relief. What a splendid son-in-law! Are you suggesting that this will facilitate my victory in the competition? Ha ha ha. Mr. Satan secretly revels in delight. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Satan. Ju smiled faintly. Trunks, standing nearby, sensed a twinge of caution. This fellow is no ordinary opponent, after all. I was once knocked out of the ring by a single punch from him. Moreover, once my energy is unleashed, it inexplicably vanishes. Ah, wait. Mr. Satan suddenly had a thought and stepped toward the organizing committee. The audience erupted in cheers upon Mr. Satan's appearance, chanting his name. I have a splendid proposal that you might consider, Mr. Satan said with a grin. Ah, Mr. Satan. The committee staff immediately turned to him with respect. Let us engage in a mixed battle, Mr. Satan proposed, suggesting the disqualification of the other competitors. With only 4 of us remaining, a knockout tournament would be rather dull. A mixed battle would be far more exhilarating. However, the staff hesitated, caught off guard. What? Do you not support my proposal? Mr. Satan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression darkened. Very well then, I shall take my leave. No, no, no. That is a brilliant idea, the staff quickly responded. Let us announce it. Mr. Satan instructed the referee. The referee, without objection, ascended the stage and conveyed Mr. Satan's proposal to the audience. Upon hearing the suggestion, the crowd erupted in applause for Mr. Satan. Truly, Mr. Satan, proposing a mixed battle demonstrates remarkable courage, remarked the staff member who had hesitated earlier. Mr. Satan was momentarily taken aback. During the mixed battle, our champion, Mr. Satan, is bound to be besieged by the other 3 competitors. The staff member smiled faintly. Mr. Satan felt a wave of unease wash over him. Ha ha ha, there is nothing to fear. I am indeed the true world champion. Though internally anxious, Mr. Satan maintained a facade of composure. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce the 4 competitors who will soon engage in the mixed battle, the referee announced loudly. First, of course, is the familiar champion, Mr. Satan. With a glum expression, Mr. Satan stepped onto the stage. The moment he ascended, his spirit ignited, and he raised his fists high. Next is the sole female contestant of this competition, the oddly named contestant number 18. The referee continued, followed by the masked competitor who was defeated in the first round last time. Finally, we have Ju, who enjoys great popularity among women and was defeated by Mr. Satan in the last finals. Jewel threw a playful kiss to the female audience, igniting a fervor among them. A chorus of enthusiastic women began to chant Jewel's name. Hello, beautiful. I assure you, I am not so heartless as to turn you away. How about we dine together after the match? Jewel leaned closer to the girl in the number 18 jersey, extending his invitation. Get lost, you eyesore, she retorted without turning around. Jewel was momentarily taken aback. How could this woman dare to reject me? Given my striking looks, how could she possibly turn me down? Chapter 90. Satan, son-in-law, I seek your assistance. This 4-person mixed battle has no time limit. The competition is about to commence. The referee announced, and Satan immediately prepared for combat. Come on, you 3, I declared confidently. Even without my son-in-law, I believe I can defeat you. The match commenced as the referee raised the microphone with a flourish. Well, exclaimed Ju, dashing fiercely towards number 18. Bam! With a swift kick, number 18 eliminated Ju from the competition. Oh no, Ju! The onlookers cried out in despair. Has our handsome contender truly been knocked out? Trunks and Goten were momentarily taken aback. Notably, they were unfamiliar with number 18, as Krillin had not married her. After the Cell Games, 17 and 18 had distanced themselves from Goku and his companions, embarking on their own separate lives. No one had bothered to enlighten the 2 children about 17 and 18, and though Krillin harbored feelings for 18, he would not divulge such matters to young children. Why is that woman so strong? Trunks asked, astonished. I noticed as well, Goten replied. Moreover, she exudes no energy. Indeed, no energy. Trunks nodded in agreement. Satan, standing nearby, wore an expression of disbelief. This girl had managed to eliminate Ju, a formidable opponent. Number 18 maintained a stoic demeanor, yet a flicker of excitement surged within her. It seems the championship is mine, she mused. And the prize money will be mine as well. Wait a moment, that guy is the world champion. Should I extort some money from him? If I let him win, he might offer me a handsome sum. This plan seemed promising. First, I shall eliminate that disproportionately built fellow. Ladies and gentlemen, the match has barely begun, and contestant Jouer has already been eliminated. The referee announced. Only 3 contestants remain. The masked fighter, number 18, and the world champion, Mr. Satan. Which of these 3 will rise to claim the championship? Mr. Satan, at that moment, was secretly reveling in his fortune. Excellent. The championship is mine. First, I shall use my exaggerated techniques to defeat the masked fighter. That beautiful woman will surely be awestruck by my prowess, and I will graciously escort her from the arena. Both the beauty and the audience will be captivated by me. Upon this thought, Mr. Satan raised his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers in a gesture of victory. Mr. Satan proclaims his victory. The referee declared, Goten, do not underestimate that world champion. Trunks cautioned, wasn't it the sorcerer who caused the energy to vanish when you fought him? Goten inquired, do you think this Satan is the sorcerer? Trunks posed, the city where your brother studies is named Satan City, after him, isn't it? Your assertion carries a semblance of truth. Goten nodded. Let us engage that woman, proposed Trunks. All right, let's proceed. Goten did not object. Here I come. Rolling attack. Mr. Satan swiftly rolled into the ring, hurtling toward Trunks. Meanwhile, Goten leaped into the air, rushing towards the direction of Android 18. Satan's iron fist. Mr. Satan tumbled several times before delivering a punch aimed at Trunks and Goten, but his fist struck nothing but air. Bang, bang, bang. Goten and Trunks immediately clashed with Android 18, their battle intensifying with each moment, speed escalating. Mr. Satan stood by, utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? As the fray continued, Goten and Trunks soared into the sky. This woman is formidable, Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. Whoosh. Android 18 also ascended swiftly. Bang, bang, bang. The two sides engaged in another fierce confrontation. Damn it, I can't move with any agility. Trunks found himself struggling to keep up, primarily due to Goten controlling the area below his waist. Whoosh. Android 18 flew upwards, positioning herself directly above Trunks and Goten. Bang. With a powerful strike, she sent both of them crashing down from the sky. Boom. Goten and Trunks left a substantial crater upon impact with the ground. The spectators gasped in shock, fearing the competitors might be finished. Clap. Goten and Trunks sprang out of the crater. Goten, you could kick. Trunks lamented. But I can't see clearly, Goten replied, even more distressed. Mr. Satan was utterly flabbergasted. Where's my son-in-law? I need his assistance immediately, or I shall be beaten to a pulp. Who on earth are these individuals? Whoosh. Without a moment's hesitation, Android 18 unleashed an energy blast, hurtling it toward the direction of Goten and Trunks. Fly, Goten. Trunks shouted in alarm. Whoosh. Goten ascended into the air instantly. This is impossible. We can't defeat her like this. Trunks gritted his teeth. If all else fails, let's transform into Super Saiyans, suggested Goten. Indeed, in these outfits, we should remain inconspicuous. Trunks found the approach quite agreeable. Android 18 furrowed her brow, gazing at the peculiar figures of Goten and Trunks opposite her. Feeling somewhat perplexed, this individual appeared exceedingly strange. Proportionally, his limbs seemed diminutive, yet his strength was formidable. Who exactly was he? Suddenly, a golden light erupted from Goten and Trunks, transforming them into Super Saiyans. Android 18 was momentarily taken aback, her mind momentarily blank. This attire was not conducive to executing standard techniques. It seemed that only the energy wave could be utilized, Trunks suggested. Is that acceptable? He inquired with a hint of concern, aware that killing was against the rules, and besides, she had not committed any wrongdoing. Fear not, she is remarkably powerful. There will be no issues, Trunks grinned reassuringly. At that moment, Android 18 experienced a moment of clarity. So, they were Super Saiyans. I finally comprehend your identities. Although Goten and Trunks were unfamiliar with Android 18, she possessed a modicum of knowledge about them. After all, she had occasionally paid attention to the activities of Gohan and Vegeta. Android 18 knew that Gohan had a younger brother and that Vegeta had a son. Thus, judging by this individual's physique, they must be a combination of these two young ones. Energy wave. Trunks unleashed an energy wave from his hands, which hurtled toward Android 18 with remarkable speed. Startled, she quickly evaded, narrowly escaping the onslaught of the energy wave. Boom. The energy wave struck the distant sea, sending water soaring to heights of over 100 meters. Mr. Satan, witnessing such an astonishing spectacle, was rendered speechless, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. Are you human? Chapter 91. Is your son-in-law quite renowned? Missed the mark. Continue firing. Trunks muttered. Number 18's expression shifted dramatically. Are these two little rascals truly that formidable? This is exceedingly perilous. I must swiftly determine the victor. I shall triumph over you. The son of Vegeta, the brother of Son Gohan. Number 18 shouted loudly. What? Both Son Goten and Trunks were momentarily taken aback. How did she discern our identities? This is troublesome. Whoosh. With a swift motion, Number 18 launched a ki blast directly towards Son Goten and Trunks. In their panic, Son Goten and Trunks darted in opposite directions to evade the attack. Zing! The ki blast whizzed between their bodies. Upon glancing at Son Goten and Trunks again, they had separated, transforming into two distinct individuals. Ah! The masked contestant has been cleaved in two, the referee exclaimed. However, the referee quickly regained composure. No, they are two separate individuals, the referee declared. As the competition rules prohibit joint participation, hence, their eligibility is revoked. Son Goten and Trunks exchanged mortified glances. This is utterly embarrassing. Without hesitation, they made their escape. Number 18 wore a triumphant smile as she descended gracefully from the air, appearing before Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan was utterly dumbfounded, his face a mask of terror. I am going to be killed by her. Where is my son-in-law? Son-in-law, what are you doing at this critical moment? Hurry and erase her energy, or I shall truly be slain. Tears streamed down Mr. Satan's face. Whoosh. Number 18 immediately assumed an offensive stance. Mr. Satan was paralyzed with fear, nearly losing control of himself. Whoosh. In an instant, Number 18 was at Mr. Satan's side, gripping his neck and leaning close to his ear. Ah, Mr. Satan let out a desperate scream, pleading for his life, promising to comply with any demand. Do not scream. If you do not quiet down, I shall end you. Number 18 replied coldly. Oh. Mr. Satan has been subdued by contestant number 18. The referee announced. Do you comprehend? Speak softly. Number 18 chuckled. Tell me, do you wish to claim the championship? Do you know my son-in-law? Mr. Satan gritted his teeth and summoned his courage. Number 18 paused. I merely wish to extort a bit of money from you. Why are you mentioning your son-in-law? Who is your son-in-law? What use is that information to me? I do not know. Is he famous? Number 18 found it amusing at the time. Although he may not be widely recognized, he is undeniably formidable. He is the greatest deity in this universe. Satan clenched his fists tightly, warning, if you dare to take my life, my son-in-law will not spare you. Number 18 responded. The greatest deity in this universe? That title certainly carries weight. Is your son-in-law merely boasting? Would the greatest deity deign to appear on earth? She continued. Enough of this idle chatter. I simply wish to know if you aspire to be the champion. Answer my question. Should you choose to remain silent? Even if your son-in-law and daughter claim to be the greatest deities, I could easily eliminate you. Number 18's expression turned icy as she issued her threat, leaving Satan trembling in fear. Why do you refuse to heed advice? My son-in-law is truly remarkable. Can you not contemplate this any further? How could I possibly aspire to victory? Satan shook his head vigorously. I can facilitate your triumph. Number 18 replied with a smile. Pardon? Satan was taken aback. If you provide me with 20 million, I will intentionally concede the match to you. Number 18 whispered, asserting that the transaction was quite equitable. This way, you can preserve your reputation, while I seek only monetary gain. Mr. Satan remained utterly unperturbed. What could possibly be unfolding? Was the formidable Mr. Satan facing a formidable adversary? The referee, microphone in hand, addressed the audience present. 20 million, you say? Satan paused in contemplation. So that is your intent? I assumed you had something else in mind. The champion receives a prize of 10 million. You merely need to pay an additional 10 million. Number 18 responded, simultaneously issuing a threat. Should you refuse? Regardless of your connections, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. I agree. Of course I agree. Satan nodded eagerly. I thought you were requesting something more substantial. Is it simply an additional 10 million you seek? Am I truly in need of funds? You should have mentioned it earlier, had I known. I would not have been so terrified, to the point of losing control. Very well, let us settle on this. On the 18th, a satisfied smile graced my lips. With this newfound wealth, I can indulge in some delightful leisure once more. First, I shall refresh my wardrobe at home. As for that enigmatic sorcerer, I shall not rest until our matter is resolved. You have completely taken away all my clothes, my entire wardrobe. Ah, number 18 let out a wretched cry, and was instantly propelled backward. Ah, Mr. Satan has knocked out contestant number 18. Truly, Mr. Satan lives up to his name. The referee was taken aback, and the spectators erupted in cheers for Mr. Satan, chanting his name in admiration. How infuriating! Number 18 gritted his teeth from a distance. Mr. Satan momentarily appeared dazed. However, he soon straightened his chest, his face radiating confidence and pride. He exclaimed, "Hee. I have seen through all your moves. Though you seem formidable, you are certainly no match for me." Mr. Satan boldly declared, "Your skills are commendable, but there remains a vast chasm between us. You have put forth great effort. Yet I am destined to be the ultimate champion." The crowd erupted once more, their disbelief manifested in a chorus of shouts. "Hurry up and attack, you fool," commanded number 18. Yes. Mr. Satan eagerly nodded. In the next moment, Mr. Satan unleashed a fierce battle cry and charged at number 18 with wild abandon. Mr. Satan's miraculous super invincible iron fist. Thud. Mr. Satan's punch struck number 18 squarely on the forehead. A direct hit. The audience roared. "Is this your ultimate move?" Number 18 expressed his disappointment. "Why, yes," Mr. Satan replied, his face flushed with shame. Suddenly, number 18 gasped and was sent flying, tumbling out of the ring and eliminated. The audience was left in stunned silence. Ladies and gentlemen, this punch may appear unremarkable, yet it will unleash astonishing power in mere seconds. Mr. Satan quickly explained. This is Mr. Satan's miraculous invincible iron fist. By the end of his proclamation, he had even forgotten the name of his own technique. The championship belongs to Mr. Satan. The referee announced without delay. Mr. Satan raised his fist in triumph, celebrating his victory. The crowd joined in the jubilation, praising him as the guardian deity of our planet. Chapter 92. Son Gohan versus Dabra. I will come to your house tomorrow to collect the money. If you refuse, I will kill you. Number 18 stated coldly before turning to leave. Mr. Satan nodded in acknowledgement. Tomorrow, is it? I shall invite my son-in-law over to the house. If you dare to demand money from me, I shall have my son-in-law eliminate you. This plan seems quite appealing. Mr. Satan secretly rejoiced within his heart. Meanwhile, Son Gohan was already prepared to engage in battle with Dabra. Your confrontation will undoubtedly be intense, thus to prevent the spacecraft from enduring a violent collision. I have decided to relocate you to another planet. Babbidi's voice emanated from the spacecraft's loudspeakers, and he promptly began to cast a spell. Babbidi. However, Babbidi suddenly realized with dismay that his magic had faltered once more. What is going on? Babbidi found himself at a loss for words. What is happening to my magic? Why has it failed again? After several attempts, Babbidi finally succeeded. In a mere instant, Tian and his companions were transported to an unfamiliar planet. Come on, Dabra. Son Gohan radiated a golden light, having transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Bang, bang, bang. Son Gohan unleashed a barrage of fierce attacks upon Dabra. After several exchanges, Son Gohan delivered a powerful kick, sending Dabra flying backward. Dabra swiftly regained his composure midair, landing gracefully on the ground. Taking a deep breath before unleashing a torrent of flames from his mouth, the flames cascaded towards Son Gohan, who hastily dodged the oncoming inferno. This time, Tian refrained from intervening in their battle. After all, in Tian's perception, the two combatants were evenly matched in strength. Additionally, Tian lacked combat experience and wished to learn from the confrontation between Son Gohan and Dabra. Whoosh! Son Gohan charged towards Dabra. Swish! Dabra shifted his form, leaving behind a phantom in his place. Son Gohan struck air. I'm right here, you fool. Dabra's voice resounded from behind Son Gohan. Boom. In the next moment, Dabra waved his hand, sending a fiery energy surge hurtling towards Son Gohan's position. Bang! The fiery energy struck Son Gohan, propelling him backward and plunging him into the lake behind him. Shortly thereafter, Son Gohan emerged from the water, rising into the air. Though he was unharmed, his green attire had been torn apart. Son Gohan angrily ripped off the remnants of his green jacket and glared at Dabra. Was that magic? Can he also wield magic? Son Wukong was taken aback. Indeed, those from the demon realm should possess magical abilities. The Supreme Kai nodded. Then tell me, is there any connection between their presence and the mysterious disappearance of certain entities? Vegeta let out a snort. What does that mean? The King Kai turned to glance at Vegeta. Of course, it was them. Who else could it be? Vegeta pondered for a moment, feeling an increasing sense of unease. If that sorcerer could eliminate our energy, why didn't he erase Gohan's energy as well? Moreover, during the battle between Kakarot and that monster, Kakarot's energy had not vanished. Could it be that the mysterious sorcerer in Satan City was not Babidi after all? Or perhaps Babidi could only eliminate energy below that of a Super Saiyan. Now that Gohan was fighting with energy surpassing that of a Super Saiyan, was he powerless against him? Vegeta was momentarily lost in thought. However, seeing Gohan struggle without progress, Vegeta felt a surge of irritation. Dabra is nothing special. I expected him to be far more formidable. Vegeta scoffed, pointing at Tian. Although he had pretended to be weak, allowing that earthling to land a solid kick. In reality, his performance was far below my expectations. The King Kai had no words to retort. Tian smiled, choosing to remain silent, allowing Vegeta to express himself. I am here merely to observe your antics. Gohan is lacking in training. Goku lamented. It's truly exasperating. Vegeta snorted again. Dabra, witnessing Vegeta's demeanor, looked over in surprise. Oh, Gohan charged towards Dabra's position. Spit. Dabra spat at Gohan. Danger. Watch out for petrification. The King Kai exclaimed. Gohan's face went pale, and he quickly raised his hand to shield himself from the spittle. The glove in Gohan's hand instantly turned to stone. Reacting swiftly, Gohan hurriedly removed the glove. Crack. The stone glove shattered into pieces. Suddenly, Dabra appeared near Gohan in an instant. Immediately, Dabra raised his hand, and a sword materialized in his grasp. Dabra swung the sword towards Gohan. Gohan, taken aback, hastily clamped down with both hands to block the strike. Oh! Gohan shouted, twisting with force and breaking Dabra's sword. Gohan gasped heavily, glancing warily at Dabra across from him. This guy is tough to handle. Gohan, let me take over, Tian suddenly said. Gohan replied, cough, cough. Tian, let me continue for a while longer. Sun Wukong was momentarily at a loss for words, managing only to utter a single phrase. Such sentiment would not dishearten Tian. After all, he and Wukong had yet to determine a victor. With a smile, Sun Wukong remarked. Dabra glanced at Tian. Whoosh. In an instant, Dabra charged towards Tian's position. However, Sun Wukong was swifter. He quickly caught up with Dabra and delivered a powerful kick to his back. Boom. Dabra plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a large crater. Whoosh. Dabra immediately sprang up from the pit, a faint smile adorning his face. Enough. I can no longer wait. Allow me to conclude this battle. Vegeta exclaimed, gritting his teeth in frustration. Vegeta, let Wukong continue. They have yet to decide the outcome. Sun Wukong urged hastily. This game is utterly tedious. Vegeta shouted, I wish to bring this to a swift end, and then challenge you. It was for this purpose that he had participated in the so-called World Martial Arts Tournament. Chapter 93. Could there exist higher beings? Were you not seeking the sorcerer? Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion. The sorcerer has been found, my vengeance has been exacted, and now it is time for me to face you, Vegeta huffed, pointing an accusatory finger at Sun Wukong. Dabra, however, keenly noted this detail. He immediately established a telepathic link with Babidi. Really? Very well. I shall summon you back at once, Babidi intoned, conjuring his magic. Whoosh. In an instant, Tian and Sun Wukong, along with others, were transported back to the spaceship. Dabra quickly made his way towards the ship's exit. As he departed, he gestured a middle finger at Tian, his expression laced with a hint of mockery. Whoosh. Tian, unfazed, casually dismissed Dabra's gesture. I spared you from annihilation out of mercy. Are you attempting to flee? Sun Wukong inquired, taken aback. Flee? Have you misunderstood? Dabra chuckled lightly. I need not intervene personally, for I have identified a more suitable candidate. What do you mean? Sun Wukong asked, somewhat perplexed. Dabra swiftly approached Babidi. Babidi? What did you just say? Have you truly made a new discovery? Babidi inquired. Indeed, I have detected an individual among that group with a malevolent heart, Dabra proclaimed. Gesturing with his finger, we can exploit that individual and recruit him into our ranks. Where's my middle finger? Babidi was momentarily taken aback, immediately directing his gaze towards Dabura's fingers. To his astonishment, Dabura's middle finger had mysteriously vanished. Dabura turned his head, searching for his missing digit. Where could my finger be? When did it fall off? Oddly enough, there was no bloodshed from its departure. Dabura, are you implying that we should incite them to turn on each other? This way, we could amass sufficient energy, correct? Babidi grasped the implication. Please, wait a moment, Lord Babidi. I must first locate my middle finger, Dabura hastily replied. It's of no consequence. Should the demon Buu awaken, he could heal you, and your finger would be restored, Babidi suggested. That is a commendable plan, Let us proceed with it. Dabra nodded, noting that although it did not hurt, the absence of a finger left him feeling uncomfortable. The individual you speak of is him, isn't it? Upon sighting Vegeta, Baffity's teeth clenched in irritation. Indeed, it is he, Dabra affirmed with a nod. That scoundrel previously pummeled me quite thoroughly. My injuries have yet to fully heal. Baffity gritted his teeth, filled with a desire to retaliate against Vegeta. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Vegeta was indeed extraordinary, exuding a malevolence that indicated he was not a champion of justice. How splendid it would be. If we could control him, I would have him strike himself. Dabra smiled faintly. Who could argue with that? Baffity exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Subsequently, he aimed both hands at the crystal ball containing Vegeta, muttering incantations. I shall compel you to obey my commands. Baffity commenced his magical incantation. In the meantime, Tian had already utilized a special ability akin to divine perception to scrutinize the spacecraft thoroughly. After all, within a radius of 1,000 meters, he could sense everything through this capability. Since upgrading to the silver-level Erasure Technique, Fang Yun's reflexes had similarly improved. A radius of 1,000 meters. Previously, it was merely 100 meters, a tenfold enhancement. What does a radius of 1,000 meters signify? Drawing a circle centered around Tian, he could perceive any presence within that 1,000 meter radius, whether above or below ground. Thus, even if Baffity and the others were underground, it posed no challenge to him. How peculiar! Baffity noted as the magic inexplicably faltered once again, causing him to lose his composure slightly. Has the magic failed once more, Lord Baffity? Dabra inquired. Having grown accustomed to such occurrences, I am at a loss. The recent spells have consistently malfunctioned, Baffity pondered aloud, speculating whether it might be related to the Earth's magnetic field. This planet's magnetic field seems rather peculiar. Dabra responded, Are you truly linking this to the magnetic field? It doesn't strike me as the cause. I cannot shake the feeling that an unseen hand is orchestrating all of this. Dabra furrowed his brow. An unseen hand? Baffity was taken aback. I cannot quite articulate it. Dabra shook his head. Lord Baffity, do you think there might exist a deity even more powerful than the Supreme Kai? The greatest being in the universe? If not the Supreme Kai, then what other deity could there be? Baffity rolled his eyes. While that may be true, what then accounts for the disappearance of my middle finger? Dabra felt a gnawing sense of unease. All this talk is futile, regardless of what deity he may be. Before Majin Buu, he is merely an ornament. Baffity huffed. I shall make another attempt. With that, Baffity once more cast a spell upon Vegeta. This time, Baffity was elated to discover that it seemed to have succeeded. Vegeta was momentarily stunned, immediately clutching his head and emitting a series of cries. Indeed, the Supreme Kai's expression shifted dramatically. A tremendous surge of energy suddenly erupted from Vegeta, transforming him into a Super Saiyan. Tian tightly embraced Videl, fearful for her safety. Of course, the likelihood of Videl being harmed was negligible. The energies that approached were effortlessly dispelled by Tian. Vegeta continued to vocalize his distress, his body quaking violently. Vegeta, your malevolent heart has been uncovered by Baffity. Quickly, concentrate, and cease your errant thoughts. The Supreme Kai rushed forward to advise. Silence. Do not prattle incessantly before me. Vegeta gritted his teeth, reprimanding him angrily. Well done. Baffity laughed heartily. You are now one of us, and I shall unleash all your potential, transcending your limits. With that, Baffity cast another spell. Thunderous roars. An even more formidable energy erupted from Vegeta. Son Goku's expression shifted repeatedly. Vegeta, do not allow those villains to manipulate you. Son Gohan's face was etched with concern. As Vegeta's energy began to stabilize, he slowly lifted his head, a McDonald's emblem now emblazoned upon his forehead. Vegeta's expression appeared somewhat grotesque. Yet an endless smile graced his face. This is troubling. The Supreme Kai's complexion changed again. Chapter 94, The Controlled Vegeta. Tian, it appears he has been ensnared. Videl's face paled. Indeed, he has been controlled. Tian nodded. Excellent. You are now under my control, to demonstrate your previous unreasonable actions towards me. Strike yourself with a punch. Baffity issued his first command. Vegeta remained motionless. Odd. Is the magic failing at such a crucial moment? Baffity was momentarily stunned. Do you hear me? Immediately, deliver yourself 2 resounding slaps. Babbity commanded once more, yet Vegeta remained unmoved. How peculiar. This magic is truly baffling. Babbity felt a twinge of frustration, Never mind revenge for now. The foremost priority is to swiftly resurrect Majin Buu. Should we relocate the battleground? Dabra suggested. You are not mistaken. Let us hope this spell proves effective. Babidi clenched his teeth and unleashed his magic once again. In an instant, Tian and his companions materialized at the site of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Satan was jubilantly celebrating his victory. Upon witnessing Tian's arrival with the others, Satan was momentarily bewildered. The audience was equally dumbfounded. Goku, you arrived just after the match concluded, the referee explained to Goku. Excellent. Vegeta. Immediately harm them and siphon their energy. Babidi commanded, eager for a swift confrontation, even if it meant their demise. Less chatter. Vegeta huffed, I care not for the others. Kakarot is my sole adversary. Goku was taken aback. This fellow is truly peculiar. I find myself unable to exert complete control over him. Babidi was somewhat astonished. Is it due to the erratic nature of my magic? Heh. Vegeta grinned wickedly, raising his hand to unleash a beam of energy directed at Goku. Stop. Goku exclaimed in alarm, hastily crossing his arms to shield his head. With a resounding crash, Vegeta's energy struck Goku, sending him crashing aside. The energy continued to surge toward the distant audience. Goku, horrified, realized it was too late to intervene. Tian remained still, choosing not to negate Vegeta's energy this time. This was a transgression of Vegeta's own making. In due time, he would face the consequences of his actions, which would propel him to swiftly pursue Goku. Moreover, Tian was no saint. With a thunderous roar, a gaping hole was blasted into the northern section of the audience, resulting in numerous casualties. Goku's complexion turned pale with shock. Vegeta. He seethed with fury. Vegeta, on the other hand, wore a chilling smile. The audience descended into chaos, fleeing in all directions. Vegeta. What transpired? Bulma shouted from another section of the crowd. Well, over 200 lives have been claimed. Babidi cackled with glee. Mr. Satan was utterly paralyzed with fear. Scrambling to Tian's side. What has he done? Videl was taken aback. Fear not, for I am here. You shall not come to harm, Tian reassured. Father? Are you all right? Videl inquired with concern. I am fine, Satan replied with a wry smile. Vegeta, what do you intend to do? Sun Wukong exclaimed. Let us settle this once and for all, Kakarot, Vegeta replied with a light chuckle. However, if you wish to spare more lives, you may choose to decline. Vegeta, are you deliberately falling victim to Babidi's magic? Sun Wukong asked, momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. Humph, Vegeta scoffed, as he conjured another energy sphere in his hand. With a swift motion, he launched the energy blast towards another section of the audience. Boom. Many in that part of the audience perished instantly. Sun Wukong's face was etched with fury and sorrow. Vegeta's expression grew increasingly smug. With a radiant golden aura enveloping him, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan. No. Sun Wukong, King Kai exclaimed, if you engage here, you will fall into Babidi's trap. Your energy will be absorbed by Majin Buu, leading to his resurrection. Vegeta, you have intentionally succumbed to Babidi's magic to provoke me into a serious battle. Haven to you? Sun Wukong spoke gravely. Father. Son Gohan gasped in astonishment. Uncle Vegeta has resorted to such measures? Only in this manner can you truly fight me, Vegeta replied with a grin. You may linger in this world for but a day, yet at this very moment, someone dares to interfere. I care not for any sorcerer. I wish only to engage you in earnest combat. For this reason, you would take the lives of so many innocent people? King Kai cried out in disbelief. Look at the madness you have wrought. Madness? You deem this madness? Vegeta retorted angrily. This is my everything. The fate of Majin Buu is of no concern to me. King Kai was left speechless. This man's power had long surpassed my own. We are both Saiyans, yet he stands above me. Vegeta, pointing at Sun Wukong, shouted. I have harbored my discontent for far too long. I am still the prince of all Saiyans. Once, I was brimming with confidence in my strength. Yet time and again, I have found myself left in his wake. I am the strongest Saiyan. I shall not allow another Saiyan to overshadow me. Sun Wukong remained silent. Realizing the unintentional harm he had inflicted on Vegeta, King Kai's eyes widened in shock. Babidi, transport us to an uninhabited place at once. I have resolved to engage Vegeta in earnest. Sun Wukong shouted. Sun Wukong, wait. King Kai exclaimed in alarm. If you wish to strike, first you must defeat me. Sun Wukong slowly raised his right hand, aiming it at the body of the Kaishin from a distance. Vegeta, the Kaishin was taken aback, cold sweat trickling down his face. Father, son Gohan, was at a loss for how to persuade him. I understand now. Do as you wish. The Kaishin lowered his head. My apologies, Lord Kaioshin. Sun Wukong said. Kaioshin, is an apology of any use now? Very well, I shall grant your wish and change your location. Babidi laughed heartily, immediately casting a spell that transported Sun Wukong and the others to a desolate and uninhabited mountain wilderness. In an instant, Sun Wukong and Vegeta vanished without a trace. Huh? Tian, why didn't we go with them? Videl asked, looking around in confusion. Chapter 95. With me here, nothing will happen. I don't want to go. Let them make a fuss. Tian smiled. You mean you can simply prevent us from going? Videl was astonished. Now do you realize how formidable I am? Tian chuckled. Who exactly are you? Videl asked in disbelief. You will find out soon enough, Tian smiled, for if all goes as expected, the likelihood of Majin Buu awakening is approximately 999. Videl, perhaps it would be better to say 100. Is there truly a distinction? There is indeed a difference. Tian chuckled. There exists a mere 0.001 probability that Majin Buu may awaken. Mathematics demands precision. Anything is possible. Should Majin Buu awaken, wouldn't this world be doomed? A hint of fear flickered in by Di Li's eyes. With me around, nothing will go awry, Tian reassured with a smile. By Di Li, Tian's words, Satan interjected from the side. By Di Li fell silent. In an instant, Sun Wukong and the others appeared in the desolate wilderness. Battle to your heart's content. Gohan and I will dismantle this entrance and confront Babidi and Dabra in a decisive showdown, the Supreme Kai declared, striding towards the spacecraft's entrance. Though this could potentially lead to Majin Buu's resurrection, there was little choice. After all, during your climactic battle, the energy from your injuries would be sufficient to awaken him. Perhaps, with a stroke of luck, we might even prevent it. With that, the Supreme Kai prepared to strike the entrance of the spacecraft. What did you say? Do you think I will allow you to have your way? Babidi laughed heartily. Vegeta, quickly stop them. Eliminate all who obstruct us. Upon receiving the command, Vegeta let out a series of anguished cries. I refuse. The fates of the Supreme Kai and the others bear no consequence to me. Vegeta scoffed. Babidi was taken aback. And Dabra was equally astonished. I will repeat myself. Deal with the Supreme Kai, Babidi ordered. Vegeta gritted his teeth and pressed forward. I have stated my intent. I only wish to battle Kakarot. Vegeta retorted coldly. I am the proud Saiyan Prince. How could I endure being your subordinate? Even if my body and mind are under your control, my pride shall never be manipulated by you. Babidi remarked, it seems this is not a case of magic failure. Rather, this individual simply refuses to obey. Dabra analyzed the situation. Cursed be it. I have never encountered such a predicament before, Babidi admitted, slightly taken aback. As long as he is not under a magic failure, it's acceptable. After all, individuals like him are exceedingly rare. I didn't anticipate his pride to be so formidable. Babidi. Do not worry, that fellow's role is merely to siphon energy, Dabra chuckled. As long as I am here, even if the Supreme Kai himself were to arrive, it would bear no significance. Besides, Babidi, have you not longed to witness the Supreme Kai's demise before your very eyes? Wait, have you noticed we are missing two individuals? Babidi suddenly observed something amiss. The one who kicked me earlier has vanished, and the woman has not arrived either. Dabra recognized the situation as well. What happened? Did Vegeta inadvertently obliterate them when he unleashed his attack? Buffety speculated, if that is the case, they have met their demise too swiftly. I had intended to torment that brat further. Dabra gritted his teeth. Let it go. They are merely two nameless pawns, Buffety replied, shaking his head. Why don't we open the gate and allow them entry? Dabra suggested, cautioning that if they forced the gate open, it could jeopardize the spaceship, awakening Majin Buu without him being at full power, which would render the encounter meaningless. You are correct, Buffety nodded. Just as the Kaioshin prepared to destroy the gate's entrance, click. The gate swung open unexpectedly. The gate has opened automatically, Gohan exclaimed. They too wish to avoid damaging the spaceship, the Kaioshin affirmed. Then, Father, we shall proceed. Gohan turned to Goku. Good luck, Gohan, Goku nodded. Wait a moment, Gohan. I still have 3 Senzu beans here. Consume one quickly. You've already expended considerable energy. Oh right. Gohan replied, swiftly devouring a Senzu bean. Unleash your fury, Gohan. Goku encouraged, recalling the time Gohan faced Cell, urging him to unleash all his latent power, assuring him that he would not be bested by anyone. I understand, Father, Gohan nodded, feeling frustrated that his father had returned only to face such chaos. Goku smiled, offering comfort. Wait a moment. Where are Yashin and Videl? Gohan suddenly noticed, his expression shifting slightly. The Kaioshin also glanced around, failing to spot Yaishin and Videl. Could they have been accidentally killed by Vegeta? The Kaioshin speculated. Vegeta remained silent, thinking, I recall not having killed them, but I need not inform you. They are not our focus now, the Kaioshin promptly stated. We must descend quickly. All right, Gohan sighed, feeling a twinge of sadness, as they were his classmates. With a clap, Gohan and the Kaioshin leaped from the spaceship, continuing their descent to the next level. The gates on the lower 2 levels also opened. Let us go directly to the bottom, Gohan suggested. The Kaioshin nodded in agreement. As they reached the base of the spaceship, Gohan and the Kaioshin encountered Buffety and Dabra, alongside the demonic egg behind them. Is that the seal of Majin Buu? Gohan inquired. Indeed, the Kaioshin confirmed. You have arrived just in time, Kaioshin. My father's murderer. Buffety smiled faintly, his eyes glinting with malice. Buffety, I shall never permit you to resurrect Majin Buu. The Supreme Kai's expression was grave. You should abandon your dreams. Buffety sneered. With the Demon King Dabra under my command, do you truly believe you can defeat him? A condescending laugh escaped Dabura's lips. Gohan. You shall confront Dabra while I deal with Buffety, proposed the Supreme Kai. Understood. Gohan nodded, casting a cold glance at Buffety before inquiring, Buffety, I ask you. The mysterious disappearances in Satan City were for the sake of practicing your magic, weren't they? Chapter 96. Gohan, you are that mysterious sorcerer, aren't you? What nonsense are you spouting? Buffety was taken aback. What is Satan City? Stop pretending. Who else could it possibly be but you? Gohan scoffed. I have no idea what you're talking about. Buffety huffed. Gohan, you must act swiftly, otherwise. The energy from Goku and Vegeta's battle will immediately transfer into the seal of Majin Buu, urged the Supreme Kai, aware that Buffety was merely stalling for time. I understand. Gohan affirmed with a nod. Hey, I genuinely don't know what you mean by the mysterious disappearances. Buffety hastily protested. What does that have to do with me? Others have said the same before. Is there another sorcerer besides me? Say whatever you wish. Buffety was disinterested in further debate with Gohan. Aware that Majin Buu might soon emerge from his seal, he preferred to avoid having their spaceship destroyed and suggested, let us descend to the ground. That is unnecessary. I will certainly thwart your plans. The Supreme Kai retorted. Barbara. Buffety once again cast his magic. With a flash, Gohan and the seal of Majin Buu appeared outside. Dabra, are you confident in defeating that Earthling? Buffety inquired. Of course, I have already fought him. He is nothing but a waste, Dabra replied with a laugh. However, it is unfortunate that the one who kicked me is nowhere to be found. I still seek vengeance against him. Gohan's expression grew increasingly serious. I must defeat this fiend. As long as I unleash my fury, I believe I can best him. Supreme Kai, while my father and I may not be able to defeat you, my magical abilities surpass his. Even Dabra has become my subordinate, Buffety boasted with a hint of pride. In another direction, Goku and Vegeta stood facing each other, both prepared for battle. I do not wish for the injured energy to transfer to Majin Buu. I will exert all my effort to conclude this swiftly, Goku said. Looking at Vegeta, how delightful. Let me witness the fruits of your training in another realm. Vegeta smiled broadly, even revealing a glimmer of anticipation. Boom. Suddenly, a surge of even more formidable energy erupted from Sun Wukong, with bolts of lightning entwining his entire being. Super Saiyan 2. Truly, Kakarot. Your strength now surpasses that of Gohan from that time, Vegeta remarked. Immediately thereafter, Vegeta unleashed his own energy, lightning crackling around him as he too transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Sun Wukong was taken aback. It seems there is no way to quickly determine the victor. He remarked solemnly. Should I transform into Super Saiyan 3 and swiftly defeat Vegeta? After a moment's hesitation, Sun Wukong ultimately decided against it. He believed that transforming into Super Saiyan 3 at this juncture would shorten his time in this world. Only when absolutely necessary would it be prudent to assume that form. Moreover, Vegeta had already amplified the atmosphere to such an extent. If I were to transform into 3, would Vegeta be overwhelmed by my power? It is indeed a vexing dilemma. I suppose I shall continue to fight as I am. Come on, Kakarot. Vegeta's face was alight with unquenchable fighting spirit. Bang! Vegeta launched the first attack. Sun Wukong hastily raised his arm to block Vegeta's strike. The two soon engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. After several rounds of combat, Sun Wukong delivered a kick that sent Vegeta deep into the earth. Vegeta soared into the air, emerging from the crater with a broad smile. Bang! 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 The two resumed their fierce assault, each punch landing solidly against the other's body and face. Both warriors were battered and bruised, as their immense energy radiated wildly into the surroundings. In the distance, Son Goten and Trunks sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from the battle. "Goten, what on earth is happening? I never anticipated such astonishing energy," Trunks inquired. "Is it our fathers?" "I'm not sure," Goten shook his head. "Do you think they are fighting that mysterious sorcerer?" Trunks speculated that enigmatic wizard must have drained a significant portion of our energy. Our fathers must have gone to confront him. "That seems plausible," Goten nodded. "Let us hurry and see," Trunks suggested. The two transformed into Super Saiyans and swiftly flew toward the direction of Sun Wukong and Vegeta's battle. The confrontation between Sun Wukong and Vegeta continued, with both warriors briefly separating to catch their breath, gasping for air. The previous exchange had drained a considerable amount of their energy. "It is almost unbelievable. I have trained diligently in another world, yet I find myself evenly matched with you." "You must have trained even harder than I." Sun Wukong sighed. "You were mistaken. I initially intended to engage in more rigorous training. Yet I am acutely aware that you surpass me." Vegeta scoffed. "When you battled the minions of Babidi, I was genuinely taken aback by your prowess. Thus, I resolved to understand you better. I realized you were deliberately allowing Babidi to manipulate you." Sun Wukong suddenly enlightened. "Indeed, you are correct." Vegeta nodded in affirmation. "Those two minions of Babidi who appeared at the World Martial Arts Tournament, according to those acquainted with them, have grown significantly stronger. After careful consideration, I pondered that if I could be controlled by Babidi, perhaps the disparity between us could be bridged. Such is the reality. Although I am not particularly fond of this approach. To enhance your energy, are you truly willing to be subjugated by that fiend?" Sun Wukong inquired. Vegeta retorted, "Humph. What do you know?" Back on planet Namek, Gohan and Krillin were both guided by the Grand Elder to unlock their latent energy. "You too, I presume?" Vegeta smirked, questioning him. "Ah, I have not." Sun Wukong shook his head. "Nor have I encountered the Grand Elder of Namek." "Humph." Vegeta bared his teeth. "However, I believe I have consumed the super divine water, which may have awakened my latent energy," Sun Wukong added, scratching his head. "Thus, I too must harness my latent energy. Otherwise, I shall remain perpetually in your shadow." Vegeta gritted his teeth, trembling with determination. "And I merely wish to reclaim my former self. I desire nothing but a thrilling battle with you." Sun Wukong mused. "Unbeknownst to me, I have been influenced by you all, leading me to become calm and docile." Vegeta clenched his jaw, harboring a sense of discontent. "Since acquiring a family, I have not felt discomfort. In fact, I have begun to appreciate the comfort of this earth. Yet, I am aware this is not my true nature, thus I must allow Babidi to turn me into a villain. Thanks to him, my spirits soar." Chapter 97. Tian soars into cosmic space. Is it truly so? Sun Wukong inquired softly. "Enough nonsense, Kakarot. Let us resume our battle." Vegeta charged towards Sun Wukong once more. Boom, boom, boom. The two engaged in another fierce clash. At the World Martial Arts Tournament venue, Tian. "What shall we do next?" Videl asked. "What is happening?" Satan inquired. "What is wrong with those fellows? They are terrifying. You should return home. I will handle the rest." "I assure you, you shall be unharmed," Tian contemplated. "Huh? What do you intend to do?" Videl was taken aback. "If all goes well, Mr. Satan may gain a very good friend." Tian smiled faintly. "A very good friend?" "I am somewhat perplexed," Videl responded. "Me? A good friend?" Satan pointed to his own nose. "When the time comes, follow my arrangements and return home," Tian instructed. "Very well, but do take care of yourself." Videl expressed her concern. "Rest assured, I shall be fine," Tian reassured her. Without further ado, Videl and Mr. Satan complied with Tian's orders and boarded a helicopter back to Satan's city. Tian, on the other hand, soared into the sky, ascending to greater heights. He wished to ascertain whether he could survive in the vastness of outer space. Should he find himself unable to endure such an environment, it would indeed be a lamentable predicament. If he truly could not thrive in the cosmos, it would render Tian vulnerable. Whoosh! Tian swiftly pierced through the atmosphere, ascending further into the ether. Before long, he found himself in the outer layers of the Earth's atmosphere. Taking a deep breath, he gathered his courage and stepped into the expanse of space, simultaneously enveloping himself in a shroud of divine energy. Upon entering the cosmic realm, Tian discovered that his body exhibited no abnormalities. Gradually, he allowed the divine energy to dissipate. Still no issues. Indeed, I possess the power of the Omni-King. This brings me comfort. Tian exhaled softly, relieved that he could survive in the vacuum of space. In essence, he had no weaknesses at this moment. His only vulnerability lay in his overwhelming strength. With a mere gesture, he could obliterate all unwanted elements, especially when he upgraded to the pinnacle of obliteration techniques. What could possibly remain that he could not erase? In the next moment, Tian gazed in the direction of Earth, sensing the presence of Majin Buu. It appeared that Majin Buu had indeed been released. At the location of Majin Buu's seal, Son Gohan was just about to commence the second round of battle with Dabra. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, an alarm blared from the sealing device behind Babidi. Babidi was momentarily taken aback. What is that sound? He turned to look behind him, only to find that the energy gauge had reached its limit. It's full, Babidi exclaimed, his face alight with surprise and anticipation. Son Gohan was left astounded. The Supreme Kai was pale, cold sweat beading on his brow. The energy is full. Majin Buu's energy has finally reached its peak. Babidi shouted in excitement. How could this happen? The Supreme Kai felt utterly dismayed. We've only been chatting for a minute. I understand now, Son Gohan said solemnly. Dad and Vegeta are fighting using transformations that surpass Super Saiyan. Their powers are so immense that the damage they inflict is naturally staggering. Why is this happening? The Supreme Kai cradled his head in despair, feeling as though the sky were about to collapse. Alas, I have miscalculated. Suddenly, a torrent of pink gas erupted from the seal of Majin Buu. The gas swiftly coalesced into the heights above. He is emerging. Majin Buu is about to break free. Babidi exclaimed joyfully. Dabra shared in Babidi's elation. This is dire. We must flee at once, Gohan, urged the Supreme Kai. We cannot simply abandon the fight, my lord. Gohan protested, unwilling to yield. Do you not comprehend? No matter how formidable you may be, you cannot possibly stand against Majin Buu. The Supreme Kai insisted. This universe harbors no one capable of defeating him. Remaining here will surely result in your demise. Yet, my lord, Son Gohan hesitated. Depart immediately, the Supreme Kai commanded. Regardless, he has already amassed enough energy. Thus, I shall fight with all my might. Gohan resolved, his energy surging wildly. What do you intend to do? The Supreme Kai was taken aback. I shall make my final stand. I will eradicate this fiend. Gohan bellowed, unleashing a massive surge of energy directed at the location of Majin Buu's seal. This reckless fool, Dabra gasped, quickly shielding Babidi from the energy blast. Boom. Gohan's colossal energy struck the magical egg of Majin Buu. Gohan pushed his energy to its utmost limits. You fool, your efforts are in vain. Babidi scoffed. Aya. Gohan continued to unleash his energy. Bang. The magical egg was violently repelled. It soared into the air, reaching a significant height before plummeting back to the ground. Rolling several times. Crack. In the next moment, the egg split in two, cleaving open at its center. The Supreme Kai nearly lost control in terror. Yes out. Majin Buu has emerged. Babidi cheered. Snap. The egg parted into two halves, yet there was nothing within. Babidi was left dumbfounded. Dabra's eyes widened in disbelief. It is an empty shell, Dabra stated gravely. No, this cannot be. Babidi felt utterly undone. It cannot be so. Why is this happening? Son Gohan and the Supreme Kai exchanged glances. Come forth, Majin Buu. Babidi shouted loudly. However, the egg remained unresponsive. Ha 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 ha. I cannot believe our extraordinary fortune. The Supreme Kai chuckled, pointing at Babidi in delight. Babidi, what a pity it seems that Majin Buu may have been vanquished by your earlier attack. Perhaps it is due to his prolonged slumber that he has withered. No amount of energy input can restore him to his former self. Boo-hoo, Babidi wept sorrowfully. Fear not, Lord Babidi, for even in the absence of Majin Buu, I remain by your side, Dabra consoled. Moreover, that fellow named Vegeta is still under our command. Chapter 98. The Awakening of Majin Buu. Babidi ground his teeth in frustration. Goku and Vegeta will likely reach a stalemate, won't they? The Supreme Kai pondered. I shall confront Babidi while you defeat Dabra. This way, peace shall be restored to the universe. Gohan interjected, it feels awfully off. Come now, Gohan. This is the moment. Ignite your small universe. No, burn with your fury. Unleash your true strength. The Supreme Kai laughed heartily. Gohan, peace is within our grasp. Yet, I sense something amiss. Gohan shook his head, his expression shifting slightly. What? The Supreme Kai was taken aback. What an astonishing energy. Gohan declared gravely, as an overwhelming aura began to rise. He immediately looked skyward. Above, clouds of pink had begun to gather, unbeknownst to them. It's the pink mist emanating from that magical egg. Gohan gasped. What did you say? The Supreme Kai's expression shifted dramatically. What is that? Babidi was momentarily stunned, gazing upwards. It's clouds. Dabra speculated. No, it's the mist that emerged from the magical egg. It has coalesced. The pink mist in the sky swiftly solidified. Crack. The rotund form of Majin Buu became visible. Thud. Majin Buu descended from the air, a smile adorning his face. Gohan was utterly astonished. The Supreme Kai's expression was one of disbelief. Dabra stared incredulously at the rotund figure. Babidi wore a look of confusion. Is this truly Majin Buu? He appears rather comical. What was my father thinking in creating such a being? Majin Buu glanced around, his mouth agape in a hearty laugh, revealing an endearing smile. Is that fellow truly Majin Buu? Babidi wiped away sweat. I cannot say. Only the Supreme Kai has encountered Majin Buu. Dabra also wiped his brow. This fellow is exceptionally unique, Babidi remarked, turning to observe the Supreme Kai, who was trembling with fear. Is that fellow truly Majin Buu? Gohan inquired hesitantly. Indeed. I shall never forget his terrifying visage, the Supreme Kai affirmed with a nod. It seems he is indeed Majin Buu. Babidi was filled with excitement. How could that fellow look like this? Dabra was left speechless. At that moment, Majin Buu was stretching, his body bending back and forth. We cannot escape, the Supreme Kai said solemnly. Really? Although his energy is quite astonishing. Gohan furrowed his brow. I believe we might still stand a chance if we give it our all. Is that so, Gohan? The Supreme Kai was taken aback. Goku and Vegeta stood face to face, with Vegeta preparing to launch another attack. Wait, Vegeta. Just hold on. Goku urgently waved his hand, emanating an overwhelming aura. Majin Buu finally awakened. Vegeta slightly relaxed his senses, indeed detecting an immense energy. But soon after, he burst into laughter. Is this guy really Majin Buu? I thought he would be a formidable opponent, yet his power is quite limited. Vegeta smirked. I anticipated this, Kakarot. Do you realize how powerful we are now? We can look down upon the entire universe. Goku remained silent. You once believed the Supreme Kai to be a formidable deity. But in reality, it was quite the opposite. He appeared utterly flustered. Vegeta sneered. In the eyes of the Supreme Kai, Majin Buu is a terrifying being. But to us, he poses no threat whatsoever. No, that's not correct. You are mistaken. Sense it carefully. That energy is definitely not as simple as you imagine. Goku shook his head. And what about your son Gohan's mysterious sorcerer? What happened to him? Wasn't he the one I captured and gave a good beating? Vegeta scoffed, his demeanor becoming increasingly arrogant. Isn't he capable of redirecting energy? Isn't he supposed to make one's energy mysteriously vanish? What was the outcome? You ended up under his control, Goku retorted. Kakarot, you bastard. Vegeta fumed. Vegeta, truly sense Majin Buu's energy. It is extraordinary, Goku frowned. Stop rambling. Until the victor is decided, you cannot flee. Vegeta shouted. Hey, Majin Buu. I am Babidi. My father Babidi created you. Babidi boldly addressed Majin Buu. You have been sealed within an egg, hence we have never met. But now I have finally awakened you. Humph. Majin Buu grunted, rolling his eyes. From this day forth, I shall be your master. Babidi laughed heartily. Humph. Buu turned his head away, uninterested in this individual. Hey, why aren't you greeting me? I am your master, Babidi insisted. Majin Buu suddenly executed a flamboyant turn, his head swelling to several times its original size, and he protruded a blue tongue. Babidi was so startled that he fell to the ground. Ha! Majin Buu laughed heartily. Humph, just a fool. Dabra, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, scoffed disdainfully from the side. I do not know what is happening, but it seems we have failed. This fellow is quite ordinary, and indeed a foolish simpleton. Buu immediately turned his gaze toward Dabra. Buu clenched his fists and gestured towards Dabra. What? Do you wish to engage me in combat, Dabra? Dabra responded with a derisive smile. You arrogant fool. You are indeed nothing more than a simpleton. Lord Supreme Kai, it appears that Majin Buu may not be as formidable as we thought, Gohan inquired. Could it truly be so? He is Majin Buu, after all. The Supreme Kai's expression shifted, growing increasingly grave. Suddenly, a torrent of white gas erupted from Majin Buu's pores. A formidable aura emanated from him. And Buu displayed an evil grin, his triangular eyes narrowing. Upon sensing such overwhelming power, Gohan was left utterly astonished. In an instant, Buu struck. Using 2 fingers to blind Dabra, Dabra let out a wretched scream. Chapter 99, The Despair of the Supreme Kai Boom. Buu delivered a powerful kick. sending Dabra crashing into a distant rocky mountain where he was buried beneath the rubble, motionless. Gohan was left in complete shock. The Supreme Kai had anticipated such an outcome, and a profound fear returned to his countenance. Babidi was equally dumbfounded. Buu clapped his hands in delight, reveling in his own splendid performance. How magnificent! Majin Buu is indeed powerful. He defeated Dabra with such ease. Babidi was overjoyed. The release of Majin Buu's full power is simply overwhelming. Gohan trembled in fear. At that moment, Vegeta also sensed Majin Buu's formidable presence, his expression shifting dramatically. Vegeta, that creature's power is escalating. Majin Buu is not to be trifled with. We should not have acted recklessly at this juncture. We inadvertently released that scoundrel, sighed Goku. Vegeta remained silent, the air thick with tension. Humph. I care not for such matters. They bear no relation to our contest of strength, Vegeta retorted. Let us first unite to vanquish him, and then we can determine the victor, shall we? Goku suggested. Silence. In my quest to reclaim my true self, I have already sold my soul to Babidi. What becomes of me is of no concern, Vegeta declared. Vegeta shouted vehemently. You lie. You have not sold all your souls to him. Goku shook his head. Vegeta trembled with rage, his entire body quaking. A moment of silence ensued. Let us put our contest aside for now. You have been ensnared by Majin Buu's aura, rendering you incapable of honest combat, Vegeta conceded. Goku smiled appreciatively at Vegeta. Do you not still possess 2 senzu beans? Our stamina is nearly depleted. Let us consume them. Vegeta suggested. Very well. Goku nodded, not overthinking it as he retrieved the senzu beans from his belt. Bang! Vegeta delivered a heavy blow to the back of Goku's head. Goku collapsed on the spot. Crack! Goku fell to the ground, his golden aura dissipating instantly, reverting to his normal state. Your moment of carelessness has led to this, Vegeta remarked as he consumed a senzu bean. Thunderous energy surged around Vegeta once more. It was I who unleashed Majin Buu. Thus, I shall be the one to eradicate him, he declared to the unconscious Goku, and then we shall engage in a proper duel. A second of silence passed. If I am still alive, Vegeta added. Hey, Majin Buu, you will obey me now, do you hear? I am your new master, Babidi commanded. However, Majin Buu merely stuck out his tongue and made a face at Babidi. I can reverse everything. Babidi scoffed. I learned of you from my father's notes, including the incantation to seal you away. Majin Buu's expression shifted in shock, his face paling. Do you wish to be sealed again? Babidi revealed a chilling smile. Majin Buu immediately altered his demeanor, eagerly nodding and bowing to Babidi. Ha ha ha, that's more like it. Babidi laughed heartily. Lord Supreme Kai. Majin Buu appears to be akin to a child. With proper guidance, he might even become a good being, Gohan suggested, stunned. Of course, the prerequisite is to eliminate Babidi. No, absolutely not. We cannot kill Babidi. The Supreme Kai vehemently shook his head, his expression grave. If Babidi dies, there will be no one left to seal Majin Buu. Moreover, your perception of Majin Buu's naivety is merely a deception. He is an exceedingly malevolent entity. Gohan fell silent. How infuriating. As the greatest deity in this universe, I am rendered powerless. The Supreme Kai clenched his fists tightly, filled with frustration. If only we could escape this place, perhaps we would find a way to defeat him. A way? Sun Wukong was taken aback. However, it was already too late. We were utterly unable to escape the clutches of Majin Buu. The Supreme Kai shook his head, declaring that our fates were sealed. What are you saying, Supreme Kai? If you wish to flee, is it not a simple matter? Sun Wukong thought the Supreme Kai was merely being alarmist. Majin Buu, my first command. Eliminate those 2. Babidi issued the order. Instantly, Majin Buu began striding towards Sun Wukong and the Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Wukong seized the Supreme Kai's arm and soared into the sky. Whoosh. Sun Wukong accelerated to his utmost speed. I have complete confidence in my speed, he smiled. In the blink of an eye, he had whisked the Supreme Kai away, vanishing from sight. What are you dawdling for, Majin Buu? Babidi fretted. They have already escaped. A smile crept across Majin Buu's face as he stretched his limbs. Whoosh. Majin Buu transformed into a streak of light, rapidly pursuing the direction where the Supreme Kai and Sun Wukong had disappeared. Within mere seconds, he had surpassed them and appeared directly in their path, blocking their escape. How is this possible? Sun Wukong abruptly halted midair, his expression shifting in disbelief. Not dead yet. Buu smiled. Bang. Buu launched a swift attack, striking Sun Wukong from the sky. Boom. Sun Wukong crashed to the ground, sending a cloud of debris into the air. The Supreme Kai gasped in horror, extending his hand to aim at Majin Buu's head. Yet, Majin Buu merely spread his arms wide. Hey! The Supreme Kai unleashed a torrent of divine energy. The immense force struck Majin Buu's face, causing his head to tilt back. But there was no follow-up. Immediately after, Majin Buu revealed a sinister grin. Slap. In the next moment, he swung his arms down forcefully. Instantly, the Supreme Kai's head was grotesquely reshaped. Thud. Majin Buu then landed a punch directly onto the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai plummeted, leaving a crater on the ground. At that moment, Sun Wukong crawled out of the pit. Well done, Majin Buu. Kill him. I command you to kill him. Buffy cheered as Majin Buu hummed a tune, approaching the Kaioshin. The Kaioshin suddenly glared at Majin Buu, unleashing a formidable divine power that struck Buu. Majin Buu leaned back, chuckling nonchalantly. Chapter 100, Kappa, is someone sensing us? Hey. Buu mimicked the Kaioshin's glare. Boom. The Kaioshin was immediately sent flying, skidding across the ground. Buu dove forward and sat squarely on the Kaioshin. The Kaioshin felt as though his waist might snap and emitted a pained cry, his face turning an ashen hue. High above, Tian, witnessing such a tragic scene, could hardly bear to look. Although he was aware of the eventual outcome, he understood that the Kaioshin was not destined to perish. Yet, it was disheartening to see one who proclaimed himself the greatest deity of this cosmos subjected to such humiliation. Tian shook his head, preparing to teach Majin Buu a lesson. Suddenly, Tian sensed two peculiar energies emerging from the distant reaches of the universe. No, to be precise, it was two unusual divine powers. The essence of these powers was distinctly unique, unlike that of the Kaioshin or Jebet. It was a remarkably pure divine energy. One of them was extraordinarily refined, while the other was comparably potent, akin to his own. Who could these two individuals be? Should I go and investigate? Tian gazed into the seemingly infinite cosmic expanse, realizing that flying to their location would be quite arduous. At my current physical strength, reaching those two would take an indeterminate amount of time, perhaps several days and nights would be required. After all, my speed in flight was still insufficient. In the distant starry sky, amidst the cosmic void, two figures hovered above a massive celestial body gleaming with golden light. These two were Kampa, the god of destruction of Universe 6, and the angel Vados. Below them lay the enormous golden Dragon Ball, the Super Dragon Ball. We found it, Kampa exclaimed, gazing contentedly at the Super Dragon Ball below. It's the 4-star ball. Vados smiled. With this, we have collected 4 Super Dragon Balls, Kampa chuckled. Just 3 more to complete the set. Indeed, Vados nodded. Let us transport this Super Dragon Ball to our Universe 6 while Beerus is still asleep. Kampa was elated. Very well, Vados replied. Just as Kampa was preparing to set off with the Super Dragon Balls, he seemed to sense something and immediately turned his gaze to the side. Ah, has Lord Kampa sensed it too? Vados remarked with a smile. Someone is detecting us. Kampa snorted, referring to a distant planet. Vados remained silent, swiftly using her staff to locate the planet's position. With a snap, she quickly pinpointed the exact location of Tian. This is a blue planet called Earth. The one who sensed us is him, Vados stated, projecting Tian's image. Who is this boy? Kampa was taken aback, completely unfamiliar with him. Based on the divine energy emanating from him, he appears to be a god, with a purity of power that has reached the level of a destroyer. Vados provided her analysis promptly. What? He has reached the level of a destroyer? Kampa paused, seemingly struck by a sudden realization. I see. Could this fellow be a disciple of Beerus? When did that scoundrel take on a disciple behind my back? How shameless. I have never heard of Lord Beerus taking on any disciples. Vados gently shook her head. Does Beerus even need to inform us when he takes on a disciple? Kampa scoffed. Lord Kampa has a point. Vados smiled, retracting the projection and inquiring. So, Lord Kampa, shall we return with the Super Dragon Balls now? I have suddenly changed my mind, Kampa grinned. What does Lord Kampa intend to do? Vados was taken aback. How dare Beerus's disciple brazenly sense us? A brief detection is one thing, but he persistently senses our whereabouts. Kampa's expression darkened. Does he not realize that such behavior is impolite? I must teach this boy a lesson on behalf of Beerus. Vados remained silent. Vados, we must immediately visit that planet. If we do not discipline this boy, I would feel unworthy of my brother Beerus, Kampa chuckled. I am quite generous. I am teaching his disciple a lesson, and Beerus should be grateful. Kampa's intentions appeared purely focused on reprimanding Beerus's disciple, seemingly unrelated to matters of politeness. Vados sighed softly. Enough chatter, let us depart, Kampa commanded. Understood, Vados nodded. Let us also bring the Super Dragon Balls along, That location is conveniently closer to the 6th universe, Kampa suggested. Understood. Vados pointed her staff toward the Super Dragon Balls. With a whoosh, they set off. 2 figures transformed into streams of light, each radiating a distinct hue, hurtling swiftly towards the direction of Earth. Behind them loomed an immensely colossal golden planet, traversing the cosmos at an astonishing speed. Tian had just retracted his perception when he suddenly sensed the divine energy of these 2 individuals rapidly approaching him. Their velocity was unparalleled, evoking a profound sense of awe within him. At the pace they were flying, they would undoubtedly reach Earth in less than 5 minutes. Remarkable indeed. If it were me, I would require 5 days to traverse such a distance. But wait, who are these beings? Logically, during this period, Beerus should be in slumber. Could it be that another universe-esque god of destruction and angel are making their appearance? It is not entirely impossible. Could it be that the Bardos I have been yearning for is finally arriving? The blue frame began to shift, and Tian wiped away the drool at the corner of his mouth. I must observe closely. Soon, Tian discerned a golden radiance emerging amidst the distant stars. Upon closer inspection, he noticed 2 streams of light appearing before the golden glow. One shimmered in a deep crimson hue, while the other sparkled like the stars. Tian focused intently, and a smile broke across his face. Was that not Kampa and Bardos? Indeed, it was these 2 characters. They must have sensed my presence, prompting their journey to Earth. However, my current capabilities are limited to the silver-level Erasure Technique. It seems I am unable to erase beings of the Kaioshin and those of superior divinity. My physical strength is merely 1,000 times that of Frieza, which is wholly insufficient to contend with someone like Kampa. If a confrontation were to ensue, but for now, that is of little concern. If you provoke me, I shall indiscriminately erase 1,000 individuals and promptly proceed with my ascension. While such an upgrade may be contingent upon time, Tian has yet to ascertain whether this holds true. For now, let us observe the intentions of our visitors. Chapter 101. The arrival of Kampa and Vados on Earth in a mere 3 minutes. Contrary to the stated 5, Kampa and Vados materialized before Tian. The Super Dragon Balls were positioned beyond the confines of the solar system. With his hands clasped behind his back, Tian gazed calmly at the 2 figures before him. I am destined to be the greatest deity in the universe. I must not show weakness. It is the destroyer who should tremble. As for the enchanting angelic figure, it would indeed be a loss for her not to become my wife. Tian cast a glance at Vados. If love at first sight were to exist, he felt that the moment he beheld her, he was captivated by her beauty and form. Truly, she is a celestial being, nay, a divine goddess. Both her physique and visage are perfection personified. Tian also took note of her height, which he found to be quite harmonious with his own. When he envisioned moments of playfulness with Vados, he felt that their height ratio was impeccably matched. Moreover, he found her blue skin to be quite acceptable. With such striking beauty, a shift to blue skin now and then would undoubtedly add a captivating element. Tian's heart surged with excitement as he disregarded Kampa entirely. His gaze fixated on Vados, examining her from head to toe. Where do you direct your gaze? Do you regard me as a piece of art to be admired? Hey, young man, have you had your fill of gazing? Xiangpa, noticing Tian's attention on Bardos, darkened his expression. Do not speak. Allow me a moment longer to behold. Tian replied. Xiangpa interjected, Bardos, have you not heard that staring at a woman is an impolite act? Has your master never imparted such wisdom to you? His voice was laced with cold reproach. My master? Tian was taken aback. When did I ever have a master? What nonsense was Xiangpa uttering? That would be Beerus. You are surely his disciple, are you not? Xiangpa scoffed. Tian's expression momentarily froze. Why do you believe I am a disciple of Beerus? Tian found himself at a loss for words. It seems I have struck a chord, Xiangpa remarked with a smile. Tian, once again, was rendered speechless. What are you trying to say? The situation appears to be rather peculiar. Is that not the Supreme Kai? Suddenly, Vados noticed something and glanced towards Earth, her expression growing increasingly grave. What? Xiangpa was momentarily taken aback, turning to Vados. Oh dear, the Supreme Kai is being severely beaten, on the verge of death, Vados lamented. The Supreme Kai? On the brink of death? Xiangpa was somewhat bewildered. If the Supreme Kai were to perish, it is likely that Lord Beerus would vanish as well. Vados mused. What did you just say? Xiangpa felt a wave of unease wash over him, his complexion shifting dramatically. Slap. Without further ado, Vados raised her staff, and an image was instantly projected from the crystal orb. The scene depicted the Supreme Kai being mercilessly pummeled by Majin Buu. Majin Buu sat upon the Supreme Kai's back, delivering blow after blow to his head. The Supreme Kai cried out in agony, appearing to be on the brink of death. Ha ha ha, look at you. What kind of Supreme Kai are you? Babidi laughed heartily from the side, mocking him for his cowardice while proclaiming himself the greatest god in the universe. How utterly shameful. After a relentless assault, you finally descended from the Supreme Kai. Ha ha. You deserve this. Prepare to meet your end. I want to witness your demise. Babidi's laughter echoed with malice. Champa's eyes widened, his face flushed with anger. Humph. A mere human dares to be insolent before a god, Champa declared coldly, extending his hand towards Earth. Let me obliterate this planet and all its inhabitants. If Lord Champa were to do so, the Supreme Kai would also cease to exist, Vados sighed. You are right. I should go down and deal with him. Champa scratched his head, feeling a bit sheepish. Just a moment, Lord Champa, Vados interjected, slightly taken aback. What is it? Champa paused, realizing that if he delayed any longer, the Supreme Kai would be killed by that pink fat creature. If Beerus were to vanish as well, who would I bully in the future? Bang! Just as Champa finished speaking, someone suddenly appeared in the image, delivering a powerful kick to Majin Buu's chubby face. Buu rolled on the ground before landing solidly. Almost immediately, the dent in Buu's face healed. Babidi gasped in shock and quickly fled. The one who kicked Majin Buu was none other than Gohan. That was quite an impressive kick. Champa smiled faintly. Do not interfere, you fool. Buu's expression grew increasingly sinister as he gazed across at Gohan. Gohan clenched his teeth and launched a fist toward the Majin Buu in a fierce attack. Bang! Buu thrust his hands forward, unleashing an energy blast that struck Gohan directly. Gohan let out a piercing scream, his body propelled rapidly into the distance by the energy orb. In an instant, he vanished from sight. So weak. Kampa shook his head in disappointment, having hoped that the boy would prove useful enough to spare him the effort. Ha ha, he is gone. He is about to fly off the planet. Vados exclaimed joyously, dancing with glee. The Supreme Kai of the West bravely rose from the ground, glaring at the departing energy blast. Boom. The energy orb exploded in midair. Gohan plummeted from the sky, crashing into the dense jungle below, unconscious. What a foolish Supreme Kai. Even now, he still concerns himself with others. Kampa shook his head. Instead of dawdling, he should swiftly use instant transmission to escape. Very well, Majin Buu. I leave the Supreme Kai to your capable hands, Vados commanded. I understand, kid. I see why you deliberately lowered your energy signature to lure us both here, Kampa remarked. Glancing at Tian. Huh. Tian was taken aback. I did lower my energy signature, but it was not intentional. Your divine powers are so unique that I was compelled to observe closely. So, you knew I was sensing you, which is why you approached. You wanted me to lend a hand, didn't you? Kampa chuckled, considering that with your strength, dealing with that pink, pudgy creature might be somewhat troublesome, wouldn't it? Tian, your imagination is truly remarkable. Dealing with that rotund individual should be quite simple, wouldn't you agree? Chapter 102. Beerus owes me a favor. However, on another note, Lord Kampa, Bedat stifled a laugh and remarked, do you not find your physique strikingly similar to that of the rotund pink fellow below? Bedat's, you. Kampa glared fiercely. How rude. Bedat chuckled mischievously. I am famished. I wish to devour him. Buu patted his belly. Enough with the jesting. If the god of destruction were to be consumed, it would certainly be intriguing. I shall intervene to rescue the god of destruction of this universe. Kampa sighed, thinking that Beerus surely owes me a significant favor. Suddenly, just as Kampa was about to take action, a spear pierced through Majin Buu's chest, emerging from his front. Kampa halted immediately. For him, it is preferable to avoid engaging unless absolutely necessary, particularly in the 7th universe. As long as the god of destruction remains unharmed, all is well. Dabra, what are you plotting? Bafidi shouted angrily. Dabra gasped heavily, allowing blood to cascade from his eyes. Is this the Demon King from the 7th universe? Kampa pondered. Indeed. Bedat affirmed with a nod. It appears this planet is undergoing a catastrophic calamity, Kampa said with a smirk. Humph, I care not for others. I shall simply save that god of destruction shortly. More individuals are approaching, Bedat mentioned, as two beams of light separated from the crystal ball of her staff. These two golden flames were none other than Goten and Trunks. Humph, two little brats have arrived, Kampa scoffed. Tian remained silent. It seems Kampa is not here to cause me trouble. Since you are not here to trouble me, I shall refrain from bothering you. What business do these two children have here? Kampa snorted. Goten, they are over there. Trunks pointed towards a specific location below. Goten quickly spotted Majin Buu and Dabra appearing below. We must return to our normal state. Transforming into Super Saiyans would make us easily detectable, Trunks urged. The two swiftly descended from the sky, reappearing atop a distant hill, returning to their normal forms. These little fellows can transform as well, Kappa chuckled. They are Saiyans. Badatz explained. Saiyans? We have Saiyans in our 6th universe, but I have never heard of them transforming, Kappa replied, shaking his head. He then turned to Tian and inquired, What is your name, young man? Tian. An unusual name. Xiangpa let out a snort, and Tian smiled. If you were to join forces with them, defeating that rotund fellow should be a trivial matter, wouldn't it? Xiangpa squinted and inquired, moreover. How long have you been training under that fellow Beerus? Has Whis imparted any wisdom to you? Tian wiped the sweat from his brow, responding, Well, that question is rather intricate. Since it's complicated, there's no need to delve into it. I am someone who abhors trouble. Xiangpa snorted again. Tian added, I was just about to inform you that I am not a disciple of Beerus, but it seems you have precluded me from saying so. You shall not dictate my silence, hence I shall refrain from speaking. You may entertain whatever notions you wish. Kappa glanced once more at the projection of Beerus. Noting that the Supreme Kai remained safe for the time being, rendering any rescue unnecessary. Presently, that rotund figure in pink was primarily focused on Dabra. Huh? They are simply some unfamiliar individuals to us. Trunks remarked. Isn't that peculiar figure lying over there the one who appeared at the martial arts tournament? Goten pointed towards the Supreme Kai on the ground. Trunks, do you suppose he is the enigmatic sorcerer? I am unsure. Trunks gently shook his head. That rather unappealing small fellow seems more like a magician. Goten indicated towards Babidi in the distance. In light of your observation, it does seem plausible, Trunks nodded. Oh? What is that? Goten suddenly noticed something in another direction. Trunks, look over there. Following Goten's gaze, Trunks discovered a statue of Piccolo standing in the distance. The two youngsters swiftly sprinted towards the Piccolo statue. What on earth is Uncle Piccolo's statue doing here? Trunks approached and gently caressed the sculpture. Over there is Uncle Krillin's. Goten pointed to a position below. With a sudden touch from Trunks, the statue of Piccolo lost its balance and toppled to the ground, shattering into several pieces. Startled, Trunks and Goten hurriedly sought refuge, fearing the noise might attract attention from afar. They were not heard. Trunks let out a sigh of relief. That scared me to death. Goten patted his chest. TCH, what mischief are these two up to? They should hasten to assist the Supreme Kai. Kappa huffed. Alas, these statues were once beings. Conjured by Dabra's saliva, Beerus promptly analyzed. Merely a trivial skill, Kappa dismissed. Lord Kappa, if you were to be affected by that saliva, would you too transform into stone? Yachting inquired curiously. What nonsense are you spouting? Is that even effective against a true god? Do not jest. Has Beerus not informed you of the might of the destroyers? Kappa rolled his eyes. Understood, Yachting nodded. Kappa, this lad's demeanor is surprisingly amiable. Babidi, Majin Buu shall never become your loyal subordinate. Dabra gritted his teeth, declaring, one day, he will bring you calamity, rendering you utterly helpless. If we do not deal with him now, the consequences may be dire. Silence. You shall not speak ill of my Majin Buu. Babidi shouted vehemently. With a swift motion, Buu leisurely extracted the long spear from his body. The hole on Buu's chest healed instantaneously. Dabra was taken aback, his complexion paling. I shall devour you. Buu revealed a sinister grin. Dabra promptly readied himself for battle. I will eat you, eat you, eat you. Buu bounced around, his antennae aimed at Dabra. Wah! Dabra let out a cry, delivering a powerful punch towards Majin Buu. Zing! The antennae on Majin Buu's head emitted a bolt of purple-white lightning, swiftly enveloping Dabra. Snap! In an instant, Dabra transformed into a chocolate cookie, towering a full meter high. Chapter 103, Bardos, you claim to have fallen in love with me? Buu caught the chocolate cookie and opened his mouth wide, swallowing it whole. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Buu chewed and swallowed the chocolate cookie with gusto. You are truly remarkable. Majin Buu, said Babidi, showering him with praise. Goten and Trunks were utterly astonished. Swish! Just as Dabra was consumed, Krillin immediately reverted from his statue form back to his original self. Uncle Krillin? Goten turned to look at Krillin. Huh. Trunks suddenly felt an ominous premonition. It's you guys. How did you get here? Krillin exclaimed, having recognized Goten and Trunks. You were a stone man just moments ago, Trunks noted. Indeed. I was turned to stone by a horn creature named Dabra. I, along with Piccolo, became statues, Krillin explained. That must be the one who was just eaten, Goten inquired. Glancing at Trunks. Absolutely, it should be him, Trunks nodded, noting that Krillin returned to normal only after Dabra's demise. At this moment, a thought struck Trunks, and his expression shifted dramatically. He immediately soared into the air, glancing towards Piccolo's direction. What happened? Krillin asked. I accidentally knocked over Uncle Piccolo's statue, Goten clarified. What did you say? Krillin responded, both amused and bewildered. Trunks flew closer to Piccolo's statue, discovering remnants of Piccolo's limbs, and his face fell in horror. This is bad. Trunks, what is going on? Goten inquired. It's best if you don't look. Can you help me keep this a secret? Trunks lamented. What secret? Piccolo's voice came from another direction. Uncle Piccolo? Trunks froze, turning towards Piccolo. Is this fellow an Namekian? Yamcha remarked upon seeing Piccolo. Indeed. Bardos nodded. It seemed that the Supreme Kai was still in peril. Why were these individuals hiding here? Why weren't they hastening to battle and rescuing the Supreme Kai? Kampa bellowed in impatience. However, at the altitude where Tian and others were situated, it was exceedingly difficult for the sound to reach below, unless one employed special means to transmit the voice. What was that? Such a terrifying aura emanated. Piccolo immediately crouched down, gazing into the distance. Could that individual be Majin Buu? Uncle Piccolo, how did you recover? Trunks inquired. As long as my head remains uninjured, I can regenerate, Piccolo explained, then quickly asked. What on earth is happening? Where are Goku and Vegeta? I don't know. We just arrived here, son Goten replied. Who is that strange fellow? Krillin pondered aloud. Could it be Majin Buu? Probably, Piccolo said, his face breaking into a cold sweat. Surely this ISNTA joke? Krillin exclaimed in shock. This Gaius energy is far too terrifying. Where in T we supposed to find a wizard? Why is Majin Buu appearing instead? Trunks asked. Piccolo succinctly briefed Trunks and son Goten about Majin Buu. Buu, devour this Supreme Kai as well, Babidi commanded. Buu nodded vigorously. Is that the Supreme Kai? Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically, causing him to rise abruptly from the ground. This is absurd. Hey, Piccolo, what are you planning? Get down quickly, Krillin urged. You must endure. I understand your feelings, but please don't act impulsively. To be honest, even 10 of you wouldn't stand a chance against him. Absolutely not. That guy wouldn't even flinch if a spear pierced his body, son Goten added. He would devour you, as if you were a mere snack. Piccolo gritted his teeth and once more crouched down. What should I transform you into? Chocolate or jelly? Buu looked down upon the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai was engulfed in despair, his countenance suffused with inexorable hopelessness. These cowardly fools. It appears that the Supreme Kai is unlikely to witness a miracle this time. Kampa scoffed. I shall descend to rescue him. I will swiftly extricate him. Buu's antennae were already aimed at the Supreme Kai's body. Whoosh. Kampa, without a trace of hesitation, rapidly descended. Boom. Just as Kampa appeared less than 1,000 meters from the ground, an earth-shattering sound reverberated. Kampa paused momentarily, then waved his hand gently, enveloping the Supreme Kai in an invisible protective shield. That should suffice. I believe he won't die just yet, Kampa murmured thoughtfully. Supreme Kai? What is happening? I feel as though someone is watching over me. Xiang Pa seems in no rush to depart, intending to linger a while longer. Suspended at an altitude of approximately 1,000 meters above the ground, Xiang Pa gazes downward into the vastness of space. At this moment, only Tian and Bardos remain. Tian once again scrutinizes Bardos from head to toe. Truly, she is a goddess, becoming increasingly enchanting with each glance. Her figure exemplifies the golden ratio, and her visage is nothing short of perfection. Previously, when Tian beheld Bardos in animated series or comic books, he perceived her merely as a two-dimensional blue beauty. Yet witnessing her in reality, the sensation is profoundly different. She has transitioned from a flat image to a three-dimensional divine being. This realization carries significant weight. Indeed, Tian suddenly finds that superficial attributes are of little consequence. Bardos inquires, Mr. Tian, is there something on my face or body? No, it's just that I suddenly noticed your skin is blue. Though we are not of the same kind, I find you quite captivating, which piques my curiosity, Tian responds, filled with emotion. Why are you curious? Bardos asks, momentarily taken aback. Logically, being of different species, I should feel no attraction towards you, Tian replies. Bardos covers her face, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. But I have only just realized today that my previous assumptions were profoundly mistaken, Tian reflects, surprised to discover that love can indeed spark between different species. Are you implying that you have fallen in love with me? Bardos wipes her brow. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I have desired to claim you as my own, Tian smiles. Bardos retorts, Could you not express it so bluntly? Is this love? Bados did not wish to engage with Tian any longer. Were it not for the generally amiable temperament of angels, Tian might have received a sound thrashing from someone else. After all, at this moment, Tian is far from being a match for the angel. I hope you don't mind me taking another look at you, Tian remarked, as he took a step closer to Bados, scrutinizing her with renewed attention. Bados responded with a swift motion, her staff emanating an invisible angelic power that enveloped her in an instant. In a blink, Bados vanished from sight. Now you see. How curious it is that you can see me, Tian exclaimed, astonished. Where did you go? Ah, you vanished. Truly, angels possess remarkable powers, disappearing at will. Tian slightly released his sensory perception to gauge the divine essence of Bados, yet he could not sense her at all. It was as if she had completely evaporated into thin air. Had she disappeared or merely cloaked herself? Taking a deep breath, Tian relinquished his unique sensory abilities, akin to divine consciousness. To his delight, he soon discovered that Bados was indeed nearby. It appeared she had rendered herself invisible. Without hesitation, he utilized his divine awareness to explore Bados's form, examining her skin through her garments. He then turned his attention to her expressions, curious to ascertain whether she might detect his probing abilities. Observing her countenance, he noted that she seemed blissfully unaware. If you cannot perceive me, then I bear no responsibility. My greatest aspiration is merely to behold the azure basket and discern its nature. Through his divine awareness, Tian meticulously scrutinized Bados, inch by inch. The hue of the blue frame was exquisite, transitioning from deep azure to soft cerulean. Ahem, what are you pondering? Bados inquired, genuinely bemused by Tian's apparent distraction. Tian hastily wiped away the drool at the corner of his mouth. Your structure is quite similar to ours, he remarked, marveling. Our anatomies differ significantly. Bados replied with a playful smile. Indeed, they are distinct. You possess what I lack, and vice versa. Tian nodded in agreement. Bados continued. If we were to merge our traits, we would each possess the qualities of the other, wouldn't you agree? Tian chuckled. Wait, can you see me? Bados suddenly realized something, casting a surprised glance at Tian. Given that they were in the vastness of space, where sound travels through energy, discerning location through auditory cues seemed implausible. Yet, when Bados spoke, Tian had directly looked towards her cloaked form. Bados surmised that he must be able to see her. Otherwise, why would he gaze in her direction? Not at all. You have rendered yourself invisible. Tian shook his head. The look in your eyes clearly suggests otherwise. Bados remarked, perplexed. Well, it matters not. Tian chuckled softly. Bados wiped her brow. How can it not matter? This is quite significant. In my current state of invisibility, it is likely that even Lord Sampo would find it exceedingly difficult to ascertain my whereabouts. How peculiar indeed. I shall take the time to observe him more closely later. Bados, cease your concealment at once and reveal the projection below, for I cannot see it otherwise. Tian called out. With a snap, Bados showed no intention of appearing, merely projecting the image. Shall I remain outside while you scrutinize it from every angle? Where do your eyes gaze? Tian said little more. It matters not. After all, through the perception of divine consciousness, what one sees is far more vivid than what can be observed with mere eyes. Are you under the impression that your invisibility renders you invincible? Within the realm of projection, a resounding explosion reverberated as Baffity's spaceship erupted into a cataclysmic blast. Startled, Baffity could scarcely comprehend the event. Majin Buu also paused momentarily, bewildered. What transpired? Krillin exclaimed. Piccolo, along with Goten and Trunks, widened their eyes, gazing intently in that direction. That was my spacecraft. Baffity suddenly regained his senses. The side of the vessel had been transformed into an unfathomable abyss. Curse be it. What on earth happened? Why did my spaceship explode? Baffity seethed with rage. With a soft thud, Vegeta descended from the sky, positioning himself before Majin Buu and Baffity. His arms crossed over his chest, he glanced downwards, noting the considerable number of individuals present. Another glittering figure has appeared. This one seems to possess significant energy levels, rivaling that of the rotund pink creature. It's my father, Trunks exclaimed with delight. What are your intentions, Vegeta? Baffity retorted coldly. I did not command you to destroy my spaceship. Is that grotesque fool Majin Buu? Is he the one who killed Gohan? Vegeta snorted. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically, filled with sorrow. Gohan was slain. What do you mean by ugly? Buu turned to Baffity inquiringly. It means you are unsightly. Baffity replied. Buu erupted into laughter, only for fury to swiftly replace his mirth. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming aura surged from Buu, emanating from his pores. I will annihilate you, he bellowed. Very well, go ahead and kill him. Vafity nodded. That fellow is of no further use to me. Moreover, he previously dealt me a blow. Though I have nearly recovered, I must avenge myself. Buu, ensure you teach him a lesson. Humph. The outcome of this encounter remains uncertain, Vegeta scoffed. With a tremendous roar, Vegeta unleashed an even greater surge of energy, golden radiance radiating fiercely. Wah! He cried out, launching a fierce assault on Majin Buu. Bang! 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 Vegeta relentlessly pummeled Majin Buu, who seemed momentarily incapable of retaliation. Buu, what has happened to you? Vafity was taken aback. Vegeta is astonishingly powerful. Krillin marveled. Haha. Goten rejoiced at Vegeta's formidable display. Father, you're incredible. Trunks exclaimed with excitement, declaring that Vegeta had surpassed the Super Saiyan. Piccolo remarked in awe, noting that Vegeta was even more formidable than when he fought Cell alongside Gohan. However, after speaking, Piccolo fell silent once more. If Gohan had indeed been slain by Majin Buu, then Vegeta might not stand a chance either. Chapter 105. Kappa intervenes to save the Supreme Kai. Bang. Vegeta delivered another powerful blow, sending Majin Buu crashing to the ground. Majin Buu swiftly regained his footing, his body quickly mending itself. The injuries inflicted by Vegeta's punches and kicks vanished instantaneously. Yet, just as Majin Buu had restored himself, Vegeta concentrated a tremendous amount of energy. Extending his hand and aiming it at Majin Buu, Buu widened his eyes, momentarily caught off guard. Boom! A tremendously potent energy wave pierced through Majin Buu's body, chilling him to the core. Majin Buu tumbled through the air, landing on the ground, plumes of smoke rising from his form. Oh, this spiky-haired fellow is quite remarkable. Kampa observed with a slight smile, muttering to himself, it seems I was mistaken. That pink, pudgy creature must be dead by now. But immediately after, Kampa realized his error. No, wait, he's still fine. This pink creature possesses quite the resilience. He shook his head. What? Babiti's expression shifted dramatically, his face pale with fear. Humph, Vegeta scoffed, a faint smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. We won. Trunks cheered. Suddenly, Majin Buu rose from the ground, and Vegeta's smile began to freeze. Majin Buu stood up, a gaping hole visible in his body, revealing the blue sky behind him. Hey! Majin Buu flexed, and the recently created hole instantly healed. That hurt a bit, he grunted, veins bulging on his forehead, a murderous glint appearing in his eyes. Are you immortal or something? Vegeta gritted his teeth. Haha, excellent. Majin Buu, quickly, eliminate him. Babidi danced with glee. You bastard. I will kill you. Majin Buu shouted, as an immense wave of energy surged from his being, radiating outwards with ferocity. Witnessing this, Kampa beckoned to the Supreme Kai, who lay on the ground below. Whoosh. In an instant, the Supreme Kai found himself uncontrollably beside Kampa. A look of confusion etched on his face as he glanced around. His gaze soon landed on the god of destruction, Kampa. Rumble. The energy of Majin Buu finally erupted in a tremendous explosion. Everyone run. Piccolo exclaimed in alarm. Ah, the shield. Babidi hurriedly cast a protective barrier around himself. Vegeta, taken aback, crossed his arms to shield his head. With a resounding boom that shook the very earth, an immense energy radiated outward from Majin Buu's epicenter. Vegeta was instantly blown away, while Piccolo and the others were also tossed about like leaves in a storm. Once calmness returned, a massive crater marked the spot where Buu had been, with the fiend hovering at its center, a triumphant smile adorning his face. Meanwhile, Babidi had managed to escape unscathed, thanks to his protective shield. That was close, he sighed with relief. Is everyone all right? Piccolo quickly checked on Goten and the others present. Fortunately, they were all safe, primarily due to their distance from the explosion's epicenter. Piccolo then glanced into the distance, only to discover that the Supreme Kai had mysteriously vanished. Oh, Supreme Kai? Piccolo gasped. In the high skies, the Supreme Kai stared wide-eyed at the figure of Kampa appearing beside him. Supreme Kai, I saved your life. What do you intend to do to show your gratitude? Kampa said with a gentle smile. Who are you? The Supreme Kai asked, his voice laced with caution. What? You don't even recognize me? Has that fellow Beerus not informed you? Kampa scoffed. Beerus? Who is that? The Supreme Kai inquired again. Cough, cough. You can't possibly not know Beerus, Kampa remarked, realizing the Supreme Kai's ignorance. Is it so unusual for me not to know Beerus? The Supreme Kai responded, momentarily stunned and questioning. Of course, it is. You are the Supreme Kai, and he is the god of destruction. How can you not know the god of destruction and still consider it normal? Kampa exclaimed vehemently. The Supreme Kai appeared even more perplexed. After a long silence, he managed to ask, "May I inquire what a god of destruction is?" With a rueful smile, Kampa, now at a loss for words, felt an overwhelming urge to strike the Supreme Kai down. "Are you a fool?" Kampa said darkly. The Supreme Kai fell silent. "Why are you still insulting me? I merely inquired about the destroyer. What have I done to deserve your ire?" "Fine, I shall refrain from further discourse. You seem quite unwell, follow me, and I shall at Bados tend to your wounds." With that, Kampa called out to the Supreme Kai and descended into the sky. The Supreme Kai, perplexed, gazed upward. Who will be treating me? Should I follow? It seemed that this rotund feline had indeed saved me. I shall follow to observe further. Gritting his teeth, the Supreme Kai ascended, albeit unsteadily due to his severe injuries. Kampa glanced down, noting the Supreme Kai's sluggish flight. "Very well, I shall assist you." Kampa descended, grasped the Supreme Kai's arm, and propelled them beyond the atmosphere into the vastness of space. Upon arrival, Kampa discovered that Bados had vanished, leaving only Tian behind. Aside from Tian, there was also a projection emitted by Bados, depicting the events transpiring below. Tian? The Supreme Kai was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Tian with a mixture of surprise and suspicion. "Isn't that Tian, Gohan's classmate? What is he doing here? This is outer space. Can humans from Earth survive in such an environment? How peculiar. Strange occurrences abound every year, yet today's events are particularly baffling. Isn't that Lord Supreme Kai? You appear rather disheveled," Tian greeted with a smile. "Hey, where's Bados?" Kampa inquired of Tian. "Right here, Lord Kampa," Bados swiftly materialized. "Why are you playing at invisibility?" Kampa scoffed. Bados remained silent, thinking, "I merely wish to avoid the prying gaze of this human named Tian." Naturally, she refrained from voicing such thoughts. Kampa did not press further and instructed Bados, "Heal this fellow." "Very well, Lord Kampa," Bados nodded, pointing her staff at the Supreme Kai. An invisible angelic power rapidly enveloped the Supreme Kai. In an instant, his injuries were fully healed. Chapter 106. Supreme Kai, do you truly not recognize Beerus? The Supreme Kai was astonished, feeling his body and energy restored to their peak. "Thank you. I'm immensely grateful," he exclaimed, then inquired, "May I ask who you are?" Bados was about to introduce herself when Kampa interrupted. "Bados, this Supreme Kai is a fool. He does not even recognize Beerus." Kampa laughed heartily. "Oh dear. Is that truly the case?" Bardos was taken aback. "Hey, King Kai," she inquired, "do you not recognize Beerus?" Kampa chuckled as he posed the question. The King Kai, in a state of confusion, nodded in acknowledgement. "What is so peculiar about my unfamiliarity with Beerus? Why do you insist on making a fuss over this matter? See, I told you so, didn't I?" Kampa's smile grew ever more radiant as he pondered softly. It is no wonder this fellow chose to engage in such a battle. "What do you mean? What exactly are you trying to convey?" The god of destruction questioned through clenched teeth. "Are you not aware of your duties as a god of destruction?" Kampa reminded him. "Naturally, it is to uphold peace in the universe." The god of destruction replied with a sense of entitlement. "You fool." Kampa huffed, his nose slightly crinkled. "The god of destruction is a creator, tasked primarily with the creation of planets and life. Please do not confuse the matter. It sounds as though you are a god of destruction yourself," the deity muttered quietly, a hint of discontent lingering in his heart. "Although you saved me, your constant reproach of my intelligence leaves me rather displeased." Kampa is quite right. You are a god of destruction, so refrain from unnecessary risks. Yaishin interjected, unable to remain silent. The god of destruction chose to remain silent. "A mere human has begun to lecture me. How utterly humiliating for a deity." "You see, he is aware." Kampa glanced at Yaishin. "Are these two individuals your friends?" The god of destruction inquired softly as he leaned closer to Yaishin. "No, I have only just met them." Yaishin shook his head. "Such peculiar beings." The god of destruction mused, a look of bewilderment on his face, feeling these two were truly odd. Yaishin was at a loss for words. "Odd. What about you? Lord Kampa, should we continue watching?" Bados sought Kampa's opinion. "Let us observe a while longer, then we shall decide." Kampa nodded. With a clap, Bados projected the image once again. The god of destruction stood in a daze for quite some time, completely perplexed by how this phenomenon was being displayed. At that moment, Vegeta grimaced, clutching his injured arm, gritting his teeth in pain. "This fellow is formidable. Truly infuriating," Vegeta muttered to himself, though a subtle smile graced his features. "Ah, you're still alive. Had you not betrayed me, you would have made a fine subordinate. Babidi expressed some surprise, glancing at Vegeta. In the distance, Piccolo and the others stood up, gazing intently towards Vegeta. A sense of foreboding washed over Piccolo. Vegeta cannot defeat Majin Buu. Gohan is gone, and the greatest deity in the universe has vanished. This universe is doomed. My father will never succumb to that Majin Buu, Trunks suddenly declared. Piccolo wore an expression of uncertainty. Trunks fell silent. With a snap, Majin Buu appeared directly opposite Vegeta. You're finished, he taunted, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Majin Buu let out a disdainful grunt. Vegeta's face was etched with despair. How can I possibly defeat this fiend? Majin Buu, unfazed, nonchalantly plucked a piece of flesh from his own belly. Vegeta was taken aback in shock. Does it not hurt? Majin Buu swiftly tore a piece of flesh from himself, kneading it into a ball and elongating it into a strip. He shook the strip in his hand. What a terrifying creature. What is he planning? Vegeta murmured. Suddenly, Buu expelled a burst of energy from his mouth, hurtling directly towards Vegeta. Startled, Vegeta wasted no time and ascended into the air. Whoosh! Buu flicked his wrist, hurling the meat strip at the airborne Vegeta. In an instant, the strip ensnared Vegeta, twisting him into a pretzel-like shape. Clang! Vegeta plummeted from the sky, utterly devoid of freedom. Ha ha ha! Buu bounced along, humming a tune as he approached Vegeta. Despite Vegeta's desperate struggles, they proved futile. Bang! Buu launched a powerful kick, sending Vegeta careening away. Blood gushed from Vegeta's mouth, and he felt utterly incapacitated. Buu clapped his hands in exhilaration. Thud! Buu executed an extravagant leap, landing squarely on Vegeta. Following this, he unleashed a flurry of brutal blows upon Vegeta, who could barely retaliate, letting out cries of agony. This is bad. He is on the verge of being killed, Piccolo stated solemnly. What about Goku and Gohan? Why aren't they here? They can't have been defeated, can they? Krillin exclaimed. My brother will definitely not perish. Goten shouted back. Wah wah wah. Trunks trembled all over. Trunks, hold on. You would only meet a futile end. And it would only complicate matters for Vegeta. Piccolo advised. No. Trunks declared defiantly, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan and soaring upwards. Hey! Piccolo exclaimed in shock. Trunks. I'm going too. Goten cried, his body radiating golden light as he swiftly followed suit. Krillin gasped in astonishment. Goten! Piccolo shouted. However, the two had already flown far away. These two fools. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Whoosh! Whoosh! Trunks and Goten zipped past Babidi, who was taken aback. What is happening? Who are they? Babidi exclaimed in disbelief. Trunks let out a piercing scream as he delivered a powerful kick to Majin Buu, sending the creature hurtling backwards like a shooting star, crashing through massive boulders until he vanished from sight. Goten swiftly descended beside Vegeta, firmly planting his foot on him while using both hands to pull the battered warrior free from the debris. Coughing profusely, Vegeta struggled with significant injuries. Uncle, are you all right? Goten urgently inquired. Father, you must hold on. Trunks stepped forward to support Vegeta. Who are these two little ones? Are they his friends? Babidi pondered aloud, momentarily taken aback. Yet he dismissed their significance, exclaiming, no matter how many there are, my Majin Buu reigns supreme in the universe. He can easily eradicate them all. His laughter echoed ominously. Indeed, Babidi spoke the truth. Majin Buu was undeniably the strongest being in existence. Above, the Supreme Kai clenched his fists tightly, his entire body trembling violently. Chapter 107. Isn't the God of Destruction the true supreme being of the universe? Zampa cast a sidelong glance at the Supreme Kai. You insufferable fool! Are you truly devoid of understanding? Exclaimed PAF. The Supreme Kai, you, this plump feline, have truly gone too far. Why do you scold me again? Have I provoked you in any way? What do you mean by constantly berating me? Am I not speaking the truth? The Kaioshin asserted with conviction. Surely. The Destroyer God is the supreme existence in this universe, is he not? Tian interjected with a subtle smile. Humph. You possess even less insight than a mere human. I truly do not know what to say about you, Kaioshin. Xiangpa shook his head in disappointment, then broke into a grin, adding, nevertheless. It is of no concern to me, for this is not our universe. What do you mean by not your universe? The Kaioshin inquired, scratching his head in confusion. Humph. Xiangpa scoffed, choosing to ignore the Kaioshin. He then gestured for Tian to come over. What is it? Tian leisurely floated over. Surely. This Kaioshin is not so ignorant as to be unaware of other universes, Xiangpa whispered. There is a possibility of that, Tian nodded. Did you not inform him? Xiangpa pressed further. Even if I did, Do you truly believe he would accept it? Tian countered. You do have a point. I too doubt his capacity for belief, Xiangpa conceded. Hey, what are you two discussing? The Kaishin, feeling increasingly perplexed, interjected. You claim the Destroyer God is the strongest in this universe, so hurry and descend to rescue them. Humph. You expect me to command the Destroyer God to save others? Do not hold your breath, Xiangpa retorted with a cold huff. You cannot possibly defeat Majin Buu, can you? The Kaishin rolled his eyes. You have boasted excessively. Now you hesitate to descend, do you? Xiangpa replied. Your provocations are ineffective. Do you believe such words will compel me to rescue them? Humph. If other Destroyer Gods learned of my intervention, I would be utterly humiliated. The Kaishin fell silent, fixated on Tian with unblinking intensity. What are you staring at? Tian chuckled. Kaishin, I sense your strength is considerable as well. Let us descend and fight alongside Vegeta. Perhaps we stand a chance against Majin Buu. The Kaishin proposed. Would it not be more prudent to dedicate this time to training Gohan? Tian suggested. The Kaishin's eyes brightened at this notion, and he vigorously tapped his forehead. Had you not mentioned Gohan, I might have nearly forgotten him. Indeed. Is Gohan not still present? He should be capable of wielding that divine sword. I understand now. I shall take my leave. Upon concluding his words, the Supreme Kai immediately activated his instant transmission, rendering his form indistinct. You foolish Supreme Kai, exclaimed Shinpa. When Majin Buu was attacking you earlier, you should have utilized instant transmission to escape, rather than remaining there to endure the blows. Supreme Kai, indeed. You are absolutely correct. In that crucial moment, I completely forgot to utilize instant teleportation. How unfortunate. I might as well pretend I didn't hear anything. The Supreme Kai swiftly vanished from sight. Having gone in search of Gohan. Kid, you seem relatively normal, unlike the Supreme Kai, said Xiangpa, as he patted Tian on the shoulder. Thank you for the compliment. Tian replied with a slight smile, then continued to gaze in the direction of the projection. At that moment, Piccolo had already appeared behind Babidi. Though Majin Buu is unforgivable, you, Babidi, deserve even less mercy. Piccolo's voice suddenly echoed behind Babidi. Babidi's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to face Piccolo. While I lack the power to eliminate Majin Buu, extinguishing your life is a mere trifle. A murderous intent gleamed in Piccolo's eyes. You fool. If you kill me, there will be no one left to seal Majin Buu. Babidi chuckled nervously, knowing that such an act would lead to the destruction of the entire universe. Which do you think is preferable? Your survival changes nothing, does it? Piccolo's expression remained indifferent. Babidi thought to himself, this green-faced fellow is quite astute. He is far more cunning than the Supreme Kai. A month ago, you were causing mischief in Satan City, secretly transferring items to practice magic. Did you think I was unaware? Piccolo glanced into the distance, noticing Majin Buu still flying backward, allowing him to speak further. Babidi displayed a perplexed expression. What is Satan City? A month ago, I was aboard a spaceship. I don't understand what you're talking about. Babidi barked through gritted teeth. There is no need for you to feign ignorance. I am well aware of your activities. Piccolo stated coldly. Hey, you must be mistaken. That person you mentioned is not me. Babidi shouted in a frenzy. Why should I be blamed for the actions of another sorcerer? Is it not already irrelevant? Prepare to meet your end. Piccolo scoffed, his face exuding an aura of lethal intent. Buu, Majin Buu, what are you doing? Come quickly and help me kill him. Babidi shouted frantically at Majin Buu. Die! Piccolo bellowed, striking with his palm, instantly cleaving Babidi's body in two. Babidi plummeted from the air, his eyes filled with boundless resentment. I, who should not have become the ruler of the universe, never expected to meet such an end. Babidi fell into a deep pit far below. On the verge of demise. Ugh, this trash. Piccolo spat in Babidi's direction, then slightly furrowed his brow. Was Babidi truly denying any involvement with the person transferring items? Is it possible that there exist other sorcerers besides him? Upon further reflection, I too sense that something is amiss. If he truly possesses the ability to nullify the Super Saiyan form, logically, he should also be able to eradicate the energy enveloping me. Yet, when I confront him, he appears powerless to resist, reduced solely to a defensive stance. Could it be that, apart from Majin Buu, a more formidable entity lurks in the shadows of Earth? Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically. Vegeta glanced in Piccolo's direction, his gaze imbued with unwavering resolve. Trunks, take care of your mother, Vegeta suddenly declared. Huh? Trunks responded, his face a canvas of confusion. What do you mean, father? Why should I look after mother? You must leave here at once. I shall face Majin Buu alone. Vegeta spoke firmly. Chapter 108. Farewell, proud warrior. No, we must join the battle. You cannot defeat him alone. Together, the three of us can surely vanquish him. Trunks exclaimed loudly. That is not an option. No number of fighters will suffice, and conventional tactics will prove futile. Vegeta shook his head. That cannot be true. We are immensely powerful, Trunks insisted. Indeed, nodded Goten in agreement. Trunks, I have never held you in my arms since you were but a baby. Vegeta abruptly changed the subject. Trunks was once again bewildered. Why is father speaking of such things at this moment? Now, allow me to embrace you. Vegeta offered with a tender smile. What kind of occasion is this? What are you trying to do, father? Trunks questioned as Vegeta stepped forward to wrap his arms around him. Trunks was rendered speechless. Perhaps this is better left alone. It feels rather embarrassing, he admitted. A hint of shyness creeping in. Take care, Trunks. Vegeta smiled gently. Huh. Trunks looked up at Vegeta, still puzzled. Suddenly, thud. Vegeta struck Trunks on the back of his neck with a swift blow. Trunks immediately collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. Goten stood in stunned silence, unable to process what had just occurred. Uncle, why did you knock Trunks out? Goten asked, bewildered. Thud. Vegeta quickly retaliated with a punch to Goten's chest. Goten instantly reverted to his normal state, losing consciousness on the spot. Krillin, observing from the sidelines, was equally astonished. Piccolo descended from the sky, landing beside Vegeta. What is this spiky-haired fellow up to? It seems he is intent on self-sacrifice, Yamcha murmured, stroking his chin. Ah, such selfless behavior. Should it be lauded or not? Bardoss let out a sigh nearby. Humming a little tune, Majin Buu stepped forward from the ruins. Who was it that ambushed me just now? Was it that green-faced fellow? Buu inquired. Piccolo, please take them away from here as quickly as possible. I beg of you, Vegeta implored. Piccolo stepped forward and scooped up Goten and Trunks. As they were departing, he asked, Are you contemplating suicide? Vegeta remained silent. After a 2-second pause, he asked, Tell me one thing. If I perish, will I be able to meet Kakarot in another world? At this moment, offering comforting words seemed futile, so I shall speak plainly. Piccolo replied solemnly, I'm afraid not. You have taken too many innocent lives. If you die, your body will vanish, and your soul will be sent to a realm entirely different from that of Son Goku. Is that so? What a pity. Vegeta chuckled nonchalantly. By the way, when I killed Babidi, he mentioned that the sorcerer responsible for making certain things mysteriously disappear in Satan City should not be him. Piccolo furrowed his brow. Humph, I find it somewhat strange too. But it doesn't matter who it is. At least that fellow hasn't harmed the earth, Vegeta smiled. You're right. So far, he hasn't committed any heinous acts. Piccolo nodded. Never mind. It's not worth worrying about. You should leave quickly, Vegeta urged. That fat one is almost here. All right. Piccolo nodded, and without any hesitation, transformed into a beam of golden light, swiftly departing the scene. That green-faced guy who kicked me, don't think you can escape. Buu extended his hand, aiming at the fleeing Piccolo. Stop right there, Majin Buu. Vegeta shouted loudly. You must defeat me before you lay a hand on him. Do you hear me? You balloon-headed fool? Cursing again. This time I want to let you off. White gas emanated from Buu's head, and veins bulged on his forehead. Hurry, Krillin. Get out of here. Piccolo called to Krillin below. All right. Krillin hurriedly took to the skies, leaving the scene with Piccolo. I will kill you. Buu was already prepared to eliminate Vegeta. High above, it seems this spiky-haired fellow is destined to die. Will he be killed, or will it be suicide? Kampa remarked curiously. Bardoss did not respond. I think there is a high probability of self-destruction, Tian sighed. What you say is not without merit. Kampa nodded slightly. As for going down to save him, as the god of destruction, Kampa certainly would not intervene to save an ordinary person. Not only Kampa, but even Beerus, who shares a relatively amicable relationship with Goku in the future, remained aloof during the Moro incident. It was only when Moro threatened to obliterate Earth, fearing the loss of delectable delicacies, that Beerus resolved to eliminate him. Gods of destruction typically refrain from proactively saving others. And neither does Tian harbor intentions to rescue Vegeta. What connection do I have with him? Furthermore, in the future, Majin Buu will be considered a subordinate of my father-in-law. What would it signify if I were to save Vegeta now? Moreover, Vegeta has previously harmed countless innocents. His choice to self-destruct is a means of atonement. Some events are immutable, and Tian prefers not to interfere excessively. If I were to resolve every matter, what role would Goku and Vegeta play? I finally understand how to deal with you, Vegeta remarked with a faint smile. Yu was momentarily taken aback, gazing intently at Vegeta. Thunderous energy surged from Vegeta, arcs of electricity enveloping his form. Hey, what does Vegeta intend to do? He could be killed. Krillin exclaimed to Piccolo, his voice grave. This is the first time that guy is fighting for someone other than himself, even at the cost of his own life. Piccolo gritted his teeth. This time, I will reduce you to ashes, ensuring you can never be reborn. Vegeta declared, a smile gracing his face as he shouted at Buu. Buu's eyes widened in shock at the sight of Vegeta's unyielding expression. Farewell, Bulma. Farewell, Trunks. Farewell, Kakarot. Vegeta cried out. His voice filled with anguish as a tremendous energy erupted from him, rapidly expanding outward. In that moment, Majin Buu was engulfed, with a cataclysmic roar. The energy unleashed by Vegeta painted the sky gray. Dark clouds gathered ominously, and bolts of lightning streaked down from above. When the scene settled, Vegeta appeared completely drained. Every ounce of moisture evaporated from his being. Chapter 109. The Grand Priest Call. Vegeta had entirely lost consciousness, plummeting rapidly to the ground. With a resounding thud, he disintegrated upon impact, scattering into the wind. In the distance, Piccolo and Krillin could no longer bear to watch. This guy truly dares to go to such lengths, Kampa remarked, shaking his head in admiration. Tian also expressed a profound sentiment, acknowledging this as perhaps the most poignant moment of Vegeta's life. Well, let us depart. Kampa called to Beerus. Understood, Lord Kampa, Beerus replied. Bardoss nodded gently. Are you really leaving? Tian inquired. What? I intend to depart. Do you have any objections? Xiangpa huffed. I wasn't addressing you. I was asking Bardoss. Tian smiled. Xiangpa exclaimed. Oh dear, indeed, I am leaving. Perhaps we shall meet again. Bardoss waved her hand with a smile. Bardoss, what do you have to say to this young man? Xiangpa was taken aback. I will miss you, Bardoss. Tian gestured with a wave. Bardoss chose not to respond further. Young man, do you even realize to whom you are speaking? Xiangpa huffed, indignantly exclaiming. Don't think that just because you are a disciple of Beerus, I am afraid to confront you. Do you believe you can best me? Tian merely chuckled. What did you say? I must have misheard. Xiangpa was momentarily stunned. Is this young man challenging me? Who gave you such audacity? Was it Beerus? Just then, as they were speaking, the staff in Bardoss's hands suddenly flickered a few times. Oh dear, it seems the Grand Minister is calling, Bardoss murmured, somewhat surprised. What? The Grand Minister? Xiangpa's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that our mission to collect the Super Dragon Balls has come to the Grand Minister's attention? I'm uncertain. I shall take the call. Bardoss gently shook her head and shushed Xiangpa. She then stepped aside to answer the phone. After establishing contact with the Grand Minister, Bardoss deliberately glanced in Tian's direction. Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. What are you looking at? In the next moment, Vados enveloped herself in a layer of angelic power, obscuring the contents of the conversation. Approximately 30 seconds later, Vados concluded the call and gracefully approached Kampa from a distance. What transpired, Vados? Kampa inquired. Let us depart, Lord Kampa. It is prudent not to stir up trouble here in Universe 7, Vados remarked, her expression unusually grave. What is the matter? Kampa swallowed hard, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. Could it be that our efforts to gather the Super Dragon Balls have indeed come to the attention of the Grand Minister? The Super Dragon Balls are but a trifling concern. There are far more significant matters at hand, Vados replied, beads of perspiration adorning her brow. Kampa was taken aback. Why does Vados appear so troubled? What is truly happening? Let us discuss this on our journey back, Vados suggested, casting a fleeting glance at Tian. Hey, are you reluctant to part with me? Tian greeted with a smile. What nonsense are you spouting, you brat? Kampa glared at Tian. Lord Kampa. It would be wise to remain unperturbed. We should hasten our departure, Vados urged once more. Very well, let us proceed, Kampa huffed. With a swift motion, the two transformed into beams of distinct colors, rapidly vacating the scene, vanishing in an instant. Tian gazed curiously at the retreating figures of Vados. What is going on? It seems Vados' gaze towards me was rather peculiar. Could it be that you have developed feelings for me? Although I possess a certain charm, I find such a possibility rather unlikely. Angels have lived for eons, and it would be peculiar for one to take a liking to me so effortlessly. It feels as if the Grand Minister glanced in my direction during a phone call. Did the Grand Minister mention me? Has my existence garnered his attention? In the vast expanse of the universe, Kampa and Beerus are swiftly traversing the starry sky. How rude of that disciple of Beerus! I must ensure to give him a thorough reprimanding the next time we meet. Kampa now regrets having left so hastily. Perhaps I should turn back and teach him a lesson. Beerus remains silent, hastening ahead. Beerus, do say something. Kampa calls out as he catches up. Oh dear. This is quite serious. Beerus sighs. What is the matter? Is it related to what the Grand Minister discussed with you? Kampa inquires, taken aback. Have you heard about the father of the Omni-King? Beerus asks. Kampa is momentarily stunned. Beerus, you have taken a sharp turn in the conversation. How did we suddenly arrive at the topic of the Omni-King's father? Are you implying that the Omni-King's father is still alive? After a brief moment of shock, Kampa quickly questions, wasn't he said to have been missing for quite some time? It is possible he was caught in some alternate dimension and may never return. That is a possibility, Beerus nods. But do you know why the Omni-King's father, the great Omni-King, chose to leave? I am unsure. Kampa shakes his head, then asks, are you bringing this up because the great Omni-King has been found? The mere thought of such a possibility sends a shiver down Kampa's spine. No. The great Omni-King has not been located, but the Grand Minister has discovered something else. Beerus sighs softly. What is it? Kampa asks, puzzled. The master of the great Omni-King. Beerus whispers. What did you say? The master of the great Omni-King. Kampa exclaims, bewildered. Who is that? I have never heard of the great Omni-King having a master. Just because you have not heard of him does not mean he does not exist, Beerus reflects. I never imagined he could very well have returned after a millennium of absence. Kampa falls silent, as he possesses little knowledge regarding the master of the great Omni-King. No one in the divine realm has ever mentioned this matter, and it seems that other destroyers are unaware as well. Please elaborate on the master of the great Omni-King. Kampa requests. The erasure of the great Omni-King was learned from his father, the great Omni-King himself. Bardos elucidated that the Erasure Technique of Lord Zeno was acquired from his master. Kampa was utterly astounded, his expression shifting in disbelief. Does this imply that his master possesses a more advanced erasure capability than Lord Zeno? Kampa stuttered in astonishment. Chapter 110, The Master of Lord Zeno. Indeed, Bardos affirmed, succinctly stating that Lord Zeno does not possess the ability to erase angels. However, his ancestor does, and he could potentially erase the Grand Priest if he so desired. Kampa was rendered completely speechless. He is none other than Lord Tian. Bardos sighed. Lord Tian? Kampa trembled once more. Yet, after his initial shock, he suddenly found the name somewhat familiar. Why does it seem as if he has encountered this name before? Kampa mused, stroking his chin, and suddenly his eyes brightened. Bardos remained silent. Tian, if we were to reverse this name, would it not be that lad, Yashin? Kampa smacked his forehead, then vigorously shook his head, forcing a bitter smile. Ha ha ha, what was I thinking? That lad is merely a disciple of Beerus. Bardos immediately covered his forehead, wishing to cease the conversation. What expression is that, Bardos? Kampa was taken aback, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Your analysis just now was remarkably astute, Bardos remarked with a hint of melancholy. What? What did you say? Kampa stammered. Could it be that my deductions were correct? Bardos lightly tapped his forehead. What a dreadful jest. This is no laughing matter. Kampa was on the verge of tears. Yet Bardos's demeanor grew increasingly grave. Are you truly not jesting? Kampa quivered violently, his face turning pale. I speak with utmost seriousness. Bardos nodded. He is a disciple of Beerus. How could he be connected to Lord Tian? Kampa felt his mind go blank, shouting in despair. Think carefully, Lord Kampa. Could it be that you assume Lord Tian to be a disciple of Lord Beerus? Has Lord Tian ever acknowledged this? Bardos countered. Kampa, upon reflection. It seems he has never confirmed such a claim. This is dire. Does this mean I am doomed? Should I celebrate my survival by burning incense? Tears streamed down Kampa's face, his heart racing with profound terror. Lord Tian likely possesses a nature of rebirth, and his erasure ability has yet to be fully restored. Bardos speculated. Oh, rebirth? Did he accidentally die and then reincarnate? Kampa's lips twitched in disbelief. Do not jest. He is the master of Lord Zeno. Who could possibly annihilate him? Lord Tian must have purposefully chosen to reincarnate out of sheer boredom. Vados responded, while Xiangpa fell silent. Bored and idle. Did he intentionally choose to reincarnate? This fellow truly possesses talent. Thus, while his erasure abilities have yet to fully recover, should we take some action? A thought crossed Xiangpa's mind. Surely, Lord Xiangpa does not intend to confront Lord Tian, does he? Vados turned to look at Xiangpa. Vados, such jesting is unacceptable. Xiangpa exclaimed sternly. How could I ever commit such an act? I wish to extend my life. I mean, since no one else is aware of Lord Tian's identity. Should I consider ingratiating myself? Vados sighed, Perhaps Lord Xiangpa ought to reflect on how you previously provoked him. Upon recalling past events, Xiangpa grasped his head, feeling utterly despondent. This cannot stand. If Lord Tian and I were to hold a grudge, I would surely meet a dreadful fate. What should I do? It is worth mentioning that Lord Tian's memories seem to remain incomplete. He likely does not yet recognize his own identity, Bados pondered. Does Lord Quanwang have 2 guards by his side? Xiangpa suddenly asked. Why not directly inquire whether Lord Tian requires guards? Bados chuckled. Indeed, that is precisely my intention. Xiangpa grinned, clutching his head once more, overwhelmed, and gritted his teeth. Curse it. If only you had said so sooner, I would not have been disrespectful toward Lord Tian. I urged Lord Xiangpa to depart earlier, yet he refused to listen. Bados smiled faintly. This cannot continue. I must devise a way to atone for my previous transgressions before his memories fully return, Xiangpa declared solemnly. Does Lord Xiangpa wish to be a guard by Lord Tian's side? Bados understood Xiangpa's implication. That could work. Xiangpa laughed. It seems quite suitable to become a guard now. Should I wait until later, my strength may not impress Lord Tian. Bados chuckled. Very well, I have made my decision. I shall return to ingratiate myself with Lord Tian. Xiangpa abruptly halted. Allow me to offer a word of advice, Bados remarked as he saw Xiangpa's determination to leave. Rather than simply ingratiating yourself, it may be wiser to seek friendship, for the bond of friendship is far more steadfast than that of master and servant. I believe it would be prudent for Lord Xiangpa to avoid appearing overly eager. If Lord Tian discovers his identity prematurely, it may hinder his future development. Doing so would surely not spare you from the wrath of the High Priest and Lord Quanwang. Xiangpa shuddered violently. I understand what to do, he said, wiping his sweat. I shall return now and refrain from meddling. After Bardos concluded her words, she gently waved her hand, transforming into a radiant stream of light akin to the stars, swiftly departing. Meanwhile, Xiangpa clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth, and rapidly soared towards Earth. Krillin, take these 2 youngsters back. I shall investigate the outcome, instructed Piccolo to Krillin. Understood, Krillin nodded. Remaining silent may not be prudent, and concealing the truth is certainly wrong. Piccolo mused. You should disclose the truth of this matter to their families. Krillin responded. Should I tell Bulma that Vegeta has perished? Why don't you say it? Whoosh. With those words, Piccolo sped away into the distance. Just as Piccolo departed, Tian descended from the sky, landing beside Krillin. Are you Tian, Gohan's classmate? Krillin asked, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it is I, Tian affirmed with a nod. You're still alive? That is truly remarkable. Krillin greeted with a smile. Chapter 111. Boo. Tian, you are truly wonderful. It's nothing, merely a trifling matter. Tian replied with a slight smile. I recall that Dabra spat toward you. How did you evade it? Krillin inquired. There was no need to dodge. With a mere wave of my hand, those things vanished. Tian answered simply. A wave of your hand made it disappear? What do you mean? Krillin asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. You asked too many questions. Perhaps you should refrain from inquiring further. Tian rolled his eyes. I will also go and see if Majin Buu still lives. You're going too? Krillin exclaimed in surprise. It's best not to. Piccolo has already gone, and we will know the results soon. I surmise that the probability of Majin Buu being obliterated is merely 1%. Prepare yourself for that possibility, Tian said, patting Krillin on the shoulder as he sped towards the site of Vegeta's explosion. Krillin stood there, stunned into silence, unable to utter a word. Is there really only a 1% chance that Majin Buu has perished? If that is the case, does it imply that Majin Buu is still alive? Wait, how can you be so certain? Crash. Piccolo descended from the sky, landing in the area of Vegeta's explosion. He observed numerous fragments of Majin Buu scattered across the ground. Crash. At that moment, Tian caught up from behind and appeared beside Piccolo. You are Tian? Piccolo initially jumped in surprise but relaxed slightly upon realizing it was Tian. It is I, Tian nodded. Have you been nearby all along? Piccolo inquired. You could interpret it that way, Tian replied. Tian offered a faint smile. Piccolo refrained from saying anything further and surveyed his surroundings. A brief silence ensued. If only a modicum of damage were inflicted upon Majin Buu's form, he could regenerate. However, now that he had been reduced to mere fragments, he had presumably lost his ability to revive. Piccolo mused, speaking as much to himself as to Tian, for they were the sole witnesses to this scene. Vegeta sacrificed his own life. What an extraordinary feat that was. Piccolo reflected, filled with a sense of admiration. At that moment, a voice unexpectedly echoed from a distance. Piccolo momentarily paused, turning to discern the source of the sound. Was it Babidi? He soon spotted Babidi. Damn it, Babidi, I never anticipated that you would still be alive. Your vitality is quite tenacious. Piccolo scoffed, striding towards Babidi. Suddenly, Tian stepped forward and placed his foot upon Babidi's severed body. Babidi cried out in agony, emitting a series of pained wails. This fellow is rather amusing, Piccolo remarked. I quite appreciate your approach to tasks. Step aside, Tian. I shall vanquish him, exclaimed Piccolo. Yet, immediately after Piccolo uttered these words, he was taken aback as he noticed a fragment of Majin Buu's flesh on the ground suddenly twitch. What is this? Piccolo was momentarily stunned. Even more astonishing occurrences lay ahead. The piece of Majin Buu's flesh began to wriggle rapidly. Almost all the fragments commenced a peculiar dance. Subsequently, these pieces were coalescing and transforming into numerous miniature versions of Majin Buu. These tiny entities resembled doll-like figures, and their numbers soared into the thousands. This sight rendered Piccolo's face a shade of green that was more pronounced than usual. All the diminutive Majin Buu swiftly ascended into the sky, converging together. The form of Majin Buu began to take shape. Piccolo's countenance twisted in horror, his body trembling even more violently. Whoosh! Without the slightest hesitation, Piccolo soared into the air, fleeing the scene. Are you not leaving? What are you still doing here? Hurry, depart from this place. Piccolo shouted to Tian. You go ahead. Do not mind me. Tian waved dismissively. You possess remarkable audacity. Have you not noticed that Majin Buu is on the verge of revival? Why do you still linger there? What on earth is happening? I never anticipated that Majin Buu was still alive. This is disastrous. With a swift motion, Majin Buu reverted to his original form and descended from the heavens, landing upon the ground. Upon touching down, he performed a brief stretching exercise. Waha! Buu erupted into hearty laughter. That fool blew himself to bits. Suddenly, Buu was startled by a series of anguished cries emanating from a distance. He turned his head to investigate. To his astonishment, he discovered a figure fervently stomping on the ground. Curiosity piqued, Buu approached. Buffety continued to emit pained groans. In the next moment, Buffety caught sight of the advancing Majin Buu. Majin Buu, please save me, Buffety exclaimed, as if clutching at a lifeline, his voice filled with urgency. What are you playing at? Buu inquired, glancing at Tian. I intend to crush him, Tian replied with a grin. Don't you find his cries quite amusing? MHM. 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 Buu nodded vigorously. Buu, please save me, or I shall be trampled to death. Buffety implored once more. Buu merely stuck out his tongue. Will you save me if I ask you to? With an invitation to play, Tian expressed his interest. It seemed rather amusing, so I decided to join in. Buu nodded and also stepped onto the wound of Babidi. A howl escaped Babidi's lips, more anguished than before. What do you intend to do, Majin Buu? Do you wish to be sealed away again? Babidi shouted in a frenzied tone, his voice filled with fury. Buu was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. Hurry, kill him. Otherwise, I will seal you, Babidi threatened. Buu glanced at Tian, feeling compelled to act against Babidi. Hold on, don't act hastily. Just look at me, Tian said, waving his hand gently at Babidi with a smile. All is well now. Apart from his screams, he has lost the ability to speak. Buu? So, there is no need to worry about him sealing you. Tian chuckled. Is that true? Buu gazed at Tian with skepticism, keeping a wary eye on Babidi. Hey, try to speak, Tian urged, stepping heavily on Babidi once more. Babidi held in agony, his mouth moving wildly. Yet no words emerged. See, he can no longer utter a sound, Tian remarked with a light laugh. Buu felt an overwhelming sense of joy wash over him. Finally, I am free from his control. You are truly wonderful, Buu exclaimed, elated. Chapter 112. Buu, who is this fat cat? Babidi, your presence is indeed significant, Tian smiled. It's quite rare for you to bear the blame for so long. Babidi wore a puzzled expression. However, he quickly regained his composure. Could it be that the other magician is this brat? Have I been bearing the blame for him all along? You have finally realized, Tian grinned. Babidi's eyes reflected endless resentment. Well then, you are of no further use. Allow me to have Buu eliminate you, Tian declared, beckoning to Buu. Buu. You may crush him. Buu excitedly pointed to himself. I can crush him? That sounds rather amusing. With a wicked grin, Buu prepared to stomp down. I shall not hold back. With a fierce stomp, Buu crushed Babidi beneath his foot. Babidi cried out, yet no words came forth. Approximately 30 seconds later, Babidi was brutally trampled to death by Buu. With a blast of energy, Buu obliterated Babidi into nothingness. In the distance, Piccolo swiftly appeared beside Krillin. Hey, Piccolo. Did you see Gohan's classmate Tian? That guy is still alive. What a stroke of luck, Krillin marveled. Let us not discuss that now. Majin Buu is still alive. Piccolo let out a bitter smile. What did you just say? Krillin exclaimed. The Majin Buu is not dead? Vegeta has sacrificed himself in vain. Indeed, Piccolo nodded. Tian mentioned that the probability of Majin Buu's demise is merely 1%. It seems he was correct. Krillin's expression turned exceptionally grim. Not to mention Tian, he is still tormenting Babidi, Piccolo remarked, feeling overwhelmed. Tormenting Babidi? Didn't you kill him? Krillin was taken aback. Babidi is still alive. His vitality is quite resilient, Piccolo replied gravely. We cannot afford to be concerned about that any longer, and there is no time to wait for Tian. It is possible that Majin Buu has fully recovered by now. The situation on the ground is perilous. We should swiftly take these two to the temple. They are the last glimmers of hope, however faint. Let us hurry. If we delay, it may be too late, Krillin urged, nodding vigorously. In an instant, the two transformed into streaks of light, racing towards the temple. You are quite an intriguing individual. How about becoming my servant in the future? Buu glanced back at Tian. At that moment, Kampa hovered high above, gazing downwards. Then, Kampa heard the words recently uttered by Majin Buu, causing his nose to flare with anger. You insufferable glutton. I demand to serve as Lord Ye's servant and guard on that very day. Yet you wish for Lord Tian to serve as your servant? Do you wish to perish? I shall descend and extinguish you at once. With no hesitation. Kampa plummeted from the heavens. Is that not Lord Kampa? Tian inquired with a smile. Cat? Suddenly, I find this rotund figure rather disagreeable, thus I have returned. Kampa grinned. Tian displayed a countenance of curiosity. What do you intend to do? This is not like you, Tian observed with a skeptical gaze directed at Kampa. I have resolved to make some thorough repairs to this place before returning, Kampa huffed, asserting that it would be futile to travel all the way to the 7th universe without accomplishing anything. After such a long journey, it seemed unthinkable to return empty-handed. Who are you? Majin Buu inquired, staring at Kampa. Bang! Kampa delivered a powerful punch to Majin Buu's face, causing it to cave in instantly. Slap! Kampa seized Majin Buu's arm, tossing him about with ferocity. Majin Buu stood no chance against Kampa and soon found himself unable to retaliate. Bang, bang, bang! Kampa ruthlessly pummeled Majin Buu before unceremoniously discarding him like refuse onto the ground nearby. Majin Buu lay on the ground, gravely injured. Consider yourself fortunate that you are not dead, Kampa scoffed. Damn it, I shall turn you into chocolate. Majin Buu felt overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events. Just a moment ago, he was the most formidable being in this universe, and now he found himself bested by this rotund feline. The stark contrast of his circumstances plunged Majin Buu into profound despair. Is this a form of dimensionality reduction? With a crackle, a bolt of purple-white lightning surged towards Xiangpa's direction. With a swift motion, Xiangpa raised his hand and effortlessly seized the incoming lightning. In the next instant, he held the purple-white lightning firmly in his grasp. Bo was utterly astonished. How could my magic be ineffective against him? How is this even possible? I need to relieve myself. As Xiangpa spoke, he turned and urinated. With a crackle, he tossed the purple-white lightning into his stream. In a blink, the puddle transformed into an irregularly shaped piece of chocolate. You wanted chocolate, didn't you? Here you go. With that, Xiangpa shoved the chocolate into Bu's mouth. Boo, he was utterly repulsed. This is the first time I've tasted chocolate that transformed from urine. It's truly awful. With a thud, Xiangpa delivered a powerful kick, sending Bu soaring through the air in an arc. By the time he landed, he was already dazed. Fortunately, Xiangpa had not gone all out. Had he done so, Bu would have ceased to exist long ago. All right, that was quite satisfying. Xiangpa clapped his hands joyfully and cast a sycophantic glance at Tian. Tian, your gaze seems a bit peculiar. You are Tian, correct? Xiangpa quickly retracted his obsequious demeanor, recalling Bardos's warning against meddling in Lord Tian's affairs. Revealing his true identity prematurely might disrupt his cultivation, and the high priest would undoubtedly be the first to exact vengeance upon him. I must maintain a semblance of my previous attitude, albeit slightly improved. Gradually, I will infiltrate Lord Tian's inner circle and cultivate a profound friendship with him. Such a relationship could irrevocably transform my destiny. Perhaps Lord Tian might even bestow upon me the title of some grand destroyer or deity. I truly am quite astute. Is there something you need? Tian inquired, stroking his chin as he scrutinized Xiangpa. I'm hungry. Please procure some food for me, Xiangpa huffed, deciding to act in accordance with his established persona. Just as Tian was about to decline, a sudden inspiration struck him, prompting a change of heart. No food. On such a vast planet, is there truly nothing to eat? Xiangpa scoffed. Chapter 113. Xiangpa, Lord Tian, you will personally prepare food for me. Actually, I do have a delightful dish, a newly developed 9-turn intestine. Would you care to sample it? Yi Tian chuckled. 9-turn intestine? The name sounds quite appetizing. Can you make it? Xiangpa inquired eagerly. Indeed, Yi Tian affirmed with a nod. Quickly, prepare it for me, Xiangpa said with a satisfied smile. The prospect of Lord Tian Yi personally cooking for him filled him with exhilaration. He felt he was on the brink of reaching the zenith of destruction. Who else could claim such a privilege? He. Xiangpa reveled in his secret delight. Follow me, Yi Tian commanded as he soared into the sky, with Xiangpa closely trailing behind. Yi Tian led Xiangpa swiftly towards Satan City, while Xiangpa silently observed him from behind. Could this individual truly be the reincarnation of Lord Tian Yi? His flight speed seems rather unimpressive. Perhaps his strength has yet to fully return. Indeed, without the complete restoration of his memories, his power would inevitably remain compromised. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai had utilized instant transmission to appear beside Son Gohan. Subsequently, he escorted Gohan back to the Supreme Kai's realm, where he administered rudimentary first aid to prevent immediate demise. Gohan stirred slightly, yet remained unconscious due to his severe injuries. If only Jebet were here, the Supreme Kai sighed, contemplating how that staff-wielding woman could have treated Gohan. I am the Supreme Kai. I cannot heal him. Now, the Supreme Kai found himself at an impasse, resigned to patiently await Gohan's own awakening. Additionally, he was left pondering the origins of that large, rotund cat. Did it truly claim to be a destroyer? Why have I never heard of the existence of a god of destruction? What is the purpose of a god of destruction? The Kaioshin could not fathom this, for his understanding of the god of destruction was utterly blank. It is indeed perplexing. Meanwhile, Son Goku finally regained consciousness. Scratching his head where Vegeta had struck him, glancing at the bag of Senzu beans on the ground. There remained one Senzu bean in the bag. Goku had received 3 beans from Korin. He had given one to Gohan and another to Vegeta, leaving just one. That rascal Vegeta consumed a Senzu bean and knocked me unconscious, running off alone to confront Majin Buu. Goku shook his head. Crunch. Goku immediately consumed the Senzu bean, restoring his strength. He then opened his senses. Oddly, the energy of Majin Buu had vanished, and so had Vegeta's. Had they both perished in their confrontation? Goku furrowed his brow. He could not sense Gohan's energy either. What on earth had happened? Goku turned his attention in another direction and sensed the energies of Krillin and Piccolo. They were alive and had reverted from their stony forms. Goku muttered to himself, believing they would have insight into the unfolding events. With a flash, Goku instantaneously transported himself to the temple on Earth. At that moment, Krillin had already taken Goten and Trunks to the temple's bedroom to rest. How long until they awaken? Krillin inquired. About an hour, I suppose, Piccolo replied. Krillin was taken aback by the thought that both Gohan and Vegeta had perished. It felt as if the sky were collapsing. The worst part was the uncertainty surrounding Goku's fate. How strange. Piccolo suddenly paused. What is it, Piccolo? Krillin asked. Have you noticed that Majin Buu's energy seems to have suddenly vanished? Piccolo frowned. Oh, it truly does. How could this be? Could he be concealing his energy? Krillin scratched his head in confusion. I don't know. Piccolo gently shook his head. The likelihood of him being dead is incredibly low, even with Vegeta's sacrificing his life to try to obliterate him. Can you see him from here? Krillin asked. Dandy, let us search together, Piccolo proposed. Yes. Dandy nodded. The two approached the edge of the temple and looked down below. It wasn't long before Piccolo spotted Majin Buu lying motionless in the massive crater created by Vegeta's explosion. Uncle Piccolo, there he is, Dandy exclaimed, also noticing Buu's position. What is he doing lying there? Piccolo wondered. It seems he might be unconscious, he speculated. Dandy speculated, no. He must be asleep. Piccolo shook his head. He appears somewhat dirty. Could he have been knocked unconscious? Dandy pondered again. Impossible. Who possesses the ability to render him unconscious? Piccolo shook his head once more. Could it be Goku? Dandy inquired. I doubt it. It seems more likely he has merely fallen asleep in an ungraceful manner. Rolling on the ground and dirtying himself, Piccolo frowned. That is indeed a possibility. Dandy nodded. While he slumbers, we ought to take some action. Piccolo mused. I wonder if the Mystic Seal Wave could contain him. The Mystic Seal Wave? Dandy had never heard of it. It's an ancient sealing technique. Piccolo hesitated. Sealing him while he sleeps would likely be our best option. However, if the sealing fails, the consequences could be disastrous. Just as Piccolo was caught in indecision, Son Goku appeared above the temple, having utilized instant transmission. Piccolo immediately sensed Goku's presence. Goku, is that really you? How wonderful. You are alive. Krillin exclaimed with immense excitement. What are you saying, Krillin? I had already perished. Goku chuckled lightly. I came to inquire about the situation. What has transpired? Subsequently, Krillin and Piccolo recounted everything they knew to Goku. What? Gohan and King Kai, along with Vegeta? Goku was filled with sorrow. The power of Majin Buu is as formidable as King Kai feared, unimaginably strong. Piccolo stated solemnly, if this continues, not only Earth, but all beings in the universe will be annihilated. However, the fact that Goku was still alive was a small mercy. Only he possessed the strength to defeat Majin Buu. Krillin exhaled slightly in relief. Goku, you can only remain in this world for one day, correct? How much time is left? To be honest, I fear I may not be able to defeat him either. Goku shook his head. What? Krillin was taken aback. Vegeta and I are not far apart in strength. He sacrificed his life yet was still slain. I too would find victory exceedingly difficult. Goku sighed. Chapter 114. I will prepare 9 turn intestines for Kappa, is that so? How unfortunate, Krillin lamented, then suddenly recalled something. Piccolo, didn't you mention that Gohan classmate? Tian, is still there? How is he faring? I haven't seen him. Piccolo shook his head. Perhaps he was transformed into chocolate and devoured. Krillin sighed in resignation. Piccolo remained silent. It is not entirely implausible. I warned you to flee quickly, yet you did not. Why must you torment Bafity? That individual's existence has become inconsequential. A brief silence ensued. By the way, I just noticed Majin Buu sleeping at the site of Vegeta's explosion. Do you think the Mafoba technique could seal him away? Piccolo inquired. I have not attempted this. Perhaps we should consult Master Roshi, suggested Goku, momentarily taken aback. The Mafoba technique was taught to him by his master, correct? Indeed. Piccolo nodded. I am merely concerned that if the sealing fails, it might provoke him further, which is why I have refrained from acting hastily. You are right, Piccolo. Goku agreed, nodding. Moreover, even if we manage to seal him, he will inevitably escape one day, just as you once did. We must find a way to defeat him. Let's not dwell on the past. Piccolo retorted darkly. Goku is correct. We should indeed devise a strategy to vanquish him. That individual has been sealed for quite some time. Yet upon his return, his power remains unchanged, Krillin lamented. Unfortunately, it would have sufficed if either Vegeta or Gohan were alive, Goku suddenly remarked. No, it is futile. Regardless of numbers, that being is far too powerful, Piccolo shook his head. No, I am referring to the fusion technique. Goku clarified. What purpose does that serve? Krillin asked. Fusion technique? Is that the specialty of the Metamorans? Dandy interjected, momentarily bewildered. Dandy, you are aware. Indeed, this is a skill I learned from the Metamorans in another world. Goku confirmed, nodding. It requires 2 individuals whose powers and sizes are comparable, allowing them to merge into a singular entity, thereby giving birth to an immensely powerful warrior. Remarkably, the 2 Metamorans were quite weak individually, but upon fusion, they became formidable fighters. You are right, as long as either Vegeta or Gohan is alive. We can utilize the fusion technique. Piccolo considered this strategy favorably. However, I have never attempted it since learning it. Goku sighed, stating that in that world, he has yet to find someone of similar stature, and mastering the fusion technique requires considerable time. Ultimately, it may not be feasible. If Goku were to return to that world, he could fuse with the deceased Gohan or Vegeta, Krillin expressed with excitement. No, once Goku returns, he cannot return to this world. Piccolo shook his head, adding that Vegeta and Goku would not encounter one another in that realm. Vegeta would be sent to the afterlife. The 2 little ones, Goten and Trunks, lying there, are their powers and physiques similar enough to utilize the fusion technique? Mr. Popo suggested. The group paused momentarily, then quickly regained their focus. Excellent idea, Mr. Popo. This plan is truly remarkable. Sun Wukong was filled with surprise, and then he turned to Piccolo, saying, Piccolo, time is running short. After I depart, I entrust you with the task of teaching the 2 children the fusion technique. Wonderful. There is a glimmer of hope. Those 2 children might just succeed. Krillin sighed with relief. During the time spent teaching Trunks and Goten the fusion technique, who knows how many lives may be lost at the hands of Majin Buu. Piccolo lamented, hoping that Buu would remain in slumber for a while longer. regardless of how many lives are lost, as long as the Dragon Balls exist. They can be revived, and everything can be restored, Sun Wukong spoke slowly. Krillin, please gather the families. Piccolo suggested. All right, Krillin nodded. In Satan City, at Mr. Satan's home. Hey, Yaishin, is this fellow really Majin Buu? I never imagined Majin Buu would look like this. Videl pulled Yaishin aside and whispered. And how did you bring him to our house? Don't worry, he is not Majin Buu. Yaishin smiled. He is the most powerful god from another universe. The most powerful god? From another universe? Is he the Kaioshin? Videl inquired with curiosity. Not the Kaioshin. He is the god of destruction, Yaishin clarified. God of destruction? What is that? Videl was completely baffled. Just know that he is very strong, Yaishin chuckled. Videl asked, why did you bring him here? And what about Majin Buu? Majin Buu has awakened, Yaishin replied. What? Does that mean Earth is in danger? Videl gasped. Humph, that guy is utterly weak. I've already knocked him out. Kampa had been eavesdropping with perked ears. Thank goodness. Lord Yaishin does not dislike me. In fact, he even referred to me as the strongest god from another universe. It seems I have nearly completed the first step in building a good relationship with Lord Yaishin. From now on, whatever he offers me to eat, even if it tastes like dung, I shall proclaim it delicious. That way, I can draw closer to Lord Yaishin. Yaishin, the pig intestines are here. Mr. Satan quickly rushed over with the pig intestines. Thank you for your trouble. Yaishin expressed his gratitude. It's nothing. Just a small task, Mr. Satan chuckled, lowering his voice to whisper to Yaishin, as per your instructions, the pig intestines are authentic and have not been blanched yet. Excellent, excellent. Yaishin nodded. Now, I will prepare the 9-turn intestines for Lord Kampa. Xiangpa was overwhelmed with excitement. The esteemed Lord Tian was going to personally prepare a meal for him, and he felt incredibly honored. What immense fortune must he have accrued in his previous life to indulge in the culinary creations of Lord Tian. As Tian placed the unwashed pig intestines into boiling water, a foul odor immediately permeated the air. Videl quickly covered her nose. Mr. Satan also contemplated doing the same, yet he deemed it impolite and endured the stench instead. After all, Tian had mentioned he was entertaining a highly esteemed guest. Given such a declaration, it would be rather inappropriate for him to shield his nose. Xiangpa, upon catching the whiff of the stench, felt his eyes well up with tears. Lord Tian, you wouldn't truly make me eat something repulsive, would you? Chapter 115, The 9-Turned Intestines. Xiangpa in tears. Xiangpa felt utterly forlorn. What to do? What to do? He certainly did not wish to consume something so distasteful. However, with Lord Tian cooking for him, could he really refuse to partake? After placing the intestines into the pot, Tian began to prepare the marinade. He poured the water used for blanching the intestines into the mixture and let it simmer over a high flame. Before long, a delicately crafted dish of 9-turned intestines was presented before Xiangpa. The unpleasant odor had gradually dissipated, replaced by a unique and enticing aroma. Xiangpa's emotions shifted in tandem with the evolving scent of the dish. It seemed that Lord Tian was genuinely devoted to his culinary art. I can sense the care you put into your cooking. I wonder if it will taste as good as it looks, he mused. Xiangpa, please indulge. Tian urged as he set the dish on Xiangpa's table. With a determined bite, Xiangpa thought, I shall give it a try. Before you sample this dish, allow me to explain its characteristics, Tian offered. All right, please do, Xiangpa nodded in agreement. Do you know what pig intestines are? Tian inquired. Xiangpa, being the god of destruction, certainly had some awareness of their origin. He almost retorted, questioning whether such a thing was edible, but he held his tongue, fearing it might offend Lord Tian irreparably. Previously, he had considered confronting him, but now, with the awareness of Tian's true identity, he felt compelled to cultivate a good relationship. It was imperative that he became Tian's closest ally before the latter fully regained his memories and abilities. Otherwise, he could find himself in dire straits. If he could establish himself as Tian's best friend, perhaps he could even secure a position as a great god of destruction. And even if that did not materialize, having such a formidable ally would surely deter King Quan from taking any adverse action against him. Ha ha ha. I'm truly clever. I never anticipated that such an ingredient could be transformed into a culinary delight by you. At least, the aroma is quite enticing, Xiangpa complimented. Generally speaking, when it comes to pig intestines, many individuals meticulously cleanse them of any impurities during the cooking process, Tian remarked with a sense of wonder. Xiangpa nodded vigorously, albeit with a hint of confusion as he scratched his head. I did not observe you washing them. I only saw you swirling them in boiling water. Moreover, A considerable amount of light yellow substance was released into the water during the process. Are you certain you have washed it? However, I do not know how to wash. Suddenly, Tian took an unexpected turn. If you choose not to wash, so be it. There is no need for such an elaborate explanation. How shall you guide my dining experience henceforth? For I wish to preserve the authentic essence of the pig's intestines. With a smile, Tian remarked that only in this manner could the dish truly flourish in flavor. I find your assertion to be quite valid. Tears glistened once more in Xiangpa's eyes. There was no room for hesitation. After all, is it not merely a matter of consuming excrement? Am I to fear anyone? In pursuit of fostering a favorable rapport with Lord Tianyi, I shall embrace this challenge. Please, esteemed Lord Xiangpa, do partake. Tian extended the chopsticks toward Xiangpa simultaneously, with a gentle wave of his hand. He sliced the pig's intestines into several pieces. As the incision was made, a golden liquid oozed forth. Xiangpa stifled his revulsion, gritting his teeth as he picked up a piece and unceremoniously swallowed it whole. For the sake of my future, what is a mere consumption of excrement? How does it taste? Tian inquired with palpable excitement. Quite palatable. Indeed, Xiangpa managed to suppress the urge to retch. Nearby, Videl was utterly appalled. Tian, might we refrain from subjecting the cat to such indignities? The pig intestines you prepared are utterly revolting. Is this plump cat truly so foolish as to consume such a thing? And yet, it appears to do so without the slightest hint of nausea. Merely witnessing it makes me feel queasy. How much does this fat cat owe to Xiangpa? It seems you swallowed it without even tasting it, did you not? Xiangpa, bewildered, gazed at Tian and exclaimed, "This is simply because it was so delectable that I couldn't resist swallowing it whole. Ahaha." As he laughed, tears streamed down his face. "Why are you crying, Lord Xiangpa?" Tian inquired. "It's because it was so delicious. I haven't savored such exquisite cuisine in ages." Xiangpa's face was drenched in tears. Is that truly the case? Tian pondered, casting a thoughtful glance at Xiangpa. Indeed, it is extraordinarily delicious. No one dare contest me for it. Whoever challenges me shall face my wrath. That demon Buu is a prime example. At that moment, Xiangpa claimed the entire platter of pig intestines, adopting a protective stance over his meal. Tian mused, is it really that delectable? Has my culinary skill improved so significantly that my pig intestines can elicit such delight in Xiangpa? Yet, he and Beerus are known to be overjoyed even with a mere packet of instant noodles. How could they not relish such a delicacy as the nine-turn intestines? Moreover, Tian remained oblivious to his true identity. This simply won't do. You must genuinely savor it, he sighed. Very well. I shall take my time to appreciate it this time, Xiangpa replied gravely, nodding in agreement. As he spoke, Xiangpa picked up another piece of pig intestine with his chopsticks and began to savor it. As he ate, he suddenly found the flavor surprisingly pleasant. Although it initially had a foul odor, with careful tasting, the unpleasantness transformed into a delightful aroma. How peculiar! How can something so distasteful turn so fragrant? Xiangpa had initially suppressed his disgust to consume the pig intestines, yet by the end, he found himself increasingly enchanted by the taste. Could it be that pig waste is indeed aromatic? He even contemplated this notion. In no time, the platter of pig intestines was completely devoured by Xiangpa. Is there any more? Bring me another plate. Xiangpa belched loudly, expelling a grainy, beige substance. Tian hastily stepped aside. Videl and Mr. Satan stood at a distance, unable to bear the sight any longer. Tian, are you still addicted to eating? Is it because I have prepared something so delicious? Quickly, one plate is not enough. Bring me another. Xiangpa, let's call it a day for now, as overindulgence may lead to monotony. Tian scratched his head. You have a point. Xiangpa nodded in agreement, a delighted grin spreading across his face as he gave Tian a thumbs up. Tian, you truly excel. Your culinary skills are unparalleled in the entire seventh universe. You're too kind, Tian replied, feeling somewhat bashful. I believe it would be a pity for you to remain in the seventh universe. Would you care to join me in the sixth universe for further endeavors? Seizing the opportunity, Xiangpa immediately extended the invitation. Chapter 116. Xiangpa, you wish to marry the three daughters of the Grand Priest? Not a chance. Tian decisively rejected the proposition. After all, you are a disciple of Beerus. It seems rather inappropriate for you to join me in the sixth universe. Xiangpa feigned contemplation, nodding thoughtfully. However, venturing to the sixth universe is not entirely out of the question, Tian mused, addressing Xiangpa. What would you require of me? Xiangpa sensed an opportunity arising. If you can arrange for Beerus' daughter to marry me, I shall accompany you to the 6th universe. Tian proposed. Pa, indeed, you have taken a fancy to Vados. If you were to venture into the 6th universe, would you be able to prepare pig intestines for me daily? Pa inquired subtly. Certainly, as long as you provide the raw materials. I can offer an abundance of pig intestines, Tian nodded. You wish to marry Vados? Pa mused, resting his chin in contemplation. This condition seems rather difficult to fulfill. How might I persuade Vados to accept such a proposal? What means could possibly lead her to wed Lord Tian? I do not merely desire Vados. I yearn to marry both Kusu and Margarita as well. Tian lowered his voice, adding to Pa. At that moment, Pa felt utterly disheartened. You are to wed the 3 daughters of the Grand Priest. I believe I could perhaps persuade a Bardos. It might just be plausible. If I manage to charm all 3 of them, would the Grand Priest not strike me down? Ahem, your desire seems rather arduous. But I shall weigh the pros and cons swiftly. Should Lord Tian offer me protection, I believe the Grand Priest would spare my life. In fact, I might even ascend in status as a result. If not, then so be it. Tian shook his head, expressing his fondness for this planet. Content to live a good life here. How about we approach them one by one? Pa proposed, suggesting we start with Bardos and conquer them sequentially. That is not an unreasonable plan. Tian nodded in agreement. Very well, I understand your aspirations. Pa gently nodded. However, I shall need to conduct a thorough assessment of such matters. You are indeed correct, Tian smiled. Now, let me inquire, aside from the 9-turn intestines, do you possess knowledge of any other delicacies? Pa asked once more. I have some knowledge of others as well, Tian chuckled. I shall prepare another dish for you to take back to Bardos for her to savor. Do you wish for your future wife to consume excrement? You are truly courageous. Will you be able to indulge later? Videl, please bring me my instant noodles. Tian called out to Videl in the distance. Videl, looking somewhat bewildered, nodded and swiftly retrieved a packet of noodles. Tian tore open the packaging, prepared the seasoning, and added boiling water. Pa wore a perplexed expression. What is this? However, at first glance, it seemed somewhat normal. It appeared that there was no need to resort to anything unpleasant. After soaking for 3 minutes, Tian lifted the lid. It is ready to eat, he announced. Pa leaned closer to sniff, finding the aroma quite distinctive. He wondered how it would taste. Grasping the chopsticks, Pa was about to savor it when suddenly, the sky darkened. Huh, what is happening? Pa paused, looking up at the sky. Could the sun of this planet vanish unexpectedly for a while? How peculiar that it has turned dark. I assent it's still noon. Mr. Satan also curiously gazed upward. Is it about to rain? Just a moment ago, it was a clear day. Videl appeared somewhat dazed. The dragon is about to emerge, Tian remarked. The dragon? Pa was momentarily stunned. Are you familiar with the dragon of the gods? Has your memory nearly returned? Surely, Lord Tian is not aware of the Super Dragon Balls. Is he? No. Who has gathered the Super Dragon Balls to summon the Eternal Dragon? This shouldn't be happening. Isn't Beerus supposed to be asleep? Have other gods of destruction arrived in Universe 7? I must investigate. As Kompa spoke, he transformed into a crimson streak of light and vanished from sight in an instant. He flew with astonishing speed, leaving Dilly in awe as she watched him disappear. Such velocity is unparalleled. In the temple above, the sky suddenly darkened. Is the Eternal Dragon manifesting? Goku gazed into the pitch-black heavens, pondering why the Eternal Dragon would appear at this moment. Surely, it must be the Dragon Balls that Bulma has collected over time. She likely remains unaware of the situation, Krillin speculated. Indeed. Vegeta has taken many lives at the World Martial Arts Tournament. I suspect Bulma is attempting to resurrect them, Goku exclaimed in surprise. This is dire. If the wish is granted now, we shall have to wait a year for another wish to be fulfilled, Dandy fretted. I must go and see, Goku declared, placing his index and middle fingers to his forehead. In a flash, Goku executed instant transmission and vanished from the spot. At the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, a colossal azure dragon coiled through the night sky. The nearby residents, upon witnessing this spectacle, were left utterly astounded. Speak your wish. I can grant you 3 wishes. The voice of the Eternal Dragon echoed through the air. Last time, Gohan expressed a desire to gather the Dragon Balls to uncover the identity of that mysterious hero. Little did I know that my efforts would be put to use so soon, Bulma mused. What wish should I make? How should I phrase it? This is troublesome. Simply resurrect those who perished today and eliminate the villains, Lepin suggested, proceeding to make his wish. Thank you, Bulma replied, finding this wish quite feasible. Very well. Your wish has been granted. Now, please articulate your 2 remaining wishes. The eternal dragon's voice resonated once more. High above, Kappa swiftly appeared in the night sky, surveying the eternal dragon from a lofty vantage point. This cannot be the dragon of the gods. The dragon of the gods should not be so diminutive. I never anticipated the existence of a dragon on Earth, Kappa murmured. Nevertheless, it matters not, as long as this is not the dragon of the gods. All will be well. Just then, Goku also executed instant transmission and materialized at the scene. Oh no, it's too late, Goku exclaimed in alarm. Goku? Bulma was taken aback. The others present immediately turned their attention toward Goku. Dandy, can you hear me? 1 wish has already been granted. Goku quickly contacted Dandy. Is that so? Then let the remaining 2 wishes be forgotten. Dandy responded, having fulfilled but a single wish, and informed that in 4 months' time, the Dragon Balls would be available for use once more. Very well, I comprehend, Goku nodded. By the way, since everyone is gathered here, please relay to Krillin that he need not come. I shall escort everyone myself. Chapter 117, Shenron, Lord Beerus? Very well, Dandy acquiesced. Shenron. Those are all the wishes for this time. Thank you. Goku waved at Shenron, expressing his intent to seek his assistance again in the future. However, Shenron remained silent, his gaze filled with trepidation as he fixated on the figure of Beerus in the sky. Hey, Shenron, I'm speaking to you. What are you looking at? Goku inquired, somewhat perplexed. Why yes, Lord Beerus. Shenron stammered, trembling in fear. Humph. Beerus huffed, showing no intention of addressing Shenron further, as he transformed into a stream of purple light and vanished in an instant. Shenron was left with a bewildered expression. What could the Lord of Destruction possibly want here? Why are you silent? How peculiar. Dragon, did you hear that? Sun Wukong is still perplexed. What are you saying about the God of Destruction? Ah, it's nothing. Suddenly, the dragon snapped back to reality, glancing down at Sun Wukong. Do you not have any wishes? Then farewell. With a clap, the dragon transformed into 7 streaks of light and swiftly vanished without a trace. The sky regained its brightness. Wukong, what transpired? Lepin inquired. Follow me. We shall discuss it in the temple. It's dangerous here, Sun Wukong called out. In the area where Vegeta had experienced a massive explosion, Jebbet was resurrected by the dragon. This is strange. Was I not slain by Dabra? How am I alive? Jebbet wore a look of utter confusion. Then, he spotted Majin Buu lying nearby. Is that Majin Buu? Jebbet's expression shifted dramatically. What is he doing? Sleeping? Jebbet trembled in fear. In the next moment, without a shred of hesitation, he made a swift escape. How terrifying. This creature has finally awakened. After running a considerable distance, Jebbet noticed that Majin Buu was not pursuing him, and he breathed a slight sigh of relief. I wonder where the Supreme Kai has gone. Could he have been killed by Majin Buu? I shall return to the Supreme Kai's realm to check. With a whoosh, Jebbet utilized instant transmission to rapidly return to the Supreme Kai's domain. Jebbet, did you not perish? You've been revived? The Supreme Kai was momentarily stunned upon seeing Jebbet. I too find it quite astonishing, Jebbet replied, shaking his head in confusion. Strange occurrences happen every year, but today is particularly abundant, the Supreme Kai remarked. Do you know, Jebbet? Today I encountered a large, fat cat who claimed to be a god of destruction. A woman accompanying him possessed remarkable healing abilities. In an instant, she completely restored my injuries and rejuvenated my energy, surpassing even your skills. Is that so? Jebbet was equally astonished. To my knowledge, my healing capabilities have reached an exceptional level, and very few beings in this universe can compare to me, let alone a deity. Moreover, isn't the Supreme Kai incapable of healing? Yes, I am the Supreme Kai, and I do not possess healing abilities, the Supreme Kai nodded. That woman you mentioned is indeed remarkable, Jebbet remarked again. That fat cat seems quite impressive as well. The Supreme Kai added. He appeared exceedingly confident, almost as if he could defeat Majin Buu. Were Vegeta and the others not also very confident? What became of that? Jebbet inquired. I have not gone to check. I have not been following the developments on Earth. The Kaioshin shook his head. But how did Lord Kaioshin bring this human, Son Gohan, here? Jebbet inquired curiously, glancing at the unconscious Son Gohan on the ground. By the way, Jebbet, you must hurry and treat Gohan, the Kaioshin urged. I almost forgot if you hadn't mentioned it. Jebbet scratched his head. At that time, you had perished, and you did not witness the might of those 3 Saiyans, so it is difficult to comprehend. The Kaioshin reignited with hope, pondering that perhaps Gohan possessed the strength to defeat Majin Buu. Is that truly so? I find it hard to believe, Jebbet shook his head. With a swift motion, Jebbet enveloped Son Gohan in healing energy. In an instant, Gohan opened his eyes, regaining consciousness. Huh? Where is this? He looked around in confusion. This is my Kaioshin realm. The Kaioshin smiled in introduction. The Kaioshin realm? Does that mean I have died? Gohan was taken aback. No, you nearly perished, but thankfully, we were able to save you in time, the Kaioshin chuckled. Originally, the Kaioshin realm is a divine realm that even the gods of planets and galaxies cannot enter. Jebbet added. Is that so? Gohan paused, then recalled. Wait, weren't you already dead? Did you come back to life? Jebbet replied. Could you refrain from stating things so bluntly? I too find this matter quite astonishing. Jebbet appeared perplexed. Why was I brought here? Gohan asked curiously. I was just about to inquire as well. I do not understand why Lord Kaioshin brought a human into the Kaioshin realm. Jebbet looked toward the Kaioshin. I wish for Gohan to wield the divine sword to vanquish Majin Buu. The Kaioshin clenched his fist, believing that Gohan could indeed utilize the divine sword. The divine sword? Jebbet exclaimed in surprise. Yet Gohan was momentarily taken aback. Lord Kaioshin, you must be jesting. It is impossible for a human to wield the divine sword. Jebbet exclaimed. To date, countless Kaioshins have failed to draw that legendary sword. Jebbet, you are unaware. Gohan's power is simply astonishing. The Kaioshin smiled gently, adding, not only Gohan, but even his classmate, a human named Tian. I sense he is formidable as well. Tian? Jebbet was momentarily stunned. Recalling the youth he had seen with a woman. What about my classmate Tian? How is he? Gohan asked, a flicker of hope on his face. When I departed, he was safe. The Kaioshin smiled. Perhaps he is blessed and will encounter no trouble. Lord Kaioshin, perhaps we should first observe Majin Buu, Jebbet suggested. Your reasoning appears sound. The Kaioshin conceded. The Supreme Kai gently nodded and gazed towards Earth, his eyes scanning the landscape in search of the elusive Majin Buu. Instinctively, he directed his attention to the location where a battle had previously taken place. In an instant, he spotted Majin Buu lying on the ground, peacefully asleep. The Supreme Kai spoke in a solemn tone. Chapter 118, The Awakening of Majin Buu asleep? Hasn't he been sealed for so many years? Isn't he yet satisfied with his slumber? Jebbet silently wiped the sweat from his brow. You have been sealed away for a considerable duration, haven't you? You do not sleep within the seal. Upon your emergence, you immediately succumb to slumber? At that moment, Majin Buu abruptly lifted his head, instantly rousing from his slumber, vigorously rubbing his eyes while stifling a yawn. With a thud, Majin Buu rose from the ground, a fearsome image of Kampa suddenly materializing in his mind, prompting him to cautiously survey his surroundings. This dreaded, portly feline, it dispatched me with such ease? I cannot contend with him. Moreover, this creature seems impervious to my magic. Who exactly is he? And to think that this corpulent cat transformed his urine into chocolate for me to consume. How utterly revolting. Bleck. Majin Buu lay there, spitting in disgust. Gurgle. In the next moment, Buu's stomach growled. I am famished. I must seek something to eat. Buu patted his belly and soared into the sky. Before long, he stumbled upon a city, promptly turning all its inhabitants into cookies. Buu devoured those cookies one by one, relishing each bite. This scoundrel. The Supreme Kai clenched his fists tightly, unable to bear the sight any longer. On Earth, at Mr. Satan's residence, Kampa swiftly returned upon discovering it was not the dragon of the gods. It was merely a blue dragon, nothing of great consequence. Kampa offered a brief explanation, then seated himself, picking up chopsticks to enjoy instant noodles. Just as Kampa was about to indulge in his meal, the darkness of the sky interrupted him. Now, he was eager to taste the noodles to ascertain their quality. Finally, something somewhat decent to eat, at least it was not excrement. Although Lord Tainai had managed to make even that quite palatable, Kampa smacked his lips, still wanting more. He then took a bite of the noodles. As he savored it, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sensation of pleasure. This dish was nearly as delectable as excrement. Ugh. It was akin to the taste of pig intestines, perhaps slightly inferior. If pig intestines were to be rated a perfect 10, the instant noodles might only earn a 9. The issue lies in the fact that pig intestines are rather off-putting. Kampa felt fortunate to have encountered a dish that could rate as high as 9. No wonder Lord Tainai would offer such a delightful delicacy to Beerus. Delicious, delicious. I never anticipated you could create such exquisite cuisine, Kampa exclaimed with fervor. As for Dilly, this rotund cat undoubtedly has a few screws loose. Is this creation truly from Lord Tainai? It seems more like something from a processing plant. Have you never even tasted instant noodles? Suddenly, the rotund figure in pink seemed to have awakened, wreaking havoc upon the city. Xiangpa, After taking a couple more bites of the noodles, remarked, "Let him be." Tian smiled faintly. "In light of your delightful culinary offering, I shall assist you in vanquishing him." Xiangpa chuckled in response. "There is no need for that." Tian replied with a light-hearted grin. "Very well, I must take my leave. Do take care. That individual can only be confronted by me at present." Xiangpa snorted softly. "Indeed." Tian, not wishing to engage in a quarrel with Xiangpa, handed a pack of instant noodles to him. "Take this back for Bados." Xiangpa nodded and accepted the noodles. "You won't indulge in them on the way, will you?" Tian inquired with a smile. "Am I that kind of person?" Xiangpa huffed indignantly. "I would never stoop to such behavior. Moreover, when you next encounter Bados, you may certainly inquire if she has ever tasted instant noodles." "You make a valid point. I trust you," Tian affirmed with a nod. "Farewell." Xiangpa waved his hand. "If I manage to convince Bados, might you accompany me to develop in the 6th universe? The other two can proceed at a leisurely pace." Certainly, Tian concurred without objection. "If you can persuade Badass to marry me, I wouldn't mind taking a trip to the 6th universe." "Very well, let us agree on that joyful prospect." Xiangpa grinned widely, transforming into a shimmering crimson light that swiftly vanished into the starry expanse, soon disappearing without a trace. Xiangpa departed, carrying with him his dreams and aspirations. He felt that this time, his presence on Earth had significantly bridged the gap between him and Lord Tanya. The animosity he once harbored towards me, particularly after the incident with the 9-turn intestine that he made me consume, should have dissipated by now. Nevertheless, I must admit, that dish was rather delectable. With a truly unique flavor. It would have been even better had it been prepared more cleanly. Xiangpa found himself lost in thought. On Earth, within the temple, a city was vanishing. Dandy exclaimed. "What? Is it the work of Majin Buu?" Krillin speculated. Dandy and Piccolo immediately looked downward. Indeed, it was him. He had awakened. Piccolo spoke gravely. "The worst has come to pass." Krillin clutched his head, a look of deep unease etched upon his face. After devouring those cookies, Buu had swept through the city, leaving nothing but desolation in his wake. He laughed heartily, giddy like a child. "Did he really kill Vegeta and Gohan?" Bulma inquired. "Witnessing the innocent lives being sacrificed was unbearable for me." Piccolo clenched his teeth and fists in frustration. "Enough with the foolish talk. If you perish, who will teach Goten and Trunks the fusion technique?" Goku urged, reminding them that without the fusion technique, defeating Majin Buu would be impossible. "Do not fret. Those who have fallen can be resurrected with the Dragon Balls, and the destroyed buildings can also be restored to their former glory." Piccolo fell silent. Moments passed. Eventually, Goten and Trunks awakened. Upon hearing the dire news of Vegeta and Gohan's plight, the two young ones broke into tears. "No time for crying," Goku admonished. "If you wish to seek vengeance, you must learn new skills, understand?" The two gradually ceased their weeping. "We do not know when Majin Buu may discover our location, so we must engage in rigorous training," Goku insisted. "Should we utilize the Room of Spirit and Time?" Piccolo suggested. "No. That room can only be used for 2 days in a lifetime, and we may need it later," Goku explained. "Besides, isn't it true that only 2 individuals can enter at once? If all 4 of us go in, it might cause complications." "Not to worry, Dandy has upgraded the room, making it possible for 4 or 5 individuals to enter without issue now." Piccolo smiled slightly. "Oh, the Room of Spirit and Time can be upgraded?" In the chapter titled "What is the God of Destruction?", Sun Wukong experiences a minor incident. Dandy nodded in agreement, revealing that he had also stumbled upon a method to upgrade. "You are truly remarkable, Dandy," Sun Wukong praised. "It's nothing. I am powerless against the Majin Buu," Dandy replied, lowering his head. "Let us not worry about that for now. Let us practice the fusion technique here." Sun Wukong contemplated but ultimately refrained from using the hyperbolic time chamber. In the King Kai's realm, he declared, "Gohan, time is of the essence. You must come with me to retrieve the Divine Sword." The King Kai made a decisive statement. "The Divine Sword? What is that?" Gohan inquired, having never heard of it before. "Follow me." The King Kai soared into the sky, with Jebbet closely trailing behind. After a moment's hesitation, Gohan ascended as well. Upon witnessing the breathtaking scenery of the King Kai's realm, Gohan couldn't help but exclaim, "What a wonderful place. It resembles my home quite a bit." "Your attire does not quite suit the King Kai's realm," Jebbet remarked, casting a radiant glow that swiftly enveloped Gohan. With a snap, Gohan's clothing transformed into the distinctive garb of the King Kai's realm. "Ha ha ha. Now your outfit matches the surroundings, Gohan." The King Kai chuckled heartily. "Really? It feels somewhat like couple S attire," Gohan observed as he glanced down. Not long after, the King Kai guided Gohan to a high cliff where the Divine Sword was situated. This is the Divine Sword, Gohan. The King Kai indicated towards the sword embedded in the ground. Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. No one has yet managed to pull it out, the King Kai instructed. Pull it out? Just like in ancient legends? Gohan inquired with curiosity. What happens if I succeed? You will gain immense power, capable of contending with Majin Buu, Jebbet explained. Is that so? It must be exceptionally sharp then, Gohan said, gripping the hilt firmly. Do not be foolish. You will never be able to extract this sword. Jebbet chuckled lightly. Jebbet, be quiet and watch. The King Kai commanded. All right, I will give it a try, Gohan declared, gradually exerting force to draw the sword. Despite summoning all his strength, the sword remained unmoved. Ah, it's no use. It doesn't budge at all, Gohan sighed. Massaging his hand before transforming into a Super Saiyan. Transforming into a Super Saiyan 1T help. The outcome will be the same, Jebbet remarked dismissively about Gohan's chances. Ah. Gohan strained once more to pull the sword. You might as well give up. Jebbet laughed softly, adding that many King Kais had failed to draw it, let alone a mere human. At that moment, the Divine Sword suddenly loosened. Jebbet's smile gradually froze. Hey, Sun Wukong soared into the sky with the realm of gods. Success. The Supreme Kai was filled with excitement. What? How is this possible? Jebbet was taken aback. Sun Wukong gently descended to the ground, holding the Divine Sword. Wukong, do tell us about the legendary Divine Sword. The Supreme Kai eagerly inquired. Ah, aside from its weight, it's just too heavy, Sun Wukong replied, straining to wield the sword, remarking that it was the heaviest he had ever encountered. Really? The Supreme Kai expressed a hint of confusion. Why is it so heavy? Doesn't it enhance strength? He asked again. No, Sun Wukong shook his head, pondering if the method of use was incorrect. The Supreme Kai asked, can this sword truly defeat Majin Buu? Sun Wukong began to doubt the sword's utility. What are you saying? This is the mightiest sword in the realm of gods. Of course, it can defeat Majin Buu, Jebbet retorted, albeit with a hint of sarcasm, but someone like you, swaying about, might struggle if you cannot wield it with ease. Victory is certainly unattainable. You make it sound easy. You try it. It's genuinely very heavy. Sun Wukong handed the sword to Jebbet. Momentarily startled, Jebbet instinctively reached for it. The moment Jebbet's hands made contact with the Divine Sword, he immediately felt his body sink. Clang. The sword thudded heavily onto the ground, embedding itself deeply. Jebbet was startled and hurriedly grasped the hilt, attempting to lift it. Yet, despite Jebbet's efforts, the sword remained immovable. Jebbet felt embarrassed. He then executed a dramatic turn, facing away from Sun Wukong. The weight is manageable. Jebbet cleared his throat, turning back to point at Sun Wukong, exclaiming, in any case, if you cannot wield this sword with finesse, it is utterly futile. Do you understand? Understood. Sun Wukong wiped the sweat from his brow. On Earth, at Mr. Satan's residence. Tian, what was that fat cat you mentioned? A god of destruction? Videl inquired with curiosity. Indeed, a god of destruction, Tian nodded. You also said it's not from our universe? Videl asked, are there other universes apart from ours? As far as I know, there are a total of 12 universes. Tian responded, each universe has its own god of destruction. What? So many universes exist? Videl exclaimed, while Mr. Satan perked up his ears in interest. How do you know all this? Videl asked, puzzled. There is nothing I do not know. Tian smiled broadly. From your expression, Videl, I sense your confidence. It seems you speak with sincerity. So, what of the Kaishin? Videl inquired. Isn't he said to be the greatest deity of this universe? Tian replied with a smile, the term great may not be as misunderstood as you think. It is true that the Kaishin belongs to the pantheon of creation deities, primarily tasked with the genesis of the universe and the birth of life. Are we mere mortals not creations of the Kaishin? Videl wiped her brow. At times, the Kaishin may transfer life forms from one location to another, giving rise to new existence on different planets, Tian explained. So rest assured, you are not a creation of the Kaishin. You are the result of your father and mother's union. Could you perhaps refrain from being so blunt? Videl retorted. While Satan awkwardly scratched his head, I heard that Majin Buu has awakened. What are your plans, Tian? Why not let the god of destruction eliminate him directly? Videl pressed. Chapter 120. Satan, here comes a little brother Mr. Satan. Your mission awaits. Tian swiftly turned to face Satan, who wore a perplexed expression. What mission could I possibly have? When the time is ripe, Mr. Satan, you shall befriend Majin Buu, Tian said with a gentle smile. Befriend? You want my father to befriend that creature? Videl gasped. He would be killed. Fear not, for I shall ensure his safety, Tian reassured her. If successful, Mr. Satan will gain a most remarkable little brother. Little brother? You wish for my father to take Majin Buu as his little brother? Videl was taken aback. Indeed. That is the intention, Tian nodded. Videl fell silent, while Mr. Satan remained bewildered. Who, you may wonder, is Majin Buu? I have never encountered this name before. Could you perhaps offer a hint? In the temple, Goku has commenced the formal instruction of Goten and Trunks in the art of fusion. Once the fusion is successfully executed, it can only be maintained for 30 minutes. Goku explains that after 30 minutes, they will revert to their original forms and will be unable to fuse again for a short period. 30 minutes? Such a brief span of time. Piccolo shakes his head. If the two of them can successfully utilize the fusion technique, defeating Majin Buu within that time frame should pose no challenge. Goku smiles slightly, saying, all right, first, you two must transform into Super Saiyans. Upon hearing this, Goku notices the two youngsters displaying expressions of discontent. What is the matter with you two? He asks, surprised. Uncle, what were you doing when Dad and Brother Gohan were killed? Trunks inquires. I passed out, Goku replies candidly. Passed out? At that precise moment? Trunks responds skeptically. You were just too scared to show up, weren't you? Even if someone like that teaches us, we won't grow stronger. Goten shares the sentiment. Believing their father to be excessively timid, Goku finds himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. You little rascals. Back then Goku was merely following Piccolo's stern admonition, ready to reveal the truth. Never mind, Piccolo, I truly am a coward, unable to even defeat Majin Buu. Goku says with a smile. However, I will teach you the fusion technique. If you genuinely wish to avenge Vegeta and Gohan, this is your sole option. Trunks and Goten, being mere children, exchange glances and momentarily hesitate. Goku, Majin Buu has discovered another large city. Dandy rushes in, his expression shifting dramatically. It's all right, we have the Dragon Balls. Don't we? The Dragon Balls can restore everything, Goku sighs. That vile creature has turned everyone into chocolate and consumed them, Dandy states somberly. Goku grits his teeth. At a loss for words. What? He turned everyone into chocolate? Goten and Trunks exclaim in shock. They exchange glances once more. Goten, we must practice the fusion technique now. We must defeat that fiend, Trunks asserts, nodding at Goten, who responds with a serious expression. All right, you two, transform into Super Saiyans immediately. Goku commands. The two youngsters instantly radiate golden light, having transformed into Super Saiyans. Excellent. Now unleash your energy to its fullest. Goku instructs again. Hee, Goten. Should we not shout out a battle cry? Trunks beams with youthful exuberance. Of course. Sun Wutian nodded. A series of fervent shouts erupted from both Sun Wutian and Trunks as they elevated their energy to its utmost limits. Upon sensing the formidable auras of the two young warriors, Piccolo was taken aback with astonishment. Excellent, you have reached your peak, commented Sun Wukong. Sun Wutian was momentarily taken aback, and Trunks too felt a twinge of confusion. Why was this uncle so unfazed? Trunks slightly increased his energy, understanding that the fusion technique required their powers to be perfectly synchronized. Sun Wukong corrected him. Trunks, temper your energy a bit to match Wutian's. Huh? Match? Trunks adjusted his energy, fluctuating it several times until it finally aligned with Sun Wutian's. Stop. That's it. From now on, maintain this level of energy. Sun Wukong instructed. Now, return to your normal state and utilize your typical forms, as executing the Super Saiyan fusion technique in your current state is quite challenging. As they conversed, Dandy approached once more. Wukong, it appears that Buu is heading towards West City. Dandy stated solemnly. What? That's dreadful. My grandparents are at home. Trunks exclaimed, his urgency palpable. Wukong, you're aware of what Dandy mentioned, right? Bulma interjected, her face etched with worry. My parents could be in grave danger. No need to panic. We can use the Dragon Balls to resurrect them, Sun Wukong assured her. But West City will be obliterated, Bulma continued. We can use the second wish to restore it. Sun Wukong elucidated. The Dragon Radar is still in the lab, but it contains special components that are hard to find, Bulma stated gravely. Without the radar, locating the Dragon Balls would be impossible, wouldn't it? What? Sun Wukong wiped the sweat from his brow. After a brief silence, he sighed, this is troublesome. Trunks, you must return immediately and retrieve the radar. He quickly devised a plan. I'll hold off Majin Buu for a while. Huh? Trunks was taken aback. Uncle, can you really handle it? You might be killed instantly. I believe I can manage for a short period. You must hurry. or Majin Buu will reach West City in no time, Sun Wukong replied, bringing his index and middle fingers together to perform instant transmission, vanishing in an instant. Can he really do it? Trunks thought as he swiftly dashed outside, transforming into a Super Saiyan, racing toward West City. In a flash, Sun Wukong executed instant transmission, appearing directly in front of Majin Buu, blocking his path. Who are you? Buu inquired, gazing at Sun Wukong. I am Sun Wukong, and I have come to confront you. Sun Wukong smiled. Buu gently nodded, and a brief silence ensued. Hey, do you know that fat cat? Buu inquired. What fat cat? I cannot comprehend what you are saying. Sun Wukong replied, taken aback. It's good that you don't know, Buu sighed in relief. As long as this fellow was oblivious to that fat cat, everything would be manageable. I shall first unleash my fury upon this individual and then devise a plan to deal with that fat cat. Chapter 121, Super Saiyan 3 Alright. I shall end your life. Buu chuckled menacingly, immediately preparing for battle. With a resounding crack, Sun Wukong radiated golden light from every inch of his being, surrounded by arcs of lightning. Super Saiyan 2. Upon sensing the intensity of Sun Wukong's transformation, Sun Goten was taken aback, feeling elated by his father's formidable strength. Trunks was also somewhat surprised, realizing that his uncle was as powerful as his father. Oh? Buu displayed a contemptuous expression. That spiky-haired guy couldn't defeat me even when he self-destructed. It seems you were quite similar to him. The two were on the brink of battle when suddenly, Sun Wukong sensed that Trunks' energy had vanished. This is impossible. My father is the mightiest. Trunks murmured to himself in disbelief. Hey, what are you stalling for? Hurry up and retrieve the radar. Sun Wukong called out loudly. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's voice, Trunks immediately regained his focus. Buu also curiously glanced in the direction of Sun Wukong's voice, but saw nothing. What are you talking about? Buu inquired. I haven't said anything. You needn't pay attention to it, Sun Wukong replied, shaking his head. Buu, are you attempting to deceive a fool? I distinctly heard you speaking just now. Buo's expression darkened. Are you toying with me as if I were a fool? In an instant, Sun Wukong returned to his normal state. I must buy some time. Otherwise, Trunks may not have the opportunity to retrieve the radar. Why have you reverted back? Have you succumbed to despair? Buu inquired with a smirk. Not at all. I merely wish to impart some knowledge regarding Super Saiyans, Sun Wukong replied with a gentle smile. Do share. I am all ears, Buu nodded with curiosity. You see, this form is my base state, Sun Wukong declared, and in a flash of golden light, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, the standard form. Buu nodded again, indicating his understanding. With a crack, lightning erupted from Sun Wukong's body, enveloping him in a tempest of energy, and his hair stood even more erect. This is the Super Saiyan beyond the ordinary, also known as Super Saiyan 2, Sun Wukong stated with a smile. There's more lightning, Buu pondered thoughtfully. You're quite astute. You grasped it well, Sun Wukong beamed. Buu vigorously nodded in agreement. What is Goku doing? Can he transform again? Krillin muttered, sensing the intensity of Sun Wukong's aura. Then, with a shout, the even more powerful Sun Wukong proclaimed, Ah? As energy surged from him, it rapidly enveloped his entire being. Subsequently, a magnificent golden blaze emanated from Sun Wukong, dyeing the very sky in gold. Incredible! The energy continues to radiate outward, Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. Upon glancing again, Sun Wukong's hair grew long, cascading past his waist. The immense aura from Sun Wukong caused the entire earth to tremble. What on earth is happening? Is it an earthquake? Satan quivered in fear, recalling the earlier tremor caused by Buu's destruction of a city. Now, Sun Wukong's transformation into Super Saiyan 3 was causing the planet to shake violently. Videl, can you sense it? Tian turned to Videl. Such overwhelming energy. I never imagined anyone could possess such power, Videl responded, thoroughly astonished. Videl, you've made considerable progress. You can even sense the presence of others' energies now. Tian chuckled. Meanwhile, in the Kaioshin realm, Son Gohan and the others also sense Sun Wukong's formidable aura. Is that really Dad's energy? It can't be. Son Gohan was flabbergasted. Yes, it is indeed Sun Wukong. Such powerful energy. Kaioshin was left speechless. The fact that his aura reached the Kaioshin realm was utterly unbelievable. Jebet exclaimed, What on earth has happened to Dad? Son Gohan exhibited a visage filled with concern. At this moment, Son Goku had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan 3. This is the essence of Super Saiyan 3. As I have yet to master this transformation, it took me a little longer than anticipated, and I sincerely apologize." With a cheerful grin, Son Goku cast his gaze upon Majin Buu. Transforming his expression into one of terror, he declared, "Do you think I fear you?" Majin Buu scoffed. "The only entity I fear is that fat cat." Son Goku paused, utterly bewildered by Majin Buu's words. Regardless, there was no time for hesitation. It was time to commence the battle. Son Goku promptly readied himself for combat. In an instant, he appeared directly above Majin Buu, who had not yet registered his presence. With a swift motion, Son Goku seized the antennae atop Majin Buu's head. A powerful punch landed squarely on Majin Buu's plump face, sending him hurtling backward, only to be yanked back by the antennae. Son Goku unleashed a flurry of punches upon Majin Buu, who seemed utterly incapable of resistance. With a sudden whirl, Son Goku grasped Majin Buu's antennae and spun him around before releasing him, sending Majin Buu crashing into the sea below. The impact sent towering waves surging hundreds of meters into the air. In a flash, Majin Buu erupted from the water, launching a barrage of energy blasts. Unfazed, Son Goku swatted each energy blast away with effortless precision. At that moment, Buu appeared directly in front of Son Goku. With a resounding thud, Buu elongated his arm like a rubber band, delivering a punch to Son Goku's face. To Buu's astonishment, Son Goku merely smiled, his face unmarred. Buu gazed at Son Goku in surprise. Then, Son Goku retaliated with a fierce punch to Majin Buu's face, but Buu responded with an uppercut. Son Goku spun gracefully in the air, quickly gathering energy in his hands. A formidable Kamehameha wave erupted from Son Goku's palms, penetrating Majin Buu's body. Despite sustaining a gaping wound, Majin Buu let out a menacing chuckle and, with a slight exertion, restored himself to his original form. Following suit, Buu mimicked Son Goku, gathering his own energy wave. Chapter 122, Where is the God of Destruction of our universe? Son Goku was taken aback. Has this fellow been learning from me all along? Engaged in combat, while simultaneously learning. Truly remarkable. Behold, Majin Buu unleashed a projectile of energy that soared towards Son Goku. Bang! With a powerful strike, Goku deflected the energy blast back. Momentarily stunned, Buu retaliated with a swift slap, sending the rebounding energy projectile crashing into the earth below. Goku gasped in shock. Thunderous roars erupted as the ground was engulfed in a colossal mushroom cloud, resulting in a tremendous explosion. What a nightmare! Goku exclaimed. Hee hee hee. Buu chuckled coldly. I am indeed surprised. Despite your foolish appearance, you are a prodigious combatant. Goku marveled at Buu's ability to master and effectively employ another's techniques in such a short span of time. Hee hee. Buu proudly lifted his nose. Goku slightly relaxed his senses and realized that Trunks had already departed West City. This meant that Trunks had acquired the Dragon Ball radar. Swiftly, Goku dispelled his golden aura, returning to his normal state. Hey, why did you revert? Buu looked at Goku in surprise. Fighting you is quite entertaining. Let us continue. Certainly. But I presently lack the time to indulge you, Goku replied, shaking his head. You are far more interesting than that fat cat, who only bullies me. I can never best him. Buu spoke candidly. Only battles with those of comparable skill hold any allure. Being tormented by someone of a lower caliber is exceedingly dull. Buu believed that Fat Cat was undoubtedly cheating. I hardly provoked him. I merely inquired, who are you? And was promptly attacked. Such bullying. This long-haired fellow, however, is quite amusing. Engaging him in battle is genuinely thrilling. Who is this Fat Cat you speak of? Goku inquired, slightly taken aback. Slap. Majin Buu rubbed his face, instantly transforming it to resemble Kampa's visage. Of course, Buu's hue remained pink, and his antennae were still intact, yet his face closely mirrored that of Kampa. This is how it appears. Buu pointed to his own face. Really? Is he formidable? Even you cannot defeat him? Goku asked, astonished. I am no match for him. Buu nodded. Yet battling you is far more enjoyable. Let us hasten to continue our play. I sincerely apologize, but I truly have no time to engage with you. Goku felt a stirring in his heart and quickly proposed, how about this? If you genuinely wish to play, in 2 days, an individual of comparable strength to mine shall arrive to keep you entertained. Therefore, please refrain from harming the innocent and patiently await for 2 days. Is he somewhat like you? Buu inquired. Indeed, it is quite a pity. I would have liked to engage in some playful antics with you, but time does not permit. Sighed Son Wukong, placing his index and middle fingers together on his forehead. When you eventually descend into the underworld, do remember to ask someone to help you shed a few pounds. With that, Son Wukong executed a technique of instant transmission and vanished from sight. Buu looked around, scanning his surroundings in search of Sun Wukong's presence. After an exhaustive search yielded no results, he materialized high above the West City, unleashing a wave of indiscriminate destruction upon the city. Boom. After indulging in his mischief, Buu unleashed a formidable attack, reducing West City to rubble. Is this an earthquake? Could it possibly signal the end of the world? Satan trembled in fear. Dad, it's Majin Buu, Videl stated. Majin Buu? Is that the little brother you mentioned earlier? Satan chuckled bitterly. Don't joke with me. You expect me to recruit him as a subordinate? He would surely kill me. Fear not, for I am here. You will be safe, Tian replied with a gentle smile. Satan felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Tian, do you truly wish for my father to take him under his wing? Videl asked, exasperated. But he is Majin Buu. Even the greatest gods in this universe have no means to contend with him. Moreover, the strongest deity from another universe has departed. By the way, doesn't our universe have a god of destruction? What is he doing? Why hasn't he intervened in the Majin Buu situation? The god of destruction does not concern himself with such matters. His primary role is to obliterate planets. If he hasn't come to destroy Earth directly, you should count your blessings, Tian remarked with a dismissive smile. Videl was at a loss for words. Additionally, our universe's god of destruction has been asleep for decades on end, Tian added. Asleep for so many years? Videl wiped the sweat from her brow. In the temple, upon witnessing Majin Buu's rampant destruction, Sun Wukong felt a surge of helplessness. That fellow possesses enough power to annihilate the earth in an instant, Piccolo remarked gravely. No need to worry. By the looks of it, he currently has no desire to destroy the earth. He merely seeks amusement. Perhaps the presence of someone has instilled a sense of caution within him. Who? Whose presence has made him cautious? Piccolo asked, puzzled. He mentioned a large fat cat. Sun Wukong replied. A large fat cat? What purpose does it serve? I've never heard of such a thing, Piccolo said, bewildered. I know who that large fat cat is. According to Majin Buu himself, he can easily defeat Buu. Sun Wukong mused, his expression revealing a mix of astonishment. He had not anticipated the existence of someone even more formidable than Majin Buu. What? That hefty feline could effortlessly vanquish Majin Buu? Does such a being truly exist? Piccolo was taken aback. Setting aside the matter of the hefty cat for now, the most prudent course of action is to hasten Goten and Trunks in mastering the fusion technique. Goku spoke solemnly. I have little time remaining, merely 1 hour. What? How is that possible? There is still a considerable time left in the day. Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. The recent transformation into Super Saiyan 3, if utilized in another world, would demand an immense expenditure of energy. Goku elucidated. It is simply unavoidable. Let Den tend to your wounds and restore your energy, Piccolo suggested. It's futile. I will be fine upon returning, Goku replied, shaking his head. As they conversed, the Crystal Elder arrived, soaring on her crystalline orb. Goku, prepare yourself. Only 30 minutes remain. She announced. What? 30 minutes? Is that all the time we have left? Goku said with a rueful smile. Indeed, it is regrettable. She nodded in affirmation. Chapter 123. Goku returns to the Netherworld. Oh no. Where's Trunks? Why hasn't he returned yet? Goku lamented, bemused. Goku, I wish to inquire about something, Piccolo stated. What is it? Goku responded, taken aback. That recent Super Saiyan 3 transformation should be capable of defeating Majin Buu, correct? Piccolo pondered, am I mistaken? I am unsure. Goku gently shook his head. The strength of Majin Buu is unfathomable. I sense there is little hope for victory. Little hope? Why not fight until the end? Is it due to energy constraints? Piccolo probed further. No. Goku replied. I am but a specter now. Such matters should not fall upon my shoulders. Let the youth tackle this predicament. Perhaps even greater heroes will emerge. This may be a perilous gamble. Yet witnessing those two prodigious youths makes me inclined to try my luck. Have you wagered the fate of the earth? By the way, Goku. It is worth mentioning that the mysterious hero referred to by Gohan, the enigmatic sorcerer, is not Babidi. Piccolo suddenly interjected. Not Babidi. Goku was taken aback. At least that's what Babidi claimed. He was nearly defeated by me, so he wouldn't likely lie, Piccolo pondered. Then who could it be? Goku scratched his head. After a brief silence, Piccolo speculated, could it possibly be the large, rotund cat mentioned by Majin Buu? Now that you mention it, it seems plausible. I never expected that mysterious hero to be so formidable, Goku exclaimed. Since he is a hero, he must be a good person, right? Who knows? Piccolo shook his head. Whether he is a good person remains to be seen. However, he has yet to commit any heinous acts. He has only harmed a few truly vile individuals. And then there's the matter of erasing some students' assignments, which I find somewhat perplexing. Goku mused. He will show up eventually, won't he? Goku smiled faintly. Perhaps. Piccolo gazed up at the sky. There may be even more powerful beings in this universe. Indeed, we seem rather insignificant. Goku chuckled softly. It's a pity that Gohan has ventured into that realm. Please send my regards to him. Piccolo sighed. Understood. Goku nodded. Trunks has returned. Piccolo turned his gaze toward Trunks. Trunks immediately soared in, clutching the dragon radar. This is the dragon radar. Trunks reverently handed it to Goku. Excellent. Goku sighed in relief. Goten and Trunks stood at attention, gazing at Goku with admiration. There is only a little time left. You two must exert yourselves doubly. Is that clear? Goku inquired. Yes. Sensei. Goten and Trunks replied in unison. You become quite serious, Goku remarked with mild surprise. It seems the Super Saiyan 3 transformation has had an effect here. Piccolo smiled slightly. All right, now I shall teach you the fusion technique, Goku declared. Goten and Trunks nodded gravely. Just as Goku was instructing the two youngsters in the fusion technique, Majin Buu was wandering about the earth. As he flew, Majin Buu yawned, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him. I think I'll take a nap, he murmured, descending upon a small town. The townsfolk stared in astonishment at Majin Buu. Previously, someone had captured images of Majin Buu wreaking havoc on the city through a live broadcast. Upon seeing Majin Buu, the residents were immediately filled with terror, fleeing in all directions. Be quiet. Calm them down. Buu emitted a sound and raised his hands upwards, causing all living beings to float. Instantly, every creature in the town ascended into the air, including even some cats and dogs that soared skyward. Transform into clay, Buu proclaimed, as the antennae atop his head flickered with a violet-white lightning bolt. In a mere moment, these beings were all transformed into clay, swiftly gathered together by the Majin Buu. With a soft thud, the clay fell from the sky. Majin Buu hastily constructed an odd little house for himself, complete with a bedroom, dining room, and bathroom, all necessities. He reclined on his small bed, indulging in a delightful nap for a while. I'm awake now. It's time to go out and kill. Buu stretched lazily and soared back into the sky. In the temple, Goku, it's time. Prepare to return to the other world, called the Crystal Elder. Is that so? Understood. Son Goku nodded gravely, then turned to look at Piccolo. Piccolo, the next steps are up to you. Given the current situation, we should be able to master the fusion technique by tomorrow. Understood, Piccolo affirmed. Goku, take care of yourself. Though it sounds a bit ridiculous, Leping lamented. It's hard to believe I've finally returned, only to leave again so soon, Bulma sighed. Until we meet again, Goku. Master Roshi said. Kiki, don't be sad. You still have Goten, Goku comforted. But what if he cries for Kiki because of Majin Buu? Don't worry, if he learns the technique I just showed. He won't lose to Majin Buu, Goku replied with a forced smile. When you see Gohan in the other world, please send my regards, Trunks said. All right, Goku nodded. It's time, Goku. Let us go, the Crystal Elder urged. Goten, however, was at a loss for words. What's wrong, Goten? Goku asked, surprised. Goten remained silent. I understand. You want Daddy to hold you, don't you? Kiki inquired, tears streaming down her face. Goten did not respond. Oh dear. Why didn't you say so earlier? Goku stepped forward and lifted Goten high into the air. Goten cried like a child. Goten, you'll have to take care of your mother. Goku ruffled Goten's hair. Okay, Goten obediently replied. Subsequently, Goku soared into the sky and waved goodbye to everyone. Farewell. Everyone. We shall meet again after you have perished, Goku smiled. Clap. In the next moment, Sun Wukong vanished into thin air. At that moment, this fellow still uttered such ominous words, causing Klin to smile through tears. In an instant, Sun Wukong returned to the underworld. Wukong, will you be able to return on your own? Asked the Crystal Granny. Yes, thank you, Granny. Sun Wukong nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 124. Son Gohan, do Tian and the Fat Cat know each other? Whoosh. Sun Wukong swiftly arrived in the Grand Hall of King Yin, where he encountered the ruler of the underworld. King Yin, I wish to inquire about something, Sun Wukong said, looking up. You returned rather swiftly, King Yin replied, momentarily taken aback. What on earth has transpired? So many have perished. I have not been this busy in a long time. A great deal has occurred. Perhaps all the inhabitants of Earth will soon arrive here. Sun Wukong sighed softly. What did you say? King Yin was astonished. Before a multitude of Earthlings arrive. Has Son Gohan ever been here? He is my son, Sun Wukong inquired. King Yin quickly perused the ledger of life and death, searching for Gohan's name. No. He has not come. If he were your son, I should have recognized him immediately, King Yin mused. He hasn't perished, has he? Sun Wukong exhaled in relief. Haha, a fearsome individual did visit recently. He is the Demon Realm King, Dabra? King Yin chuckled. He would surely prefer to descend into hell. Yet I sent him to heaven instead. Is that so? Thank you, farewell. Sun Wukong waved in farewell and soared back into the sky. Gohan is still alive. How wonderful. But where could he be? Just then, Sun Wukong suddenly sensed Gohan's energy. This is Gohan's aura, indeed. Sun Wukong glanced around, pondering his location. I shall go and see. Whoosh. Sun Wukong employed instant transmission, appearing in the Kaioshin realm in the blink of an eye. Hey, Gohan, who was practicing his swordplay, spotted his father appearing beside him. The Kaioshin and Jebit were equally astonished, never expecting Sun Wukong to arrive in this place. Dad, Gohan exclaimed. What on earth are you wearing? Sun Wukong was somewhat speechless, then turned to look at the Kaioshin and Jebit. Ah, is this not Lord Kaioshin and the once-deceased Uncle Jebit? How can this be? Is there someone in the Kaioshin realm who can come and go freely? Jebit was utterly astonished. Dad, how did you get here? Gohan asked. Of course. I used instant transmission, Sun Wukong smiled. No, I mean, how did you arrive in less than 24 hours? Sun Wufan shook his head. Well, Sun Wukong immediately recounted the events that had transpired on Earth to Sun Wufan and King Kai. To his astonishment, Majin Buu had wreaked such havoc on the planet. Sun Wufan clenched his fists tightly. Let me give this sword a try, he said. Sun Wukong extended his hand, and Sun Wufan handed the sword to his father. Sun Wukong grasped the sword and swung it vigorously a few times. This sword is quite heavy. Can it truly bestow upon me immense power? Sun Wukong mused. Jebit remarked. Wufan's father is indeed formidable. He wields that sword with such ease. Sun Wukong inquired. Lord King Kai, may I remain here before Wufan faces Majin Buu? Certainly. King Kai readily consented. And could I trouble you for something to eat? I am certain Lord King Kai will treat me to a splendid meal. Sun Wukong grinned. King Kai, you truly do not regard yourself as an outsider. Very well, let Gohan take a brief respite. The Supreme Kai nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the Supreme Kai prepared a modest meal for Sun Wukong. As Sun Wukong dined, he engaged in casual conversation with the Supreme Kai. By the way, esteemed Supreme Kai, have you ever heard of a certain plump cat? Sun Wukong inquired. A plump cat? The image of Kampa suddenly surfaced in the Supreme Kai's mind. Indeed, it resembles this. As Sun Wukong spoke, he pressed his nose and elongated his ears. The Supreme Kai responded, upon your utterance. I find myself pondering whether you are referring to that deity of destruction. You cannot possibly mean the god of destruction, can you? His name seems to be Kampa. As explained by the Supreme Kai, a god of destruction? What kind of deity is that? Sun Wukong was taken aback. I am uncertain, according to his own introduction. He claims to be the mightiest god in the universe, asserting that he possesses the ability to defeat Majin Buu. The Supreme Kai chuckled bitterly. Yet I cannot help but feel he may be boasting. If he truly could vanquish Majin Buu, why would he refrain from doing so? I wonder if we are indeed speaking of the same individual. Sun Wukong gently shook his head, continuing to eat as he spoke. Majin Buu himself has stated that he cannot overcome that large, fat cat. What? Majin Buu admits he cannot defeat the large, fat cat? The Supreme Kai was astonished. Indeed. He said as much, Sun Wukong nodded. It appears that Majin Buu has been thoroughly beaten by the large, fat cat. When he mentioned the large, fat cat, there was a glimmer of fear in his eyes. Is that large, fat cat truly so formidable? The Supreme Kai's eyes widened. It seems there are even more powerful beings in this universe that we are unaware of. Sun Wukong chuckled heartily. Dad, could there be gods of even higher tiers? Gohan speculated from the side. Do not jest. Jebit scoffed. The greatest god in this universe is none other than Lord Supreme Kai. There exists no deity of a higher tier than him. Is that so? Gohan scratched his head in contemplation. By the way, my classmate Tian seems to have a connection with that large, fat cat, the Supreme Kai added suddenly. Wait, does my classmate Tian know the large, fat cat you mentioned? Gohan was slightly taken aback. It is worth noting that a blue-skinned woman accompanying the large, fat cat possesses remarkable healing abilities. She effortlessly healed my injured body, the Supreme Kai reflected. Moreover, I was on the brink of death, and it was the large, fat cat who rescued me. I ought to express my gratitude to him. Having healing abilities does not seem particularly extraordinary, Gohan remarked. scratching his head. Dandi's healing power is substantial, allowing for instantaneous recovery. Dandi? The god of earth? The Supreme Kai was slightly startled. Indeed, Sun Wukong interjected. He is a Namekian with exceptional healing capabilities. That cannot be right. As I recall, Namekians possess healing abilities, but they do not achieve complete recovery. Jebbit felt a pang of dismay and quickly retorted. Perhaps Dandi is an exception. Sun Wukong smiled, showing no intent to argue with Jebbit. Dad, could you later show me your Super Saiyan 3 transformation? Gohan suggested. Of course. That is not a problem. Sun Wukong nodded enthusiastically. By the way, is my classmate Tian all right? Sun Wufan inquired. He was fine when I left. The King Kai responded, pausing momentarily before continuing. By the way, Wufan, your classmate Tian is not from Earth, is he? Huh, why do you say that? Sun Wufan was taken aback. I observed him surviving in the cosmic expanse. The King Kai replied. Can Tian actually survive in space? He is truly remarkable. Sun Wufan exclaimed in astonishment, turning to Sun Wukong. Father, it seems we cannot survive in the cosmos, can we? Indeed, once we enter outer space, we would perish. Sun Wukong nodded. Could it be that Tian is an alien? Sun Wufan scratched his head, as he had never heard him mention it. And thus, another day passed. During this time, Majin Buu had already obliterated approximately 2/3 of the cities on Earth. Many lives were ruthlessly extinguished by Majin Buu. Next, Majin Buu soared into the skies, traveling for a while until he suddenly spotted an individual below. He swiftly descended and obstructed the person's path. It was a youth, a boy who was blind. Haha. Majin Buu laughed heartily, intending to strike the boy down with a punch. Hello, who are you? The boy asked. I am the formidable Majin Buu. Majin Buu declared proudly. Are you famous? I don't recognize you. Are you truly that terrifying? The boy was taken aback. Hurry and open your eyes. Pretending to be blind before me is futile. Majin Buu scoffed. Even if I open my eyes, I'd still be blind. I was born this way, the boy replied. Is that so? No wonder you're not afraid of me. Majin Buu felt his attempt at intimidation falter and placed his hand over the boy's eyes, using magic to restore his sight. What are you doing? The boy exclaimed in surprise. You fool, quickly open your eyes and see. Buu chuckled. Huh? The boy began to sense light entering his eyes and slowly opened them. Immediately, he rejoiced, shouting with excitement. Wonderful. I can see. The boy danced with joy. Quick. Look at me. Buu pointed to his own face. I am about to kill you. Thank you. Thank you, kind sir. The boy expressed his gratitude towards Majin Buu, rushing forward to embrace him tightly. Are you not at all afraid of me? The young boy inquired curiously. Uncle, are you an alien? Hey, do I look handsome? Buu retorted without answering. I'm not certain. You don't seem particularly handsome, yet you did use magic to heal my eyes, the boy responded frankly. Hee. I'm quite remarkable, aren't I? Buu replied with a hint of pride. In gratitude, the boy produced a few coins and handed them to the Majin Buu, explaining. I intended to use this to buy milk, but all the shops are closed. Buu bit into the coins, finding them quite unpalatable. With a swift motion, Majin Buu soared into the sky, transformed someone into a bottle of milk, and returned. Coins are tasteless, but milk is delightful, Buu stated, offering the milk to the boy before ascending again, vanishing from sight. Not long after, Majin Buu discovered a city. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a powerful energy wave, obliterating the city into ruins. Satan City, the residence of Mr. Satan. A general personally came to visit Mr. Satan, beseeching him to defeat the fearsome Majin Buu. In recent days, the exploits of Majin Buu had been broadcasted across various platforms, rendering him no longer a secret. Mr. Satan, we hope you can save our world. Just as you did 7 years ago when you rescued it from Cell. The general bowed respectfully. Leave this matter to me. I certainly will not let that fiend escape. Mr. Satan declared confidently, patting his chest. Is that so? That's wonderful. The general sighed with relief, then inquired, shall I make arrangements? Mr. Satan, prepare yourself. And let us challenge Majin Buu. There is no rush. I am currently gathering my ultimate move. Once I have sufficiently charged it, I will make my move, Mr. Satan replied with a smile. We await your good news. The general nodded in agreement. After the general departed, Mr. Satan eagerly approached Tian. Tian, can I truly do this? Mr. Satan fretted internally. Can I really take that fellow as my subordinate? What if he turns me into chocolate? Do not worry. If you're scared, I shall accompany you, Tian reassured him with a smile. You'll come with me? Then I feel at ease, Mr. Satan said. His concerns alleviated. Meanwhile, in the Kaioshin realm, Gohan was practicing with a sword. He had become remarkably skilled with the divine blade, mastering its weight in just a day. Impressive. Truly remarkable. Goku applauded. Well done. The Supreme Kai acknowledged that Gohan indeed possessed remarkable talent. Jebet remained silent beside him. This sword appears to be exceedingly sharp. Let me take a stone and test its edge, Goku declared as he seized a sizable rock, preparing to throw it. It will undoubtedly slice through this stone as effortlessly as cutting tofu. Gohan readied himself. The Supreme Kai remarked, Do you wield a divine sword to cleave stone? Isn't this a waste? You are insulting the divine sword. Wait a moment, let us try something more formidable, the King of Worlds proclaimed, raising his hand. Suddenly, a black cube materialized in his palm. The King of Worlds tossed the black cube towards Sun Wukong, who caught it with both hands and gave it a tap. This is the hardest metal in the universe, known as Thunder Steel. The King of Worlds smiled slightly, suggesting we give this a try. Haha, this will do nicely. Are you ready, Gohan? Sun Wukong called out. Ready, Gohan nodded. Go for it. With a sweeping motion, Sun Wukong hurled the black cube to Gohan. Gohan let out a fierce shout and swung his sword down. Crack. At the moment the divine sword made contact with the Thunder Steel, a sharp sound echoed. And it broke in two. Gohan was taken aback. Do I need to compensate for that? The King of Worlds' eyes widened in disbelief. Jebet was utterly astonished. Sun Wukong exclaimed, Is it really broken? Chapter 126. The most powerful god must be an angel. This is impossible. This is the divine sword. The King of Worlds' jaw nearly dropped. This is the mightiest divine sword. Jebet cried out. It was the King of Worlds who insisted on testing it with such a hard substance. Sun Wukong quickly distanced himself from the situation. Just don't make me pay for it. I cannot afford that. This is the #1 divine sword in the universe. The King of Worlds was both amused and exasperated. Jebet was completely dumbfounded. It seems the power of the divine sword has been exaggerated. Gohan casually tossed the divine sword to the ground, but it was for the best. My arm strength has increased as a result. Perhaps I now possess the power to defeat Majin Buu. Indeed, if your base form can reach this level, transforming into a Super Saiyan will yield even greater enhancement. Perhaps you truly can defeat Majin Buu. The King of Worlds nodded gently. Is it really possible to defeat Majin Buu with just a day of sword practice? Sun Wukong expressed his doubts. Suddenly, a voice drifted from behind the King of Worlds and Jebet. It was the old King of Worlds, who had been sealed away for many years and was now revealed once more. The King of Worlds and Jebet were startled at the sound of a voice. How can another appear in the King of Worlds' realm? Who is this elder? Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. I am also a King of Worlds. I am the 15th generation King of Worlds. The old King of Worlds replied. What? The 15th generation King of Worlds? The King of Worlds was momentarily stunned. Another King of Worlds? Jebet exclaimed. Indeed, long ago, a remarkably powerful being sealed me within a divine sword, not out of mere whim, but out of fear of my potency. The old Kai, with a grave demeanor, spun this ludicrous tale. Both the Kaioshin and Jebet exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by his words. He hardly appears formidable, remarked Sun Wukong as he turned to his son Gohan. Indeed, Gohan nodded in agreement. Shall I test him? Wukong proposed. Is that appropriate? Gohan hesitated. No worries. Wukong replied, launching an energy blast squarely at the old Kai's face. Bang! The energy orb struck him, sending the old Kai sprawling to the ground. Great ancestor. Are you all right? Both the Kaioshin and Jebet were startled and rushed forward, their expressions fraught with concern. You fool! The old Kai bellowed, furious. What do you intend? You nearly scared the life out of me. I thought you were something extraordinary. Turns out you're just a braggart. Wukong scratched his head in mild embarrassment. You insolent wretch. How dare you show such disrespect to the Kaioshin? The old Kai shouted indignantly. Wukong retorted, What terrifies my foes is not merely my strength, but my terrifying supernatural abilities. The old Kai scoffed and glared at Wukong in frustration. Supernatural abilities? Wukong looked taken aback. I shall not teach you. You have shown me no respect. The old Kai stuck his tongue out at him. The Kaioshin and Jebet were left speechless. How about this? I can show you a colorful book, Wukong suggested. Wukong. What are you saying? The Kaioshin exclaimed, exasperated. We are gods, after all. Do you think it appropriate for us to peruse such literature? He inquired. Humph. I have no need to examine that sort of book. My eyes are capable of perceiving everything. The old Kai chuckled. The Kaioshin and Jebet collapsed to the ground. Dear ancestor, let us not be disrespectful due to age, shall we? I can still allow you to touch what you desire. Sun Wukong lowered his voice. The old Kai's ears perked up at once, displaying an expression of eager anticipation. Is that true? Deceit is for puppies, the old Kai exclaimed, a hint of excitement coloring his tone. Indeed, deceit is for puppies. Sun Wukong nodded. Though she is somewhat advanced in years, that should suffice. Beauty is all that matters. The old Kai appeared nonchalant. Then it is settled. Sun Wukong acquiesced. My superpower is quite extraordinary. I can unleash your latent energy beyond its limits. The old Kai smiled with pride. So, have you ever heard of such a superpower? Sun Wukong responded, Son Gohan. It does not seem particularly impressive. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Fool. It is latent energy exceeding boundaries. No one else can achieve this. The old Kai scoffed, pointing at Son Gohan. You. The one who drew the divine sword, come here. Son Gohan hesitantly stepped towards the old Kai, pointing at himself. Those who can wield the divine sword with ease, with my assistance, will undoubtedly rise to become the most formidable in the universe. The old Kai regarded Son Gohan thoughtfully. When it comes to the most powerful in the universe, who does the old Kai consider to be the best? Sun Wukong chimed in. The foremost human in the universe? The old Kai glanced at Sun Wukong. Indeed. Sun Wukong blinked in surprise and nodded. You fool, do not come to me with such foolish inquiries. The old Kai chastised Sun Wukong. Why do you scold me? Why is this question considered foolish? It is entirely unnecessary to pursue such inquiries. The old Supreme Kai scoffed. For this universe constantly births formidable beings, and ever more powerful individuals will inevitably emerge. Is that so? Sun Wukong chuckled heartily. Great ancestor. Will there be individuals even stronger than Majin Buu? The Supreme Kai interjected. Of course. The old Supreme Kai nodded affirmatively. Is the person mentioned by the great ancestor a destroyer? The Supreme Kai inquired once more. Are you a fool? The old Supreme Kai reprimanded loudly. The Supreme Kai sheepishly scratched his head. The earlier inquiry pertained to the strongest beings among humans, not deities, the old Supreme Kai corrected. So that's how it is. The Supreme Kai seemed to comprehend, and then asked, what about including gods? Is the destroyer the most powerful god in our universe? That should not be the case. The old Supreme Kai mused, shaking his head. Haha, I knew it. I thought the destroyer was the mightiest of all deities, the Supreme Kai chuckled. I have never held such a belief, Jebbet shook his head. Then, who is the most powerful god? Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. The mightiest god in our universe should be the angel, the old Supreme Kai replied thoughtfully. Chapter 127. The destroyer is an insurmountable pinnacle for humanity. The Supreme Kai displayed a perplexed expression. Jebbet was equally bewildered. Naturally, Sun Wukong and Son Gohan had never heard of angels. Angels? Are they those beings with wings on their backs? Sun Wukong asked. Fool. What you speak of is a type of deity from Earth. Entirely different from the angels I refer to. The old Supreme Kai admonished. What kind of angels does the great ancestor speak of? The Supreme Kai questioned, equally curious. The old Supreme Kai felt a surge of impatience, tilting his head towards the Supreme Kai. After a brief silence, he queried, Where is your master? Has he not shared any of this with you? My master, the Grand Supreme Kai, was absorbed by Majin Buu during their battle. The Supreme Kai replied with a bitter smile. So he told you nothing at all? The old Supreme Kai asked again. What else could he have said? The Supreme Kai scratched his head. How much do you know about the realm of gods? The old Supreme Kai inquired. Me? I only know that our Supreme Kai is the greatest god in this universe. Beyond that, it seems I know little else, the Supreme Kai responded. The old Supreme Kai fell into silence, remaining quiet for a full 10 seconds. Has your master never informed you about the destroyer and the angels? The old Kai, with a furrowed brow, inquired. I haven't mentioned it, but this is the second time I've heard the term god of destruction. Just a few days ago, I heard a rather portly cat proclaim himself as such. The fat cat? The old Kai was taken aback. Could it be Lord Kampa? Indeed, his name is Kampa. The Kai nodded. Does the ancestor recognize this fat cat? So, there truly exists a god of destruction? Fool. We, the Kais, are also referred to as the gods of creation. Where there is creation, destruction follows. This is a perfectly natural phenomenon. Why do you doubt it? The old Kai was on the verge of striking him. This useless junior. You truly vex me. Is the position of the god of destruction beneath that of the Kais? The Kai queried again. Fool. We stand on equal footing with the god of destruction. The old Kai spat words in exasperation. Equal footing? The Kai scratched his head. Read more books. Did your master not teach you? Surely it is written in there. The old Kai's nostrils flared with irritation. Which book? The Kai chuckled ruefully. Never mind. I shall enlighten you. I am truly at my wit's end with you. The old Kai, huffing with indignation, explained. One could say that the god of destruction is the mightiest deity in our universe, aside from the angels. If he is so powerful, why does he not vanquish Majin Buu? The Kai was perplexed. He is the god of destruction of Universe 6. Why would he concern himself with Majin Buu? The old Kai inhaled deeply, nearly choking on his frustration. Universe 6? What does that mean? The Kai scratched his head again. Why is there suddenly a mention of a Universe 6? I can hardly comprehend this. Can we discuss this step by step? The old Kai interjected. Are we suggesting that there are several universes? Goku chimed in. Isn't that obvious? We have a total of 12 universes. The old Kai clarified. We are in Universe 7, while Lord Kampa resides in Universe 6, which is a mirror universe to ours. Mirror universe? Does that mean like looking in a mirror? Goku asked further. The old Kai was at a loss for words. Is there not a single sane person among us? Ancestor, since you say that the god of destruction and we Kais are of equal rank, why do you refer to him as Lord God of Destruction? The Kai inquired with curiosity. Fool, that is a title of respect. Do you understand what respect means? It is the most basic form of reverence for another. The old Kai retorted with anger. I think I understand now. The Kai nodded. I do not wish to dwell on this further. I shall explain it to you all slowly in due time. For now, I must enhance that boy's latent potential. The old Kaioshin chuckled softly. The more he attempted to explain, the more he felt a pang in his heart. None of these individuals were a source of solace. It would be wiser to guide this young man towards his latent potential rather than delve into these trivial matters. Youngster, remain still. The old Kaioshin extended his hands, directing his focus toward Gohan. Great ancestor, you have yet to mention the god of destruction of our universe. Where is he? Why does he not vanquish Majin Buu? The Kaioshin interjected. Why do you have so many questions? The old Kaioshin retorted with a voice full of ire. It is precisely because I do not understand that I must inquire, the Kaioshin replied, a hint of grievance in his tone. The old Kaioshin, your statement holds some truth. The deity of destruction in our universe is known as Beerus, and if my conjecture is accurate, that fellow is likely still in slumber. The old Kai sighed in resignation, noting that his most prominent trait is his indulgence and laziness, alternating solely between eating and sleeping. So, shall we not count on him? The Kai chuckled wryly. It would be futile to have any expectations of him. The old Kai shook his head, asserting that even if he were to awaken, he may not necessarily choose to eradicate Majin Buu. Why is that? The Kai inquired, taken aback. Do not forget, he is a god of destruction, tasked with annihilating planets. The old Kai elaborated. The existence of Majin Buu allows him to facilitate the destruction of numerous planets, thereby alleviating him from the burden of work. The Kai felt utterly speechless. Is there truly such a rationale? Indeed, allow me to share a secret with you. The old Kai smiled mysteriously, lowering his voice. What secret might that be, esteemed ancestor? The Kai asked. Our lives as Kai and God of Destruction are intertwined, the old Kai revealed. Meaning if both of us Kai were to perish, the God of Destruction of our universe would vanish as well. Ah, is there such a stipulation? The Kai expressed astonishment. A sudden realization dawning upon him. I finally comprehend why that fellow Kampa saved me. He was concerned about our God of Destruction, Lord Beerus, disappearing alongside us. Wasn't he? Should you perish, Beerus will not vanish, unless I too meet my demise, the old Kai sighed. Thus, to prevent him from disappearing during his slumber, I have been sealed within this divine sword. The Kai's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Jebet also appeared utterly dumbfounded. Goku and Gohan nodded thoughtfully. So this is the underlying reason. How formidable is the god of destruction? Goku felt an overwhelming curiosity. Let me put it this way. The might of a god of destruction is an insurmountable ceiling that humanity can never hope to surpass, the old Kai remarked. Casting a glance at Goku. Chapter 128. The old Kai narrates the tale of Tian. Is he truly that powerful? Remarkable indeed. Goku marveled. Well then, do you have any further inquiries? The old Kai, no longer in haste to elevate Gohan's energy, clasped his hands behind his back and asked. So, esteemed ancestor, besides the angels, are there gods in this universe even mightier than angels? The Kai inquired once more. Certainly, the grand overseer of all gods is the Grand Minister. The old Kai replied. In addition to the Grand Minister, there exists another extraordinary deity, known as the Omni-King. The Omni-King? The Kai had never heard of such a being. It is said that the Omni-King does not engage in battle, yet possesses fearsome capabilities, the old Kai explained. What terrifying abilities might those be? The Kai pressed eagerly. The Omni-King can effortlessly erase an entire universe with a mere wave of his hand. The old Kaioshin responded, "What? To erase an entire universe with a mere wave of the hand?" His eyes widened in disbelief. "We currently possess 12 universes. Long ago, we had a total of 18. But Lord Zeno erased 6 of them, leaving us with these 12. The Kaioshin's jaw nearly dropped once more. Both Goku and Gohan exchanged astonished glances, while Jebet stood utterly stunned. Erasing 6 universes so effortlessly? What happened to the inhabitants of those universes? The Kaioshin inquired. Naturally, they vanished along with their universes. The old Kaioshin remarked nonchalantly. The Kaioshin felt a wave of dismay wash over him. And what about the Kaioshins and gods of destruction of those 6 universes? Not to mention the angels. What became of them? He pressed on. The Kaioshins and gods of destruction perished with the erasure of their universes, the old Kaioshin sighed. As for the angels, I cannot say for certain, but it is rumored that they remain unharmed. Why are the angels unharmed? The Kaioshin asked, taken aback. How would I know about such matters? The old Kaioshin retorted with irritation. The Kaioshin fell silent. It is said that Lord Zeno's erasure ability was inherited from his father, who, in turn, was taught by a remarkably powerful master known as Lord Tenny. The old Kaioshin pondered. Lord Tenny is the true creator of the erasure ability. Lord Tenny? The Kaioshin scratched his head, murmuring softly, why does that name sound so familiar? According to legend, Lord Tenny grew bored and decided to play a reincarnation game, after which he mysteriously disappeared. The old Kaioshin, hands clasped behind his back, spoke leisurely. A reincarnation game? The Kaioshin was taken aback. In simpler terms, Lord Tenny believed that no worthy opponents remained in this universe, and he had become the most powerful being, driven by a desire for a challenge. The old Kaioshin explained. Thus, he chose to be reborn, seeking to rediscover the thrill of battle through a new life. That's wonderful. I too relish the thrill of combat. Goku enthusiastically nodded, finding common ground with the sentiment. The old Kaioshin rolled his eyes, dismissing Goku's excitement with indifference. Why do you feel the need to join in the commotion? How could a mere human ever be compared to Lord Tenny? Upon hearing the words of the old Supreme Kai, even the Supreme Kai was rendered utterly speechless. Is there truly such a trivial deity as this? To reincarnate simply because one feels excessively powerful? Are you not afraid of being reincarnated as a pig? Of course. This is merely a thought that the old Kaioshin harbors but does not dare to voice. Upon witnessing his master's reincarnation, the father of the Omni-King emulated his master and attempted to reincarnate as well. Consequently, the old Kaioshin shook his head and sighed at the memory. What happened to the father of the Omni-King? The Kaioshin inquired, puzzled. It seems that during the reincarnation process, there was a malfunction with the apparatus, and the father of the Omni-King was inadvertently swept into the cosmic void upon his rebirth, and he has yet to be found. The old Kaioshin lamented. Kaioshin, Jebet, Son Wukong and Son Gohan were equally perplexed. Wait a minute, the venerable Kaioshin finds this rather perplexing. We, as Kaioshins, are thoroughly familiar with the procedures of the underworld. Could it be that the Omni-King and his master are unaware of these protocols? How could one become ensnared in the cosmic void during reincarnation? You see, that is something you do not comprehend, replied the old Kaioshin. In the nascent days of the divine realm, there was no concept of the underworld. It was later that Lord Tenny proposed the establishment of the underworld, the cycle of reincarnation, and the delineation of heaven and hell. At that time, Lord Tenny felt that there was no one capable of challenging him, while also wishing to experiment with the newly devised reincarnation apparatus. So, the father of the Omni-King fortuitously encountered a malfunction during his reincarnation process. The Kaioshin finally grasped the situation. Indeed, you may interpret it that way, nodded the old Kaioshin. Then, was Lord Tenny successful in his reincarnation? The Kaioshin further inquired. Not in my time, at least. I have yet to witness Lord Tenny's reincarnation, the old Kaioshin replied, shaking his head in disappointment. With a resigned sigh, he added, I can assure you that Lord Tenny is the founder of our divine realm and the architect of the entire universe. The concept of the destroyer and the Kaioshin originated from him. It is fair to say that without Lord Tenny, we would not have reached the present state of the Kaioshins, nor would the universe have evolved as it has today. Ah? So, you mean to say that Lord Tenny is the progenitor of our divine realm? The Kaioshin suddenly awakened to this realization. Indeed, affirmed the old Kaioshin with a slight nod. Gohan, what are you pondering? Son Wukong, noticing his son's deep contemplation, could not help but ask. Father, I suddenly recalled something. Son Gohan scratched his head in response. What is it? Son Wukong inquired. Father, previously in Satan City, some objects mysteriously vanished, and Uncle Vegeta suspected they were transported away by a sorcerer. Just now, I heard the old Kaioshin mention erasure, and upon reflection, could it be that they were erased? Son Gohan expressed his doubts. We have always suspected that Babidi was behind this, yet there has never been a concrete connection, and Babidi himself shows no inclination to admit it. I feel that Babidi would have no reason to conceal such matters. Kid, what are you saying? The old Kaioshin was momentarily taken aback and promptly inquired about Son Gohan. Son Gohan recounted in detail the events that transpired in Satan City. The old Kaioshin's eyes sparkled with interest. Could you elaborate further? How did those things vanish? Did they disappear suddenly? He asked, visibly excited. Indeed, it was as if they vanished right before my eyes, Son Gohan affirmed, nodding vigorously. It was akin to a car that suddenly ceases to exist, yet the two individuals inside continued to move forward due to inertia, or perhaps they merely glided. The old Kaioshin pressed for more specifics regarding the disappeared items. Son Gohan shared everything he knew. Are you suggesting that Lord Tian has been reborn? The old Kaioshin's expression shifted dramatically. Is it truly Lord Tian? Son Gohan was taken aback. The creator god of the entire universe has been reborn on Earth? Son Goku scratched his head, astonished. There is a substantial possibility, the old Kaioshin replied gravely. If that is the case, our seventh universe is destined for prosperity. However, Majin Buu still resides on Earth. The Kaioshin was troubled, pondering whether the recently reborn Lord Tian could contend with Majin Buu. Of course, even if Lord Tian has been reborn, he remains an omnipotent deity. A mere Majin Buu is no match for him. The old Kaioshin responded hastily. So, what should we do now? Should we seek out Lord Tian? The Kaioshin inquired. Seek? That boy, Son Gohan, has searched for so long and found nothing. Where shall we look? The old Kaioshin retorted, exasperated. Yet, Son Gohan suddenly raised his right hand to voice his thoughts. Please, continue, the old Kaioshin urged. I have suddenly realized that one of my classmates seems rather suspicious, Son Gohan mused, scratching his head. Could you help me analyze this and see if I am correct? Your classmate? The old Kaioshin was momentarily stunned. Yes, it's Tian, Son Gohan pondered aloud. Firstly, the name Tian is rather peculiar. The surname Yi is already rare. Just like our surname Son. Furthermore, don't you find it odd that when reversed, Tian corresponds precisely to the name of this creator god? The old Kaioshin was taken aback. The Kaioshin's eyes widened as well. Setting aside the name, upon further reflection, it seems that the items that have disappeared were all in proximity to Tian, Son Gohan continued, articulating his thoughts. For instance, the items that vanished in Satan City were all near Tian's residence. Additionally, there was the energy that disappeared during the World Martial Arts Tournament, where Tian was also present. And let us not forget the saliva of Dabra. The King of Worlds also brightened with intrigue. At that moment, Dabra had spat towards Yi Tian and your female classmate, but to my puzzlement, the saliva mysteriously vanished. Now, with Gohan's words, it indeed seems there is something amiss. Moreover, did not the King of Worlds state that Yi Tian could survive in the vastness of space? Gohan nodded in affirmation. Gohan, I never imagined your classmate is the creator god of the universe, exclaimed Son Wukong with great astonishment. If what you say is true, I believe he must be the reincarnation of Lord Tian Yi, the old King of Worlds asserted with conviction. He then gently raised his right hand, and a crystal ball appeared in his grasp. The old King of Worlds placed the crystal ball upon a nearby branch. Yi Tian, is it? Let us see if I can behold him. The old King of Worlds began to chant while focusing on the crystal ball. Truly remarkable. Can this device reveal him? Inquired Son Wukong as he leaned closer. By the way, do you know the whereabouts of your classmate Yi Tian? The old King of Worlds turned to Gohan with curiosity. I'm not entirely sure. He should be with classmate Videl, Gohan replied, somewhat uncertain. Videl? Very well, let me first search for your classmate Videl. The old King of Worlds murmured, channeling an unseen divine power that swiftly enveloped the crystal ball. With a sharp crack, the visage of Videl materialized within the crystal ball. Is this the young lady in question? While the old King of Worlds was known for his lecherous tendencies, he dared not entertain any disrespect upon seeing Videl. After all, if she were indeed the beloved of Lord Tian Yi, any unwelcome thoughts could spell disaster. Indeed, she is Videl, Gohan confirmed with a nod. Incredible, to be able to see her from such a distance. Son Wukong praised. Yet, Yi Tian is not with Videl, Gohan observed, glancing around to find Yi Tian's absence. However, the old King of Worlds was trembling, his expression becoming extraordinarily animated. What is the matter? Your expression could be immortalized in an emoji. The King of Worlds inquired, perplexed. Look closely, what is beside this girl? The old King of Worlds spoke with a quiver in his voice. What? There's nothing there. The King of Worlds leaned in for a closer inspection. Oh, it seems to be a shadowy apparition? Indeed. Sun Wukong also scrutinized closely, nodding in agreement. It truly appears to be a vague, transparent figure. Reminiscent of a semi-transparent computer interface. One might overlook it if not examined closely, Gohan pondered aloud. That must be him. The old King of Worlds exclaimed with fervor. Your classmate Yu Tian is undeniably the reincarnation of Lord Tian Yi. Ah, is that truly the case? Gohan replied, torn between laughter and disbelief. My classmate is actually the creator god of the universe? This has escalated dramatically. Initially, I believed myself to be a half-scion, already a remarkable presence within the confines of my school. However, I was taken aback to discover that one of my classmates is a founding deity. What course of action should we pursue now? The Kaishin inquired. I must report this matter immediately to the Grand Minister. The old Kaishin decisively stated, then shook his head, reconsidering. No, I shall first consult with Whis. Let him assist in confirming this. If he deems it legitimate, then we have an irrefutable situation on our hands. Whis, who is that? Son Goku asked with curiosity. Whis is the angel of our universe, the old Kaishin replied. This is indeed an extraordinary development. Please wait here for a moment while I establish contact with Whis. With that, the old Kaishin grasped the crystal ball and hurried aside to connect with Whis. Before long, the old Kaishin established communication with Whis on planet Beerus through the crystal ball. Ah, is that not the esteemed old Kaishin? Have you emerged from your seal? Whis greeted with a smile. Ah, well, it was quite unexpected. The old Kaishin chuckled heartily. Do you have matters to discuss with me, old Kaishin? Whis inquired. Indeed, I have a matter of great importance that I request your assistance in verifying, the old Kaishin responded. Chapter 130, Whis contacts the Grand Minister. Please proceed. Old Kaishin, Whis nodded. I believe I have discovered the reincarnation of Lord Tianai. The old Kaishin exclaimed with excitement. Lord Tianai? Is that true? Whis was taken aback. My goodness, if that is the case, the old Kaishin has indeed accomplished something significant. I shall now provide you with Lord Tianai's address. You can analyze its authenticity. The old Kaishin relayed the address of Yu Tian to Whis. Instantly, Whis utilized the power of his angelic staff to manifest an angelic force. With this divine power, Whis examined Yu Tian on Earth. After this inspection, Whis's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. It appears that the old Kaishin may be correct. There is a 99 probability that he is indeed the reincarnation of Lord Tianai. Whis pondered. Old Kaishin, 99? It would be more straightforward to simply state it as 100. Truly, how could Lord Tianai have reincarnated on Earth? The old Supreme Kai expressed a wave of nostalgia, pondering the lengthy duration of this reincarnation. Such occurrences are difficult to articulate. Perhaps this era has given rise to individuals that pique Lord Tianai's interest. Whis ventured a hypothesis, suggesting that the reincarnation apparatus of your may have been inadequately developed, leading to unforeseen malfunctions that resulted in an astonishing passage of billions of years. Should we report this matter to the Grand Priest? The old Supreme Kai proposed. Indeed, it is imperative to inform the Grand Priest. Whis nodded in agreement, stating he would reach out to the Grand Priest immediately. Very well, the old Supreme Kai hesitated, words lingering on the tip of his tongue. Rest assured, esteemed old Supreme Kai, Whis smiled. I shall convey to the Grand Priest that it was you who discovered Lord Tianai. Ha ha ha. I am immensely grateful, truly grateful. The old Supreme Kai beamed with delight. After concluding the call, Whis promptly contacted the Grand Priest. Grand Priest, it has been a while, Whis greeted with utmost respect. Oh, Whis, what brings you to me? The Grand Priest inquired. Oh dear, Grand Priest, I come bearing news regarding Lord Tianai. According to reliable sources, I have discovered the reincarnated Lord Tianai, Whis said, a smile gracing his face as he revealed the truth. Is it the earthling named Yu Tian? A smile emerged on the Grand Priest's face. You are already aware? Whis was taken aback. I only learned of it in recent days, the Grand Priest chuckled, however. Your discovery is indeed remarkable. Actually, it was not I who uncovered this. It was an esteemed old Supreme Kai from our universe, Whis explained with a grin. Concerning Lord Tianai, you must inform them to refrain from hasty actions and suppress any urges to seek his favor. The Grand Priest's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Lord Tianai has only recently been reborn. His state remains precarious. Should any issues arise, it could lead to irreparable harm to his being, or even pose a crisis to the entire universe. Ah, I see. So, it would be wise to act as if nothing has transpired, correct? Whis inquired. Indeed. That is my intent. No one is to disclose his true identity. They must maintain the facade of ignorance, the Grand Priest clarified. I understand, Grand Priest. I will ensure they are properly advised, Whis affirmed. Thank you for your diligence. This matter is of considerable significance, the Grand Priest reiterated with a serious tone. Whis diligently noted everything down. After concluding the conversation, he swiftly contacted the old Supreme Kai. Oh dear, esteemed old Supreme Kai. The Grand Priest has been aware of Lord Tian's situation for quite some time. Whis smiled. The old Supreme Kai momentarily fell into a daze, initially wishing to claim credit, only to realize that it was futile. Ha ha ha, truly, the Grand Minister is unparalleled. There is nothing he does not know. The old Supreme Kai chuckled awkwardly. Here. I must emphasize that regarding Lord Tian, you must act as if nothing has transpired. It is imperative that Lord Tian remains unaware of his true identity. Whis spoke with particular gravity, his expression exceedingly serious. Rest assured, I will convey this to them. The old Supreme Kai nodded vigorously. Then let it be settled. Upon concluding the conversation, Whis prepared to end the call. What if, by chance, Lord Tian becomes aware of his true identity? The old Supreme Kai inquired. If Lord Tian learns of his identity before attaining sufficient strength, it may conflict with his current mindset, resulting in potential physical complications, Whis elucidated. Should Lord Tian experience such complications, he may uncontrollably unleash the Erasure Technique, and the consequences could be dire. What if he were to erase the entirety of the universe in one fell swoop? Even if he cannot do so instantaneously, with a mere wave of his hand, it could still be accomplished. The old Supreme Kai turned pale with fear. That seems to be the case. It is crucial that you inform them. This is no trivial matter. Whis reiterated emphatically. I understand. I will certainly relay this message. The old Supreme Kai nodded solemnly. After ending the call, he lowered his head and joined Goku and the others. Ancestor, what did he say? Have we succeeded? The Supreme Kai inquired with excitement. The Grand Minister has long been aware of Lord Tian's situation, the old Supreme Kai replied, shaking his head in disappointment. What? He knew all along. The Supreme Kai lamented. What a shame. I thought we might receive commendation. Ancestor, you seem troubled. Has something significant occurred? Jibbit questioned. This matter is indeed grave, and I must now convey it to you with utmost seriousness. The old Supreme Kai nodded gravely, addressing Goku and Gohan, particularly emphasizing, you two must keep this under wraps. Do not speak of Lord Tian's affairs. Furthermore, we cannot let Tian know he is the reincarnation of Lord Tian. Huh, why not? Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. If Tian were to learn of this, he would surely be overjoyed. What do you understand? If I were to tell you that you were once a disciple of the creator god of this universe, how would you feel? The old Supreme Kai rolled his eyes, gazing at Gohan. How would I feel? Gohan scratched his head. What can I say? Some things, if they do not happen to you, you will only ever perceive from another's perspective. The old Kai sighed, yet when such events transpire in one's own life, the nature of the situation becomes entirely different. With such a significant upheaval occurring and memories not fully restored, the potential for brainwashing by others could lead to discrepancies in one's recollections, consequently resulting in various unforeseen physical ailments. Chapter 131. Your classmate is the creator god of the entire universe. Will there be unforeseen complications with the body? Could one fall ill? Goku inquired. Illness per se is unlikely, the old Kai responded. However, should Lord Tian encounter any issues with his body, he might casually erase certain unnecessary elements, which I believe carries a considerable likelihood. The old Kai lamented, his countenance growing increasingly pale. What? Gohan exclaimed, taken aback. If that is indeed the case, then this Lord Tian is even more terrifying than Majin Buu. Goku was utterly astonished. Bang! The old Kai delivered a swift punch to the back of Goku's head. Why did you hit me, old Kai? Goku rubbed the sore spot on his head. You foolish fool! The old Kai scolded vehemently. Do not dare to compare the likes of Majin Buu with Lord Tian. Such comparisons are highly disrespectful. Do you wish for our universe to vanish? That's true, Goku nodded, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he chuckled awkwardly. So, shall we pretend that nothing has transpired? The Kai inquired. No, it is not as if nothing has happened. The old Kai gently shook his head. Some events have indeed occurred, at the very least. We now comprehend Lord Tian's true identity. We should undertake whatever actions are within our capacity. The question is, what can we do? The Kai asked, a hint of distress in his voice. We cannot reveal his identity, and the existence of Majin Buu remains a ticking time bomb. If he were to obliterate the Earth, would Lord Tian's body experience chaos, leading to the random erasure of certain things? The old Kai coughed. You raise a valid point, therefore. We must save the Earth at all costs. When the time is right, bringing Lord Tian to the Kai realm could also be a wise choice. The old Kai pondered, resting his chin on his hand. That plan is quite sound. The Kai nodded in agreement. Thus, the most pressing matter is to enhance that young man's strength. The old Kai immediately turned his gaze to Gohan. Gohan, somewhat bewildered, pointed to himself. Yes, you. I intend to unlock your latent energy now. Stand still and do not move. The old Kai commanded. Once your power surpasses that of Majin Buu, you shall accompany Lord Tian as his attendant, as his classmate. Your relationship should facilitate a smoother interaction. Gohan replied, I never considered becoming anyone's attendant. He scratched his head. You simpleton. Your classmate is the creator god of the entire universe. To serve as his attendant is a privilege. You must learn to cherish this opportunity. The elder Kai sternly admonished. Your words do possess a certain truth. Gohan found himself in a rather complex emotional state, as he unwittingly became a subordinate to a fellow classmate. The issue lies in the fact that this classmate is none other than the reincarnated god of creation, the deity who presides over the entirety of the universe. It is said that the divine realm, as well as the underworld, were both established by this remarkable individual. How extraordinary it is that, having merely attended high school for a few days, he encountered such an extraordinary peer. The odds of this occurrence seem remarkably high. I propose that, to prevent any inadvertent slips of the tongue in the future, we should refer to him by his current name from this moment forth, suggested the Kaioshin. You are indeed correct. It would be best to simply call him Tian, omitting any honorifics such as Lord. The elder Kai wholeheartedly concurred. If you consistently address him as Lord Tian, it may lead to an unfortunate slip of the tongue upon encountering him. It would be more fitting to refer to him simply as Tian. Very well, let us agree on this, though it may seem somewhat impolite. It is ultimately for the benefit of Lord Tian. The old Kai responded, considering that his memories have yet to fully resurface. It would be more advantageous for him to recover them on his own rather than rely on external assistance. Now, allow me to unearth this young man's latent potential. Stand at attention and refrain from wandering about. The old Kai admonished Sun Wukong. As a fellow student of Tian, do you not find it inappropriate to scold me in such a manner? Sun Wukong grinned. The old Kai, are you now flaunting your identity? Sun Wukong chuckled, lightheartedly jesting. Son Gohan, with a smile, promptly stood at attention. Here I come, unleashing your latent potential. The old Kai shouted exuberantly, immediately beginning to circle around Son Gohan. As he spun, the old Kai hummed peculiar melodies. This left Son Gohan somewhat perplexed. Silence. This is a significant ritual. The old Kai bellowed. Hum, ha, hey, hum, ha, hey. The old Kai continued his circular dance. Excuse me. How long will this take? Sun Wukong noticed that the old Kai had circled him numerous times without any sign of stopping. The important ritual lasts 5 hours, enhancing your power for 20 hours. The old Kai replied. Wait, what? Son Gohan exclaimed, startled. Is it too late for me to reconsider? For the sake of your classmates. If you wish to retract your decision, so be it, the old Kai huffed. I'll inform your classmate Tian, and once he regains his memories, the first thing he'll erase is you. Son Gohan felt a wave of despair wash over him. Is this how we are to proceed? I'm going to take a nap. Do your best, Gohan. Sun Wukong hastily retreated. Son Gohan was left speechless. It seems inappropriate for us to linger here, the Kai said with a bittersweet smile, addressing Jebbet. Perhaps, Jebbet wiped the sweat from his brow. But speaking of which, Jebbet, you truly possess remarkable composure, the Kai remarked with admiration. How so, my Lord Kai? Jebbet inquired. Momentarily taken aback. What have I done? Have you forgotten your previous disdain for Lord Tian? The Kai sighed. What? What do you mean? Jebbet gasped. His complexion paling instantly. I recall you often belittling him as merely human, the Kai responded, shaking his head. Do not jest, my Lord Kai. I never said that. Jebbet felt utterly disheartened. I hope Tian did not take it to heart. The Kai exhaled deeply. Jebbet's composure was nearly shattered. Did I actually say that? Now I feel uncertain thanks to my Lord Kai. Chapter 132. Who is watching me? On Earth, at Satan's residence, Tian suddenly sensed that someone was observing him. After about 10 minutes, he felt another presence checking in on him. Who could it be? Yi Tian pondered the timing. The old Kai should have emerged from the divine sword by now. Could it be that the old Kai was peering through the crystal ball? The sensation I experienced when someone first gazed upon me was remarkably vivid. Yet, when the gaze returned for a second time, it felt particularly arduous to sense. If the initial observer was the old Kai, who could the second be? However, what purpose could the old Kai have in watching me? Is it possible that Gohan requested the old Kai to do so? It doesn't quite add up. Moreover, at this juncture, the old Kai should reasonably be consulting his crystal ball. But I shall set this aside for now and contemplate it later. Fortunately, their scrutiny was fleeting. Were they to covertly observe me for an extended period, I would advise against your continued existence, although I currently lack the power to erase you. With a further elevation in my abilities, I shall attain that capacity. Yi Tian continues to reside in Satan's abode, simultaneously urging Satan to tidy up in preparation for the quest to locate Majin Buu. In the temple, Trunks and Goten are diligently honing their fusion technique. These two young lads are practicing with commendable fervor. Excellent, they are progressing remarkably, nearing perfection. Piccolo nodded in satisfaction and declared, "Now, let us attempt the true fusion technique. You two must synchronize your energies." Goten and Trunks nodded in unison, their expressions growing increasingly solemn. "All right, commence," Piccolo commanded. Instantly, Goten and Trunks moved towards one another. Their palms met, fingers interlocking. Their forms began to overlap, emanating a blinding radiance. As the light gradually diminished, a pudgy boy emerged. Piccolo and the others were left in utter disbelief. It was evidently a failed attempt. When they halted, Trunks extended his hand, which should have been a fist. Piccolo clarified. 30 minutes later, the two youngsters attempted the fusion once more. This time, they merged into a slender figure. Another failure ensued. Ultimately, through their relentless efforts, they successfully executed the fusion technique. What a formidable presence! Splendid, we have finally succeeded, Master Roshi exclaimed with profound admiration. Is it truly that extraordinary? I see no evidence of it, Bulma remarked, shaking her head. It does indeed appear quite powerful. Chi-Chi nodded in agreement. Well done, this is remarkably impressive, Piccolo praised. In 30 minutes, you two should attempt to transform into Super Saiyans. It should not pose a significant challenge. Gotenks waved his finger with confidence, exclaiming, "Hee. Do not underestimate me. I am ready to defeat Majin Buu right now." "You fool. Do not speak so recklessly. You have no comprehension of Majin Buu's terror," Piccolo admonished. "No matter how formidable you may be, with your current strength, you stand no chance against Majin Buu. Stop scaring me. I shall now demonstrate my true power." As Gotenks spoke, he soared into the sky. Whoosh! Gotenks accelerated towards the direction of Majin Buu. "What a fool!" Piccolo exclaimed, enraged, for if he were to be killed, all their efforts would be in vain. "Look at his confidence. Perhaps he believes he can win," Krillin commented. "Indeed, his demeanor is quite self-assured," Leping nodded in agreement. After 5 or 6 minutes, Gotenks returned, swaying unsteadily. He had been soundly beaten by Majin Buu. "You must engage in rigorous training before facing Majin Buu again tomorrow," Piccolo admonished sternly. "You both need to grow stronger. Only through fusion will you achieve greater results. Do you understand, you two impertinent brats?" Only a day had passed. Yet under Majin Buu's relentless assault, over 80% of Earth's cities and inhabitants had been obliterated. Majin Buu, akin to a child, mercilessly slaughtered those who resisted or attempted to flee, transforming them into treats or chocolate to satisfy his hunger. After persistent persuasion from the general, Mr. Satan finally set off, accompanied by Yi Tian, with great determination. However, just before departure, Mr. Satan claimed to have an upset stomach, causing a significant delay. At that moment, Yi Tian and Mr. Satan boarded the newly provided aircraft, descending near Majin Buu's residence under the general's escort. "Leave this matter to me. You all return and await my good news, Mr. Satan declared, waving his hand as he addressed the general and the pilot. "Good luck, Mr. Satan." The general saluted him, then bowed to Yi Tian, adding, "And best of luck to Mr. Satan's son-in-law as well. You all may depart now." Yi Tian smiled. The general promptly took off in the aircraft, leaving only Yi Tian and Mr. Satan behind. Mr. Satan hastily concealed himself behind Yi Tian, trembling with fear. "Yi Tian, are you certain nothing will happen?" Mr. Satan fretted. "Rest assured, with me here, what do you have to fear?" Yi Tian replied with a smile. "Do you not desire a powerful ally?" Mr. Satan responded. "Do I have any other options? I merely wish to survive. I no longer seek any allies. Let us proceed," Yi Tian urged as he moved forward. Mr. Satan's heart raced. He initially contemplated fleeing, but decided it inappropriate and reluctantly followed. Soon, Tian halted at the doorstep of Majin Buu's dwelling. "Bu, are you there?" Tian called out loudly. Whoosh. At that moment, Majin Buu returned from afar, landing atop the roof and waving at Tian and Mr. Satan. "Ah? You must be Tian," Majin Buu said, looking down at Tian. "Indeed, it is I." Tian nodded. "You are indeed quite intriguing." Majin Buu smiled slightly and immediately descended from the rooftop, appearing before Tian. "I distinctly remember how you trampled that fellow Babidi several times. I joined in as well. And it was quite exhilarating. Furthermore, you sealed his speech, rendering him incapable of sealing me. Therefore, you ought to express your gratitude towards me, don't you think?" Tian replied with a smile. "You are indeed fascinating. Consider yourself my servant." Majin Buu nodded. "I have never intended to serve anyone." Tian smiled gently, however. "I have brought you a new servant." With that, Tian gestured towards Mr. Satan behind him. Mr. Satan exclaimed, "Wasn't it said that Majin Buu would become my subordinate? How can you expect me to serve him?" Buu inquired curiously, scrutinizing Mr. Satan. Upon their first meeting, Mr. Satan, feeling somewhat awkward, presented a box of chocolates. "This is a small gift I prepared for you. I hope you accept it." Chapter 133, The Return of Zampa to the Sixth Universe Chocolates. Buu's eyes brightened as he immediately unwrapped a piece and exclaimed, "Delicious. Far superior to the chocolates made by humans." "Ha ha ha, it's not too bad, Mr. Satan sighed with relief. "You are indeed quite amusing. To repay your kindness, allow me to share some of the candies I made." With that, Buu retrieved several pieces of candy from his waistband and offered them to Mr. Satan. "Satan, you should have some too," Buu urged, extending the treats toward Leaf. "I do not consume human-made candies," Leaf replied, shaking his head. "Oh, such a peculiar fellow. If you don't wish to eat, so be it," Buu remarked, not pressing the matter further. Just as Mr. Satan was about to indulge, he halted upon hearing Leaf's words. "I have no desire to partake either," Mr. Satan added, suppressing his disgust. However, upon saying this, he noticed the ominous expression on Buu's face directed at him. "Ha ha ha, I absolutely adore these candies." Mr. Satan quickly stuffed one into his mouth, prompting a satisfied nod from Buu. "Look, a spaceship." Mr. Satan suddenly pointed toward the sky. Buu immediately turned to gaze into the heavens. "Tui." Mr. Satan hastily spat out the candy. "What?" Buu was taken aback. Nothing. Do not concern yourself with that." Leaf smiled gently. "Now, why don't you both strike a pose? I shall take a photograph of you." With that, Leaf produced his phone. "Buu, lie down on the ground." Leaf instructed. "Mr. Satan, you stand there." Mr. Satan promptly positioned himself beside Buu, striking a victorious pose. Click. Leaf captured several photos and casually tossed the phone to Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan immediately caught it and perused the images. As expected of Leaf, these photos are quite memorable. "You truly are entertaining," as Leaf suggested. "Let us proceed with you as my servant," Buu declared, thoroughly pleased with Mr. Satan's demeanor. Subsequently, Mr. Satan personally prepared a lavish meal for Buu, who savored it with childlike joy. Although Mr. Satan's cooking was neither exceptional nor dreadful, Leaf, lacking an appetite, refrained from eating. After the meal, Mr. Satan provided a massage service for Buu, who was delighted like a child. "Leaf, the servant you introduced to me is truly wonderful," Buu grinned widely. "Make sure you both get along well," Leaf advised. Tian smiled and said, "Satan, was it not agreed that Majin Buu would be my subordinate? How did he end up as a servant? Deceiving you like this is quite unbecoming, Tian. Majin Buu, come forth." At that moment, a loud voice echoed from afar. Majin Buu immediately sprang out from the house, scanning the surroundings for the source of the voice. The speaker was none other than Gotenks, transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, just after Gotenks had spoken, the fusion technique reached its limit, splitting him back into Son Goten and Trunks. The two little ones exchanged wide-eyed glances before making a hasty retreat. "Who was that speaking?" Buu inquired, a look of confusion on his face. "Forget it. It is of no consequence," Tian replied with a smile. Yes, of no consequence," Buu nodded, turning to Satan. "What shall we play next?" "I could tell you a story," suggested Satan. "Oh, I love listening to stories," Buu exclaimed, clapping his hands joyfully as he retreated to his room to wait. "You all carry on. I shall take my leave," Tian said, rising into the air. "Hey, Tian, don't just leave me here," Satan exclaimed, nearly in tears. "Fear not, all is well. As you can see, Majin Buu is essentially a child," Tian reassured him. "With proper guidance, He may yet turn away from his wicked ways. Then you would truly be a hero. You make a valid point. Satan nodded thoughtfully. Do your best. Tian encouraged, patting Satan on the shoulder before turning to depart. Have you truly left me here? You implored, addressing Satan. Come on, tell me a story. Reluctantly, Satan picked up a storybook and recounted a profoundly moving tale. Even Satan was moved to tears. As Beerus listened, he erupted into laughter. Satan, astonished, remarked, How can you laugh at such a touching story? I feel like I might take drastic action. After the story concluded, Beerus called out to Satan. Satan was taken aback. Where's Tian? Beerus suddenly realized Tian seemed to have vanished. He had matters to attend to and returned home. Satan hastily explained. That S of little consequence, Beerus chuckled slyly. Are you coming with me to take action? No, I shall remain here, preparing a meal for you. Satan waved his hand dismissively. Then I shall take my leave. Beerus waved goodbye and soared into the sky. In the 6th universe, within the realm of destruction, oh dear. Lord Kampa has returned. Vados greeted. Indeed, Kampa nodded. How was your time, Lord Kampa? Vados inquired with a smile. Did you enjoy your time with Lord Tian? It was quite pleasant, Kampa responded. Lord Tian has shown me great kindness, and we have forged a deep friendship. How splendid. I must congratulate you, Lord Kampa. Vados beamed. By the way, Vados, there is something I wish to inquire. Kampa mused thoughtfully. What is it? Vados asked, momentarily taken aback. Vados, do you have someone you hold dear? Kampa queried. Someone dear? Vados was still processing the question. That special affection between a man and a woman, Kampa clarified. Not at all. Lord Kampa, why do you ask so suddenly? Vados responded, puzzled. What do you think of Lord Tian? Kampa grinned. Vados exclaimed. I plan to introduce you to Lord Tian. Kampa felt a surge of excitement. Haha, don't jest. Vados wiped his brow. I speak in earnest. I'm not jesting. Kampa's expression grew serious. Vados fell silent. Vados, consider this. Lord Tian is a creator deity. Wouldn't following him be advantageous? Kampa suggested with a smile. Does that have any bearing on the matter? Vados wiped his brow again. Please refrain from playing matchmaker, Lord Kampa. I am not being frivolous. Kampa replied earnestly. To be truthful, Lord Tian has taken an interest in you. Vados stood in stunned silence, struggling to regain her composure. Lord Tian is interested in me? No wonder he was observing me so intently. Chapter 134, Vados, do you consent to pursue a relationship with Lord Tian? By the way, this is a welcome gift for you, Xiangpa said, pulling out a packet of instant noodles and handing it to Vados. What is this? Vados inquired, having never encountered instant noodles before. Just try it. It's incredibly delicious. Xiangpa elaborated on how to prepare the noodles and then poured boiling water over them. Upon tasting the delightful flavor of the noodles, Vados' eyebrows danced with joy. How is it? Tasty, right? Xiangpa chuckled. Indeed, it is exquisite. I have never savored such fine cuisine before, Vados acknowledged with a nod. So, do you agree to pursue a relationship with Lord Tian? Xiangpa asked with anticipation. Are you suggesting that such a delicacy would entice me to compromise my integrity? What would happen if I were to engage with Lord Tian? What benefit would you derive from this? Vados inquired curiously. Lord Tian would consider developing in our 6th universe. Xiangpa replied proudly. Am I not clever? If Lord Tian were to come to our 6th universe, it would bring us unparalleled glory. Isn't your thinking a bit simplistic, Xiangpa? Vados sighed in exasperation. Why do you say that? Xiangpa asked, taken aback. What is Lord Tian's most renowned skill? Vados queried. Erasure, perhaps? Xiangpa responded. So, if Lord Tian wishes to regain his memories, what must he hone? Vados continued. Erasure? Xiangpa was momentarily stunned and asked. Then how does one practice erasure? Vados pressed on. Practice? Do you mean erasing things continually? Xiangpa speculated. Perhaps you could check if anything is missing from Earth, Vados suggested with a smile. Are you implying that if Lord Tian were to develop in our 6th universe, he might erase many things from it? Xiangpa shuddered. Initially, it may only be minor things. But later it could escalate to planets or galaxies, and eventually, even the entire universe, Vados explained. Xiangpa suddenly felt overwhelmed. Can I reconsider? He asked, tears welling in his eyes. Oh dear, Xiangpa, you should quickly devise a suitable excuse to smooth over my potential relationship with Lord Tian, Vados sighed. How am I to articulate that? Should I say you disagree? Xiangpa wiped his tears. You could simply say I'm not home, that I've gone to explore the universe. Vados proposed. That's a splendid idea. I shall report this to Lord Tian immediately. Xiangpa's eyes lit up, thinking to delay the matter for a few years. hoping he would forget in due time. Are you truly going to report it now? Wouldn't that seem a bit too deliberate? Bardos shook her head, softly exclaiming.
You are right. Xiangpa, scratching his head, managed an awkward smile. After a brief silence, he inquired, But Bardos, you are not harboring feelings for Lord Tainai, are you?
It is not a matter of affection. Emotions do not operate in such a manner, Bardos sighed softly. Indeed. It appears that no one from your celestial lineage has yet wed, Xiangpa observed, nodding in agreement. Yes, indeed, Bardos replied. On Earth, at the abode of Majin Buu. The creature descended from the heavens cradling a small puppy. Huh? What is the matter with this dog? Mr. Satan inquired, puzzled. It does not fear me. Nor does it flee, and it cannot comprehend my words, Buu remarked, pointing at the puppy. Can you understand it? No, I cannot comprehend its speech either, mister. Satan replied after scrutinizing the creature, noting its injured leg, which explained its inability to run away. Ah, so that is the reason, Buu said, enlightened. Allow me to heal you. With a swift motion, Majin Buu released healing energy from his hands, enveloping the puppy's injured leg. Instantly, the leg was restored. Buu placed the puppy on the ground. Hurry and flee. I intend to eliminate you. Buu prepared to eradicate the puppy. However, the puppy did not flee. Instead, it nuzzled against Buu's feet, displaying a look of sheer contentment. What is this creature's behavior? Buu wondered, perplexed. Your injury has been healed. You should run. Haha. It is overjoyed because you saved it, Mr. Satan explained, chuckling. Mr. Buu, it adores you. Buu paused, glancing back as the puppy joyfully pursued him. Soon, the puppy caught up, raising its front paws and wagging its tail vigorously. In that moment, Buu felt an overwhelming warmth. Does it truly like me? He asked, turning to Mr. Satan. Yes, it adores you, Satan affirmed, nodding. It wags its tail, indicating its happiness. Well, just like you, it truly enjoys my company, Buu responded cheerfully. Why am I being compared to a dog? Mr. Satan retorted, amused. Hee hee, I am quite pleased, Buu exclaimed, producing a piece of chocolate to offer the puppy. It does not eat chocolate. It requires dog food, Mr. Satan suggested. What is that? I do not understand, Buu replied, shaking his head. I shall go buy some, mister. Satan declared, summoning a hovering motorcycle. Please wait here a moment. Whoosh. Satan swiftly departed on his motorcycle. Before long, he returned with dog food, which the puppy devoured with great enthusiasm. However, Mr. Buu took a couple of bites and found it rather unpalatable. Mr. Buu, I have a question I've long pondered. Satan inquired with a tentative smile. What question? Buu responded. Why do you kill and destroy buildings and cities? Satan asked. Because it brings me joy. Buu replied with a chuckle. Is that the sole reason? Satan was taken aback. I am merely playing a game. Babidi and Bibidi instructed me to do so, Buu explained. Who are they? Satan probed further. They claim to be the architects of my mischief. Buu scratched his head, though he felt he was not their creation. You mustn't heed the words of those scoundrels. Satan urged hastily. Killing is wrong, and demolishing cities is even worse. Buu narrowed his eyes, casting a cold glare at Satan. Oh, it's perfectly fine as long as you are happy. Anything goes, Satan laughed heartily, quickly backtracking. Do you think this is wrong? Buu inquired. Yes. Satan bit his lip and nodded. Then I shall cease, Buu agreed readily. Satan wore a puzzled expression. Are you truly going to stop killing anyone? He asked with concern. Buu nodded. And you won't destroy any places or cities. Satan pressed again. Buu nodded once more. At that moment, Satan felt an overwhelming wave of happiness wash over him. Tian did not deceive me. He said I would become the savior of the new world, and it appears to be true. Subsequently, Satan accompanied the Majin Buu in playing with the puppy. Buu tossed the ball, and the puppy joyfully sprinted towards it, just as it was about to pick it up. Bang. With the sound of a gunshot, the puppy let out a cry and collapsed to the ground. Buu was taken aback. Satan's eyes widened in fury. Who killed my puppy? Which scoundrel did this? A long-haired youth laughed maniacally, wielding a sniper rifle, smoke curling from its barrel. Isn't that Satan with Majin Buu? A servant remarked. Puzzled by their association. How should I know? The long-haired youth scoffed. Eliminate them both. I shall be the hero of the new world. It was those two scoundrels. Satan immediately spotted the figures on the hill. Perish. The long-haired youth readied his missiles and immediately launched them towards Satan and Buu. Frightened, Satan turned to flee. Boom. An explosive blast erupted at the location of the demon Buu. The long-haired youth, feeling that a single missile was insufficient for his satisfaction, unleashed several more. Bang. Bang. The site was filled with an incessant cacophony of explosions, raising a vast cloud of smoke. Once the chaos subsided, Buu's dwelling lay utterly obliterated. Ha ha ha. You deserved it. Both of you have met your demise at my hands. The long-haired youth rejoiced, dancing with glee, as the smoke gradually cleared. Buu's unscathed form and his expression of utmost fury emerged. Pink gas flowed from the pores atop Buu's head. Master, that fellow is still alive. He is unharmed. The servant exclaimed urgently. What nonsense! This cannot be true. The long-haired youth displayed an expression of disbelief. You two rascals. Satan rushed from a distance and delivered a powerful kick, sending the servant tumbling down the mountainside. I will not spare you. Satan roared with rage, unleashing a flurry of punches upon the long-haired youth. The youth stood no chance against Satan, being utterly overpowered. You fool, what have you done? Satan shouted, leaping up to deliver another kick, sending the long-haired youth plummeting from the mountaintop. Upon witnessing the scene, Buu's seething anger gradually subsided. Pah, you worthless trash. Satan spat at the long-haired youth and strode towards the small dog. At that moment, the little dog stirred slightly. Mr. Buu, the dog is still alive. Satan exclaimed hastily. Buu's face brightened, and he rushed over. Can it be saved? Satan inquired. As long as it is not dead, it can be revived, Buu replied, swiftly employing his healing magic to mend the dog's injuries. The little dog was soon restored to life. Hand in hand, Satan and Buu began to dance joyously. This is wonderful. Satan sighed in relief. Suddenly, the long-haired youth produced a handgun and shot Satan in the back. Unfortunately struck, Satan collapsed to the ground, nearly succumbing to his injuries. Buu was momentarily stunned, turning to look at Satan. Ha ha ha, do not think I will let this go. I will return. The long-haired youth laughed heartily, swiftly fleeing into the distance. Buu's face contorted with rage, his countenance darkened. Resisting the fury within, Buu proceeded to heal Satan. Satan's injuries were immediately mended. I can hardly believe it. I have been saved. Thank you so much. Satan exhaled with relief. Yet soon he noticed that Majin Buu was behaving strangely. What's wrong? Are you all right? Satan inquired anxiously. Flee with the puppy as far away as possible. Otherwise, you will all perish. Buu advised, his expression growing increasingly grotesque as more pink gas emanated from his head. Huh? Why would we die? What is happening? Satan questioned in confusion. Hurry! Buu shouted loudly. Startled, Satan hesitated no longer and swiftly fled with the puppy. Boom! Once again, streams of pink gas erupted from Buu's vents, rapidly coalescing high above into a singular form. In the blink of an eye, the pink gas transformed. Bang! The pink entity morphed into a slender figure. Thus, the thin Buu was born. Whoosh! The slender being appeared before the long-haired youth with astonishing speed. The youth, terrified, began to fire his pistol at the thin Buu in a frenzied attempt to defend himself. The thin Buu extended his hand towards the youth's body, causing him to tremble in fear. With a thunderous roar, the long-haired youth was obliterated in an instant. The thin Buu then dashed towards Majin Buu, taunting him with a provocative glance. Clenching his teeth, Majin Buu swung his fist. Bang! The thin Buu delivered a powerful kick, sending the rotund Buu crashing to the ground, following up with a flurry of punches. The rotund Buu was utterly outmatched, unable to retaliate, and crumpled helplessly to the ground. I shall transform you into chocolate, Buu declared, as his antennae flickered with a purple-white lightning bolt. Puff! The thin Buu blew at the incoming lightning, which rebounded and struck the rotund Buu. Snap! The rotund Buu was transformed into a humanoid chocolate figure, plummeting to the ground. The thin Buu picked up the chocolate and devoured it. Boom! An immense transformation occurred within the thin Buu. Once tranquility returned, the truly malevolent Buu was born. Roar! Majin Buu repeatedly pounded his chest, emitting strange cries. A formidable energy radiated from him, causing the entire planet to tremble violently. On the temple, Piccolo and Den's faces shifted through various shades of fear. Meanwhile, Goku, Gohan, and others in the Kaioshin realm sensed the dramatic shift in Majin Buu's aura. Chapter 136. Android 18. This is bad. Tian is in danger. What has caused Majin Buu's energy to change so drastically? Goku asked, perplexed. This doesn't bode well. The Supreme Kai's expression was unusually grave. Please, expedite the energy enhancement. Gohan urged the old Supreme Kai. He was acutely aware of the dire consequences should the Earth meet its demise, as it would pose a significant threat to Lord Tini and create insurmountable problems. The old Supreme Kai's demeanor shifted dramatically, for he recognized that the threat posed by Majin Buu was far more formidable than one could fathom. The old Supreme Kai even dares to compare Lord Tini with Majin Buu, Gohan remarked, prompting an awkward chuckle from the old Supreme Kai, who quickly dismissed his slip of the tongue. Let us not jest. Time is of the essence. I perceive you are rather unperturbed, Gohan said, wiping the sweat from his brow, and it appears you have ample time to indulge in novels. Well, on that note, this particular novel is quite captivating. The old Supreme Kai responded with a grin. The book in question was titled Dragon Ball, that year, Vegeta with his hands in his pockets. Also known as Dragon Ball, the beginning of the betrothal with Bardock, featuring a character named Vegeta who marries several wives. Wait, Uncle Vegeta has been immortalized in a novel? Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. What? Vegeta has been turned into a story? Goku chimed in, equally intrigued. Perhaps you should take a look when you have the chance. The old Supreme Kai suggested with a smile. But do hasten to guide my latent energy, Gohan retorted, utterly exasperated. These are all essential processes. Do you think I desire to delay? The old Supreme Kai rolled his eyes in irritation. Meanwhile, on Earth, Bu turned to his servant, who was so terrified that he scrambled up the mountainside, hastily grasping an assault rifle. The servant unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon Majin Buu, who allowed the bullets to pierce his form, fixating a cold, murderous gaze upon the servant. The servant, paralyzed by fear, could only gape in horror. In an instant, Bu transformed into a slender line and darted into the servant's body. The servant writhed in agony, screaming as his body contorted grotesquely. With a thunderous explosion, the servant's form disintegrated into a shower of flesh, scattering in all directions. Yet, Buu's fragmented pieces swiftly coalesced, reverting to his original shape. Bu then swiftly turned his attention towards Satan in the distance. With a swift motion, he sped towards Satan, who, terrified, clutched his small dog tightly and pressed himself to the ground. Just put me out of my misery. I no longer wish to live, Tian lamented. I had hoped this fellow would become my subordinate, yet it has turned out this way. It is all the fault of those two shameless individuals. If it weren't for you, Majin Buu would have transformed into a good person. Wait. It seems I am still alive. Satan, realizing he was not gravely harmed, cautiously lifted his head and surveyed his surroundings. Majin Buu appeared to have vanished. He must have fled in fear. He cackled. Ha ha ha. I am indeed quite formidable. As he laughed, Satan's gaze was drawn upward, where he beheld the re-emergence of Majin Buu. His mirth gradually faded, his expression freezing in place. Satan, Bu intoned coldly. Satan found himself at a loss for words. Do you know the fat cat? Bu inquired. Satan vigorously shook his head. Who is the fat cat? He pondered before suddenly recalling something. He nodded earnestly. Where is he? Bu asked with a stern visage. Satan shook his head frantically. You tell him. I will seek my vengeance, Bu declared, and in a flash, he vanished from the scene. Satan collapsed to the ground, utterly terrified. Whoosh. Bu sped towards the temple. This is bad. Majin Buu can now sense our presence, Piccolo exclaimed. Bam. In an instant, Bu appeared atop the temple, startling Piccolo and the others, who had not anticipated such a turn of events. Come out, Bu bellowed, his voice causing the entire temple to tremble. What are you talking about? Speak clearly, Piccolo urged, striving to maintain his composure. The one who is to duel with me should step forward. Did we not have an agreement? I long for battle. He is indeed here, but he is currently asleep, Piccolo replied through gritted teeth. Awaken him. We shall fight, Bu commanded coldly. Just wait a moment, please, Piccolo implored, gesturing dismissively. He was not at his peak strength and needed rest to regain his full power. Surely, he did not wish to battle a weakened warrior. I will not agree. I detest waiting, Bu retorted, shaking his head defiantly. Just a moment, will you? Did you not say you would eliminate all the Earthlings? Piccolo countered, gritting his teeth. There are still many survivors. Why not dispose of them first before engaging in battle? Bu grinned widely at that suggestion and circled the temple. Boom. With a sweeping motion of his massive hand, Bu unleashed beams of energy resembling lasers, which hurtled swiftly towards the earth below. These beams penetrated the bodies of humans with alarming rapidity. In a wildlife sanctuary, number 17 and number 18 barely managed to evade the onslaught of energy, their faces drenched in cold sweat from sheer terror. What on earth is happening? Number 17 exclaimed in astonishment. I have no idea, number 18 replied, shaking his head. Suddenly, a dreadful realization struck him, and his expression turned pale. This is bad. Tian may be in grave danger, he cried, soaring into the sky without hesitation. Who is Tian? Number 17 asked, bewildered. But number 18 offered no answer as he swiftly departed the scene, racing towards Satan's city. Before long, Number 18 found himself hovering above Satan City and made his way into apartment 8. Inside, he was met with a chilling sight. Every occupant had perished. Some had been slain in the hallways, while others met their demise within their own homes. No matter where one sought refuge, that terrifying beam of death would relentlessly pursue and extinguish life. Even those who had taken shelter in the underground parking garage were not spared from the onslaught. Number 18's expression shifted from shock to horror, and he could no longer bear to witness the dreadful scenes unfolding around him. He hastily flew to Tian's residence, searching desperately for any sign of him, but found none. A sense of unease gripped him. Where could Tian be? Was he perhaps with his classmate, Videl? Chapter 137. King Kai. I hope Lord Tian Yi is safe. With a swift rush, Number 18 sped towards Satan's home, soon appearing above it. To his astonishment, he spotted Tian and Videl below, enjoying a barbecue. Number 18 was left momentarily speechless. How is it that you two are unharmed? The majority of the world's population has perished, yet you have survived. Not only have these two individuals endured, but their entire family remains intact. Is there some special protection afforded to them by that deadly beam? Hey, Lazuli, come down and join us for some barbecue. Tian waved at Number 18 in the sky. Huh, Lazuli? Videl was taken aback. After a brief moment of hesitation, Number 18 descended gracefully to Tian's side. Are you both all right? Number 18 inquired. What's there to worry about? Tian replied with a smile. What has transpired? Videl asked, puzzled. Did you not see the pink energy beam? Number 18 questioned. I did, but it vanished right above our home. Who would be setting off fireworks at a time like this? Videl responded. Number 18's eyes widened in disbelief. It mysteriously disappeared? Was it that enigmatic hero again? Lazuli. It seems you are quite concerned about me, Tian remarked with a grin. Humph, not at all. Number 18 scoffed. Come, let's eat, Tian encouraged. Were you frightened earlier? Why, you knew? Number 18's face paled slightly, and she hastily asked, if my conjecture is correct. The number of surviving humans on Earth has dwindled to a mere handful, Tian sighed. Perhaps this is a trial for those individuals. Number 18 fell silent. What? There are so few humans left on Earth? Videl exclaimed in shock. Everything will be fine. Those who have perished will be revived. We still have the Dragon Balls. Don't we? Tian reassured her. Dragon Balls? What are those? Videl asked, bewildered. They can grant any wish. During the Cell Saga, didn't everyone who died come back to life? Tian explained. Oh, now that you mention it, I do recall. Videl nodded. I remember Elisa was killed by Cell. And I cried my heart out, but then suddenly she came back to life for some reason. It was the Dragon Balls that resurrected the deceased, Tian clarified. Is that so? I had no idea such a miraculous thing existed, Videl said, astonished. Suddenly, a thought struck Videl, and her expression changed dramatically. What about my father? How is he? She asked urgently. He is fine. He will be safe, Tian replied. Meanwhile, atop the temple, Bu declared, I have eliminated all the Earthlings. Prepare for battle. He smirked with a sense of triumph. I understand, but at least grant us some time to prepare, Piccolo responded. 2 hours. No, 1 hour will suffice. 1 hour? How long is that? Bu inquired. With a swift gesture, Piccolo conjured a sand glass. Once all the sand within has fallen, an hour shall have passed, Piccolo replied. Observing the slowly descending grains, Bu's expression darkened slightly. Just wait an hour. I implore you, Piccolo urged. Very well, I shall wait for an hour. Once the time is up, I will eliminate you all. Bu huffed, squatting there with a semblance of patience. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, a sudden awareness of the monumental changes occurring on Earth swept over the Supreme Kai. What is happening, my lord? Inquired Goku. The majority of Earth's populace has likely been slaughtered, with only a few survivors. The Supreme Kai's countenance shifted dramatically, exclaiming, Oh, Ancestral Master. A grave situation has arisen. Has Earth been destroyed? Goku gasped, and Chi-Chi along with Goten shared his concern. Earth has suffered minimal damage. I am uncertain how this transpired. The Supreme Kai spoke solemnly. What shall we do, Ancestral Master? If it were to come to that, there is no cause for alarm. Everything remains under my control. The old Supreme Kai inhaled deeply, casting a composed glance towards the Supreme Kai. You are remarkably composed, Ancestral Master, the Supreme Kai retorted, rendered speechless. Upon reflection, even if Earth were to be obliterated, Lord Yaishin would remain unharmed. The old Supreme Kai asserted, do not underestimate Yaishin's true power. No one can inflict harm upon him. Is that truly the case? The Supreme Kai questioned again. How many times must I reiterate? If I say there is no issue, there is none, sighed the old Supreme Kai. Meanwhile, he continued to channel potential energy towards Gohan from afar. Gohan remained silent. On Earth, within the temple, the malevolent Buu sat beside the sand glass, visibly impatient as he awaited the passage of time. Goten and Trunks watched from a distance, gazing upon the seated figure of Buu. Is that really Majin Buu? Trunks asked, taken aback. Indeed, his appearance has undergone a significant transformation, Goten murmured. Not only has his visage altered, but his power has also seen a remarkable enhancement, Piccolo responded. You two must enter the hyperbolic time chamber at once and engage in earnest training. Understood. Without hesitation, Goten and Trunks entered the chamber, embarking on a new round of rigorous training. Approximately 20 minutes later. I can't wait any longer, Majin Buu bellowed, smashing the sand glass into smithereens. Hold on, you've only waited for less than 30 minutes. Be patient, Piccolo urgently reminded him. A thunderous roar ensued. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Majin Buu unleashed a surge of energy that struck the ground beneath Piccolo. The force penetrated the temple, leaving a gaping hole in its foundation. There was no time to waste. Come out now, Buu shouted with urgency. Piccolo, alarmed, felt his expression shift with fear. After a moment of silence, he resolved, I understand. Follow me. Buu's face then transformed into a smile. Leading the way, Piccolo guided him up the stairs. After a lengthy detour, they finally arrived at the entrance to the Room of Spirit and Time. As they witnessed Piccolo escorting Majin Buu into that peculiar chamber, Krillin and the others outside breathed a slight sigh of relief. Chapter 138, Gotenks vs. Majin Buu. However, it was scarcely a minute before an explosion suddenly erupted from a room above the temple. Startled, Krillin and the others turned their attention to the source of the commotion. What was that? Krillin exclaimed. It seems to be the Room of Spirit and Time, replied Leping. Why did it explode all of a sudden? Master Roshi inquired. I heard Piccolo mention that if even Gotenks couldn't defeat Majin Buu, he would destroy the exit, trapping them inside indefinitely, Krillin recounted. But we need not worry. We can use the Dragon Balls to bring them back. So, those two little ones were defeated by Majin Buu after all? Master Roshi sighed in resignation. It appears so. Krillin nodded. Are they really unable to return? Lu Ping asked, still a bit anxious. They cannot return. I've heard that the Room of Spirit and Time exists in a realm separate from ours, rendering Majin Buu incapable of escaping, Krillin explained. Just then, a thunderous noise erupted from a direction within the temple. Krillin's smile faded into a look of concern. In the next moment, the group rushed towards the source of the sound. They beheld a new gap appearing in the distance, resembling a mirror, revealing the wide expanse of the Room of Spirit and Time within. Krillin stood in stunned silence. Suddenly, Majin Buu transformed into a long, slender shape and swiftly darted through the strange opening. The expressions on Krillin and the others shifted dramatically. Supreme Kai, for the sake of the Dragon Balls, you must not encounter any trouble. Mr. Bobo made a swift decision, delivering a powerful kick that sent the celestial dandy tumbling from the temple. At the very moment Dandy descended, the fiend Babbidi's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was truly splendid to have so many gathered together. I happen to be a tad hungry. Transform into chocolate. The antennae atop Babbidi's head shimmered with a violet-white electric glow, swiftly enveloping Krillin and the others. In an instant, Krillin, Master Roshi, and all present were transformed into chocolate. Babidi was elated. I relish your congregation. It allows the chocolate to coalesce. Without delay, Babidi devoured the chocolate he had hastily collected. Just as Babidi had consumed half of Krillin and the others, a voice rang out, Hey, 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 Babidi, we are also here, you big fool. Gotenks shouted loudly. Babidi quickly swallowed the remaining chocolate, licking his lips. You arrived just in time. I have nearly finished eating and didn't save any for you. Babidi grinned. Turning to Gotenks, a glimmer of surprise flashing across his face. How have you changed? You fool. I have not only transformed but have also grown immensely stronger. Gotenks beamed with pride. Now, Gotenks had ascended to Super Saiyan 3. His hair almost touched the ground, with bolts of lightning crackling around him. From the Kaishin realm, Goku and the others immediately sensed the auras of Babidi and Gotenks. What on earth is happening? Goku was anxious, puzzled by the sudden disappearance and reappearance of Babidi's energy. Would you like to see? Isn't there a crystal ball over there? Simply go and look for yourself. The old Kaishin pointed to the crystal orb resting on a tree branch. Huh, that thing can show what is happening on Earth. Goku exclaimed with delight, rushing over. In the next moment, Goku beheld the temple on Earth through the crystal ball. However, His expression turned grim as he witnessed Babidi transforming his family and friends into chocolate and consuming them. Goku was filled with desperation, left with no choice but to rely on the Dragon Balls for resurrection. Additionally, upon seeing Gotenks in his Super Saiyan 3 form, Goku felt a wave of relief. Incredible! Is this the fusion technique? The Kaioshin expressed his astonishment. This is Super Saiyan 3. Truly unbelievable. These two little ones are remarkable. I never achieved Super Saiyan 3 with such ease. I can't believe they mastered it so quickly. Goku chuckled heartily. Truly remarkable. But where are the others? What have you done with them? Piccolo inquired in a low voice. Heh, I've devoured them all, transforming them into delectable chocolate. Quite delicious indeed. Majin Buu patted his belly. What did you say? Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically. You consumed them? Gotenks erupted in fury. This time, I am genuinely angry. Whoosh. Gotenks soared toward Majin Buu. Bang. Gotenks collided forcefully with Majin Buu. The latter was sent flying backward. Immediately, Gotenks pursued, launching a punch. Bang. 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 The two engaged in a fierce aerial confrontation. Majin Buu assessed the disparity between himself and the young warrior. I sense our powers are quite comparable. If I could absorb him, I might defeat that fat cat. However, it seems a tad perilous. If I could absorb someone even stronger, defeating the fat cat would surely be a breeze. By the way, I wonder about that fellow named Tian's capabilities. Also, this little one who can merge seems to have a time limit. This state can only be maintained for a few minutes. Therefore, after absorbing them, I must immediately locate the fat cat. Tian should know its whereabouts. I shall seek out Tian. And I might as well absorb that clever fellow named Piccolo as well. With this thought, Majin Buu began to procrastinate. After a series of intense battles, just as Majin Buu had anticipated, the golden aura surrounding Gotenks dissipated, returning him to his normal state. Majin Buu speculated that Gotenks might revert to his two-person form. I shall wait patiently for him to merge once more, and then I will absorb him before seeking out Tian. He chuckled ominously. Gotenks awkwardly laughed. What a splendid day it is today, ha ha ha. Oh no, this is bad. Piccolo's expression shifted once again. Old Kaioshin, hurry. The children's fusion technique has reached its limit. Goku urged anxiously. Chapter 139. The invitation from Kaioshin. You may leave now. It is complete. Old Kaioshin nodded at Gohan. Huh, it's already finished? Gohan was taken aback. Finished? Goku was equally surprised. When did you complete it? Gohan asked incredulously. About 5 minutes ago, Old Kaioshin replied. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Gohan felt utterly disheartened. You fool, it adds to the drama when you arrive amidst a crisis. Old Kaioshin responded nonchalantly. How can you be so reckless? Aren't you concerned about Tian's safety? Sun Wukong exclaimed with fervor. I have stated before, even if you are all in peril, you will not be in danger. The old Kai chuckled, remarking that although after being reincarnated, the great Master Tian might initially appear as an ordinary person, his demise would not come so easily. Moreover, he might have already acquired a certain level of power, after all. Did you not mention that he could soar in the sky and survive in the cosmos? Sun Wukong scratched his head, reflecting that it was he who first taught his classmate Tian to fly. He pondered whether Tian had learned it from him, or if he had always possessed the ability and feigned ignorance. No. This is not the time for such thoughts. I must hasten to rescue Goten, Trunks, and Uncle Piccolo. Please tell me how I can unleash all that energy? Sun Wukong inquired. Simply transform into a Super Saiyan, the old Kai replied. Suddenly, a surge of immense energy erupted from Sun Wukong. An expansive aura radiated outward, with Sun Wukong at its epicenter. The old Kai, caught in the powerful gust, was swept away. Sun Wukong was astonished by the magnitude of his newfound power. Father, this is incredible, he exclaimed, turning to his father. This is truly astonishing. Sun Wukong expressed his amazement, finding it hard to believe that even a Super Saiyan had never attained such a state. Transformations are a path of darkness, and Super Saiyans are the embodiment of that darkness, the old Kai remarked, dusting himself off. Hurry to Earth, Wukong, the Kai urged anxiously. For if Earth were to explode and pose a threat to Tian, leading to the erasure of certain entities, it would indeed be dire. I shall transport you immediately. Lord Kai, please allow me to take Wukong, Jebbit pleaded. What are you saying, Jebbit? Allow me to be the one to send him, the Kai responded. Enough of this dispute. It matters not who sends him, the old Kai interjected, conceding to let Jebbit escort him. Yes, revered ancestor, Jebbit nodded. I apologize, Wukong. I wish I could accompany you, but I cannot. Sun Wukong lamented. I long to witness your towering figure up close. Father, Sun Wukong bowed his head. I may never see you again before you leave this world. Sun Wukong smiled gently. Do your utmost to eradicate Majin Buu, restore peace to the world, and help your classmates regain their memories. Yes, Sun Wukong affirmed. The father and son embraced tightly. In the next moment, Jebbit swiftly returned to Earth with son Gohan. Gohan requested a set of his father's clothing from Jebbit. Without delay, he soared towards the direction of Majin Buu. In the Kaishin realm, the old Kai reprimanded the Supreme Kai. Fool, why are you dawdling there? What? Why do you say I'm dawdling, old ancestor? The Supreme Kai replied, scratching his head. I am clearly monitoring the events on Earth. Quickly seize this opportunity to bring Lord Yaishin to the Kaishin realm, the old Kai commanded. Huh? We are to bring Yaishin here? The Supreme Kai's eyes widened in astonishment. Also, old ancestor, please refer to him as Yaishin. What if I accidentally call him something else in the future? Humph. There is no need to worry about such hypotheticals, even if others misname him. Do you think I would? I have consumed more salt than you have drunk water. The old Kai bellowed. But, old ancestor, didn't you say that even if a crisis arises on the planet, Yaishin would remain unharmed? The Supreme Kai inquired. Fool, does he not have a girlfriend? He'll be just fine. If she were to encounter danger, he might erase some things out of overwhelming sorrow, which would be quite enough for our universe to endure. The old Kai rolled his eyes. The Supreme Kai pondered this and realized the logic behind it. Old ancestor, do you imply that Gohan lacks assurance of victory? Son Goku scratched his head and asked. By all accounts, he should win, but I can't shake this ominous premonition, the old Kai replied gravely, delivering a sharp slap to the back of the Supreme Kai's head. Old ancestor, why do you keep hitting me? The Supreme Kai protested. Stop dawdling. Hurry to Earth. The old Kai shouted. Yes, understood. The Supreme Kai nodded and immediately prepared to teleport to Earth. Wait a moment, do you know what to say? The old Kai inquired. What else could I say? I'll inform them that Earth is in danger and bring them here to avoid the risk, the Supreme Kai answered, adding that they were the last surviving Earthlings, to prevent a catastrophic blow to their species. Spare me the unnecessary chatter. Don't you understand that excessive words can lead to misfortune? The old Kai admonished loudly. The Supreme Kai nodded gravely and promptly vanished from sight. In an instant, the Supreme Kai appeared in the yard of the Satan residence, encountering Yaishin, Biddy Lee, and Android 18 among others. Upon seeing Yaishin, the Supreme Kai felt a flurry of anxiety within himself. This was the Creator God. My emotions are so complex. No, I must not show it. If I do, it might lead to trouble. Isn't this the Supreme Kai? Biddy Lee exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before regaining composure. Supreme Kai, what brings you here? Ah, Biddy, I have come to fetch you, for the Earth is in peril. It would be prudent to seek refuge in the Kaishin realm. The Kaishin, with a respectful demeanor, hastily responded. However, he soon felt that his manner was overly obsequious and straightened himself slightly. Oh, is it truly this simple to grant us passage into the Kaishin realm? Tian observed the Kaishin with a hint of surprise. This did not seem to align with the Kaishin's usual character. Well, it was actually Gohan's request, the Kaishin chuckled, scratching his head. He mentioned that you two are the last remaining students, so I was sent to ensure your safety. Is that so? Tian regarded the Kaishin with lingering skepticism. What makes you think I'm doubting your words? The Kaishin smiled faintly, a trace of bitterness in his expression. Tian scrutinized the Kaishin thoughtfully. Why did he sense that something was amiss with this individual's demeanor? It felt as though he was excessively deferential. Could it be that he is aware of my mastery of the Erasure Technique? Yet, even if he knew of my capabilities, he would be unaware of the existence of the Omni-King. Did the old Kaishin divulge this information to him? Accompanying him to the Kaishin realm could be a viable option. Given the current circumstances, it seemed likely that Earth might indeed face destruction. Would I need to continuously erase the energy of Majin Buu? Perhaps a visit to the Kaishin realm would provide clarity. After all, my ability to erase extends only within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. If Majin Buu were to unleash a devastating attack from afar, Earth would surely be obliterated. While I would remain unscathed, Videl and Android 18 might perish in the chaos. The Kaishin took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. If you wish to decline, that is your prerogative. I shall simply inform Gohan, he said, employing a tactic of reverse psychology. Very well, I suppose it would not be an issue to bring both of them along, Tian proposed. Of course. That is perfectly acceptable. The Kaishin nodded in agreement with enthusiasm. Wait a moment, what exactly has transpired? Why are all the people on Earth perished? Android 18 inquired urgently. We shall discuss that later. For now, we must head to the Kaioshin realm, as it offers greater safety, the Kaioshin urged. I need to fetch my brother. May I bring him along? Android 18 bit her lip and addressed the Kaioshin. Where is your brother? Contact him immediately, or I can go retrieve him, the Kaioshin said. A hint of urgency in his voice. The Kaioshin surmised that Gohan must be engaged in battle with Majin Buu at that very moment, just as the Kaioshin had anticipated. Son Gohan was indeed clashing with Majin Buu. After several rounds of confrontation, it became evident to Majin Buu that he was no match for Son Gohan. The glimmer in Majin Buu's eyes signaled a sense of exhilaration. This is splendid. As long as I absorb Son Gohan, and then the fusion of those two little ones. I have every confidence that I can defeat that large, rotund feline. I shall self-destruct to grant ample time for the fusion of those two youngsters. Boom. Majin Buu detonated on the spot. Son Gohan and the others were momentarily taken aback, utterly bewildered by Majin Buu's intentions. Subsequently, they set out to locate Dandy. Regarding Tian, Son Gohan refrained from informing Piccolo and the others, believing that the more individuals privy to this matter, the worse it would be. During their search for Dandy, Son Gohan and his companions encountered Satan and his dog. Let us bring him along, Piccolo suggested, though he may be irritating. He possesses a good nature and is intent on saving the Earth. Son Gohan agreed. Indeed, he must join us. He is the father of Videl, who is Tian's girlfriend. Given this connection, we must include Mr. Satan. Piccolo raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by Son Gohan's response. You are right, Uncle Piccolo. After all, Mr. Satan is fundamentally good, Son Gohan quickly clarified. Soon after, Piccolo and the others brought Satan along. As time passed, Son Gohan and his companions successfully located Dandy. I absolutely cannot die, Dandy exclaimed, kicking Bojack down. Dandy explained, indeed, if you were to perish, the Dragon Balls would also vanish. That kick from Mr. Bojack was quite effective. Piccolo nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai, acting on the coordinates provided by Android 18, immediately executed instant transmission, bringing Tian and his group to the wildlife sanctuary where Android 17 resided. Android 18? Android 17 was taken aback. Glancing at the Supreme Kai and Tian and the others, he inquired, Who are you? I am the Supreme Kai, he replied. The Earth is in danger. You must come with me to the Supreme Kai's realm for safety. He added, Of course, it's your choice if you prefer not to go. The Earth is in danger? Android 17 paused, contemplating the gravity of the situation. All right, 17, let us move quickly, urged Android 18. Very well, I will accompany you. Android 17 nodded in agreement, offering no objections. And my father? Videl interjected, addressing the Supreme Kai. Certainly, the Supreme Kai readily agreed. Subsequently, the Supreme Kai searched the Earth for Mr. Satan's whereabouts. They found him just as Gohan and his friends encountered Satan, bringing him along. The Supreme Kai smiled gently. I will take you all now. In an instant, the Supreme Kai executed instant transmission once more, swiftly appearing beside Son Gohan and the others. Oh, Tian, Videl, and 17 and 18? Son Gohan was taken aback as he beheld the King Kai and his companions. We pay our respects to Lord King Kai. Piccolo promptly bowed. We pay our respects to Lord King Kai. Dandy immediately knelt in reverence. Are you both all right, Yaishin and Videl? Son Gohan inquired. I'm fine. Yaishin replied with a smile. That is good to hear, Son Gohan nodded. I am here to escort Mr. Satan. Let me return them to the King Kai's realm first, suggested King Kai. Upon seeing her father, Videl embraced him warmly. The father and daughter nearly shed tears. All right, Son Gohan did not object. Who could it be but Son Gohan? And Piccolo? Number 17 chuckled. 17, how have you fared these years? Piccolo greeted with a smile. Not too bad, Number 17 nodded. What has transpired? Has that fiend Cell returned? It is not Cell. It is a being even more formidable, known as Majin Buu, Piccolo briefly elucidated. Now is not the time for explanations. Follow me to the King Kai's realm, King Kai urged. The elder sensed an ominous premonition, prompting me to bring you all there. Dandy should accompany us as well, Piccolo suggested. Me? I shall stand with Earth to the bitter end, Dandy proclaimed resolutely. There is no need to be so obstinate. Should you perish, the Dragon Balls will vanish entirely, and how shall we revive the fallen then? Piccolo shook his head. You ought to head to the King Kai's realm. We will feel more at ease. Very well, I understand, Dandy acquiesced. Uncle Piccolo, you should go too. Leave me here to confront Majin Buu. Son Gohan proposed. I wish to remain and witness your valiant efforts. Piccolo smiled. Let Goten and Trunks accompany you as well. Chapter 141. Goten and Trunks are absorbed. We shall also remain to fight. We have not yet been defeated. Trunks responded. Yes, we will fight alongside our brother. Son Goten nodded. All right then, that works. Son Gohan reflected carefully and ultimately did not oppose. Are you all here to allow Majin Buu to absorb you? Never mind, if he wishes to absorb, so be it. I am rather curious to see if, after Majin Buu becomes extraordinarily powerful, I can effortlessly erase him. Directly eliminating him seems somewhat excessive. I wonder if I can dismantle his limbs and observe whether those severed parts can regenerate. Those of you going to the Kaishin realm, please hold hands and form a circle. I shall transport you there. The Supreme Kai beckons. Tian grasps Videl's hand with his left and Android 18's with his right. The others also join hands. In an instant, the Supreme Kai employs instant transmission, bringing Tian and the others to the Kaishin realm. Only Son Gohan, Son Goten, Trunks, and Piccolo remain at the scene. Not long after Tian and his companions arrive in the Kaishin realm, the ominous presence of Majin Buu approaches from afar. Son Gohan and the others immediately sense his formidable aura. The old Supreme Kai expresses a foreboding feeling, insisting that the battle must be resolved swiftly, urging everyone to remain cautious. Son Gohan's expression turns grave. With a sudden crash, Majin Buu descends from the sky, landing near Son Gohan and the others. Son Gohan furrows his brow, scrutinizing Majin Buu, sensing that this creature has not changed much. What is his true intention? Is he merely toying with us? He might flee at any moment, Trunks speculates. Hey, all of you come at me. I intend to obliterate every last one of you. Majin Buu shouts towards Son Goten and Trunks from a distance. Do not mistake this. Your opponent is me. Son Gohan points to himself. No. I shall first eliminate those two little brats, then deal with you. Buu retorts with a scoff. There is no need for that. I will extinguish you immediately. As Son Gohan speaks, he prepares to launch an attack on Majin Buu. Come over here and try. I will shatter the earth instantly. And none of you will survive in the vacuum of space. Buu threatens, aiming at the ground from afar. Son Gohan is taken aback, his expression shifting from shock to alarm. Indeed, the old Supreme Kai's concerns were justified. This shameless creature, Majin Buu, intends to destroy the earth. I merely wish to settle the score with those two little ones. We have yet to determine a victor, Buu declares to Son Gohan. Once we resolve our contest, I will engage you. Son Gohan remains silent, contemplating how to execute a stealthy ambush to prevent this fiend from annihilating the earth. Rest assured, while I battle them, I shall not destroy the earth, Buu assures, bellowing to Son Goten and Trunks. Are you too scared? Do you dare to face me? That previous skirmish with you was quite entertaining. He scoffs. What nonsense are you spouting? You claim we are afraid, but had it not been for the constraints of time, you would have already met your demise at our hands, Trunks scoffed. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Goten nodded in agreement. Is that so? Then are you willing to engage in battle with me? Buu inquired with a smile. Certainly. This time we shall eradicate you without fail. I hope you do not come to regret your decision. Trunks lightly tapped his head towards Goten. The two young warriors promptly readied themselves for fusion. Wait a moment. It feels somewhat peculiar. Why does he insist on challenging the two of you? Piccolo furrowed his brow. Uncle Piccolo, you worry too much. Do you truly believe that he possesses the intellect to devise a clever strategy? Trunks reassured him. Goten, let us fuse immediately. All right. Goten responded. The two young fighters swiftly moved closer together. With a clap, Goten and Trunks fused into Gotenks, activating Super Saiyan 3. Ha 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 ha. The embodiment of justice, Gotenks, makes his triumphant return. Gotenks exclaimed with a hearty laugh. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, Tian and the others gathered near the crystal ball, silently observing the unfolding scene on Earth. However, Tian suddenly noticed that Goku, the old Kai, the Supreme Kai, and Jebet were all fixated upon him. What are you gazing at me for? Behold the crystal ball, exclaimed Tian as he swiftly turned his gaze towards the old Kai. The old Kai, startled, hurriedly feigned nonchalance, whistling as if nothing was amiss. Ah, what delightful weather we have today, he chuckled. Are you the old Kai that the Kai mentioned? Tian inquired with a smile. Old man. The old Kai retorted. You must be Tian, the classmate of Sun Wukong. The old Kai, exhibiting remarkable composure, placed his hands behind his back and posed the question. The Kai and Jebet expressed their admiration. Truly, he was a venerable ancestor. It was commendable how he maintained his poise in the presence of the universe's creator. Indeed, Tian nodded. But may I ask why the four of you were observing me? Sun Wukong, immediately adopting a facade of innocence, pointed to his own nose in confusion. Ah. It appears there is something unsightly on your attire, which does not quite harmonize, the Kai cleverly remarked, gesturing towards Tian's clothing. Tian glanced back and noted the peculiar blemish on his garment. Without delay, the old Kai turned his attention to Videl, sporting a contemplative expression. Videl, evidently aware of the situation, blushed furiously. This is merely a misunderstanding, she hastily clarified. Videl, there is no need for explanations, Tian interjected, shaking his head. What is there to explain in such matters? The more you explain, the more problems arise. How dreadful. Those two fused beings have been wrapped like Zongzi. Tian suddenly exclaimed, redirecting everyone's gaze towards the crystal sphere. Instantly, all present turned their attention to the images within the crystal ball. Indeed, Gotenks had been transformed into red meat and wrapped like a Zongzi. And so had Piccolo. Sun Wukong's expression shifted dramatically. Earth, you scoundrel, what are you planning? Son Gohan gasped in shock. They are all mine now. Bu laughed heartily, gesturing towards the two meat Zongzi. Whoosh. Gotenks and Piccolo swiftly flew to Majin Buu, merging with him. This is bad. Sun Wukong's expression changed again, nearly causing him to swallow the crystal sphere. Soon, Majin Buu completed the fusion. Chapter 142. I shall confront Majin Buu's son Gohan. It seems my scheme has succeeded, Bu said with a smile. The most powerful Majin Buu has finally been born. With a swift motion, Bu landed directly opposite Son Gohan. You are despicable for absorbing both of them. Son Gohan gritted his teeth. You are simply too strong. I had no choice, Bu replied with a smile. You might as well absorb me too. Wouldn't that be more convenient? Son Gohan scoffed. Humph, no rush. Let me first see how much stronger I have become after absorbing those two little fellows, Bu said, grinning. Then let us test it out. Son Gohan immediately prepared for battle. Bang! Son Gohan launched a fierce kick. Majin Buu effortlessly raised a hand and seized Son Gohan's ankle. Son Gohan swiftly retaliated with his other foot. Bu again caught his other ankle. Son Gohan reacted with remarkable speed, unleashing an energy blast from his hand. Bu leaned back to evade the energy's assault, using his long tentacle to ensnare Son Gohan's neck. Bang! Bu delivered a punch that struck Son Gohan squarely in the face. Son Gohan grimaced in pain, his expression shifting once more. Boom! Following this, Bu released an energy blast that exploded near Son Gohan. He hurriedly fled, seeking refuge from the onslaught. Whoosh! However, Bu appeared near Son Gohan, watching him with a smile. How does it feel, Son Gohan? You must realize you are simply no match for me, Bu remarked with a sly grin. Ah! Son Gohan charged forward, unleashing a flurry of devastating attacks on Majin Buu. Yet, Majin Buu countered each strike with ease. This is dire. Gohan may very well be killed. Sun Wukong, filled with impatience, expressed his foreboding sentiment, which ultimately proved prophetic. The old Kai sighed in resignation. Indeed, bringing them from Earth had been the right decision. What shall we do next? Sun Wukong inquired anxiously. Allow me to give it a try. Tian stepped forward. Tian, do you intend to battle Majin Buu? Sun Wukong, taken aback, quickly asked. Aside from Dabra, I've never engaged in combat before. It wouldn't hurt to attempt. Tian replied with a smile. How about this? Wukong? You should accompany Tian, the old Kai proposed. Huh? Me? Sun Wukong was bewildered. I am deceased. I cannot return to that world. I am aware. The old Kai responded, by sacrificing my life for yours, you shall be revived. What? To exchange Lord Old Kai's life for mine? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. That seems inappropriate. No, that's unacceptable. Lord Kai's life is exceedingly precious. Jebbit protested. What are you saying? The old Kai rolled his eyes. Before that fellow Beerus awakens, no one stands a chance against Majin Buu. It is only a matter of time before he discovers this place. Let us proceed with my life exchange. I refuse to be of no use. You are still young, with much ahead of you. I have lived a long life, the old Kai chuckled. Let us exchange Jebbit's life instead, Tian suddenly interjected. Jebbit, why should my life be the one exchanged? I seem to be the least useful here. Tian suggested. Jebbit was on the verge of tears. Lord Tian, I have not wronged you, have I? Oh, Tian has a point, the old Kai mused, nodding thoughtfully. Very well, for the sake of saving this universe, I have decided to sacrifice my own life. Jebbit dared not voice any objections. After all, it was Lord Tian. Whatever he said was to be accepted. Is it not merely the offering of a life? Besides, I have been revived once already. Farewell, everyone. Jebbit stated, tilting his head before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Sun Wukong looked on as the halo above his head gradually faded away. Rest in peace, Jebbit. Sun Wukong lamented. Suddenly, with a clap, Jebbit sprang to his feet, a golden halo now adorning his head. Wukong, are you certain you wish to proceed? Sun Wukong asked Tian. I wish to see. Tian nodded. I want to witness the birth of Vegeta. Of course, should Majin Buu dare to confront me, I will ensure he experiences the terror of the mortal realm. Very well, then you shall accompany me. Sun Wukong nodded, acknowledging the formidable nature of their adversary, cautioning. You must tread carefully. No worries, Tian replied with a subtle smile. As Sun Wukong extended his hand towards Tian, the latter chose instead to rest his hand gently upon Wukong's shoulder. What significance does shaking hands with a man hold? He pondered. Wait, you two. Do not rush off just yet, the old Kai suddenly interjected. Are you really going to confront him without a plan? Do you possess the confidence to defeat Majin Buu? Ah, you raise a valid point, Sun Wukong exclaimed, shaking himself from his reverie. I confuse with Gohan. If we merge our powers, we shall surely vanquish Majin Buu. Do you believe Majin Buu will grant you the time necessary for that fusion? The old Kai shook his head skeptically. And you, Tian? What confidence do you hold in your ability to defeat him? Sun Wukong inquired of Tian. I am uncertain, Tian replied, shaking his head. I still do not fully grasp the extent of my own abilities. Sun Wukong, isn't it possible to erase? Sun Wukong nearly voiced the thought. However, he ultimately refrained from speaking. Since they were advised against it, he decided it was best to remain silent. What if he did speak? And Tian became even more terrifying than that demon Majin Buu? With a mere gesture, he could obliterate the earth. According to the old Kai, anything erased by Tian could not be restored, not even by the Dragon Balls. At least the destruction wrought by Majin Buu could be mended through the Dragon Balls. If Tian were to erase something, it would truly be gone forever. Do you have any good solutions, old Kai? Sun Wukong inquired. Allow me to give you these 2 Patera earrings, the old Kai said, detaching the earrings from his ears and offering them to Sun Wukong. What are these? Sun Wukong asked, taken aback. You should wear one on your left ear, the old Kai instructed. Sun Wukong promptly complied. The other one goes on Gohan. The old Kai continued. In this way, the two of you can fuse. Really? What is the effect? Sun Wukong urgently questioned. The effect is undoubtedly remarkable. These are treasures unique to the Kaioshin, the old Kai replied with a smile. Chapter 143, The Pot-Era Earrings. I never knew earrings could be used this way. The Kaioshin remarked, wiping sweat from his brow. You should read more. It's no wonder you're so inept. The old Kai sighed in exasperation. Why don't you try fusing with your own earrings and demonstrate for Goku and Yi Tian? How did you nearly let it slip? Did you not claim that you would never let anything slip? Yi Tian did not indulge in any speculation regarding Tian Yi. The issue is that even if the old Kaioshin uttered the name Tian Yi, Yi Tian would remain entirely oblivious to it. Who is Tian Yi? Yi Tian had never heard of such a person. Thus, it could be said that the old Kaioshin and his associates were merely overthinking. Upon noticing Yi Tian's lack of suspicion, the Kaioshin felt a slight relief and promptly gifted one of his earrings to Jebbit. The two adorned their respective ears with the earrings. In an instant, their bodies swiftly merged into one. With a snap, they transformed into a singular entity. Wow! I can feel a tremendous surge of power, the Kaioshin exclaimed, raising both fists in exhilaration. However, he soon glanced upwards, spotting a golden halo, causing a wave of unease to wash over him. Does this mean I've perished upon merging? This is dreadful. Goku, I am determined to fight alongside you. Let us join forces. The Kaioshin clenched his fists, filled with fervor. You cannot. Though you have grown significantly stronger, it is still insufficient to contend with Majin Buu. The old Kaioshin remarked, shaking his head and rolling his eyes. You might even be absorbed by him. Well, fine then. The Kaioshin lowered his head. Old Kaioshin, you truly are remarkable, Sun Wukong exclaimed with excitement, promptly inquiring, but how long can we remain merged? There are no temporal constraints. Once merged, you can never separate. The old Kaioshin chuckled. This is unfortunate. If I merge with Gohan, I'll have to attend school with him, and I have no desire to go, Sun Wukong lamented. Feeling overwhelmed. I heard that only Kaioshins can remain merged indefinitely through earrings. Humans cannot sustain it for long, Yi Tian interjected. Huh, how do you know that? The Kaioshin asked, taken aback. The old Kaioshin's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed intently at Yi Tian. Could it be that Lord Tian Yi has regained some memories? Otherwise, how could he possess this knowledge? There is nothing I do not know, Yi Tian smiled. All right, let us hurry. Gohan is on the verge of being defeated by Majin Buu. Ah, let us go, Tian. Sun Wukong urged, extending his hand. Tian placed his hand on Sun Wukong's shoulder. Tian, you can do it. Biddy raised her fist in encouragement towards Tian. Android 18 also cast a glance in Tian's direction, saying nothing more, yet her eyes conveyed encouragement and resolve. It seemed as if Android 18 was silently cheering for him. Is that really Tian? Have you taken a liking to him? Android 17 whispered to Android 18. Humph. Mind your own business. On the 18th, a soft grunt escaped his lips. Yet, why do I sense a close bond between him and that girl? The 17th sighed. Why should you care? I wish to be the third party involved. Do you have an objection? The 18th let out a cold huff. Suddenly, Sun Wukong, accompanied by Tian, executed a swift teleportation, appearing instantaneously above the formidable Majin Buu. At that moment, Majin Buu had already gathered a colossal energy sphere, intending to unleash it upon Sun Wukong below. With a whoosh, Sun Wukong swiftly released an energy slash, cleaving Majin Buu in twain. Dad, Tian. Son Gohan was taken aback. Have you returned to life? Indeed, Sun Wukong nodded. Jebet bestowed his life upon me. Thus, I have been resurrected. It's you. You turned to Sun Wukong, you peculiar fellow who can transform. Are you here to assist as well? I am no longer the Majin Buu of old. Hiki. Sun Wukong chuckled. And Tian has arrived too? Buu glanced at Tian. Your timing is impeccable. Tell me, where is that big fat cat? You seek the big fat cat? Tian replied with a smile. Perhaps you should abandon that quest. You are no match for him. Is that so? Buu scoffed. I am aware that I may not defeat him now, but I shall continue to grow stronger. Hey, Buu, I am well prepared. I possess methods to enhance my power. Sun Wukong declared loudly. With a clap, Majin Buu swiftly reformed his body to its original state. However, the antennae atop his head remained, a small portion still protruding. You claim to have ways to increase your strength? How amusing. Regardless, you will never be my match. Buu chuckled lightly. Then why the haste to restore your form? Is it out of fear? Sun Wukong smiled. Hee, do you think I fear you? Buu huffed. Tian, shall I go first? Sun Wukong inquired. Sure, you may proceed. I plan to strike last. Tian nodded in agreement. Gohan, it's your turn. Sun Wukong exclaimed, tossing an earring to Sun Gohan. At that moment, Sun Gohan was lost in thought, quietly observing Tian. He never anticipated that his classmate was such a remarkable reincarnation of a deity. How could he have been so oblivious before? Now, he understood why he could not sense Tian's energy. Was it because the energy he possessed was that of a god? Can humans not perceive divine energy? However, I can sense a faint energy from the Supreme Kai. Just as Sun Gohan was lost in thought, the Patera earrings dropped by Son Goku struck the ground, rebounding a few times before rolling into a pile of stones. Quickly retrieve them. Son Goku urged hastily. All right. Son Gohan snapped back to reality and asked, What is that, Dad? Those are fusion earrings. If you wear one on your right ear, we can merge into one being, Son Goku explained promptly. I see, Son Gohan realized. Searching through the stones for the fallen earrings. Do you wish to fuse? I will never allow that to happen. Buu sneered coldly. I will kill you first. Please. Can you pause for a moment? Son Goku pleaded. Die. Buu exclaimed, preparing to launch an attack on Son Goku. Chapter 144. The Unfettered Ultimate State. Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Yet, Tian remained still. For he understood that Buu would soon revert to a state devoid of Gotenks. In that form, Majin Buu would not stand a chance against Son Gohan. Subsequently, Majin Buu would absorb Son Gohan, becoming the most formidable Buu Gohan. Dad, I found it. Son Gohan shouted excitedly. Buu emitted strange cries, his body trembling violently as he indeed morphed into a form resembling Piccolo. Son Gohan was taken aback. The time for the children's fusion has arrived. You have taken on Piccolo's appearance. Son Goku chuckled. What a pity, your power has significantly diminished. In that case, Gohan can handle you alone, Buu declared. Son Goku instantly reverted to his normal state, as Super Saiyan 3 was too energy draining. Fortunately, I was well prepared, Buu grinned. Do you know why the severed antenna has yet to regenerate? What do you mean? Son Goku was perplexed. Suddenly, Buu's antenna transformed into a fleshy appendage, swiftly encasing Son Gohan like a zongzi. The Patera earrings in Son Gohan's hand fell to the ground. This is bad. Son Goku's expression changed dramatically. Gohan is mine. Majin Buu laughed maniacally. With a swift motion, Buu absorbed Son Gohan. Without hesitation, Son Goku dashed down to retrieve the Patera earrings. Gohan is in serious trouble? Son Goku felt a wave of despair wash over him. Looking again, he saw that Majin Buu had completed the absorption of Son Gohan, now adorned in his clothing. What to do? Son Wukong was filled with despair and quickly turned to Tian, exclaiming, Tian, there are no other options left. I must merge with you. I refuse, Tian replied, shaking his head. What an imbecile. Completely unreliable. You've ruined everything. The old Kai trembled with anger. And he still wished to merge with Tian. Had he lost his mind? Why can't you merge with Tian? Biddy asked curiously from the side. The old Kai offered a casual excuse. Well, merging different races may not yield favorable results. Tian had declined the merger. Ha ha ha, Son Wukong. He has rejected merging with you. Will laughed heartily. So, it seems you have no one left to merge with. Very well, let me now test your strength. Son Wukong declared. Tian took a deep breath and slowly appeared directly opposite Majin Buu. Oh, Tian, are you challenging me? Buu was momentarily taken aback. Let us see, for I too wish to gauge my true strength. Tian nodded in affirmation. Son Wukong remained silent, watching Tian intently. He wondered if this reincarnated deity could defeat Majin Buu. Humph, seeking death, Buu exclaimed, swiftly charging towards Tian. Currently, Tian possessed the silver-level Erasure Technique. With a physical strength 1,000 times that of Frieza during the Namek saga, his combat power was approximately 100 billion, which should be roughly comparable to that of Majin Buu. Who could say? One would not know without a fight. It could be said that Buu was the most formidable singular entity of his era. However, this was not entirely fair, as Buu had absorbed Son Gohan to reach his current level. Let me challenge Buu, Tian declared. Buu's speed was astonishing in an instant. He stood directly before Tian. He swung a punch. Whoosh. Tian deftly sidestepped, evading Buu's fist. Bang. Immediately, Tian retaliated with a kick, striking Buu squarely in the face. Yet, Buu merely allowed Tian's foot to collide with his visage, unfazed. Son Wukong remarked, this is not good. Tian's damage output is insufficient. He will likely struggle against Buu. Do not hesitate to erase it. Hurry and wipe it away, Son Wukong exclaimed, feeling anxious for Tian. However, Tian remained unperturbed, intent on testing his own strength against Buu in a simple contest. He believed that revealing his Erasure Technique at a critical moment would heighten the drama of the encounter. Wasn't that the kind of thing the old Kaishin would say? You're not so impressive either, Tian, Buu scoffed, lunging for Tian's ankle. Tian reacted swiftly, retracting his foot just in time. That was quite a quick move. Buu chuckled, accelerating his onslaught. At the moment Buu struck, Tian suddenly felt as if his entire body possessed eyes. Every muscle and cell was attuned to the opponent's attack. Whoosh. Tian effortlessly dodged Buu's punches and kicks once again, despite Buu's relentless assault. He could not land a blow on Tian, who even managed to kick Buu several times. However, Tian's strikes failed to inflict any damage on the formidable Majin Buu. That is the state of absolute freedom. The old Kaishin marveled at Tian's movements. What are you talking about, esteemed ancestor? The Kaishin inquired, puzzled. Tian has mastered the state of absolute freedom. The old Kaishin exclaimed in astonishment. I never expected Lord Tian to have regained such power. What is this state of absolute freedom? The Kaishin displayed a look of confusion. I will explain it to you later. Stop asking so many questions, the old Kaishin scolded, casting a stern glance at the Kaishin. Have you not noticed the multitude of people present? What purpose does my explanation serve here? Moreover, Lord Tian's girlfriend is also among us. However, it appears that Tian's attacks are ineffective against the Majin Buu. The Supreme Kai sighed, acknowledging the situation. Alas, Tian's power is insufficient. The old Supreme Kai nodded in agreement. On Beerus planet, Whis observed the events on Earth through the crystal orb atop his staff, while the oracle fish watched alongside him. They both witnessed Tian's struggle against Majin Buu. Oh dear, this is rather troublesome, Whis lamented. Is he truly the reincarnation of Lord Tian? The oracle fish gazed in astonishment. Indeed, Whis affirmed, surprised that Lord Tian had already regained the ability of Ultra Instinct. I heard that Ultra Instinct was imparted to the Grand Priest by Lord Tian, the oracle fish inquired. Correct. Subsequently, the Grand Priest bestowed the knowledge of Ultra Instinct upon all of us angels, Whis replied, lightly tapping his forehead. After billions of years of cultivation, our angelic lineage has developed a profound understanding of Ultra Instinct. In fact, the latest angels are now capable of wielding the basic form of Ultra Instinct. Chapter 145, The awakening of Beerus currently, Lord Tian seems to be struggling against Majin Buu through sheer force. The Oracle Fish noted, why doesn't he employ Erasure? Whis speculated. Perhaps Lord Tian wishes to refine his mastery of Ultra Instinct. If he were to use Erasure now, his opponent would vanish swiftly, rendering it meaningless for him. You speak true, the Oracle Fish nodded, glancing back towards the castle, sighing, should we not awaken Lord Beerus? At such a critical moment, he remains in slumber? Whis also turned his gaze towards the castle. A brief silence ensued. I shall go rouse Lord Beerus, Whis declared, nodding resolutely. Without delay, Whis swiftly withdrew his staff and appeared in the castle where Beerus resided. The Oracle Fish refrained from entering, fully aware that once awakened, Beerus would undoubtedly engage in some outrageous antics. Should anything go awry, it would spell disaster. Lord Beerus, awaken. Whis approached and tapped Beerus lightly on the head with his staff. In response, a burst of destructive energy erupted from Beerus' mouth, hurtling towards Whis. With a flick of his finger, Whis redirected the destructive energy, transforming it into a crimson sphere that spun rapidly at the tip of his finger. With a swift motion, Whis cast the crimson sphere aside. The orb shattered into countless sparkling fragments, and then there was nothing more. Lord Beerus, there has been a grave incident. You must awaken at once, Whis exclaimed, striking Beerus gently upon the forehead with his staff. Instantly, a sizable bump appeared atop Beerus's head, rubbing his sore brow. Beerus opened his bleary eyes. At last, Lord Beerus, you've awakened, sighed Whis. However, scarcely had Whis finished speaking when Beerus tilted his head and collapsed back onto his pillow. Lord Beerus, the Omni-King has arrived, Whis whispered urgently into Beerus's ear. At this, Beerus's ears perked up, and he sprang from his bed in an instant. Rubbing his still drowsy eyes, he glanced around cautiously, trembling with trepidation. Where's the Omni-King, Whis? Beerus inquired. Outside, Whis gestured toward the castle's exterior. In a flash, Beerus soared out of the castle window, soaring into the air to survey his surroundings. However, there was no sign of the Omni-King. With a scowl, Beerus turned to see Whis flying up behind him. Whis, where's the Omni-King? He demanded. Oh dear. If I hadn't said anything, would you have awoken at all, Lord Beerus? Whis chuckled. Whis, why would you deceive me? Beerus bared his teeth in frustration. Is it so easy for me to fall asleep? After finally drifting off, you rouse me. It has been nearly 40 years since Lord Beerus last slept, Whis lamented. Has it truly been that long? Beerus shook his head, promptly rushing to the nearby river to wash his face. Whis followed closely behind. Why wake me if there is nothing urgent? Beerus grumbled, licking his claws. There is indeed a matter of great importance. One that is far more terrifying than the Omni-King himself, Whis elucidated. Are you attempting to frighten me again? Beerus scoffed. Do you think I would be afraid? Whis smiled but remained silent. Do tell, what is this dreadful matter? Is it something I ought to fear? Beerus inquired with a light chuckle. Unless it pertains to the Omni-King, but he wouldn't come to my planet. I am overthinking it. I must have been muddled from my slumber. Have you heard of the Grand Omni-King, Lord Beerus? Whis asked. Of course. Isn't he the father of the Omni-King? Beerus replied nonchalantly. It is said he vanished upon reincarnation and has yet to be found. I heard last that he was reborn somewhere in the universe, though I cannot vouch for the truth of that. Whis remained silent. What? Are you suggesting that the Grand Omni-King has been located? Beerus inquired again. No. It is not Lord Zeno who has been found, but rather the master of Lord Zeno, Whis remarked with a sigh. What did you say? The master of Lord Zeno? Beerus momentarily appeared stunned, his surprise palpable. Is it that esteemed Lord Tenny? Indeed, Whis nodded. Wait a moment. I recall that Lord Tenny also reincarnated. And it seems that over 1 billion years have passed with no sign of him. How was he found? Beerus questioned. It is said that he has recently completed his reincarnation, Whis clarified. Ah, I see. It appears that the earlier reincarnation instruments had several issues. Nevertheless, finding him is surely a good thing, is it not? You summoned me for this, didn't you? Are we to convene in the divine realm? Whis leisurely floated a statement. You mean to say that Lord Tenny has been reborn in our 7th universe? Beerus's smile gradually faded, his expression solidifying. His countenance shifted rapidly. What did you just say? Beerus exclaimed, his face reflecting a tumult of emotions. You heard correctly, Lord Beerus. Lord Tenny resides on Earth in our universe, Whis explained. What nonsense! How could Lord Tenny possibly be reborn in our universe? A wave of fear washed over Beerus. Why does Lord Beerus not perceive that Lord Tenny's rebirth in our universe could yield significant benefits for us? Whis remarked with a smile. Who knows what might transpire? What if he were to obliterate our universe? Beerus's face turned pale with fright. Such a scenario is unlikely to occur at this moment, Whis shook his head. The recently reborn Lord Tenny does not yet possess the capability to annihilate a universe. Beerus paused, his anxious heart gradually finding solace. Whis, you rogue. You should have disclosed such crucial information sooner, Beerus exhaled, feeling considerably relieved. However, one day, Lord Tenny's full powers will surely be restored, Whis added. Chapter 146. Beerus, off to Earth, could you refrain from panting so heavily when you speak? Your rhythm has my heart racing in sync with your breaths, Beerus huffed. Before inquiring further, by the way, on which planet has he been reborn? Shall we visit him now? Also, does the Grand Minister know of this? The Grand Minister is already aware, Whis replied, and he specifically instructed that we should not reveal Lord Tenny's true identity to him just yet. For disclosing such information may adversely affect his reincarnated self. The worst-case scenario could result in his body becoming disordered, potentially leading to the obliteration of some universes. Beerus was drenched in cold sweat, his eyes filled with boundless terror. This was indeed a predicament. You might as well let me sleep a little longer, he lamented. Why did you wake me up just to share such terrifying news? No, this is merely the prelude. There is something of greater significance to convey to Lord Beerus. Whis elaborated. Could you not deliver your message all at once? Beerus groaned, feeling overwhelmed. Please, Lord Beerus, look here, Whis said, as his staff projected an image. The video displayed a fierce battle between Yanshin and Majin Buu. Isn't that Majin Buu? Why does he look different? Beerus murmured, peering at the screen. Who is that other individual? He seems to be utilizing Ultra Instinct. How long have I been asleep for someone to master it already? A flicker of astonishment crossed Beerus's face. Could this person be a novice angel? He speculated. Has a new angel emerged in our universe? No, not an angel. Whis shook his head. Could it be that he is the reincarnation of Lord Yanshin? A sudden realization washed over Beerus, altering his expression dramatically. Indeed, Whis confirmed. Currently, Lord Yanshin's power is relatively low, allowing me to observe him with my staff. However, once his strength increases further, I fear we will no longer be able to track him. As they spoke, a resounding impact echoed. Buu had landed a punch in Yanshin's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. Beerus's expression shifted with concern. Oh dear, this is not good, Whis lamented. After all, the gap in strength is considerable. The evasion capabilities of Ultra Instinct have reached their limit. Why not simply erase that individual? Beerus suggested. I am uncertain of the circumstances, Whis replied, shaking his head. A silence enveloped them. What planet did you mention? Beerus swallowed hard, urgently inquiring. A blue planet called Earth, Whis explained. Projecting the coordinates and star system of Earth with his staff. Let us go at once. We must head to Earth immediately, Beerus urged. What does Lord Beerus intend to do on Earth? Whis asked. What do you think? Naturally, I shall lend my support to Lord Yanshin. I cannot allow a mere human to bully him, Beerus answered. Shall we set off now? Whis inquired. The sooner, the better, Beerus nodded, swiftly placing his hand on Whis's back. I shall refrain from joining, the oracle fish interjected from the side. What use would a fish like you be? Beerus rolled his eyes in exasperation. Whoosh. Whis, accompanied by Beerus, transformed into a radiant streak akin to a constellation, hurtling toward Earth. Just moments ago, Majin Buu finally made contact with Tian. It was not that Tian had been careless, nor was it that his supreme mastery faltered. Rather, he simply wished to gauge the strength of his opponent. He desired to understand the nature of the injuries he might sustain and to test whether he could erase such wounds. Would erasing those injuries restore him to full health? Buu's punch struck Tian's abdomen, sending his body flying backward at great speed. This won't do, Son Goku exclaimed in frustration, feeling powerless, even contemplating transforming into Super Saiyan 3 to contend with Buu. Yet, Goku was acutely aware that even in that form, he would be no match for the formidable Majin Buu. Tian swiftly adjusted his posture midair and assessed his abdomen. To his surprise, he felt no pain. It seemed his defenses remained formidable. What? You're unscathed? Buu's eyes widened in disbelief, his anger boiling over. After such a prolonged battle, he had finally landed a hit on this individual named Tian, only for him to appear completely unfazed. Who on earth are you? It appears we are both unable to inflict harm upon one another for the time being, Tian chuckled. Shall we continue this charade? Humph. I find your body quite intriguing, Buu grinned, revealing that during the fray, 2 pieces of flesh had detached from his legs, now racing toward Tian's position. Whoosh. As he spoke, the 2 pieces of flesh converged rapidly, transforming into a singular mass that lunged towards Tian. Your body will be mine. Buu cackled triumphantly. Tian, watch out. Son Goku shouted urgently. With a mere flick of his hand, Tian effortlessly made the mass vanish. Buu's eyes widened in astonishment. What is happening? Where has my flesh gone? Why do I suddenly feel severed from it? What is going on? Goku, equally astonished, gazed wide-eyed. Is this the Erasure Technique the old Kai spoke of? Truly remarkable. With just a wave, it disappears. This marks the first occasion on which Tian publicly demonstrated the art of erasure. Primarily, he had no intention of concealing his identity. Despite the multitude of voices suggesting he was deliberately doing so, Tian felt there was nothing to hide about himself. He merely desired to develop his abilities quietly. As for the pieces of Majin Buu, Tian had long since sensed their presence. Setting aside whether he could erase those pieces, his profound understanding of the ultimate state of freedom would enable him to evade them entirely. Tian found himself pondering the peculiar nature of his skin, which was adorned with eyes. Would it not afford him a clearer view of the basket structure while playing basketball? His thoughts wandered, momentarily disregarding the ominous gaze of Majin Buu. Sun Wukong, too, was filled with admiration. Truly, he is the god of creation. Remarkable indeed. At that moment, Sun Wukong suddenly sensed another powerful aura rising in the distance. He was both astonished and elated. It was Vegeta's energy. Excellent news. Chapter 147. Vegeta, why mention Tian all of a sudden? Tian, I must step away briefly, but I shall return promptly. Sun Wukong declared before instantly vanishing from sight. Has Vegeta arrived? Tian inquired. If you were to fuse with him, I sense you would become extraordinarily powerful. What did you say? Fuse? Majin Buu exclaimed in surprise. They must not be allowed to fuse. What if I cannot defeat them? Although this Tian fellow had eluded his attacks, even if he were struck, he showed no signs of injury. Nevertheless, he was also unlikely to inflict harm upon Buu. For now, he chose to set aside thoughts of Tian and pursue Sun Wukong instead, sensing an ominous premonition. With a swift motion, Buu sped after Sun Wukong. In a flash, Sun Wukong appeared beside Vegeta. Vegeta, wonderful, it truly is you. Sun Wukong exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Kakarot? Vegeta was taken aback. Wukong, how have you come back to life? What transpired? Let us set that aside for now, the elderly crystal woman interjected. You should leave this place quickly. Majin Buu is approaching fast. Sun Wukong urged her. Ah, then I shall take my leave. Farewell. The crystal woman hurriedly departed. Was it King Yama who sent you back to Earth? Sun Wukong smiled, finding the notion amusing. Vegeta remained silent. There is no time to waste, Vegeta. Quickly, put this earring on your right ear, Sun Wukong said, handing Vegeta a patera earring. Why? Vegeta inquired with a calm demeanor. If you don this, we shall fuse. Becoming an immensely powerful warrior. Goku elucidated. You speak of fusion? Do not jest. Why on earth would I wish to merge with you? Vegeta scoffed. I anticipated your response. Goku lamented, feeling overwhelmed. However, to vanquish Majin Buu, there existed no alternative. I would rather face death at Buu's hands than fuse with you, Vegeta declared resolutely. Should you perish once more, you shall vanish entirely. Neither this world nor the next will bear your presence, Goku warned. Vegeta ignored him, sulking in silence. Vegeta, Majin Buu approaches with great haste. Please, I implore you to wear this. Otherwise, we are both doomed. Goku urged again. I refuse, Vegeta replied decisively. When we battled, it was evident you harbored greater power, yet you chose to conceal it. Do you seek to owe me a favor? Vegeta retorted angrily. I'm fully aware of everything in that realm. The Super Saiyan 3 is nothing but a profound mockery to me. I shall never fuse with someone of your ilk. I comprehend. However, transforming into Super Saiyan 3 is time-restricted. I shall not resort to that form unless absolutely necessary, Goku lamented, lowering his head. No further explanations are needed. You have not fought me with your full might, and you underestimate me, Vegeta admonished darkly. Are you aware of all this? Goku exclaimed. Everyone has been turned into chocolate by Majin Buu. Bulma, Piccolo, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks have all been absorbed. His formidable strength is a direct consequence of this. Even Tengu cannot contend with him. Vegeta was struck with shock, yet a hint of confusion flickered across his face. Why did you include that person named Tian? Isn't it quite natural that he is not a match for you? Vegeta, Goku called out once more. Finally, Vegeta was swayed. In truth, Vegeta had been persuaded from the very beginning. He merely sought an outlet for his frustrations. Vegeta did not wish for death. Now sensing the increasing presence of Majin Buu, he realized he could no longer feign indifference. It would be better to acquiesce. Hurry, bring it to me. Vegeta extended his hand. Goku promptly handed the Patera earrings to Vegeta. Is it for the right ear? Vegeta inquired. Indeed, Goku nodded. Vegeta swiftly adorned his ear with the earring. Thank you, Vegeta, Goku said with a subtle smile. Whoosh. As the words left his lips, their bodies swiftly gravitated toward one another. Ha ha ha, you are doomed. I shall never allow you to merge. Buu had already appeared not far off, gathering an energy blast in his hand. Crack. In the next moment, Goku and Vegeta rapidly fused into Vegeto. A golden radiance enveloped Vegeto, with arcs of lightning swirling around him, signaling the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Humph. What does it matter if you fuse? Buu scoffed. That fellow named you Tian is still powerless against me. Isn't. With that, Buu waved his hand, launching the energy blast toward Vegeto. Observing the swiftly approaching energy sphere, Vegeto countered with a swift slap, redirecting the blast back. Majin Buu was taken aback, hastily retracting his head into his body to evade the attack. Buu's expression shifted unexpectedly. He had not anticipated this fused being to possess such strength. At that moment, Tian swiftly pursued. Damn it, I feel the urgent need to level up. Otherwise, I want to be able to keep pace with them. Now, there are hardly any living souls left on Earth. Tian could effortlessly obliterate numerous structures. Why doesn't he eliminate those who are on the verge of being annihilated by Majin Buu? Because once Tian did so, those lives would be irretrievably lost. Those erased cannot be revived by the dragon. Once erased, they vanish entirely. As for whether the dragon could resurrect them, that remains uncertain. Tian had never initiated the erasure of humanity, for he understood that once that precedent was set, it could lead to the inadvertent obliteration of innocent lives in the future. Tian believed he would become the greatest deity in the universe, rather than a demon. Why would I, possessing divine capabilities, choose to become a demon? However, at present, Tian has the capability to erase 10,000 buildings for the purpose of upgrading. Chapter 148, Upgrade. Platinum Level Erasure Technique. Whoosh. As Tian soared through the air, his hands waved continuously, obliterating the buildings of the city below. The sheer number of 10,000 structures is indeed substantial. Typically, an ordinary residential complex comprises merely a score of buildings, which is already quite impressive. Thus, the erasure of 10,000 buildings equates to nearly half of a city. Previously, Tian had refrained from demolishing large expanses of structures. You have erased all the buildings. What difference is there from outright murder? Tian does not wish to become a demon. However, the circumstances have changed. Humanity has already been extinguished. What? Why does Tian not endeavor to save humanity? He harbors no desire to be a demon, nor does he wish to be a saint. Tian feels no obligation to save humankind. With a swift motion, entire structures vanished under Tian's command. Congratulations on completing the silver-level erasure technique. Congratulations on successfully advancing to the gold-level erasure technique. Gold-level erasure technique. The body S strength is 1,000-fold that of Frieza during the Namek saga. Capable of erasing any human or deity, excluding the god of destruction, angels, grand priest, and Zeno, including but not limited to living beings, entire buildings, demon races, and other species. It allows for mass erasure, enabling the removal of multiple humans or a large city with a mere wave of the hand. Upon completing designated tasks, the ability to restore what has been erased will be granted. Automatically upgrade to platinum-level erasure technique after 3 months. A series of notifications appeared on Tian's system panel. He quickly assessed his physical strength. Indeed, his power had grown significantly stronger. 1,000-fold of Frieza's strength seemed to mirror his previous 10-fold increase. Tian mused. This upgrade feels somewhat lacking. However, this time, the criteria for advancing to platinum does not rely on erasing items but rather on the passage of time. An automatic upgrade in 3 months is acceptable. The most significant change for Tian with this upgrade is the ability to erase the Kaishin. Listen to me, thank you, the Kaishin said. Yet, Tian would not idly erase the Kaishin. However, should any god of destruction dare to provoke him, he would not hesitate to erase their Kaishin. His physical strength had increased tenfold. He wondered if he could rival Majin Buu. Perhaps it was time to test that theory. And then there was the restoration technique. Tian had yet to receive any guidance on how to complete the restoration task. It seemed that only through completing missions would he acquire the capability to restore. At present, he had nothing that required restoration. There was no rush. In the distance, the battle between Majin Buu and Vegeta commenced. Majin Buu stood no chance against Vegeta, who quickly left him battered and bruised. With a swift motion, Vegeta executed a knife hand strike that pierced Buu's form, lifting him from the ground. "Why don't you say something?" Vegeta taunted with a grin. "Lost your voice?" Majin Buu howled in pain. "Perhaps you have exerted all your strength, but alas, it seems you possess only this little skill. You have truly disappointed me." Vegeta chuckled lightly. Buu gritted his teeth, evading the onslaught of the hand strike, and quickly transforming to restore his form. Immediately, a stream of white gas erupted from Buu's forehead and pores, swiftly enveloping the space in a thick haze. "Haha, how do you like that? You can't see me now, can you? Come and hit me." Buu laughed heartily. "Then I shall oblige your request." Vegeta surged forward, delivering a flurry of blows to the Majin Buu. "This is the first time I've heard such a delightful wish. Let me have a go at you," Vegeta remarked, relishing the moment. "If I could, I would love to repeat it." The expression on Majin Buu's face shifted dramatically. "You see, your silence implies consent, so I have no choice but to strike you again," Vegeta declared, charging once more to unleash a barrage of punches and kicks on Majin Buu. With a decisive motion, Vegeta yanked off one of Buu's antennae and casually tossed it aside. With a powerful sweep of his hand, he obliterated Buu's antenna into smithereens. "I will methodically dismantle you, just as I did with that antenna. As long as I eradicate the cells at the top, even if you regenerate, you shall never recover, correct?" Vegeta scoffed. Buu's expression darkened further. You beast! You beast!" he roared. "This is impossible, absolutely impossible." "What is impossible?" Vegeta retorted with a huff. "You needn't worry too much. I enjoy toying with you. You scoundrel, I will not spare you." Buu seethed in fury, unleashing 6 phantoms. "Is this your special technique, gained after absorbing 2 children?" Vegeta paused, then smirked disdainfully. "Come at me." Buu waved his hand forward. "You don't understand their power. The moment you touch them, a great explosion will occur." Whoosh! The 6 phantoms swiftly darted towards Vegeta's position. In an instant, Vegeta vanished from sight and reappeared in another location, firing energy blasts at the 6 phantoms. Boom! The 6 phantoms erupted in a massive explosion. Buu felt his resolve crumble. "You dismantled that technique so easily? I once thought it was terrifying." "Ah, you dare to use fusion against me, you shameless wretch," Buu shouted, charging at Vegeta with a flurry of punches and kicks. Vegeta crossed his arms, countering with his feet. "You've absorbed one person after another, and yet you still have the audacity to criticize me?" Vegeta sneered. "What do you think? Is it sufficient to handle someone like you with just my feet?" Bang! As he spoke, Vegeta soared into the air and delivered a powerful kick directly to Buu's face. Buu's visage turned crimson, blood seeping from the wounds. Just then, Tian came rushing in from the distance. With a resounding thud, he landed a kick squarely on Buu's face. "Tian, you've arrived?" Vegeta exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Looking at Buu, a new shoe print adorned his face. "Damn it, I won't let you get away with this." Buu seethed with fury, suddenly struck by a thought. "Do you enjoy jelly beans?" "What?" Vegeta was slightly stunned. "Transform into jelly beans," Buu declared, as tendrils atop his head emitted a burst of purple-white lightning. The lightning rapidly enveloped Vegeta's form. Crack! In an instant, Vegeta's body morphed into a jelly bean. Chapter 149. Vegeta is absorbed. Buu stepped forward and gleefully collected the jelly bean, erupting into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha, you fool. Who told you to be so complacent?" Buu laughed uncontrollably. "What are you laughing at? Allow me to show you what I'm capable of," Tian said with a light chuckle. "Do you think you've achieved victory so easily?" Buu scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Tian. "You are nothing special. Once your energy is depleted." "Do you truly believe you can still compete with me?" Buu retorted coldly. Bang! Tian was not one to hold back, delivering another kick that landed squarely on Buu's face. "Ow!" Buu howled in pain, his expression shifting dramatically. "What? This is impossible. Just moments ago, your attack didn't hurt me." Buu stared at Tian, eyes wide with disbelief. What occurred before is past. What happens now is different. My power has unexpectedly surged tenfold. Can you believe that? Tian replied with a smile. Buu exclaimed, "What do you mean? How did you suddenly gain so much power?" "Let us continue our earlier battle." Tian gazed at Buu with a cheerful demeanor. "This is inconceivable," Buu screamed in desperation, charging at Tian with a flurry of clawing motions. Bang, bang, bang. Buu was met with a barrage of punches and kicks, leaving him battered and bruised. Bu was utterly dumbfounded. I could not defeat that fused opponent before, yet now I cannot even best you, Tian? Bu gritted his teeth, tightly clenching his fists. Just then, he felt as though his fist was moving uncontrollably, striking his own face. Bu yelped in agony. What a pity, Bu. Vegeta, now a jelly bean, spoke. You cannot consume me? I simply couldn't resist. Is it a bit excessive for the two of us to gang up on you? Bu's expression shifted repeatedly. Hey, Tian. Let me take over. Vegeta addressed Tian. All right, if you wish to come, then come forth. Tian nodded in agreement. Hee, I am truly grateful to you. Vegeta's voice resounded. Bu, the situation has become rather dire. Having shrunk to this size, how will you manage to strike me? Bang. Vegeta swiftly launched an assault, transforming into a candy bean that directly impacted Majin Buu's abdomen. Bang. Vegeta delivered another heavy blow, striking Buu's chin. Majin Buu hastily attempted to swat at the candy bean, but its diminutive size rendered his efforts futile. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta quickened the pace of his attack, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon Bu. The latter found himself unable to retaliate. You scoundrel! Bu roared in fury. Poochie! Vegeta's form pierced through Majin Buu's mouth, emerging from the back of his head and severing one of his antennae. Hee, how unfortunate. Even if you wish to consume me, you wouldn't be able to. Vegeta lamented. Regenerate. Bu grit his teeth, and as the antenna on his head regrew, a flash of purple and white lightning enveloped Vegeta. Pa. Vegeta transformed back to his original form. Oh, you've reverted. Do you no longer wish to play? A smile graced Vegeta's face. Bu glanced at Vegeta and then at Tian, feeling waves of despair wash over him. What should I do? Then let us hasten to conclude this battle. Vegeta proposed with a grin. I will count to 10, and if you have not devised a method to defeat me by then, I shall have no choice but to annihilate you. With that, Vegeta turned to Tian. Tian, shall I handle this fellow? You have no objections, I trust? Go ahead, do as you see fit, Tian replied without dissent. Vegeta expressed his gratitude and began his countdown. Buu's expression shifted rapidly as he frantically pondered how to confront Vegeta. In addition to Vegeta, there was also this individual named Tian. Right, and that large, fat cat. If I cannot overpower those two, how could I possibly defeat the fat cat? Suddenly, he recalled that his antenna had been severed. That antenna should still be nearby. Bu swiftly established a connection with the severed antenna. The antenna wriggled a few times, transforming into a small mass of flesh, stealthily flying towards Vegeta's location. Bu had devised a plan. Instead of absorbing Tian first, he would absorb the fused Vegeta. Earlier, when he attempted to absorb Tian, that piece of flesh had mysteriously vanished. He was uncertain of what had transpired. Absorbing Vegeta first would ensure his ascendance as the true champion of the universe. Whoosh! A pink slice of meat swiftly enveloped Vegeta, wrapping him like a zongzi. In a hurry, Vegeta cast a protective shield around himself. With a resounding smack, the meat slice fused him with the body of Majin Buu. Ahahaha! Success! At long last, I have triumphed. Majin Buu cackled with glee, dancing in excitement. This is splendid. That fool. I am now invincible. Everything will soon come to an end. With a murderous glint in his eyes, Majin Buu turned his gaze towards Tian. Next is you. Should I absorb you or eliminate you? He uttered coldly. Boom. Tian retaliated with a powerful kick that struck Majin Buu squarely in the abdomen. Pooh. Majin Buu spat out a mouthful of acidic fluid, feeling utterly unwell. What nonsense is this? I have absorbed Vegeta. Why has my power not increased? I am still no match for you. Bu exclaimed in disbelief. I expected so much more from your absorption of him. How disappointing, Tian replied, shaking his head. Bu felt a pang of despair. Suddenly, Bu regained his senses, noticing that his body remained unchanged. Strange, why hasn't my body transformed? His eyes widened in confusion. Take your time to ponder, Tian smiled. Could it be that I did not truly absorb them? Bu seemed to grasp something, his expression shifting slightly as he looked at Tian in terror. Please. Wait a moment. No. Tian declared, delivering another kick. Boom. Bu plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground and leaving a substantial crater in his wake. He lay there in the pit, unhurried to rise. Subsequently, Bu quickly delved into his own body to examine his internal condition. Within Bu's body, Vegeta had successfully infiltrated and let out a sigh of relief as he surveyed his surroundings. I must hurry and find Gohan and the others, Vegeta murmured to himself. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to search within Bu's body. In the meantime, the miniature form of Majin Buu observed the flying Vegeta within him. I indeed have not absorbed him. He had previously cast a protective shield around himself. No wonder I couldn't absorb him. Yet, you are now within my body. You are courting disaster. Are you presenting yourself to me for absorption? Without a moment's hesitation, Majin Buu unleashed a torrent of viscous liquid from within his body, ensnaring Vegeta completely. What is this? Vegeta exclaimed, swiftly waving his arms in a desperate attempt to break free from the adhesive substance. However, more and more of the viscous liquid cascaded down upon him. Vegeta erupted with energy, vaporizing the encumbering liquid entirely. Whoosh! In the next instant, fibers emerged from Buu's body, wrapping around Vegeta with a relentless grip. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed that these peculiar tendrils seemed to drain his very essence. This is bad. He urgently sought to extricate himself, but the fibers continued to ensnare him, sapping his energy with each passing moment. With a resounding crack, you materialized before Vegeta. What? You? How can there be another you inside your own body? Vegeta was taken aback. Ponder that for yourselves, Buu chuckled heartily. Did you truly believe that erecting a barrier would allow you to evade my absorption? Within my body lies a multitude of cells, and as long as I ensnare you, I can siphon your energy. Vegeta intensified his struggle to break free. It's futile. Stop resisting. The energy you expend in your struggles only serves to nourish my body. Buu cackled. Soon, you shall be absorbed, becoming a part of me. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta suddenly felt a surge of energy erupt within him. Boom. The powerful energy shattered the fibers that Buu had enveloped him in. Buu's grin began to fade. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta swiftly made his escape. Think you can flee? Buu sneered, instantly pursuing him. You have expended a considerable amount of energy shattering those bindings, and that energy has already transferred to my body. Now, I grow stronger while you weaken. Whoosh. Buu accelerated, quickly closing the distance to Vegeta. Bam. Buu executed a spinning kick, sending Vegeta hurtling downwards. Vegeta's body became embedded within Majin Buu, struggling fiercely against the confines. Yet, his strength waned with each futile attempt. Less than a minute later, Vegeta succumbed to exhaustion, allowing Buu to envelop him completely. This fool. Now we have a resolution. Majin Buu laughed heartily. Outside, his form began to transform, adopting a style reminiscent of Vegeta. Majin Buu had successfully absorbed Vegeta. At last, I have succeeded. Buu exclaimed, soaring from the deep pit to confront Tian. You celebrate too soon. Tian chuckled. Having absorbed Vegeta, just look at my attire to gauge the extent of my power. Buu pointed at his own nose. Indeed, you are formidable, Tian sighed. To commemorate this significant day, I have decided to eliminate you first. Buu extended his hand, aiming it at Tian. Tian remained composed, floating serenely in the air. In the King Kai's realm, Videl and Android 18 were tense. What should we do? Tian is in peril, Videl exclaimed. We must find a way to save him. I sincerely apologize, but even Goku and Vegeta have been absorbed. We are powerless now, the King Kai lamented. All we can do is pray for a miracle. The Elder Kai shook his head. Videl fell silent. Android 18 appeared calm on the surface. Yet turmoil brewed within her. Run. Why are you still engaging, Buu? Escaping is not a sign of cowardice. Why remain there to face death? The Elder Kai ground his teeth in frustration. Vegeta is a fool. He squandered a winning hand. He could have easily defeated Majin Buu and then used the Dragon Balls to resurrect Gohan and the others, the King Kai side. Yet they chose to be absorbed by Majin Buu. This is indeed characteristic of Son Goku. Android 17 shook his head. At this point, I cannot remain idle. If necessary, I shall challenge him myself. The King Kai and Elder Kai ignored him. After all, even Son Goku and Vegeta were no match for Majin Buu. Why are you following the commotion? Furthermore, standing opposite Majin Buu is none other than the creator god of the entire universe. If even he cannot contend with him, that would be utterly impossible. Before your demise, there is a question I wish to pose to you. Majin Buu addressed Tian, inquiring about the whereabouts of that large, plump cat. What? Are you searching for him? Tian chuckled. Indeed, I vividly recall the moment I was struck by him. I seek vengeance. Buu snorted disdainfully. He seems to be in the 6th universe, Tian replied candidly. The 6th universe? What is that? Buu was taken aback. You see. You are unaware of what the 6th universe is? How do you intend to exact revenge on the fat cat? Tian smiled. Buu felt a pang in his heart at that moment. Stop your nonsensical chatter. Buu roared in fury, unleashing a colossal surge of energy towards Tian. Whoosh. With a mere flick of his hand, Tian caused the energy released by Majin Buu to vanish in an instant. What? What kind of sorcery is this? Buu's eyes widened in disbelief. Amusing, isn't it? Tian grinned widely, with even more amusement yet to come. Whoosh. Tian waved his hand once more, directly erasing Buu's limbs. Suddenly, Bu felt as though his hands and feet had vanished. He turned to look, his expression shifting dramatically. Where are my arms and legs? Bu was left dumbfounded. Bu swiftly regenerated his body. Panting heavily, he stared at Tian in terror. What is this fellow's power? Why can he make my limbs disappear? Whoosh. Tian waved his hand again, and in a heartbeat, Buu's limbs vanished once more. Chapter 151. Beerus descends upon Earth. Why you? Endless fear flickered in Buu's eyes. Oh dear, they've vanished again, Tian chuckled. The Kaioshin realm. What kind of magic is this? Number 17 also stared in astonishment. Number 18? Something mysteriously disappeared? Videl was also momentarily stunned. Number 18. Suddenly, Number 18 realized something. Could it be that the clothes I previously had at home and those I am wearing now disappeared due to Tian's actions? Upon reflection, it indeed seems to be the case. At last, I have identified the culprit. Tian, you are utterly shameless. You have completely removed all the garments from my home. Where have you hidden the clothes? The old Kai exclaimed in astonishment. Is this truly the Erasure Technique? The Kai stared wide-eyed. Indeed, no matter how formidable you are. It is merely a matter of a wave of the hand, the old Kai murmured softly. Majin Buu absorbed Vegeta, yet it still proves insufficient. The Kai felt an overwhelming shock. Now you comprehend the terror of Lord Zeno, do you not? The old Kai lowered his voice. Just by mastering this singular skill from Lord Tian, he has become the most magnificent deity in the entire universe. The Kai fell silent. It was indeed too terrifying. In the presence of Lord Tian, Majin Buu appeared as nothing more than a mere puppet. Above Earth, in the high sky, Whis and Beerus finally arrived. The two gazed down from their elevated position. Then, Beerus witnessed the sight of Tian erasing Buu's limbs. Trembling with fear, Beerus quaked in terror. Is this truly the reincarnation of Lord Tian? Beerus had now confirmed Tian's true identity. Indeed, Whis nodded. Why doesn't Lord Tian simply erase that Majin Buu? Beerus inquired with a hint of curiosity. Perhaps Lord Tian wishes to toy with him, was speculated. Beerus remarked, toying with him? How pitiable for that Majin Buu. How vast must your psychological shadow be? You shall be toyed with. By the way, Lord Beerus, if I happen to encounter Lord Tian later. Have you duly noted what I previously mentioned? Whis reiterated once more. Understood. I shall merely invoke his name. It is imperative that his true identity remains undisclosed, lest it wreak havoc upon our universe. Beerus nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation without the need for further emphasis. It suffices that Lord Beerus is aware, Whis smiled. Shall we descend? Proposed Beerus. Very well, Lord Beerus, Whis acquiesced. On the ground, Majin Buu erupted into laughter. Tian, are you not capable of using magic to erase my limbs? I can simply regenerate. Buu exclaimed, once again conjuring his severed limbs. Once more, Tian chuckled, waving his hand to erase Buu's limbs anew. How many times must I reiterate? Your magic holds no sway over me. Buu scoffed, confident in his regenerative abilities. Is that all you can do, merely erase my limbs? However, as Buu continued to laugh, he suddenly sensed something awry. Why do I perceive Tian growing taller? Buu queried, bewildered. No, it is you who is diminishing, Tian replied with a smile. What did you just say? Buu hastily examined his own physique. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had indeed shrunk, nearly by 20 centimeters. Well, what is happening? Buu stammered in disbelief. I understand now. This fellow has rendered my limbs non-existent. And upon regenerating, I have not restored what was lost. Hence, my stature has diminished. If this trend continues, I fear I shall become akin to a doll. Oh no. Buu cried out, I shall give you a taste of my wrath. With that, Buu charged fiercely towards Tian. At that moment, Beerus descended from the heavens, his foot crashing down upon Majin Buu, submerging him into the earth. Did I just step on something? Beerus mused, stroking his chin with a grin. Tian was momentarily taken aback. Has this rascal awakened? Are you not supposed to awaken after another year or two? Well, it is what it is, if you're awake. Then so be it. With a swift motion, Whis descended beside Beerus. Oh dear, I hadn't anticipated such a significant upheaval on Earth. Whis remarked with a friendly smile directed at Tian. You are the brother of Bardos? Tian inquired, looking at Whis. You know my sister? Whis appeared momentarily taken aback. When did my sister arrive in our universe? Indeed, I am well acquainted with her. Tian nodded affirmatively. Beerus, turning his head cautiously, glanced at Tian. This individual is none other than the reincarnated god of creation, Lord Tian. Is there any means by which I might attach myself to your fortunes? Humph. Just moments ago, I overheard this pink creature mentioning something about a hefty cat. Has Majin Buu been here? With a huff, Beerus lightly stomped his foot, causing Majin Buu to emerge from the ground. Majin Buu widened his eyes in astonishment, gazing at Beerus. Shortly thereafter, a look of confusion washed over him. When did you, this hefty cat, shed your weight? You've slimmed down so quickly, Buu remarked, staring at Beerus. Humph, Beerus scoffed. You're just in time. I was looking to exact vengeance upon you. As Buu spoke, he launched a powerful punch toward Beerus. With a swift motion, Beerus raised his hand and effortlessly caught Buu's fist. Destruction, Beerus uttered with a chilling grunt, as destructive energy flickered in his hand. Wait a moment. Tian suddenly interjected. Beerus promptly retracted the destructive energy, refraining from obliterating Majin Buu immediately. Is there something you wish to convey? Beerus inquired. Despite the coldness of his words, an undercurrent of anxiety coursed through him. Would Lord Tian seek retribution against me later? Do not destroy him. I have promised Mr. Satan that I would find him a little brother. Tian smiled, and I believe this fellow is just the right fit. So, do you agree with his proposition? Beerus asked Buu. Humph. Me? A subordinate to someone else? Dream on. Buu shouted vehemently. Thud. 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 Beerus showed no courtesy, seizing Majin Buu's arm and mercilessly slamming him about. Soon enough, Majin Buu was left on the brink of exhaustion. In the Kaishin realm, the Kaishin was left utterly dumbfounded upon witnessing such an event. Ancient ancestor, is this individual truly Lord Beerus? The Kaishin forced a bitter smile. Indeed. I never expected him to awaken today, the old Kaishin nodded. He is that formidable. The Kaishin wiped his brow. Realizing this was the Majin Buu who had absorbed Vegeta and Gohan. Utterly futile, the old Kai shook his head, asserting that the god of destruction is an insurmountable ceiling that humanity could never surpass. The Supreme Kai fell silent. The others, upon witnessing such a scene, were equally astonished. What is the origin of that cat? How is it so powerful? Number 17 exclaimed. It defeated Majin Buu with such ease. Number 18 wiped the sweat from her brow. I know. He is a god of destruction, Satan proudly declared. Videl remained silent, feeling a slight sense of relief upon seeing that Tian was unharmed. Bang, bang, bang. Beerus continued to mercilessly strike Majin Buu, who was utterly incapable of resisting. Hey, it seems he doesn't wish to be your subordinate. Shall I destroy him directly? Beerus called out to Tian. Please wait a moment. Tian replied with a smile, casting a glance at Beerus. Beerus quickly turned his head, unable to meet Tian's gaze. Do not gaze at me in such a manner. As you gaze upon me, I become quite anxious. Whis. When did you and Beerus arrive? Tian inquired of Whis, who stood nearby. We have only just arrived, Whis replied. Did you observe anything? Tian pressed further. Observe what? Whis feigned ignorance, claiming to have seen nothing at all. Well, it matters not, Tian conceded, deciding not to pursue the matter further. Since you say you saw nothing, then so be it. I'm currently only at the golden level of Erasure Technique and cannot yet contend with the god of destruction. I shall remain low-key for the time being. In 3 months, when I ascend to the platinum level of Erasure Technique, my physical strength will reach tenfold that of Beerus. At that point, I shall not fear him. For now, it may be beneficial to establish a friendly rapport with Beerus. Of course, should you deliberately target me, I would not hesitate to erase your Kaishin. While I may not be able to erase you, I can indeed erase the Kaishin. Majin Buu. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Expel all those you have absorbed, and I shall refrain from confronting you. Tian smiled. And what of this cat? Buu paused, then turned to Beerus with another question. Oh, it seems you have absorbed quite a number of individuals, Beerus remarked with a slight smile. Killing you would be effortless for me. Just expel those you have absorbed, and I may consider sparing you. This is what you have both agreed upon. Whoever acts unjustly shall be deemed a puppy. Buu scoffed, still daring to be defiant. Beerus asserted, pressing his foot down upon Majin Buu's face, flattening it immediately. Just state your agreement. You have no right to choose. Beerus declared coldly. I agree. Buu responded without a moment's hesitation, promptly expelling Vegeta from his mouth. With a pop, upon emerging from Buu, Vegeta split into two, transforming into Goku and Vegeta. Following this, Buu expelled Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and Piccolo as well, reverting to his original form. You have absorbed quite a substantial number, Beerus remarked with a grunt. then asked, "Are there more?" "And no, that's all. I had absorbed a few Kaishins in the past, but time has passed, and they have fully merged with my being," Buu answered. "What? You absorbed Kaishins?" Beerus exclaimed in astonishment. "You wretched creature, do you not realize I could obliterate you right now?" Buu trembled in fear. "You are being unreasonable. You are but a puppy. You promised not to lay a hand on me. Never mind. My continued existence signifies that the old Kai is unharmed." Beerus retracted his hand. "Fortunately, I managed to seal that old fellow away, or else his sudden disappearance during slumber would have been truly lamentable." The old Kai, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head beside them. "Lord Beerus, you are utterly shameless. Your strength is remarkable. You ought to have awakened earlier to confront Majin Buu. It nearly led to the annihilation of so many Supreme Kais. Ancestor, did you not assert that even should Lord Beerus awaken, he would refrain from engaging Majin Buu?" The Supreme Kai whispered to the old Supreme Kai. "Are you a fool?" The old Supreme Kai snapped in irritation. "Supreme Kai, Ancestor, why do you scold me again? What have I said wrong this time? That remark was clearly yours." The Supreme Kai sighed in resignation. "It is evident that Lord Beerus came for you, Tian." The old Supreme Kai gritted his teeth, exasperated. "Otherwise, do you truly believe he would take action against Majin Buu? Have you lost even the most basic capacity for analysis?" The Supreme Kai fell silent, feeling a profound sense of injustice. Such personal attacks are uncalled for. The two spoke in hushed tones. Thus those around them were oblivious to the details. "Athe!" Buu emitted a series of piercing cries. Instantly, his form began to transform, and in the blink of an eye, he morphed into the visage of Kid Buu. Under the imposing presence of Beerus and Yi Tian, Buu resolved to unveil his true nature, reverting to his original form. As for the Supreme Kais he had previously absorbed, they were cast aside by Majin Buu. However, their bodies had been assimilated by Buu's cells, rendering the absorbed Supreme Kais unable to revert. "Oh, another transformation?" Beerus chuckled lightly. "Ha ha ha." Majin Buu gasped for breath, watching Beerus and Yi Tian with trepidation. "Warring fellow, you are no longer capable of stirring any significant turmoil." Beerus scoffed disdainfully. "Buu, have you considered becoming my subordinate? Or would you prefer to seek a worthy opponent?" Yi Tian inquired with a smile. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Beerus's expression shifted slightly. "Does Lord Yi Tian wish to take on a subordinate? Am I suitable? It would be splendid for me to be your underling. Must you seek out such a worthless individual?" The eyes of Majin Buu twinkled as he pointed a finger at both Goku and Vegeta, then gestured toward the pot-era earrings adorning their ears. "What does this mean?" Beerus inquired, perplexed. "Ah, he implies that he wishes to challenge these two," was elucidated. "But he forbids them from utilizing the pot-era earrings." Chapter 153. Lord Beerus's actions may raise suspicion in Lord Tian. "Are those the pot-era earrings?" Beerus exclaimed, suddenly realizing the significance of the adornments on Goku and Vegeta's ears. "The Kaishin, that fool, has recklessly bestowed such a vital artifact upon mortals." Naturally, Beerus inwardly cursed Majin Buu for his foolishness. "Lord Tian desires to take you as a subordinate, yet you refuse. No one could be more foolish than you. Since you are so dim-witted, I shan't bother to destroy you." With a flick of his finger, Beerus summoned the two pot-era earrings into his grasp. He secured them, turning to Whis and commanding, "Whis, grant them both healing, and provide this fellow an opportunity for a decisive battle." "As you wish, Lord Beerus," Whis acknowledged with a nod. "By the way, young man, I am yet to learn your name," Beerus inquired of Tian. "I am called Tian," he replied. "Your disposition aligns well with my temperament. You do not oppose what I just stated, do you?" Beerus flattered. "Very well, I too wish to witness the clash between them." Tian readily agreed. Should Tian truly wish to confront Majin Buu, a mere wave of his hand would suffice to vanquish him. Since Buu does not wish to become my subordinate, I shall not impose it upon him. Why would I choose someone unworthy as my subordinate? That would be to elevate you. With a swift motion, Whis' staff emitted two beams of angelic energy, enveloping Goku and Vegeta. Their bodies rapidly healed, and as they opened their eyes and rose from the ground, confusion washed over their faces. "Huh, did I separate from Vegeta?" Goku scratched his head in bewilderment. He soon noticed Goten and Gohan lying on the ground. "Goten, Gohan, are you all right?" Goku rushed forward with concern. Vegeta, having spotted Trunks, initially intended to dash over and embrace him but hesitated, feeling a twinge of awkwardness. Whis took the opportunity to provide treatment to Gohan and his companions. Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and Piccolo gradually regained consciousness. Majin Buu cast a wary glance at Gohan. Among those present, apart from Gohan, the only one he deemed a challenge was him, The rest he felt he could easily handle. Buu hastily pointed at Gohan, shaking his finger. Can you speak? Use human language. Beerus scoffed. His implication was clear. He intended for Mr. Gohan to refrain from participating in the battle. Whis smiled. Hey, you too, did you hear me? Beerus beckoned to Goku and Vegeta. Goku turned to regard Beerus, while Vegeta appeared bewildered, a fragment of memory suddenly flashing through his mind. Yes, Lord Beerus, Vegeta exclaimed, startled, his expression shifting rapidly. Oh, you've remembered? Beerus grunted. I recall as well. You are the fourth Prince Vegeta, aren't you? When I last saw you, you were this small. Beerus gestured to indicate Vegeta's height. Vegeta fell silent, gazing at Beerus with a mixture of fear and astonishment, never having anticipated the god of destruction's arrival on Earth. This fellow, the one who absorbed Majin Buu, has freed them. You should express your gratitude to him. Beerus said with a subtle smile. Yaishin? Yaishin wore a puzzled expression. It hardly seemed characteristic of Beerus. Why do I feel as though you are deliberately trying to appease me? Such behavior from Lord Beerus seems rather contrived. Yaishin will surely find it suspicious. Whis observed, quickly whispering to Beerus. Huh? Really? Beerus was momentarily taken aback. A brief pause ensued. Well, of course, you all ought to express your gratitude to me. Though I do not care for others' gratitude, he added quickly. You mean you prefer to be hated instead? Yaishin discerned. That's about the gist of it. Hatred is fine by me. I don't mind destroying it, Beerus grinned. Yaishin regarded Beerus thoughtfully. Internally, Beerus felt a rush of panic, yet outwardly maintained a facade of composure. At that moment, Goku and the others stepped forward to express their thanks. Yaishin gradually redirected his attention. Yaishin, it was you who saved me. I am profoundly grateful. Gohan said earnestly. There's no need for formality. We are classmates, Yaishin replied with a smile. There was a thought Yaishin left unspoken, that he had also taken Gohan's girlfriend. I must save you at least once. Several times would be no trouble at all. Ha ha ha, indeed. Sun Wukong chuckled lightly and nodded. So, Vegeta and this fellow will challenge Majin Buu, and the rest are forbidden to intervene. Anyone who dares to interfere will face my wrath. Is that understood? Beerus stated with a cold snort. Me and Vegeta? Sun Wukong was taken aback, pointing to himself. This is Majin Buu's own suggestion, Beerus replied. What? Do you disagree? Of course not. I have no objections. I was just eager to engage him in a one-on-one battle. He must have weakened considerably since before. Sun Wukong's face was alight with excitement and anticipation. That suits me just fine, Vegeta nodded. We can begin. Beerus called to Buu. By the way, where are the Patera earrings? They seem to be missing, Sun Wukong suddenly recalled, touching his own ear. I have taken them. They belong to the Kaishin. And I will return them, Beerus replied nonchalantly. Enough chatter, let us get started. Who will go first? Kakarot? Vegeta asked Sun Wukong. Let us decide with rock, paper, scissors. Sun Wukong suggested. The two immediately engaged in the game. TCH, why aren't those two going together? Beerus scoffed. I won. Sun Wukong exclaimed, raising his fist in triumph. Vegeta grimaced. By the way, Vegeta, is that guy really Beerus? Sun Wukong whispered, lowering his voice. Of course, Vegeta replied. I've heard the old Kaishin speak of him. He is immensely powerful. No one can match him. That's obvious. Vegeta nodded. He is the god of destruction, said to be the strongest deity. I understand. Now, let me have a good fight with this Majin Buu. Sun Wukong inhaled deeply. Let me see your Super Saiyan 3, Vegeta proposed. In that case, you won't get a chance to intervene. Sun Wukong smiled slightly. To be honest, if I had gone all out last time, I might have defeated him. I only hoped the younger ones would overcome him with their own strength. Besides, I was already dead then. Vegeta remained silent. Sun Wukong let out a fierce shout as immense energy surged from him. When one looked again, Sun Wukong had transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Upon witnessing this transformation, Beerus was slightly taken aback. Whis, what is this transformation? Beerus inquired. This is a transformation of Super Saiyan, Whis responded. By the way, it is worth mentioning that Frieza was defeated by him. What did you say? Frieza was defeated by him? Beerus exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Frieza is no more. Whis affirmed with a nod. It is no wonder, based on his energy intensity, it far exceeds that of Frieza. Beerus acknowledged this with a nod. Then stroked his chin in contemplation, pondering the Super Saiyan. Had he heard of it before? Is that so? Whis did not delve deeper into the inquiry. This is Super Saiyan 3, Tian elucidated, explaining that when Goku vanquished Frieza, He employed Super Saiyan 1, and there also exists Super Saiyan 2. So, that is how it is, Beerus comprehended. Vegeta, upon sensing Goku's energy aura, was equally astonished. Kakarot truly is a genius. How could I be inferior to him? Goku's immense energy propelled numerous stones towards Majin Buu, who emitted a series of shrieks, relentlessly pounding his chest with his fists. What a peculiar creature. What are you attempting to do? Goku was momentarily stunned. The battle was on the brink of commencing. Vegeta pondered, who will ultimately prevail? With a swift motion, Majin Buu hurtled towards Goku. Goku concentrated his energy into a massive energy wave, enveloping Majin Buu in an instant. In the blink of an eye, a significant portion of Majin Buu's form was consumed by the energy wave. Goku dashed forward. With a resounding crack, Majin Buu quickly regenerated his form. In a swift motion, Goku appeared behind Majin Buu. With a powerful strike, he sent Majin Buu tumbling through the air. Majin Buu transformed into a sail, stabilizing himself. Goku surged forward. Majin Buu grinned, suddenly thrusting his right foot into the ground, swiftly penetrating it, and landed a kick on Goku's chin. Goku grimaced in pain, executing a graceful backflip. Majin Buu relentlessly attacked, his legs erupting from the earth. Goku rolled away at high speed. With a sweeping gesture, Majin Buu unleashed a colossal energy blast aimed directly at Goku. In an instant, Goku utilized instant transmission to appear behind Majin Buu. With a swift kick to Buu's head, Majin Buu fell to the ground, only to rebound and deliver a heavy elbow strike to Goku's face. In the midst of an intense aerial clash between two figures, the outcome remained uncertain. Upon witnessing their fierce confrontation, Vegeta fell into a contemplative silence. However, after a brief moment of introspection, he experienced a sense of acceptance. Kakarot truly is remarkable. I am utterly no match for Majin Buu. At last, I comprehend why I pale in comparison to you. It is because you possess a profound sense of responsibility and a heart brimming with righteousness. I have always acted on my whims, engaging in battles solely for my own amusement. Yet Kakarot, that fellow, fights for the sake of others. It infuriates me to think such a noble scion exists. Kakarot, keep fighting. A smile graced Vegeta's face as he cheered for Goku. Have you truly given up? Abandoned your dream of becoming the strongest scion? Tian suddenly appeared beside Vegeta, inquiring with a playful tone. Vegeta retorted, It's none of your concern. What do you know? With a sudden whoosh, Beerus descended swiftly, delivering a resounding slap that sent Vegeta crashing to the ground. I kindly ask you to refrain from using inappropriate language. How do you converse with Lord Tian? Vegeta was momentarily stunned, unable to regain his composure. He turned to Beerus. Lord Beerus, what do you mean? Vegeta inquired. I suddenly find you rather displeasing, Beerus huffed. Tian remarked, I mentioned earlier that this Tian aligns quite well with my temperament. Beerus merely snorted. Tian fell silent. What do you mean, Beerus? Yet Tian refrained from asking further, knowing that even if he did, Beerus would remain taciturn. Beerus must have witnessed my Erasure Technique, hadn't he? Even if he hadn't, wouldn't Whis have seen it? If Whis had observed it, would he not inform Beerus? It would be strange if Beerus wasn't frightened by the prospect of my erasure. Having come to this realization, Tian found nothing particularly perplexing. Vegeta, you could actually train alongside Beerus. That way, you could surpass Son Goku, Tian suggested. Can I really? Vegeta's eyes sparkled with excitement. If you wish to train with me, it is not impossible, but you must exchange something of value, Beerus grunted. Something of value? What do you desire? Vegeta asked. I require delectable cuisine, Beerus stated. Once Earth is restored, I can let you sample its delicacies, Vegeta replied. What exquisite dishes could possibly be produced by such a rather unfriendly planet? Beerus scoffed. I recall that the earliest dinosaurs on this planet were rather hostile, which is why I obliterated all of them. By the way, I must ask, do you know the Super Saiyan God? Beerus suddenly questioned Vegeta. What? The Super Saiyan God? Vegeta was taken aback. What? You've never heard of it? Beerus snorted. No, Vegeta shook his head. What a pity, Beerus lamented. Boom. A colossal energy wave rapidly enveloped Son Goku. Goku hurriedly crossed his arms to shield his head, thereby avoiding injury. Majin Buu grinned widely, excitement evident on his face. However, just as Majin Buu was reveling in joy, Goku's energy wave surged from below, engulfing Majin Buu entirely. Majin Buu was reduced to mere chunks of flesh. Whoosh. Yet, almost immediately, the pieces of Majin Buu swiftly coalesced, reforming into a spherical shape. The mass solidified, restoring Majin Buu to his original form. Good grief. After such a prolonged battle, this creature's stamina seems utterly unyielding. Goku gritted his teeth, realizing that he had fully recovered through regeneration. TCH, what a rather primitive fight. Beerus cast a glance in that direction. Father, let me take over, son Gohan swiftly proposed as he flew toward his father. Chapter 155. Can you endure for a minute? No need, Gohan. I must defeat him through my own efforts, son Goku replied, shaking his head. Besides, didn't Lord Beerus say that no one is allowed to intervene? Only Vegeta and I are permitted to battle. Very well, Gohan nodded in understanding. Moreover, I've heard that Lord Beerus is extraordinarily powerful. It would be prudent for you to return. I assure you, I will be fine. Son Goku lowered his voice, reassuring Gohan. Gohan's expression grew serious as he promptly returned to his original position. Brother, do you think father will be all right? Son Goten inquired with concern. I believe he will be fine. Father can defeat him, Gohan replied. Leave it to Goku. Piccolo smiled faintly. Kakarot, Vegeta suddenly appeared beside Son Goku. Vegeta? Are you stepping in for me? Just let me fight a little longer, Son Goku exclaimed in surprise. Humph. I have no intention of competing with you for the time being. You know full well that I am no match for him. Vegeta retorted, though he added. Give me a year, and I will surpass you by far. I intend to train with Lord Beerus. I will undoubtedly surpass Kakarot. Is that so? Son Goku scratched his head. The current Majin Buu is far stronger than I had imagined. You need not worry about me. I will not compete with you this time. Focus on your training. Vegeta encouraged. But the situation is rather dire. I feel my energy waning. I need a minute to gather enough power. Son Goku gritted his teeth. A minute? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, continuing to battle him in my current state makes it difficult to defeat him. So I require ample energy for a decisive blow, Son Goku contemplated. A minute? Very well, I will surely hold that fiend at bay. You focus on replenishing your energy. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Wait a moment, Son Goku hesitated. Can you truly withstand Majin Buu for that long? It requires a full minute. Vegeta felt a pang of concern at that moment. Stop with the unnecessary chatter and gather your energy. Vegeta barked. Understood. Son Goku took a deep breath, unleashing a tremendous amount of energy as he began to gather power, cautioning, by the way, Vegeta, you are already dead. If you perish again, you will cease to exist. Do not die, Vegeta. Thank you for your concern. Vegeta huffed, his body radiating a golden light, surrounded by crackling electricity. Just as Vegeta prepared to charge at Majin Buu, he paused. Wait a moment. Tian spoke up. Vegeta paused momentarily, turning to face Tian. This won't do. I have a splendid idea. Tian said with a smile. What is it? Vegeta replied, taken aback. Just now, Beerus mentioned the Super Saiyan God. Is anyone willing to give it a try? Tian chuckled. Tian, you are aware of the Super Saiyan God? Beerus looked at Tian with surprise. I have some knowledge. I once read an ancient text that contained information about the Super Saiyan God. Tian contemplated. What kind of joke is this? Aren't you from Earth? How could you possess such a book? Vegeta exclaimed, bewildered, as he confronted Tian. Bang! Beerus swiftly knocked Vegeta to the ground with a slap. Let him finish speaking. Vegeta muttered. Beerus scoffed. What's so strange about it? It's quite normal for your Saiyan artifacts to have been sent to Earth long ago. Vegeta fell silent, unwilling to respond further. Your reasoning is rather tenuous. Tian, please continue. I find the concept of the Super Saiyan God far more intriguing, Beerus remarked with a smile. At that moment, Majin Buu wore a proud expression, confident in his ability to contend with Goku and Vegeta. In truth, transforming into a Super Saiyan God is quite simple. It merely requires 5 Saiyans to channel their righteous energy into one of their own, allowing that individual to ascend to the state of Super Saiyan God, Tian explained. 5? So that means we need a total of 6 Saiyans? Vegeta swiftly calculated the numbers. Indeed, Tian nodded. What a conundrum, we only have 5 Saiyans. Don't we? Goku counted the Saiyans present and gently shook his head. Then we have no choice, Tian smiled. As for the 6th Saiyan, you must figure that out yourselves. My brother Tarbal, his power level is quite low. Will that suffice? Vegeta inquired. Of course, as long as he harbors no malevolent intent. Any Saiyan will do, Tian responded. Vegeta, I sense you are implying something about me. Am I capable? Can Vegeta indeed manage it? Piccolo interjected. Vegeta shot a fierce glare at Piccolo. After the last incident, Vegeta has reformed. He is entirely capable now, Tian smiled. Vegeta, hurry and contact your brother. I am eager to see what a Super Saiyan God looks like, Goku urged Vegeta. Humph, how would I know where my brother Tarbell is? Even if I did, he might be exceedingly far away, and it could take months or even years to find him, Vegeta replied, shaking his head in disappointment. Tarbell, you say? Whis interjected, promptly utilizing his staff to locate Tarbell's home planet, soon providing the coordinates. Oh dear, it is indeed quite distant, situated on a planet at the edge of the universe. As he spoke, Whis relayed the coordinates. Beerus, upon hearing them, was left speechless. That location would take us over half an hour to reach. A round trip would exceed an hour, Beerus sighed. Humph, I cannot wait that long. Do we not have the Kaishin? The Kaishin can instantaneously transport, bringing Tarbell here immediately. Tian remarked with a slight smile. That would resolve the issue, Beerus sighed in relief, giving Tian a thumbs up. Hey, Kaishin, are you listening? Tian called out loudly. If you can hear me, head to that planet at once and fetch Vegeta's brother. Ah, understood. I shall go at once. Came the immediate response from the Kaishin. Now, let us be patient and await his return, Tian chuckled, glancing at Majin Buu. Hey, you have no objections, do you? Boo, am I allowed to voice my opinion? Should I seize this opportunity to make my escape? I believe it would be more prudent to flee post-haste. This fellow named Tian claims he intends to transform Son Goku into a Super Saiyan God. Although I am unfamiliar with what a Super Saiyan God entails, I sense they are laying a trap for me to fall into. Chapter 156, Beerus, do you think you can run away? Whoosh. Majin Buu, without a trace of hesitation, transformed into a streak of light and swiftly fled into the starry expanse above. I shall no longer engage with you. You are quite insufferable. Insufferable is akin to a mischievous puppy. It was agreed that the two of them would battle alongside me, yet you have summoned forth a Super Saiyan God instead. The speed of Majin Buu is astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he has soared beyond the Earth's atmosphere. Hey, if you wish to flee, you may do so. But leave that rotund figure within you behind. Tian's voice resonated immediately. Ha ha ha. Majin Buu turned back and made a face at the planet. Will you stay just because I ask you to? Absolutely not. With that, Majin Buu hastened his escape. However, Beerus was swifter, effortlessly catching up to Majin Buu and appearing directly in front of him. Majin Buu abruptly halted in midair, his expression turning ominously grim. What? Do you really believe you can flee from me? Beerus sneered. Majin Buu trembled in fright. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he transformed his body into a mass of flesh, attempting to envelop Beerus. With a mere flick of his hand, Beerus delivered a powerful blow to the mass. Majin Buu coughed up a significant amount of blood, feeling utterly defeated. This is hopeless. I am no match for him, he thought. With a crack, Majin Buu regenerated his form, warily eyeing Beerus across from him. Earlier, Tian mentioned that there is a fat version of you inside. Hand him over, Beerus declared with a disdainful huff. Without a moment's hesitation, Majin Buu promptly expelled Fat Buu from his mouth. Fat Buu darted toward Beerus, but with a swift motion, Beerus struck him down from the air. Fat Buu soared through the sky, piercing through the atmosphere and plummeting towards the ground. Do you enjoy chocolate? Majin Buu asked, gritting his teeth, suddenly inquiring in broken language. So you can speak after all, Beerus chuckled. In an instant, the antennae on Majin Buu's head emitted a flickering purplish-white light, which rapidly enveloped Beerus. Yet, to no avail, the magical assault proved entirely ineffective against Beerus. Majin Buu's eyes widened in disbelief. This guy is impervious even to my magic? What? Can this spell turn me into chocolate? Beerus scoffed dismissively, shaking his body to dislodge the energy. With a swift gesture, Beerus pointed at Majin Buu. The white energy descended upon him rapidly. A cry of anguish escaped Majin Buu as his form instantly morphed into a small piece of chocolate. Humph, Beerus snorted, grasping the chocolate and swiftly returning to Earth. The ground shook with a thunderous roar. Before Beerus had returned, Majin Buu descended upon the ground like a meteor, leaving behind a profound pit. Son Goku and the others swiftly peered into the abyss and discovered Majin Buu within. Shortly thereafter, Beerus reappeared, carrying the transformed chocolate Buu. Truly, the might of Lord Beerus is evident, having transformed him from a slender form into one of rotundity. Son Goku chuckled heartily at this. With a bemused smirk, Beerus casually tossed the chocolate Majin Buu to Son Goku. Taken aback, Son Goku instinctively caught the flying confection. Wait, is this chocolate? He pondered, momentarily stunned, wondering if Lord Beerus intended for him to indulge. Just as he was about to take a bite, Vegeta urgently interjected, foolish cockroach, that is chocolate made from Majin Buu. Startled, Son Goku quickly withdrew the chocolate from his mouth, sheepishly scratching his head in embarrassment. At that moment, the Supreme Kai hastily summoned Tarbell from a distant star system. Huh, brother? Tarbell exclaimed, surprise evident on his face as he looked at Vegeta. Tarbell? It seems you are indeed alive. Vegeta smiled warmly. How did I end up here? Is this Earth? I had heard long ago that you had come to Earth. Tarbell scratched his head in confusion. Vegeta, is this your brother? Son Goku stepped forward to greet him. Hello, I am Son Goku. Ah, hello there, Tarbell replied. Now, let us promptly follow the method suggested by Tian and see if we can transform into Super Saiyan God. Beerus urged. All right, Son Goku nodded, adding. How about I transform into Super Saiyan God first? Humph, as you wish, Vegeta acquiesced, although he remained skeptical about the legend of the Super Saiyan God. How could a mere Earthling words possibly grant a Saiyan the power of a Super Saiyan God? Even as the Prince of the Saiyans, he had no knowledge of such a transformation. How did you come to know that, Earthling? With a spirit of experimentation, Vegeta decided to treat Kakarot as a test subject. Does the legendary Super Saiyan God truly exist? Gohan murmured, swiftly guiding Goten and Trunks forward. In the next moment, Gohan, Vegeta, Goten, Trunks, and Dabra joined hands, forming a circle around Goku. As for the method, the Supreme Kai had already briefed Dabra. Hence, Dabra was well aware of the course of action to take. Hey, are you the current Supreme Kai? Beerus inquired, glancing at the Supreme Kai. Indeed, Lord Beerus, the Supreme Kai affirmed with a nod. Why do you look like that? It seems as if you fused with someone, Beerus remarked, furrowing his brow. The Supreme Kai is fused with Mr. Jebbet using the Patera earrings, was elucidated from the side. Is that so? No wonder you look so peculiar, Beerus comprehended. Ah, well, there's nothing I can do about it. I actually wish to separate. But I've heard that once fused, one cannot part ways, the Supreme Kai admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment. Do you wish to separate, Supreme Kai? Whis inquired. Is it possible? Is there a way to undo the fusion? The Supreme Kai responded, taken aback, glancing at Whis. Suddenly, a radiant glow emanated from the staff in Whis's hand, swiftly enveloping the Supreme Kai. In an instant, the Supreme Kai split into two individuals. Huh. The Supreme Kai was momentarily stunned before finally realizing what had transpired. Jebbet also examined his hands. We are separated now, Whis smiled. Chapter 157. The Super Saiyan God strikes down Buu with a single blow. You are truly remarkable. You must be the angel Whis, the Supreme Kai exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. Whis nodded, a smile gracing his features. With a sudden thud, the Supreme Kai was pressed to the ground by Beerus. Supreme Kai? Lord Beerus. Why did you strike me? The Supreme Kai asked, bewildered by Beerus's actions. You fool, do you have any idea what you are doing? Do you not understand your responsibilities as a Supreme Kai? Why confront that fiend Buu? You could have simply awakened me to deal with him. Isn't Lord Beerus asleep? How could I possibly wake him? The Supreme Kai retorted, rolling his eyes. How dare you say that? Beerus scoffed, releasing the Supreme Kai, no longer wishing to engage with him. Meanwhile, Goku was also being infused with the light of justice by Vegeta and the others. Suddenly, fiery red flames flickered around Goku. With a crackle, Goku's hair transformed into a vibrant crimson hue. Father, this is amazing. We did it. Son Wukong was filled with excitement. Oh, is that not the aura of a deity? Beerus cast an expectant glance towards Son Wukong. Vegeta exclaimed, has it truly succeeded? Is there genuinely such a transformation as the Super Saiyan God? How infuriating. I had assumed it was a mere fabrication. Yet, how did that fellow, Tian, come to know of the Super Saiyan God transformation? Even I, the Prince of the Saiyans, am unaware. Vegeta glanced in Tian's direction. Son Wukong took a deep breath and stepped forward. Whis, please restore that Majin Buu. Let them engage in battle. For I wish to ascertain the prowess of the Super Saiyan God. Beerus instructed Whis. Very well, Lord Beerus, Whis replied, nodding, as he pointed his staff towards the chocolate that had transformed into Majin Buu. With a crack, the chocolate morphed back into its original form. Majin Buu, now restored, looked pale and was panting heavily, watching Beerus with trepidation. Do not concern yourself with me. Your opponent is him, Beerus said with a gentle smile, pointing to Son Wukong beside him. Majin Buu turned to face Son Wukong. Buu, let us engage in this new round of combat, Son Wukong declared, readying himself for battle. Hiki. Buu was wondering who the opponent would be, but upon seeing Son Wukong, he immediately became intrigued. Do you think you can defeat me? In our recent confrontation, Although you initially held a slight advantage, you also sustained considerable injuries. However, Majin Buu truly does not wish to waste any more time here. If I manage to vanquish him, can I then depart? Buu spoke. Certainly, as long as you defeat this individual known as Son Goku, I shall consent to your release. Beerus nodded in agreement. Buu hastily turned his gaze towards Tian, as if inquiring, do you also agree to my release? I have already returned that rotund fellow to you. Very well, I do not oppose. Tian smiled. Yet, Buu remained somewhat apprehensive and glanced at Gohan. Me? I initially had no intention of agreeing, but if they all consent, I have no objections. Gohan nodded, but you must not harm any innocents. Buu vigorously nodded in affirmation. Regardless, I shall agree for now. Whether I choose to slay elsewhere is entirely at my discretion, even if I were to commit murder. Would you be able to stop me? Hey. Majin Buu immediately prepared himself for battle. Do you think that by transforming your golden radiance into flames, I would fear you? Come, allow me to test the prowess of a Super Saiyan God. Son Goku readied himself for battle. Whoosh. Majin Buu transformed into a streak of light, swiftly charging towards Son Goku. As Majin Buu drew ever closer, Son Goku deftly intercepted the incoming punch with a gentle block. Bam! In the next moment, Son Goku delivered a powerful strike, landing a decisive blow to Majin Buu's chest. A muffled thud resonated as Majin Buu arced through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Then, with a slight tilt of his head, Majin Buu met his demise. Oh my, truly remarkable, Whis marveled, noting that the previous blow had gravely injured Majin Buu's essence. Even with his regenerative abilities, recovery was impossible. Indeed, he is dead. Beerus nodded with satisfaction. What? Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Did Kakarot actually kill Majin Buu? With just a single strike? What a joke. Son Gohan was filled with both surprise and joy. Father has grown so incredibly powerful. I feel as though my energy, granted by the old Kai, pales in comparison. The Kaioshin was utterly astonished, rendered speechless for quite some time. Jebbet stood dumbfounded. Father is amazing. Son Goten shouted excitedly. Trunks remained silent, feeling overshadowed. Brother, what on earth is happening? Tabul asked, perplexed. Vegeta scoffed, unwilling to engage with Tabul. Tian had anticipated this outcome. After all, the transformation into a Super Saiyan God far surpassed the capabilities of a Super Saiyan 3. If the first 3 Super Saiyan forms represented a quantitative change, then the Super Saiyan God was a qualitative transformation, converting ordinary energy into divine power. It was only natural for Son Goku to be able to dispatch Majin Buu with a single blow. Not to mention, even the Majin Buu who absorbed Son Gohan would be no match for Son Goku in his current Super Saiyan God state. Indeed, Beerus smiled, slowly appearing directly before Son Goku. I had no inkling I would become this formidable. I never intended to kill him. It's quite vexing. Son Goku scratched his head. Enough with the trivial chatter, Beerus huffed. In my dreams, I foresaw a Super Saiyan God challenging me, one who would truly be my rival. Therefore, let us see how we fare against one another. Huh? You want me to battle Lord Beerus? Son Wukong was taken aback. No, this cannot be. The great Elder Kai has stated that Lord Beerus is an insurmountable ceiling for us. Is that so? That old fellow certainly spoke the truth. Beerus nodded in satisfaction. So, have you conceded defeat? Chapter 158. Beerus, shall we test our strength? Although the great Elder Kai has said this, I still wish to engage in a proper contest with Lord Beerus. I wish to ascertain the true extent of his power. Son Wukong's face was etched with an unquenchable fighting spirit. Beerus remarked, after all this talk, it amounts to nothing. Very well. I too am eager to witness the prowess of a Super Saiyan God. Beerus chuckled. I shall not hold back then. Son Wukong readied himself for battle. Beerus beckoned him with a flick of his finger. Whoosh. Son Wukong soared towards Beerus, launching a rapid punch. This strike shook the very heavens and earth. Smack. Beerus effortlessly raised a hand to catch Son Wukong's incoming fist. How does it feel, the might of a Super Saiyan God? Beerus inquired with a smile. I was taken aback. I did not expect such a realm to exist, Son Wukong acknowledged. It's a pity I ended up defeating Majin Buu so easily. Humph. That sort of being is merely a waste of time, Beerus scoffed. He should have perished long ago. Boom. With that, Beerus struck towards Son Wukong. Son Wukong was propelled backwards, his body crashing through numerous structures. Beerus pursued him swiftly. Son Wukong quickly regained his composure, soaring into the air and darting through the abandoned cityscape. Beerus, faster still, quickly caught up with Son Wukong and delivered a powerful kick. Sun Wukong crossed his arms to shield himself from the incoming blow, rolling through the air, and in a fleeting moment, vanished from sight. In an instant, he reappeared behind Beerus, launching a punch. Beerus effortlessly dodged Sun Wukong's attack and countered with a palm strike to his body. Sun Wukong immediately retaliated. The two engaged in a fierce aerial duel, momentarily unable to determine a victor. Bang, bang, bang. Their combat quickened, energy surging stronger with each exchange. After several rounds of confrontation, Beerus charged at Sun Wukong, sending him hurtling backward. Sun Wukong crashed onto a massive boulder, shattering it instantly. He swiftly regained his footing, gasping for breath. Impressive. Your control over divine power is quite commendable, Beerus smiled. However, you are still no match for me. Let us continue. With a resounding shout, Sun Wukong charged towards his opponent, and in a thunderous clash, their fists collided, unleashing an overwhelming surge of energy. Crack. The earth suddenly fractured with deep fissures. The formidable energy they released nearly shattered the planet. Swiftly, Tian made a decisive motion, effortlessly erasing the excess energy generated by the two combatants, preventing the earth from fracturing completely. In the next moment, Sun Wukong and Beerus ascended into the sky, engaging in another fierce confrontation. They soared higher, soon reaching the stratosphere where air still existed. For the Saiyans, as long as they remained within the Earth's outer atmosphere and did not venture into the true expanse of space, survival was assured. Thus, in various animations, one might witness Sun Wukong and Beerus battling amidst the cosmos. However, this was not true outer space, but rather the stratosphere or outer atmosphere of the Earth, where air flowed outward, allowing the Saiyans to thrive. After a brief skirmish, Sun Wukong's energy waned significantly, and his stamina was nearly depleted. Well done. But this is where it ends. Your strength is beginning to falter, Beerus remarked with a slight smile. Sun Wukong sighed in admiration, acknowledging, indeed, Lord Beerus. The old Kaioshin was right. You are an insurmountable pinnacle for humanity. Humph, no need to flatter me. It has been quite some time since I have enjoyed such an exhilarating battle, Beerus replied, forming a formidable energy sphere in his hands. Now, let us see if you can withstand this move. If not, prepare for your demise. Whoosh. A colossal energy blast descended rapidly from above. Sun Wukong's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed at the swiftly approaching projectile. With a sudden surge, he lifted his head and unleashed a massive Kamehameha wave from his palms. Boom. The Kamehameha wave entirely consumed the energy blast. Impressive. You surpassed my expectations, Beerus acknowledged, nodding in satisfaction. All right, that will suffice. Let us descend. With that, Beerus swiftly darted down towards the earth. Smack. Sun Wukong quickly regained his composure, following Beerus as they gently descended from the heights. Before long, they returned to the ground. Humph. You all need to train harder. Your skills are far too lacking, Beerus chastised, shaking his head in disappointment. Is there not a single worthy opponent among you? Perhaps I should give it a try? Tian flashed a smile. Beerus felt a wave of unease wash over him. I have no intention of engaging in battle with you. I suddenly recalled that I have pressing matters to attend to. Let us conclude our encounter here for today. With a faint smile, Beerus prepared to make a hasty retreat. Wait, Tian called out, startling Beerus, who swallowed hard. This was indeed unfortunate. He had been rather boastful moments prior. Now, he found himself in a predicament. How was he to confront Lord Tian? Did he truly stand a chance against him? Yet, he could not possibly bring himself to deliver a fatal blow. Could he? Should Tian's power ascend, it would be he who would suffer the consequences. Let us both give it a try. After all, I cannot be certain of my ability to defeat you, Tian remarked. His countenance still adorned with a smile as he gazed at Beerus. You lack the confidence to defeat me. Do you still wish to engage in battle? How should I decline your challenge? Alas, this planet has transformed into such a state. Perhaps we should prioritize restoring it before anything else. Whis swiftly approached and suggested. Your words have reminded me that Vegeta wished to train alongside me. Quickly prepare a feast. I must indulge before proceeding. Beerus, with a flicker of his eyes, diverted the conversation, stating that after I have dined to my satisfaction, we may resume our duel. Tian remarked, why do I sense such trepidation from you? My current abilities may not be sufficient to erase you. If that is the case, let us postpone matters for another time. After careful contemplation, Tian nodded lightly. Refraining from dissent. Chapter 159, Bardos, do you intend to marry Lord Tian? Tian presently harbors no confidence in overcoming Beerus. After all, Tian's true strength is merely 10,000 times that of Frieza. Specifically, The Frieza from the Namek saga. Had it been during Frieza's golden era, perhaps he could have stood a chance against Beerus. Tian concluded that Beerus must have witnessed his erasure abilities, which is why he hesitates to engage in combat. However, this may work to my advantage. I shall diligently develop my strengths for 3 more months. Once my erasure ability reaches the platinum level, I will possess 10 times Beerus's power. The mere thought exhilarates Tian. In 3 months, he could vanquish Beerus and wield the power to erase gods of destruction. Then let us seek the Dragon Balls to restore Earth to its former glory and revive those who have perished, proposed Sun Wukong. The Dragon Balls were recently utilized and will require another 6 months before they can be summoned. Piccolo shook his head. Must we then wait half a year? Sun Wukong scratched his head, displaying a look of distress. We could travel to Namek and use their Dragon Balls to restore Earth, Piccolo suggested. Indeed. How did I not think of the Dragon Balls on Namek? Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled as he turned to the Supreme Kai. Lord Kai, could you escort us to Namek to gather the Dragon Balls? Of course, it would be my pleasure. The Supreme Kai readily agreed. Subsequently, under his guidance, Son Goku, Vegeta, and others journeyed together to planet Namek. The Namekians had long prepared the Dragon Balls, and they summoned the eternal dragon Purunga, fulfilling 3 wishes. The first wish restored Earth to its former state. The second wish resurrected all those who had perished on Earth that day, excluding the malevolent. The third wish, granted by Yashin, ensured that both Videl and Android 18 would retain their youth indefinitely. With Earth restored, both Vegeta and Jebet returned to life, along with all the virtuous souls. However, the villainous Majin Buu was preserved. Following Bulma's suggestion, a grand feast was organized at her residence, attended by Yashin, Beerus, and Whis. Upon tasting Earth's delicacies, Beerus and Whis were immediately delighted by the flavors. Clearly, restoring Earth was a commendable decision, and Beerus felt a wave of contentment. Indeed, after all, Lord Yashin still resides on Earth, Whis whispered. At that moment, Yashin was dining with Android 18 and Videl, while Buu and Satan sat at another table. Satan was so elated that his grin reached his ears, realizing that this rotund fellow had indeed become his subordinate. The feast that day unfolded in a harmonious atmosphere. On Universe 6, Planet Kampa, Vados inquired, Bardos, what news from Lord Yashin? That unfortunate fan should have been erased by him, replied Kampa. Let me see, Bardos nodded gently, her staff projecting the area where Yashin resided. However, Bardos soon widened her eyes in astonishment. Oh dear, I can no longer see Lord Yashin clearly, it has become blurry. She pointed to a shadowy figure on the projection. Are you suggesting that Lord Yashin's memories have partially returned? Kampa was equally astonished. Yes, it seems so, Bardos affirmed. Wait. Who is that? Isn't that Beerus? When did he awaken? Kampa exclaimed, pointing at Beerus enjoying his meal. Indeed, it is Lord Beerus. I didn't expect him to have awakened, Bardos smiled. And look closely. The food they are eating appears quite appetizing, Kampa pondered. I also sense their meal seems to be quite delectable, Bardos remarked, smacking her lips. By the way, how was the instant noodles I gave you earlier? Kampa inquired. Absolutely delightful. It was my first time experiencing such exquisite flavor, Bardos praised. That dish was brought from Earth, crafted by Lord Yashin. Now that I think about it, it seems Lord Yashin was perhaps teasing me. Champa pondered. Why do you say that? Bardos was taken aback. That instant noodle package is clearly a factory-produced product, unlike the uniquely flavored 9-turn intestines that Master Tian prepared for me. Champa chuckled. 9-turn intestines? Are they delicious? Bardos was once again surprised. Of course they are delicious. The taste is truly distinctive. Xiangpa beamed with joy. Now that you mention it, I find myself longing for some. Bardos smacked her lips again. By the way, Bardos, what about Earth in our universe? Given that the 7th universe boasts such remarkable culinary planets, our 6th universe should have something similar. Xiangpa contemplated. Let me check. Bardos promptly investigated Earth in the 6th universe. After her search, she shook her head in disappointment. What's wrong? Does our 6th universe not have Earth? Xiangpa inquired. It does exist, but regrettably, due to a nuclear war, this planet ultimately faced destruction, Bardos sighed helplessly. Such a pity, Xiangpa lamented. After a brief silence of 2 or 3 seconds, he suddenly exclaimed, Wait, don't we have the Super Dragon Balls? Xiangpa grinned. What if we use the Super Dragon Balls to swap the 2 Earths? Bardos was momentarily taken aback. Isn't that a win-win situation? Xiangpa grinned mischievously. Master Tian is currently on Earth, Directly using the Super Dragon Balls to transfer him to our 6th universe would be a wise choice. Aren't you worried that Master Tianai might erase our 6th universe once he recovers? Bardos inquired. I've thought it through, and I believe the likelihood is low. As long as we treat him well, he has no reason to erase our universe, Xiangpa mused. What you say does hold some merit, Bardos nodded. So, what shall we do next? Of course, we must seek the Super Dragon Balls, Xiangpa urged. Darn it. There are still 2 Super Dragon Balls in the 7th universe. We must hurry and bring those back. In truth, I feel that going to the 7th universe right now may not be prudent. It would be easy for Lord Beerus to discover us. Bardos gently shook her head. Then what do you suggest? Xiangpa asked. Let us be more direct, Bardos proposed. What do you mean? Xiangpa queried. Are you suggesting that you marry Master Tianai? Bardos responded. What kind of thought process is this? You seem unable to follow what I'm saying. Chapter 160. The High Priest's New Message. This is the most straightforward approach, eliminating unnecessary complexities. Kampa chuckled. No. What I mean is to host a martial arts tournament between the 2 universes. Bardos articulated her idea. A martial arts tournament? Kampa was taken aback. Kampa, please consider this. During this time, Lord Tianai has been in communication with martial arts experts, indicating his profound interest in martial arts. Bardos smiled, suggesting that if we display the might of our universe to Lord Tianai, he may develop an interest in us. Now that you mention it. That does seem quite reasonable. Kampa nodded in agreement, scrutinizing the projection. It appeared that there were few formidable fighters in Universe 7. And the creature known as Majin Buu seemed rather mediocre. To speak plainly, our universe's hit alone could easily defeat everyone from their universe. Indeed, Bardos smiled slightly. Very well, let us proceed as such. Kampa displayed a confident expression. I shall seek out participants now. How many do you think would be appropriate? How about a 5 versus 5 format? Bardos suggested. That works, Kampa nodded, preparing to leave. However, Kampa, let us not rush. It would be prudent to first arrange the terms, as this would lend greater significance to the competition, Bardos replied. You are correct. If Beerus disapproves upon seeing hit, my efforts would be in vain, Kampa acknowledged. We shall set off to Universe 7 immediately. Very well, Lord Kampa, Bardos affirmed. Whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, Kampa and Bardos transformed into 2 streaks of colored light, swiftly heading towards Universe 7. In Universe 7, on Earth, ding. A new mission has been issued. Cultivate Son Goku and Vegeta, assisting them in defeating the warriors from Universe 6 within 3 months. Upon completion, you will receive the Restoration Technique, allowing you to restore erased entities at will. Agree or refuse. At that moment, Tian was startled by the sudden message on his system. Wait, are you suggesting that I nurture those 2? Replace Whis with me? Isn't this the sort of task Whis should handle? Tian shook his head. I would rather spend this time playing with Biddy. As for the Restoration Technique, I can do without it. Why would I want to restore what has been erased? Tian decisively pressed the refuse button. Refusal to cultivate Son Goku and Vegeta indicates the abandonment of this Restoration Technique task. The release date for the next Restoration Technique task is pending. Did the system provide any hints? Without hesitation, Tian pressed yes. I hardly have time to train Son Wukong or Vegeta. Can't this task be left to Whis? I am quite occupied. The system ceased to provide further information. For Tian, in 3 months, he would ascend to the platinum level Erasure Technique, his power set to increase tenfold compared to Beerus. The mere thought thrilled him. He would finally be able to overpower Beerus. Meanwhile, Beerus and Whis were enjoying exquisite delicacies while engaging in light-hearted conversation. So, Whis, how did I perform? I hope I didn't give anything away, Beerus grinned. Whis let out a resigned sigh. Is this what you call being unmasked? Your display is rather conspicuous. It seems you were intentionally currying favor with Lord Tenny. Just then, the staff beside Whis suddenly trembled. However, Whis remained engrossed in his meal and failed to notice the quivering of the staff. Observing this, Son Wukong swiftly turned to Whis and waved his hand. Hey, Whis. That black rod of yours has been vibrating. Son Wukong called out. Oh, thank you for the reminder. Whis nodded and with a gentle gesture summoned the staff to his hand with remarkable speed. Upon grasping it, Whis immediately directed his gaze towards the crystal orb atop the staff. Oh dear. It is the Grand Priest. Whis exclaimed, slightly taken aback. What did you say? Is the Grand Priest contacting you regarding Lord Tenny? Beerus was momentarily stunned. Perhaps so. Whis nodded and promptly established the connection. As the conversation unfolded, Whis's expressions fluctuated dramatically. Beerus, witnessing the myriad of emotions on Whis's face, found himself momentarily bewildered. What does this mean? What on earth is happening? Before long, Whis concluded his communication with the Grand Priest, letting out a resigned sigh while holding the staff. What is it, Whis? What has transpired? Beerus inquired, his heart racing with unease. Oh dear, the Grand Priest mentioned that we may have made an error. Whis replied with a wry smile. What do you mean by error? What has been mistaken? Beerus questioned, puzzled. It concerns the identity of Lord Tenny. We may have misunderstood the situation. Whis clarified. What did you just say? Beerus exclaimed, his voice rising and capturing the attention of everyone present. However, he quickly masked his astonishment, for the shock in his eyes was inexpressible. Whis, this is no jest. Such matters are not to be trifled with. Beerus exclaimed in utter disbelief. Are you implying that the individual named Tian is not the reincarnation of Lord Tenny? The Grand Priest just stated otherwise, Whis replied, shaking his head. Who declared a 99 probability? Beerus demanded, his frustration palpable. I apologize, Lord Beerus, Whis sighed. Then enlighten me. What exactly happened with his erasure? Beerus gritted his teeth, pressing for answers. Lord Beerus, do you recall that peculiar race possessing the mysterious art of spatial collection? Whis responded. This race can store all items within their private space, effectively achieving the result of erasure. However, the two arts differ in nature. Spatial collection transfers items to one's own space, while erasure implies complete annihilation or can be understood as obliteration. Are you suggesting that this individual named Tian possesses the art of spatial collection? Beerus paused momentarily, seemingly contemplative. It appears so, Whis nodded. Beerus retorted. I do not wish to engage in conversation any longer. After all this time, it turns out I was mistaken. How infuriating. I nearly approached to express my reverence, only to be told halfway through that I was wrong. Beerus felt utterly disheartened. However, a sudden suspicion arose within him. He began to believe that Whis might be deceiving him. Are you attempting to fool me? What then, pray tell, is the nature of that? Beerus inquired, his expression darkening. Upon reflection, Whis shook his head. Might we have formed a preconceived notion, assuming he is the reincarnation of Lord Tian? Thus, we hastily concluded that his movements are indeed. Chapter 161. Is the Grand Priest truly misleading us? What do you imply? That is undeniably. Do you believe I could discern otherwise? Beerus scoffed. Lord Beerus, consider it carefully. I have no motive to deceive you, Whis sighed. Mr. Tian's movements bear a resemblance to rudimentary, yet they do not align precisely. If he were genuinely the reincarnation of Lord Tian, it would be impossible for him to grasp merely the basics of. After all, this knowledge was imparted to us by Lord Tian. If he were to recover, it should be at least of intermediate or advanced level. Beerus pondered aloud. So after all this discussion, where is the true Lord Tian? The Grand Priest has indicated he is still searching. However, it is certain that this Tian is not him, Whis replied, somewhat resigned. Is Tian's erasure a form of spatial collection technique? Beerus mused as he glanced thoughtfully in Tian's direction. Perhaps, Whis nodded. The methods of spatial collection bear a striking resemblance to the erasure technique of the Omni-King. Nearly indistinguishable. I am well aware of that. One is a deity, and the other immortal. A spatial collection technique could at most encompass a galaxy. Yet it cannot attain the magnitude of collecting an entire universe. Meanwhile, the Omni-King can effortlessly erase the cosmos with a mere gesture. Indeed, you are correct, Lord Beerus. Whis affirmed. How frustrating. All this time, it turns out to be a mere illusion. Beerus gritted his teeth. Nevertheless, he continued to scrutinize Whis with lingering skepticism. What is with that gaze, Lord Beerus? Whis inquired with a smile. Whis, do you think the Grand Priest is truly deceiving us? Beerus huffed. Perhaps this individual genuinely is the reincarnation of Lord Tian, and the Grand Priest fabricated this notion of mistaken identity to prevent us from revealing the truth. I doubt the Grand Priest would resort to deception. There is no reason for him to mislead you, Whis countered, shaking his head. Beerus fell into deep contemplation. Was the Grand Priest indeed engaging in deceit? It seems that the esteemed High Priest has never deceived anyone. Perhaps it was indeed a misunderstanding. I have also heard of humans possessing spatial collection techniques, who proudly refer to themselves as masters of space. Long ago, I encountered one of them and was initially taken aback, mistaking that individual for a disciple of the All-King. However, I was mistaken. It is said that this lineage is passed down through generations, characterized by a singular individual. Upon the death of this person, another emerges to inherit their spatial collection abilities. As for who this successor may be, It appears to be a matter of chance. Beerus has encountered two masters of space. The first encounter was startling enough to nearly bring him to his knees. Later, he learned about these masters from Whis, which incited his fury, leading him to desire the destruction of that particular master. However, he soon learned that the master had been vanquished. Consequently, Beerus chose to abandon the matter and returned home for a long slumber. Years later, while wreaking havoc on a certain planet, Beerus once again came face to face with a master of space. Subsequently, he gleaned further insights about these masters from Whis. Reflecting upon it now, Tian's abilities strikingly resemble those of a master of space. How utterly bewildering. After all this time, it turns out he is merely a master of space, and not the reincarnation of Lord Tian. The thought alone infuriates Beerus, even provoking him to consider delivering a sound thrashing to Tian. What an unfortunate choice of words. Do you insist on calling me Tian? Your name coincidentally mirrors that of Lord Tianai, albeit in reverse. Hey, Whis. I'm going over there right now to give him a good beating, Lord Beerus declared with a scowl. Is that so? Could it be that Lord Beerus previously exhibited excessive humility towards Mr. Tian? Whis replied with a smile, having now discerned his true identity and feeling somewhat embarrassed about his prior demeanor. Of course, how could I, a dignified deity, almost kneel before a mere human? It is utterly humiliating. Beerus snorted, rising with renewed vigor, his fist ready for action. Just then, a chef arrived, presenting a freshly made batch of takoyaki before Beerus. He inhaled deeply, savoring the delightful aroma. Let me have a taste. With that, he promptly sampled a piece, and the delightful sensation overwhelmed him. Oh my. This is truly delicious. Whis also expressed his delight as they both relished the treat. Never mind, I shall refrain from striking him for now, Beerus said, casting a glance in Tian's direction. I hope he does not provoke me again. If he dares, I would not hesitate to obliterate him. Whis remained silent, thoroughly enjoying the meal. Who does Lord Beerus intend to obliterate? The Kaioshin inquired curiously as he approached. You wouldn't understand. Summon that old fellow here, Beerus instructed the Kaioshin. You mean the Grand Kaioshin? The Kaioshin paused. Of course, who else could it be? Surely not that fellow with the turtle shell on his back. Beerus rolled his eyes. Ah, understood. The Kaioshin nodded, heading off to summon the Grand Kaioshin. At that moment, the Grand Kaioshin was beside Son Goku, engaged in conversation, following Earth's restoration. The Kaioshin had brought the Grand Kaioshin along, who had insisted on coming. Hey, Goku, you must not go back on your word, the Grand Kaioshin chuckled. What word? Son Goku scratched his head. You mentioned that if I guided your son Gohan's latent potential, you would grant me a favor, the Grand Kaioshin said, stretching his 10 fingers in anticipation. I had almost forgotten. Look over there. That woman named Bulma. That's her. Not bad, right? Son Goku whispered while munching on food, directing his words towards the Grand Kaioshin. The Grand Kaioshin immediately turned his gaze towards Bulma, scrutinizing her closely. Although she appears to be of mature age, she certainly retains her charm. Quite acceptable, he remarked with satisfaction. Go ahead, she is waiting for you, Son Goku chuckled. Is that so? Then I shall not hold back. The old Kai, in high spirits, approached Bulma without reservation, audaciously making advances towards her. Bulma was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by such brazen behavior. What on earth are you doing? She exclaimed, delivering a punch that sent the old Kai sprawling to the ground. Not far away, Vegeta witnessed the scene, his temper flaring in indignation. With a swift motion, he soared through the air, delivering a powerful kick that propelled the old Kai into the sky. Vegeta extended his hand, aiming at the airborne old Kai. Chapter 162, Mistaken Identity? Not Tianyi. Vegeta, what are you doing? The Supreme Kai, who had been searching for the old Kai, hurriedly arrived and placed himself in front of the old Kai. Supreme Kai, step aside. Vegeta commanded coldly. What has our esteemed ancestor done to provoke your wrath? The Supreme Kai inquired anxiously. If you don't move, I won't hesitate to obliterate you, Vegeta warned, energy coalescing in his hand. From a distance, Beerus observed the unfolding situation, his pupils narrowing in alarm. With a swift motion, he approached and struck Vegeta down to the ground. What on earth? Is there now someone bold enough to bully the Supreme Kai in my presence? Truly audacious. Do you wish to kill them? Vegeta asked, a scoff escaping his lips. You better behave yourself, Vegeta, or I shall obliterate you. Beerus replied, his voice cold and unyielding. A primal roar erupted from Vegeta as the hidden energy within him surged forth, manifesting as a brilliant golden beam piercing the heavens. He launched a fierce assault against Beerus. However, after several rounds of combat, Vegeta found himself struck down by a swift blow from Beerus. Humph. I had expected your powers to surpass that of the Super Saiyan God, but you have utterly disappointed me, Beerus remarked with a slight smile. This is fortuitous. It shall serve to satiate my appetite. Lord Beerus, this is all a misunderstanding. The Supreme Kai interjected with a bittersweet smile, hastily stepping in as a mediator. I care not for misunderstandings. I only witnessed you, and that old fool nearly meet your demise. Beerus retorted coldly. Do you comprehend what would transpire should you both perish? The Supreme Kai immediately hung his head in defeat. And you, old relic, what were you just doing? Do not presume I was oblivious, Beerus continued icily. This was something I had arranged with Goku, the Elder Kai said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Kakarot, what have you done? Vegeta bellowed angrily. Why would you undertake such an action? Goku. Bulma glared furiously. I only did this to unlock Gohan's latent potential. I truly apologize, Goku confessed, taken aback by how the situation had unfolded. Why not use your own wife? Vegeta shouted. Honestly, the thought of him touching Chi-Chi makes me somewhat uneasy, Goku admitted candidly. Uneasy? So you believe that justifies allowing him to touch my wife? Vegeta spat, his words splattering Goku's face. Tian observed the scene. I did not witness this in the anime. My very existence must have altered history, hasn't it? Did the Supreme Kai and Elder Kai nearly incite Vegeta's wrath? Whis. We must depart, Beerus declared, patting his belly before soaring into the sky, beckoning Whis from a distance. Pack everything up, Whis instructed the nearby chef. The chef promptly began preparing the items for Whis. Hurry, Beerus urged. The chef quickly completed the task, and Whis appeared beside Beerus, carrying the packed boxes. Humph. While the cuisine of this planet is quite satisfactory, I deem it no longer necessary to remain. Beerus extended his hand, the destructive energy coalescing within it. Supreme Kai. Swiftly escort your ancestor away. Lord Beerus, what are you planning? The Supreme Kai asked, bewildered. Get up here now? Beerus, with a scowl upon his face, declared. I have had enough of this planet. He had already been troubled due to the matter concerning Tian, only to discover that he had been mistaken all along. This individual was not the reincarnation of Lord Tian. Moreover, just moments ago, Vegeta had nearly brought about the demise of both the Supreme Kai and the Elder Kai. If you were to eliminate the two of them, I would vanish as well. Thus, Beerus has become enraged and intends to obliterate the earth. Tian furrowed his brow and immediately rose from his seat. With my current abilities, I should be able to erase Beerus's destruction, right? What is this fellow thinking? Just moments ago, he was fawning over me. Why the sudden desire to destroy the earth? Tian's expression shifted dramatically. The Supreme Kai had already taken the old Supreme Kai into the sky, promptly appearing beside Beerus. Lord Beerus, what are your intentions? The old Supreme Kai inquired. Humph. Of course, I intend to destroy this planet. What else would you think? Beerus scoffed. Have you lost your mind, Lord Beerus? The old Supreme Kai managed a bitter smile. Just now, the Grand Minister contacted Whis, stating that there had been a misunderstanding. Beerus chuckled lightly. What? A misunderstanding? The old Supreme Kai paused momentarily, glancing questioningly at Whis. Indeed, the Grand Minister did say so, Whis affirmed with a gentle nod. Surely not? The old Supreme Kai looked at Whis in disbelief. That is what the Grand Minister conveyed, Whis replied with a slight smile. Could it truly be a mistake? The old Supreme Kai was left speechless. Enough of this chatter. I shall destroy this planet at once. Beerus huffed. In the vastness of the 7th universe, Kappa and Vados were also hastening towards this location. During their journey, Vados received a call from the Grand Minister as well. A look of astonishment crossed Vados's face. A misunderstanding? What a joke. This is no laughing matter, Kappa exclaimed. Vados sighed helplessly. Could it really be a mistake? Is that fellow Tian a master of space? Kappa chuckled wryly. It seems so, Vados nodded. Is it possible to make such an error? Kappa pondered. You and Whis couldn't discern it. Is it conceivable that the Grand Minister did not notice earlier? Initially, the abilities of a master of space are quite similar to that of Erasure Techniques, Vados explained. Kappa fell silent for a couple of seconds. Even if they are similar, the Grand Minister should not have misjudged, right? Kappa replied incredulously. What a colossal blunder this must be. Upon reflection, if Mr. Tian is indeed the reincarnation of Lord Tian Yi, it shouldn't have been so easily overlooked. Vados contemplated. Your reasoning has merit. Kappa wiped his brow. So what shall we do now? Shall we return? The Grand Minister's implication is that there remains an 11% possibility that Tian is indeed the reincarnation of Lord Tian Yi, Vados responded. Could you not finish your thoughts all at once? Chapter 163, The Celestial Erasure System 1. 0. What are your intentions? Kampa inquired. The Grand Priest is already aware of our pursuit of the Super Dragon Balls, Bardoss chuckled. Kampa shivered slightly, wiping the sweat from his brow once more. The Grand Priest mentioned that this presents a splendid opportunity. Perhaps we could summon the Dragon of Dreams through the Super Dragon Balls and inquire whether Yaishin is indeed the reincarnation of Lord Tian. Bardoss responded, stating that if Kampa executes this task sufficiently well, the Grand Priest may pardon Lord Kampa for his unauthorized collection of the Super Dragon Balls. Kampa was taken aback. Is there to be accountability for this matter? Oh dear, Lord Beerus seems intent on obliterating the earth where Mr. Yaishin resides, Bardoss observed, scrutinizing her staff and addressing Kampa. What is that fool doing? Is there not still an 11% chance? Kampa exclaimed, urging immediate intervention. Very well, Lord Kampa, Bardoss complied, promptly establishing contact with Whis through her staff. Whis, upon hearing Bardoss's words, was momentarily taken aback. Oh dear, there is indeed an 11% chance. Whis expressed mild surprise. Precisely, hence the Grand Priest has instructed us to consult the Dragon of Dreams regarding this matter, Bardoss proposed. Understood, Whis nodded. We shall arrive shortly. Do not allow Lord Beerus to wreak havoc upon the earth, Bardoss admonished. Certainly, sister, I shall prevent Lord Beerus from causing destruction, Whis assured. After concluding the call, Whis relayed Bardoss's concerns to Beerus. Beerus felt an overwhelming sense of dismay. Is there truly no definitive answer? How has an 11% chance surfaced again? Beerus pondered, feeling utterly speechless as he hastily retracted his destructive energy within. The implication of this probability suggests that perhaps Yaishin could indeed be the reincarnation of Lord Tian. The Dragon of Dreams? What is that? Beerus inquired. Scattered across our 7th and 6th universes are the wish orbs, totaling 7 in number, once all 7 are gathered. One can summon the Dragon of Dreams to fulfill any wish. Whis elucidated. The Dragon of Dreams? I believe I have heard of it before. Is it a means to unveil Yaishin's true identity? Beerus finally grasped the concept. Indeed, Whis nodded. Well then, we are not pressed for time in this instance. Beerus expressed no opposition. Below, Goku and Vegeta, along with others, immediately prepared for battle. Goten and Trunks had already fused into Gotenks. Gohan unleashed the aura of Mystic Gohan, ready to engage in combat. However, everyone present was acutely aware that they were about to confront an exceedingly formidable adversary, one far more terrifying than Majin Buu. A foe hundreds or even thousands of times more dreadful. What nonsense is this? Did they not say that Tian is the reincarnation of Lord Tian? Goku lamented, perplexed as to why Beerus would still wish to destroy the earth. Tian? Tian displayed a face full of bewilderment. What does this mean? Whose reincarnation am I? Tian inquired. According to the Supreme Kai and the Old Kai, and even Lord Beerus has spoken of it. At this point, Goku felt there was little left to conceal and reluctantly conveyed what he knew to Tian. Indeed, Tian, my information comes from the Supreme Kai. Gohan nodded in agreement from the side. Wait a moment. Who is this Tian you speak of? Tian asked, feeling quite puzzled. I have never heard of anyone named Tian. It is said that Tian was the master of the father of the Omni-King and also the founder of the divine realm. Gohan explained. He is the creator deity of all our universes. Tian, is there truly such an impressive figure? Humph. You only now choose to inform me of such an important matter. Vegeta huffed from the side. Vegeta, it was the Supreme Kai who forbade us to speak of it. Goku replied, somewhat distressed. Kakarot, I shall never forget your reckless promise to that old man regarding Bulma. Vegeta's face turned green with anger. But now was not the time for such discussions. They needed to address the immediate crisis first. I understand now. They must believe that Tian is not the reincarnation of Tian, hence their desire to destroy the earth, Piccolo quickly deduced. Huh? Is that not the case? Goku gazed at Tian in astonishment. It must be the case. Otherwise, if Tian truly were the reincarnation of that creator god, how could he dare to destroy the earth? Piccolo remarked with a smile. You are quite right, Goku nodded. Tian felt somewhat speechless. What is this Tian? How could I be unaware of it? Am I truly the reincarnation of this so-called Tian? I am simply myself. Whose reincarnation could I possibly be? This cannot be true. Wait a moment. Let me examine this closely. I feel as though the name Tian is somewhat familiar. Tian stroked his chin, lost in thought. Why does it seem to me that I have encountered the name Tian before? Is it merely because it resembles my own name? No. I am certain I have seen it somewhere. As Tian pondered, He suddenly caught sight of a small line of text in the lower right corner of his system panel. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it read Tian Erasure System 1. 0. The text was diminutive, nearly imperceptible. One could not say it was difficult to find, but rather, it was easily overlooked. It was akin to encountering unfamiliar software that seemed enjoyable yet eludes one's memory of its name, particularly with programs in English. The Tian Erasure System? Tian was certain he had seen this line before, thus the name Tian evoked a vague familiarity. What could this signify? Could it be that the once legendary deity had reincarnated as this system? Such a notion would be tragic indeed. It was no wonder that Whis and the others vacillated between believing him to be the reincarnation of Tian and doubting it. If Tian truly had been reborn as a system, to whom could one possibly appeal for justice? Yet, Tian knew that such contemplations were not his priority at the moment. The most pressing concern was to address the formidable threat posed by Beerus. If Beerus truly intended to obliterate Earth, Tian was uncertain whether his current erasure capabilities would suffice to nullify the destructive energy he wielded. Nevertheless, Tian had resolved to prepare for the eradication of the god of destruction. If you dare to unleash destructive energy, I would not hesitate to erase those two gods of destruction and make you vanish. After all, there are still two girls on this planet whom Tian cherishes. Tian is already prepared for annihilation. However, just as he was about to take action, he noticed that Beerus had retracted his destructive energy. Chapter 164, The Gathering of the Super Dragon Balls. In a swift moment, two beams of distinct colors shot through the air from a distance, suspending themselves high above and aligning with Beerus and the others. As Tian gazed intently, he recognized Kampa and Vados appearing in the sky. Upon reflection, it seemed that Kampa had previously shown some favor towards him. Could it be that Kampa believed him to be the reincarnation of Tian? This revelation made sense. No wonder he sensed a hint of reverence from them. Alas, you may be disappointed. I am not the reincarnation of Tian. I am simply myself. I am Tian. The reincarnated Tian might have transformed into my system, though that remains a mere possibility. Whether it is true, I cannot ascertain. Perhaps the system merely shares a name with him. You scoundrel, Kampa. How dare you sneak into our universe to collect the Super Dragon Balls? Beerus barked, his expression darkening. What can I say? You only know how to sleep. Kampa chuckled. I have been idle for nearly a decade. And it took me that long to finally gather 5. Enough. Hand over those 5 Dragon Balls immediately. We shall search for the remaining 2 together, Beerus demanded coldly. Understood. Let us locate those 2 Dragon Balls first, Kampa nodded, casting a glance at the Supreme Kai. With the Supreme Kai present, it would indeed be more convenient to search for the Dragon Balls, allowing him to use instant transmission to take us there. Did you hear that, kid? Beerus instructed the Supreme Kai. Huh? Yes, I understand, the Supreme Kai nodded. Soon after, Whis and Vados utilized their staffs to scour for the locations of the remaining 2 Super Dragon Balls. Approximately 10 minutes later, Whis and Vados finally pinpointed the locations of the last 2 Dragon Balls. Let us proceed, Beerus beckoned. In an instant, the Supreme Kai activated instant transmission. And in a flash, Beerus and the others vanished. They're gone. Son Goku exclaimed in surprise. What are they up to? It is certain that we have temporarily evaded disaster. Piccolo pondered. So terrifying. It seems we must continue to train diligently, Son Goku sighed. Even transforming into a Super Saiyan God does not make us a match for Beerus. What a headache. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. Yeti, are you truly the reincarnation of Lord Tian? Gohan inquired with curiosity. At this point, the secrets of Tian that had been previously mentioned were already known to Yeti. Therefore, continuing to conceal the truth held no significance. I suppose not. And I regret to disappoint you, Yeti replied with a slight smile. Ha ha ha. Disappointment is not quite the sentiment here. I was merely adjusting to the notion that a classmate of mine might suddenly transform into the creator deity of the entire universe. Gohan chuckled, scratching his head. If that were the case, I would find you far more approachable. At that moment, both Bulma and Android 18 wore expressions of confusion. The two were somewhat bewildered. What is happening? Is it possible that Yeti is the creator deity of the universe? Perhaps this is all a misunderstanding. Goku sighed. At least, it seems all is well. Humph, Kakarot. Don't celebrate too soon, Vegeta interjected with a snort. If Beerus truly intends to obliterate this planet, its destruction is merely a matter of time. Unless we possess the strength to defeat him. But how can we fight him? Goku lamented, feeling overwhelmed. Even the Super Saiyan God could not stand against Lord Beerus. And I have heard the old Kai mention that the destroyers are an insurmountable ceiling within this universe. TCH, one day I shall surpass him, Vegeta declared. His fists clenched tightly. Yeti, is there truly no connection between you and that creator deity, Tian? Bulma asked. There shouldn't be any significant relation, Yeti replied, shaking his head. Whether there is or not, it matters not to me. Bulma expressed her concern. What troubles me most is your sudden transformation into Tian. I fear you might forget about me. Never. I shall always be your Yeti, he smiled reassuringly. Bulma sighed in relief, nodding gently, although Android 18 remained silent. She too felt a weight lift from her heart upon hearing Yeti's words. We don't care who you are, Tian or creator deity, as long as you don't forget us. Wait, that's odd. Why did I say us? Bulma is my rival. 17 glanced at 18 without uttering a word. Since all seems well for now, let us continue feasting. Yeti suggested. Upon hearing his words, the group resumed their celebratory mode. As it stood, even contemplating defeating Beerus felt impossible. After all, Beerus was overwhelmingly powerful. Well, I must be on my way, 17 announced, rising to his feet and addressing 18. Are you leaving already? 18 asked, slightly surprised. Hasn't the wildlife sanctuary just recovered? Precisely because it has just recovered, I must return quickly to ensure that no issues have arisen, 17 replied. Are you 17? Sun Wukong approached, gazing at number 17 with a hint of surprise. Do you think you know who I am? Number 17 chuckled softly. I have not encountered you before. Sun Wukong smiled in response. Your transformation with that long hair is indeed powerful and remarkable. Number 17 remarked with a grin. Ha ha ha, so you noticed? Sun Wukong laughed heartily. If we have the chance, we should spar together. Number 17 smiled warmly. All right, that sounds good. Sun Wukong readily agreed. Then farewell. After number 17 spoke, he soared into the sky, quickly vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Tian continued to enjoy his food and drink leisurely, unfazed by his identity. The notion of being Tian held no significance for Tian. He speculated that perhaps the so-called creator god Tian had transcended into a system. Speaking of which, this fellow's plight was quite unfortunate. Why must you traverse into a system rather than becoming something more desirable? Wait a moment. It remains uncertain whether you possess any consciousness at all. If you possess conscious existence, would you attempt to usurp my being? Yet, this is not the realm of cultivation. This is the Dragon Ball scenario, where such a concept is non-existent. Regardless, I shall not dwell on it any further. I must seize the opportunity to engage in a basketball match with either Biddy Lee or Android 18 before this system develops consciousness. Who knows if this system might suddenly acquire awareness. In the 7th universe, through the collaborative efforts of Kampa, Beerus, and the Supreme Kai, the remaining 2 Dragon Balls have finally been located. Now, all 7 Super Dragon Balls have been gathered. Arise, Eternal Dragon, grant my wish. I desire to manifest. Bados immediately commenced the summoning of the dragon. Chapter 165. Bados wished the 7 colossal Dragon Balls erupted in a dazzling golden radiance. In an instant, a magnificent golden dragon coiled through the starry expanse. This dragon was immensely vast, its form rivaling that of a galaxy. Speak your wish. I can fulfill any desire. The voice of the Eternal Dragon resonated. Eternal Dragon, my wish is for all gods and mortals to forget that Tian is the reincarnation of Lord Tian. Bados declared. Upon hearing Bados' wish, the gods present were rendered speechless. Even Whis was momentarily taken aback, unable to regain his composure. What are you doing, Bados? Kampa exclaimed. What? Tian is truly the reincarnation of Lord Tian? Beerus was astonished, questioning why they had been deceived. Oh dear. The Grand Minister mentioned that your behavior was overly conspicuous, likely to greatly impact Lord Tian. Thus, it is necessary to erase your memories, including mine and that of the Grand Minister. Bados smiled. Oh dear, does that mean this memory will vanish? Whis sighed. Eternal Dragon, please grant this wish, I implore you. Bados smiled again. With a hum, the Eternal Dragon's eyes sparkled with golden light. In an instant, the divine power of the dragon swiftly enveloped all the gods present. Simultaneously, a surge of divine energy surged toward Earth, enveloping Tian and the others, erasing their memories. Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell. The voice of the Eternal Dragon echoed as it transformed into 7 golden streaks of light, swiftly vanishing from sight. The cosmos returned to tranquility. Whis, Bados, Kampa, and Beerus stood in place, exchanging bewildered glances. The Supreme Kai scratched his head in confusion. Vados, what wish did you just make? I cannot recall, Kampa inquired. Oh dear. I cannot remember clearly either. Vados shook her head. Strange, what exactly transpired? Kampa turned to Beerus. Kampa, what brings you to our 7th universe? With a scowl, Beerus exclaimed. I offered a bitter smile. What was that just now? Beerus inquired. Ah, that seemed to be the Dragon Balls. Gathering 7 can grant any wish, Whis reminded. The Dragon Balls are located between our 7th universe and the 6th. So, Kampa, did you come here to steal our Dragon Balls? Beerus gritted his teeth, glaring at Kampa. The question is, what wish did you make, Vados? Kampa quickly asked. To be honest, I can't recall. Perhaps it was a wish related to erasing memories, Vados speculated. Indeed. What if we have lost a segment of memory? Whis pondered. What? What memory has been lost? It must be something significant, Beerus gasped. I don't know. Whis shook his head. What on earth happened? Beerus said darkly. Never mind, it's no longer important, Vados suggested. Previously, Lord Kampa mentioned a competition between our 2 universes. Yes, I did say that, Kampa scoffed, a provocative look directed at Beerus. So, Beerus, shall we see whose universe possesses the mightier beings? Who is afraid? Let us compete. Beerus showed no signs of backing down. Let us each select 5 representatives from our respective universes for the contest, shall we? Kampa smiled. Proposing that the losing side must serve the winners for 10 years. Isn't that a fair request? Certainly, but you will come to regret it, Kampa. Beerus huffed. Do you have enough time to prepare in 3 days? Kampa asked. That will suffice, Beerus nodded in agreement. 3 days hence. We will create a planet for the competition and will contact you then, Kampa declared. You seem quite confident, Kampa. Beerus chuckled lightly. Naturally. Even if I cannot defeat you, do you think our universe-S beings cannot stand against yours? Kampa laughed mischievously. Then, we shall meet again in 3 days. Whoosh. In the next moment, Kampa and Vados transformed into 2 streams of different colored light, swiftly departing the scene. As they flew, Kampa scratched his head incessantly. Hey, Vados, which memory did we actually lose? Kampa inquired. I don't know either. After all, I have lost a portion of my memory too, Vados replied. Wasn't it your wish? I heard you speaking. Kampa teased. There's a strong possibility it was a wish made at the behest of the Grand Minister. Vados smiled. What? What is the Grand Minister hiding? Kampa asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Should Lord Kampa inquire of the Grand Minister? Vados laughed. I will contact the Grand Minister right away. As Bardos began to prepare for contact with the Grand Priest using the scepter, Kampa hastily waved his hands, his complexion pale with fright. Wait. I was merely speaking casually. Since the Grand Priest does not wish for us to be privy to certain matters, it is best we remain unaware. Very well, Bardos replied, choosing not to elaborate further. However, returning to the subject at hand. I indeed recall the intention to engage in a contest concerning humanity with that fellow, Beerus. This I have not forgotten. Kampa chuckled. Yes, I remember this as well. Bardos nodded in agreement. The level of their universe is rather mediocre. That plump pink fellow has thrown their universe into disarray. I recall that even the Supreme Kai was nearly killed by him. Kampa smirked with a sense of pride. Thus, should we employ it, we should easily vanquish everyone from the 7th universe. Meanwhile, Beerus was perplexed. Hey, Whis, what just transpired? What memories have vanished from our minds? He inquired. It is likely something the Grand Priest does not wish for us to know, Whis responded. What? Even you were kept in the dark? Beerus exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. A portion of my memory has also disappeared, was confirmed with a nod. Very well, since it is the Grand Priest's wish that we remain ignorant. It is best we do not pursue knowledge of it, Beerus conceded. Now, let us find 5 suitable contestants to prepare for the match in 3 days. Who does Lord Beerus intend to select for the competition? Whis inquired. That Goku fellow possesses considerable strength, particularly in his Super Saiyan God form, which is indeed remarkable. Though regrettably, his endurance is rather short, Beerus mused. With proper guidance, he might prove to be a valuable asset. Do you require my assistance in training Mr. Goku? Whis asked. 3 days seems insufficient for that. Beerus shook his head. Well, Lord Beerus could utilize that dimensional space. The Supreme Kai interjected, raising his hand. Yes. If we train in that dimensional space, a year spent within equates to a single day outside. It is indeed an excellent option. The Elder Supreme Kai nodded in agreement, patting the Supreme Kai on the shoulder. You've finally put forth a commendable suggestion. Hee. The Supreme Kai smiled bashfully. Training in the dimensional space is certainly a wise choice. Whis affirmed with a nod. Let us proceed to Earth. Beerus concurred with enthusiasm regarding the plan. Then, we shall trouble the Supreme Kai to take us to Earth. Whis stated. Not an issue. Leave it to me, the Supreme Kai replied. The old Kai eagerly agreed, scratching his head as he recalled. Lord Beerus was just considering destroying Earth. Fortunately, he refrained. Otherwise, how would we find participants for the tournament? Humph, that Vegeta nearly ended your life. You must understand. If both of you were to perish, I would vanish as well. Beerus snorted disdainfully. That Vegeta is truly ruthless, the old Kai lamented, rubbing the spot that Vegeta had struck, tears welling in his eyes. All I did was touch his wife a few times. How dare you bring that up? You old fool. Beerus fumed, his nose twisting in irritation. You touched his wife, and it's no wonder he would strike you. It was Goku who said that if I helped elevate his son's strength, he would allow me to visit the old Kai. The old Kai continued. Humph, so now. With Vegeta and Goku's sons, we have 3 candidates. Beerus pondered. I recall another strong individual, but I can't quite remember who it is. The old Kai scratched his head. Let us investigate further, Beerus suggested. Oh, I remember now. It's Majin Buu. Let us invite him to join the tournament. The old Kai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wasn't that fellow expelled by the evil Majin Buu? The current Majin Buu has transformed into a good-natured being. That gives us 4 participants. We simply need to select one more to reach 5. Beerus nodded in agreement. Kai. The old Kai, along with Beerus and the others, executed a technique of instant transmission, disappearing from their location in an instant. On Earth, at Bulma's residence, as the eternal dragon appeared to grant wishes, the minds of everyone present suddenly went blank. The memories regarding Yi Tian as the reincarnation of Lord Tian Yi were effortlessly erased by the dragon. Additionally, the dragon also wiped out the memories of Yi Tian's formidable powers and his signature technique, the Erasure Technique. However, Yi Tian's own memories remained intact. Meanwhile, Goku and the others were still enjoying the feast. As they dined, Gohan suddenly exclaimed, Huh? Yi Tian, Videl, you're here too? When did you arrive? Yi Tian responded, What do you mean by that? Why do you ask that? We've always been here. What's the matter, Gohan? Videl looked at son Gohan with a quizzical expression. Really? You've been here all along? I have no recollection of that. Gohan scratched his head in confusion. Hee. Could it be that Majin Buu knocked some sense out of you? Videl teased. Ha. That seems like a possibility, Gohan admitted with a bashful nod. Oh. And this is Gohan's classmate, Yi Tian, right? Son Goku smiled. I remember you. That kick you delivered to Dabra was quite remarkable. Yi Tian appeared utterly perplexed once again. Why do you say that? Why do you not recount the scene of my battle with Majin Buu? Videl, have you ever heard of Tian Yi? Yi Tian inquired of Videl. What is Tian Yi? I have never heard of it, Videl replied, gazing at Yi Tian in confusion. Surely, you all must have heard of the founding deity? Yi Tian posed the question to everyone present. One by one, Sun Wukong and the others shook their heads in bewilderment. What founding deity? All we know are Lord Kaioshin and Lord Beerus, Sun Wukong responded. Never mind, Yi Tian said, choosing to say no more. He had already surmised that perhaps Beerus and Kappa had departed to search for the Super Dragon Balls. After the emergence of the Dragon of the Gods, could it be that their knowledge of my reincarnation as Tian Yi has been erased? I truly am not the reincarnation of Tian Yi. Yet, there are more pressing matters at hand. The most urgent concern is to swiftly enhance my own strength. I have a feeling that the instigator behind all this may very well be that Grand Minister fellow. What exactly does he intend to achieve? Why do you wish to erase everyone's memory of Tian Yi? Do you possess any ulterior motives for your existence? At present, Yi Tian is perplexed as to whether the High Priest is targeting him. Why else would he seek to erase their memories? As Yi Tian ponders this, a swift movement occurs. The king of all, accompanied by Beerus and others, executes a technique of instantaneous movement and suddenly appears on the scene. Upon witnessing Beerus's return, Sun Wukong and his companions immediately adopt a vigilant stance, rising from their seats, fully prepared for another bout of combat. I have not come to trouble you, Beerus states with a light smile, but rather to invite you to participate in a competition. I wonder if you might be interested? What competition? Sun Wukong inquires, momentarily taken aback as he steps forward eagerly. We are to compete against the 6th universe, Beerus explains, with each universe selecting 5 individuals to compete. Then if we emerge victorious, will Lord Beerus refrain from destroying Earth? Sun Wukong implores. Indeed, Beerus replies readily, but should you lose, I would not hesitate to obliterate your planet. Although the cuisine on your world is rather delightful, I could certainly take a few exceptional chefs to my own realm to prepare my meals. We shall certainly do our utmost. Sun Wukong's expression grows serious as he turns to Vegeta. Vegeta, what do you say? Shall we participate? Humph. Vegeta grunts in acknowledgement, signifying his agreement. And you, Gohan? Sun Wukong queries his son. I will participate as well, Gohan responds without objection. And this pink, rotund fellow also possesses considerable strength, Beerus remarks, gesturing towards the indulging Majin Buu. Buu, what say you? Do you wish to join the competition? Will there be a feast after the competition? Buu grins widely. Of course. That is a certainty, Sun Wukong nods. I will join, Buu declares. Now we are merely one participant short. Beerus surveys the assembly and, upon noticing Tian, quickly diverts his gaze. He begins to disregard Tian's presence entirely, for in Beerus's memory, there is no longer any information pertaining to Tian. We too wish to partake in the competition, Goten and Trunks declare in unison. You two will need to use the fusion technique to compete, correct? The king of all interjects. Can they compete as one if they fuse? Sun Wukong queries Beerus. That will not suffice. Competing as a single entity, even if victorious, would be quite shameful. Beerus shakes his head in disapproval. They are, after all, two distinct individuals. What if they win and that fellow, Kappa, refuses to acknowledge it? Beerus believed that Kappa was indeed capable of it, hence he decided against using the fusion technique. What about having Android 18 participate in the tournament? Suggested Goku. Humph. I have no interest, Android 18 replied, shaking her head, unless there's a prize involved. Bulma. Goku turned his gaze towards Bulma, with a swift motion. Bulma slapped Goku to the ground. I am still furious about that old man's antics. Bulma exclaimed angrily. I've apologized to you several times. Please do not remain upset. Goku pleaded. Enough, enough. Bulma rolled her eyes. If 18 participates and our universe emerges victorious, I shall grant you a prize of 10 million. Very well. Android 18 nodded in agreement. But my brother 17 is stronger than I am. Having him in the tournament would be an excellent choice. 17? He just left. Goku scratched his head. I can call him back, but the prize must be doubled, Android 18 said with a smile. Fine, let it be doubled. Bulma nodded in agreement. After all, we are not lacking in funds. Just choose anyone. It does not matter which number. Beerus grunted. Now, Goku and Vegeta. You two shall accompany Whis to the alternate dimension for training. It is imperative that you solidify your Super Saiyan God state, and ideally, you should be able to transform into it at will. Huh? Competing with the 6th universe using Super Saiyan God? Goku asked in astonishment. Of course. Do you believe your Super Saiyan 3 can defeat the warriors of the 6th universe? To ensure absolute certainty, it would be prudent for Whis to train you both thoroughly. Beerus suggested. Under Whis's guidance, I am confident that you will make significant progress. Even if you cannot transform into a Super Saiyan God, your power will surely elevate considerably. All right, when shall we commence our training? Goku inquired. Immediately after we finish eating, Whis replied, already enjoying his meal. Goku, Vegeta, hadn't you eaten before? Why have you resumed eating upon your return? Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta found themselves helpless in the situation and decided to continue their meal. After finishing this feast, Sun Wukong and Vegeta followed Whis into their training session. Before departing, Sun Wukong specifically requested Android 18 to summon Android 17 to join them for the competition. Android 18, without objection, made a call to Android 17. Why not earn some money if it's available? Android 17 replied that he could participate in the competition in 3 days, allowing him to arrange his work at the wildlife sanctuary in the meantime. By the way, I suddenly recalled that Mr. Satan still owes me quite a sum. Doesn't he? Android 18 said with a playful smile, prompting a startled reaction from Satan, who quickly hid behind Majin Buu. Now, with Majin Buu as his formidable ally, Satan no longer feared Android 18. Satan, since you promised to pay Android 18, you should do so promptly, Tian interjected. Understood, Satan muttered, lowering his head. After some consideration, Tian decided to venture into the dimensional space, intending to stay for 3 months in hopes of elevating his level. I must grow swiftly, otherwise, I have a feeling the Grand Priest may act unpredictably. Subsequently, Tian appeared atop the temple and entered the room of spirit and time. Oh, Tian? You've come in too? Sun Wukong exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before greeting Tian. Yes, I came to take a look, Tian responded with a smile. I also wish to become stronger. All right, let us strive together, Sun Wukong replied, not elaborating further. Vegeta scoffed, dismissing Tian's presence entirely. Does everyone now dare to come here for training? Let him be. Whatever he wishes. Whis looked at Tian with some surprise but chose to remain silent, having forgotten Tian's identity. After all, the Dragon of the Gods had erased all memories of Tian being Lord Tianai from the gods, including Whis and Beerus. Now, our training shall commence, was called out to Vegeta and Sun Wukong. They promptly stood at attention, ready for the session. What I am about to teach you is the divine combat technique known as Ultra Instinct, Whis announced. Ultra Instinct? Sun Wukong was taken aback. Vegeta remained silent. In simple terms, Ultra Instinct is a divine combat skill. Once mastered, no matter how formidable the opponent, defeat is impossible, Whis smiled. So powerful. That is truly wonderful. Sun Wukong was filled with excitement. Whis continued to elucidate the concept of ultimate freedom to both Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and after concluding, he wandered off to indulge in some food. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta had their own realizations. Tian had little to learn. His progress relied primarily on time. He resolved to spend 3 months here, hoping to elevate his erasure technique further. Days passed by. Approximately 3 months later, Sun Wukong achieved the transformation into Super Saiyan God ahead of Vegeta. However, Vegeta was not far behind. Merely 2 days after Sun Wukong's transformation, he too was able to transform independently. Excellent. You two have finally mastered the fundamental skills of divine beings. Whis nodded in satisfaction. This has progressed faster than I anticipated. It has barely been 3 months. Chapter 168. Advancement. Diamond Level Erasure Technique. Hee. Now I should be able to defeat the warriors of the 6th universe, Sun Wukong remarked with anticipation. Let us not speak too confidently. Formidable individuals exist in the 6th universe as well, Whis replied with a smile. Then I shall remain here. I aim to surpass Super Saiyan God. Vegeta responded. I too shall continue my training, striving for even greater heights, Sun Wukong agreed. It is truly wonderful that you both think this way. Let us continue our training here. Whis nodded. By the way, is Tian all right? Sun Wukong pointed to Tian, who was sound asleep in the room. This fellow has come here without training. He is either eating or sleeping. Has it really been nearly 3 months? What on earth is he doing here? Experiencing life, perhaps? Vegeta shook his head. Never mind him. Whis said with a smile, seemingly unconcerned about Tian. Indeed, Tian had been there for almost 3 months, with just 5 minutes remaining until the 3-month mark. After all, he had no need for training. He would automatically level up. Tian was uncertain if he could level up during this time. After all, it was unclear whether time was measured based on the outside world or the location he was in. If it were based on his location, he had indeed been there for 3 months. Just 2 minutes remained. Tian felt a flicker of excitement. Whether he could level up depended on these last 2 minutes. The 2 minutes passed swiftly. Congratulations. You have successfully advanced to Platinum Level Erasure Technique. Platinum Level Erasure Technique. Physical strength is 10 times that of Beerus, and the ability to create is granted, allowing the erasure of a planet. It can erase any being except angels, the Grand Minister, and the Omni-King, as well as any deities of human or cosmic origin. In 6 months, you may advance to Diamond Level Erasure Technique. I did it. Tian felt a surge of satisfaction within. He had truly succeeded. In another 6 months, he would reach the Diamond level. According to the training progress of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, the two of them would likely remain there for at least 2 more years. This meant that by the time he emerged, he might very well attain the Starry level. The Erasure Technique at the Starry level possessed a physical strength tenfold that of an angel, granting the ability to erase angels. Tian was filled with anticipation. Of course, he had no intention of erasing angels. Rather, the enhancement of his own strength would provide him with a sense of security. With a power 10 times that of an angel, he should be able to defeat the Grand Minister. If the Grand Minister dared to target him again, he would relish the opportunity to show him the consequences. Tian let out a slight sigh of relief. He decided to remain here for the time being, pondering why he should concern himself with anything else. Thus, another 6 months passed. Congratulations! You have successfully advanced to the Diamond level of the Erasure Technique. Diamond Level Erasure Technique. Physical strength is 100 times that of Beerus, with the ability to erase a galaxy with a mere wave of the hand. In 1 year, you may advance to the Starry level of the Erasure Technique. At last, he had achieved Diamond status. Tian was overjoyed, even feeling the urge to test his newfound power by erasing a planet. This upgrade to Diamond level did not imply the ability to erase humans or gods. It was likely similar to the Platinum level, allowing only the erasure of gods below the angels, including the god of destruction. Unbeknownst to him, Tian's physical strength had already reached 100 times that of Beerus. This level of physical strength was simply extraordinary. Moreover, within a year, he could ascend to the starry level. He resolved to continue his stay here. Perhaps he would first step outside to make an impression. He decided to linger for a few more months, waiting until the year was nearly complete before emerging. Upgrading in a moment of crisis would carry a greater sense of ceremony. Although Tian had experienced a significant boost in power, he outwardly maintained an air of calm, as if nothing had transpired. By the way, he thought, it was time to check on the training progress of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Tian stepped outside. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were engaged in a fierce battle, both in their normal states. The first to defeat Lord Beerus will be me, Vegeta. Vegeta huffed, catching Sun Wukong's incoming punch and forcefully tossing him aside. Whoosh! Sun Wukong was sent flying. You always get ahead of me. I've had enough of this, Vegeta exclaimed, transforming into a streak of light as he swiftly flew towards Sun Wukong's direction. Whoosh! Sun Wukong swiftly executed a technique of instantaneous movement, materializing behind Vegeta in the blink of an eye. Vegeta, equally quick to react, performed a graceful turn and launched a punch. Once again, Sun Wukong vanished at an astonishing speed. Vegeta promptly pursued, unleashing a flurry of fierce attacks directed at Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong opted to evade direct confrontation, skillfully dodging Vegeta's relentless strikes with his remarkable swiftness. After a prolonged assault, Vegeta found himself unable to land a blow on Sun Wukong, growing increasingly agitated, his forehead visibly throbbing with tension. Curse be! Vegeta gritted his teeth, his frustration mounting. Whis observed, alas, Vegeta's composure has begun to falter. He then cast a glance towards Tian, who had just emerged. Ah, Mr. Tian, have you awoken? Whis greeted with a smile. Indeed, just taking a stroll. Tian nodded in response. Whis looked at Tian once more, momentarily taken aback, sensing a significant enhancement in Tian's power, one that was not trivial. How has Mr. Tian cultivated such strength? Is it possible to grow stronger merely through slumber? Such a fortunate circumstance. However, Whis was not one to indulge in gossip. He turned his attention back to the unfolding duel between Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind Vegeta. Over here, Vegeta exclaimed, delivering a powerful punch towards the shadow. Yet, upon contact, he realized he had been deceived. It was a massive block of ice brought back by Sun Wukong from a distant realm. Oh no, this is bad. Vegeta gasped as he discovered Kakarot had positioned himself behind him, poised to strike. Without hesitation, Vegeta erupted with a brilliant blue aura, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. Blue? Whis frowned slightly. Boom. Vegeta swung his hand forward, unleashing a torrent of potent energy that crashed into Sun Wukong. The blue energy engulfed Sun Wukong, causing him to yelp in agony. The entire alternate dimensional space trembled violently. Buzz! A rift in space was created by Vegeta's assault. With a swift gesture of his staff, Whis pointed at the rift, which was promptly mended by his angelic power. Chapter 169. Sun Wukong and Vegeta ascend to Super Blue that hurt. You know, Sun Wukong exclaimed, rubbing his injured spot and shouting, did we not agree that transformations into Super Saiyan should be prohibited while in the Super Saiyan God state? If you were to transform into a Super Saiyan God state of a Super Saiyan, then I too would have no choice but to revert to the state preceding that of a Super Saiyan. With a resounding clap, Son Goku promptly ascended to the form of Super Saiyan Blue. This transformation, however, remains unnamed. Ha ha ha, regardless of your transformations. We all emerge as Super Saiyans from the state of Super Saiyan God, yet it is undoubtedly my Super Saiyan God form that becomes a more formidable Super Saiyan. Vegeta let out a hearty laugh, his interest piqued. Not at all. It is my Super Saiyan God form that boasts the prowess of Super Saiyan. As he spoke, he inadvertently bit his own tongue, yelping in pain. Vegeta, are you a pig? Hey, Vegeta, that name is rather lengthy. Might we consider renaming this transformation? Goku suggested. Let us call it Super Saiyan Blue, proposed Tian from the side. Oh dear, Mr. Tian and I share the same thought. I was about to suggest that name as well. Whis nodded, then let it be known as Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta, do you name things so casually? Even Sun Wukong is silently wiping his brow. The name you chose is rather blunt. Why not refer to the Super Saiyan God as Super Saiyan Red? Although Sun Wukong internally scoffed, he refrained from saying much. You too. This match prohibits transformations. If you do not adhere to the agreed-upon training, I will find myself in a rather difficult position. Whis's expression grew somewhat serious as he promptly utilized the staff in his hand to restore the damaged dimension. With a crack, Crack. Whis pointed his staff at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, enveloping them in heavy garments. This is a punishment for your disruption of this realm. Hence, you shall don these burdensome outfits, Whis remarked with a smile. Movement has become an arduous task. Vegeta felt an overwhelming weight. Indeed, this is all your fault, Vegeta. Sun Wukong exclaimed. What did you say, Kakarot? Can this be blamed on me? Vegeta shouted loudly. Is it not? Sun Wukong replied. After witnessing the enhancement of their abilities, Tian felt a sense of satisfaction. These two have ultimately transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, and it has only been a mere 9 months. It seems that in due time, they will emerge. They should not remain in this training for too long. I have imparted nearly all that I can teach you too. The rest is for you to discover on your own, Whis smiled. I shall venture out to indulge in some delightful cuisine. Will you two continue your training here? Or accompany me outside? I wish to remain and continue my training. Sun Wukong responded. I certainly wish to persist in my training as well, Vegeta added. Very well. Continue on, Whis nodded and politely inquired of Tian. And you, Mr. Tian? I shall also remain to train, Tian replied. Whis, Vegeta, and Sun Wukong each expressed their exasperation in silence. Have you remained here to cultivate your skills? Aside from slumber, do you spend your time merely indulging in food? Is it not preferable for you to indulge in culinary delights elsewhere rather than enduring hardship in this place? I am truly perplexed by your choice. Particularly, Vegeta harbors considerable discontent. That scoundrel, Tian, has claimed a bed for himself, leaving me to share a bed with Kakarot. Whis, who requires no rest, is free from such concerns. In his predicament, Vegeta has no choice but to sleep on the floor, a situation he has endured for quite some time. If you wish to stay, that is acceptable. However, I must insist that you return my bed to me. With a disdainful huff, Vegeta proclaimed that he has already cared for you for an extensive period. Had you not mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten. Tian, tapping his forehead in realization, promptly retrieved a universal capsule from his pocket and nonchalantly tossed it aside. With a resounding pop, the capsule transformed into a luxurious dwelling. From now on, I shall reside within this abode, and my little bed is yours, Tian declared cheerfully to Vegeta. You possess that item yet still occupy a bed? Should I also venture out to request a capsule house from Bulma? Never mind, we Saiyans do not dwell on such trivialities. Whis soon departed. Meanwhile, Tian, along with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, remained behind. Tian continued to pass the time within the room of spirit and time. Outside, Vegeta and Sun Wukong engage in yet another fierce confrontation. Vegeta, do you believe the warriors from Universe 6 will be formidable? Sun Wukong inquired. Indeed, they will be powerful, Vegeta replied with certainty. Why are you so sure? Sun Wukong was taken aback. The god of destruction named Kampa has visited our universe several times. He must possess confidence in his victory to host this martial arts tournament, Vegeta speculated. I see. You make a valid point, Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Compared to a dim-witted fellow like you, I am undoubtedly far more astute, Vegeta huffed, delivering a punch to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong swiftly dodged, plummeting from the sky. I am quite eager. I look forward to clashing with the warriors from Universe 6, Sun Wukong smiled. Are you still a child? Have you not noticed your own age? All you do is fight. Vegeta scoffed. Vegeta, you shouldn't say that. Your tone reminds me of Chi-Chi. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Furthermore, did you not claim that Saiyans remain youthful until the age of 80? Sun Wukong questioned. I was referring to appearance, not your mentality, Vegeta retorted with a scowl. Ah, I see. Sun Wukong scratched his head again. Enough of this idle chatter. Vegeta bellowed, his blue aura flaring as he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Then I shall also transform into Super Saiyan Blue, Sun Wukong replied with a slight smile, mirroring Vegeta's form. Whis had mentioned that he had reinforced this space to a certain degree, ensuring that their battle would not cause significant disruption. That is splendid. Vegeta prepared for combat. Bang, bang, bang. The two soon commenced their intense skirmish. After exchanging several blows, Vegeta launched an energy blast from his hand. The energy blast hurtled towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong swiftly slapped the energy blast, redirecting it through the air toward the house where Tian resided. Chapter 170. Let us see what the Grand Minister can conjure. This is not good. Tian is in danger, Sun Wukong exclaimed, realizing that instantaneous movement was no longer an option. Vegeta, sensing a shift, was poised to pursue swiftly. However, the energy blast unleashed by Goku was astonishingly rapid. Both fighters were momentarily caught off guard. At this juncture, The energy projectile was drawing perilously close to the abode of Tian. This situation was dire. Goku, anxious, exclaimed, just as the energy blast neared Tian's residence. It mysteriously vanished, effortlessly erased by Tian. What just transpired? Goku was taken aback. It's gone? Vegeta pondered, intrigued. How peculiar. How could it have vanished so abruptly? Goku scratched his head in confusion. Indeed, there is something amiss. Vegeta glanced in the direction of the disappearance. How did it vanish? Goku inquired once more. Notably, the memories concerning Tian's prior actions in Satan City had also been obliterated by the Dragon of the Gods. Consequently, the mysterious hero had faded into obscurity. In the minds of all, the enigmatic hero no longer existed. Poor Babidi, now devoid of any scapegoat to blame. Previously, Babidi had at least been mentioned as someone who had borne the blame for Lord Tian for an extended period. However, now, the unfortunate sorcerer Babidi was on the brink of being forgotten. This is strange, Goku mused, increasingly puzzled. He then shook his head, deciding to move on. Let us continue, Vegeta. Despite the oddity. Nothing shall deter me from defeating you, no matter how bizarre the circumstances. Vegeta scoffed. With that, Goku and Vegeta resumed their fierce battle. Tian remained within for several months before finally emerging. Upon his exit, he was greeted by Biddy Lee and Android 18. After all, for them, it had only been a couple of days since Tian had entered. You both are here? Tian exclaimed, filled with excitement, as he embraced Biddy Lee warmly. When he attempted to hug Android 18, she evaded him with a huff. Android 18, there is no need to be shy. Tonight, I'll take both of you to play basketball. I relish making baskets in different hoops. Tian grinned. Biddy Lee, Android 18, wait a moment. What did you call me? Android 18 inquired. I find the name Android 18 to be rather unique. While Lazuli is pleasant, I prefer the name Android 18. Tian replied. Suit yourself. Android 18 rolled her eyes. Let us head home. Tian stepped forward, grasping the hand of the girl labeled as 18, while his other hand held on to Biddy Lee. Subsequently, Tian departed from the temple with the two beautiful young women. Initially, Tian had intended to seek out Beerus for some training. However, Beerus was conspicuously absent from the temple. Tian surmised that Beerus was likely at Bulma's residence. Indulging in food and drink, he decided to postpone his plans for the time being, not feeling rushed. Meanwhile, Krillin and Piccolo awaited the return of Goku and Vegeta at the temple. Krillin, noticing Tian holding the hand of a girl, could barely contain his envy. Is it truly the case that scoundrels are so popular nowadays? Krillin queried, visibly perturbed. No, Krillin, you're mistaken, Leping interjected, shaking his head. What do you mean I'm mistaken? Krillin asked, perplexed. It's not that scoundrels are in demand. Rather, it is that he is exceptionally handsome. Leping replied with a smile. Krillin, are you implying that I am no longer handsome? Said Leping with a chuckle. You see, I do have several girlfriends. Although they are from rather unconventional places, I have come to realize that it's all just for fun. Why don't you find someone for me next time? Klein looked at Leping with eager anticipation. Of course, when the opportunity arises, I shall take you out for a good time, Leping readily agreed. Then leaned in close to Klein's ear and whispered, actually, not having a nose could be a blessing. I've heard some basketball courts have quite peculiar odors. And you wouldn't be able to perceive them, would you? What do you mean? What basketball court? Klein asked, slightly puzzled. Klein, I truly need to enlighten you about the game of basketball, Leping sighed. In Satan City, at Tian's residence. Tian shared a space with Videl and Android 18. While Tian longed to play a game of basketball with Videl and Android 18, the reality was often harsh. Neither of the young women consented to the idea. Your aspirations are truly delightful. You even wish to join us in playing basketball. Do you wish to shoot into this hoop for a while and then into that one? Tian, feeling somewhat discontented, refrained from insisting further and casually erased the garments of the two girls. What is happening? Where have their clothes suddenly vanished? Dealey exclaimed in astonishment. Number 18 also heightened her vigilance, immediately seizing a bedsheet to cover her body, rushing to the window to take a look. She saw nothing. Could it be the work of that demon, Majin Buu? Number 18 furrowed her brow. Why do you not suggest that a mysterious hero is present? Tian inquired. Somewhat taken aback. Have you forgotten even this? The Grand Priest, you are truly ruthless. Who is the enigmatic hero? Videl inquired. Tian remarked, have you really forgotten about the mysterious hero? Subsequently, Tian ventured into the streets to inquire, and indeed, no one seemed to be aware of the existence of the enigmatic hero. Tian pressed his forehead, at a loss for words. The memory of the mysterious hero has vanished. Remarkable. Well then, I shall be keen to see what tricks the Grand Priest can conjure. And what of this system? Would you one day suddenly awaken consciousness to replace me? This is, in fact, the deepest concern of Yi Tian. Another day has passed. Sun Wukong and Vegeta have finally emerged from the Room of Spirit and Time. Everyone is gathered at Bulma's residence. Whis has produced a large flying cube, inviting all to enter. Yi Tian follows suit, accompanying Biddy Li and Android 18. Not only Yi Tian, but even King of the Galaxy and Galactic Patrolman Gak have joined the gathering. As Gak happened to be visiting Bulma and summoned the king upon hearing of the impending competition, in the eyes of these individuals, Yi Tian appears as an ordinary person, concealing his true self. This, in fact, brings Yi Tian a sense of comfort, as it spares him from the unwarranted adulation of many. Imagine, if you will, strolling down the street when suddenly someone approaches and kneels before you in an act of abject servitude. The absurdity of the scene is simply overwhelming. What complicates matters further is that this individual is none other than a disheveled middle-aged man. Can you endure this? Consequently, Yi Tian now feels considerably more at ease. This is precisely the rhythm Yi Tian desires. Chapter 171. Batos, shall we play basketball together? Approximately 2 hours have elapsed. The flying cube, carrying Yi Tian and his companions, has finally landed on an unnamed planet. Upon disembarking, Yi Tian's gaze immediately fell upon Batos and Xiangpa in the distance. Ha ha ha. It seems you did not flee after all, but chose to come, Xiangpa remarked with a cheerful demeanor as he regarded Beerus. Hey Xiangpa, I have realized that you stealthily pilfered the Dragon Balls from our universe while I was asleep. Beerus exclaimed, his expression darkening. Ha ha ha. You just figured it out? Xiangpa chuckled. Don't be so stingy. After all, you have no idea how to use the Super Dragon Balls. Never mind, as a brother, I shall forgive you this time. Beerus scoffed but added, however, you are not permitted to steal the Super Dragon Balls from our universe again. Understood, understood. Now we should discuss matters of work. Xiangpa asserted with an air of confidence. The losing side must work for the other universe for 10 years, correct? Beerus inquired with a subtle smile. Indeed, Xiangpa nodded. You are aware of how tedious our duties as gods of destruction can be. Not a problem. Beerus readily agreed. I must emphasize, should you lose, you will immediately be required to work in our 6th universe, and you shall not sleep while on duty, Xiangpa declared. Humph, Beerus grunted, offering no retort. Isn't that Lord Kaioshin? It has been quite some time, Lord Kaioshin, Son Goku greeted as he approached the Kaioshin. What do you mean, Goku? For us. It has only been 3 days since we last met, the Kaioshin remarked, scratching his head. Ha ha ha, you are right, Son Goku nodded. Swiftly noticing the Kaioshin of the 6th universe and curiously observing him. You must be the Kaioshin of the 6th universe, correct? Indeed, the Kaioshin of the 6th universe. Fua replied with a slight nod. Please take care of me, Son Goku greeted. Fua, do I know you? You are quite the familiar character, aren't you? Yi Tian remarked, observing the peculiar assortment of individuals surrounding them. Indeed, those over there belong to the 6th universe, Yi Tian replied with a nod. Number 18 remained silent as the competition was about to commence, with all participants gathering on the arena. The contestants from the 7th universe included Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Son Gohan. Number 17, and Majin Buu. The 6th universe's representatives were Bardock, Magetta, Cabba, Frost, and Hit. That individual resembles Frieza quite closely, don't you think, Vegeta? Sun Wukong inquired. It truly is Frieza. The resemblance is uncanny, Vegeta responded, slightly astonished. In accordance with Mr. Vegeta's proposal from the 7th universe, a written test is required before the competition commences. I ask everyone to take their seats and begin the examination, suggested Beerus. Sun Wukong and his companions proceeded to their designated spots. Shortly thereafter, Sun Wukong and Vegeta encountered Cabba from the opposing team. Are you also Saiyans? Cabba queried. Indeed. It appears you have a fair understanding of our kind. Vegeta nodded. Do you have Saiyans in your 6th universe as well? I too am a Saiyan. Cabba responded with a smile. What? Is that true? Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise, with Vegeta equally taken aback. Upon closer inspection of Cabba's attire, Vegeta suddenly realized, your fashion resembles that of Saiyans before they joined Frieza's army. Frieza's army? Cabba was taken aback. Have you occupied any planets as strongholds? Vegeta inquired. No. We reside on planet Sadala, Cabba shook his head. What? Does your planet Sadala still exist? Vegeta expressed his astonishment. Has your planet Sadala vanished? Kappa was momentarily stunned. Yes. Our planet Sadala was destroyed in a civil war, Vegeta explained. Later, we conquered other planets and renamed one as Planet Vegeta. But it too was obliterated due to a conspiracy. That is entirely different from our experience, Kappa lamented. Enough, Vegeta, refrain from dwelling on the past. The one responsible for the destruction of Planet Vegeta is I. I issued the orders to Frieza, Beerus candidly admitted. Vegeta felt a wave of despair wash over him. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Beerus. Hey, Vegeta, does this mean that if we seek vengeance for our parents, we should target Lord Beerus? Sun Wukong whispered to Vegeta. Vengeance? As if you could ever defeat him, Vegeta sighed. Ha ha ha, I was merely jesting. For the Saiyans have committed numerous egregious acts in the past. Sun Wukong replied, never mind. Vegeta had little to add. So they agreed that it was Frieza who had obliterated Planet Vegeta. After all, that villain had been slain by his son, thus avenging his grandfather. Sun Wukong scratched his head, feeling that Vegeta was absolutely right. By the way, where is your tail? Sun Wukong inquired of Gabe. We indeed had tails in the past. But we have since evolved beyond them, Gabe responded candidly. Indeed, we too have evolved here, Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Vegeta, is the absence of a tail considered evolution? Are you Saiyans also a warrior race? Vegeta inquired. Well, we do not conquer other planets, rather, we are employed to eliminate villains. That is our primary duty. Gabe replied with a smile. It seems you are all good-hearted individuals, quite unlike us, Goku chuckled. Have you finished your conversation over there? Please take your seats for the written examination. Bados called out to Goku's group. However, as soon as Bados finished speaking, she noticed someone standing beside her. Turning her head, she saw Mr. Tian. Hello, Mr. Tian, Bados greeted with a smile. Indeed, Tian nodded, taking in Bados' appearance. You have become even more beautiful in just a few days. Bados remarked, I have never seen blue frames before. Once this competition concludes, may I invite you to play basketball? Of course, Tian responded graciously. Then it is settled, Tian affirmed with satisfaction. Bados pondered, basketball? This sport seems rather intriguing. But are you certain you wish to play with me? Can you surpass me? Nearby, both Videl and Android 18 were rendered speechless. Do you not have enough with just the two of us? Must you seek out a blue-skinned girl as well? Chapter 172, the first match if the opportunity arises. I would like to visit Shadara. Vegeta strode towards the seating area, assuring, rest easy, we no longer occupy other planets. You are always welcome, Gaby replied. However, I shall not show any leniency during the match, Vegeta added with a smile. Indeed, neither will I, Gaby nodded in agreement. The participants commenced the written examination. For those possessing even a modicum of intelligence, the 10 questions were exceedingly simple. Bardos announced that the time allocated for answering was 10 minutes. With a score of 50 constituting a passing mark, the examination began. Upon seeing the questions, Majin Buu could not help but scratch his head in confusion. The 10 minutes swiftly elapsed, and Majin Buu received a score of 0. Upon announcing this result, Beerus was taken aback. Goku and Vegeta were equally astonished. Buu, how could you not answer a single question? Number 17 silently wiped his brow. It's unbearable. I have never encountered such questions. Buu rolled his eyes in exasperation. Are you joking? So now we are left with only 4 participants, Vegeta lamented, feeling disheartened. It was you, Vegeta, who insisted on having a written test. What a needless endeavor, Goku sighed. Look, if I miss one more question, I too will lose my eligibility. Goku shook his paper, revealing a mere 50 points. Beerus, his forehead throbbing with frustration, shouted, What on earth are you doing? Stop embarrassing yourselves. Decide the order of participation immediately. I shall go first. Goku proposed. I will be second. Number 17 replied with a slight smile. I will take the 3rd position, Vegeta declared. Then I shall go last. Gohan raised his hand. Ha ha ha, Gohan. You might not even get a chance to compete, Goku chuckled. In fact, I would prefer not to participate at all. That would be splendid, Gohan nodded in agreement. Very well, it is settled then, Beerus did not object. Meanwhile, Tian was accompanied by Biddy and number 18, observing the match from the sidelines. Tian was primarily eager to meet the Omni-King following the conclusion of the competition. As for the match itself, he was not particularly concerned. Yet watching the event was a pleasant diversion. He believed that after the match, there was a significant chance the Omni-King would appear on site. I wonder if the Omni-King is aware of my true identity. If that were the case, Perhaps the Omni-King would refer to my system as the Great Ancestor? Please hold on for a moment, esteemed participants. The martial arts tournament between Universe 6 and Universe 7 is about to commence. The referee stepped onto the stage, microphone in hand, and announced loudly, "First, let us sing the Universal Anthem together." As the voice faded, a small singer resembling a penguin stepped onto the stage. Ah. The Cosmos. The mirror universe of the first cosmos is the 12th universe. The mirror universe of the second cosmos is the 11th universe. And the mirror universe of the third cosmos is the 10th universe. In no time, the diminutive penguin singer completed a song. The little penguin bowed gracefully to the audience. Do you call this a cosmic song? Then, let the competition officially commence. The referee announces that the first round features the contestant Beerus from Universe 6 battling against Sun Wukong from Universe 7. Both competitors step onto the arena. The match begins. Beerus launches a fierce attack towards Sun Wukong right from the outset. However, Sun Wukong effortlessly evades all of his punches and kicks. Bang! In a moment of carelessness, Sun Wukong is struck on the nose by Beerus's punch. What is going on? Can you take this seriously? Beerus scowls at Sun Wukong. Oh. I had a bit too much to eat before coming here. Allow me to warm up first. Sun Wukong chuckles. Kappa and Vados silently observe Sun Wukong in the arena. Vados, this fellow can transform. Kappa remarks with a smile. Yes, indeed. I remember he can turn into a dazzling golden form. Vados nods. That transformation is known as Super Saiyan. Tian interjects with a slight smile. Right, I recall now. It is indeed called Super Saiyan, Kappa responds. From a distance, Beerus notices Tian chatting casually with the contestants from Universe 6 and feels a tinge of annoyance. Hey, you there, Tian, which universe do you belong to? Beerus questions with a stern expression. I am from Universe 7, I believe, Tian replies with a smile. Then what is your purpose for being over there in Universe 6? Beerus huffs. I merely came to have a heart-to-heart with Vados. Do not concern yourself with such trivialities. Tian laughs. Beerus thinks to himself, this kid is truly audacious to seek a heartfelt conversation with Vados. Whatever, I'll let it go for now. You may choose to act as you wish. In the arena, the battle between Sun Wukong and Bodhidharma rages on. Sun Wukong has pushed his speed to its utmost limits, while Bodhidharma relentlessly pursues him. However, despite his efforts, Bodhidharma finds himself unable to catch up, becoming increasingly fatigued. With a battle cry, Bodhidharma lunges at Sun Wukong with claws bared. Bang! Sun Wukong counterattacks, effortlessly sending Bodhidharma crashing to the ground with a single punch. Beerus is somewhat taken aback. This fellow, Sun Wukong, seems to possess abilities far beyond what he had displayed previously. Beerus furrows his brow. My, it appears that Mr. Sun Wukong has experienced a significant enhancement in power. Beerus muses, sensing that perhaps Whis has trained him. What did you say? Beerus is momentarily stunned, then shakes his head. Even if Whis had trained him, 3 days is hardly sufficient to yield such strength. He has indeed developed quite rapidly, Beerus praises. This is impossible. In just 3 days. How could one grow to such an extent? Beerus remains skeptical. Perhaps Whis brought him into a realm where time flows differently, Beerus speculates. Hey kid, Beerus asks. Doesn't that sound plausible? Beerus turns to Etienne. Etienne remains silent. Kid, I'm addressing you, can you hear me? Beerus presses on. Were you speaking? Etienne glances at Beerus. What do you think? Beerus replies darkly. I didn't hear you. Would you mind repeating that? Etienne smiles. Beerus, what Lord Beerus means to inquire is whether Whis took Mr. Wukong to a different dimension for training, Beerus articulates. Not only did he take Sun Wukong for training, but he also brought Vegeta along. Etienne speaks candidly. Chapter 173, Beerus, why do I feel a sense of dread? So, to what level have they trained, do you know? Beerus inquires again. Etienne falls silent once more. Kid, what do you mean by that? Beerus retorts angrily. I prefer not to converse with you. Beerus, you may inquire instead. Etienne replies with a smile. Beerus finds herself at a loss for words. Beerus glares, contemplating whether to confront Etienne. Yet, for reasons unknown, as this thought crosses his mind, a strange sensation of fear washes over him. What is going on? Who is this individual? Why do I feel fear? This is truly peculiar. Beerus refrains from speaking further. Lord Beerus, what is happening? Beerus asks. It's nothing at all. Xiangpa shook his head. After observing for a moment, Tian returned to his seat to accompany Videl and number 18. Once Tian departed, Xiangpa lowered his voice and remarked to Bardos, I find this fellow named Tian quite peculiar. Just now, when I contemplated dealing with him, an inexplicable fear suddenly arose within me. Is that so? What could be the reason for such a feeling? Bardos inquired, somewhat puzzled. Who exactly is he? Xiangpa furrowed his brow. In my recollection, he seems rather ordinary. I am at a loss as well, Bardos admitted, shaking his head. Let us focus on the match for now, Xiangpa suggested. Bang. Sun Wukong once again sent Bardamo crashing to the ground. That rascal Beerus actually had Whis take those two into the alternate dimension for training. Xiangpa said with a scowl, had I known, we should have done the same with someone. 3 days in there could equate to at least 2 years of training. Bardos speculated. Just 2 years should not pose any significant issues. Xiangpa reassured himself. Bang, bang, bang. On the stage, Sun Wukong had seized Bardamo's arm, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon his body. Bardamo's physique resembled that of rubber, bearing a resemblance to Luffy from One Piece. Bang. Sun Wukong delivered a kick that sent Bardamo flying. Bardamo's body rebounded several times on the stage before reappearing opposite Sun Wukong. It seems my attacks are ineffective against you. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Then allow me to showcase this technique. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong unleashed a powerful wave of energy towards Bardamo. Bardamo soared to a great height, spinning in the air a few times before returning. Bang, bang, bang. Bardamo quickly retaliated against Sun Wukong. Although Sun Wukong found himself in a bit of a predicament, an idea suddenly struck him. Bang. Sun Wukong pushed Bardamo to the ground with a palm strike, then grasped his legs and moved towards the edge of the stage. With a splendid back throw, he hurled Bardamo out of the ring. Bardamo was eliminated. Xiangpa's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't anticipated such a swift defeat in the first round. The contestant from the 7th universe, Sun Wukong, emerges victorious, the referee announced loudly. The audience from the 7th universe erupted in cheers. Next up was Frost from the 6th universe, a being strikingly similar in appearance to Frieza. Frost stepped forward and extended a friendly hand towards Sun Wukong. I look forward to your guidance, he smiled. Sun Wukong was taken aback but quickly responded with enthusiasm. Hello. I look forward to it as well. Let us engage in an exhilarating battle. Frost wore a charming smile. What an extraordinary difference between this Frieza and the one from our universe, Clint remarked. He appears quite gentlemanly. Bulma nodded in agreement. Do not be deceived by his facade. He may very well be a hypocrite. Tian suddenly interjected, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, just sufficient to reach the arena. Frost shot a fierce glare at Tian. Are you the one who talks too much? The second round of the match commenced with the referee's loud announcement. Without a moment's hesitation, Frost charged towards Son Goku, launching a fierce assault. After several exchanges, Son Goku delivered a powerful kick that sent Frost sprawling to the ground. However, Frost swiftly regained his footing and once again lunged at Son Goku, ensnaring his ankle with his tail. Bang! Frost struck with remarkable speed, hitting Son Goku squarely in the chest. Son Goku was sent flying backward. Frost pursued relentlessly, unleashing a flurry of blows upon him. Bang! Frost delivered a heavy punch, but Son Goku's form flickered and he vanished from sight. Frost's punch collided with the arena floor, sending debris scattering in all directions. Tian felt a surge of impulse and gently waved his hand, effortlessly clearing the stones away. Nevertheless, the spectators remained focused on the match, oblivious to these details. Yet, Whis had caught sight of Tian's actions. He paused momentarily but chose to remain silent. The battle between Son Goku and Frost raged on, escalating from the ground into the air, becoming increasingly intense. After several more exchanges, Son Goku finally managed to bring Frost down once again. He descended slowly to face Frost. Just as I thought, Son Goku smiled. What do you mean? Frost was taken aback. Are you testing me? Son Goku chuckled. I am not, Frost denied. Transform. Change into your ultimate form and fight me, Son Goku proposed. Frost, how did you know I would transform? Are you planning to observe my fighting style before you change? Son Goku smiled. How do you know all this? Frost inquired. There exists a being in our universe who bears a striking resemblance to you. His name is Frieza. And I have battled him before, Son Goku replied, but that individual lacks your formidable strength. I see, Frost understood. It is noteworthy that in the world where Tian exists, Frieza has not been resurrected, as the Dragon Balls on Earth remain in a state of cooldown and have yet to restore. Consequently, the resurrection of Frieza is a moot point, and there is no narrative surrounding his transformation into his golden form. In fact, Frost's base form is already comparable to Frieza's golden form, albeit slightly weaker. It can be stated that if Frost were to encounter Frieza now, he would effortlessly dominate him. You should hasten to transform, Son Goku smiled. Or else you might be eliminated before you can showcase your full strength. Chapter 174. The Hypocrite Frost. Thank you for your advice. Allow me to assume my ultimate form, Frost declared, unleashing a powerful surge of energy. In the next moment, Frost morphed into his third form, characterized by an elongated head reminiscent of a monstrous figure. Son Goku was momentarily taken aback, as he had never encountered this form of Frieza and was thus unfamiliar with Frost's transformation. This guy hasn't even reached his final form. Vegeta scoffed. This is Goku's first time seeing this form. He was still recuperating back then, Krillin remarked. This form brings back many unpleasant memories. Piccolo gritted his teeth, recalling how he was once mercilessly assaulted by Frieza's third form. Is this sufficient? Frost asked with a smile. Well, it's not quite what I expected, Son Goku nodded. By the way, did that version of me in your universe defeat you? Frost inquired. Perhaps it is best you remain unaware, Son Goku replied. It seems he did not win, Frost sighed. However, you did mention that I am somewhat stronger than him. Let us begin. Son Goku readied himself for combat. The two engaged in a fierce clash once more, and after a few rounds of combat, Frost landed a punch that sent Son Goku crashing to the ground. What do you think? Did my transformation meet your expectations? Frost chuckled, suggesting that it would be wise for Son Goku to concede before sustaining any injuries. With a nimble leap, Son Wukong sprang from the ground, invigorated by his previous performance. That was quite impressive. I shall take this more seriously now. He mused with a slight smile as a golden aura enveloped him, transforming him into a Super Saiyan. What? Frost's expression shifted dramatically. Humph, he has indeed transformed. Kappa grimaced, while Beerus remained silent. Are you truly prepared for this? Son Wukong inquired with a grin, then I shall not hold back. With that, he dashed towards Frost. Startled, Frost abandoned any hesitation and swiftly morphed into his final form. Son Wukong halted his advance. At last, you resemble the version I am familiar with, he remarked cheerfully. Frost's demeanor turned gravely serious. Let us now settle this once and for all, Son Wukong beckoned. Ah. Frost unleashed his energy to its utmost limits. Son Wukong too radiated his golden brilliance, and the two engaged in a fierce clash. After several rounds of combat, Son Wukong delivered a powerful kick that sent Frost soaring into the sky. Frost howled in pain as he rapidly descended, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at Son Wukong, who effortlessly deflected them. Hey! Frost swung his arm forward, unleashing a torrent of energy that enveloped Son Wukong. Son Wukong crossed his arms to shield his head, sliding back approximately 10 meters before stabilizing himself. Here, take this. He echoed Frost's earlier motion, sending a wave of energy crashing upon Frost. Caught off guard, Frost stumbled backward, teetering perilously close to the edge of the arena. You are truly formidable, he acknowledged, his expression darkening as he took a deep breath and managed a faint smile. However, I shall not be defeated. With a swift motion, Frost charged at Son Wukong, only to be met with a palm strike that sent him sprawling to the ground. Undeterred, Frost rose and struck at Son Wukong with a fierce punch. In that moment, a hidden needle on Frost's wrist pricked Son Wukong's arm, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. His mind blank. Seizing the opportunity, Frost delivered a powerful kick that propelled Son Wukong out of the arena. Son Wukong has been eliminated, the referee announced triumphantly. The victor is Frost. Vegeta and Gohan were momentarily stunned, while Piccolo expressed his shock. Number 17 remained silent. Has Goku truly lost? As Klin wiped away the sweat, the medical team promptly appeared beside Son Wukong to administer aid. However, Son Wukong soon regained consciousness, scratching his head as he rose from the ground. Huh? Did I lose? He inquired, glancing at Frost. You truly are remarkable. I couldn't even discern the technique you employed. Thank you for the compliment, Frost replied with a smile. Oh dear. Wukong has lost, Whis remarked with a sigh. What on earth was that blunder? If he had transformed into a Super Saiyan God sooner, this predicament could have been avoided. Beerus grumbled in frustration. Dad, what just happened? Gohan asked, bewildered. I clearly saw you dominating him, Piccolo added. I don't know what went wrong. One punch and I lost consciousness, Son Wukong admitted, scratching his head again. You simply underestimated your opponent, which is why you fell for that trap, you fool, Vegeta scoffed. It's truly hard to believe. How I wish we had someone of that caliber in our galactic patrol, the Galactic King mused. Isn't having Beerus enough? Yaishin commented from the sidelines. You actually know Beerus? The Galactic King looked at Yaishin in surprise. I've heard of him, Yaishin replied with a slight smile. Beerus is indeed extraordinary. He is an exceptional member of our team. The Galactic King nodded in agreement. One could even say he is the foremost figure of our galactic patrol. Of course, his status is quite unique, Yaishin affirmed. What is his status? The Galactic King asked. Momentarily taken aback. It's not important, Yaishin replied, shaking his head. The Galactic King was about to inquire further when he noticed Gak pondering with his chin resting on his hand. Gak, what's on your mind? The Galactic King inquired. You usually have something to say when I mention Beerus. It's nothing. I just feel there was something amiss earlier, Gak responded. What kind of problem? The Galactic King pressed. Let's discuss it later, Gak replied, shaking his head. Now, let us continue with the next match. The referee announced in this bout. Frost from Universe 6 will face off against number 17 from Universe 7. Go for it, number 17. Sun Wukong cheered. I've heard you were quite formidable in the past. I'm here for the prize money, number 17 replied with a smile, confidently stepping onto the stage. The match begins, the referee declared. Chapter 175, number 17 versus Frost. Without a moment's hesitation, number 17 immediately engaged Frost in a fierce clash. In no time, number 17 quickly gained the upper hand. Wow, number 17 is so strong now. Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. This guy has become significantly more powerful than he was during the Cell Games. Piccolo was equally astonished. Vegeta fell silent, his surprise deepening as he realized that Android 17's strength was nearly surpassing Kakarot's Super Saiyan 3 form. How could this be possible? Vegeta found it hard to believe this reality. If I hadn't accompanied Whis to that peculiar little house for training, would I truly have been unable to defeat this android? Once again, Vegeta felt a pang in his heart. An insufferable android could eclipse me? Piccolo was filled with profound reflections. In the past, my strength was on par with that of 17. It was merely due to 17's advantage of inexhaustible energy that he triumphed over me. After so many years apart, has 17 grown to this extent? Hey, 17. Do you train regularly? Goku inquired. Bang. Beerus swiftly knocked Goku to the ground with a slap. Goku scratched his head as he climbed back up. Lord Beerus. Why did you hit me? He asked, somewhat bemused. Fool, do not disturb him during the match. Beerus huffed. It's fine. I was too distracted. 17 said calmly as he battled Frost, smiling at Goku. Of course, I've trained, but it was out of necessity. What do you mean? Goku asked, puzzled. Years ago, when Cell unleashed the 7 mini-cells, Gohan did not eliminate them. 17 smiled as he explained. What? They're still alive? Gohan was taken aback. Indeed. They can regenerate and have restored their bodies, 17 clarified. Later, these 7 mini-cells began to harass me in my wildlife sanctuary. I had to continuously strengthen myself to defeat them. Now it made sense. No wonder you've become so formidable, Goku remarked. If you had dealt with Buu, perhaps the battle would have been resolved by now. Really? 17 smiled slightly. Don't be naive. He would have only been absorbed by Majin Buu, Vegeta scoffed. Vegeta was correct, and 17 chose not to refute him. Bang. In an instant, 17 delivered a punch that sent Frost crashing to the ground. Frost grit his teeth and rose again, his expression shifting dramatically. How could there be such a powerful being in Universe 7? Kampa felt utterly dismayed. I will eliminate you. On the 17th, he swiftly soared towards Frost, delivering a powerful punch. Frost hurriedly raised his fist to meet him. Simultaneously, the poison needle concealed on Frost's wrist pierced into the skin of the 17th. Although the 17th is an artificial being, he was, in fact, created through the injection of certain genetically modified substances akin to Captain America. It does not imply that his body was transformed into a machine. Therefore, Frost's poison needle still had an effect on the 17th. In that instant, the 17th experienced a void in his mind and promptly lost consciousness. With a resounding thud, Frost seized the opportunity to kick the 17th out of the arena. The 17th fell to the ground, already unconscious. Frost displayed a triumphant smile. Sun Wukong was taken aback, as were the other contestants from Universe 7, who were equally stunned. Outside the arena, the announcer declared Frost the victor in a booming voice. Hey, look, Kakarot. Just like you did earlier, Vegeta remarked to Sun Wukong. Waha! The ecstatic Kappa exclaimed. Sun Wukong approached and promptly patted the 17th's face. The 17th opened his eyes. Are you alright, 17? Sun Wukong inquired. It's strange. I feel fine, but what exactly happened? The 17th furrowed his brow. Be careful, Vegeta. That guy is more formidable than we anticipated, Sun Wukong cautioned, adding that it was now Vegeta's turn to enter the fray. The pressing concern was the uncertainty of the techniques employed by their opponent. leaving Vegeta feeling somewhat apprehensive. This is perilous. We've encountered a serious problem, Beerus exclaimed, his head spinning with confusion. Yaishin, how did we lose this match? Biddy asked in bewilderment. Logically, the 17th shouldn't have been defeated by that individual, the 18th remarked. Her brows knitted together. That guy cheated, Yaishin responded. What? Cheated? Biddy was taken aback. How did he cheat? I didn't notice anything, the 18th urgently inquired. He concealed a poison needle in his wrist, which can paralyze human nerves. That is how my little brother fell victim, Yaishin explained. Little brother? The 18th echoed, puzzled. Isn't that title a bit too endearing? Suggested Biddy Lee. Let us report it immediately. There's no need to rush. Someone will report it shortly. Tian replied with a smile. Just as Tian finished speaking, a voice rang out. I object. It was Jack, who raised his hand. All eyes in the room turned toward him, curious. What? The referee was momentarily taken aback. Cheating. Frost contestant has utilized a weapon. He is cheating. Jack exclaimed loudly. Huh? A weapon? The referee turned to glance at Frost. You cannot evade my gaze. My eyes are adorned with countless compound lenses. I can detect even the subtlest movements. Jack declared, scrutinizing Frost's right hand, which concealed an object resembling a needle. I suspect that object is poisonous. Frost thought to himself, how did he notice? Even the god of destruction had failed to perceive this. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiang Pa interjected, slightly irritated, for Frost was a warrior of great pride. Then check him. Jack asserted emphatically. Very well, but if your claims are unfounded, I shall destroy you. Xiang Pa huffed. What? Jack's expression shifted as he hastily took a seat, muttering, forget I said anything. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. You cannot play this game. I refuse to engage with you. No, it is imperative that I receive a thorough examination. Beerus exclaimed loudly. At once, a referee swiftly approached to inspect Frost's arm, discovering a peculiar sign at his wrist. With a sudden snap, a poisonous needle emerged from Frost's wrist. The referee gently touched the tip of the needle, only to be overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness. Chapter 176. The metal centaur Magetta with a thud, the referee collapsed to the ground. In the next instant, he sprang back up and gave a slight nod to Kampa. This is not a weapon. It is merely a part of my body, Frost feebly defended himself. That is incorrect. It is evident that it has been tampered with, the referee countered. Very well, you caught me. They should be grateful I did not end their lives. Frost scoffed. Frost has violated the rules and is disqualified from the match. The winner is contestant number 17, the referee announced promptly. Cheers erupted from the audience of Universe 7. Gak. Well done. Bulma praised. Gak struck a pose, beaming with pride. What a keen eye that fellow has, Krillin chuckled. Thank you, Flyman. Number 18 expressed her gratitude with a nod towards Gak. I am not Flyman. Do not assign ridiculous nicknames. Gak lamented, feeling utterly defeated. Etienne, how did you know? Biddy Lee inquired. I saw it too, Etienne replied with a smile. What? So that fellow is cheating. Sun Wukong expressed disdain for Frost's actions. Frost strode down from the stage, humiliated. You have embarrassed me before Universe 7. Kampa seethed, his forehead veins bulging in anger as he glared at Frost. I merely wish to expedite this match that bore no prize, nothing more, Frost retorted. I will destroy you. You have brought me great shame, Kampa declared, preparing to strike. Wait, Vegeta interjected. There is no need to disqualify him. I shall handle him next. Is contestant Vegeta set to face him in the next match? The referee inquired. Indeed. A match against him will serve as a fine warm-up, Vegeta replied with a subtle smile. However, the disqualification of contestant number 17 has been revoked. Thus the next match should feature contestant number 17, the referee suggested. Number 17, forfeit. You will still receive your prize, Vegeta proposed. That sounds splendid. I agree. Number 17 nodded. Frost stood silently by, dumbfounded. You see, why do the contestants from Universe 7 receive rewards? Frost inquired indignantly, glaring at Kampa. Are you questioning my authority? Kampa's expression darkened ominously. This reward is personally sponsored, number 17 interjected. Frost was left utterly speechless, the awkwardness of the situation palpable. Allow me to deal with him personally. I will handle this matter myself. You all have no objections, do you? The unwavering battle spirit was evident on Vegeta's face. Do as you wish, Kampa acquiesced without protest. Then, the next match will pit contestant Frost against contestant Vegeta, the referee announced loudly. Wait, Beerus interjected. Immediately appearing before the referee and beckoning Goku. Goku, come here. Goku pointed at himself, hastily approaching. Beerus seized Goku's arm, gesturing toward the red mark on it. You should examine this wound. He too is ambushed. That match should be considered a foul. Indeed, that appears to be the case. What should we do? Allow him to compete? The referee hesitated. Oh, I can still participate. That's fantastic. Goku rejoiced, taken aback by his sudden fortune. Hold on. Let's save that guy for last. The next contestant should be me. Vegeta shouted assertively. Should we place contestant Goku behind contestant Gohan? The referee inquired of Beerus. No need. I will compete before Gohan. Goku suggested. Very well, Beerus conceded, feeling somewhat relieved. The referee promptly agreed. Thank you for your patience. The match resumes with contestant Frost facing off against contestant Vegeta. The referee declared. Humph, you fool. I hope you won't regret this, Frost sneered. The one who should regret this is you, Vegeta retorted. Golden light radiating from his form as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. In an instant, Vegeta launched himself towards Frost at an incredible speed. Frost's expression shifted rapidly as he hurriedly raised his arms to defend. Yet, the sheer force of Vegeta's attack shattered Frost's defenses. Frost winced in pain, with a resounding impact. Vegeta seized Frost's shoulder and delivered a fierce knee strike to his abdomen. Frost was engulfed in waves of excruciating agony. With a powerful swipe of his arm, Vegeta unleashed a torrent of energy upon Frost, sending him careening off the stage and eliminating him from the competition. The inhabitants of Universe 6 stood in stunned silence. Quickly. Tend to him. I have no interest in eliminating such trash, Vegeta declared disdainfully. Vegeta let out a snort. Frost was quickly carried away on a stretcher. Next to enter the arena was the contestant from Universe 6, Vegeta. Vegeta was a metallic being. Upon stepping onto the stage, he proceeded to pour a cup of magma into his mouth and drank it down. How impressive, Bulma remarked. Can you refrain from saying such things? Yaishin replied. Android 18. Why don't you share your thoughts? Yaishin turned to look at Android 18. What should I say? She responded, slightly taken aback. What Bulma just mentioned, Yaishin clarified. I won't say anything, Android 18 huffed. You're quite uncooperative, Yaishin sighed. Yaishin, is that a robot? Bulma inquired. It's called a metallic being. We likely have similar entities in our universe, Yaishin answered. Metallic being? How peculiar. It feels almost like a robot, Bulma pondered. You belong to carbon-based life forms while metallic beings are categorized as metallic life forms, Yaishin explained. In this universe, all varieties of life exist. So there's nothing strange about it. Just like that blue-skinned individual over there, she is composed of pure energy, her skin is smooth and flawless. The basketball court in their home possesses an unparalleled allure. Bulma and Android 18 simultaneously gazed towards the being named Bados. They both recognized that this blue-skinned woman was truly exquisite. Her physique and beauty were perfect. If one were to echo Yaishin's words, her body was of impeccable proportions. How can such a woman exist? Yaishin marveled. A fairy? Android 18 asked. Indeed, a true deity, Yaishin nodded. Android 18 hesitated no longer. After a brief silence, she inquired. You've always wanted to play basketball with a deity, haven't you? You truly understand me, Yaishin affirmed with a vigorous nod. The battle on the stage officially commenced. Vegeta struck the metallic being with a punch. However, he immediately felt excruciating pain in his fist after the blow. The metallic being shook its arm and swiftly knocked Vegeta to the ground. Vegeta cried out in agony. The metallic being then advanced, attempting to stomp on Vegeta. In a hurry, Vegeta rolled swiftly on the ground and ascended into the sky, where golden light radiated from his hands. With a swift motion, Vegeta unleashed an energy blast towards the metallic being. The metallic being braced itself, enduring the onslaught of energy. As the smoke cleared, it revealed its unscathed form. What? Does this fellow not sustain any injuries? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Vegeta, toss him out of the ring, just as I did with that rubber figure, Goku suggested to Vegeta. Indeed, you are correct, Vegeta nodded in agreement, finding Kakarot's suggestion viable. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, appearing beside the metallic adversary, seizing its lower leg with all his might. However, the metallic being remained utterly unmoved. With a resounding crash, the metallic creature delivered a powerful punch directly to Vegeta's head, leaving him feeling disoriented. You fool! The weight of that metal exceeds 1,000 tons. Beerus chastised Goku. Is that so? I was unaware of such a detail, Goku admitted, scratching his head in resignation. Vegeta swiftly ascended to the heights, panting heavily. That rascal Kakarot only concocts these ridiculous schemes. He seethed, his teeth grinding, realizing that punches and kicks were futile. He decided to unleash his energy in an assault against the metallic foe. Vegeta released a barrage of energy blasts directed at the metallic being below. The metallic creature immediately crossed its arms to shield its head. The energy blasts collided with the arena, sending chunks of stone flying and exposing the earthy ground beneath. The color drained from the metallic being's face as it hastily attempted to flee. Ha ha ha, you had better escape quickly. I intend to obliterate the entire arena. Vegeta laughed heartily. Seeing no alternative, the metallic creature spewed forth a stream of lava to counter Vegeta's energy blasts. The lava clashed with the energy, neutralizing its assault. Hey, referee. Isn't that a foul? Vegeta questioned, momentarily taken aback. No, it isn't. That is merely the saliva of the Magetta contestant, not a weapon, the referee clarified. Vegeta's face contorted with rage. You scoundrel, resorting to filthy saliva to attack me. He bellowed, unleashing a torrent of insults, you heap of scrap metal. Upon hearing Vegeta's derision, the metallic being instantly lost its color. With a thud, the metallic creature collapsed to the ground, disqualified from the match. Vegeta stood by, bewildered. What just transpired? How could I have won so effortlessly? He inquired of Videl. Videl, you've splattered your saliva on me, Tian remarked. Videl's cheeks flushed crimson. The metallic being is quite sensitive and possesses a fragile psyche. Being insulted causes it to lose its fighting spirit, Tian explained. Videl fell silent, not wishing to speak further. What you just said has left me quite embarrassed. Vegeta let out a sigh of relief. After all, he emerged victorious. Thus, this match came to an end. Just as Beerus was about to use his staff to restore the damaged arena, Yaishin swiftly flew to his side. Let me give it a try, Yaishin proposed. Try what? Beerus asked, taken aback. I wish to see if I can conjure a new arena, Yaishin smiled. Having attained the diamond level of Erasure Technique, Yaishin possessed the ability to create. He intended to fabricate a new arena. With a swift motion, he waved his hand towards the arena, and in an instant, it vanished into thin air. Subsequently, harnessing his formidable creative power, Yaishin immediately conjured a brand new arena. Beerus, beside him, was left in stunned silence. Not only Beerus, but even Kappa and Whis widened their eyes in disbelief, rubbing them vigorously. Whis, who was that individual? What just transpired with the arena? Beerus inquired. It appears to be a form of creative ability, Whis analyzed. Creation? Is this fellow a Supreme Kai? Can he truly create an arena? Beerus murmured in puzzlement. I cannot say for certain, but I can assure you he is not a Supreme Kai, Whis replied. Beerus regarded Yaishin with a serious expression, not attributing his abilities to erasure. The rapid connection between Yaishin's erasure technique and creation had taken place so swiftly that most onlookers were unaware of the existence of the erasure technique. Yaishin, I had no idea you possessed such abilities, son Gohan exclaimed, filled with admiration. It's not too bad, Yaishin smiled modestly. Truly remarkable, son Gohan nodded in agreement. Beerus observed Yaishin thoughtfully, while Yaishin winked at him with a mischievous grin. Let the match continue, Beerus declared. The next competitor from Universe 6, Kaba, stepped forward as the referee announced the commencement of the match. Kaba swiftly charged towards Vegeta, his form shifting effortlessly through the air. In no time, he appeared behind Vegeta, delivering a swift kick to his calf, nearly causing Vegeta to lose his balance. Kaba then soared into the sky, leaping down with a powerful kick aimed at Vegeta. Vegeta found himself sitting abruptly on the ground. Kaba gathered energy in his hands, unleashing a fiery blast directed at Vegeta. With a slight smile, Vegeta executed a graceful backflip, propelling himself rapidly into the sky. Bang! Vegeta delivered a powerful kick to Gabe's face, forcefully sending him crashing to the ground. Gabe created a dent in the earth upon impact but swiftly emerged from the air, cradling his injured arm, his expression betraying a sense of resentment. Chapter 178, The Battle of Hit. Indeed, it seems you embody the traits of a warrior race. You are truly a Saiyan, Vegeta remarked with a smile. Your base form surprisingly rivals my own. Base form? Gabe's demeanor darkened. Transform into a Super Saiyan. Didn't we agree to fight with all our might? Vegeta chuckled. Is the Super Saiyan form the dazzling golden appearance you previously assumed? Gabe inquired. Of course, Vegeta nodded. Do you not refer to it as such? No. That transformation is beyond my capabilities. This is my first encounter with a Saiyan's metamorphosis, Gabe replied with a wry smile and a shake of his head. What? Vegeta furrowed his brow. Could you teach me? Gabe pleaded. What did you say? You fool. Why would I teach you? Vegeta roared in fury, his golden aura flaring as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Boom. Vegeta delivered a devastating punch to Gabe's abdomen. Gabe was caught off guard. spewing blood and collapsing to the ground, clutching his chest. You are exceedingly naive, Vegeta scoffed, stepping on Gabe's body and rolling him about. Did you not promise to fight with all your strength? With your current abilities, do you still have the audacity to participate in this contest? Then, Vegeta stomped on Gabe's face, distorting it under his foot. Did you truly not anticipate facing such a formidable opponent? Vegeta chuckled. Isn't that right? I surrender. I admit defeat. Gabe quickly raised a white flag. Vegeta's anger intensified as he hoisted Gabe off the ground. You, a proud scion, are resorting to such measures? Vegeta bellowed. I can't take it anymore. I believe there is still a chance for rescue, Gabe implored. Vegeta, irate, flung Gabe high into the air. You, a scion devoid of confidence, have no reason to exist. He coldly retorted. Once I vanquish you, I shall proceed to obliterate your planet, Sadala. Gabe's expression shifted dramatically. Vegeta unleashed an energy blast. What did you say? Planet Sadala? Gabe shouted, his voice rising. What does this have to do with Sadala's new star? Boom. As Gabe spoke, golden lights surged around him. And in an instant, he successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. I absolutely will not allow this to happen. Gabe fell from the sky, engaging in a fierce confrontation with Vegeta. Indeed, this was the way. Vegeta felt quite pleased with Gabe's performance. The initial transformation into a Super Saiyan was sparked by rage. Remember this feeling now, and you shall be able to transform at will in the future. Wait, are you trying to bring me back to my senses? Gabe's golden aura suddenly dissipated. Try transforming again, Vegeta suggested with a smile. All right, Gabe nodded, attempting to recapture the state he had just experienced. With a resounding crack, Gabe transformed once more into a Super Saiyan. May I interject? Tian appeared near the arena, addressing Vegeta and Gabe. Both turned to face him. Gabe, do you not ever experience extreme anger? Tian inquired. Not really. Gabe scratched his head in response. If I had, I would have transformed into a Super Saiyan long ago. You have quite a good temperament, Tian remarked. Indeed, Gabe chuckled in agreement. If you have never been overwhelmingly angry, what of your kin? Have none of them transformed into Super Saiyans? Tian probed further. That I cannot say for certain. Perhaps some have, but I am unaware. Gabe shook his head. No matter, you may continue. Tian returned to the side of Videl and Android 18. Thus, among your kin, there should exist some who can transform into Super Saiyans, Vegeta observed with a faint smile. Perhaps, Gabe nodded, but among the Saiyans of our universe, there are few who experience extreme anger. After all, not much occurs that warrants such fury. Regardless, your perceptiveness is commendable, Vegeta smiled, suddenly radiating a blue aura. What? Blue hair? Gabe's eyes widened in disbelief. No way, is there such a transformation? Is this the result of his training in the other dimensional space with Whis? Xiangpa also appeared taken aback. That is the latest transformation of Super Saiyan Blue, Vegeta said with a smile. If you train diligently, you too can achieve it. In the distance, Hit, who had been resting with his head bowed, seemed to sense the immense energy emanating from Vegeta and glanced up in his direction. With a swift motion, Vegeta unleashed a spectacular elbow strike, knocking Gabe unconscious. That guy is really training him, Piccolo remarked to Goku, who stood nearby. Indeed. It is quite rare for Uncle Vegeta to act this way, Gohan nodded. Very well, but I wonder why Vegeta is doing this? Sun Wukong felt a tinge of perplexity. Vegeta was once the prince of the Saiyans, wasn't he? I suppose it's only natural for him to feel nostalgic, as we are all Saiyans, he mused. Piccolo smiled and interjected, I too am a Saiyan, yet he has never shown me much kindness. Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion. You don't genuinely believe that fellow harbors any affection for you, do you? Piccolo chuckled. At the very least, he does not detest me, Sun Wukong replied. You have a knack for provoking his ire, Piccolo remarked with a subtle grin. Have I? Sun Wukong questioned, somewhat baffled. With a sigh, Piccolo chose to remain silent, no longer wishing to continue the conversation. Do you see it or not? The referee announced loudly as the final contestant from Universe 6, Hit, stepped onto the stage. Although our universe is left with only Hit, I believe there shouldn't be any issues, Bardos pondered. Indeed, it would have been better to let Hit enter first. It would have spared us much trouble, Compa nodded. Even though those two had trained for 3 years, they might not stand a chance against Hit. After all, he is the top assassin of our universe. Absolutely, Bardos agreed. Hit strode confidently towards the arena, soon standing face to face with Vegeta. Chapter 179, Vegeta, by what right can you keep your hands in your pockets? Finally, it's that guy, Goku remarked, his expression growing serious. As the match commenced, A surge of blue energy erupted from Vegeta, pushing his power to its utmost limits. It was evident to Vegeta that this individual, Hit, was far from ordinary. He must be the trump card of Universe 6. Hit's demeanor, however, remained remarkably calm. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta launched himself toward Hit. With both hands still in his pockets, Hit suddenly kicked, landing a blow to Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta was caught off guard, his body propelled backward, nearly crashing to the ground. Stunned, Vegeta exclaimed, "I didn't even see how he attacked me." He took a breath and charged forward again. With a swift kick, Hit, still with his hands in his pockets, sent Vegeta flying backward once more. Vegeta's face contorted in pain as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb. "Did you see that, Gohan, Piccolo?" Goku inquired. Both Gohan and Piccolo shook their heads in unison. "This is bad. You two can't see it either." Goku's expression grew increasingly grave as he quickly moved closer to Gak. Gak was taken aback. "Can you see how he attacks?" Goku asked. "I can't see it clearly either," Gak replied, shaking his head. "What are you talking about? Aren't you supposed to have the eyes of a fly?" Goku exclaimed in surprise. "I am not a fly. You could say I have the eyes of a bee." Gak rolled his eyes. "Don't compare me to those pesky insects. This is quite troublesome. You can't see it either?" Goku lamented. "Actually, it's not that I can't see it." His movements vanished completely mid-action, Gak analyzed. Bang, bang, bang. In the arena, Hit continued his relentless assault on Vegeta, still with his hands in his pockets. Goku scrutinized the scene, his face growing somber as he slowly uttered, "Is he using instant transmission? I find myself unable to utilize teleportation to such an extent." Accompanied by a flurry of rapid assaults from Hit, Vegeta staggered precariously, nearly collapsing to the ground. The azure radiance enveloping Vegeta had dissipated. How infuriating. "The individual with his hands in his pockets should be none other than me, Vegeta," he exclaimed loudly. "In another novel, I defeated everyone with my hands in my pockets." "Such a childish fellow, you actually took the story from the novel seriously?" Hit scoffed, delivering another kick that rendered Vegeta unconscious. In the stands, someone remarked, "Oh, Vegeta has read Dragon Ball." That year, Vegeta was indeed engrossed in that novel with his hands in his pockets. The old Kaishin paused, somewhat taken aback. "Indeed. It was I who recommended it to Vegeta. After all, the protagonist is modeled after him." The Kaishin nodded. "By the way, did you not inform him that the book has been retitled?" The old Kaishin inquired. "It isn't exactly a new title. It merely acquired an additional alias, called Dragon Ball, beginning with Bardock's marriage." "What? I still think the old title sounds better," the Kaishin mused. "Alas, it seems readers prefer the new name." The old Kaishin analyzed. "Ha ha ha, perhaps so," the Kaishin nodded. "But speaking of which, is there any reward for winning this match against Universe 6? The old Kaishin asked. "It is said that the losing side must provide the winning side with 10 years of labor, strictly pertaining to the duties of a destroyer, without involving U.S. Kaishins." The Kaishin replied. "Only 10 years? I have no desire to witness such a match," the old Kaishin said, shaking his head in disappointment. "In that novel, Dragon Ball, beginning with Bardock's marriage, the stakes begin at a minimum of 1,000 years. The destroyer from Universe 11 lost to Vegeta's universe for over 8,000 years, meaning he must serve Vegeta's universe for that duration." Beerus glanced over at the old Kaishin. "Hey, old man, what are you rambling about?" Beerus approached inquiringly. "Oh, it's a novel." The old Kaishin handed Beerus the book titled Dragon Ball, beginning with Bardock's marriage. Beerus immediately flipped through its pages. "TCH, this weakling can actually be the protagonist?" Vegeta snorted, promptly obliterating the book. The old Kaishin remarked, "However, the prospect of 8,000 years of labor is indeed quite tempting. Perhaps we should wager something substantial next time." Beerus pondered. Suddenly, Son Goku approached Tian. "Tian, do you know how it attacks?" Son Goku inquired. "Why ask me?" Tian smiled. "Haha. I've sensed you possess some unique insights. You must know." Son Goku chuckled heartily. "It employs a technique known as time skip," Tian clarified. Tian explained that it essentially meant to momentarily halt time, approximately for about 0.1 seconds. "So, we are to briefly suspend time for 0.1 seconds, correct?" Sun Wukong pondered silently. "Let us proceed to the next match," the referee announced, declaring the contest between Sun Wukong and Hit. Sun Wukong swiftly descended beside Vegeta. "Vegeta, do you have any good advice?" he inquired. "None, just do your best," Vegeta replied, somewhat disgruntled. In another book, I could defeat the Kaishin with my fists and obliterate the gods of destruction with my kicks. Yet in this reality, I find myself in such a lamentable state. It is truly vexing. I too wish to become as formidable as the Vegeta in that book. I wonder if imitating that Vegeta's fervent consumption of super divine water would be effective. I shall try it upon my return. On the arena, Sun Wukong had already begun his stretching exercises, soon preparing himself for battle. He remained nonchalantly with his hands in his pockets. Shall we begin? I look forward to your guidance, Sun Wukong greeted with a smile. The match commences. The referee declared. Sun Wukong immediately readied himself for combat. Do not forget to transform. It observed as Sun Wukong remained in his base form. Oh, very well, but that transformation consumes too much energy. I cannot engage in a prolonged battle with you. Sun Wukong chuckled. What makes you think this will be a drawn-out fight? It smirked. Because I have yet to find a way to defeat you. So I wish to buy some time, Sun Wukong candidly replied. You reveal your true intentions so easily. You are still quite young, Hit remarked. Feeling a newfound respect for Sun Wukong. Although I may appear youthful, I am actually quite seasoned, having surpassed 40 years of age this year, Sun Wukong chuckled heartily. Chapter 180, Breaking the Time Skip. I have lived for over 1,000 years, Hit responded. Really? 1,000 years? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. That is indeed significantly older than I. With that, Sun Wukong's demeanor turned notably serious as he bowed deeply to Hit. Once again, I look forward to your guidance, Sun Wukong stated. Then, it is my turn to strike, Hit declared, and without delay, Sun Wukong launched himself into action. Bang! Unfazed. Hit withdrew his right hand from his pocket and landed a punch squarely on Sun Wukong's nose. Sun Wukong quickly staggered backward, nearly toppling off the arena. Ouch! That hurt. I truly cannot see. Sun Wukong rubbed his sore nose, adding, your attacks are quite painful. Futile. I advise you to concede swiftly, Hit chuckled. I shall never yield. Sun Wukong countered, for I have devised a strategy to deal with you. Is that so? Hit chuckled lightly. An ostentatious individual, you are utterly incapable of deciphering my techniques. Then let us put that to the test, declared Sun Wukong, charging forward once more. Bang! Hit's fist struck Sun Wukong squarely in the face. In midair, Sun Wukong transformed his form and surged back into the fray. With a swift motion, Hit vanished from sight. Sun Wukong let out a mighty roar and delivered a powerful punch to the right. Hit, taken aback, inadvertently received a glancing blow from Sun Wukong's fist to his face. Haha, gotcha. Sun Wukong laughed. Hit, visibly astonished, rubbed his cheek and smiled lightly. Merely a stroke of luck. You might be right. Let us try again. Sun Wukong nodded without objection, charging forward once more. Bang! With a mighty lift of his hand, Sun Wukong landed a punch on Hit's chin, causing him to feel quite disoriented. See, I've struck you again, haven't I? Sun Wukong shook his fist triumphantly. How did you manage that? Hit asked, filled with astonishment. You can leap through 1/10 of a second, can't you? Sun Wukong inquired. Thus, I predict your position and attack method based on your actions prior to your disappearance. Hit grasped the explanation but questioned, but why reveal that? By disclosing it, I might feign a different move. Sun Wukong smiled subtly. Your hand. You tucked it in your pocket, concealed by your coat, deliberately obscuring your movements, correct? It fell silent. I had anticipated that Gohan's father would possess such prowess, capable of unraveling this, remarked Videl. If our world had a novel akin to this, Gohan's father would undoubtedly be the protagonist, Tian smiled. Why do I sense that the true protagonist of this realm is you? Videl turned her gaze towards Tian. Well, you may have a point. Perhaps it is the three of us. You, me, and Android 18, Tian nodded. Humph, if that is the case. Such a narrative must be deemed a violation, Android 18 interjected. You truly understand me, Tian affirmed vigorously. Videl remarked, just when the rhythm was going well. You led us astray. With a clap, Sun Wukong on the arena transformed into a Super Saiyan. Now, I shall showcase my true abilities, Sun Wukong declared with a smile. Aren't you supposed to have blue hair? Or can you not transform? It queried. I can transform, but it is not yet necessary, Sun Wukong replied. It appears I have underestimated you, Hit conceded. With a gentle smile, Hit withdrew his hands from his pockets, readying himself for combat. In the next moment, without exchanging any superfluous words, the two swiftly engaged in a fierce struggle. Well done, Hit mused, but even if you can predict my movements, you can only follow in my wake. Therefore, I shall anticipate your subsequent actions. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. The pace of their battle escalated, their bodies morphing dynamically in midair. However, while Hit's use of time skip demanded little of his stamina, Sun Wukong's energy began to noticeably wane. After a brief exchange, they gradually descended from the sky. Your speed and stamina have diminished, haven't they? Where has your earlier momentum gone? Hit inquired with a smile. Damn it. It seems that defeating you is not as simple as I thought, Sun Wukong replied. At this rate, I will exhaust my energy and succumb to you. With no other options, he let out a series of fierce shouts, and flames ignited around him. Ah, so you finally decided to unleash your blue-haired form? Hit chuckled. Yet, after his laughter subsided, he sensed something was amiss. The flames enveloping Sun Wukong transformed him into a Super Saiyan God. Red hair? Hit was taken aback. Why does that guy seem more perplexing than Piccolo? Vegeta thought, growing increasingly irritated. Is Kakarot really trying to retain the energy of Super Saiyan Blue? He scoffed. You certainly have a plethora of transformations, but it matters not what color you assume. You shall never surpass me. Hit chuckled heartily. Is that so? Then let us put that to the test. Sun Wukong declared, charging swiftly towards Hit. Hit immediately employed his time skip, striking towards Sun Wukong with a palm. Yet, Sun Wukong reacted with remarkable speed, delivering a counter-slap to Hit's face. Hit's expression shifted dramatically. The duration of the time skip had diminished. Boom, boom, boom. Sun Wukong launched a counterattack, knocking Hit to the ground. Hit's eyes widened in shock. What nonsense is this? The stoppage of time has become even shorter. Yet Tian. What is going on? Videl inquired curiously. It's because the energy disparity between Hit and Sun Wukong has decreased, yet Tian explained. His time skip is only truly effective against opponents with significantly lower energy levels. So you're suggesting that his time skip is somewhat ineffective? Videl quickly grasped the implication. Humph. Can't one simply defeat those weaker than oneself through sheer strength? Android 18 interjected, shaking her head. Precisely, yet Tian nodded. Hit, at that moment, felt utterly defeated. Yet Tian. Your statement isn't entirely accurate, is it? Clint scratched his head and inquired, just now, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, which is indeed more powerful than Super Saiyan God. Isn't it? You shall ponder this matter yourself, Yi Tian replied with a faint smile, offering little further explanation. Chapter 181. Whis. He articulated precisely what I wished to convey. Whis, is it true what that fellow Yi Tian said? Beerus turned to Whis with a questioning gaze. Indeed, he has expressed exactly what I intended to say. Whis affirmed with a nod. What you mean to imply is. Beerus was taken aback. Are you suggesting that Goku's Super Saiyan God has surpassed Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue in terms of energy intensity? One could interpret it that way, Whis responded with a smile. Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta perked up his ears, his expression shifting to one of utter dismay. What do you mean? Has Kakarot's Super Saiyan God surpassed my Super Saiyan Blue? Vegeta trembled with rage at that moment. It is utterly infuriating. Why has this happened? Have I truly allowed that Kakarot fellow to leave me far behind? Boom. Hit dared not let his guard down for a moment. His energy surged forth, pushing himself to the utmost limit. Remarkably, it has yet to reveal his true power. Indeed, sighed Beerus. He usually resolves most opponents with just his time skip, which negates the need for him to fight at full strength. Bardock nodded in agreement. Hit you. Goku's expression grew serious. This is all my energy. Hit responded. I haven't utilized it in so long. I fear my body can only endure for a minute, and I can only use time skip once. Goku declared, but this time, I will surely restrain you and defeat you. Hit's expression grew increasingly grave. You've laid bare your intentions. Goku smiled subtly. Then this time, I shall conceal my hands. As Hit spoke, he tucked his hands into his pockets. Goku and Hit prepared for battle once more. Goku swiftly launched an attack, charging towards Hit with great speed. Hit activated his time skip immediately. However, just as Hit's time skip was initiated, a crack resounded. Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue in an instant. What? Hit's expression changed drastically. I've cracked your time skip. Goku grinned, delivering a powerful kick to Hit's chest. Hit let out a pained cry, soaring high into the sky. I have awaited this moment for so long. I shall defeat you with this technique. Goku proclaimed, beginning to gather his Kamehameha. Whoosh. A beam of blue energy shot skyward, racing towards Hit. Hit's expression flickered with alarm. In this critical moment, he swiftly evaded the oncoming energy assault. You missed. Goku chuckled. Crack. Hit descended from the sky, landing on the arena's ground, gazing at Goku across from him. I never anticipated that there would exist someone like you in this world. Hit smiled. That you are my adversary, I am genuinely moved by you. Hit, are you an assassin? Goku inquired. Hit, you may wonder who I am, but what does it matter? Hitler scoffed. In truth, you are constrained by the rules of this competition. Had we truly clashed, I fear you would have vanquished me long ago, Sun Wukong candidly replied. Hitler fell silent. I misjudged you. I assumed you regarded me as a mere assassin, looking down upon me. Let us find a proper venue for our next duel. Sun Wukong said with a smile. With that, he leapt off the stage. Hitler stood there, bewildered, utterly perplexed by Sun Wukong's intentions. Hey, referee, I've fallen. Sun Wukong called out to the dazed official. Ah, Sun Wukong has fallen out of the ring. Hitler is declared the victor. The referee announced loudly. Sun Wukong, are you out of your mind? Do you even realize what you've done? Beerus appeared behind him, his expression stern as he reprimanded him. But we still have Gohan. He hasn't yet participated in the match, Sun Wukong said with a smile. I wish to leave the final opportunity for Gohan. Beerus exclaimed. You fool. He was visibly vexed. I previously told Gohan that I would witness his growth alongside him. Sun Wukong chuckled, since the Elder Supreme Kai unlocked his latent power. I have yet to see him fight. Well, that doesn't count, does it? Majin Buu absorbed Gotenks. After all, Beerus grumbled, baring his teeth. Gohan remained silent, gently nodding to his father before stepping onto the stage. Sun Wukong, I'll remember this. Hitler glanced at him. Gohan, give it your all. The final victory rests upon your shoulders. Videl waved to Gohan. Understood, Gohan nodded. Now, let us proceed to the final match, Gohan versus Hitler. The referee announced with conviction. Gohan immediately readied himself for battle. Since my father could counter his speed, I should have no trouble. Moreover, my father has already expended much of his energy. I believe I can prevail. So, you are Gohan? Hitler inquired, gazing at him. Yes, I am, Gohan replied. You bear a striking resemblance to Sun Wukong, Hitler remarked. He is my father, Gohan answered. Ah, I see. He wishes for his son to claim victory in this match, Hitler mused with a smile. I will not disappoint my father's expectations, Gohan declared, clenching his fist as energy surged wildly from within him. In an instant, Gohan entered his mystic state. Upon sensing Gohan's formidable energy, a subtle smile graced Hitler's face. I shall initiate my attack. As Sun Wukong spoke. He refrained from any superfluous dialogue and swiftly charged towards Hit, delivering a powerful punch. Smack! Hit raised his hand and caught Sun Wukong's fist. What? He caught it. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Hit glanced towards Sun Gohan. Do you think I would be indebted to you? Since you deliberately conceded to me. I shall reciprocate by conceding to your son. Whoosh. In the next moment, Hit's body slid backward and abruptly exited the ring, landing on the ground with a thud. No one had anticipated such an outcome. Kampa stood in stunned silence. Beerus was filled with delight. Hit is out of the ring. Son Gohan emerges victorious. The referee announced loudly. Thus, the ultimate victor of this martial arts tournament is the 7th universe. A chorus of jubilant cheers erupted from the stands of the 7th universe. Chapter 182. Zeno, what are you observing, Grand Minister? Videl, brimming with joy, embraced Yaishin. Yaishin reciprocated, wrapping his other arm around Android 18. The sensation of being embraced on both sides was delightful. Has Gohan truly become this formidable? Sun Wukong scratched his head. TCH, don't pretend you can't see it. It's evident that Hit intentionally let him win. Vegeta scoffed. But why would Hit do such a thing? Sun Wukong was perplexed. Hey, Hit. What do you mean by that? Don't think I can't see you did that on purpose, Kampa barked. I no longer desire the flight cube you promised me. Hit replied. Don't think this settles it. Do you believe I would forgive you? Kampa retorted angrily. In the Zeno's palace. Zeno was wandering around when he suddenly noticed the Grand Minister gazing intently at a certain spot. Grand Minister, what are you looking at? You've been staring for quite a while, Zeno inquired. Do you still remember Lord Yaishin? The Grand Minister asked. Yaishin? Of course, I remember. He even held me when I was very young, Zeno nodded, a look of excitement crossing his face. You are currently so small that he can easily hold you. Why has the mention of Lord Tian arisen suddenly? The king inquired. Has he been reborn? I cannot say for certain, the high priest mused. That individual bears a striking resemblance to the reincarnated Lord Tian. What is there to hesitate about? Let us go and see at once. The king exclaimed with great excitement, quickly informing me of his whereabouts. It is peculiar. He feels like the reincarnation of Lord Tian, yet I sense the high priest gently shaking his head. Does the king still recall the aura of Lord Tian? The king vigorously nodded. Then it is imperative for you to investigate, my lord. We should uncover the truth. The high priest suggested. Where is he located? The king asked. He is currently on an unnamed planet in the 7th universe, the high priest revealed. His name is Tian. Presently, the 6th and 7th universes are hosting a martial arts tournament, which has just concluded. I shall head there immediately, the king declared, brimming with enthusiasm. Two attendants promptly appeared behind the king. What? Lord Tian has already been reborn? The two attendants were equally astounded upon hearing this news. My lord, do not disclose Lord Tian's identity just yet. If he truly is the reincarnation of Lord Tian, the high priest suddenly cautioned as the king prepared to depart. Why not? The king paused. Is his identity meant to be kept secret? My lord, have you forgotten? The high priest sighed. When Lord Tian entered the reincarnation apparatus, he seemed to have split into two parts. What concerns me now is the other aspect of him I remember. The king nodded. The part that was split off embodies the malevolent thoughts of Lord Tian, the high priest added. Given the current circumstances, it remains unclear whether this reincarnated Tian is the malevolent aspect or the normal one. Should it be the malevolent part, then my lord could be in danger. The king was startled and swallowed hard. You two must ensure the safety of my lord, the high priest reiterated to the attendants. Yes, responded the two attendants, their expressions turning grave. So, high priest, do you suspect that the individual named Yi Tian is the malevolent reincarnation of Lord Tian? The king inquired. Indeed, the high priest affirmed. When Lord Tian split into two parts, aside from myself and my lord, only the two attendants were privy to this knowledge. Even the angels were unaware. Previously, a god of destruction from the seventh universe detected signs of Lord Tian, deducing his identity, and subsequently, the number of those aware has increased. So, does this mean everyone is now aware of his identity? The king asked, taken aback. Yes, the Grand Minister nodded. Noting that Mr. Zampa was currently gathering the Super Dragon Balls, I utilized the Dragon of the Gods to erase their memories, thereby preventing any potential complications. My primary purpose for visiting this time is to ascertain whether he is a reincarnation of his malevolent aspect or his normal self, the Omni-King inquired. I had initially intended to witness this myself, but it seems more fitting for His Majesty the Omni-King to go first. The Grand Minister agreed and added a cautionary note, advising that upon meeting Lord Tanya, His Majesty should maintain a faade, pretending to manage the affairs of their two universes competition. Details regarding Lord Tanya's identity can be discussed upon your return. I understand how to proceed, the Omni-King solemnly affirmed. I shall keep a watchful eye here, replied the Grand Minister. Let us depart. The Omni-King beckoned to his two attendants. The attendants immediately heightened their vigilance. If indeed it is the evil aspect of Lord Tanya reincarnated, one wonders if His Majesty might be in peril. Perhaps we might face danger as well, the attendants expressed, beads of sweat trickling down their faces. There is no need for concern, the Grand Minister reassured them, even if it is the malevolent reincarnation of Lord Tanya. I believe his power has yet to reach its zenith. If that is the case, why not seize this opportunity to eliminate him? One attendant suggested. The issue lies in the fact that we are still uncertain of his true nature as the evil Lord Tanya. The Grand Minister gently shook his head. Should we err, the consequences would be far graver. The Grand Minister is correct, the other attendant concurred. Let us first take a look, the Omni-King declared, and with that, he executed an instantaneous teleportation, vanishing along with his two attendants in the blink of an eye. In a flash, the Omni-King appeared at the site of the two universes competition, where, at that moment, Zampa was poised to wreak havoc upon hit. You truly show me no respect. You have caused our universe to lose the match. Consequently, I shall be obliged to serve the seventh universe for a decade. The mere thought of this fills me with discontent. I have ruined you, and you possess no grounds for complaint. Kampa extended his hand, aiming it at Hit's body from a distance. Its expression shifted dramatically. Beerus's pupils constricted as he caught sight of the Omni-King and his two attendants appearing in the distance. Hey, Kampa! Beerus called out urgently. What is it, Beerus? Kampa retorted angrily. Is it not merely 10 years of work for you? You need not remind me. I am well aware. Is it not acceptable for me to work in your universe? No. What I meant is over there, you fool. Quickly, look. Beerus pointed towards the distant Omni-King, raising his voice to alert Kampa. Taken aback, Kampa turned to gaze in the direction of the Omni-King. At that moment, he was so startled that his entire being trembled. Lord Beerus, is it polite to point at Lord Omni-King like that? Whis inquired with a smile. Beerus was drenched in cold sweat, almost paralyzed with fear. This is dreadful. I have been so disrespectful to Lord Omni-King. Kampa stuttered as he attempted to address the Omni-King. In the next instant, Beerus and Kampa flew over and prostrated themselves before the Omni-King. What? Who is the Omni-King? Vegeta questioned Whis, perplexed. Lord Omni-King is the supreme deity among the 12 universes. Whis replied with a smile. What? The supreme deity among the 12 universes? Vegeta's expression shifted with alarm, yet he also cast a curious glance towards the Omni-King, even waving gently at him. However, it yielded no effect. Am I unable to erase the Omni-King now? The Omni-King regarded Yeti with vigilance, yet promptly returned his gaze, exhibiting an unusual calmness. The two attendants heightened their alertness, though they dared not act hastily, maintaining a facade of nonchalance. Lord Omni-King has graced us with his presence. Kampa chuckled awkwardly. Might I inquire if there is something of great importance you wish to announce? Beerus, now pale with fear, hastily posed a tentative question. Due to your unauthorized organization of this match today, I have come to remind you to exercise caution, the Omni-King stated, his expression devoid of emotion. Yes. My deepest apologies. Kampa and Beerus fervently nodded in contrition. Moreover, is it true that the losing party must serve the winning universe for 10 years? The Omni-King inquired coolly. Who decreed that a god of destruction could work in another universe? Kampa and Beerus trembled in trepidation, hastily kneeling in reverence. The matter of work was merely a jest. Nothing more, Beerus quickly clarified. I am fully capable of managing the duties of my universe myself. Have you been asleep for an extended period? The Omni-King gazed at Beerus with his wide, bean-like eyes. Beerus nearly soiled himself from the sheer fright of another remark. However, there was something worthy of commendation. The Omni-King shifted his tone, stating, after observing your match, I found it rather intriguing. I am even contemplating organizing a tournament across the entire universe. Indeed. Kampa and Beerus bowed their heads once more. Is it true? A tournament on a universal scale? That sounds splendid. It will undoubtedly be exhilarating. Goku eagerly joined in, urging, let us do it. Hey, Goku, don't be so familiar. Beerus thought about striking Goku down in frustration. Yes, let us proceed with the tournament. The Omni-King nodded in agreement. Then it is settled. Goku extended his hand toward the Omni-King, while Beerus seethed with irritation, thinking how foolish Goku was. Do you wish for our universe to vanish? The Omni-King cast a surprised glance at Sun Wukong, as well as at the outstretched hand of Sun Wukong. The two attendants glared furiously at Sun Wukong. The Omni-King had come primarily to ascertain whether the reincarnated Lord Tenny harbored any malevolent traits. Why are you, a mere human, joining in this commotion? After a brief moment of hesitation, the Omni-King stepped forward and clasped hands with Sun Wukong. Very well. The Omni-King nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this scene, both Kampa and Beerus felt their anxious hearts finally settle, as they wiped the cold sweat from their brows. Thank you. Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude. Their hands parted. I shall take my leave, the Omni-King said, waving to the assembled crowd and casting a casual glance at Tian. What are you staring at? Tian suddenly spoke up. Beerus nearly jumped out of his skin. In an instant, the Omni-King, along with his two attendants, vanished without a trace. Beerus stood there in stunned silence for several seconds, only to be filled with rage as he turned his ire towards Tian. How did you just speak, my dear fellow? Do you wish for the annihilation of our universe? Witness how I shall rectify you. Just as Beerus entertained such a thought upon his inception, an inexplicable wave of dread suddenly enveloped him. A shiver coursed through Beerus. Bang! In the next instant, he unleashed his pent-up resentment upon Son Goku, striking him on the head with such force that Goku collapsed to the ground. Goku yelped in agony, rolling about on the floor. Lord Beerus, what are you doing? That hurts terribly, he exclaimed, gritting his teeth. You scoundrel! Do you dare to involve the Omni-King? Beerus retorted furiously. Do you realize that if the Omni-King were to be displeased, he could obliterate our universe in an instant? What? Such a thing exists? Goku's expression shifted dramatically. Enough. Let today's events be concluded, and let us all return to our respective realms, Beerus declared with a huff. Kaioshin, ensure they are sent back. Ah, yes. Kaioshin nodded in compliance. So, is this how work matters will be settled? Kampa remarked with a smug expression. The Omni-King has deemed it finished. I cannot believe you would still dare summon me for work. With a resigned wave of his hand, Beerus replied, if it's settled, then so be it. What more can I say? The Omni-King has spoken. Would I still have the audacity to call Kampa back to work? Hence, after all the time we expended organizing a tournament, was it merely to contend with solitude? Kaioshin sighed. Beerus rolled his eyes. Subsequently, each Kaioshin escorted their respective beings back to their universes. In the Omni-King's palace, a flash, the Omni-King and his two attendants swiftly returned. The Grand Minister immediately turned his gaze toward the Omni-King, whose expression had become exceedingly grave. How did it go? The Grand Minister inquired. The Omni-King lowered his head. So, You mean to say that this Yi Tian is the malevolent aspect of Lord Tian Yi reborn? The Grand Minister furrowed his brow. No, that is not the case. I did not perceive it that way. The Omni-King scratched his head. The Grand Minister was left at a loss for words. Did you not notice why he bears such an expression? Inquired the Grand Priest. What is your opinion, Omni-King? I cannot quite put my finger on it. He seems to embody both the malevolent and the benign, each constituting approximately 50%. Therefore, I find myself reluctant to draw any conclusions and can only observe him quietly. The Grand Priest sighed with exasperation. I feel the same way, replied the Omni-King. Chapter 184. The basketball match with number 18. It appears that we can only continue to observe. There are no alternative options, the Grand Priest remarked, shaking his head. But what if he is indeed the malevolent part? Should we allow him to continue developing in that manner? The Omni-King expressed his concerns. I have attempted to eradicate him, but I failed. He is completely immune to my efforts. It is evident that Yi Tian is indeed the reincarnation of Lord Tian Yi. Of that, I am certain. However, it remains unclear which aspect he represents. Oh, there seems to be another approach, the Grand Priest said, his eyes glimmering as he glanced elsewhere. What method do you propose? The Omni-King inquired, intrigued. In the 10th universe, there is an apprentice god of destruction who is veering toward extremism. According to my analysis, it is highly probable that he may traverse time and space, exacerbating this extremism in another realm, the Grand Priest remarked with a slight smile, recognizing it as a promising opportunity. Why do you say that? The Omni-King asked, puzzled. If all unfolds as expected, that realm will experience significant repercussions. The Grand Priest explained with a smile. At that juncture, the Mr. Sun Wukong who would shake hands with you, my lord, could journey to that dimension and bring back the Omni-King from that universe. In such a case, I would feel much more at ease. The other me from a different realm? The Omni-King pondered thoughtfully. Through your counterpart in another dimension. It may be possible to gain deeper insights into which aspect of Lord Tian Yi embodies, the Grand Priest analyzed. Will Sun Wukong truly bring the other version of me from that realm? The Omni-King questioned further. As long as we guide him appropriately, there should be no issues. The Grand Priest chuckled lightly. Currently, the apprentice god of destruction has set off to a future dimension to begin collecting the Super Dragon Balls. Is it really that swift? The Omni-King exclaimed in surprise. Perhaps we should arrange for Mr. Wukong to visit, suggested the Grand Priest. Indeed, the Omni-King readily agreed, adding, however, this individual named Sun Wukong is indeed a good person. I have never encountered such a pure and kind-hearted human before. I have observed that as well. The Grand Priest nodded, offering a succinct evaluation. He is indeed a remarkable human. Why the sudden mention of him? The Omni-King queried, slightly confused. You shall soon understand. My lord, the Grand Priest replied with a mysterious smile. Is it possible that Wukong has some connection to that apprentice god of destruction? The Omni-King inquired. During the competition between the two universes, this apprentice Kaioshin had been closely observing Mr. Son Goku. The Grand Priest smiled faintly. What could he possibly be up to? The Omni-King furrowed his brow. As time passed, in Satan City, within the confines of Apartment 8, Yi Tian finally fulfilled his wish to play a game of basketball with number 18. Number 18, glistening with perspiration, felt exhilarated as the ball swished through the net. She was impressed by Yi Tian's remarkable skills. Though number 18 had never played basketball before, it did not imply that she had not observed others partake in the sport. She had secretly watched in the past. Now, experiencing the joy of basketball firsthand, number 18 was genuinely delighted. As the match concluded, Yi Tian cheerfully asked, how was it? Number 18? ISNT playing basketball rather enjoyable? Number 18 nodded, her cheeks flushed. Are you shy about playing basketball? Yi Tian teased. Is this what you call playing basketball? Number 18 rolled her eyes. What else would you call it? This is the finest basketball game, Yi Tian asserted confidently. However, no. 18's voice grew increasingly softer. You are truly remarkable, Yi Tian exclaimed. How do I compare to Dilly? Number 18 suddenly inquired. I merely held her hand, nothing more. I assure you. Can you believe me? Yi Tian replied with a smile. Really? Number 18 questioned, half in doubt. Indeed, if you don't believe me, you may investigate. Yi Tian responded with feigned seriousness. Number 18 fell silent, feeling that his words lacked sincerity. Your whimsical fabrication has convinced even me to some extent. Let us take a moment to rest, suggested Yi Tian, emphasizing the necessity of balancing work with leisure, for excessive fatigue is detrimental to one's health. Oh, and then there is the matter of the 18th. which elicits both laughter and exasperation. Suddenly, it dawned on me that your stamina never seems to wane, does it? Tian's eyes sparkled with newfound vigor. My energy remains inexhaustible, yet you, 18th, hastily interjected. Indeed, I shall be mindful of that. Let us proceed, Tian responded. As for the 18th, you truly came. After just finishing a match, do you not take a moment to rest? Tian and number 18 continue their game. Tian has already devised a plan. Before that fellow named Tian awakens, it is best to promptly engage in the activities he desires. It would be rather regrettable to leave the Dragon Ball world without accomplishing anything. While Tian was playing basketball with number 18, he was suddenly interrupted by a knock at the door. Through his innate senses, he glanced towards the entrance. Standing there was Videl. Is that your little girlfriend? Number 18 teased, urging him to hurry, curious about the expression that would grace his girlfriend's face upon seeing him. Do you think I lack the courage? Tian scoffed. Ah, my rebound. Number 18 exclaimed. Tian, are you home? Videl's voice resonated from outside. Coming. Tian waved his hand dismissively, erasing the door. Videl's eyes widened in disbelief. Where did the door go? Why has it suddenly vanished? Quickly come in. Don't disrupt my game. Tian beckoned to Videl from outside. Confused, Videl stepped into the room. Tian waved his hand once again, conjuring a new grand entrance. Such occurrences were inevitable. Tian had resolved to disregard the trivialities. His greatest aspiration was to live alongside Videl and number 18. That would imbue life with greater significance. Upon entering the living room, Videl instinctively glanced towards the bedroom. Ah, Tian. You too. Videl's face drained of color. Come over and play basketball together. Look, I've transformed the bedroom into a court. What a meaningful endeavor this is. Tian called to Videl. You two play among yourselves. Videl retorted angrily, preparing to leave. Chapter 185, Videl, let us play basketball together. Don't be upset. Once I finish this match with number 18, I will join you, Tian replied. Videl, while running, almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Why do you speak so grandiloquently? Today, Tian ultimately did not achieve his desires. Unlike Videl, who disapproved, Tian could not force a layup. Such an act would only inflict indelible damage upon the hoop. Nonetheless, Videl essentially chose to turn a blind eye to the situation. After all, who would willingly fall for such a scoundrel? Upon further reflection, Videl considered that Tian might not truly be a scoundrel. He had always been kind to both me and Li. Moreover, he had long expressed his affection for both of us. If he were to secretly date Li behind my back, that would indeed constitute a scoundrel's behavior. However, this does not seem to fit the bill. Videl often reassured herself with such thoughts. At times, she even pondered, have I been manipulated by Tian? At the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Group, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were engaged in a basketball match. No, they were embroiled in an intense battle. Whis and Beerus lounged in nearby chairs, indulging in the hospitality of Bulma's home. Despite having trained with Whis for some time, their strength remained woefully inadequate. At this pace, you will never become a god of destruction, Beerus remarked. I never claimed to want to be a god of destruction, nor do I have any interest in that. Sun Wukong replied, shaking his head. Being a god of destruction would be splendid. It's a rare job, and you could sleep in as long as you wish. Beerus chuckled. As long as you occasionally destroy unnecessary planets, it's quite simple. Isn't it? I would rather not. I have no desire to annihilate planets and their inhabitants. Such a terrifying task is beyond me. Sun Wukong adamantly shook his head. You call that terrifying? Beerus's expression soured slightly. During battle, do not look around. Vegeta bellowed, delivering a punch that sent Sun Wukong plummeting from the air. Sun Wukong fell towards Beerus, who swiftly lashed out with his tail, striking him hard. Sun Wukong plunged into a nearby artificial lake, causing waves to surge. Lord Beerus, what are you doing? Sun Wukong exclaimed in shock. Who told you to insult the work of a god of destruction? Beerus huffed. It seems Lord Beerus has not been working much lately. Whis interjected. Keep your opinions to yourself. Beerus retorted. After a brief silence, Beerus inquired, by the way, what has that fellow Tian been up to recently? Let me check, Whis replied, promptly using his staff to locate Tian. Soon, the staff pinpointed Tian's location. However, the crystal ball on the staff revealed nothing at all. Strange, why is there no display? Whis pondered, taken aback. What is happening? Beerus inquired with a hint of curiosity. I am uncertain, Whis replied, shaking his head. There is nothing visible within, merely a haze. How could such an occurrence transpire? Beerus was increasingly perplexed. I recall during our competition with the Sixth Universe, several fragments of the arena mysteriously vanished. Whis elucidated. Mysteriously vanished? Beerus turned to Whis, inquiring further. As of now, I am not quite sure, Whis speculated. I believe there is a substantial probability that this Mr. Tian may be a master of space. What? A master of space? Beerus tapped his forehead with his index finger, recalling, you mentioned this before. At that time, you suggested he resembled a master of space. Indeed, I did state such. Whis affirmed with a nod. I hold a particular disdain for masters of space. Beerus bared his teeth, vowing to deliver a beating the next time they encountered him. Perhaps it is because Lord Beerus mistook the master of space for Lord Zeno's disciple upon their first meeting. Whis chuckled, covering his mouth. Mind your tongue, Beerus huffed. What is this master of space? Son Goku interjected, eager to join the conversation. It is a skill akin to Lord Zeno's Erasure Technique. Capable of achieving an almost indistinguishable effect, Whis succinctly explained, however, this skill merely transfers objects to one's own space rather than erasing them. Is that so? Such a wondrous skill exists? Son Goku scratched his head in bewilderment. Suddenly, as they conversed, a time machine materialized in the sky. Son Goku, Vegeta, Beerus, and Whis all looked up towards the descending contraption. The time machine gradually descended. Son Goku swiftly flew forward to investigate. Hey, is that Trunks? He has already fainted. Son Goku exclaimed in surprise. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and fetch some senzu beans. Vegeta commanded. All right. Son Goku hurriedly executed instant transmission to depart. Vegeta personally carried Trunks to a nearby pavilion. The arrival of Trunks caught Bulma's attention. She rushed over, her face etched with concern for her son from the future. Although Trunks was unconscious, his expression bore traces of anger and grimace. What on earth has transpired? How could he be so gravely injured? Bulma gazed sorrowfully at her son. In a flash, Son Goku returned, tossing senzu beans to Vegeta. Vegeta caught the beans and promptly administered one to Trunks. As Trunks opened his eyes, he immediately spotted Son Goku amidst the crowd. Enraged, Trunks launched a punch at Son Goku. With a gentle lift of his hand, Son Wukong deftly caught the fist hurled at him by Trunks. You wretched creature! Trunks exclaimed with fury. What troubles you, Trunks? Son Wukong inquired, his tone laced with curiosity. Trunks paused, a flicker of realization crossing his face, and excitedly asked, Are you Mr. Wukong? I thought you perished in the explosion with Cell. Ah. That tale is rather lengthy. In any case, I was resurrected, Son Wukong replied, scratching his head and laughing heartily. Trunks, what is amiss? Bulma questioned, her concern evident. Mother. Trunks turned to her, a mixture of shock and joy in his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. It's wonderful. You're alive. At that moment, Bulma felt overwhelmed. Should I sing a song to express my gratitude? What has transpired? Please, elucidate. Vegeta urged. Father, it's incredible. I have successfully returned to the past. Trunks exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Hey, kid, I recall your name is also Trunks, right? Beerus queried, addressing the younger Trunks. The young Trunks nodded vigorously. That cat is formidable. I dare not provoke it. Chapter 186. You actually manipulated time? Ah, I see. They have indeed tampered with time, Whis analyzed. What? Beerus furrowed his brow and immediately rose. Wait a moment. You are the future version of this little rascal, aren't you? Ah, yes, indeed. May I ask who you are? Trunks stammered, looking at Beerus in bewilderment. Young Trunks exclaimed, This is me from the future? What nonsense is this? Oh dear, you are truly remarkable, capable of creating such a device to control time, Whis marveled. I had thought humanity lacked such prowess. It was crafted by my future self. Am I not impressive? Bulma said with a hint of pride. Ms. Bulma, manipulating time is a grave crime. Haven't you heard? Whis sighed. Even if I were to destroy it, you should harbor no grievances. Beerus scoffed. Wait, it was my future self who did it. I am not responsible. Bulma hastily distanced herself from her future counterpart. So, Trunks, what is the origin of our enemy? Vegeta inquired. He claims to fight for justice, aiming to annihilate all Earthlings, Trunks replied, and he has already obliterated countless planets along with their inhabitants. We resisted valiantly for a year, but now there are scarcely any survivors left on Earth. He even killed my mother. Bulma lamented, so my future self truly perished. Who is he, exactly? Vegeta's forehead throbbed with tension. That man is Mr. Wukong, Trunks clarified. Me? Son Wukong was taken aback. Is that truly the case? He pondered. noting that the individual bore an uncanny resemblance to Mr. Wukong. It can't be, Trunks replied. Is it genuine? Son Wukong was left speechless, bewildered by the unfolding events. Vegeta furrowed his brow, questioning the situation further. I am equally perplexed, Trunks admitted, shaking his head. Isn't your Wukong long deceased in your world? Bulma inquired. Indeed. I believed so as well, yet that individual remarkably resembles Mr. Wukong, albeit with a drastically different temperament, Trunks elucidated. That fellow is inherently cruel, clearly not the true Mr. Wukong. It dawned on Son Wukong. So, you attacked me the moment you awakened? Trunks clarified. It was too easy to confuse him. Hence my mother referred to him as Black Wukong. What a peculiar name, Son Wukong remarked with a wry smile. Humph, my future self has a questionable taste in naming. Bulma added, exasperated. To put it simply, you require our assistance in dealing with that individual, correct? Son Wukong's spirit lifted at the prospect. No problem, leave that to me. However, Trunks shook his head. Actually, I cannot return. Why not? Son Wukong asked, taken aback. The fuel for the time machine only allows travel to this timeline, Trunks responded. What prompted your arrival then? Vegeta questioned. Mother said as long as I survive, there is hope, Trunks confessed, lowering his gaze. Thus, I found no refuge but to escape to this timeline. You fled here? Do you not seek vengeance? Vegeta scolded. Wait, let us not quarrel, Trunks has done his utmost. Bulma interjected. Cannot you show him some compassion and allow him a moment's respite? Do not treat him as if he were one of your battle-obsessed selves. You are correct. Son Wukong nodded in agreement. My apologies, Vegeta quickly offered. Trunks looked on in confusion. Father, when did you learn to apologize? I recall you were not always this way. Trunks need not return. Vegeta and I will handle it. Son Wukong chuckled, then inquired. By the way, what type of energy does your time machine's fuel utilize? Blue 15 power liquid. Trunks replied. That substance is precisely the new energy source we have recently developed. It is quite complex to produce. Based on the size of your time machine's fuel tank, it would require at least a full day to replenish, Bulma explained. A day? That is remarkably swift. Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. In our future, we require a full year for recharging. So, we can indeed return, correct? Son Wukong smiled, glancing at Vegeta. Vegeta, let us embark together. Bulma, given the circumstances, may we proceed? Vegeta first sought Bulma's opinion. It is entirely up to you. I am aware that no matter how I attempt to dissuade you, it would be in vain. Bulma nodded. However, you must exercise caution and ensure your safe return. Understood. Goku and Vegeta immediately stood at attention. Wait, that individual is exceptionally formidable. I have diligently trained myself, reaching a certain level of strength. Yet I still fall far short of his prowess, Trunks hurriedly explained. Then, Trunks, shall we engage in a sparring match? Goku smiled faintly. Trunks nodded solemnly. Subsequently, Goku and Trunks took their positions at a distance. Trunks, unleash your full potential, Goku encouraged with a grin. All right. Without hesitation, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. Impressive. Trunks, you have elevated your energy to this extent, Goku remarked, promptly transforming into a Super Saiyan 2 himself. The two engaged in a brief exchange of blows. Trunks, you have indeed grown strong, even surpassing Gohan from back in the day, Goku said with a smile. Years have passed, and I have dedicated myself to relentless training. Trunks replied. Now, allow me to show you a transformation you have yet to witness. Goku declared, transforming into a Super Saiyan 3. Trunks was taken aback by this transformation. This is Super Saiyan 3, Goku chuckled, rubbing his nose. I see, such a transformation exists. Trunks marveled, but I have not reached my limit with my current form. With a shout, Trunks enveloped himself in a layer of blue energy. Goku paused momentarily. This kid has undergone quite the transformation. His energy intensity is nearly on par with Kakarot's Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta was also slightly surprised. Trunks, you are truly remarkable. Goku chuckled, to be honest. You are even stronger than your father. Oh, is that so? I don't think so, Trunks said, feeling a bit bashful. Chapter 187. The Grand Minister calls again Kakarot. Be silent. Vegeta's expression darkened. However, Trunks, I shall unveil to you my new realm. As Goku spoke, a crimson aura ignited around him. As he transformed into a Super Saiyan God. What is this transformation? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. This is the latest evolution, Super Saiyan God. As Son Wukong spoke. He swiftly appeared directly in front of Trunks and gently struck him with an open palm. Unfortunately, Trunks fell onto the ground. The golden aura surrounding him dissipating in an instant. Trunks, are you all right? Sun Wukong inquired with concern. Did I go a bit too hard? Ah, I'm fine, Trunks replied, shaking his head. What do you think? With this state, I should be able to defeat that Black Wukong you mentioned, right? Sun Wukong smiled. I'm not sure, Trunks pondered. Let's wait and see. Sun Wukong nodded and immediately turned to ask Beerus, Lord Beerus, would you like to join us? If it's dangerous, you could assist us. Stop joking around, Beerus decisively declined. The Earth from another timeline is none of my concern. I certainly don't have time to meddle in such trivial matters. Come on. Lord Beerus, you're being rather stingy, Sun Wukong complained. I've already said that manipulating time is a grave offense. Beerus huffed. However, I'll pretend I didn't see anything. But if you think I'll accompany you, think again. All right, Sun Wukong scratched his head, then asked Trunks, Trunks, have you encountered Majin Buu in the future? I did. But Majin Buu never emerged from his seal. Trunks recounted the events of his future. In Trunks' timeline, with the help of the Supreme Kai, they managed to defeat Babidi and Dabra, preventing Majin Buu from awakening. However, the Supreme Kai paid the ultimate price with his life. Shortly after that, Black Wukong appeared. Trunks sighed. Indeed, it seems that in Trunks' future timeline, Lord Beerus does not exist, was analyzed. It appears that Black Wukong only dared to manipulate that timeline under the knowledge of such circumstances. Beerus interjected. However, very few know that the death of the Supreme Kai would lead to the disappearance of the God of Destruction, even among deities. Only those of the highest rank would be aware of this, Whis explained. In other words, that fellow named Black Wukong could potentially be some kind of deity, Beerus speculated. Moreover, he has specifically targeted a timeline devoid of a God of Destruction and without Mr. Wukong. Whis mused. There is also a strong possibility that he has traversed across parallel worlds. Trunks, does your world truly lack the existence of a God of Destruction? Beerus inquired once more. Yes, this is the first time I've heard of a God of Destruction, Trunks replied. Trunks nodded in acknowledgement as they engaged in conversation. At that moment, Tian, brimming with vitality, soared from his home and gracefully descended at Bulma's residence. Having just concluded a basketball game, Tian was in high spirits. This time, he did not bring Biddy or Android 18 along. His visit to Bulma's home was prompted by his awareness of Trunks' presence. After ascending to the diamond-level Erasure Technique, his sensory abilities had expanded to encompass the entire universe. Indeed, it was akin to a form of divine awareness, with a mere closing of his eyes. He could perceive any corner of existence. Tian was pleasantly surprised that Trunks had appeared so swiftly. According to the usual timeline, he shouldn't have manifested for at least another year. It seemed that due to his influence, history had undergone significant alterations. However, it appeared that the situation with Zamasu had not changed much. Zamasu still possessed Goku's body and was wreaking havoc in Trunks' timeline. Tian was merely there to observe the unfolding events, while also harboring a desire to explore the future timeline. Calculating the time, he mused that once he ventured into the future, he should be able to advance to the star-level Erasure Technique. He wondered if there would be even higher tiers beyond that. Tian, you've arrived. Goku waved at him. Yes, Tian nodded in response. Trunks, allow me to introduce you. This is Tian, a high school classmate of Gohan, Goku said. Ah, hello, Trunks greeted politely. Do not be deceived by his unassuming appearance. I sense that Tian possesses immense strength, Goku chuckled heartily. In fact, when Dabra first appeared, Tian delivered a swift kick to his face. Really? Impressive, Trunks remarked, nodding in acknowledgement. Beerus glanced at Tian, but remained silent. Trunks, do you truly have no other companions in your future? Goku casually inquired. Indeed. Black Goku has stated that he eliminated all the gods. There is no one left to oppose him. Trunks confirmed, his expression somber. I am the sole remaining warrior. It appeared that the other Kais from different universes had also met grim fates, Whis lamented. Humph, it is no wonder that in your world, that individual can rampage unchallenged. Beerus sighed. Moreover, it is not confined to your realm. That Black Goku may very well appear in our world and wreak similar havoc. Should we inquire with Lord Kaishin? Whis suggested. That would be prudent. Perhaps he is aware of any deities that have recently fallen, Beerus nodded. No need for such complications. I can ascertain through divination that the instigator of this turmoil will likely emerge from the direction of Universe 10. Exploring towards Universe 10 should pose no issues. Tian spoke, prompting Whis and Beerus to immediately turn their attention towards him. The 10th universe? Beerus pondered, taken aback. How can you be so certain? You shall see for yourself, Tian replied with a smile. Very well, then I shall accompany Lord Beerus to the realm of the Supreme Kai of the 10th universe. Whis suggested. Indeed, it would be prudent to investigate, especially since you seem so confident. Perhaps we shall glean some insights. Beerus nodded in agreement. Let us set forth immediately. Whis declared, preparing to depart with Beerus towards the 10th universe. At that moment, Whis' staff suddenly trembled, and the crystal orb atop it shimmered brightly. Oh dear. It appears the Grand Minister is calling, Whis remarked. What? The Grand Minister? Beerus exclaimed in surprise. Greetings, Grand Minister. It has been some time since our last communication. Whis promptly answered the call. The conversation was brief, and once it concluded, Whis turned to face Son Goku. Chapter 188. A single slap sends Beerus flying Mr. Goku. Whis began. The Omni-King wishes to see you and requests that you visit his palace at once. Huh? The Omni-King? Son Goku scratched his head, puzzled. What does he want with me? Is it regarding the Universal Martial Arts Tournament? I am uncertain, Whis replied, shaking his head. Tell him I'm quite busy. Perhaps we can discuss it another time, Son Goku responded. Beerus, at that moment, felt as if the very fabric of his being had unraveled. I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are? You fool, the Omni-King wishes to see you. You must go and pay your respects immediately. Beerus commanded, his voice booming. Is it really that urgent? Goku scratched his head. Is it far from here? Even if I fly, it would take me 2 days to reach. 2 days. I truly do not have the luxury of time for such a journey, Goku lamented, a mix of exasperation and amusement on his face. Regardless, you must go. Do you hear me? Beerus shouted at Goku. But that is far too long. Goku was at a loss for words. Let the King of Worlds come here. He can teleport you instantly, suggested Tian. Ah, that is a splendid idea. Whis exclaimed. I shall contact the King of Worlds at once and have him transport Goku. Very well, Whis concurred without hesitation. Before long, the King of Worlds arrived. Whis, you are to accompany him, Beerus instructed. Understood. Are you not joining us, Lord Beerus? Whis inquired. Are you joking? I have no intention of going. Beerus decisively refused, turning to Goku with a stern warning. Goku, remember, do not offend the Omni-King. Your demeanor will determine the fate of the entire universe. Then let us make haste and return swiftly. King of Worlds, Goku nodded. Wait, are you truly planning to wear that outfit? Beerus interjected hastily. Quickly, change into something more formal. If it's that much trouble, I might as well not go. Goku shook his head, growing somewhat impatient. After all, this meeting was arranged rather hastily. I shall apologize to the Omni-King on his behalf, Whis chuckled. One more thing. Beerus cautioned, you must keep the matter of Black Goku a secret. If the Omni-King learns of it, he may very well erase all the universes in a fit of rage. Indeed, Whis nodded in agreement. Goku remained silent, contemplating the gravity of the situation. Let me remind you once more, Beerus continued. Are you finished? Goku interjected. I am not speaking to you. I am addressing the King of Worlds. Beerus shouted. The King of Worlds looked utterly perplexed. You absolutely cannot die. Beerus stated gravely. Huh? What? The King of Worlds scratched his head in confusion. Let us depart swiftly. Goku suggested, glancing back at Tian. Do you wish to accompany us? At that moment, Beerus felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Just go. What are you waiting for? He bellowed. Do you still dare to let Tian go? Are you aware of what Tian did last time? When the great king cast a glance at him, he audaciously inquired, what are you looking at? Fortunately, the great king did not stoop to his level. Had he done so, our universe might have ceased to exist long ago. Well, I suppose I shall go and see for myself, Tian mused, expressing his consent. You cannot go. Beerus immediately interjected. Why? State your reasoning, Tian retorted with a smile. I said you cannot go, and that is that. There are no reasons. Beerus shouted vehemently. You are quite amusing. Tian chuckled, giving Beerus a light pat on the back. With a resounding thud, Beerus was sent flying. Thud, thud, thud. His form tumbled across the ground, rolling countless times. Boom. In the next instant, Beerus crashed into a distant artificial lake, sending water soaring several meters high. All present stood in stunned silence, gazing at Tian in disbelief. Oh dear, I seem to have lost control of my strength recently. It was truly unintentional, Lord Beerus. Tian said apologetically. Whis regarded Tian with profound astonishment, pondering the nature of his identity. Should I take him to the Grand Minister? No. Perhaps I shall refrain from doing so. I will first inquire about Tian's status with the Grand Minister. Lord Kaioshin, we must depart promptly, Whis whispered to Kaioshin. Are we not taking Tian with us? Kaioshin inquired. Perhaps it is best not to. As Lord Beerus suggested, it could lead to further complications, Whis nodded in agreement. Understood, Kaioshin concurred after careful consideration. Kaioshin. In the next moment, Kaioshin instantly transported Son Goku and Whis away, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Just after Kaioshin's departure, Tian turned his gaze towards the direction they had gone. Whis is not bringing me along. What are you afraid of? Never mind. If you don't want to bring it, then so be it. Truth be told, I am not particularly eager to go either. After all, my current strength is merely 100-fold that of Beerus. Battling an angel should pose little challenge, yet confronting the Grand Priest feels somewhat daunting. Perhaps it is best for me to remain humble for the time being. Once I advance to the level of stellar erasure, I shall seek out the Grand Priest. Right. Can I not venture into Trunks' timeline to locate the Grand Priest? That should alleviate any concerns. Boom. Beerus soared from the lake, swiftly ascending to the heavens. His wrath directed at the figure of Tian below. Vegeta stood beside, utterly astonished. Trunks widened his eyes, a look of disbelief etched upon his face. You are far too complacent, Beerus declared, immediately charging towards Tian. In the next moment, Beerus unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Tian. Unfazed, Tian extended a single finger. It is worth noting that his physical strength has now reached 100 times that of Beerus. If a mere finger could not withstand Beerus' onslaught, it would be rather absurd. Smack. Tian effortlessly blocked Beerus' attack with his finger. Beerus stood momentarily dumbfounded. A flicker of terror crossing his visage as he gazed at Tian. How could this individual be so formidable? Father, didn't he, Mr. Goku, say that the god of destruction is an insurmountable ceiling? Trunks inquired of his father. Vegeta replied, who knows what is happening? How did Gohan's classmate become so powerful? Or was he always this strong? Shall we continue? Beerus asked. Tian smiled broadly, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Instantly, Beerus' countenance shifted dramatically, and he hastily retreated. Chapter 189. Is it an evil reincarnation? Forget it. I shall not bully you any longer, Tian said with a smile. Beerus was utterly lost. He was acutely aware of the vast chasm that separated him from this individual named Tian. Who exactly is he? Beerus trembled in fear. Bulma. Could you please fetch me something to eat? Tian called out to Bulma. Of course, Bulma promptly replied, also preparing some delicacies for Beerus to calm his nerves. This Bulma is at a loss for words, unsure of what to do, she thought, glancing at Beerus. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and get to it. Beerus barked. Bulma, now at a loss for words, chose to remain silent. If you cannot contend with them, then vent your frustrations upon me. You truly are a coward. I had believed that the god of destruction feared nothing, yet it appears even you can be intimidated by an insurmountable adversary. Tian, unperturbed, leisurely took a seat. Beerus hesitated for a moment before also settling at a distance. What level do you think you are at, to sit in the same place as I? Tian smiled at Beerus. Instantly, Beerus rose from his seat, his expression shifting dramatically. All right, I was merely jesting. Please, take a seat. Am I truly that fearsome? Tian chuckled. A brief silence ensued. Vegeta summoned his courage and appeared beside Tian. Teach me. Vegeta gritted his teeth and addressed Tian. Tian glanced at Vegeta. All along, I have lingered in Kakarot's shadow. I must surpass him, Vegeta declared solemnly. If you genuinely wish to surpass Son Goku, I suggest you train under Beerus and learn his god of destruction techniques, Tian proposed. However, Beerus is hardly a match for you, Vegeta whispered, wary of being overheard. While Beerus may not be my equal, he is more than capable of instructing you, Tian replied with a smile. Once you return from the future, you can study diligently under him. For now, time is somewhat limited. Understood. Vegeta nodded gravely. Meanwhile, Beerus was increasingly astonished, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Who on earth is this individual? Why do I feel such a sense of dread in his presence? In the Grand Minister's palace. Whoosh. The King Kai, accompanied by Goku and Whis, arrived at the entrance of the Grand Minister's palace. The Grand Minister awaited them at the door. Welcome, he greeted with a smile. It has been a while, Whis bowed respectfully. Is that child truly the Grand Minister? Goku turned to inquire of King Kai. Indeed, Goku, do not be disrespectful, bow immediately. King Kai urged, pressing Goku's head down in reverence to the Grand Minister. You must be Mr. Son Goku, the Grand Minister said with a smile directed at Goku. Hi, I'm Goku. Goku waved at the Grand Minister. What are you doing, Goku? You must adhere to decorum. King Kai felt utterly dismayed, hastily reprimanding him. Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you, but Goku has been thrown off by the circumstances. My apologies, it was unexpected, and he did not come in formal attire. Whis added, "Please do not take offense. Perhaps to him, that is considered formal attire." The Grand Minister chuckled. "Quite so." Goku grinned in agreement. "You cannot say that, Goku." King Kai lamented, feeling Goku's lack of propriety. "Then how should I express myself?" Goku scratched his head. "Let us proceed." The Grand Minister, seemingly indifferent to the finer details, turned and led the way. Although his demeanor appeared rather ordinary, an undeniable strength emanated from him. Sun Wukong whispered, "You can actually perceive that?" Whis smiled and replied, "To my knowledge, among the myriad universes, the Grand Minister is the most powerful being." "What? Is that true?" Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. "You must refrain from suggesting a spar with him. Such a proposition would be exceedingly disrespectful," Whis cautioned. "Understood. If I cannot even best Lord Beerus, how could I dare challenge the Grand Minister?" Sun Wukong scratched his head. "I can only assert that I am not even remotely a match for the Grand Minister." Whis smiled. "Ah, he is that formidable?" Sun Wukong marveled, reflecting, "It seems this journey is not in vain. Yet, should I ask for his assistance in dealing with Black Goku? Regrettably, we angels must maintain neutrality and cannot intervene in combat," Whis explained. "Is that truly the case?" Sun Wukong was taken aback. "Indeed," Whis nodded. "What is the meaning of this? So even in perilous situations, you cannot lend a helping hand?" Sun Wukong inquired. "Correct. Have you ever witnessed me engaging in battle outside of instructing you?" Whis asked with a smile. "Well, it appears not," Sun Wukong conceded with a nod. "Moreover, should this matter be disclosed to the Grand Minister, he would inform Lord Zeno, and the universe responsible for the disturbance would be erased at Lord Zeno's behest," Whis elucidated. "I understand. I shall remain silent." Sun Wukong gulped, startled. Whis then swiftly approached and walked alongside the Grand Minister. "Whis, have you perceived something?" The Grand Minister inquired with a smile. "Concerning you, Tian?" Whis asked. "Indeed," the Grand Minister gently nodded. "He truly is remarkable, effortlessly sending Lord Beerus flying," Whis remarked. "And he possesses the ability to erase. Previously, I believed he was a master of space, but it seems otherwise. He is the reincarnation of Lord Tian, the Grand Minister revealed. "What? The reincarnation of Lord Tian? Whis was momentarily stunned. "Initially, you were aware of this matter. But later I had Bardos gather the Super Dragon Balls and use the Dragon of the Gods to erase your memories," the Grand Minister explained. "Oh, so that blankness in my memory pertains to this matter," Whis realized, yet still puzzled, he queried. "But why would the Grand Minister wish to do so?" The number of individuals who were aware became too great. Even many mortals had learned of his identity, the Grand Minister responded. "I see," Whis nodded, then asked, "However, the reincarnation of Lord Tian is a positive occurrence. Why keep it a secret?" During the reincarnation of Lord Tian, he split into two distinct entities, one embodying normalcy and the other representing malevolence. The High Priest let out a resigned sigh. "Thus, it is possible that this Mr. Yi Tian is the reincarnation of the malevolent aspect?" Whis was taken aback. Chapter 190. The High Priest. Each constitutes 50. It remains uncertain. It is a 50-50 situation. The High Priest replied. Whis inquired, "Even you cannot discern it?" "Indeed, at present, I lack a more definitive conclusion," the High Priest acknowledged, shifting the topic. "You need not concern yourself with this matter. I have my own arrangements." At this juncture, the High Priest had already brought Whis and the others to meet the King of All. Whis immediately bowed in reverence. The King of the Universe approached and knelt in homage. "Wukong, welcome. You have finally arrived." The King of All rose to greet him. "Ah, if you are not Sun Wukong, I would not even bother to acknowledge you," he continued. "I wish to befriend you." The King of All stated directly. "I hold you in high regard. May you become my friend?" This left Sun Wukong momentarily stunned. "So, what does it entail to become your friend?" he inquired with curiosity. The King of the Universe was utterly astounded. The two guards cast menacing glances. Were it not for the affairs concerning Lord Tian, they would have eliminated you. "Join me in play." The King of All extended his invitation. "Ah, that is indeed possible." Sun Wukong scratched his head. "But did you summon me solely for this purpose? Is that not acceptable?" The King of All questioned. "How could I ever dare to refuse?" The King of the Universe interjected, unable to contain himself, hastily speaking on behalf of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the King of the Universe. It was indeed a stroke of fortune for Wukong to gain a friend of such stature as the King of All, and he was elated beyond measure. Meanwhile, the King of the Universe was drenched in cold sweat. "Silence." The King of All glared at the King of the Universe. "At your command." The King of the Universe knelt again, burying his head to the ground. What do you wish to say, Sun Wukong? The king of all turned his gaze upon him. You may simply call me Wukong, Sun Wukong chuckled. Wukong? Very well, you may also refer to me by a nickname. The king of all nodded. What do you intend to call me? How about I call you Little Quan? Sun Wukong proposed. The two guards could bear it no longer, nearly rushing forth to strangle Sun Wukong. The king of the universe was so frightened that he fainted on the spot. Alas, our universe is doomed. I should never have brought Sun Wukong here. Little Quan is quite charming, the king of all conceded helplessly with a nod. Were it not for matters concerning Lord Tian, I would have annihilated the seventh universe over this nickname alone. Did you come to seek me due to the Universal Martial Arts Tournament? The king of all inquired. Sun Wukong inquired. That is indeed one of the reasons. However, I wish to play with you first. The Omni-King smiled and replied, I apologize, but I am quite busy at the moment. Would it be acceptable for you to wait until I finish my tasks before we play? Sun Wukong requested. Very well. Let us speak again once your affairs are concluded. The Omni-King nodded, casting a knowing glance at the Grand Minister. Indeed, everything was proceeding as we had previously anticipated. By the way, I shall also bring along other dear friends to join us in our games, Sun Wukong casually mentioned. Is that true? You must keep your word. The Omni-King emphasized. Of course, you can rely on me, Sun Wukong assured, patting his chest. It is settled then. The Omni-King produced a peculiar button and handed it to Sun Wukong. What is this? Sun Wukong asked, taken aback. Simply press the button, and I shall instantly be by your side, the Omni-King explained. All right, I understand. Thank you. Sun Wukong carefully tucked the button into his garment. May I return now? Remember to find a suitable friend for me to play with, the Omni-King reiterated. Yes, I will, Sun Wukong readily agreed. Subsequently, Sun Wukong bid farewell to the Omni-King and the Grand Minister, departing the Omni-King's palace with the unconscious Kaioshin. Swish. Upon regaining consciousness, Kaioshin promptly escorted Sun Wukong and Whis back to Earth. Beerus, relieved to see them safe, hurriedly approached. However, he dared not look at Yaishin. Yaishin feigned nonchalance, indulging in the delights of cuisine. Mr. Wukong, you promised the Omni-King that you would bring a friend along. Who do you intend to bring? Whis inquired. I have yet to select anyone specific. Do you know of any suitable candidates? Sun Wukong asked. Whis responded, You truly dare to say that. Were you merely speaking whimsically? Wiping his brow. If I had not, he would not have let me go. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. What nonsense! Kaioshin exclaimed, feeling utterly dismayed. You are trifling with the Omni-King. If he finds out, our seventh universe will surely cease to exist. I understand. I will find someone. Sun Wukong scratched his head, glancing at Beerus. By the way, isn't Lord Beerus usually quite free? Would you like to join the Omni-King in his games? What sort of joke is this? I would never go. I would rather perish than entertain such a notion. Beerus retorted vehemently. Then what about Yaishin? What do you think of him? Sun Wukong asked, looking towards Yaishin. Absolutely not. Under no circumstances. Beerus quickly interjected. Yaishin, what is your stance? Sun Wukong called out from a distance. Forget it. I cannot befriend such a character. Tian shook his head in refusal. Beerus, the god of destruction, trembled in fear. How could you refer to Lord Zeno in such a manner? It truly feels like a miracle that our universe has survived until now, with so many restrictions. We shall have to discuss it later. Sun Wukong wore a look of utter helplessness. Thus, let us postpone the matter of finding companions for Lord Zeno. Whis suggested. Lord Beerus, shall we venture to Universe 10? We ought to investigate the situation regarding Black Goku. Your reasoning is sound. Let us first explore the realm of the Destroyer in Universe 10. Beerus concurred. Take me along, Tian called out to Whis. Very well, of course. It is no trouble at all, Whis replied respectfully, careful not to show too much enthusiasm. Then, let us depart, Whis declared, and without hesitation. He swiftly transformed with Tian and Beerus into a radiant stream of light, propelling themselves toward Universe 10. Shortly after Tian and the others entered Universe 10. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Trunks set off on their time machine toward the future. In Universe 10, within the realm of the Destroyers, Ramsey and Kess were basking in the sun. The weather is splendid today, Ramsey remarked, swaying his trunk. Indeed, Kess nodded in agreement. I have no desire to work. It would be delightful to simply enjoy the sun here, Ramsey chuckled. Chapter 191. Are you planning to capture someone with just a novel? Kess smiled. It seems Lord Ramsey frequently goes out to work, she commented. Humph. Enduring the same work for nearly 100 million years. Who wouldn't find it intolerable? Ramsey scoffed. Currently, the destroyers of Universe 1, Universe 12, Universe 5, and Universe 8 are diligently working. Why should Lord Ramsay not do the same? Kes gently urged. They are them. I. Ramsay shook his head defiantly. Kes sighed softly, choosing not to press further. She had already voiced her concerns numerous times. If he chose not to listen, there was little she could do. If issues arose in the universe, it would not be her who vanished. After soaking up the sun for a while longer, Ramsay leisurely pulled out a tablet, opened a reading app, and began to immerse himself in a book. What is Lord Ramsay reading? Kes inquired, slightly taken aback. Hee. I have some spare time to read a novel. This one is quite intriguing. Ramsay swayed his trunk. How rare, Lord Ramsay. I am surprised you are reading a novel. Kes expressed her astonishment. Indeed, it is enjoyable, hence my interest, Ramsay chuckled. Kes leaned in for a closer look, her surprise deepening. Oh my, this novel features Lord Ramsay. No wonder you are so captivated, she mused. Of course, if it weren't for my presence, I wouldn't bother reading it, Ramsay remarked. Ramsay nodded in acknowledgement. The title of the book is Dragon Ball, starting off married to Bardos. Upon seeing this title, Kes couldn't help but wipe away the sweat from his brow. It was uncertain how Bardos would react upon reading this book. Ramsay chuckled. By the way, the title you mentioned is merely an alternate title. The original name of the book is Dragon Ball. That year, Vegeta with his hands in his pockets, he explained. I noticed there are extensive passages featuring Lord Ramsay. Kes remarked as he glanced through the book. Indeed, it details how I and that fellow named Vegeta teamed up to deceive the various gods of destruction across the universes. Ramsay nodded. This book has stirred a sense of excitement within me. I too wish to find someone to swindle other gods of destruction. Look here. I collaborated with that Vegeta character to con the gourmet for 8,000 years. Oh my, 8,000 years. How remarkable. Kes expressed with profound admiration. What a pity. Who shall I find for such an endeavor? Ramsay pondered, swaying his elephantine trunk. Oh, it also features Lord Gwas's disciple, Mr. Zamasu. Kes remarked as he happened upon Zamasu's segment. Indeed, that fellow Zamasu has been portrayed as a villain. Ramsay smiled faintly. Lord Ramsay, you cannot be serious? Kes inquired. Humph. It's merely a novel. How could I take it to heart? Ramsay shook his head, then, with a contemplative grip on his trunk, added, however, I should take the time to seek out that Zamasu fellow and see if there are any discrepancies. Though it is fiction, I feel it reflects reality in some way. As the two engaged in conversation, Ramsay suddenly noticed a radiant light shimmering in the sky, akin to a constellation, prompting him to pause momentarily. Who could that be? He murmured. In the next moment, Whis descended from the heavens accompanied by Yachting and Beerus, landing beside Ramsay and Kes. I wondered who it was. Is that not Beerus? Ramsay scoffed, squinting at Beerus. What? Do you have a problem? Beerus retorted gruffly. Ramsay set his tablet aside and glared at Beerus. You are not welcome here. Please leave. He stated bluntly. Humph. Do not say that. I have business with you. Beerus huffed. Do you think I wish to come here? What business? Ramsay inquired, casting a fleeting glance at Yachting before dismissing his presence. Have any gods from your universe recently fallen? Beerus asked. Humph. Stop your nonsensical chatter. How could there be any fallen gods in our universe? Even if there were, they would belong to your universe. Ramsay retorted angrily. I knew you would deny it. Beerus replied. Beerus shook his head and cast a glance at the tablet that Ramsay had left lying around, casually picking it up. He then opened the device and chanced upon a particular novel. Is it a trend to read such novels lately? Beerus pondered, surprised to find that it was authored by someone named Dong Yuan. Ramsay remained silent, offering no response. As Beerus perused the pages, he found himself inexplicably engrossed. Deciding to read a bit longer. Quite intriguing, he mused, though what vexes me is why I'm relegated to the role of a mere destroyer. Humph. It only serves to illustrate my undeniable charm. Ramsay chuckled with delight. Humph. Can someone like Vegeta truly be a genuine protagonist? Beerus sneered. Oh? In this narrative, his strength is likened to that of a destroyer? In fact, by this chapter, he seems nearly on par with you? Ramsay refrained from commenting. As he continued to read, Beerus stumbled upon a scene depicting Kampa losing a wager to Ramsay. Subsequently, Beerus discovered a rather unsavory depiction of Kampa kicking himself in his own castle. How outrageous. To portray me in such a manner. Smoke flared from Beerus's nostrils in indignation, and he immediately sought to ascertain the identity of the book's author, Dong Yuan. Was it? I sincerely hope I do not cross paths with you. Should I shall obliterate you. And that so-called tomato novel platform, I shall destroy it as well. Humph. You seriously took it to heart? Ramsey scoffed. Just as Beerus was about to destroy the tablet, he suddenly noticed a character named Zamasu within the text. Zamasu? Beerus paused, scrutinizing the unfolding narrative. Oh, Zamasu appears in this story? Tian also approached, peering closely at the text. After a moment of contemplation, Beerus stroked his chin thoughtfully. Though the plot is entirely fictional, Dong Yuan has painted Zamasu in an excessively negative light, he reflected. Perhaps we should pay him a visit, Tian suggested. I agree. Beerus nodded, beckoning Ramsey. I'll take the tablet. You have no objections, do you? What do you mean? Ramsey appeared bewildered. Do you intend to capture someone based on a novel? What? Do you have a problem with that? Beerus huffed. Ramsey responded, Whis, let us go. We should first investigate this character named Zamasu. Beerus called to Whis, who silently wiped the sweat from his brow. Would you truly wield a novel as a means to apprehend someone? Yet, Whis did not decline. In a fleeting moment, Whis and Beerus transformed into a radiant streak of light, akin to the shimmering stars, swiftly vanishing from sight. As they ascended into the celestial expanse, Whis suddenly realized someone was absent. Oh dear, has Yashin not followed us? Whis paused, momentarily taken aback. Let him be. Let us proceed to the Kaioshin realm. I wish to meet this fellow called Zamasu, Beerus remarked. Whis nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment. Indeed, Yashin had not departed. He chose to linger for a while. Having made the arduous journey to Universe 10 and encountered the young angel Kusu, it would be remiss not to spend some time in her delightful company. With my power having reached 100-fold that of Beerus, I believe entertaining Kusu should pose no challenge. Greetings, Kusu. I am Yashin. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, he said amiably, extending his hand towards her. Kusu, taken aback, reciprocated the gesture. Without hesitation, Yashin gently grasped Kusu's hand and placed a kiss upon her knuckles. Kusu exclaimed, Oh my, that is a custom from my homeland. I hope you do not mind. Yashin smiled warmly in response. You cheeky lad, spare me your pretentiousness. Do you think I have not read that novel about Vegeta? That fellow behaved in precisely this manner. Ramsey shouted at Yashin. Do you take issue with that? Yashin replied, his expression playful. You would do well to avoid provoking me. Here, you are not the primary destroyer. What did you just say? Do you realize to whom you are speaking? Ramsey retorted, his nostrils flaring in indignation. I am conversing with a pig, Yashin responded nonchalantly. Ramsey, incensed, declared, Young man, I believe a lesson in humility is in order, for you seem unaware of a destroyer's might. Amused by his own anger, Ramsey charged towards Yashin with haste. With a swift motion, Ramsey's large hand reached for Yashin. However, Yashin merely raised a hand, effortlessly redirecting Ramsey's grasp aside. With a thud, Ramsey stumbled, his shoulder hitting the ground. Kusu stood in astonishment. Who is this person? How can he be so powerful? Is even Lord Ramsey no match for him? What? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ramsey fumed, springing to his feet, his face contorted with fury as he glared at Yashin. Oh dear, Lord Ramsey. Are you borrowing lines from that novel? Kusu chuckled from the sidelines. Kusu, can you not see the situation at hand? Have you not witnessed my defeat? How can you still find amusement in this? Ramsey bellowed in anger. Fighting is wrong, Kes advised. You needn't say anything. Just now, I hadn't truly engaged. I will ensure this brat learns that there are greater powers beyond his comprehension. A purple-red flame erupted around Ramsey. Kes, you shall soon understand what it means to be overshadowed. Tian turned to Kes and uttered a remark. Kes, Ramsey, you truly possess audacity. You dare to flirt with an angel. Ramsey scoffed, his fist clenched tightly. Whoosh. In the next moment, Ramsey transformed into a streak of purple-red light, hurtling toward Tian. As he surged forward, he also launched a punch. Observing the approaching fist, Tian merely raised a hand, effortlessly intercepting the blow. Ramsey's pupils constricted, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. What just is this? How could he possibly withstand my full-force strike with such ease? Bang! Tian delivered a swift tap to Ramsey's forehead. Accompanied by a dull thud, Ramsey was sent reeling, his body tumbling across the ground. Once he came to a halt, his head tilted, and he promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. Is that all it takes to knock him out? Truly, he cannot endure much, Tian mused, shaking his head. A hint of disappointment evident in his demeanor. Kes remained silent. Kes, it seems only the two of us are left. Let us engage in something meaningful, Tian proposed. Kes, a brief silence. What do you mean by something meaningful? She inquired. Shall we play a game? I will blindfold myself and try to catch you. If I succeed, you shall become my wife, Tian smiled, presenting a rather appealing suggestion. Yes, your silence signifies consent, so I shall not hold back. As Tian spoke, he conjured a black cloth and handed it to Kes. Please inspect this cloth for any issues. Kes was at a loss for words. Is this truly about the cloth? I never agreed to your proposal. She wiped the sweat from her brow. Then I shall wait here until you consent. Tian grinned. Kes found herself at a loss for words again. On what grounds do you believe I would acquiesce? In the 10th universe, the realm of the Kaioshin, Whis and Beerus swiftly descended upon the terrestrial expanse of the Kaioshin realm, manifesting before the grand entrance of the Kaioshin palace. Is that not Mr. Whis and Lord Beerus? It has been quite some time, remarked Zamasu, opening the door, his expression tinged with surprise as he glanced at the tablet in Beerus's hand. Is Zamasu present? Beerus inquired directly. Zamasu? Zamasu responded, momentarily taken aback. So you are not here for me, but rather for Zamasu? He has just stepped out and has yet to return. What business do you have with him? Zamasu questioned. Then we shall wait here until his return, Beerus replied with a dismissive grunt, his demeanor composed. During the ensuing wait, Beerus instructed Whis to contact the Kaioshin and convey his thoughts. Approximately 15 minutes later, Zamasu finally returned. My sincerest apologies, Zamasu-sama. My successor, the Kaioshin, urgently summoned me. Zamasu immediately bowed upon his return, only to lift his gaze and encounter the presence of Beerus and Whis. Ah, you have returned, Zamasu. We have guests, Zamasu smiled. May I inquire who you are? Zamasu asked, momentarily taken aback. These esteemed individuals are Lord Beerus, the god of destruction of the 7th universe, and Mr. Whis, the angel. Zamasu introduced. Greetings, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Zamasu. Zamasu responded promptly. Chapter 193, The Sorrow of Zamasu. Zamasu, have you perused this novel? Beerus inquired. Tossing the tablet he held towards Zamasu. Zamasu appeared somewhat bewildered. Are you here to read a novel with me? Out of courtesy. Zamasu received the tablet with both hands and opened it to take a look. He discovered a novel titled Dragon Ball, The Beginning, and Betrothed to Bardock. Zamasu confessed. I haven't read this before, unsure of how to respond. Take a look now. There are descriptions about you inside, Beerus remarked nonchalantly. As a deity, reading should be swift. I trust you won't keep me waiting long, right? Zamasu displayed a perplexed expression. What do you truly mean? Nevertheless, Zamasu diligently perused the text. Before long, he encountered the passages that pertained to him, causing his expression to fluctuate dramatically. Particularly, when Zamasu observed the issues he faced while contending with Vegeta for the title of Supreme Kai, his brow furrowed with discontent. Who is this audacious author? How dare they write such things? I shall seize an opportunity to obliterate you. How do you know all this? Do you have anything else to say? Beerus let out a disdainful snort. Zamasu coughed, inquiring about what had transpired. Guavas, taken aback, turned to Beerus and asked, You should direct that question to your esteemed disciple. Beerus retorted coldly. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to condemn me based on this novel? Zamasu's nose wrinkled in irritation. This novel claims I have destroyed several galaxies, but have I truly done so in this reality? A novel? Let me take a look. Guavas accepted the tablet Zamasu offered and began to read the story. After perusing its content, Guavas found himself at a loss for words. Lord Beerus. Surely this is a misunderstanding? He said, bemused. Oh, is that so? Beerus sneered. Do you believe it to be a misunderstanding? While the novel may be adapted, it certainly draws from reality. If this individual had not committed similar acts, why would the author single out Zamasu? Zamasu huffed defiantly. It must have been during my time as the Supreme Kai that I inadvertently offended this author, leading to this portrayal. He continued to argue. Moreover, if any of this were true, is that Vegeta from your universe truly so formidable? Vegeta is indeed not that strong, Beerus replied. Cough. You aren't using this novel to condemn me, are you? Zamasu questioned through gritted teeth. What? Do you have an objection? Beerus retorted coldly. Even if this matter reaches the Grand Minister, I will undoubtedly have the upper hand. Zamasu declared vehemently. I refuse to accept this. It is a blatant slander. For a moment, Beerus felt a twinge of uncertainty. This is quite troublesome. I wonder how the Supreme Kai is handling this situation. If it turns out Zamasu is not to blame, this could escalate into a significant issue with the Grand Minister. Lord Beerus, this must surely be a misunderstanding. You cannot condemn someone based on a mere novel. Guavas interjected hastily, seeking to mediate. But what exactly happened? Could you enlighten me? Ah, indeed a grave incident has occurred. Albeit in another dimension, a parallel universe, was interjected, elaborating. In In that realm, a deity annihilated all the Supreme Kais and sought to eradicate humanity across all universes. What did you say? Guavaz's expression shifted dramatically. Zamasu regarded Whis with contemplation. The deity from the future has indeed executed their plan well. If I were to do the same and eliminate all the Supreme Kais, would not all the destroyers also vanish? He mused. What an excellent strategy. Lord Beerus and I have come here regarding this matter, was clarified. You don't think I am responsible for this, do you? Zamasu, with a scowl, exclaimed, Oh dear. How rude of me. This is merely a preliminary conjecture stemming from a novel. I hope Mr. Zamasu will not take it to heart. Whis smiled slightly. Can I truly disregard this? How could I possibly ignore such an occurrence? Zamasu felt utterly disheartened. Whis, cease your chatter with him for now, Beerus interjected with a huff. Has the Supreme Kai sent any word yet? In that very instant, as Beerus finished speaking, the Supreme Kai appeared on the scene through instant transmission. Zamasu, you just went to consult our universe's sage, Zeno, the Supreme Kai remarked. Humph, you have finally arrived, Beerus said with a grin. The Supreme Kai nodded towards Beerus, indicating that it was indeed Zamasu who was the matter at hand. Speak, what query did you pose to our universe's Zeno? Beerus inquired coldly. Zamasu's expression shifted dramatically. Did you not just say that your Supreme Kai had matters for you to attend to? Why, then, did you venture to the 7th universe? Beerus chuckled. You were inquiring about the Dragon Balls and Son Goku, were you not? The Supreme Kai interjected. Zamasu's complexion changed once more. It seemed the narrative did not deceive. Beerus smirked lightly. Do share. Do not claim I have not afforded you the opportunity. I became intrigued after watching Son Goku and the others compete on Doin, Zamasu replied. And what does your inquiry about humans and gods exchanging bodies signify? The Supreme Kai pressed. I merely wondered if such a possibility existed, Zamasu stammered, growing increasingly anxious. Zamasu. What on earth is going on? You must elucidate. Graphius's brows furrowed tightly. Could it be that you are the one causing chaos in another timeline? Indeed. Lord Graphius speaks the truth. I have indeed witnessed Zamasu in the future, the Supreme Kai acknowledged with a nod. Zamasu fell silent. Graphius's expression shifted dramatically. How could you engage in such actions, Zamasu? Graphius demanded angrily. Humph, it seems we ought to express our gratitude to this author, Beerus chuckled. Whis. Ensure to bestow a little extra remuneration upon this author, so that he may produce even finer and more authentic narratives. Understood, Lord Beerus, Whis nodded, adding, previously. You mentioned wanting to destroy him. That was merely said in jest. That fellow has indeed been of great assistance, Beerus remarked with a smile. Solving a mystery through a novel, how remarkable is that? Whis then inquired, what of the incident involving Kappa kicking Lord Beerus, as mentioned by this author named Dong Yuan? Let it be, Beerus replied dismissively. Such matters are trifling. A novel, after all, is rife with fictional elements. It bears no real consequence. Lord Beerus possesses a remarkable level of composure. Whis nodded in agreement. Humph. Zamasu, do you have anything to say? Beerus remarked with a cold smirk. I have already found my justification for your annihilation, though a destroyer does not require a reason to wreak havoc. Zamasu, you must clarify the situation. There must be some misunderstanding, Goku exclaimed, growing anxious. Moreover, how can the narrative in a novel mirror our reality? Perhaps Lord Beerus should conduct a more thorough investigation? Humph. Crimes? Do not jest. You must be mistaken, Zamasu retorted with a chilling smile. What I do is nothing but righteous. As a deity, all my actions embody justice. That is merely your delusion, not justice. Beerus replied coldly. Since my future self has already commenced the plan, I cannot perish here. Zamasu scoffed. Indeed, humanity is inherently wicked. By what right do you question me with a mere mortal's tale? Humph, Beerus scoffed. In that case, I shall expedite my plans. As Zamasu spoke, he concentrated a blade of purple energy in his hand and swiftly struck towards Beerus. With a mere flick of his wrist, Beerus effortlessly seized Zamasu's arm. Zamasu's expression shifted dramatically, finally revealing your true nature. Beerus chuckled. Ah. Zamasu struggled fiercely. Beerus raised his hand, targeting Zamasu's form from a distance. Destruction. A surge of destructive energy swiftly struck Zamasu, who barely had time to utter a cry before he was reduced to nothingness, completely vanishing. Zamasu, Goku gasped, urgently inquiring. What on earth just transpired? Will such terrifying events truly occur in the future? I shall escort Lord Beerus back to Earth, and then I will return to explain the situation in detail, the Supreme Kai suggested. Lord Goku, when selecting your disciples in the future, prioritize their spirit over mere strength. Whis advised. If you choose another peculiar apprentice, I might just be compelled to destroy you, Beerus declared loudly as he leaned towards Goku. I just remembered I cannot do that, but I can certainly give you a good thrashing. Lord Beerus, we must return. There are urgent matters to discuss with Goku and the others, the Supreme Kai urged. What matters? Beerus queried, taken aback. Let us return first, and then we shall discuss. The Supreme Kai suggested. In the blink of an eye, the Supreme Kai transported Whis and Beerus away from Universe 10, returning them to Earth. What is happening, Supreme Kai? Whis inquired. What else did you see in the future? Beerus also asked. Black Goku does not fight alone, the Supreme Kai declared solemnly. What? Is there another accomplice? Beerus was taken aback. Indeed, there exists a remarkably formidable ally, Zamasu, who possesses an immortal body and the ability to heal. Ah, this is truly extraordinary, sighed Whis. By the way, where is Mr. Tian? The King Kai noticed that Tian was not with Beerus and the others. I thought you all went together? He remained in the realm of destruction of Universe 10, explained Whis. Let us seek Goku first, suggested the King Kai. The group then arrived at Bulma's residence, only to find that Goku and Vegeta had already set off. The King Kai had no choice but to briefly inform Bulma of the events that would transpire in the future. Bulma's expression shifted dramatically. The reason Black Goku recruited another version of himself was to enhance his own abilities through continuous healing, fully unleashing the traits of a Saiyan, the King Kai stated gravely. Thus, Black Goku can continually elevate his power. Humph. Beerus scoffed. Whis remained silent. At that moment, young Trunks rushed over, announcing that his father and the others had returned. Beerus and the others stepped outside to witness the time machine descending. The cabin door opened, and Goku emerged, supporting a fainted Vegeta. Father, young Trunks exclaimed. Where is Trunks? Bulma's expression shifted again. First, let Vegeta consume a Senzu bean. He is gravely injured. I will explain everything in detail shortly, Goku suggested. Before long, Vegeta had consumed the Senzu bean, instantly regaining his strength and consciousness. Goku recounted the events that transpired in the future, just as the King Kai had indicated. Black Goku had an accomplice, one who was immortal and capable of healing. Initially, Vegeta had the upper hand in his battle against Black Goku. However, with the continuous healing from his ally, Black Goku's strength surged rapidly. Ultimately, Black Goku triumphed over Vegeta. Trunks proposed that Goku and the others retreat while he remained behind to hold off Black Goku and Zamasu. I am sorry we left Trunks behind, but we had no other choice, Goku apologized. Bulma declared, next, I will learn the Erasure Technique, and once I master it, I will rush to rescue Trunks. Goku replied, even if you rush over, it will take a day for a round trip. By then, what fate awaits Trunks? Bulma could hardly bear to imagine what might occur in the future. Kakarot, you know this yet you chose to abandon Trunks alone? Vegeta's forehead throbbed with veins. This cannot be blamed on Goku. The situation was indeed dire for Vegeta at that moment. Bulma offered a gentle admonition, expressing her sincere apologies. Sun Wukong, in turn, reiterated his remorse, pondering aloud that since the device in question was a time machine, it would suffice to simply adjust the timeline back to the point of departure. Even if it took an entire day. You are mistaken. Think it through, Bulma countered, shaking her head. Although it was indeed a time machine, it functioned by traversing parallel universes rather than venturing into a future world. This was due to the persistent application of the original parameters. Once the parameters were altered, returning to the same future became impossible. What did you say? Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. Thus, the parameters cannot be modified, Bulma stated gravely. This means that while a day passes for us, a day will also elapse in the future. Sun Wukong fell into silence. Chapter 195, The Sleeping Angel Suddenly. With a resounding clap, the Supreme Kai stood abruptly, drawing the attention of all present. His demeanor was notably serious. What troubles you, Supreme Kai? Beerus inquired. Ah, it's nothing. I just remembered I need to return to find Whis. The Supreme Kai chuckled. I shall head back to the 10th universe to explain the situation to him. Is that so? The transformation of your disciple may leave him feeling quite guilty. Please guide him well. Whis nodded in agreement. Yes, I understand, the Supreme Kai affirmed. By the way, if possible, do bring Mr. Tian along, to see if he wishes to accompany you in seeking out Lord Whis, Whis suggested. Understood. The Supreme Kai replied before setting off promptly. By the way, I absolutely refuse to venture into the future, Beerus remarked. Casting a glance in the direction the Supreme Kai had vanished, he addressed Sun Wukong and the others. Why is that? Sun Wukong queried, perplexed. I have already eradicated the current Zamasu, Henceforth, you must resolve the future matters on your own, Beerus declared. I intend to remain here, enjoying my comforts while awaiting your return. Best of luck. I concur. Whis clapped his hands joyfully. Wait, this is incredibly irresponsible of you, Bulma exclaimed, both amused and exasperated. By the way, what of the Whis from the future? Sun Wukong inquired. Once the angel has served the destroyer and he departs, they will fall into a deep slumber until the next deity appears, Whis explained with a smile. Oh, so, does that mean there are truly no companions in our future? Sun Wukong lamented, feeling overwhelmed. What do you plan to do? Bulma asked. Regardless, I must master the Mafuba within a day, Sun Wukong responded earnestly, thus. I shall seek out Master Roshi. And you, Vegeta? Bulma turned to him. I shall, of course, engage in my training, Vegeta replied confidently. After Vegeta concluded his words, he transformed into a streak of light and swiftly soared towards the temple. He plunged into the temple and entered an alternate dimension, commencing a new round of training. In the 10th universe, in the realm of the destroyer gods, Tian, with a black cloth bound around his eyes, quickly lunged towards Kashi. Kashi, finding it nearly impossible to evade, had no choice but to utilize her own mastery to dodge Tian's onslaught. Tian, however, was in no rush to capture Kashi. Instead, he playfully accompanied her in the realm of the destroyer gods. I never agreed to this, Kashi retorted, exasperated. Kashi, have you misunderstood? I intend to bring you back as my beloved consort, Tian chuckled. Do you truly believe your consent matters in this matter? Kashi chose silence and once again evaded Tian's advances. With a swift motion, she ascended high into the sky. Tian also shot upwards, pursuing her once more. Left with no alternative, Kashi radiated a dazzling brilliance akin to the stars. In a flash, Kashi fled the realm of the destroyer gods, accelerating into the vastness of space. With Tian in hot pursuit, Kashi felt a profound shock at his astonishing speed. In the next moment, Tian had her in his arms. Aha, I've caught you. From this day forth, you shall be my wife, he grinned. Kashi coughed. I did not consent to this, wiping the sweat from her brow. At that moment, the supreme Kai of the 7th universe appeared in the skies above the realm of the destroyer gods, accompanied by Gavas, and immediately noticed Tian embracing Kashi. Someone's coming, Kashi exclaimed hurriedly. Tian reluctantly released her. Isn't that the supreme Kai and Gavas from the 7th universe? Kashi greeted, approaching the two deities. We came to find you, Mr. Tian, the supreme Kai stated. Are you looking for me in preparation for the journey to Trunks' future timeline? Tian inquired with a smile. Oh, you already know? The supreme Kai was taken aback. I sincerely apologize. Zamasu has committed a grave sin, bringing immense disaster to that future timeline. Gavas expressed his regrets to Tian. Why are you apologizing to me? If anyone deserves an apology, it is Trunks. Tian replied with a smile. Then, Mr. Tian, would you like to accompany us? The supreme Kai asked. Very well, I shall join you on this journey. Tian nodded. Excellent. Please come and hold on to me. We shall depart immediately, the supreme Kai responded. By the way, what has become of the angels in the future? Tian turned to Kashi, recalling the reports that Zamasu had slain all the supreme Kais, and the destroyer gods had vanished as well. Chris was deeply astonished. If that is the case, our angels will likely fall into a deep slumber. Chris sighed. We cannot move, can we? Tian displayed a mischievous grin. Chris was left speechless. What do you mean? If I were to do something outrageous to you from that future timeline, would you have any awareness of it here? Tian chuckled mischievously. Kasai wiped the sweat from his brow. Shall we proceed? Tian said with a hint of anticipation. The King of Worlds, Gawasi, the two Kings of Worlds suddenly found themselves reluctant to escort Tian to the other side. What do you intend to do? The angel can no longer move. Do you still wish to pursue excessive actions? Tian immediately placed his hand upon the shoulder of the Kaioshin. The Kaioshin displayed a countenance of helplessness. At this juncture, it was unwise to refuse any longer. Then let us commence our journey, the Kaioshin declared. Jivas nodded gravely. Just before their departure, he inquired, by the way, is Lord Ramses not present here? Lord Ramses is over there, fast asleep. Kes pointed towards the distant figure of Ramses sprawled on the ground. Ramses had yet to awaken from his stupor. What a peculiar sleeping position, Jivas remarked, rendered speechless. In an instant, the two Kaioshin activated their time rings, transporting Tian through the fabric of time and space. In but a fleeting moment, they found themselves in the realm of the god of destruction of Universe 10. Lord Ramses. Jeeves called out loudly. Lord Ramses has likely vanished, the Kaioshin sighed. I had hoped for a miracle, Jeeves shook his head. However, Tian surveyed his surroundings and effortlessly located Kes, who was peacefully slumbering on a recliner. The angel has fallen asleep, Tian noted. Indeed, it is said that if a god of destruction disappears or perishes, the angel will enter a state of slumber until the next god of destruction is born, Jeeves acknowledged. You may proceed with your tasks. I shall remain here to conduct a thorough study, Tian remarked to the Kaioshin and Jeeves. What do you wish to investigate? Do you find this appropriate? However, the two of them could not afford to delay any longer, so they bid farewell to Tian and immediately utilized instant transmission to depart. Synopsis: Tian traverses into the Dragon Ball universe, awakening the ability of Erasure from the outset, wielding the power to obliterate. With a mere wave of his hand, no matter how formidable one may be, they shall be utterly erased. Sun Wukong. Tian, do you not practice regularly? Vegeta, this is utterly absurd. Tian remains immensely powerful despite idling away his time. Beerus. Tian, what do you mean by waving at me? Bardos. Tian, was it you? Have you erased my clothing?